Traversing the Azure planet, as the apocalypse unfolds, Suyu acquires a marketplace assistance system. Encouraged by the system, he exchanges for a high-tech mobile home and embarks on a journey to conquer the world. While others struggle for survival against zombies and mutated beasts, Suyu reclines in his luxurious RV, basking in the attentive care of his childhood companion. Chapter 1. Rabies mutation or zombies? In a mist-laden hot spring pool, a young girl leans against a man's embrace. Even in repose, her exquisite curves are strikingly outlined. Her eyes, akin to shimmering waters, exude an alluring haze, while her delicate, fair hands gently grasp the man's larger one. The man feels his heart race uncontrollably and instinctively lowers his gaze. Suddenly, the girl trembles as crimson blood gushes from her orifices. Her stunning visage twists into a sinister grin as she seizes the man's hand and bites down fiercely. Azure Planet, July 12, 2031, in the Blue Star calendar. In a classroom at Magic City University, that hurts, Suyu exclaims, bewildered, glancing at the blushing girl beside him. One of her hands grips his tightly, while the other pinches the back of his hand. Upon noticing his awakening, she releases her hold, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. Confused, Suyu draws back his hand, noticing a distinct mark left by her nails. Something clings to his fingertips. Rubbing them together, he senses a slight stickiness. Instinctively, he raises his hand to his nose and inhales, a flicker of realization dawning in his eyes. Startled me, it's just the seaweed sushi I had earlier. Stealing a glance at the girl, he observes no signs of abnormality and exhales with relief, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This marks the 25th time I have had this dream since my transmigration. Who is that enchanting girl? Why does she always bite me at the most critical moment? Indeed, Suyu is not originally from Azure Planet. Before his transmigration, he had undergone a clicked scenario of heroically rescuing a damsel, only to be struck from behind by an accomplice. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in Azure Planet. This planet is over 10 times the size of Earth and boasts a staggering population of 40 billion, with distinct geographical names and cultural nuances. His predecessor also bore the name Suyu, whose parents perished in an accident 2 years prior. Consequently, he became withdrawn and solitary, having made no friends throughout his 2 years in university. Now, having resided in this parallel world for over 2 weeks, the initial thrill of his adventure has waned as he realizes he seems to possess no special abilities. Suyu has pondered whether the system requires specific conditions for activation. However, after attempting various methods, the system remains elusive. The only peculiar aspect is that he dreams the same dream each night. An enchanting girl appears, and whenever he desires to progress further, she viciously bites him. Suyu sighs deeply. The summer sun casts its glow upon his chiseled profile, his slightly tousled hair dancing in the gentle breeze, while his handsome features draw the attention of many female students in the classroom. Am I truly left with nothing but my good looks? Suyu sighed in resignation, shaking his head as he rose to wander aimlessly around the campus, contemplating his next course of action. As he strolled, he inadvertently stumbled upon a gathering beneath the girls' dormitory and, driven by curiosity, edged closer to the crowd. At the center of the throng stood a purple Lamborghini, adorned with pink balloons and a heart crafted from red roses at its front. Surrounding the vehicle was a dense circle of roses, and within it stood 2 figures, a man clad in a flamboyant pink suit holding a bouquet of roses, and a girl in an elegant white gown radiating sweetness. Say yes to him. Say yes. Whether orchestrated by the man or not, a male voice rang out, prompting the onlookers to join in the chorus of encouragement. The girl, shyly glancing around, nodded in agreement. Kiss her. A louder voice bellowed, inciting a crescendo of cheers from the crowd. As the throng grew boisterous, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, and she closed her beautiful eyes in embarrassment. Evidently an experienced suitor, the man swiftly embraced her and leaned down to kiss her. Cheers, whistles, and applause erupted in a cacophony. After the kiss, the girl seemed to soften, her body melting against the man. Just as Suyu shook his head, preparing to leave, an astonishing scene unfolded before his wide eyes. The girl trembled, and her delicate hands coiled around the man's neck. Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth. The man's face contorted in terror, his cries muffled by the girl's grip. Desperately attempting to push her away, he found her frail hands possessed an unimaginable strength, binding him tightly. The spectators, now sensing something amiss, fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances as they absorbed the bizarre spectacle. Finally, the man broke free from her grasp, his face smeared with blood, howling in horror as he sought to distance himself from the girl. His expression was one of profound dread, as if he had witnessed something truly horrifying. Following his gaze, Suyu saw the girl chewing on something, crimson blood streaming from the corners of her mouth. The sickening sound of her chewing echoed in the air, sending shivers down spines, as if a host of icy insects were crawling over their skin. The girl slowly lifted her head, her delicate features marred by bloodstains on her pristine dress. Then, she smiled, her white teeth stained crimson, creating a chilling visage. In the next moment, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. The girl fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud, and this sound jolted the crowd back to reality, triggering a wave of panicked screams. Suyu furrowed his brow, the mingling sense of blood and the acrid stench of vomit overwhelming his senses, inducing nausea. Just as he prepared to investigate further, his raised foot hesitated midair. For heaven's sake, why am I so foolishly curious? Mind your own business, and you'll avoid a disastrous fate. He turned on his heel and slipped away from the crowd. Why does this scene feel so eerily familiar? Isn't this identical to the scenario in my dreams? He quickly extracted his phone, searching for the keyword biting. Indeed, across the nation, there have been dozens of such incidents. This only accounts for those that have been reported. The number of unreported cases may well be even greater. Suyu's pupils contracted as he realized that the situation abroad was far more dire than he had anticipated. Moreover, the details reported by foreign media were more extensive. Both the assailants and their victims shared a common trait. They both fell into a state of unconsciousness afterward. Strangely enough, this bizarre phenomenon that spanned the globe was dismissed by so-called experts as merely a mutation of rabies. They reassured the public to continue their daily lives, insisting it would not affect the monthly salary of $3,500. Suyu furrowed his brow, convinced that the matter was far from simple. In retrospect, the imagery from his dreams seemed to be attempting to convey a message. Considering everything happening in reality, one word emerged unbidden. Zombies. Could it be that the world I have traversed is on the brink of an apocalypse? Once this thought took root, it became an inescapable presence in Suyu's mind. Regardless of whether it is indeed zombies or an impending end of days, preparations must be made. Should any situation arise, I must be ready to respond. With this resolve, Suyu dashed into the supermarket across from Magic City University. Beef jerky, various canned goods, high-calorie foods. Without pausing to examine the items closely, he loaded them into his shopping cart. Within a mere 10 minutes, several carts were filled to the brim. After instructing the cashier to expedite the checkout process, he turned and sprinted toward the knife section of the store, selecting 2 of the most expensive cleavers and 2 watermelon knives. As he passed the tools aisle, an inexplicable impulse led him to grab a set of electric tools. Returning to the cashier, he found that only 2 of the 5 carts had been processed. The cashier, a young woman in her 20s, scanned 2 items and then discreetly glanced at Suyu, causing his brow to twitch with irritation. What is her intent? Is she concerned that I might be unable to pay? After a flurry of activity, his clothes were damp with sweat, and Suyu felt a sense of urgency. The impending apocalypse loomed over him like a sword suspended above, ready to fall at any moment. With a decisive slap on the countertop, he fixed a piercing gaze on the cashier. Chapter 2. Preparing supplies. Roommate Zhao Yi and the cashier were taken aback by Suyu's sudden action, causing the scanner in the cashier's hand to slip from her grasp and clatter to the floor. Bewildered, she gazed at Suyu, who caught sight of the approaching security personnel. Taking a deep breath, Suyu endeavored to calm himself. Creating further disturbances at this juncture would be ill-advised. It seems I must resort to cash, he thought, retrieving his wallet and extracting a substantial stack of 100 yuan notes, estimating it to be around 5 or 6,000. He placed 5 bills on the counter, maintaining an impassive expression as he addressed the cashier. Could you expedite the process? I'm in a hurry. And consider this 500 as your tip. Oh, all right, just a moment. Handsome, the cashier replied, visibly relieved. Her fingers moving with a speed surpassing her usual nightly pace of self-entertainment. The items in the shopping cart diminished at a remarkable rate. Once the transaction was complete, the cashier handed Suyu the receipt, which he accepted absent-mindedly, only to feel a gentle scratch against his palm. Upon glancing down, he noticed the cashier eagerly blinking her large, doe-like eyes. However, his thoughts remained elsewhere. Observing the multitude of shopping bags beside him, he contemplated his own capabilities and decisively handed the remaining 1,000 or so yuan to the security guard, requesting assistance in transporting the items. As he watched the three security personnel ahead, Suyu pondered, these guards may appear somewhat dull-witted, yet they possess impressive physiques. Should I attempt to recruit them as my henchmen? After some deliberation, he dismissed the notion. After all, this was merely an initial acquaintance. Knowing someone's face does not equate to knowing their heart. With potential conflicts of interest, one could easily find themselves betrayed. If the apocalypse truly descended upon humanity, the fragility of human nature would be laid bare. Once the structures of society and the rule of law collapse, and desires and hatred run rampant, civilization itself becomes a mere jest. Upon returning to his dormitory, Suyu's taut nerves finally relaxed as he waved dismissively. It's fine now. You may return. It was then he noticed the shopping receipt still clutched in his hand, the reverse inscribed with a series of phone numbers. He casually handed it to the dark-faced security guard. By the way, this is from the cashier. She asked me to give it to you. She mentioned she has long admired you, but felt too shy to express it herself. The guard was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this really true? Seeing Suyu nod, he lowered his gaze to the phone number on the receipt, murmuring, so she likes me too. I've had feelings for her for quite some time, but every time I see her, I can't muster a word. Fearing she might disdain my rural background and reject even a friendship, another security guard chimed in, can't muster a word? That's simple, just eat more soybeans. Suyu could not contain his laughter, patting the shoulder of the stern-faced security guard, exclaiming with a mix of frustration and encouragement, if you like her. You must confess your feelings. What is there to fear if you can't even be friends? Besides, what good is friendship? What you truly lack is not merely a female friend, but a girlfriend. Claps and a man's voice emerged from the dormitory bathroom, followed by the entrance of a flamboyantly dressed young man. He approached Suyu with an inquisitive gaze, as if examining an alien, and remarked in astonishment, Suyu, we've shared a dorm for over a year, and you used to be such a quiet fellow. Have you suddenly gained enlightenment today? To utter such profound words. Suyu ignored him and turned to the stern-faced guard with a knowing expression, urging, hurry. Otherwise, there may not be another opportunity. The guard nodded eagerly, abandoning formalities. Forget calling me boss. From now on, you're my brother. I truly appreciate your help. When I celebrate my wedding, you will definitely be invited. Suppressing a laugh. Suyu thought that this guy might even have a name picked out for his future child. Go on. Don't keep the girl waiting. All right. I'm off. After seeing off the few, Suyu closed the dormitory door and turned his attention to the familiar yet strange face before him. Zhao Yi, nicknamed Peony, was somewhat good-looking and the son of a wealthy family. As he often proclaimed, his future spouse must be his first love. Thus, he had not yet dated a single girl despite being in college for almost 2 years. However, he had courted no fewer than 100 girls. Though the purpose of these outings remained questionable, perhaps to gain a deeper understanding of human anatomy. Hence, his moniker, Peony, forever single and always blooming. Noticing Zhao Yi frequently checking his phone, Suyu chuckled. Who are you planning to charm today? You, a mere single dog, would never comprehend the joys of this. Zhao Yi retorted, scrutinizing Suyu before playfully patting his shoulder. How about I introduce you to someone? With your looks, you should really be out there enjoying life instead of wasting your handsomeness. Suyu brushed aside Zhao Yi's hand with annoyance, replying, spare me your advice. Let me offer you a word of caution. Don't be reckless like a USB drive, or you'll inevitably face consequences. In that case, you'll be in for quite a ride. Are you cursing me? Zhao Yi suddenly coughed, stumbling slightly as he lost his balance. Suyu instinctively reached out to assist but hesitated for a moment, withdrawing his hand and allowing Zhao Yi to fall to the ground. After a brief pause, Zhao Yi regained his composure, casting a resentful glance at Suyu, his expression darkening. Suyu, you think I should just give up, right? Seeing Zhao Yi's state of calm, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Stop overthinking it. Just take some time to rest. Once you're well, consider getting a checkup. As Suyu gently assisted Zhao Yi onto the bed, he averted his gaze and discreetly retrieved the bone-cutting knife from the shopping bag, concealing it beneath the pillow. A silence enveloped the room as Zhao Yi took out his phone to search for the symptoms associated with HIV. After a prolonged search, he found that the symptoms did not align with his concerns, prompting him to consider inviting a girl over to alleviate his anxiety. Meanwhile, Suyu also pulled out his phone, seeking to gather more information to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. After an exhaustive search through various forums, he found no useful information. Whereas Zhao Yi stumbled upon an unexpected breakthrough. Success, my friend. Look, I've managed to arrange a rendezvous with an exquisite lady. Yet another girl has succumbed to my captivating charm. Alas, my irresistible allure knows no bounds, Zhao Yi declared with a smug expression. Lifting his phone to showcase the conversation with the girl, Zhao Yi's messages revealed the following exchange. Zhao Yi, are you there? Chuqing, Who are you? Zhao Yi, aren't you Xiao Qin's close friend? I am a good friend of Xiao Qin. Chu-Chin. Oh, hello. Is there something you need? Zhao Yi. I have a bit of a situation. I'm unwell, and Xiaoqin can't make it. Could you assist me? Chu-Chin, this? Zhao Yi. Do you have a driver's license? Chu-Chin. I do. Zhao Yi. Excellent. My Ferrari 812 is parked at the school. Could you drive me to fetch some medicine? I'm not in a condition to drive. Chu-Chin. That seems a bit inappropriate, and I've never driven a sports car. Zhao Yi. It's quite simple. A clever girl like you will surely grasp it quickly. I own a seaside villa in the Dijing estate. Could you take me there to pick up my medication? Zhao Yi. It's settled then. I'll wait for you at the boys' dormitory. As a token of gratitude, I'll treat you to a movie first. Afterward, we can dine at the Park Hyatt Hotel, where we can enjoy the magnificent night view of the city. It's truly breathtaking. Zhao Yi, by the way, after the movie, let us swing by and pick up a watch. I seem to have misplaced my Patek Philippe, and it's rather inconvenient to tell time without one. Chu-Chin. All right then. So you couldn't help but smirk at the underlying message conveyed in Zhao Yi's words. I am affluent. Upon examining the last 3 messages, he noted the 3-second intervals between each, confirming that they were undoubtedly copied and pasted. Chapter 3. The apocalypse arrives. First kill. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Is anyone there? Siyu rose and opened the door. A girl, approximately 1.65 meters tall, stood before him. She was dressed quite revealingly, wearing a pair of light blue ultra-short denim shorts and a coffee-colored off-shoulder irregular short-sleeve top, complemented by her long, wavy burgundy hair, which lent her an alluring charm. The girl was also assessing Suyu. To her surprise, the person she was meeting was an extraordinarily handsome young man. His looks were something she could admire for a lifetime. With a charming smile, she extended her delicate, fair hand. Hello, I am Li Chu-Chin, handsome guy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Before Suyu could respond, Zhao Yi suddenly burst forth from behind him. Aha, Chu-Chin, you're here. I'm Zhao Yi, the one you were chatting with. This is Suyu, my good buddy from the same dorm. Come in, come in. Let us sit for a bit while I tidy up, and then we can head out. All right, okay. Li Chu-Chin replied, awkwardly withdrawing her hand, realizing she might have overthought the situation. As she passed by Suyu, she stole a glance at him, thinking, he is truly so handsome. What should I do? It's so difficult to choose. Suyu paid no heed. After Li Chu-Chin entered the room, he prepared to close the door. Suddenly, a thud echoed. Ah, Zhao Yi, what happened to you? Suyu turned to see Zhao Yi sprawled on the floor, blood seeping from his head. Initially, Suyu thought Zhao Yi had simply fallen and was about to offer assistance, when he heard a commotion in the corridor outside the dormitory. Classmate, hey, wake up. Hello. Instructor? Over here at the boys' dormitory. Many people have suddenly fainted for some reason. Laughter followed. Is this a mass fainting episode? How peculiar. With a swift stride, Suyu exited the dormitory, only to find several unconscious students in the corridor, each surrounded by 3 to 5 others. Some were making phone calls for help, while others were preparing to carry their peers to the infirmary. This is bad. Suyu's pupils constricted, a sense of unease creeping in as he quickly turned and shut the door behind him. Suyu, come help. Zhao Yi seems to be seriously injured. Suyu dashed over to where Zhao Yi lay, now flipped onto his back by Li Chu-Chin. His nose had been broken in the fall, and his face was smeared with blood. Step aside. Li Chu-Chin stood up, retreating in panic. Suyu reached under Zhao Yi's arms and began dragging him toward the bathroom. Li Chu-Chin stood there, momentarily bewildered. Shouldn't we be taking him to the infirmary? Why are we moving him to the bathroom? Is he going to clean up the blood first? Curiosity piqued. Li Chu-Chin took a few steps forward, hoping to assist. However, she watched in shock as Suyu roughly tossed Zhao Yi onto the ground, the sound of his head hitting the floor making her flinch, furrowing her brow in confusion at Suyu's actions. Without delay, Suyu exited the bathroom and slammed the door shut behind him. Just as Li Chu-Chin was about to voice her inquiry, she witnessed Suyu pull a gleaming bone-cutting knife from beneath a pillow. Ah, you. What do you intend to do? Silence. From this moment forth, you are forbidden to speak. Otherwise, I shall swiftly end your life. Suyu glared menacingly, brandishing the knife in his hand. He paid no heed to Li Chu-Chin, who had retreated to the corner, clutching her mouth tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. Suyu approached the bathroom door, listening intently to the sounds within. If his judgment were correct, Zhao Yi, along with the individual who had collapsed in the corridor, was likely to transform into a zombie. When an excessive number of coincidences occur simultaneously, they cease to be mere coincidences, compelling him to take the situation with utmost seriousness. Seconds ticked by, perhaps 10 or even a full minute. In the agonizing wait, a low growl akin to that of a beast emanated from the bathroom. Concurrently, as if a paused video had been pressed to play, individuals across the dormitory corridor, within the campus, throughout the city, and indeed globally, approximately 8 billion fallen souls gradually opened their eyes. Their gaze was as lifeless and gray as that of a dead fish, while veins of crimson spread across their faces at a visible pace. Their nails began to grow wildly and detach, ultimately evolving into a hard, jet-black armor, sharp and elongated. A guttural roar escaped their throats as their mouths, stretching grotesquely, lunged hungrily at any living creature nearby, craving flesh and blood. A cacophony of piercing screams erupted. Help! Don't bite me. Woe is me. Damn it, I might save you, but you dare bite me? Yinzi, I can survive without you. Please, stop chasing me. Moments ago, the bustling street, alive with the sounds of traffic, was now a scene of devastation, filled with wreckage and chaos. Vehicles lay haphazardly strewn across the road. Some crashed into lampposts, while others had plowed into nearby shops. A series of crashes echoed through the air. Perhaps the remnants of blood on the dormitory floor had attracted the now zombified Zhaoyi. The bathroom door was rattling violently. Siyu tightened his grip on the cleaver. Inhaling deeply, striving to maintain his composure. 3, 2, 1. With a swift motion, he yanked the door open. And the transformed Zhaoyi charged forth, colliding violently with the wall due to its frantic speed. Die! Seizing the opportunity, Siyu charged, unleashing a furious shout as he swung the knife towards the zombie's neck. The blade met flesh with a sickening squelch. At that moment, Siyu was consumed by a surge of rage and fear, compelling him to continue his assault with relentless vigor. Each strike was fueled by every ounce of strength he could muster. The growls diminished gradually until silence engulfed the space. Blood, both red and white, splattered across the floor, as well as on Siyu himself. After a brief mental lapse, clarity began to return to his mind. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and the sticky, slippery sensation coating him was profoundly unsettling, compounded by the acrid scent of blood that threatened to induce nausea, forcing down his discomfort. Siyu turned his gaze to Li Chuqing, who appeared on the verge of retching, having left a sizable pool of vomit on the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Siyu could no longer contain himself and promptly retched. It felt as though his stomach had been entirely emptied, and with that, he experienced a slight reprieve. Neglecting the nearly incapacitated Li Chuqing, who had succumbed to the same fate, Siyu sauntered over to the window, his eyes bloodshot, complexion pallid, and lips chapped to the point of purpling. Gazing out at the hellish campus, he extracted a cigarette with trembling hands. After several attempts, he finally managed to ignite it. Taking a deep drag, the exhaled smoke alleviated some of the fear that gripped his heart. Though he was slaying zombies, the sensation bore no distinction from taking a life. If one could kill for the first time with the calmness of a seasoned veteran, devoid of any psychological burden, they were either a sociopath or someone who had resided across the ocean, or perhaps a sociopath from across the sea. Before his transmutation, Siyu was merely an ordinary individual, having embarked on a 996 work schedule post-university, aspiring to find a virtuous partner to marry and raise a family. Living a mundane life. Initially, when he contemplated the potential emergence of zombies in this world, he thought, it's just zombies. I've died once already. How could I possibly fear a few minor undead? Yet, reality proved that he was, like the vast majority, merely a master of empty bravado. Chapter 4, System Activation. The Great Cosmic Cleansing Beep. The auxiliary system has successfully rebooted. Identity verification successful. Connection established. A series of electronic synthesized voices resonated in Suyu's mind. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the expression of uncertainty regarding the future vanished from his face, replaced by an overwhelming ecstasy. System? Big brother system? Sister system? Grandpa system? Grandma? What the? Come here. The euphoric expression on Suyu's face froze. At that moment, he felt as though he had struck a relationship with a wealthy beauty, basking in the glow of love, only for her to suddenly declare that their shared affection was nothing but a fleeting illusion. Damn, is it really necessary to toy with me like this? Just as despair began to settle in, a sweet and playful voice echoed in his mind. Hey, master, little fairy has arrived. Surprised? Unexpected? Upon hearing this voice, Siyu was utterly stunned. What on earth is this? Humph. I'm not a ghost, master. You should call me little fairy, as in the fairy. All right. Little fairy, are you the system? Well, you could say that. I am the spirit of the system, inseparable from it. Spirit? Does the system actually have a physical form? Indeed. It takes the shape of a golden sphere, residing within your consciousness. Little fairy lives inside this sphere. A sphere in my mind. This feels rather peculiar. Little fairy, why did the system bind only now? I was nearly lost, do you realize? I'm sorry, master. The energy required to transport you to this world has depleted, allowing me to convey only fragmented messages. Are you saying that the information you provided was merely my recurring spring dreams? Let us not dwell on that. Little fairy, please enlighten me about the current state of this world. and also introduced the system's functionalities. With little fairy's explanation, Suyu gradually comprehended the origins of the apocalypse. At the end of each cosmic era, a great cleansing occurs, spanning a staggering 12,960 years. Each cleansing is brutally merciless. The universe comprises over 7 billion star systems, with nearly 1,000 life-bearing planets in each system. These living planets must compete against one another, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest. The victors are granted resources, while the defeated face extinction. At the onset of the cleansing, the cosmic consciousness disseminates the primal energy of the universe throughout its expanse. In the vernacular of novels, this energy is referred to as spiritual energy. The cosmic energy has the potential to enhance living beings. However, a portion of humanity, upon absorbing this cosmic energy, may mutate into zombies. With a mutation probability of 20%, once transformed into a zombie, their level immediately escalates to level 1, allowing them to absorb energy at double the pace of normal beings. After consuming flesh and blood, they can swiftly augment their strength. Yet, their original consciousness dissipates, giving way to a new consciousness, with intellect akin to that of a 1-year-old child, developing only in tandem with their strength, while also exhibiting a savage, bloodthirsty nature. Moreover, it possesses the ability to infect. Those weaker than it, once bitten or scratched, will be assimilated. Even those stronger, if not treated promptly after being wounded, will also succumb to infection. The hierarchy of power in the universe is divided into 9 tiers, comprising a total of 10 levels. Each tier is further subdivided into 9 grades, and all sentient beings achieve awakening of their talents upon reaching level 1. To enhance one's strength, aside from the gradual absorption of cosmic energy, there exists another method: slaughter. Killing infected beings, other species, or even uninfected kin will yield energy to elevate one's power. Suyu exhaled a heavy breath, his brow furrowed. In his view, this grand cleansing resembled a form of nurturing a poison. What then was the purpose behind the actions of the cosmic consciousness? It was clear that there was intent behind these maneuvers, yet even Xiaoxian could not provide an answer. Unable to fathom the reasoning, Suyu decided to dismiss the thoughts. After all, he was merely a fledgling, and there was no need for undue worry. Furthermore, he now possessed a system, and in the future, he might not fear the cosmic consciousness. Contemplating the system's functions, the tension in his brow gradually eased. The system had but one feature: a marketplace for exchange. Anything that had existed in the universe, barring certain unique entities, could be exchanged for skills, techniques, weapons, items, and common talents, among others. Apart from ordinary items, all others, including talents, range from F grade at the lowest to SSS grade at the highest, encompassing a total of 9 levels. Exchanges require the use of spiritual essence, which could be acquired easily through slaughter. By defeating any being of level 0 or higher, so you could extract their soul, converting it into spiritual essence. Killing a 0-tier creature would yield 110 points of spiritual essence, while slaying a 1-tier creature would provide 10, 100 points, and so forth, with the highest tier 9, level 9 creatures yielding a staggering 10 billion points. Xiaoxian, open the attribute panel for me to see. Of course, master. In the next instant, a translucent, sci-fi-inspired virtual screen appeared before Suyu. The protagonist's character design was in battle form. He chose not to seek a casual avatar and instead immersed himself in the role. Name: Suyu, tier 0 tier. Level 0, experience 110, combat power 5, strength 8. The average 4-dimensional attributes for adults is 10, agility 9, constitution 7, mentality 16, attractiveness 90, maximum value 100, spiritual essence 1, talent yet to awaken skills none. Note: combat power represents the most potent force that can be unleashed in an instant, including the amplification from talents and skills, and does not reflect actual combat capability. For instance, talents and skills that do not enhance attack, movement speed, or defense are not factored into combat power. Strength pertains to physical power and endurance. Agility relates to speed and reflexes. Constitution denotes defensive capability and healing speed. Mentality indicates mental power and energy storage capacity. Gazing at his attribute panel, Suyu fell into self-doubt. After all this, it turns out I am indeed the so-called weakling. As he closed the attribute panel, Suyu had a clear understanding of his current strength. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the campus, now resembling a hellish landscape. He fell into deep contemplation. On Water Blue Star, the population was approximately 40 billion, with a mutation probability of 20. This meant that at least 8 billion humans had transformed into zombies. In the face of such a calamity, it was evidently impossible for nations to respond in a timely manner. With the absence of legal constraints, even the certainty of witnessing the sun rise the next day had become an unknown. In such an environment, the darker aspects of human nature would gradually reveal themselves. Thus, in this apocalyptic scenario, Suyu could trust only in himself. Naturally, strength was paramount. Only by becoming powerful could he dictate his own fate. To rapidly enhance his abilities, he needed to venture out and confront the zombies. Frankly, this posed a dilemma for Suyu. These zombies were not the sluggish, stiff creatures from films. Coincidentally, at that moment, a man was sprinting towards the dormitory building, pursued by several zombies, who were evidently much swifter than he. The distance between the man and the zombies was rapidly diminishing. One of the zombies reached the man, extending its claws to strike his back, sending him flying several meters with a pain scream. What the hell is going on here? So you couldn't help but curse. Not only were the zombies fast, but their strength was astonishing as well. His outburst caught the attention of the nearby zombies, who turned their heads in unison towards the window where Suyu was hiding. He quickly crouched down. After a moment, he cautiously peeked out, only to see the zombies feasting on the man. A sigh of relief escaped him. Damn, can these zombies hear so well? He mused. It seems that to kill zombies and level up, I must devise a more prudent strategy. After all, in his previous life, Suyu had only mastered a rudimentary fighting style with no other skills to speak of, although he now possessed a knife. Zombies were not going to stand idly by for him to strike. A careless scratch would spell his doom. Chapter 5. The SSS rank Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. Within the recesses of Suyu's consciousness, a golden orb suspended gracefully. Inside this orb lay an expanse of boundless space, devoid of any substance. In this ethereal realm, a girl reclined on the ground. Her silvery, cascading curls framed her shoulders, while her alabaster skin glimmered with a smoothness akin to that of fine mutton fat. Her wine-red eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, and her delicate lips, tinted with a soft pink, curled upward slightly, an embodiment of adorable cunning intertwined with nobility, resembling a sweet yet scheming little sprite. With one hand propping her chin, she used her other hand to tap on a light screen the size of a mobile phone. Is this what they call chips? Wow, they look utterly delectable. Oh, how I wish to taste them. The girl's enchanting gaze shifted, and her slender fingers brushed against her rosy lips. Perhaps I should borrow a spirit essence from my master. Little fairy desires to savor a pack. Yet, she soon recalled that Suyu possessed only a single spirit essence at that moment, causing her spirits to wane. At that moment, Suyu's voice echoed through the space. Little fairy, have you noticed that our system is activated? Is there no novice gift package or something? Startled, the little sprite sat up abruptly, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Oh, master, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. There is indeed a gift package. Let me fetch it for you right away. Suyu's expression darkened, realizing that had he not prompted her, he would have missed out on everything. Beep. You have acquired the unique SSS rank technique, Yin-Yang technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes, Suyu replied without hesitation. To his astonishment, this novice gift package had bestowed upon him an SSS rank technique. Indeed, the highest tier and the only one of its kind throughout the universe. Moments later, the Yin-Yang technique was implanted within Suyu's mind. The technique now manifested as a skill on his attributes panel. Upon understanding the usage and effects of this skill, Suyu's expression became peculiar. Skill, SSS rank Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. 0, no cooldown time. Passive 1. Upon reaching 100 progress, you may receive evolution points to enhance talents or skill equipment levels. Engaging in friendly exchanges with female beings whose appearance and physique score above 90 may elevate both parties' talent and skill levels, capped at SSS rank. Note, females may practice up to 2 times daily. The first practice yields a 100-fold enhancement, improving both parties' attractiveness. Passive 2, Charm Aura, significantly boosts one's charm. Grants a base favorability of 30 towards female beings with an appearance and physique score above 90. Each practice session yields a slight increase in favorability. And upon reaching 100 favorability, the bond will be unwavering, granting immense benefits to both parties. Passive 3, Oath of Covenant. By practicing with the host, one becomes a Covenanter. The host, as the Covenant Lord, can proportionally transfer any attacks directed at the Covenanter onto themselves. The host may adjust the ratio, with a maximum transfer of 50. Note, once the Covenanter's favorability reaches 100, a bidirectional conversion may be initiated, unlocking special unknown effects. Beep. Detection of the host possessing the passive skill Oath of Covenant. When a Covenanter slays a creature, the system can remotely extract the creature's soul power through this skill, converting it into spirit essence. So you stood in a daze, gazing at the description of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique, murmuring to himself, female beings, what on earth is femininity? Master, some high bloodline beast can attain a 3rd tier and assume human form, came the reply. Moreover, based on your inner thoughts, you should find this quite appealing. Upon hearing the playful banter from the little fairy, Suyu's expression darkened. Ignoring her, he began to scrutinize the skill introduction earnestly. The first passive ability was easily comprehensible. Engaging with females would yield evolution points, which could enhance talents and skill levels. As for the charm aura skill, it was indeed a miraculous tool for wooing women. It provided a base affection increase of 30, meaning that if a girl held even a modicum of fondness for him, it would be effortless to reach the point of infatuation under this boost. From the description, he discovered that once the affection level hit 60, she would be smitten, and a confession at that juncture would have a 99 success rate. Typically, newlywed couples hover around a fondness level of 60. So it was clear that achieving such affection at a measured pace, without being too abrupt, would make it exceedingly simple to engage in some friendly exchanges. A fondness level of 80 signified deep love, allowing him to indulge freely, as long as he refrained from heinous acts like harming her parents. As for the utmost level of 100, which represented unwavering devotion, it was inconceivable. Even the most atrocious deeds would not diminish her love. It was akin to a little cow riding a ghostly fire, truly remarkable. The Oath of Pact, another passive skill, existed primarily for the protection of the pact makers. Most notably, each additional pact maker would equate to another individual assisting him in accumulating spirit essence. A knowing smile crept onto Su Yu's lips, revealing a profound satisfaction. Truly, this unique SSS-grade technique is exceptionally powerful. However, it seems to compel me toward a harem. No wonder in my previous life, the doctor remarked that my stomach was suited for easy living. While my wife slays zombies, I can leisurely amass spirit essence. What bliss! The more he contemplated this SSS-grade technique, the more pleased he became. Master, wake up. You don't have a wife yet. Su Yu's smile faltered. Little fairy. Life is already so challenging. Let us not shatter any illusions, shall we? As for a wife, that will come in due time. Well then, could Master buy me a bag of chips? That way, I'll be obedient, okay? The soft, adorable voice of the little fairy was a true weapon for homebodies. Though Su Yu was not a recluse, he found it equally irresistible. Besides, it was merely a bag of chips. He had previously stocked up on high-calorie snacks like candy and chocolate. I have plenty of snacks from before. Just tell me what you want. How do I provide it to you? Master, only items exchanged in the system mall can be used by me. Su Yu nodded, opened the system mall, and after a considerable search, finally located the chips option. He selected and confirmed his choice. Goodness, I had not noticed before, but upon closer inspection, it appears that even potato chips are classified into different grades. The highest grade is the A-level purple void potato chips, priced at a staggering 10 million spirit coins. However, there is a rationale behind such exorbitance. The ingredients are derived from purple void potatoes cultivated in a spiritual spring for a full 3,000 years, possessing an extraordinarily pure energy. They are fried in oil extracted from 6th-level exotic beast meat, and the seasonings employed are of the highest quality. The flavors are diverse, ranging from fried chicken to barbecue, offering a comprehensive selection. Consuming chips of grade 6 or below can enhance one's 4-dimensional attributes by 50% for a duration of 10 minutes. Beyond grade 6, the effect diminishes by 50% with each additional level. Each bag contains 10 chips, so you couldn't help but click his tongue in awe and decisively scroll down to the lowest tier. The bottom tier consisted solely of the most ordinary potato chips, akin to those sold in supermarkets. Upon checking the price, it was merely 1 spirit coin. So you felt no reluctance, even though he currently possessed only 1 spirit coin. This amount would suffice to purchase some snacks or small daily necessities. After inquiring about the flavor little Xian desired, Siyu opted to make a purchase. Ding. Purchased ordinary potato chips X1, deducted 1 spirit coin, remaining spirit coins 0. Following the mechanical prompt, a bag of barbecue-flavored potato chips abruptly materialized in Su Yu's hand. Here, it's done. Once I have ample funds, I will treat you to better delicacies, he said. In the next moment, the chips in his hand vanished, appearing in little Xian's grasp. She eagerly tore open the packaging, and a rich aroma wafted past her petite nose. Little Xian's eyes squinted joyfully into crescent moons. How long had it been? She had not savored food for an eternity. The last time she had eaten seemed to be ages ago. Master, you are so kind. Higi, may your harem be filled with countless beauties. Siyu chuckled in disbelief. Countless? It seemed that only a titanium alloy kidney would suffice to manage that. Chapter 6. Do you still see any resemblance to the past? In the bathroom, Siyu splashed water on his face, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, it had improved significantly compared to before. At this moment, he was no longer shrouded in uncertainty about the future. Instead, he was invigorated with determination. Upon exiting the bathroom, he was confronted by the gruesome sight of Zhao Yi's dismembered corpse. Siyu frowned slightly, intending to cover it with a blanket for the time being, planning to address the situation later. However, He had barely taken a few steps when he noticed Li Chuqing huddled in the corner of the dormitory, trembling in fear. It suddenly dawned on him that she was still there. Li Chuqing had been thoroughly terrified. After vomiting, she had retreated to the corner, silently sobbing without uttering a single sound. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought that Su Yu had harmed her. After witnessing Su Yu commit murder, Li Chuqing had contemplated fleeing. As he stood lost in thought by the window, she had stealthily approached the dormitory door. Just as she was about to open it, the distant sounds of growls and wails from outside froze her hand in place, sending chills down her spine. She was not foolish. The series of strange occurrences had made her hesitant to act recklessly. Seeing Su Yu retrieve a blanket to cover the body and the scattered remains, he then sat on the bed to check his phone, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Unable to contain herself, Li Chuqing spoke up. Su Yu, what is happening outside? See for yourself, he replied, tilting his chin toward the window. By the way, it would be wise to cover your mouth, lest you scream in fright. At his words, Li Chuqing rose unsteadily, her legs trembling as she shuffled toward the window. The campus lay in utter disarray. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies were strewn about. With zombies feasting on the remains, these horrific scenes unfolded before her eyes. Her pupils dilated in shock, and she could hardly suppress a gasp. She pressed her delicate hand tightly against her mouth, stifling any sound. After a moment, she turned back to Su Yu, her expression one of disbelief. Su Yu, is this real? You saw it with your own eyes, yet you still question its authenticity? He replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. No, enough. The internet is still functioning. You can look it up yourself. Li Chuqing's gaze fell to the covered figure of Zhao Yi, an expression of distress crossing her face. But my phone fell next to Zhao Yi. Her incessant lamenting began to annoy Su Yu, prompting him to respond with a tone that was somewhat cold. If it fell, why not pick it up? After that, he returned to his phone, engrossed in the information displayed. As the zombies began to swarm, chaos erupted across nations, even small countries struggling to maintain control. The official announcements from the Great Xia Empire urged citizens to prepare enough food to last at least a week while waiting for rescue, advising them to lock their doors and avoid unnecessary outings. Xi reflected on the hellish scenes within the campus and scoffed at the notion of preparing food. Where could one even find provisions in such a dire situation? It was evident that those who penned these announcements were out of touch with reality. Overall, the official news lacked substantive utility, merely echoing a familiar tone. Do not panic. Remain composed. Victory is within our grasp. Close the webpage and open the world's most popular app, Douyin. Upon entering, I was greeted by an outdoor adventure influencer with millions of followers, who had just posted a video on survival tactics in an apocalyptic scenario. I noted that the video had garnered over 1 million likes within an hour of its release. Firstly, secure your doors and windows, and stockpile drinking water while the supply remains uncontaminated. If you have provisions at home, congratulations, you will have a greater chance of survival than most. Secondly, do not venture outside. The influencer attested to the terrifying ferocity of the zombies. Had it not been for their rigorous outdoor training, they would have already succumbed. Those who habitually clamored for a feast now find there is no place to dine. Moreover, if pursued by zombies, do not run in a straight line. The influencer discovered that while zombies are swift in linear movement, their turning capabilities are quite limited. Thirdly, do not trust any strangers, and especially avoid allowing them near, particularly those alluring young ladies, as one may unwittingly find themselves in peril. Fourthly, if circumstances permit, it is advisable to distance oneself from urban areas and seek refuge in the countryside, where the population density is lower and the threat of zombies is diminished, rendering it comparatively safer. Upon perusing the comment section, I was met with an array of gratitude. One user exclaimed, "Thank you for the valuable insights," while another humorously lamented the abruptness of the apocalypse following their slumber. A third individual shared a harrowing experience of awakening to find a loved one transformed into a zombie, leading to a hasty escape. As I concluded the video, a look of admiration crossed Su Yu's face, and he quietly gave it a thumbs up. In this world of chaos, the human heart is the most unpredictable entity. Even those once dear to us, be they friends or spouses, may betray us without hesitation for a mere chance at survival. Thus, Su Yu resolved not to establish a faction, truthfully. Carrying too many people would hinder rather than help him. After all, if he cannot find a partner of exceptional caliber, the SSS-level skill, Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique, would be rendered useless. Could he possibly remain in one place and expect the right person to seek him out? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Upon this reflection, Su Yu could not help but direct his gaze towards Li Chuqing. At this moment, Li Chuqing had found her phone and was seated on the bed opposite Su Yu, perusing its contents. The remnants of tears still lingered on her cheeks, yet rather than detracting from her beauty, her pitiful appearance evoked a sense of compassion. Xiaoxian. May I inquire about Li Chuqing's attributes? How would you rate her beauty? A sound akin to the gentle tapping of fingers echoed in his mind, followed by the soft voice of Xiaoxian. Master, once you accumulate 100 spirit points, you can exchange them in the shop for a skill to investigate such matters on your own. As for this woman, her score barely reaches 75. It cannot be any higher. Suyu was taken aback. Is that so? I heard from Zhao Yi that Li Chuqing is the belle of the foreign language department, and she appears quite lovely, he remarked. Master, this rating is based on her bare face, demeanor, and figure. Perhaps you should ask her to remove her makeup and then see how she compares to her former self. Suyu was momentarily speechless. However, it seemed that the system's criteria for scoring were rather stringent. Although Li Chuqing was adorned with makeup, he believed she should have scored around 85. Yet she only received a mere 75. It appears that achieving success in cultivation is not as effortless as I had imagined, he mused, shaking his head as he turned his attention to the next video. Title: The Truth of the Apocalypse. Do you wish to be invincible? Watch closely and learn diligently. The provocative title momentarily stunned Suyu. It was undoubtedly clickbait, yet curiosity compelled him to click on it. Chapter 7. 56 beautiful sisters residing in my home. In the video, a visibly haggard man sits before his computer, gazing into the camera with a voice tinged with a melancholic rasp. Is there, in this world, a person who has shared every cinematic experience you yearn to witness? Whether in times of joy or sorrow, she stands by your side, sharing the ebbs and flows of life, traversing the journey of existence hand in hand. Such a person once graced my life. Alas, she has now succumbed to the fate of the undead. It is through her that I unearthed an invincible method for survival in this apocalyptic realm, and I shall now impart this knowledge to you. The man in the video rises to crack open the door behind him, then returns to his seat. At this moment, his lips move, evidently articulating words. Yet no sound escapes. Suyu instinctively cranks up the volume, eager to decipher the man's utterances. In the next instant, a peculiar smile spreads across the man's face, followed by a cacophony emanating from the phone. Oh no. Clothes. Suyu's hand trembles, causing the phone to tumble to the ground. The insistent melody continues to play. Li Chuqing, upon hearing the familiar phrases from the phone, stares at Suyu in astonishment, clearly taken aback that he would indulge in an action film at such a critical moment. With no time for explanations, Suyu swiftly snatches up the phone and locks the screen. The music abruptly ceases, only to be replaced by the violent thuds against the door and the guttural howls of the undead. Each impact reverberates through Suyu's heart like a heavy hammer. Both Suyu and Li Chuqing fixate on the dormitory door, their breaths growing shallow. Gulping down his anxiety, Suyu thinks, this door should hold, right? No. I cannot simply wait for the inevitable. Resolutely, he rises and hastily positions the wardrobe and desk against the door for reinforcement. Not yet satisfied, he beckons Li Chuqing, and together they move 2 beds to bolster their makeshift barricade. Once they ascertain a temporary safety, Li Chuqing cannot help but chastise in a situation like this. How can you still think about watching that sort of thing? Do you not realize there are flesh-eating zombies lurking outside? As she speaks, tears begin to cascade down her cheeks. At her words, Suyu recalls the wretched circumstances. With no intention to console her, he retrieves his phone, lowers the volume, and unlocks the device once more. The video resumes. The man, still wearing that eerie grin, has his door abruptly flung open, and a shadow lunges at him, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. It is then that Suyu discerns the figure as a female zombie. Haha, let us perish together. In death, we shall no longer fear this damned apocalypse. Die. The video abruptly ends. Upon opening the comments section, a torrent of vitriol greets him. Under normal circumstances, such a video would never pass scrutiny, but in this time of chaos, who remains to oversee the reviews? Everything now operates on an automated system. The astonishing number of comments on this video triggered the platform's recommendation algorithm, causing it to gain popularity akin to a snowball effect. Consequently, this video has led to the tragic demise of over 100,000 individuals. What a lunatic, Suyu muttered under his breath. However, upon reflection, if the person he cherished most were to become a grotesque shadow of their former self, he too would likely descend into madness, perhaps even resorting to more extreme measures. In this apocalyptic realm, the moral standards of the past must be discarded. Otherwise, the next casualty could very well be himself. It is time to devise a solid plan for eliminating zombies and enhancing my strength, Suyu contemplated, placing his phone aside. He surveyed his surroundings. The dormitory contained 2 sets of bunk beds, 2 wardrobes, and several desks. Besides food, his supplies comprised merely 2 watermelon knives, 2 bone cleavers, and an electric toolbox. What shall I do? Should I venture out on a gamble, or wait to absorb energy and awaken my abilities? Soon enough, both options were dismissed by Suyu. He was not willing to take risks. With his current strength, even equipped with knives, he could scarcely fend off a single zombie, let alone the hordes lurking in the corridor outside the dormitory. After the cosmic energy permeated water blue star, all flora and fauna, including humans, began to passively absorb this energy. Once a sufficient amount was accumulated, individuals could elevate their levels, awakening their inherent talents upon reaching the first level of Tier 0. However, this process required an inordinate amount of time, and considering that zombies absorbed energy at a rate far superior to humans, he was not one to sit idly by. He vigorously shook his head and slapped his face, striving for clarity. Bang! Roar! At that moment, Suyu discerned the faint growl of a zombie emanating from the bathroom. That was peculiar. The bathroom had no windows. Could it be from the sewer? Yet that seemed improbable, given that they were on the 5th floor. Grabbing a bone cleaver from beside him, Suyu cautiously approached the bathroom. Is that a zombie from the neighboring dormitory? He pondered, tapping the wall gently with his knife. The zombie on the other side responded, its crashing and growling intensifying. A glimmer of insight sparked in Suyu's eyes. He swiftly exited the bathroom to check the heavy object propped against his dormitory door. Confirming that the door was securely blocked, he began to sing loudly in the presence of Li Chuqing's terrified gaze. 56 ethnic groups, 56 flowers, 56 beautiful sisters live in my home. Bang! Roar! The dormitory door was rattled violently. Once assured of the door's integrity, he rummaged through his powerful electric toolbox, feeling a sense of reassurance as he prepared to work. Li Chuqing, utterly perplexed, exclaimed, "What are you planning to do? Go somewhere cooler and don't make a mess here." Ignoring her, Suyu took the powerful impact drill into his hands, a smile illuminating his face. Fortunately, the apocalypse had only just begun, and the power had yet to be interrupted. Plugging in the device and pressing the switch, the sound of the impact drill whirring to life instantly roused the horde of zombies within the building. The rhythmic thud of the drill bit meeting the bathroom wall echoed ominously. The wall was not particularly thick, and soon, Suyu had managed to bore a modest hole through it. Through this aperture, he could glimpse the situation in the adjacent room. Several zombies were desperately hurling themselves against the spot he had drilled, seemingly intent on breaching the barrier. Oh, this could work. He pressed on with determination. The hole expanded rapidly under his industrious efforts. Just as he had carved an opening large enough to fit a bowl, the zombies could hardly contain their eagerness and began to thrust their arms through the gap. To prevent the widening of the hole from resulting in a nasty scratch from their claws, Suyu did not hesitate. He seized the bone-slicing knife resting nearby and struck down fiercely. With a sickening thud, a zombie's hand was severed, tumbling to the corner of the bathroom. Moments later, a dark red jet of blood erupted from the severed arm, spraying forth with a viscous, gurgling sound. Chapter 8. Is this considered leveling up by grinding? Even with its severed arm bleeding profusely, the zombie seemed oblivious to its condition, bellowing loudly as it relentlessly shoved its dismembered limb towards the opening, displaying an unwavering determination to capture Suyu. Glancing around, Suyu seized a broom from the bathroom, firmly stepping on the bristles before yanking the wooden stick free from the broom's head. He thrust the stick forcefully against the obstructed opening, pushing the severed arm out. However, almost immediately, another intact arm emerged from the hole. At that moment, Suyu resembled a diligent factory worker, tirelessly repeating the motions of his task. In this manner, after a span of several minutes, the bathroom bore witness to the presence of 5 complete pairs of hands. The pungent scent of blood filled the cramped space, overwhelming his senses, and the entire room was now stained a dark crimson, with Suyu no exception, his body smeared with gore. Yet, he had grown accustomed to the ferrous aroma, no longer feeling the initial discomfort. Wiping the blood from his face onto the fabric of his shirt, Suyu revealed a faint smile as he picked up the electric drill and resumed his labor. Through his efforts, the opening had finally enlarged to the size of a basin. The zombie's head was now fully protruding into Suyu's space. Yet its neck remained ensnared in the adjoining room. With a tilted head, the zombie roared at Suyu, as if challenging him to a fair confrontation. A glint of ferocity flickered in Suyu's eyes. Fear and panic had dissipated, and his grip on the knife steadied. With a swift motion, the bone cleaver, resembling a heavy-duty kitchen knife, struck down but became lodged in the zombie's nape. The creature, sensing its injury, thrashed its head violently. Suyu stepped onto the zombie's skull and forcefully wrenched the cleaver free. He had anticipated a single blow would suffice. He scolded himself for being misled by novels. With a series of decisive strikes, the zombie's head finally detached and rolled aside. Ding! You have slain a level 1, rank 0 zombie, earning 1 spirit essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 210. Upon vanquishing the zombie, Suyu felt a warm current surge through his body, a comforting sensation that rejuvenated his previously fatigued form. As he absorbed the changes within, his gaze fixated intently on the opening. akin to an eager observer witnessing the indescribable. With newfound experience, dispatching the remaining zombies became a manageable task. Ding. You have slain a level 1, rank 0 zombie, earning 1 spirit essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 310. Ding. You have slain a level 1, rank 0 zombie, earning 1 spirit essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 610. In total, 5 zombies had been eliminated, and tranquility returned to the dormitory across the way. Exhausted from his heightened state of alertness, Suyu collapsed onto the floor, surveying the remnants of his battle with a profound sense of accomplishment. The scattered limbs and severed arms appeared less repulsive than before. Could this be considered a form of leveling up through grinding? A sense of pride welled within him. He was not merely a pretty face devoid of substance. Suddenly, the sound of the bathroom doorknob turning echoed through the air. Li Chuqing huddled on her bed, clutching her legs, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the door. Since Suyu entered the restroom, apart from the sounds of an electric drill and the groans of zombies, there occasionally echoed the disconcerting sound of flesh being chopped. This cacophony sent shivers down her spine. She dared not investigate nor inquire of Suyu. The door creaked open slowly, and a bloodied figure emerged, causing Li Chuqing to widen her eyes in disbelief. Is this Suyu? You, don't come any closer. Please, don't approach. As Suyu advanced toward her, Li Chuqing felt on the verge of collapse. Summoning an unexpected surge of courage, she seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at him. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Suyu swatted the pillow aside, utterly oblivious to how terrifying his appearance was at that moment. Noticing Li Chuqing's ghostly expression, he felt somewhat perplexed. Hearing his voice, she gradually calmed down. What on earth were you doing in there? Why is there so much blood? Suyu glanced down at the crimson stains on his clothing, feeling somewhat speechless. The restroom was so small that a single cut could unleash a fountain of blood. He wished he could evade the mess, but the circumstances did not allow it. Don't worry about that. Just fetch me a sheet from the lower compartment of the wardrobe. Li Chuqing, unwilling to defy him, hurriedly climbed out of bed. After receiving the sheet from her, Suyu turned and re-entered the restroom, observing that the door remained ajar. Li Chuqing cautiously approached, tilting her head to peek inside. Just a fleeting glance nearly made her retch again. What she beheld was a restroom drenched in crimson, with severed heads and dismembered hands strewn across the floor. Suyu, hearing the noise, glanced back at her with indifference. Li Chuqing trembled, nearly losing control, and hastily scrambled back to her bed, retreating to her familiar corner. Tears the size of beans streamed down her cheeks as she murmured, "What on earth has happened to this world?" Tap, tap, tap. No one answered her. Only the relentless sound of the electric drill resonated from the restroom. Without the hindrance of zombies this time, Suyu swiftly enlarged the opening enough for a person to pass through. He placed the sheet Li Chuqing had found at the entrance and cautiously crawled through, ensuring the fabric shielded him from any jagged stones. Suyu was uncertain whether contact with zombie blood would lead to infection, but taking precautions by using the sheet was a simple enough endeavor. After meticulously inspecting the dormitory, he found no other dangers. He then moved heavy objects to barricade the dormitory door. After a brief respite, Suyu knocked on the wall toward the neighboring dormitory. Bang! The sound of a zombie crashing against the wall and its guttural growls echoed back. All right, let's continue. With gained experience, Suyu worked with greater efficiency this time. After nearly half an hour, the moment of reward arrived. Puff. Ding. Killed a level 1, rank 0 zombie, gaining 1 spirit essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 710. Puff. Ding. Killed a level 1, rank 0 zombie, gaining 1 spirit essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 1010. Ding. Post experience has reached its limit. Would you like to level up? Well, the master is truly remarkable. You have swiftly filled the experience required for an upgrade. The little fairy, with her sleepy eyes still rubbing away the remnants of slumber, inquired in astonishment. She never anticipated that during her brief nap, the master would accomplish so much in silence. Higi, of course. Little fairy, can I upgrade directly? Is there any preparation needed? Suyu pondered to himself. For the little fairy had previously mentioned that ascending to level 1 of tier 0 would awaken his innate talents. If there were any peculiar circumstances during this awakening, such as losing consciousness, and something unfortunate were to occur, it would surely bring tears to the readers, after all. Little Suyu had yet to experience the taste of blood, and it would be unacceptable for him to meet his end so abruptly. Do not worry, master. When your talents awaken, your consciousness will enter a special space where time stands still. This means that regardless of how long you remain there, it will feel like but a moment in the outside world. Suyu nodded in understanding. Then let us proceed with the upgrade. In the next instant, Suyu felt a powerful surge of warmth enveloping his entire being. Before he could fully savor the sensation, darkness descended, plunging him into oblivion. Chapter 9. The unprecedented SSS-level talent plunder in the boundless darkness, a diminutive point of light materialized before Suyu. This point gradually expanded, as if he were soaring towards the source of illumination at an astonishing velocity. A blinding flash enveloped him, prompting Suyu to shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself in an ethereal, boundless expanse of white. A luminous screen adorned with enigmatic characters appeared in the sky, though these symbols were entirely unfamiliar. Suyu inexplicably comprehended their meaning. Detected galaxy number 725, 952, 110, 207, Shadow Zephyr System, successfully connected to the cosmic terminal. Shadow Zephyr System, planet number 937. Water Blue Star, soul entity number 9527 has been successfully connected. A glint of determination flickered in Suyu's eyes. Indeed, as the little fairy had mentioned, there existed this 9527. Did it hold any significance? Master, this is merely a serial number. You are the 9,527th human to awaken a talent on Water Blue Star. Hence the designation 9,527. Ranked at 9,527? Truly, one must never underestimate anyone. While Suyu pondered this, an abrupt thunderous sound resonated from the heavens. A colossal stone tablet descended from above with tremendous force. Boom! The tablet plunged into the ground before Suyu, producing a deafening roar. After a brief moment, he rubbed his head and gazed at the tablet. It displayed a series of data pertaining to Suyu. Name Suyu, gender, male carbon-based life form, original residence, Hongyu continent. Earth, current residence, Water Blue Star, level, 0th tier, level 1, 020, combat power, 7. 5 strength, 13, agility, 14, constitution, 12 mentality, 21, distributable points, 20 talent, SSS level plunder unique, upon slaying targets of equal or higher tier. One may plunder a portion of their attributes to enhance oneself. Each advancement in tier allows for the plundering of a designated target's talent, which must be in a severely injured or deceased state. Note, the plunder attribute cap for 0th tier is 500 attributes, 1,000 for first tier, 2,000 for second tier, and so forth. Skill, SSS level Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix technique unique, 0. At first glance, the designation of male carbon-based life form nearly caused Suyu to spit blood in disbelief. While he could comprehend the original residence being Earth, what on earth was this Hongyu continent? Little fairy, what is this Hongyu continent about? That, master, I apologize. But I am unaware as well. Well, if you don't know, then let it be. It matters not. With his combat power elevated to 7. 5 points, he was finally no longer merely a weakling, which was quite commendable. Continuing to examine his four-dimensional attributes, he noted an increase of 1 level, with each attribute rising by 5 points, and there remained 20 points to allocate. So, each time I advance 1 level, I gain the attributes of an ordinary adult? Indeed. Master, each level increase bestows the attributes of an ordinary adult in totality, and during ascension, the life tier undergoes evolution, with attribute values doubling upon each advancement. Does this imply that the higher the attributes before advancement, the greater the future strength? In terms of attribute values alone, this is indeed the case. What if I exert myself rigorously before advancing? Or perhaps exchange for a super soldier potion in the shop to enhance my attributes? Akin to those boxing champions who might initially possess strength attributes of 20 or 30. After a brief pause, Xiao Xian replied, that is true. However, I would not recommend this approach, for enhancing attributes through training requires an excessive amount of time. Furthermore, the attributes gained from potions or spiritual fruits are merely additive and do not double during advancement. All right then. Suyu sighed in resignation, believing he had uncovered a flaw in the system, only to be left disappointed. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he turned his attention to the final SSS level talent, Plunder. After consulting Xiao Xian, Suyu realized this talent was nothing short of invincible. A staggering 99.999 of all beings can only possess one talent. Thus, among billions of creatures, a dual talent is a rarity. Yet for Suyu, with each advancement, he could plunder a talent ability. What does this signify? It means that when Suyu attains the 9th level, he will possess a total of 10 talents. Even if the plunder talents are of low rank, with the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique, he could cultivate even an F-level talent into an SSS level 1. Although this might strain his kidneys, for the sake of acquiring SSS level talents, what is a little kidney discomfort? He could always consume more kidney tonifying pills. Moreover, there is the characteristic of talent plundering, the plundered attributes. At 0 level, he gains an additional 500 attribute points compared to others. At level 1, he gains 1,000. And with each advancement, the attributes double. Suyu felt an exhilarating thrill within, increasingly convinced that he was destined to soar. This talent paired with the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique was truly a match made in heaven. Xiaoxian, is this attribute panel something everyone possesses? Yes, indeed. After awakening their talent, everyone has such a panel in their mind that they can check at any time. Can you manipulate this panel? Perhaps combine it with another panel and conceal those carbon-based life forms? Certainly. The panel before Suyu shimmered and transformed into a style akin to his own system. Observing the unused attribute points, he promptly allocated 7 points to strength, 6 to agility, and 7 to constitution. As for mental attributes, they were of no immediate use. It was essential to enhance his hard power first. After all, life is paramount. Combat power amplitude is the multiplicative enhancement from talents or skills, and it is cumulative. Host, Suyu level, 0 th tier. First level, experience, 120, combat power, 10 strength, 20, the average adult's 4 dimensions are 10, agility, 20 constitution, 19 mentality, 21 beauty, 90, maximum value, 100, spiritual essence, 9 talent, SSS level plunder unique, plunder attribute, 0 500. Energy recovers 10 per minute. Skill, SSS level dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique unique, 0. Gazing at the newly revealed attribute panel, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Little fairy. How do I exit this space? Master, you simply need to think of leaving in your heart. In the next moment, Suyu felt a whirlwind of sensations. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. Back in the tangible world, Suyu clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body. With a swift kick, he sent the corpse of a zombie lodged in the wall flying. The remaining zombies immediately lunged towards him, claws bared and howling. Ah, wait. They no longer had hands. With a decisive motion, the blade fell. Swish. Thud. There was hardly any resistance as the zombie's head rolled away, and indeed, the strength of 20 points was formidable. Simultaneously, 2 system notifications chimed in succession. Ding, you have killed a level 1 zombie of rank 0. Gaining 1 spirit essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 120. Ding, talent plunder activated, gaining 1 strength and 1 agility. Suyu beamed with delight. Truly deserving of its SSS level, at this pace, killing a single zombie grants 2 attribute points, and with 20, he would elevate to the next level. Swish. Thud. Ding, you have killed a level 1 zombie of rank 0, gaining 1 spirit essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 820. Ding, talent plunder activated. Gaining 1 strength and 1 spirit. In a short while, the remaining 7 zombies also fell under Suyu's blade, contributing 5 points to strength, 3 to agility, 4 to constitution, and 2 to spirit. Observing the increase in attributes, Suyu could hardly contain his joy. Note, under normal circumstances, S-level talents possess 1 innate skill. SS-level talents have 2, and SSS-level talents boast 3, while talents below S-level do not possess any innate skills. Chapter 10, Apologies. I have no need for a vase. Feeling the surging power within his body, Suyu was invigorated, brimming with vitality. After a brief period of acclimatization to his newfound strength, he eagerly made his way to the adjacent dormitory. He lightly rapped on the wall separating their rooms. Why is there no response? Suyu pondered, wondering if perhaps the neighboring dormitory was unoccupied. Hey, is anyone there? Who are you? A male voice responded. Faint due to the wall's barrier. Suyu furrowed his brow in silence, and the other side fell quiet. In the bathroom of the neighboring dormitory, a bespectacled young man cowered in the corner, trembling, murmuring, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Just as Suyu was drilling a hole. The door to the bespectacled boy's dormitory was violently breached by a zombie from the hallway. As the creature lunged toward him, the bespectacled boy instinctively shoved his paralyzed roommate toward the undead menace and seized the opportunity to retreat into the bathroom. It was rather disheartening for Suyu to encounter survivors so soon. He was uncertain how many individuals resided next door. If he were to drill a hole directly through, it could easily lead to conflict over scarce resources. Moreover, with outsiders present, his attempts to continue his work of eliminating zombies might be thwarted. After much contemplation, Suyu found himself at a loss for a suitable resolution. Surely, he could not simply march over and slay the individuals there. He understood that to establish himself in this post-apocalyptic world, decisiveness and violence was crucial. Yet, deep down, he was reluctant to resort to ruthless measures or indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of power, as a person's character is not easily altered. Forget it. I'll return and think of a solution after some rest. Upon returning to his own dormitory, Suyu changed into a clean set of clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. The water cascaded down from above, washing away the blood that clung to him. The severed heads and dismembered hands of zombies at his feet appeared particularly grotesque in that moment. After his shower, Suyu felt rejuvenated. He retrieved a shopping bag from the corner and placed it beside his bed, beginning to indulge in a hearty meal. Having emptied his stomach earlier and exerted considerable physical energy thereafter, he was ravenous. Casting a glance at Li Chuqing, who was watching him intently, Suyu tossed her a bag of bread. Help yourself. Though she offered little utility, her appearance and physique were quite pleasing, and come nightfall, sharing warmth in bed could be deemed a practical use of resources. Li Chuqing clutched the bread tightly, her emotions complex as she remarked, "Do you think the Empire will send someone to rescue us?" "Perhaps they will," Suyu replied. Upon hearing his response, Li Chuqing fell silent. Her gaze lowered as she sank into her own thoughts. Once satiated, Suyu reclined on his bed, reflecting on the day's events, only to drift into a deep slumber. Time passed, and in a state between dreams and wakefulness, an odd sensation washed over Suyu. How could he still be plagued by that dream in this apocalyptic world? Wait, something felt decidedly amiss. Cough, cough. Just as Suyu was taken aback by this realization, a series of coughs echoed beside him. As Suyu groggily opened his eyes, he noticed Li Chuqing coughing while covering her mouth. Could it be that she, too, had contracted the zombie virus and was showing signs of mutation? His eyes narrowed slightly, and his hand instinctively grasped the bone-slicing knife hidden beneath his pillow. Just as he prepared to leap forward and eliminate Li Chuqing with a single stroke, she unexpectedly winked at him playfully. Suyu raised an eyebrow, following her gaze downward. Ah, the mystery is solved. No wonder she was in the foreign language department. It was a perfect match for her expertise. Realizing his misunderstanding, Suyu chose to ignore her and casually picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 2 p.m., and he was astonished to find that he had slept for over 3 hours. Moreover, he had slept so soundly that had she harbored any ill intentions, he would have been akin to a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable and at her mercy. This thought sent a chill down his spine. He had been exceedingly careless. The sudden onset of the apocalypse had made it somewhat normal for him to retain old habits, but such oversights must not be repeated in the future. Glancing at Li Chuqing, he silently resolved, next time, he would have to tie her up before sleeping. At that moment, Li Chuqing broke the silence, asking, Suyu, can I be your girlfriend? He turned to see her blushing, eyes filled with anticipation yet tinged with anxiety. A wave of emotions washed over him. He understood that she sought him as a source of support. It was only natural for a beautiful woman lacking strength to seek a capable man in a world turned upside down. However, they were both seasoned players in this game. Did she really think she could feign innocence with him? Apologies, but I have no need for a mere ornament. Grasping the bone-slicing knife, Suyu rose and made his way to the bathroom. As he passed by Li Chuqing, who was staring at the ground with a conflicted expression, he said flatly, "From now on, behave yourself. I have ample supplies prepared. As long as you don't make mistakes, I won't force you to leave. If you want food, you must ask me first. Should there be any more instances of stealing, don't blame me for being unyielding." Okay, I understand. I won't waste anything. Ignoring her further, Suyu traversed through 2 bathrooms and entered the 3rd dormitory. He decided not to engage with the survivors in the adjacent room for now. Instead, he focused on the wall adjacent to the corridor and began drilling. The zombies in the corridor were evidently more numerous, and he intended to dispatch them all in one swift motion. As time passed, the hole in the wall grew larger, and the close-range noise stirred the zombies in the corridor into a frenzy. The sounds of growling and banging echoed. Peering through the hole, Suyu observed that dozens of zombies had been lured to the entrance. He glanced at the barricaded door, swallowing nervously as he murmured to himself, "This door should hold, right?" Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated as the dormitory door was struck with great force, the impact far greater than that of the previous zombies. Suyu's expression gradually darkened, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead as he anxiously fixated on the door. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the door was forced open slightly, mercifully halted by the heavy object barricading it. Among the horde of the undead, one zombie stood out, notably more robust than the others. Damn it! Suyu turned on his heel and sprinted back, the unmistakable sound of the door being completely breached resonating behind him. He swiftly darted through the opening in the bathroom, the thudding sounds of impact following closely behind. These were the noises of zombies colliding with the wall, accompanied by the sickening crunch of breaking bones, a testament to the ferocity of their assault. The zombies, devoid of any sense of courtesy, surged towards the opening. But the passage was far too narrow to accommodate 2 simultaneously, resulting in their entrapment. Observing the zombies stuck at the entrance, Suyu exhaled in relief. Fortunately, these creatures lacked intellect. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant threat. In the adjacent bathroom, a mass of zombies crowded within. One particularly large zombie, towering over its companions, stood outside the restroom, tilting its head back to emit a fearsome roar. It extended its gruesome hand, caked with flesh and blood, seizing a nearby zombie clad only in floral shorts and hurling it backwards. The floral-clad zombie crashed violently against the wall before slumping to the floor. Shakily, it managed to rise, intent on voicing its displeasure towards the imposing figure. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forward. Bang! It was struck down by another flying zombie, and before long, it was overwhelmed by a dozen of its kin. Ugh. Chapter 11. The Battle. Can you be serious, Suyu? Has something happened? Li Chuqing inquired nervously as she approached the bathroom door upon hearing the commotion. Suyu, without turning around, responded with a grim expression, urging her to find a place to hide. Through the opening, he witnessed the two trapped zombies being forcibly dragged out. A bloodied head emerged from the hole. Its grayish-white eyes, reminiscent of a dead fish's, fixated directly on Suyu. The predatory gaze ignited a surge of anger within him. Although he understood that this zombie would be formidable, he had no choice but to confront it. All heavy objects in the dormitory had been moved to block the door, leaving nothing to obstruct the opening. As the zombie began to emerge from the first opening, it charged toward him with alarming speed, stealing himself. Suyu tightened his grip on the bone-slicing knife and stepped forward. The zombie's upper body had just breached the hole. With a swift motion, he struck. Despite exerting all his strength, the blade only penetrated the zombie's skull by a mere 4 to 5 centimeters. The zombie emitted a furious roar, its claws swiping rapidly towards Suyu's legs. Anticipating the attack, Suyu took a step back just in time to evade it. Seeing the zombie nearly fully emerged, he seized the moment to sidestep and aimed for its neck with another strike. This time, the defenses at the neck proved significantly weaker. Although he did not sever the head entirely, he managed to slice through 3/4 of the neck. At that moment, only a small strip of flesh connected the head to the body, and the once powerful arms fell limply after a few feeble swipes, ultimately silencing the creature. Beep. You have killed a level 3 zombie, 0th tier, and gained 3 spiritual essence and 3 experience points, current experience, 1120. Beep, talent plunder activated. Gaining 3 strength and 3 spirit. Upon hearing the mechanical notification from the system in his mind, Suyu finally exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated that this zombie would be a level 3 of the 0th tier. Had the circumstances been different, he might have found himself in grave danger. With the high-tier zombie's suppression removed, the other zombies became frenzied, clamoring to enter the bathroom. One zombie grasped the corpse of the level 3 zombie, attempting to drag it outside, inch by inch. Suyu did not intervene. Instead, he flexed his wrists and revealed a bloodthirsty smile at the opening. Come on, today. I shall revel in slaughter. As the corpse neared being pulled through the opening, a zombie clad in floral shorts squeezed forward with all its might. Seeing the entrance obstructed by the corpse of its fellow, it emitted an enraged roar and pushed against the body, attempting to clear the way. The nearby zombie, witnessing its efforts thwarted, let out a dissatisfied growl and yanked at the corpse once more. In this tug-of-war between the two zombies, the body oscillated at the opening, each movement splattering blood. Observing this chaotic scene, Suyu couldn't help but twitch his lips. What a commotion! In the midst of battle, can we not adopt a more serious demeanor? With a swift kick, the corpse was sent sprawling across to the other side, momentarily distracting the two zombies engaged in a struggle. The zombie clad in floral shorts was the first to regain its composure, immediately scrambling towards the opening. Roar, food. Here I come. As it emerged from the hole, it was met with a pair of feet exuding that distinctive, alluring scent of food, causing it to pause in confusion. Shouldn't food be running away? In its limited understanding, food always fled upon sighting them. How could one approach them willingly? Puzzled, it glanced upwards, only to behold a remarkably handsome figure, akin to a reader, gazing down at it with a beaming smile. Before it could react, this food raised a gleaming, hefty blade. In its final moments, it let out a last furious roar. Roar, human. You lack honor in combat. Notification, killed a level 2 zombie, gained 2 spirit essence. 2 experience points, current experience, 1320. Notification, talent plunder triggered, strength 2, agility 2. Just as Suyu was preparing to continue his assault on the zombies, a startled exclamation from Li Chuqing echoed from the dormitory. Suyu, come quickly. The dormitory door won't hold. Glancing at the corpse still blocking the entrance, Suyu cursed under his breath. Li Chuqing was crouched beneath the bed, her face pale as she exclaimed in panic. The door has been breached. Suyu, what do we do now? I don't want to die. Peering at the dormitory door, he confirmed her words. Indeed. A gap had formed as the door was battered open. Even with heavy objects bracing it, it could only withstand for a few minutes at most. This is going to get me killed. Suyu's expression darkened. If the door were to be smashed in, a horde of zombies would flood in, and he would be utterly defenseless. He needed to devise a plan to escape first. Leaning out of the window and surveying his surroundings, he noted that just a short distance away stood the school wall, beyond which lay a small grove. with a glance at the few zombies lingering below. Suyu solidified his decision. He turned back into the restroom, where the corpse was nearly pushed out of the hole. Seizing the zombie's arm, he exerted force and flung it aside. As the next zombie poked its head out, Suyu struck down with a heavy blow of his blade. Notification: killed a level 1 zombie. Gain 1 spirit essence, 1 experience point. Current experience 1420. Notification: talent plunder triggered. Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Only 6 more to go. With a series of swift strikes, he dispatched 6 more zombies, resulting in an increase of 2 strength, 3 agility, for Constitution, and 3 spirit. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in Suyu's mind. Notification: host experience has reached its limit. Would you like to level up? Experience cannot be accumulated without leveling up. Level up, Xiaoxian. Allocate all distributable attribute points to agility. Understood, Master. In the next moment, Suyu felt a surge of energy flooding through his entire being, leaving him with a buoyant sensation. Without time for thorough reflection, he continued issuing commands in his mind. Xiaoxian, exchange for a 20-meter nylon rope, and do it swiftly. A resounding chime echoed. Purchase of a standard nylon rope, 20 meters by 1, deducted 2 spirit units, remaining spirit units, 27. In an instant, a substantial coil of nylon rope manifested in Suyu's hands. He hastily approached the window, securing one end of the rope to the bracket at the edge of the window, while the other end was cast downwards. Suyu, do not abandon me. Wait for me, I implore you. Li Chuqing's voice, tinged with desperation, resonated from beneath the bed. Earlier, she had dragged several bags of food from the corner of the dormitory to the bedside, intending to block the gap at the side of the bed. Now, those cumbersome bags prevented her from escaping the confines beneath. Turning back to glance at her, Suyu felt a fleeting moment of hesitation stir within him. Yet, in light of his own precarious situation, what could he possibly offer in her rescue? May fortune favor you, he thought. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a resounding crash reverberated through the dormitory door. Without a second thought, Suyu seized the nylon rope and leapt out of the window. Not daring to linger in midair, he swiftly descended along the rope, oblivious to the burning sensation in his palms from the friction. Chapter 12. The Zombie in an Astonishing Display. The figure seemingly flickered and collided with the wall, crashing to the ground. In that instant, Suyu propelled himself forward like a released arrow, covering a distance of over 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, he crashed into the surrounding wall, momentarily dazed and shaking his head to regain clarity. The zombie, bewildered, wondered aloud, is this person performing a wall collision? The nearby zombies, initially unaware, turned their heads upon hearing the noise. They stared blankly at Suyu before abandoning their food, howling and rushing towards him, a throng of over a dozen. Regaining his composure, Suyu was more cautious this time. He exerted a measured force to leap upwards, using his hands for support to scale the 2.5-meter-high wall. Observing the gathering horde below, he declared, "Just wait for me. I shall return." After uttering a line reminiscent of a familiar character, he turned and leaped down from the wall. Before him lay a small grove, typically deserted during the day, yet notorious for the eerie sounds of a woman weeping that echoed through the night. Navigating through the trees, he arrived at the edge of a street. Treading carefully to avoid the crunch of leaves beneath his feet, wary of attracting the attention of the zombies lurking nearby. The street was a scene of desolation, filled with the aftermath of chaotic collisions and numerous explosions. Among the wreckage, remnants of humanity lay scattered, devoured by the relentless undead. Yet more prevalent were the aimless zombies, wandering without purpose. Not far ahead, he spotted Nanyang Pavilion Residential Complex, a sizable housing estate. Siyu scrutinized Guoshun Road before scratching his head in contemplation. I must find a safe spot within the complex, but how shall I traverse it? I cannot simply charge in. At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed from a side street. A pickup truck barreled through, a throng of zombies trailing closely behind like a chaotic tail, drawing more of their kind towards the commotion. What a fortuitous opportunity! Seizing the moment, Siyu darted from behind the trees, sprinting swiftly towards the complex. Upon entering, he crouched low, carefully concealing himself in a corner to observe the layout of the area, oblivious to the eyes watching him from above. Through a window in the adjacent building, a striking young woman with an alluring figure, bow in hand, gazed at him with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Her enchanting eyes flickered with curiosity as she pondered. Has he awakened his abilities? How could he move so swiftly? A soft, cool whisper resonated within the room. And as Suyu continued to survey his surroundings, he noticed that the balcony of a second-floor apartment directly opposite him lacked protective railings. He was confident that a single sprinting leap would suffice. Just as he prepared to act, a head protruded from the second-floor window behind him, frantically banging against the glass while calling out, "Young man, please help. There are zombies at my door." Seeing Suyu turn away without acknowledging him, the middle-aged man's voice grew more urgent. pleading, "Don't go. Save me. I have money. I can offer you 1 million, even 10 million. Please, save me." As Suyu observed the approaching horde of zombies, he could not help but curse, "Fool. Keep your money for your own funeral." With the number of zombies gathering increasing, Suyu dashed towards the opposite building, only to find a few zombies blocking his path. Whoosh. Thud. An ice blue arrow pierced through one of the zombie skulls and embedded itself into the ground. Following the direction of the arrow, Suyu caught a fleeting glimpse of a graceful figure disappearing behind a window. With no time to confirm, he leaped over the fallen zombie and onto the second-floor balcony. Turning back, the figure had vanished without a trace. Clang. A noise emanated from within the room. Grabbing a coat rack from the balcony, Suyu cautiously pressed himself against the wall, listening intently to the sounds inside. After a while, silence persisted. It shouldn't be a zombie. Could it be a survivor? Suyu tiptoed into the room, surveying his surroundings but finding nothing particularly remarkable. The only difference was a large pile of takeout boxes next to the shoe cabinet. Having checked several bedrooms without any discovery, Suyu felt a surge of curiosity. The noise I heard earlier was definitely not a figment of my imagination. He turned his gaze towards the unexamined bathroom and approached it slowly. Step by step, like the tread of a phantom. The distance shrank with each movement until the bathroom door suddenly swung open. A woman in her 40s. Or rather, a woman resembling a ball, emerged, eyes closed and wildly swinging a knife, shouting, "Don't eat me. I'm too fat. It's all just fat. Not worth eating." Suyu frowned deeply and could not help but exclaim, "Shut up. I'm a human. Stop shouting." The woman froze mid-action, allowing Suyu to finally discern her appearance. It was a sight most ghastly. He understood now that the term ghastly was indeed fitting to describe someone's looks. Weighing at least 300 pounds and standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, she appeared bulbous in the middle with tapered ends, much like a date pit. Her face was pockmarked, with several sores threatening to burst at any moment. She was so unattractive that one might think the sun would scorch the entire solar system, deterring humanity from procreation. He was not one to judge based solely on appearance, yet it was hard to overlook someone who looked more terrifying than a zombie. Suppressing his disgust, he asked, "Is it just you here?" The woman, named Young Lily, was known in the area for her wealth and often surrounded by various young men. Mistaking the noise for a zombie entering from the balcony, she had grabbed a kitchen knife and hidden in the bathroom. The previous clanging sound resulting from her squeezing into the narrow doorway. As she regained her composure, Young Lily looked at Suyu, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The initial fear vanished, replaced by a gaze of curiosity and a bewitching smile. "Yes, it's just me here. Are you here to save me, handsome? My name is Young Lily. What is yours?" As Young Lily spoke, she was poised to leap into Suyu's embrace. The sound of her calling him handsome nearly caused Suyu to regurgitate his leftover meal, prompting him to swiftly raise the clothes rack to obstruct her advance. "Do not move. I shall leave shortly. Do not disturb me," he uttered coldly before turning and retreating into the bedroom, unfazed by his rebuff. Young Lily gazed at the closed door with a glimmer in her eyes, murmuring, "What a masculine charm. How can such a handsome man exist?" The men I had previously supported pale in comparison to him. Once inside, Suyu exhaled heavily. What the hell? Didn't novels say that upon crossing over, beautiful women would come knocking? Why is it the opposite for me? He muttered as the image of that older woman resurfaced in his mind, sending a shiver coursing through him. Seated on the bed, he was about to open the system panel to review his current attributes when a series of persistent knocks echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. The incessant sound began to irk him. What does this woman want now? Chapter 13. In this apocalyptic era, Suyu impatiently opened the door. He found it difficult to utter the name Young Lily. Why not call her Young Rungun or Young Choshio? Those would be far more fitting. What do you want? Suyu inquired coldly, his brow furrowed. Big brother, Suyu swiftly interrupted. No, big brother. Are you about to lay an egg? Speak your mind. Young Lily's expression soured at his retort, and she took a deep breath, the flesh on her face quivering with emotion. Endure it. I must endure. Such a handsome fellow with a bit of a temper is to be expected. Once I have him in my grasp, I shall deal with him properly, humph. Displaying a wide grin that revealed her yellowed teeth, Young Lily asked, I just wanted to check if you're hungry and if you'd like something to eat, while also mentioning a little matter. Go ahead. I'm listening, Suyu replied, his expression unchanged, blocking the door with his body. Young Lily, undeterred by his attitude, gazed at him with a sly glint in her eyes. Hey, it's not a big deal. My water pipe at home is broken. Could you lend a hand in fixing it? Fix a water pipe? Suyu raised an eyebrow, clearly baffled. Yes. She nodded vigorously. Bang. Suyu, now wearing an expression of disbelief, slammed the door shut. What nonsense. It's the end of the world, and you want to fix a water pipe. Standing outside the door, Young Lily's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation. This little brat, so arrogant even in my territory. But could it be that he doesn't grasp the true meaning of fixing a water pipe? Fine, since the soft approach didn't work. I suppose I must resort to more devious means, she chuckled ominously. Young Lily returned to her bedroom and retrieved a box from her nightstand. Opening it revealed 2 bottles, one spray bottle containing a light red liquid known as lost red powder, capable of driving a person to madness with just a gentle spray. The other was a glass vial filled with pills, colloquially known as breaking heaven pills. These 2 potent items had cost young Lily dearly to obtain. Before the apocalypse, nearly every man she desired had fallen victim to her charms. After the encounter, a few stacks of cash and a slight threat would ensure everything fell into place. This method had allowed her to cultivate a dozen little wolves. Now, since Suyu was unyielding to her initial advances, she would have to employ her hidden treasures. Knock. Knock, knock. Young Lily stood at the door, her heart racing, causing her ample form to tremble. The last time she felt such excitement was during her first encounter. Who would have thought that the apocalypse would bring her such a striking man? The moment she laid eyes on Suyu, she knew he was meant to be hers. Knock, knock, knock. Are you seeking death? Suyu flung the door open. Look at you joking with me. Oh, wait, don't be hasty. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. Young Lily interjected, placing a hand against the door to prevent it from closing. Suyu displayed a look of astonishment. This hefty woman truly possessed remarkable strength. Withdrawing his hand from the door, Suyu crossed his arms and coldly regarded her, curious to see what tricks this woman had in store. Indeed, she had barged into his home uninvited, and he had not expelled her. Noticing Suyu's silence, she remained unfazed and continued, Look around, there are monstrous creatures lurking outside, yet my abode is quite safe and well-stocked with provisions. Pausing briefly, she added, I've been experiencing some back pain lately. Why don't you come to my room and give me a massage? In return, I shall let you stay here and even share my food with you. What do you think? If you refuse to assist me, I shall have no choice but to evict you. At last, Suyu comprehended the situation. He had become her target. Who would exchange their youth for a life of servitude? Let someone who dared to utter such words confront this woman, and they would soon learn the true meaning of hardship. A smile crept across Suyu's face, a smile tinged with anger. Young Lily, seeing Suyu's grin, assumed he was succumbing to her intimidation and joined in the laughter, well aware of the distinction between being proactive and reactive. You laugh, you ridiculous fool, Suyu yelled, delivering a swift kick to young Lily's rotund belly. She was sent sprawling, rolling several times across the ground due to her ample girth. Haha. Is she attempting to woo you, master? The melodic laughter of Xiaoxian echoed in Suyu's mind, her voice reminiscent of crisp fries dipped in tangy ketchup. A delightful blend of crunch and sweetness. Suyu's lips twitched in annoyance as he muttered inwardly, What business do you have meddling, you little brat? Go play elsewhere. Humph. I'm not small at all, wicked master. Xiaoxian will ignore you. Young Lily finally came to a halt after colliding with the sofa. Clutching her belly and wailing in pain, cursing, Ouch. You little brat, you dare to kick me? Just wait. Suyu remained silent, his expression darkening as he approached young Lily. Since she was so eager to meet her demise, he would oblige her. Just as he reached her side, young Lily suddenly produced a canister of pink mist from behind, aiming it at Suyu. However, he swiftly executed a side kick, sending the spray bottle flying. Seeing her weapon lost, young Lily disregarded her pain and scrambled towards where it had fallen. Just as her hand was about to grasp the canister, a foot descended heavily, pinning her hand to the ground. Ouch. Let go. Suyu bent down, retrieving the spray bottle and inspecting it, deducing its purpose. Glancing at young Lily, who was wailing and clutching her hand, he seized one of her feet and began to drag her towards the balcony. Witnessing Suyu's ruthlessness, young Lily was thoroughly terrified. Tears streaming down her face as she trembled. What do you intend to do? Please, spare me. I know I was wrong. Suyu ignored her pleas and prepared to push her off the balcony. In that moment, young Lily was utterly panicked, frantically shouting, The tourniquet! The tourniquet! Murder is a crime. I beg you, spare me. I truly realize my mistakes. Suddenly, a thud echoed as young Lily fell heavily from the second floor, producing a resounding crash that seemed to reverberate through the ground. Nearby, several zombies, drawn by the substantial mass that plummeted from above, lunged forward with ravenous intent, eager to feast. Suyu, focusing intently on one particular zombie, hurled the glass spray bottle in his hand with great force. Chapter 14. The Zombie in the Form of Teddy. Suyu forcefully hurled the glass spray bottle containing the lost pink powder. Bang! The glass bottle struck the zombie's head, shattering instantly, and the pink liquid splattered across the zombie's face. The creature's gnawing motion abruptly halted, a flicker of confusion appearing in its eyes as it glanced around. Upon witnessing young Lily's mouth wide open in a horrified scream, the effects of the lost pink powder activated immediately. Roar! The zombie emitted an unusual growl. It then stepped forward towards young Lily, who was paralyzed by terror and despair. Don't come any closer. Help. Suyu, with his chin resting in his hand, watched in astonishment. What a spectacle! Who would have thought that even in its zombie form, it could still be so functional? How brutal! It appeared that even after becoming a zombie, the biological traits remained, including its bloodthirsty and violent nature, which could still be influenced. If that were the case, then there were numerous strategies to deal with zombies. At that moment, young Lily was unrecognizable, her face drenched in blood, her eyes rolling back. In the next instant, her pupils transformed into a stark gray, indicating her complete zombification. Crack. Roar. The zombified young Lily opened her mouth wide and began to gnaw on a piece of unknown flesh. With a swift motion, she swatted away the zombie clinging to her neck, slowly rising to her feet, her 300-pound frame now appearing extraordinarily formidable in her undead state. The other zombies, which had been feeding on her, ceased their actions, retreating with lowered heads and emitting low growls. After a brief silence, she suddenly turned her gaze towards the empty balcony behind her. The desolate space sparked a semblance of confusion in her eyes. She sensed that something she deeply desired was nearby. What could it be? Suyu turned back into the room, immediately feeling a sense of tranquility. He had intruded into someone else's home, and he was aware that he was in the wrong. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun, and he had no intention of resorting to violence or driving young Lily away. He did not plan to stay long. A safe environment to recuperate and then move on would suffice. In this apocalyptic world, there was no shortage of empty houses and vehicles. Yet, this hefty woman, did she truly wish for him to experience the pleasures of a wealthy woman? What a ridiculous notion. It was akin to a fat pig wandering into a butcher's den, pure folly. The image of young Lily's voluptuous figure and her enticing expression lingered stubbornly in Suyu's mind. Shaking his head, he splashed water on his face in the bathroom. Looking into the mirror at his prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and sharply defined facial features, he let out a sigh. I truly am handsome. In these times, a young man must take care to protect himself. If young Lily were stronger than him. The thought of his fate sent shivers down his spine. To endure without resistance, was that to be savored? Absolutely not. He had no intention of experiencing the torment of being ensnared. Thus, he felt no moral burden in contemplating throwing young Lily out to feed the zombies. If given another chance, upon entering the house, his first action would undoubtedly be to cast this hefty woman out. After thoroughly inspecting several rooms and confirming their safety, Suyu collapsed onto the sofa and opened the attributes panel. Name Suyu, level 0 TH rank. Level 2, 030. Combat power, 20, strength, 38. The average attributes for an adult is 10, agility, 54, constitution, 33, mentality, 35, spirit energy, 27, appearance, 90, talent. SSS level unique plunder, attributes plundered, 4,500. Energy recovery, 10 per minute. Skill, SSS level unique dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique, 0, gazing at the attributes panel. A smile crept across Suyu's lips as he noticed a significant increase in his 4 core attributes. Upon advancing to 0 TH rank, level 2, he had received an additional 5 points in each attribute, allocating all 20 points to agility. At least now I have some means of self-defense, even if I can't win. I can certainly run away, he mused. However, he realized he needed to elevate his rank to first rank as soon as possible. His current talent merely augmented his attributes rather than enhancing his offensive capabilities. Although his body had strengthened, he had no idea how to utilize this newfound power. The lack of offensive skills was Suyu's most significant shortcoming, and regrettably, it was a perilous one. Suddenly, his stomach growled, breaking the tension that had previously occupied his mind. The protest from his belly served as a wake-up call, unleashing a hunger he had never experienced before. Xiaoxian, it hasn't been long since I ate, has it? Why am I so hungry already? Suyu inquired, rubbing his stomach in confusion. Humph, Xiaoxian retorted. Only then did Suyu recall that the little girl was still sulking. He sighed and feigned resignation. Alas, I was going to ask if the chips were finished. But it seems that query is unnecessary now. In his mind's eye, Xiaoxian was busily breaking a chip into numerous pieces and nibbling on them when she suddenly sat up with a start. Oh dear, master. Xiaoxian has been the best. Just now, I was a bit drowsy. Suyu's lips curled into a slight smirk, amused by her antics. Master, it's because your physical attributes have improved, hence your body's energy consumption has also increased correspondingly. Moreover, the food you consumed lacked substantial energy. So it is quite normal to feel hungry quickly. Upon hearing Xiaoxian's explanation, Suyu nodded in understanding. He spent 1 spirit energy to exchange for a pack of cucumber-flavored chips, and, amidst Xiaoxian's continuous praises, began rummaging through the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, he was greeted by an abundance of food, all high in calories. No wonder that hefty woman managed to gain so much weight. It made perfect sense. He transferred half of the food to the living room and was just about to indulge when an unpleasant odor caught his attention. Looking down at his blood-stained clothes, Siyu grimaced in distaste. He made his way to the bathroom, relieved to find that the water and electricity were still functioning, although he anticipated that would likely end within a couple of days. After a refreshing shower, he felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Once he confirmed his cleanliness, Siyu emerged from the bathroom, gazing into the mirror at the perfectly sculpted eight-pack, along with the exquisite lines reminiscent of a mermaid. Siyu nodded in satisfaction. As his gaze descended, an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within him, akin to a pillar reaching towards the heavens. Without the intention of rummaging through his room for attire, he opened the system shop and searched for men's clothing. Before him, the virtual screen displayed an array of garments, ranging from styles costing a mere single spirit essence to an abundance of SSS-grade battle suits. Out of curiosity, he clicked to explore the details of the SSS-grade battle suit. Item: SSS-grade Radiant Battle Suit. Increases physical attributes by 10, reduces all damage by 10, and grants immunity to all negative statuses. Comes equipped with self-cleaning and transformation capabilities, and can automatically repair itself when damaged. Inherent skill: Radiant Shield passive. Upon receiving a fatal blow, this passive skill activates automatically, restoring all states, granting immunity to all damage for a duration of 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 day. Siyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he read the description. However, upon noticing the staggering price of 10 billion for the battle suit and glancing at his meager 26 spirit essences, he could only silently purchase a set of sportswear for 1 spirit essence. Chapter 15. Buried M82 at the dining table. Siyu was savoring his meal while browsing the system's marketplace. F-grade storage ring, space size 100 cubic meters, 100 spirit essence. Desired, yet unaffordable. F-grade Tang Dao, strength 10. Sharpness 10, capable of effortlessly piercing through the defenses of first-tier creatures, 100 spirit essence. Xiaoxian, this Tang Dao can easily breach first-tier defenses. Does that imply that ordinary weapons struggle to harm first-tier zombies? Indeed, the distinction between SSS grade and F grade corresponds to levels 9 and 1. Common weapons can barely penetrate the defenses of first-tier creatures. Siyu nodded, yet a sense of unease crept in. So, must others rely solely on hand-to-hand combat? Or can items of higher quality be forged independently? It is common knowledge that defeating zombified beings yields equipment drops. Isn't? Suyu's expression was one of bewilderment. Master, how could you be so dim-witted? Upon defeating zombified beings, only 1/10 of the energy could be absorbed to enhance oneself, while the remaining 9/10 had a chance to manifest as weapons, skills, and so forth. The tier of the defeated creature corresponded to the level of the dropped items. Despite understanding the low odds of obtaining items, Siyu could not help but question whether he possessed a streak of unfortunate luck, having slain dozens of zombies without witnessing a single drop. Oh well, I still have the system for exchanges. Whether or not items drop is of little consequence. He consoled himself. Xiaoxian, recommend me a skill for detecting power. Master, I suggest you exchange for the special skill Eye of Detection. It is practical and requires only 100 spirit essence. As Xiaoxian concluded, the detailed information about the Eye of Detection appeared before Siyu. This was a skill without a level and devoid of cooldown time. Each use would only consume internal energy. It could reveal specific information about creatures no higher than 1 tier above oneself. In other words, at tier 0, one could examine creatures of tier 2 or below, while those of tier 2 or above could only be assessed by their level. Well, still unaffordable, Siyu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Truly, a penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. He pulled out his phone to check the time, for 10 p.m. Time flies. What is this? A striking red notification on his phone captured Suyu's attention. National announcement. This is the Central Institute of the Great Xia Empire. Citizens, an unknown virus has swept across the globe. Given that the infected resemble the zombies depicted in biopunk cinema, we shall adopt the same nomenclature for the infected. Humanity faces a life and death crisis. Thus, we shall disclose the following information. Individuals infected by this virus lose their intellect but exhibit a 25-fold enhancement in physical capabilities. Zombies are bloodthirsty and frenzied, exhibiting extreme aggression. Preliminary studies indicate that both the sense of smell and hearing are heightened among zombies, while their vision is severely impaired. Those bitten, scratched, or who come into contact with the blood or muscle tissue of a zombie will be infected and undergo mutation within 1 hour. In the face of companions being clawed or bitten by zombies, one must maintain a safe distance. Simultaneously, humanity possesses the potential for evolution. After eliminating 10 zombies, one may awaken innate abilities that enhance their capabilities. There exists approximately a 1 chance that defeating a zombie will yield a luminous white orb. the touching of which grants various skills, equipment, and items. Zombies, despite their formidable strength, rapid speed, and seemingly boundless endurance, exhibit a significant flaw: they lack intelligence. Moving in a straightforward manner without the ability to leap or climb. The populace can exploit this weakness to eliminate zombies and awaken their talents. Military districts are diligently establishing survival bases. Due to the extensive spread of infection, disruptions in electricity and water supply are imminent. It is imperative for the public to prepare, conceal themselves in their homes or safe locations, and await government rescue or make their way to a survival base independently. The Empire has enacted wartime operational orders and legislation, urging individuals to maintain rationality in the face of disaster. Any criminal behavior will be thoroughly investigated and severely punished without leniency. Below this information lies a myriad of comments. Fortunately, I purchased several boxes of instant noodles yesterday. They should last me a month. Once, I wished for the apocalypse to arrive, envisioning a world free from capitalists' exploitation. The relentless grind of 996 work culture, and the incessant competition for resources. Yet now that the apocalypse has come, I find myself deeply regretting my wish. One zombie is manageable, but confronting a single zombie often attracts a horde. Awakening one's abilities to combat them is not as simple as it seems. Indeed, I just witnessed a few individuals downstairs wielding kitchen knives and fire axes against zombies. They managed to slay a few before attracting a swarm, leaving them with no chance to transform into zombies themselves, as they were devoured entirely. I am truly on the verge of despair. Is there a gallant hero who can come to my rescue? I have a charmingly youthful voice. Hey, I have awakened a D-class talent. Share a photo for verification, and I shall come to your aid. Wait, is that His Highness Joe? Do not think that concealing your face will make me fail to recognize you. This model is etched into my memory, a lifelong nightmare. So you gazed contemplatively at this information. Truly, the Empire's machinery is formidable. Military districts typically remain distant from urban areas, and with their access to firearms and ammunition, it is unsurprising they stabilize the situation so swiftly. Firearms. How could I have overlooked this? Siyu slapped his thigh and leapt up in excitement. Before his transmigration, he was just an ordinary citizen. And even after arriving in the Water Blue Star, some deeply ingrained notions are not easily altered. Xiaostin, quickly, opened the firearms category in the marketplace. A virtual screen displaying various firearm models appeared. SSS-grade Ultimate Heavy Sniper Rifle, 10 billion spirit coins. SSS-grade Ultimate Ion Electromagnetic Cannon, 10 billion spirit coins. SSS-grade Ultimate Turbo Laser Cannon, 10 billion spirit coins. Suyu's brows furrowed. Xiaoxian, please do not toy with my emotions. In the future, unless I specify otherwise. Arrange items by price from lowest to highest. Ordinary Type 54 pistol, 5 spirit coins. So, 5 bags of chips for a single pistol? The prices within the system are evidently disproportionate to their actual utility. However, Suyu did not delve deeply into this matter. After a brief examination, he fixed his gaze upon 2 firearms. The ordinary AK-47, equipped with a silencer, costs 10 spirit units, while a magazine containing 30 rounds is priced at 5 spirit units. The standard Barrett M82, also fitted with a silencer, is available for 20 spirit units, with a magazine of 10 rounds costing an additional 5 spirit units. After careful consideration, Siyu opted for the Barrett M82. He could not afford a superior sniper rifle, and he harbored concerns regarding the accuracy of the AK-47, especially since purchasing ammunition incurs a cost in spirit units. Once he made his decision, Siyu exchanged his spirit units for the Barrett M82 and a magazine. The total cost for both amounted to precisely 25 spirit units, leaving him back at square one. Ding, purchased ordinary Barrett M82, deducting 20 spirit units, remaining spirit units, 5. Ding, purchased ordinary Barrett M82 magazine, deducting 5 spirit units, remaining spirit units, 0. After a lengthy search, he found this particular model to be the most aesthetically pleasing, though no suitable images featuring the silencer were available. As he gently caressed the metallic surface of the Barrett before him, even Suyu, a man well-versed in the ways of the world, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, this was a romance that belonged to men. Chapter 16, The Enigmatic School Beauty. Feng Qianxue, a chilling sound echoed through the neighborhood as the shoulder of a wandering zombie exploded with a sudden burst, sending the creature tumbling to the ground. It roared in a fit of fury, quickly regaining its footing and thrashing its remaining bloodied arm in a wild frenzy, seemingly enraged by an unseen assailant, demanding to confront its attacker with a fierce swipe. Not far away, on the balcony of a second-floor apartment, Suyu observed the creature with a furrowed brow. Discontent etched across his face. He rubbed his shoulder, muttering to himself, could it be that my stance was incorrect? The recoil was quite formidable. A mere mortal would surely dislocate their shoulder under such force. And was this weapon truly silenced? Why does it still sound so loud? Earlier, Siyu had rested the barrel of his firearm against the balcony railing to take aim. Even with his extraordinary strength, he had been pushed back several steps by the recoil. I recall seeing videos where shooters were prone or had something to brace the stock, he pondered. Turning back into the room to drag 2 cabinets onto the balcony to provide a stable rest for his weapon. With this adjustment, he felt a marked improvement and once more aligned his sights on the head of the earlier zombie. He squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack echoed. The zombie's head burst apart like a ripe watermelon, blood and brains splattering across the ground. System alert. Killed a level 2 zombie, gaining 2 essence, 2 experience. Current experience, 230. System alert. Talent plunder activated, gaining 2 strength, 2 constitution. Siyu lifted his gaze. A satisfied smile creeping across his face as he beheld the fallen creature. Who would have thought it was merely a level 2 zombie? 1 shot, 1 kill. What an exhilarating sensation. He surveyed the remaining zombies, shifting his position to lock onto another target. His eyes widened in astonishment upon spotting a tall woman clad in a white blouse and a professional skirt, stained with fresh blood. Is that not a harbinger of death? Siyu mused, captivated by her figure, wondering if she retained any utility now that she had succumbed to zombification. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger once more. Another shot rang out. System alert. Killed a level 1 zombie, gaining 1 essence, 1 experience. Current experience, 630. System alert. Talent plunder activated, gaining 1 constitution. 1 spirit. As a series of zombies fell before him, Siyu shifted his sore shoulder, reveling in the surge of power coursing through him. This enhanced strength is utterly exhilarating. However, this second floor is rather low. The view is limited. Once my abilities are further refined, I shall venture to a higher vantage point. Meanwhile, within another building of the community, a voice pierced the air. Was that the sound of gunfire? Could it be that the Empire's forces have come to rescue us? An elderly woman exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hurried towards the window. Wait, mother. A young man urgently grasped her arm. What is it, son? Did you not hear the gunfire? Did the Empire not promise to send troops for our salvation? The young man patiently explained, Mom, keep your voice down. Don't be so startled. The gunfire from the military is indeed intense, but listen closely. This gunfire is clearly unusual. The woman, unfazed, replied, if it's not the military, then it must be the police. They will protect us all the way to that base. The young man's expression darkened, and in a hushed yet agitated tone, he retorted, Mom, your recklessness could attract danger. What will we use to defend ourselves? This is the apocalypse. Just look outside at how many have perished. You truly need to temper that unreasonable temperament of yours, or else our family will inevitably meet a tragic end because of you. As he spoke, he moved to the window and cautiously parted the curtains to observe. Ah, it's her. In the opposite residential building, by the 3rd floor window, a graceful figure quietly watched Siyu. This was Feng Qianxue, the girl who had previously shot an arrow to assist him, a student at Magic City University. She was rumored to be the most beautiful campus belle in over a century and the president of the archery club. Her decision to help stemmed from having encountered Siyu a few times at school. She wished to inquire about the situation within the university. She wondered how her cousin, Lin Xia, was faring, as her calls had gone unanswered. A hint of worry flickered in Feng Qianxue's lavender eyes. Lin Xia, being her cousin, was gentle and timid, holding the title of the 2nd campus belle at Magic City University. They typically resided together, but prior to the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Xia had gone to the school dormitory to retrieve some belongings, never anticipating such a sudden disaster. After the calamity struck, Feng Qianxue had taken her bow and arrow, intending to search for her cousin. The residential buildings were arranged with 4 households on each floor. After observing the corridor outside her door, Feng Qianxue noted that there were no zombies present. Exercising caution, she opted against the elevator. However, upon descending 1 flight of stairs, she encountered a zombie lunging at her. Fortunately, her vigilance paid off. She swiftly drew her bow and struck the creature squarely in the forehead with an arrow. The commotion attracted other wandering zombies in the hallway, compelling her to retreat back home. Once inside, she began to reflect on the peculiar warmth she felt coursing through her body after dispatching the zombie. Convinced it was no mere illusion, to validate her hypothesis, she fired arrows from her window at the zombies wandering below. As the president of the archery club, her skills were commendable, and after killing 1 zombie, the warm sensation indeed returned. After she had vanquished 10 zombies, her consciousness was drawn into a mysterious realm. Here, she awakened her A-grade talent, Extreme Frost. Name, Feng Qianxue level, Tier 0, Level 1, 020, Combat Power 11. 37, Strength 15, the average adult attribute is 10, Agility 15, Constitution 13, Mentality 18, Attribute points to allocate, 20. Talent, A-grade extreme frost, damage effect increase of 50. Energy recovers at a rate of 5 per minute. Note, utilizing talents and skills expends energy from within. The higher the mentality, the greater the available physical energy. Skill, none. Upon realizing her affinity for elemental powers, Feng Qianxue allocated her 20 attribute points, 4 to strength, 4 to agility, 4 to constitution, and 8 to spirit. Upon exiting the space, she felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through her body, accompanied by a familiar, yet distinctly foreign energy within her. Feng Qianxue attempted to harness it, and a diamond-shaped ice crystal, exuding a gentle chill, unexpectedly levitated above her palm. Even her typically cold demeanor could not conceal the curiosity that blossomed on her exquisite face. Through the crystal's refraction, she noticed her pupils had transformed into a striking ice blue. With a swift motion, Feng Qianxue hurled the ice crystal against the wall, shattering it into countless fragments, yet the wall itself became encrusted with frost, drawing upon nearly half of her energy once more. She cast the ice crystal towards the same spot. With a resounding thud, a conical depression emerged, surrounded by a thick layer of frost that spread like a web. Feng Qianxue's already large, beautiful eyes widened further, and she sensed her expended energy gradually replenishing. At that moment, the cacophony of revving engines and the anguished roars of numerous zombies reached her ears. Rushing to the window, she witnessed Siyu sprinting into the compound, only to be obstructed by a horde of zombies. Without hesitation, she knocked an arrow, instinctively channeling her newfound energy as she released the arrow, which glimmered with an icy blue hue and pierced through a zombie's skull, embedding it into the ground. Observing this scene, Feng Qianxue's lips parted in astonishment, clearly surprised by the versatility of her talent. Gazing at the levitating ice crystal in her hand, her captivating eyes narrowed with intrigue. Chapter 17, Level 0, Rank 3. Relocating the battlefield within a room where Feng Qianxue was diligently studying the application of her talents, the muffled sounds of gunfire resonated from outside the window. Striding gracefully with her long, slender legs, she approached the window and beheld Suyu, skillfully wielding a sniper rifle to eliminate the zombies. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Surely this sniper rifle was a reward for vanquishing the undead. If only she could collaborate with him, their chances of breaching the campus would undoubtedly increase. But how could she approach him? Beep. Killed a level 0, rank 3 zombie, gaining 3 spiritual essence and 3 experience points. Current experience, 2930. Beep. Trigger the talent plunder, gaining 3 strength and 3 constitution. Swoosh. Thud. Beep. Killed a level 0, rank 2 zombie, gaining 2 spiritual essence and 2 experience points. Current experience, 3130. Beep. Trigger the talent plunder, gaining 2 agility and 2 spirit. Beep. Post experience has reached the limit. Would you like to level up? If you do not level up, experience cannot accumulate. Level up, little fairy, open the attribute panel. Upon leveling up, each of the 4 primary attributes increased by 5 points. Since arriving here, the plunder talent had amassed a total of 60 attribute points. Observing the newly updated values on the attribute panel, Siyu decided to allocate his points evenly. After all, he could plunder 9 more talents in the future, which would likely encompass various types. A balanced approach seemed prudent. Having distributed the 20 points from his upgrade, the attribute panel appeared revitalized. At this moment, the average of the 4 primary attributes had exceeded 60. Am I being too cautious by developing in this manner? Siyu's previously resolute mindset began to waver. However, considering he had only dispatched a dozen or so zombies, with several being level 0, rank 3, it was clear that there were likely many higher-level zombies outside. More importantly, Siyu possessed attributes, but lacked the skills to apply them effectively. With that thought, he quickly extinguished his burgeoning indecision. It was indeed time to ascend and seek a new stronghold. In the marketplace, he selected a standard tang knife for 5 points of spiritual essence, hoping to exchange for some knife techniques, but alas, his spiritual essence was insufficient. He could only sling the buried M82 over his shoulder, grasp the tang knife in hand, and stride purposefully toward the exit. Gently turning the doorknob, he heard no sound, so he pushed the door open. A bloodied female zombie stood directly behind it. As Siyu opened the door, ready to assess the situation, he was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence, a red opening indeed. What was this zombie lurking silently behind the door intending to do? The two, one human and one zombie, exchanged intense gazes. The zombie, regaining its composure, raised its arms and opened its foul-smelling mouth, seemingly intent on bestowing a warm kiss upon Suyu. Without hesitation, he drew his blade. As the zombie lunged forward, he thrust the tang knife into its gaping maw. The sharp tip pierced through, emerging from the back of its head, effectively providing the zombie with an unintended enhanced examination. Noticing the zombie still flailing its arms, Siyu swiftly rotated the blade and forcefully sliced downwards. The zombie was cleaved in two, blood splattering in all directions. Beat. Killed a level 0, rank 1 zombie, gaining 1 spiritual essence and 0.5 experience points. Current experience, 1, 540. With a sudden jolt, the talent plunder was triggered, granting me a modicum of strength and mental acuity. Sighing, I reflected on the grotesque figure lurking behind the door, startling me to the core. I mused about the absurdity of feeding this creature to the zombies, pondering whether they would even consume their own kind. This presented an intriguing inquiry for another time. I exhaled in relief. Yet, I noticed a reduction in both experience and talent plunder attributes. Master, a voice explained, with a level disparity of 2. The experience and plunder attributes diminish by 50%. Furthermore, once you ascend to the first tier and eliminate 0-tier beings, you shall no longer gain experience or attributes from them. The energy of lower-tier entities is too chaotic for higher-tier beings to absorb. Thus, the energy required becomes increasingly refined with each tier. It seemed the challenge of leveling up had escalated. However, this was only logical. Otherwise, a single press of a button on a nuclear missile would result in instantaneous ascension. As I reached the stairwell, a faint sound echoed as the door creaked open. I crouched low, cautiously traversing the dimly lit corridor, where flickering lights and sporadic bloodstains sent chills down my spine. Could it be that I had traversed from the world of the undead into a realm of horror? Ascending to the 6th floor, I encountered only a few solitary zombies, which I dispatched easily. However, the blood and dismembered limbs strewn about the corridor were increasingly alarming. Upon arriving at the 7th floor, the low growls of a horde and the unmistakable sound of music wafted down from above, indicating the presence of at least a dozen zombies. Was it possible that they were hosting a party? I tiptoed to the corner of the 7th floor and peered around. To my surprise, it appeared a wedding was underway indeed. A veritable banquet of the undead. Observing the throng of zombies huddled together, I felt a wave of uncertainty wash over me. While I could exchange for grenades to eradicate them, the noise would draw unwanted attention, and becoming surrounded by the horde would spell disaster. My attributes were formidable. Yet my lack of refined combat skills limited me to rudimentary slashing techniques, rendering a direct confrontation ill-advised. Was retreat my only option? Glancing at my attribute panel, I noted I had accumulated 26 spirit points. I resolved to play it safe and gather enough to reach 100, allowing me to exchange for mastery of F-tier blade techniques, which would render dealing with these zombies a mere formality. I soon discovered an apartment on the 5th floor with a slightly ajar door. I entered and quietly shut the door behind me. The soft sound of the door closing caught the attention of a zombie lurking in the bedroom, which turned eagerly toward me, arms outstretched for an enthusiastic embrace. In a flash, I drew my blade and dispatched the creature with a swift thrust. Wiping the blood from the blade, I marveled at the efficacy of this tang knife. Truly one of the most lethal cold weapons. Upon examining the tightly shut bedroom door, I found the doorknob locked. Was there someone inside? I knocked gently but received no response. With a determined kick, I forced the door open, revealing a scene in the bedroom that left me utterly bewildered. The enhancement of skills and talents is as follows. SSS level grants a 100 increase, SS level 80, S level 60, A level 50, B level 40, C level 30, D level 20, E level 15, and F level 10. Each point in strength equates to a striking force of 20 pounds. 1 point in agility translates to an average movement speed of 0.5 meters per second, with a maximum linear burst speed of 1 meter per second. The various attributes are not arbitrarily assigned, they are calculated and statistically analyzed through software. This narrative employs a data-driven approach, with combat power values serving primarily to illustrate the disparity between the protagonist and ordinary individuals, rather than depicting a typical online gaming scenario where one inflicts damage upon the other until health points are depleted. Furthermore, while this tale may embody elements of a harem genre, it will not devolve into a promiscuous narrative. Each female lead possesses a distinct personality and will evolve alongside the protagonist's development. Chapter 18. The shift in mindset with a forceful kick. So you burst through the door. His gaze fell upon a man and a woman seated side by side on the edge of the bed. The pallor of their faces unmistakably indicated that the man was showing signs of corpse-like decay. A gaping wound marred his heart, while a fruit knife was embedded in the woman's chest. Her eyes were wide open, fixed intently on a single direction. As Suyu stepped into the bedroom, he followed the woman's gaze, which led to a tightly closed wardrobe. Upon pushing it open, a piece of paper fluttered down to his feet, revealing a sleeping infant nestled within, clutching a bottle that contained a mixture of milk and blood. He picked up the paper, noticing the elegant handwriting, likely penned by the woman. Stranger, greetings. A few hours prior, the woman was distraught, her husband's voice filled with concern. What should we do? The baby won't stop crying. She gently caressed the infant's back, pacing the bedroom in vain. The child's cries echoed, a testament to its hunger and with tears streaming down her face, she choked out, "It's all my fault, dear. I have no milk to give you. I'm so sorry." The man, troubled and deep in thought, abruptly stood up and approached the vanity. He opened an empty bottle, retrieving a razor blade. Glancing at his wife and child, he clenched his teeth and pressed the blade against his wrist, slicing deeply. His body trembled as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Gripping the bottle, he struggled to endure the pain and quickly positioned it to catch the flowing blood. "Ah, what are you doing?" his wife gasped. He remained silent, and as the blood flow diminished, he capped the bottle and handed it to her, his voice weak. "Quickly, try this with the baby. Perhaps it will work." With trembling hands, she accepted the bottle, her tears flowing freely, as if a dam had burst. "Darling, you don't worry. It's just a small wound. I'll be fine." He forced a smile, wrapping a shirt around his injury. She brought the bottle to the infant's lips. The baby grasped it eagerly, but as the blood touched its tongue, it gagged and spit it out, unable to accept the taste. The cries grew louder. They exchanged a glance. Despair reflected in their eyes. He sighed heavily and moved toward the bedroom door, whispering as he passed by her, "Wait for my return. Don't. Dad has become a monster." If you go out, the two words hung in the air, but she could not voice them. "I am a man, your husband, and the father of our child. This is my duty as a husband and a father. I will return." He cautiously opened the door, peering out to find his father, now transformed into a zombie, swaying in the middle of the living room. The infant's formula and warm water were in the kitchen, separated by only the bedroom. He removed his shoes, padding barefoot as he hunched over, stepping out of the bedroom, glancing back with each cautious step. Upon entering the kitchen, the sight of the milk powder can brought a flicker of joy to the man's pale face. It represented hope for his child. He swiftly cradled the can and a bottle of warm water in his arms, holding them tightly. The pressure was excessive, causing blood to seep from the wound on his wrist, staining his shirt in layers until it reached the surface, dripping down to the floor. The man paid no heed as he casually grabbed a fruit knife on his way out. Meanwhile, a zombie in the living room suddenly lifted its head, sniffing the air incessantly. As the man approached the kitchen doorway and peered out, he noticed the zombie father facing away from him. Just as he began to relax, the zombie turned abruptly, locking eyes with him. A jolt of fear surged through him, and he sprinted towards the bedroom, where his wife opened the door just in time. "Hold on. We're almost there." As he neared the bedroom, he caught sight of the terror etched on his wife's face. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his back, accompanied by an immense force. With the momentum, he stumbled into the bedroom, crashing heavily to the ground, while his wife quickly shut the door behind him. "Honey, you're hurt. Wait, let me bandage it." Seeing the wound on his back, she frantically searched for something to dress it. The man grasped her hand firmly. "It's futile. Don't strain yourself. My love, I'm sorry, but I can't remain with you and our child. You must survive. I love you." With those words, his gentle gaze shifted, and he seized the fruit knife, plunging it forcefully into his heart. Uncertain of when he might succumb to the zombie plague, he understood that only his death could ensure the safety of his wife and child. She stifled a sob, her eyes brimming with anguish, her nose tinged with bitterness. Yet she did not weep, for her tears had long run dry. After a moment, she tenderly caressed his face. "I promise, my love, I will live for our baby." Glancing at the child who had cried itself to sleep on the bed, she patted her chest. She had to care for the child and mustered the strength to persevere. As she moved to the corner of the bedroom, she discovered the floor soaked with water. In a panic, she picked up the warm water bottle, which had a significant crack at the bottom, clearly a result of her husband's earlier fall. A cascade of despair shattered her mental defenses, and she unleashed a heart-wrenching scream. Why? Why must this happen to us?" The sound of her wailing startled the baby awake. In a daze, she turned to the crying infant, numbly retrieving the milk powder can and adding a few scoops of powder to the bloodstained bottle. "Oh, darling, please don't cry. It's time to eat." She brought the bottle to the child's lips, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. Yet that last vestige of hope quickly evaporated, leaving only a void of silence as she stared blankly at her child. After a long moment, her body trembled. She gently placed the baby in the wardrobe, tidied up, and returned to her husband. With a sorrowful smile, she withdrew the fruit knife from his chest. "I'm sorry, my love. I'm so tired, truly, so very tired." The fruit knife was deeply embedded in her chest. "Please, if my child is still alive, I implore you, save him." The woman penned this letter, never truly believing that anyone would ever see it. It was merely a self-deceptive act, a way to find an excuse for her own evasion. Little did she know, fate led Siyu to stumble upon it, and he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. To save or not to save? To rescue? But this was the apocalypse, a time when humanity devoured one another, where only the ruthless could stand firm. Moreover, in such dire circumstances, heart-wrenching tragedies unfolded daily. Was it feasible to intervene at every turn? To refrain from saving? Yet, gazing upon this innocent life, educated on that blue planet, he found himself unable to turn a blind eye. After all, he was an orphan in his previous life. Had he not been taken in by the kind-hearted matron, he would have perished long ago. With a resounding slap, Suyu struck himself, cursing, "Damn it, Suyu, how could you be so foolish? After stumbling so many times on Earth, why can't you learn from your mistakes? Bear your pity. You have no right to feel compassion for others now." After chastising himself, the weight of his inner turmoil lifted considerably. The sharp sound startled the child hidden within the wardrobe, who merely opened his eyes weakly, his lips moving but uttering no sound. So you gently retrieved the child from the wardrobe and laid him between the two lifeless bodies beside the bed. "Little one, though your parents yearned for your survival, they failed to consider that living in such an apocalyptic world might inflict even greater suffering upon you." A look of struggle crossed Suyu's face, as if he were grappling with an agonizing decision. "I can only assist you to this extent." He extended his hand toward the infant's neck. A sharp crack echoed as he exited the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Suyu approached the window, lighting a cigarette, lost in thought as he gazed at the desolate cityscape. Chapter 19. A shift in mindset. This is indeed an apocalyptic world. Yet if one remains unperturbed by the chaos surrounding them, would they not become a mere shell of their former self? After contemplating for a long while, Suyu lit one cigarette after another. With a flick of his fingers, the glowing ember arced through the air, landing precisely in the gaping maw of a zombie howling at the sky. Sitting upright, Suyu had devised a plan in his mind. If one cannot be shaken by anything and is devoid of emotion, can they still be considered human? What matters is the ability to confront challenges with composure, to discern priorities, and to make decisions that serve one's own interest most effectively. Blindly offering assistance can only yield limited results. True power lies in the ability to dictate the fates of countless lives with a mere word, and that should be the ultimate aspiration. Having reached this understanding, Suyu felt a profound transformation within himself. His eyes now sparkled with an essence known as ambition. Within the depths of Suyu's consciousness, the little spirit set aside her bag of chips, gazing through the space at Suyu, who appeared lost in thought. This mischievous master was quite endearing to her. Suddenly, a smile broke across her face, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons. She reached for the chips again, rummaging through the bag only to find it empty. "What?" The smile on her face faltered, disbelief washing over her as she held the bag to her eyes, peering closely. "Oh dear, how could it be empty?" Her cherry-like lips pursed slightly, as if they could hold an oil bottle, her gaze instinctively drifting towards the unopened cucumber-flavored chips. No, those are rations for tomorrow. Master works hard for his spirit essence. I must conserve a little. Come on, little spirit, you can do this. Hold on, so you managed to calm his turbulent emotions. The most pressing matter at hand was to swiftly elevate his strength to level 1. This would not only double his attributes, but also grant him an additional talent through his SSS level plunder talent. The plunder talent could augment his attributes by up to 500 at level 0, equivalent to the strength of 12 adults. Upon reaching level 1, his attributes would double, granting him the prowess of an additional 24 adults compared to the average level 1 individual. At that juncture, even without a new talent, he would be capable of overpowering any adversary of the same level. As the night began to fall, Suyu chose a bedroom facing the street, setting up his platform and stabilizing his weapon in one fluid motion. Glancing at the magazine of the Barrett M82, he noted it contained only a few rounds, prompting him to spend 25 spirit essence to exchange for 5 magazines, totaling 50 bullets. After the exchange, his spirit essence dwindled to a mere 1 point. To avoid wasting ammunition, Suyu targeted zombies exhibiting minimal movement. Bang! A zombie, feasting on what remained of a body, indistinguishable in gender, had its head burst apart in an instant. The gruesome scene no longer instilled fear in Suyu. Instead, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Notification: killed a level 1, 0 stage zombie. Gained 1 spirit essence, 0. 5 experience points. Current experience, 240. With a sudden jolt, the talent plunder was activated, bestowing an increase of 0. 5 in agility and 0. 5 in constitution. The sound of a zombie collapsing echoed through the air, drawing the attention of several nearby undead, who staggered towards the commotion. As Suyu prepared to take aim at the next zombie, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a vehicle that had crashed into a tree, its hood billowing with dark smoke. The door of the car creaked open slightly. Suyu adjusted his focus, observing that the few zombies that had been lingering by the car were now drawn away by the noise of their fallen companion. A foot cautiously emerged from the driver's seat, gingerly pressing against the ground. Soon, a young man slowly extricated himself from the vehicle, bending low as his eyes fixated on a bag of food not far ahead, his expression betraying a desperate yearning. Clad in a white shirt and black shoes, he bore the appearance of a white-collar professional. With parched lips, he licked them, having been too busy with work to eat all day. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him. To his surprise, the zombies that had been meandering near the car had inexplicably departed. Realizing this was an opportunity, he knew he had to devise a plan to seize that bag of food. Otherwise, it would not be long before he lacked the strength even to search for sustenance. Succumbing to starvation within the confines of the vehicle. As he prepared to move, he paused briefly to remove his shoes, placing them beside the car to muffle his footsteps. Lowering his body, he stealthily approached the bag of food, counting his steps 10, then 5. Yet, he remained oblivious to the shadow gently swaying within the vehicle beside the bag. At last, he crouched beside the car, carefully lifting the large bag of food. Despite his attempt to be silent, the rustling of the plastic betrayed his presence, alerting the figure inside the vehicle. The young man turned to find, with mounting dread, a zombie struggling in the seat beside him. Through the window, their eyes met, one living, one undead. The zombie's pallid skin was marred with dark blood, its grayish-white eyes bulging and its mouth lined with yellowed teeth glistening with repulsive slime. Terror gripped the young man as he instinctively covered his mouth to stifle a scream. The zombie, however, exhibited no such restraint, emitting a low, guttural growl from deep within its throat. Its lifeless eyes fixated hungrily on the two-legged creature before it. Trapped since its transformation, the zombie was ensnared by a strap across its chest, struggling to free itself. Just as it attempted to move forward, it was repelled back, its desire for the tantalizing sin of flesh intensifying. Stretching out its clawed hand, it yearned to grasp the living being before it, yet found itself thwarted by an unseen barrier. With a frustrated grunt, the zombie pounded against the obstruction, witnessing the food make a hasty retreat. "No, come back," it roared, the sound of its fist striking the window resonating disturbingly in the desolate street. In an instant, the once aimlessly wandering zombies on the street turned in unison, directing their gaze towards the source of the sound. Chapter 20. The Surge of Levels. Shopping frenzy aimlessly wandering the streets. The zombies abruptly turned their heads in unison towards a single direction. Upon spotting a frantic prey fleeing in terror, they unleashed a cacophony of bloodthirsty howls, advancing with outstretched claws towards the white-collar worker. The man was instantly paralyzed by fear, his legs buckling beneath him as he stumbled and rolled towards his car. Alas, the zombies were far swifter. Do not come near me. Die. The white-collar worker roared in desperation as he realized he was encircled. Frantically swinging the food bag he clutched in his hands, hoping to thwart their advance. Yet, it was to no avail. Accompanied by piercing screams, blood splattered into the air, the potent scent of fresh blood invigorating the horde of zombies even further. The collective growls of dozens of zombies resonated across the vicinity, drawing even more from the distance towards this chaotic scene. Bang! Bang! The zombie inside the car pounded with increasing ferocity. "You damn bastards, this is my food. Leave me just a morsel, let me savor the taste." Throughout this ordeal, Siyu observed with an indifferent gaze, clearly regarding the white-collar man as mere bait. As the gathering of zombies swelled, a faint smile crept upon Siyu's lips. It was time to reap the harvest. With a sharp report, the Barrett M82 unleashed its deadly payload. The high-caliber 12.7mm bullets shattered the skulls of the zombies like watermelons, one after another. The efficiency of dispatching so many zombies clustered together was indeed remarkable. Siyu murmured to himself, casting a glance at the rapidly escalating statistics on his attribute panel, unable to suppress a broad grin. Soon, the 50 rounds he had prepared were expended, leaving his spiritual energy depleted but at a substantial 81 points. Despite having eliminated 4 to 5 dozen zombies, the throng on the street showed no sign of diminishing. Rather, they appeared to multiply. Observing the large aggregation, Siyu estimated there were over 100 zombies present. He decided to convert all his spiritual energy into Barrett 82 magazines. Ding! Purchased ordinary Barrett 82 magazines, X16. Deducting 80 spiritual energy, remaining spiritual energy, 1. 16 magazines, equating to 160 rounds. Let us get started. I shall not rest until every bullet is spent. Siyu resolved, setting a modest goal for himself. Time passed fleetingly as vast swathes of darkness spread across the sky, swiftly enveloping the world in an oppressive haze. Ding! The plundering talent has reached its limit. It will refresh upon level advancement. Siyu stood, exhaling a breath of stale air, stretching his limbs as his joints crackled. Clenching his fist, he felt the terrifying power surging within, and he sensed his body felt lighter, as if liberated from the grasp of gravity itself. At this moment, there was not a single standing zombie left on the street. After exhausting the 160 rounds of ammunition previously exchanged, he noticed a scattering of zombies lingering on the streets, with a few occasionally darting out from the shops lining the road. With a slight touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he resolutely decided to exchange for another 100 rounds, ultimately clearing the street of the undead. The remains of the zombies lay sprawled across various corners, while several orbs emitting a faint, ethereal glow stood out strikingly in the dim surroundings. However, since the low-tier zombies dropped little of value, and he was currently on the 5th floor, Suyu chose to disregard them. Reclining on his bed, Suyu began to assess the spoils of the day, feeling a surge of excitement as he opened his attribute panel. Here is an image of the protagonist's attribute panel. His plunder talent had reached its limit, with both strength and agility surpassing the 200 mark. Having leveled up 4 times, he still had 80 unused attribute points. With a desire for balanced development, Suyu allocated 40 points each to Constitution and Spirit. Consequently, his average attributes had now reached 200. To put this into perspective, an ordinary person would have an average of about 80 at this level. Suyu's attributes had already exceeded those of an average human of the same tier by more than double. After adjusting his attributes, it was time for a shopping spree. With over 400 Spirit Essence points, he could purchase 4 items of F grade. Suyu needed to carefully consider what he required most at the moment. He opened the shop and navigated to the skills section, where categories such as wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, darkness, space, and time dazzled his senses. In addition to elemental skills, there were various weapon and physical skills to choose from. He opted for the space category, somewhat surprised to find that the lowest level skills were all of B grade. B grade skill, Space Shield, 1 million Spirit Essence. B grade skill, Dimensional Slash, 1 million Spirit Essence. SSS grade skill, Eternal Space, 10 billion Spirit Essence. Curious. He clicked on the skill descriptions but quickly exited the page. Elemental skills required corresponding talents, so even if he could afford them now, he would be unable to use them. He was puzzled by the cooldown times mentioned in the skill descriptions. Xiaoxian, do all skills have cooldown times? Indeed, Master. Although many skills do not have any cooldown time at all. Furrowing his brow, Suyu responded, that seems unreasonable. If I learn a skill, shouldn't I be able to use it whenever I want? Master, aside from some unique skills, most can be forcibly used even if the cooldown time has not elapsed. However, doing so can inflict damage on the body or mind, with shorter intervals resulting in greater harm. Thus, the cooldown primarily served as a guideline. With Xiaoxian's explanation, Suyu gained clarity. He then opened the weapon skills category, which featured a plethora of options: swords, spears, polearms, axes, and various other implements. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose the sword skill, not only for its efficacy but also because wielding a tang knife was undeniably stylish. Upon opening, one is greeted with an extensive array: ringed sabers, tang sabers, butterfly twin blades, 9 ring sabers, horse-slaying blades, willow leaf blades. Fortunately, Suyu had already made his selections. Otherwise, he would be utterly tormented by such a multitude of categories. Delving into the Tang Saber classification. F-grade skill, Tang Saber Mastery, 100 Spirit Essence. F-grade skill, 3-stage slash, 100 Spirit Essence. F-grade skill, Draw Blade Slash, 100 Spirit Essence. Chapter 21. Mastery of the Tang Knife, Blood of the Tang Knife. After careful consideration, Suyu opted for the Mastery of the Tang Knife. Although both options were foundational, this one offered a more comprehensive understanding, which was precisely what Suyu lacked at this moment. Beep. Purchased F-level skill, Mastery of the Tang Knife, deducting 100 Spirit Essence. Remaining Spirit Essence, 332. Beep. Acquired F-level skill, Mastery of the Tang Knife. Would you like to learn it? Upon choosing to learn, a torrent of information surged into Suyu's mind. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was commendable, sparing him from debilitating headaches. Though it did take considerable time to fully assimilate the influx of knowledge. Techniques for stabbing, thrusting, slashing, chopping, sweeping, flicking, pushing, and slicing were indelibly impressed upon his consciousness, as if he had practiced under the tutelage of a master swordsman for decades. Coming back to his senses, Suyu couldn't help but scoff. Is this really what they call foundational knowledge? Surely, the system must have a misconception about the term. He then glanced at the Tang knife resting nearby, and an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Drawing the knife felt as natural as extending his own fingers. With a swift motion, Suyu danced through a series of knife techniques within the confines of his small bedroom. The blade sliced through the air, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of a breaking wind. Each movement flowed seamlessly into the next, exuding grace and elegance even in such a cramped space. As he concluded with a flourish, he sheathed the knife, each gesture remarkably impressive. Feeling exhilarated, Suyu murmured to himself, this was well worth the 100 Spirit Essence. Assessing the Tang knife in his hand, he recognized that while his skills had improved, it was time to enhance his equipment as well. Rather than searching methodically, he summoned the little fairy in his mind. Little fairy, I wish to exchange for the Tang knife. With a playful huff, the little fairy displayed the purchase interface for the knife. F-level Tang knife, Blood of the Tang Knife, 100 Spirit Essence F-Level Tang Knife. Gilded, 100 Spirit Essence F-Level Tang Knife. Star Scar, 100 Spirit Essence after a cursory examination. So you noted that the attributes were largely similar, differing only in their aesthetic designs. The blood knife was predominantly black, with a blood groove that appeared a dark crimson. And the hilt and sheath were adorned with mysterious dark red patterns, creating an aura of sinister allure. Instantly captivated by this weapon, so you felt it suited him perfectly. F-Level Tang Knife, Blood of the Tang Knife, Strength 10, Sharpness 10, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly, blood remains untainted. Without further hesitation, so you confirm the exchange. Beep. Purchased F-Level Tang Knife, Blood of the Tang Knife, deducting 100 Spirit Essence, remaining Spirit Essence, 232. The blood knife materialized in his hand. He swung it a few times, and with each motion, the sound of slicing air echoed around him. Now this felt right. Weighing approximately 30 pounds. It was a substantial upgrade from the ordinary Tang knife, which had only weighed 3 pounds. With his increased strength, the previous knife felt insubstantial and lacking in gravitas. Drawing the blood knife from its sheath, blade facing upwards, he also unsheathed the ordinary Tang knife, positioning them in a cross formation. Releasing his grip on the ordinary knife, it fell freely, and at the moment of contact between the two blades, clang, the ordinary Tang knife split in two upon meeting the edge of the blood knife. Clattering to the ground, Suyu was somewhat astonished, never expecting the crimson blade to be so remarkably sharp. Gripping the Tang Dao, he felt an overwhelming urge to wield it and unleash a rampage. Glancing out at the pitch-black sky, he shook his head, suppressing the excitement brewing within him. Subsequently, he instructed Xiao Xian to retrieve items from the storage category. F-Grade Storage Ring, 100 Spirit Essence F-Grade Storage Bracelet, 100 Spirit Essence F-Grade Storage Pouch, 100 Spirit Essence F-Grade Storage Ring, 100 cubic meters of storage space. Where time stands still, and living beings cannot be stored. Each item boasts a variety of designs, including one adorned with a large diamond. So you selected a silver gray ring? Devoid of any ostentatious patterns, exuding simplicity and elegance. Beep. Purchase of F-Grade Storage Ring confirmed. 100 Spirit Essence deducted. Remaining Spirit Essence, 132. Eagerly donning the ring. So you felt a sudden clarity wash over him, understanding precisely how to utilize it. With a mere thought, the crimson blade vanished, only to reappear in his hand moments later. This was indeed far more convenient. Had such a ring existed before the apocalypse, there would have been no need for magicians. After acquiring the storage ring, he had 132 Spirit Essence left, which he promptly exchanged for the Eye of Detection that Xiao Xian had previously mentioned. Beep. Purchase of Special Skill, Eye of Detection confirmed. 100 Spirit Essence deducted. Remaining Spirit Essence, 32. Beep. Skill, Eye of Detection acquired. Would you like to learn it? Learn. To his surprise, upon learning the skill, Suyu felt a warmth radiating from his eyes, accompanied by a sensation of burning pain. Fortunately, the discomfort was fleeting. Once it subsided, Suyu dashed to the bathroom to check his reflection. He looked unchanged, still as handsome as ever. He exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that his cultivation of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique would rely heavily on his looks. Lying back down, Suyu began to reflect on the events of the day, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Suddenly, it struck him. How could he have forgotten to eat? He sat up abruptly. After a long day, he had completely overlooked his meals. Just as he muttered to himself, his stomach rumbled in agreement. Rising to head to the living room, he was immediately met with an unpleasant stench upon opening his bedroom door. The zombie he had slain earlier still lay in the living room, emanating a nauseating odor. Well, it seemed he would have to make do in his bedroom. The affluent Su Deguan decided to indulge in a lavish meal worth 10 Spirit Essence. The delightful sound of Xiao Xian's soft protest momentarily caught Suyu off guard. He had forgotten about her. Xiao Xian, is there anything you would like to eat? Would you like me to order the same meal I'm having? Oh no, never mind. I shouldn't waste my Master's Spirit Essence. Really? Aren't you hungry? Xiao Xian? Oh dear master, please don't tempt me. I don't require food. I merely experience cravings at times and wish to savor the flavor. The Spirit Essence, diligently earned by her master, is not something the little fairy wishes to squander. She can endure a little longer, especially since she is yet to indulge in the cucumber-flavored chips her master purchased for her. The warmth of her words fills Suyu's heart. He yearns to hold her close and shower her with affection. Meanwhile, in a rather simplistic bedroom, Feng Qianxue tosses and turns in her bed, plagued by insomnia. The grumbling of her stomach adds to her irritation. The apartment is shared solely by her and her cousin, and they typically dine together in the restaurant. The few bags of snacks they had are now entirely consumed. Normally, she could endure a little hunger, but since awakening her talent, she has discovered that her hunger intensifies rapidly. Furthermore, prolonged starvation is causing her physical strength to wane gradually. She must venture out tomorrow in search of sustenance. Should I seek him out? Feng Qianxue's apartment is not far from the building where Suyu resides, though the Barrett rifle is equipped with a silencer. The sound of gunfire is still quite pronounced. She finds it peculiar how Suyu possesses an abundance of ammunition. The gunfire has been nearly incessant throughout the day. She even speculates whether Suyu's awakened talent is linked to that sniper rifle. Having dispatched so many zombies, his level must be remarkably high. If he is willing to accompany me back to school to find Xiao, our chances of success would be greatly enhanced. But what if he harbors ill intentions? She murmurs softly. Feng Qianxue is a girl of considerable inner maturity. Before the apocalypse, she was often surrounded by men with ulterior motives, leading her to exhibit coldness towards anyone outside her family, a protective measure for herself. Now, in this post-apocalyptic world, she is acutely aware that her extraordinary beauty may draw the unwanted attention of men. With her strong-willed nature, she refuses to allow herself to become a mere plaything for any man, even at the cost of her life. Chapter 22. Clearing the hallway of zombies, the system notification jolted Suyu from his slumber, announcing, "Ding. Passive energy absorption grants 1 experience point. Current experience, 12. 580. With a hint of annoyance, Suyu murmured, "Why can't it wait a little longer? We're at a critical juncture here." He instinctively pressed downwards, only to be surprised by the crisp cracking sound that followed. Momentarily halted, he inspected the source of the noise, releasing a sigh of relief after a thorough check. To his astonishment, his enhanced strength had fortified his little companion considerably. He chuckled to himself, "Well, my future partner will surely be spoiled rotten." With a click, the door swung open. Having rested throughout the night, Suyu emerged from his apartment, invigorated and striding confidently down the corridor. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he spotted a solitary zombie. Perfect, it was time to test his newly acquired eye of detection. Name, Zombie, Level, 0 Stage 3, Combat Power 14. 25, Strength, 28. The average adult possesses attributes around 10. Agility, 29. Constitution, 31. Mentality, 26. Attractiveness, 20. Affinity, 100. Undying. Note: each level the zombie ascends increases all attributes by 10 points. Bloodline trait, tireless, capable of survival even with severed limbs. Talent, C-Class Devour, rapid level evolution through the consumption of flesh. Enhancing talent level with a maximum of S-Class. Skill, A-Class Infection, scratches and bites can spread the virus. Without effective treatment, one will be assimilated into the same kind. The time to zombification is dependent on the level. No cooldown period. Staring at the zombie's attributes, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. The zombie's talent was remarkably formidable. It was no wonder their levels escalated so swiftly. However, even with rapid upgrades, they remained a mindless horde. Master. Some zombies do experience an increase in intelligence alongside their level. Such creatures may be referred to as zombie kings. Call them what you like. If they can defeat me, I shall perish. If not, I shall flee. It's hardly a concern. Indeed, Master. If they are stronger, we shall strike. If they are weaker, we shall retreat. At that moment, the zombie noticed Suyu and charged towards him. Suyu's gaze sharpened. With a swift motion, his figure vanished, reappearing behind the zombie in an instant. The Tang Dao already unsheathed. A slender red line appeared across the zombie's neck. Thud. The zombie collapsed, its head rolling to the side. Ding. You have slain a level 0 stage 3 zombie, earning 4 spirit essence and 5 experience points. Current experience, 1480. Ding. Talent plunder has reached its limit. It will refresh upon level up. The sound of the fallen zombie attracted a horde of others gathering on the 8th floor. They rushed towards Suyu, eager to avoid missing their chance at a feast. Just as he hoped, Suyu charged into the swarm of zombies. His figure wove through the mass with remarkable agility, each strike with his blade claiming the life of a zombie with precision. Before engaging, Suyu had scanned the area with his eye of detection. The highest level among them was merely 0 stage 4. At this moment, Suyu had already attained a level of 0 TH rank, level 7, surpassing even the highest-ranking zombies by 3 levels. His SSS level talent and plunder granted him an additional 500 attribute points. With the skill of Tang Dao mastery and decades of experience in swordplay, slaying this horde of zombies was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. His graceful figure darted among the corpses, and with each swing of his crimson blade, sprays of blood erupted. After a brief moment, Suyu came to a halt. With a thud, the last standing zombie collapsed onto the carcasses of its comrades. The elevator hall and stairway of the 7th floor were cluttered with the bodies of zombies, leaving no room to tread. Blood and brain matter mingled into a grotesque red and white substance, splattering across the surrounding walls. Among the scattered remains of zombies, fragments of teeth, eyeballs, and other dismembered organs were visible. Those with even a modicum of timidity would likely crack under the sight of such a hellish scene. Standing atop the heap of corpses with his crimson blade, Suyu's gaze radiated a fierce bloodlust. He breathed heavily. Not from exhaustion, but from the exhilaration of his first taste of such slaughter. Glancing at the system prompt panel, he noted that he had slain over 30 zombies, contributing 82 spirit essence and gaining 5 experience points. Yet, he pondered, having only gained 5 experience points, should he reach the first rank, wouldn't he then have to wait for the zombies to upgrade? With a hint of frustration, Suyu voiced his concern. The little fairy patiently explained, Master. Zombies are mutated humans with an initial level of 0th rank, level 1, which is why most of them possess lower levels. However, evolved beasts generally have higher ranks, especially large marine creatures that may start at levels 2 or 3. Indeed, while animals may not possess the high intelligence of humans, they each have their unique abilities. Her words served as a reminder for Suyu not to become overly complacent. I must proceed with caution, step by step, and also find suitable individuals to practice the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique. Otherwise, my formidable skills would be wasted. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had seen so few survivors over such a long time. He vaguely recalled 2 exceptionally talented campus beauties from Magic City University. He had heard of them when he first entered the university, but after his family's misfortunes, he had lost interest in such matters. He wondered if those beauties could achieve scores above 90. Once he had attained the first rank, he would return to the university to see for himself. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he prepared to continue his ascent. As he passed a corner of the stairwell, he noticed a soft, milky light hovering above the zombie corpses. This was the first time Suyu had seen the luminous orbs emitted by zombies up close. Curiosity piqued. He approached to examine it, but could discern nothing from its surface. Reaching out to gently touch it, the orb dissipated, revealing a smooth, coin-sized stone of milky white, akin to jade, in his palm. He activated his detection eye to inspect it. Name: 0th rank energy stone, accelerates energy recovery and can be used to provide energy for special items. Can be exchanged for 100 spirit essence with the system. Suyu encountered a small surprise. It was akin to having received 100 spirit essence for free. Little fairy, why is this energy stone, which is only of the 0 tier, priced the same as an item from the F-grade store? The energy stone is formed from the convergence of all energies within living beings, containing the purest energy that the system can perfectly convert for use, thus allowing a 0-tier energy stone to be exchanged for 100 spirit essence. Upon hearing the little fairy's explanation, Suyu's eyes brightened. It seemed he had discovered yet another avenue for acquiring spirit essence. After placing the energy stone into his storage ring, he turned and charged towards the zombies on the upper floors. After dispatching dozens of zombies, Suyu reached the rooftop of the 23rd floor. Although he had gained 11 experience points and 78 spirit essence, he felt a sense of fatigue due to the considerable exertion. With average attributes soaring around 200, his body required even more energy replenishment. At that moment, Suyu felt as though he could consume an entire cow in one sitting. Exchanging spirit essence for food is far too wasteful. I must gather more provisions. Moreover, as my attributes rise, wouldn't that mean I would need to consume quantities equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of people in a single meal? The thought of needing to devour heaps of food sent a shiver down his spine. Master, it's not as exaggerated as you think. The reason you feel unsatisfied is that the food you have contains no embedded energy. However, meat from otherworldly beasts and vegetables and fruits harvested post-energy invasion can rapidly replenish the energy your body requires. He was taken aback. I can understand the otherworldly beast meat, but what do you mean by vegetables harvested post-energy invasion? Were the previous ones inadequate? Well, cosmic energy can evolve living beings. Plants are also living entities. However, once harvested, the fruits lose their vitality, which is why the fruits picked before the cosmic energy entered water blue star lack embedded energy. Does that clarify things for you, Master? Suyu nodded, but then felt puzzled again. So, does that mean I could level up just by chopping down trees? If they are sentient plants, then yes. All right, I understand now. Initially, Suyu had planned to wait until he became stronger before raiding a large supermarket for food, reasoning that items stored in his storage ring would not spoil. A single supermarket's provisions could sustain several people for years. However, as the saying goes, plans can be thwarted by unforeseen changes. This statement rang undeniably true. Chapter 23, Beautiful Lady, do you need assistance? Clang, clang, clang. A figure was striking the corridor door with a wooden stick. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, distinct and few, revealing the presence of 1 or 2 individuals. The figure halted their knocking, fixating their gaze upon the entrance of the corridor. In the next moment, a zombie lunged out from the shadowy corner, charging toward the figure. Whoosh! Thud! An arrow pierced through the zombie's skull with precision, causing it to stagger and collapse to the ground in silence. A growl erupted as another zombie emerged from around the corner. Whoosh! Thud! A shard of icy crystal, still emanating coldness, penetrated the zombie's forehead, leaving behind a frost-covered blood hole. Bang! The door slammed shut. A graceful silhouette leaned against the door, her ample bosom gently rising and falling, betraying the agitation of its owner. Finally reached level 2. How should I allocate the remaining attributes? A melodious voice resounded. The speaker was Feng Qianxue, who had been systematically eliminating zombies and had now attained 0th tier level 2. 10 minutes later, her expended energy had fully replenished. Feng Qianxue slung her quiver over her shoulder, grasped her bow, and stepped out of the room once more. She had dispatched all the zombies in the corridor and was now determined to venture downstairs to the convenience store in search of sustenance. Having gone an entire day without food, she felt her strength waning, thus seizing the last vestiges of her energy. She needed to locate food quickly to replenish her bodily vigor. Otherwise, her situation would become increasingly dire. The scarcity of food prior to the apocalypse left Suyu feeling somewhat helpless, yet he harbored no apprehension. After all, he would never allow himself to starve. If worst came to worst, he could always exchange for provisions in the marketplace. Peering out, he glanced downstairs. With his enhanced physical attributes, his vision was remarkably keen, and he immediately spotted the convenience store below. First, he would fill his stomach and strive to reach level 1 today. With that thought in mind, Suyu descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, a striking figure in the distance caused him to momentarily freeze in place. Feng Qianxue, a girl wielding a bow, was gracefully sprinting toward him, her long, elegant legs propelling her swiftly forward. A gentle breeze tousled her waist-length hair, and her stunning face bore a slight flush from exertion, with beads of sweat glistening on her fair forehead. Trailing closely behind her were several zombies, and as the surrounding undead heard the commotion, they began to converge on the scene. Upon spotting Suyu, she did not hesitate to shout a warning, "Run." Even in his past life, having witnessed numerous breathtaking beauties enhanced by the so-called beauty filter of Asia's 4 major sorceries, Suyu could not help but feel his heart skip a beat at the sight of Feng Qianxue's unparalleled beauty. Well, master. This female being has achieved an extraordinary score of 94. Hurry, master, let me assist you, exclaimed the little fairy. Beep. Charm aura activated. Feng Qianxue's base affection for the host is 30. The little fairy's exuberant exclamations, coupled with the system's notification, jolted Suyu back to reality. As Feng Qianxue was about to dash past Suyu, an inexplicable force compelled her to halt, and with a hint of urgency, she exclaimed, "Aren't you going to run? Why are you just standing there?" Suyu gazed at the enchanting beauty before him and smiled gently. "Do you require assistance, my lady?" "Huh?" Feng Qianxue momentarily faltered, instinctively nodding her head. Just a few minor zombies, they could be dealt with in no time. The crimson blood blade materialized silently in Suyu's hand. With a swift motion, the moment the blade was drawn, a zombie's head was sent soaring into the air. The essence of the blade lay in its lethal precision, mercilessly claiming lives. With a graceful step, he unleashed a flurry of snow-like strikes, dispatching foes in an instant. The blade severed throats and arteries, and in a heartbeat, life ebbed away. Every move was executed with utmost efficiency, each strike aimed directly at the vital points. Remarkable! How can he be so powerful? Feng Qianxue watched with wide, sparkling eyes, her heart racing as she gazed at Suyu. "Quick, come and see. There's someone in the community killing zombies, and he's incredible," a woman from an opposite building exclaimed, witnessing Suyu's prowess. "Don't be ridiculous. There are zombies everywhere. Who would dare venture out?" A burly man scoffed, though curiosity drew him to the window. "Goodness, is he on something? He's so fierce." The two watched through the window, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Numerous survivors nearby also witnessed this astonishing scene. Is this the power that comes with awakening one's talent? The officials claim that killing 10 zombies will trigger it. I'm just 2 away from awakening. Once I do, I'll visit Magic City University and feast my eyes on the beautiful girls there. A red-haired ruffian chuckled lewdly. "Yellow hair, green hair, let us go. Today, the 3 of us, red, yellow, and green, will become awakened ones, and those once untouchable goddesses will bow before us." The red-haired thug brandished his blade, rallying his companions. A flamboyantly dressed woman, holding a drone remote, chattered excitedly to herself. "This time, I'm sure to go viral. My previous videos got taken down for showing too much skin, but this one of the zombie slayer will surely garner attention and attract a wave of new followers." In the expansive area below, Suyu's speed in dispatching zombies was markedly swifter than in the corridors. With the last zombie collapsing to the ground, Suyu spun the crimson blood in his hand, giving it a slight shake. The blade soared into the air. Without glancing up, he turned towards Feng Qianxue. and with a few graceful arcs, the blade seamlessly found its place back into the sheath he held aloft. Were it not for the circumstances, the concealed survivors observing from the shadows would have erupted into applause. So incredibly cool. A starry-eyed admirer gazed at Su Yu with infatuation, thinking, such a master. I adore him. Are you all right? Su Yu's voice roused the entranced Feng Qianxue from her reverie. Oh, no. It's nothing. Thank you. A blush crept across Feng Qianxue's cheeks, leaving one to ponder whether it was a result of her recent exertion or a consequence of her embarrassment. Were someone familiar with her present, they would undoubtedly exclaim, Goodness, return my ice goddess. At that moment, Feng Qianxue felt a tinge of regret, pondering. What is happening to me today? Why is my heart racing so? Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu activated his eye of detection. Name Feng Qianxue, level, rank 0. Level 2, 230, combat power, 22, strength, 28. The average for adults is 10, agility, 28, vitality, 26, mentality, 39, beauty, 94, affection, 45, adoration. Base 30, talent, A-class ultimate ice, damage increase 50, energy recovery 5 per minute, skills, none impressive, an A-class rare talent of ultimate ice. Yet, how could such a flawless woman only score 94? One wonders what the system considers a perfect score. Su Yu, recalling the memories of his predecessor, had some understanding of this icy beauty. She was renowned as the most beautiful campus flower since the establishment of Magic City University, possessing a cold demeanor that kept others at bay. Yet, before him stood a girl, typically exuding an aura of frosty detachment, now tinged with a hint of shyness. Su Yu could not help but silently exclaim, the charm aura is utterly magnificent, forever young. However, despite his own striking appearance and the fact that he had just saved her life, he found himself with a mere 15 points of basic affection, equivalent to that of a casual acquaintance. It seemed that winning over the aloof goddess would not be an easy endeavor. Thus, he resolved to continue his pursuit. Chapter 24. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. Only schemes can capture the heart. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Su Yu's mind. It was perilous outside. As a young woman, she ought not to wander aimlessly. That is enough. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, he said, turning away towards the convenience store without a hint of nostalgia. Yet internally, he began to count down. 3, 2. Seeing Su Yu turn to leave, Feng Qianxue appeared somewhat at a loss, her eyes glimmering with confusion. What is happening? Is he leaving just like that? Has my charm waned? Hey, Su Yu, wait for me, she called, hastily pursuing him. Su Yu turned around, curiosity piqued. Do you know me? Some of our dorm mates mentioned you before, and I've seen you around campus a few times. By the way, I'm Feng Qianxue, a fellow student at Magic City University. Thank you for your assistance earlier, she replied, bowing deeply in gratitude. As she bent down, the loosely fitted neckline of her attire revealed a glimpse of her fair skin. Su Yu felt slightly awkward, glancing sideways before returning his gaze, thinking, indeed, quite fair. Ahem, it was merely a trivial matter. Is there anything else you need? I must head to the convenience store to replenish some supplies. May I accompany you? Feng Qianxue asked, her tone somewhat timid. Su Yu chuckled. If you wish to come, then by all means, I shan't impede you. The two entered the convenience store, where 3 zombies awaited. With swift strikes, Su Yu subdued them, restoring tranquility to the store. Unfazed by the remnants scattered on the floor, he began to consume high-calorie foods, glancing at Feng Qianxue standing nearby. Aren't you going to eat? In such a grim environment, Feng Qianxue could hardly stomach anything. Merely refraining from vomiting was a feat in itself. She shook her head repeatedly. No, I'll eat later. With that, she picked up a backpack from the shelf, selecting food while softly inquiring, Did you escape from Magic City University? Yes. When the apocalypse struck, I was in the dormitory. After a minor incident, I had no choice but to flee to this neighborhood. Su Yu glanced at the bow and arrows beside Feng Qianxue. It was you who shot that arrow yesterday when I entered the neighborhood, wasn't it? Yes, she replied, laughing. What a coincidence. You saved me once, and today I saved you. I suppose we're even now. Not quite. Even if you hadn't dispatched that zombie, I would have been fine, Feng Qianxue insisted, shaking her head before falling silent. Noticing her downcast expression, Su Yu scratched his head in confusion. Women and their ever-changing emotions were perplexing. What is the matter? Feng Qianxue forced a smile. It's nothing. Just a bit worried about my cousin. On the day the apocalypse broke out, she went back to the dormitory to get some things, and I haven't been able to reach her since. I'm unsure of her condition. After a pause, she took a deep breath. Would you accompany me to the school to search for her? Once we rescue her, I can promise you one reasonable favor. She did not mention money as a form of reward. After all, in this apocalyptic world, currency has become utterly worthless. Feng Qianxue lifted her gaze to meet Su Yu's. biting her silver teeth, anxiously awaiting his response. While Suyu appeared calm and unruffled on the surface, internally he was overjoyed. He had originally planned to venture into the school in the coming days to hunt zombies. As the zombies in his neighborhood could no longer keep pace with his leveling up, only in a university where a multitude of humans congregated could there be a chance to encounter a large number of high-level zombies. Just as he contemplated ways to enhance his rapport with her, the opportunity presented itself. Most importantly, this was a buy-one-get-one deal. Feng Qianxue's cousin was the second most beautiful girl at Magic City University, possessing a pure and charming appearance, and due to her personality, she was even more popular at school than Feng Qianxue herself. As the saying goes, deep affection has always been difficult to retain. Only schemes can win a heart. Suyu feigned a frown and pondered for a moment. This morning, while clearing a building, he encountered approximately 100 zombies, of which about 5 were level 0, rank 4. Just imagine how many people inhabit a single building. He paused for a moment and gestured toward the direction of Magic City University. You must be aware of Magic City University. With nearly 100,000 students and faculty combined, the more flesh and blood the zombies consume, the faster their levels will evolve. Perhaps there are already a multitude of high-level zombies on campus, and it is not impossible that some have reached rank 1. Feng Qianxue's expression grew increasingly disheartened as she listened to Suyu. Indeed, the campus is more perilous, and Suyu is not someone close to me. How could he possibly risk himself to save others? Suyu gently patted her shoulder, deciding not to tease her further, for moderation is key. I can agree to your request, but you must meet one condition. What condition? Feng Qianxue asked, her brows furrowing, her voice regaining its usual coldness. Although she had mentally prepared herself, hearing Suyu's words still made her uncomfortable, as the nature of voluntary actions differs fundamentally from coercion. Become my teammate. Huh? Is that your condition? Suyu regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes. Of course, what did you expect? Why? With your abilities, you surely won't lack for companions. Feng Qianxue felt a whirlwind of emotions, her gaze complex as it remained fixed on Suyu. Why? Suyu murmured softly, then gently grasped her slender, delicate fingers in his hand. She did not resist. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes locked onto his, yearning for an answer. To put it simply, I have taken a liking to you. If I were to ask you to be my woman at this moment, you would likely agree. But that would be taking advantage of the situation. I do not wish for you to harbor any resentment. So I can only invite you to be my teammate and cultivate our feelings gradually. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon, especially when directed towards a girl who already holds affection for you. The effect is indeed remarkable. Ding! Feng Qianxue's affection for the host increases by 3. Current affection level 48. Ding! Feng Qianxue's affection for the host increases by 1. Current affection level 49. Ding! Feng Qianxue's affection for the host increases by 1. Current affection level 50. Ah, a 50 affection level. At this level, some girls would likely be willing to offer themselves, wouldn't they? As the system's notification echoed incessantly in his mind, Suyu's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile. I agree to be your girlfriend. But this is not a transaction. Feng Qianxue mustered her courage to speak. Upon finishing her sentence, her ears gradually flushed a rosy hue, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Suddenly, footsteps resonated at the entrance of the convenience store. Moments later, a burly figure burst into the store. It was none other than Gongzi, the man who had witnessed Suyu slaying zombies upstairs. After conferring with his girlfriend, who claimed that all the nearby zombies had been eliminated by Suyu, he deemed it the safest time to venture down. The convenience store, being quite spacious, would limit Suyu's ability to carry much. Thus, it was undoubtedly wise to stock up on provisions while he had the chance. Consequently, armed with his modified nail gun, he entered the convenience store, fully aware that provoking a formidable zombie slayer like Suyu was best avoided. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to see Feng Qianxue, causing his heart to skip a beat, his gaze ensnared. Previously, he had been too far away to discern her beauty, but now, in close proximity, he found himself utterly parched. This woman is exceedingly stunning. Chapter 25. Behold the majestic dragon, the supreme spell. How exquisite. How could such beauty exist? Especially those long, elegant legs that seem to outlive him. If only I could indulge in a fleeting moment. It would be worth sacrificing a few years of my life. Gongzi's gaze was fixated on Feng Qianxue's legs, his eyes wide with desire. Suyu stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of Feng Qianxue, squinting with a cold glare. If you cannot control your eyes, I wouldn't hesitate to pluck them from your sockets and stuff them in your mouth. Ding! Feng Qianxue's affinity for the host increases by 2. Current affinity, 55. At that moment, Gongzi found no pleasure in food. A sinister grin spread across his face as he aimed a nail gun at Suyu. Kid, if you know what's good for you, drop that knife. I know you're formidable, but can you outrun the gun in my hand? Just put down the knife, and I won't make things difficult for you." Seeing the nail gun aimed at Suyu, Feng Qianxue instinctively prepared to shield him, but Suyu gently restrained her, pulling her behind him. Noticing Suyu's refusal to retreat, Gongzi leered. "Ha ha ha, you little beauty in the back, better step aside, or you might get hurt." Suyu released Feng Qianxue, gripping the blood-red blade as he advanced step by step towards Gongzi, the sharp tip leaving a mark on the ground. "Stop right there. If you take another step, I will shoot." As Suyu drew nearer, Gongzi, with a resolute heart, pulled the trigger. Puff, puff, puff. Ding, ding, ding. Click. The nails fired were all deflected by Suyu's blade. A playful smile crept onto Suyu's lips. "Out of nails? Now it's my turn." Gongzi's forehead was slick with cold sweat, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, stumbling out of the convenience store. Suyu took a single step forward, the blood-red blade flashing momentarily. Gongzi's head was severed, his body continuing to run a few paces before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth. Feng Qianxue covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, glancing at the nearby residential buildings before frowning at the body on the ground. "Suyu, you were too impulsive." Before Feng Qianxue could finish her thought, Suyu interrupted. "Qianxue, this is the apocalypse. If you don't act ruthlessly, others will kill you." Feng Qianxue opened her mouth, but refrained from further comment. She understood the reasoning, yet her intent was different. She wished to convey that killing here was inappropriate, surrounded by residential buildings, where this scene could easily be witnessed, potentially leading to unnecessary troubles later on. Suddenly, a woman's scream echoed from the building above. It was Gongzi's girlfriend, who, upon witnessing her boyfriend's murder, stood frozen for a moment before reacting, screaming like a harpy. "You murderer! Don't run. I will kill you." Suyu looked up to see her frantically throwing objects in his direction, seemingly attempting to attract more zombies. As for confronting Suyu directly, she lacked the courage. "Qianxue, this woman is too loud. I'll leave her to you." Suddenly hearing Suyu's words, Feng Qianxue was momentarily taken aback. "I merely hope that you can swiftly adapt to this apocalyptic world and grow alongside me, rather than merely existing as a mere decorative vase. The choice is yours. And regardless of your decision, I shall not hold it against you." With that, Suyu strode directly into the convenience store. His words caused a tremor in Feng Qianxue's heart, prompting her to murmur, "A vase?" She shook her head vigorously, her initial hesitation gradually transforming into resolve. Turning to the woman, who was hurling objects downstairs like a madwoman, Feng Qianxue regained her icy demeanor, exhaling deeply as she readied her bow. Whoosh! The woman fell silent. Gag. Cough. Cough. Suyu gently caressed Feng Qianxue's back. "You'll become accustomed to killing more as time goes on. My first encounter with a zombie made me vomit far more than you." Feng Qianxue shot him a sideways glance. "Really? You should believe me. The first zombie I killed was." Suyu began recounting his own journey of advancement, hoping to divert her attention. A warm feeling enveloped Feng Qianxue. She found this little man to be quite considerate. Being inherently intelligent, she was well aware of Suyu's intentions. And when she recalled the moment he shielded her with his presence, it filled her with a sense of security. Ding, Feng Qianxue's affection for the host has reached 5. Current affection level 60. Noticing that her affection had reached a heartfelt level, Suyu allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he gently pulled her into an embrace, keeping his movements restrained. Gradual progression, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, was the most effective technique for courting. "By the way, may I ask you something? Did you enter a space when you awakened your talent?" Suyu inquired. Feng Qianxue nodded. "Yes, there was a vast luminous screen inside, adorned with peculiar characters whose meanings elude me. Can only I comprehend the characters on that luminous screen?" Suyu pondered, engaging Feng Qianxue further on her talent. Although she had awakened an elemental affinity, leading her towards the path of a sorceress, she still wished to utilize a bow and arrow as her means of attack. Suyu contemplated this and deemed it a worthy approach. Her ultimate ice talent possessed freezing and decelerating effects, and combined with her innate prowess in archery, she would undoubtedly become a formidable ice archer. Yes, this development seems promising, and the energy consumption for infusing arrows with extreme ice is minimal, enhancing sustained combat capability. Feng Qianxue slightly shifted her posture, her sapphire-like eyes gazing at Suyu as she flashed a captivating smile. "Do you also agree with my method of utilizing my talent?" She explained that direct energy attacks could only be executed a few times before depleting her reserves, necessitating a wait for recovery. However, using a bow and arrow would require significantly less energy, allowing her to maintain equilibrium with her recovery rate as long as she did not employ it at excessively high frequencies. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with using a bow. With Suyu's affirmation, Feng Qianxue felt elated, and swayed her body slightly. However, this movement proved to be a challenge for Suyu. Suyu suppressed the primal impulses within him, continually persuading himself to endure a little longer, to hold back just a bit more. What? You suggest that Suyu is a creature governed by his lower instincts? Such is the nature of humanity. If one lacks desires, surely there must be something amiss. Chapter 26. Is the auto-recovery quiver acceptable? As Suyu gazed at the bashful demeanor of Feng Qianxue, a surge of heat coursed through his veins. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the surroundings, he mused that he might have engaged in a more tangible confrontation with her. Casting a glance at the ordinary bow and arrows she had set aside, Suyu resolved to stoke the flames further. With 275 spiritual essence at his disposal and no immediate need for exchanges, he spent 100 essence to acquire a bow, a reward for Feng Qianxue's recent decision. F-grade bow, ice crystal bow, strength 10, enhances the sharpness of arrows by 10, capable of effortlessly penetrating the defenses of first-tier creatures. The ice crystal bow possessed an exquisite beauty, adorned with ethereal blue patterns that graced its entire form. Qianxue, would you like this magnificent treasure? Feng Qianxue. Having never been in a romantic relationship, she had nonetheless heard her classmates speak of such treasures. Upon hearing Suyu's unexpected offer, compounded by recent events, her thoughts took a rather inappropriate turn. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily shook her head, stammering, This is too fast. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Noticing her flustered expression, Suyu realized her misinterpretation and playfully grinned. Really don't want it? If not, I might just keep it for myself. Feng Qianxue. Lowering her head, cast a sideways glance, nearly gasping in surprise, her head shaking more vigorously. To his astonishment, the so-called ice goddess appeared adorably flustered before him. Observing her nearly burying her face in embarrassment, Suyu chose to relent and not tease her further. Ding. F-grade bow. Ice crystal bow purchased. 100 spiritual essence deducted. Remaining essence, 175. He raised the newly acquired ice crystal bow in his hand. See, this is the treasure I meant. Qianxue, where did your thoughts wander? Feng Qianxue's face deepened in hue, and with a small fist, she playfully struck Suyu, muttering, You're such a rogue. Curiosity soon overtook her. Where did you get this bow? I've never seen it before. Holding up his storage ring, Suyu had no intention of concealing the truth, for it was known that defeating zombies could yield equipment. This is a storage ring, obtained from slaying zombies. I'll get you one in the future, for now. See if you like this bow. Feng Qianxue's gaze was transfixed upon the ice crystal bow, her eyes brimming with affection for the weapon. Is this truly a gift for me? Are there others around? Of course, it's for you, Suyu affirmed with a nod, as she accepted the ice crystal bow. Information about the equipment flooded her mind, and a flicker of astonishment passed across her features, quickly masked. She raised her gaze to Suyu, her voice soft. Suyu, why are you so kind to me? Ding. Feng Qianxue's affection for the host has increased by 2, current affection level, 62. What else could it be? I'm drawn to you, was a sentiment Suyu would never voice aloud. You are, after all, my designated partner. You belong to me. So is there truly a need for a reason to treat you well? Feng Qianxue, her cheeks flushed, nodded slightly before returning the ice spirit bow. Suyu, perplexed, thought. What does this mean? Could it be that things are progressing too quickly for her? Observing the bewildered expression on Suyu's face, Feng Qianxue chuckled softly. I really like this bow. Please keep it for me. I only have 2 arrows left, so there's no need to use this bow right now. It's a trivial matter that can be resolved swiftly. With that, Suyu reopened the system mall. Having already purchased the bow, he considered spending a bit more spirit essence to acquire arrows as well. After all, one must not hesitate when it comes to achieving one's goals. Little fairy. Search for arrow-type equipment. Master, you are quite mischievous. What's wrong? Weren't you the one urging me to take action and secure her? Indeed. The master was quite the rascal. The system mall interface materialized before Suyu's eyes. Ordinary arrow. 10 ordinary arrows for 5 spirit essence. Explosive arrow. Upon hitting the target, it will unleash a powerful explosion for 10 spirit essence. As Suyu browsed, he noticed these were single-use arrows. Each time one was utilized, it would diminish in number. He inquired inwardly, Little fairy, is there an arrow that can regenerate automatically? Yes, there is. It's called an arrow tube, not an arrow itself, but of course, it isn't available here. Suyu felt a bit overwhelmed. The system mall contained such a plethora of items that without the little fairy's assistance, he would truly be at a loss. Ordinary arrow tube, capacity of 30 arrows for 10 spirit essence. F-class armor-piercing arrow tube, capacity of 100 arrows. Regenerates 10 arrows per minute for 100 spirit essence. F-class flame explosive arrow tube, capacity of 10 arrows. Arrows explode upon impact and regenerate 1 arrow per minute for 100 spirit essence. Note, Regenerative arrows will dissipate into energy after a certain period. Without hesitation, Siyu opted for the F-Class armor-piercing arrow tube. Beep. Purchased F-Class armor-piercing arrow tube. 100 spirit essence deducted, remaining spirit essence 75. Feng Qianxue watched as Siyu stood in a daze for a moment before a technologically advanced arrow tube appeared in his hands. Her lips parted in surprise, wondering where he had acquired such an item. However, she refrained from asking, recognizing that a woman who relentlessly probes into every detail can often irk a man. Curious about her reaction, Siyu handed the arrow tube to Feng Qianxue. A hint of hesitation crossed her face as she did not accept it, fearing that Siyu might perceive her as materialistic and thus look down upon her. After all, throughout their interactions, Siyu had been assisting her. Gifting her a bow is one thing, but now presenting her with a seemingly extraordinary arrow tube made her feel as though she owed him far too much. Noticing the expression on Feng Qianxue's face, Siyu understood her thoughts and firmly pressed the arrow tube into her hands. Enough of that. Don't overthink it. We are in the early stages of an apocalypse, and we must grow stronger quickly. Your increased strength will greatly aid me. Feng Qianxue opened her mouth as if to say something more. Siyu gently pinched Feng Qianxue's smooth and fair face, insisting that she take the arrow tube he offered. As Feng Qianxue accepted the tube with both hands, her mind absorbed its information. To her astonishment, the small tube contained 100 arrows, and remarkably, it could regenerate 10 arrows per minute. A flicker of ecstasy flashed across her brow. With this arrow tube, she would possess an inexhaustible supply of arrows, truly splendid. Thank you. Siyu. Overcome with excitement, Feng Qianxue rose on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Suyu's cheek. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Siyu playfully tapped her on the head. Taken aback, Feng Qianxue wore a bewildered expression mixed with pain. You just vomited and haven't brushed your teeth yet, Siyu remarked with a mock look of disdain. In an instant, Feng Qianxue's usual composure shattered, leaving behind no trace of her former cool demeanor. Ah, how I wish to bite this bad person. Chapter 27 The most ruthless flag. Feng Qianxue found toothpaste and a toothbrush in the convenience store and went to the side to brush her teeth. She was still somewhat indignant. This villain, after giving you my first kiss, has the audacity to complain about me. I shall never give you another. Humph. Siyu, observing her from the side, lamented that love indeed diminishes one's intellect. Even the icy goddess had transformed into a spoiled little woman. After the two shared a meal, Siyu collected a considerable amount of food, filling half of his storage ring. The 100 cubic meters of space was quite ample, equivalent to a room measuring 10 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 2 meters in height. Qianxue, let us level up today and tomorrow. I will venture to the school alone to investigate. No way. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I must accompany you. Enough. Listen to me. Your current strength is insufficient, and I am merely going to scout. It would be more convenient to go alone. Well, fine then. But you must also improve your level. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease. Feng Qianxue confidently brandished the bow and arrow in her hand. Don't worry, previously I lacked arrows. Otherwise, my level would not be any lower than yours. Oh, now you're being all proud, Siyu teased. I am not. As they bantered, the two exited the convenience store. Just outside, they spotted several individuals battling zombies, and their advancing direction pointed straight towards the convenience store. Previously, Siyu had eliminated numerous zombies in this residential building, and now only a few scattered zombies roamed below. Though the zombies were few, the group displayed a conspicuous lack of coordination, and it was only a matter of time before chaos ensued. Indeed, one man was suddenly scratched by a zombie and, in a panic, ran towards the others, crying out for help. The already disordered group became a complete shambles as he rushed in. Help, please. Upon seeing Siyu and Qianxue at the entrance of the convenience store, they dashed towards them as if they were a lifeline. Siyu merely watched with indifference, lacking any desire to lend a hand. Though it is often said that kindness begets kindness, not everyone comprehends this principle. In reality, more and more individuals take advantage of goodwill. The more you selflessly assist others, the more they demand. You may believe that pouring your heart out for someone will yield a lifelong confidence, yet few will tell you that it might also result in lifelong lessons. Excessive kindness can sometimes be a double-edged sword. Boundless assistance often leads to even greater harm. The vicissitudes of life make human nature difficult to fathom, and one must always be wary of overindulgence. During his high school years on Earth, Siyu had once helped an elderly person struck by a vehicle, only to be swindled for 10,000. As an orphan raised in an orphanage, watching the trembling director hand over that sum left his heart bleeding. After that, he reined in his once fervent desire to help others. Little did he know that the one instance he chose to extend a helping hand would cost him his life, transporting him to this world. Time and again, he learned harsh lessons, and in an apocalyptic world, human nature would only become more deplorable. Siyu, shall we not take action? Feng Qianxue glanced at the others, a hint of reluctance etched upon her brow. Suyu shook his head, indicating they should move on, dismissing the situation. With that, he gently took Feng Qianxue's hand and led her towards another building. As for the supplies in the convenience store, Suyu had ceased to regard them with any significance upon realizing that the food from the pre-apocalyptic world lacked energy. Although Feng Qianxue felt a pang of sympathy, she obediently nodded, following Suyu like a devoted companion. Before long, they arrived at another building. Observing the abundance of zombies, Suyu wrapped his arm around Feng Qianxue's slender waist and leaped effortlessly onto the second-floor balcony. The pair first ensured the interior was secure before returning to the balcony. Qianxue, you will provide remote support from here while I draw the zombies in, he instructed. With that, Suyu propelled himself forward, moving with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow, leaving Feng Qianxue in awe, pondering whether she should braid his hair into two playful pigtails upon his return. As Suyu plunged into the horde, his crimson blade glimmered ominously, striking with the speed of lightning, each swing resulting in the collapse of a zombie. Feng Qianxue watched, entranced. Such a man is truly worthy of my lifelong devotion. I must strive to grow stronger and not become a burden to him. Swoosh. A piercing ice-blue arrow sliced through the air, effortlessly penetrating a zombie's skull in an instant. The arrows Feng Qianxue released were swift and precise, each zombie falling victim to her impeccable aim. Suyu, catching a glimpse of her prowess, felt a surge of astonishment. The zombies were not stationary, and achieving such accuracy was no trivial feat. As Feng Qianxue continued to dispatch more and more zombies, Suyu's heart raced. This is pure spiritual essence. I must secure this girl soon. Engaging in friendly exchanges with Feng Qianxue promised immense benefits. The system could draw upon her soul energy from the zombies she defeated, transforming it into spiritual essence through the vow of contract. As this thought crossed his mind, Suyu's gaze towards Feng Qianxue grew increasingly fervent. I must win her over before we head to school, or else I shall live-stream myself enduring the torment of a fan. He silently vowed with utmost resolve. I wonder if my current defensive capabilities could withstand the fan's torment. In the midst of this, little Xian, in the spatial realm, responded with unexpected seriousness. Master, although I may not be human, you truly are a dog. Suyu's movements faltered, nearly allowing the zombie to claw at him. You heard that? Little girl, don't you know to filter out what you shouldn't hear? As dusk began to settle, Suyu and Feng Qianxue had cleared a total of 9 buildings. Qianxue, what level have you reached? Suyu panted, feeling the fatigue set in after an extended period of combat, even with his extraordinary physique. Feng Qianxue, undeterred by the large stains of blood adorning Suyu, affectionately clung to his arm and exclaimed, Suyu, I am now at level 6. What do you think? I am quite formidable, aren't I? The notion of advancing from level 1 to level 6 in a single day was something Feng Qianxue had scarcely dared to dream of before her encounter with Suyu. Even in her current state of fatigue, she felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her body, compelling her to continue the slaughter throughout the night. Suyu employed his eye of detection on Feng Qianxue. Name, Feng Qianxue, level, 0th order, level 6, 23, 570, combat power, 54, strength, 6410. The average adult possesses attributes around 10, agility, 72, vitality, 62, mentality, 83, appearance, 94, affection, 62, fondness. Base 30, talent, A-class ultimate ice, damage increase of 50, energy recovery of 5 per minute. Skills, none. Feng Qianxue had ascended 4 levels, enhancing her strength by 36 points, agility by 44, vitality by 36, and mentality by 44, raising her combat power to 54. In addition to the 5 attribute points gained with each upgrade, she had a total of 80 points to distribute. Suyu advised her to allocate these points in a 2-3-2-3 ratio. Suyu chuckled. Oh, you little girl aspire to surpass me? You'll need to put in more effort for that. Come, it's time for us to return. Feng Qianxue retorted. Humph. Don't underestimate me. Suyu replied. Oh, have you become Tsundere now? Feng Qianxue continued. By the way, Suyu, I think you should try styling 2 skyward braids. Suyu exclaimed. What? Feng Qianxue elaborated. Your speed is so remarkable. It's as if you were riding on the wheels of fire and wind. Just imagine how striking you would look with 2 skyward braids. Suyu teased. You little rascal, you're quite the troublemaker. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the path was strewn with corpses, while the two of them frolicked like children, gradually fading from view. Chapter 28. It turns out the fool is me. At this moment, a video on Douyin was rapidly gaining popularity, garnering 1 million likes, then 2 million. The title of the video read, This is the equipment even Uncle Lien dreams of, the zombie butcher that makes even the likes of Lien Zazui feel inferior. In the video, a flamboyantly dressed woman was introducing herself. She was the same woman who had previously controlled the drone. This scene shifted to Suyu, who was slicing his way through a horde of zombies, accompanied by the stirring music of Chao. At that moment, he resembled an ancient general, bloodied yet valiant amidst the chaos, stirring a fervor in the viewers' hearts. It was akin to Zhao Zilong's legendary charge through countless troops to rescue a doe. Oh my goodness! How can someone be this handsome? What should I do? How to quench this thirst? Waiting online for answers. To the person upstairs, something seems amiss. Wow. This guy is like a little cow doing a handstand. Truly remarkable. You're all thinking too small. This isn't just remarkable. He's almost breaking through the universe. How is this Tang Dao spinning in his hand? It looks so cool. I want to learn it. My eyes tell my brain, you've got this. My brain tells my hands, you can do it. My body tells me, you're nothing. Great God, Uncle Lian wants your phone number to reclaim your sword. 100 billion treasures await. Wow. Is no one noticing the beauty beside him? What divine beauty is this? I'm in love. Divine beauty rating, 10086. Soon, the video reached the moment where Suyu beheaded Gongzi. My heavens, the person he just cut down wasn't a zombie, right? That was a human being. How ruthless is this god? Doesn't he fear the Empire's retribution? Did you not see that person who ran out holding a nail gun? And look at that stunning beauty. Even without thinking, you can guess what transpired, right? The netizens were heatedly debating. While at a military base in the capital, an elderly man with a head full of white hair gazed intently at the large screen. The screen displayed CUS video, accompanied by various data provided by researchers. Beside the old man stood a tall, muscular figure adorned with a 2-star badge, who remarked, "Chief, how's this kid so powerful? Our strongest soldier has reached level 1, and his strength is likely comparable." The elder, with an astonished tone, replied, "What is most impressive is his swordsmanship. Such skill cannot be honed without decades of practice. As firearms become less effective against higher-tier zombies, we may soon have to rely on cold weapons to combat them." The strong man displayed a skeptical expression, thinking it impossible to reach such a level even with lifelong training. Surely his swordsmanship must be something akin to skills acquired from slaying zombies. The elder cast a faint glance at him, questioning, "How many zombies have been killed by our national military?" According to data from half an hour ago from various military districts, the number is 79 million. The elder continued, having slain nearly 10 million zombies. Has any swordsmanship or similar skills emerged? Only skills capable of unleashing specific techniques yield the majority of energy stones, while skills and equipment are scarce. The robust man scratched his head, engulfed in self-doubt. Was he truly gifted? He decided to check his records. If all was in order, he would send someone to approach him, to see if he would be willing to join the military. If the warriors could master his swordsmanship, casualties could be reduced significantly. "Yes, sir," the strong man replied, accepting the mission. On his way to Feng Qianchua's residence, Suyu reflected on the day's gains and opened his attribute panel. Name, Suyu level, 0 tier 8, 5190. Combat power, 108. Strength, 21510. The average adult's 4-dimensional attributes are around 10. Agility, 217. Constitution, 217. Mentality, 211. Spirit energy, 1472. Appearance, 90. Talent. SSS level unique plunder. Attributes plundered, 500. Energy recovery, 10 per minute. Skills, SSS level unique dragon and phoenix yin yang technique, 0. F level proficiency in Tang Dao, eye of detection. Having reached level 8 with an additional 51 experience points, he was astonished to find his spirit energy had amassed to 1472 points. After leveling up, Suyu allocated the 20 attribute points received, 5 to strength, 5 to constitution, and 10 to mentality. Additionally, he had acquired 9 luminous orbs, 7 energy stones, and 2 pieces of worthless equipment devoid of any level. Upon returning to Feng Qianchua's apartment, they each took a shower. When Suyu emerged, he was clad only in a towel, having discarded his previous clothing into the trash. As for why he did not exchange for clothes in the system space, Suyu remarked, "Young man, you still have much to learn." Feng Qianchua was still in the master bedroom, likely taking her time. Suyu decided to pass the time by browsing Douyin on his phone. As he opened Douyin, he stumbled upon a video titled, "This is the gear even Uncle Lian dreams of. A zombie butcher that makes even Lian Zhahua feel ashamed." The title was intriguing, but the woman featured, alas, was rather unattractive. It seemed the video's protagonist was quite the fool as well. Suyu shook his head, took a sip of water, and was about to scroll to the next post when the water sprayed from his mouth. Goodness, it turned out the fool was none other than himself. Watching the video of himself wreaking havoc, Suyu's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Upon noticing the likes tally, he was astounded, over 3 million likes. My goodness, Had he inexplicably become famous? After contemplating, he deemed the video to have no real impact on him. Regarding the act of killing, Suyu was not concerned that the Empire would pursue him over a petty thug during such extraordinary times. Even if they did, he had myriad ways to handle it. Click, click. The bedroom door swung open, and Suyu turned toward the sound. Surely this would suffice. Brothers, I have revised this diagram countless times. I want to cry. Feng Qianxue emerged from the bedroom, a droplet of water trailing down her hair, swirling at her collarbone before reluctantly falling to the ground. The sight of her devilishly alluring figure struck Suyu with a sense of suffocating intensity that pierced his very soul. Ah, why are you not wearing any clothes? Feng Qianxue quickly covered her eyes. If the gap between her fingers had been any smaller, Suyu might have almost missed the twinkle in her eyes. Suyu shrugged, a look of helplessness crossing his face. The clothes I changed out of are all stained with blood. I certainly can't wear those. Feng Qianxue felt an urge to exclaim. Something is off with you. However, upon reflection, Suyu's reasoning seemed quite sensible. There were no men's clothes at home, and a bath towel appeared to be the most suitable alternative. As Suyu approached Feng Qianxue, he enveloped her soft form in his embrace. Although she initially intended to push him away, her outstretched hands lacked the strength to do so. The warmth he exuded was too comforting to reject. She instinctively leaned her head against Suyu's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The surreal nature of the moment gradually lulled her into a state of blissful reverie, prompting her to close her eyes, wishing to remain in this dreamlike state forever. They held each other for a considerable time, savoring the warmth radiating from one another. Despite having only just formally met that day, Feng Qianxue felt an inexplicable sense of security whenever Suyu was near. Suddenly, an unexpected system notification startled Suyu, prompting him to glance down at the enchanting figure in his arms. He gently placed a kiss on Feng Qianxue's smooth forehead and guided her to sit on the sofa. Chapter 29. The quality of wine remains uncertain, yet its intoxication is undeniable. Reclining on the sofa, Suyu's hand, seemingly possessed by its own will, caressed the supple, graceful leg of Feng Qianxue. As he felt the silky texture beneath his fingertips, a tumultuous excitement surged within him. My favorability has just increased by 3 points, now totaling 65. Should I take a chance? Noticing the fiery glimmer in Suyu's eyes, Feng Qianxue shyly closed her beautiful eyes, acutely aware of the warm breath emanating from him as he drew closer. Thump, thump, her heart raced with an intensity that startled her. In the next moment, she felt a dampness upon her lips. Feng Qianxue shuddered slightly, her body stiffening. Just as Suyu prepared to advance further, an unexpected growl erupted from his stomach, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Feng Qianxue stifled a laugh and darted into her bedroom, leaving a crestfallen Suyu in her wake. Curse this unruly stomach. Am I destined to starve if I wait a little longer? No, I cannot abandon this endeavor. I am a person who sees things through to the end. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck Suyu. He snapped his fingers, rising to stride over to the dining table. Instead of retrieving the snacks he had acquired from the convenience store, he exchanged for several candles, a bouquet of roses, and a sumptuous 2-person dinner set worth 100 spirit coins from the system's marketplace. With a determined breath, he also procured a bottle of red wine priced at 100 spirit coins. Do not question the expense. The description merely indicated it was easy to become inebriated. Steak and wine both contained energy, and Suyu was keen to avoid any unforeseen complications while engaged in more pressing matters. After lighting the candles and arranging the cutlery with precision, he nodded in satisfaction before rapping gently on Feng Qianxue's bedroom door. Dinner is ready, Qianxue. Understood. The clinking of glasses resonated softly. In the flickering candlelight, Feng Qianxue radiated an elegance akin to the rich red wine, both serene and subtly fragrant. Her dining etiquette was nothing short of graceful, a sight that was undeniably pleasing to behold. Suddenly pausing in her actions, Feng Qianxue spoke gently. Suyu, perhaps you should refrain from going to school tomorrow. It is far too dangerous for you to venture alone. Let us improve our strength together first, shall we? Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Dangerous? How can I accumulate favorability if we go to school together to find your sister? His reluctance to have Feng Qianxue accompany him stemmed partly from concern for her safety, and partly from the fact that her cousin, Lin Xie, was the belle of Magic City University, likely possessing a favorability score exceeding 90. If Lin Xie were to witness Suyu and Feng Qianxue's burgeoning relationship, his efforts to win both hearts would become increasingly arduous. He was unwilling to squander excessive time on romantic pursuits. His priority lay in enhancing his strength. Thus, the most efficient approach would be to win the affections of each woman separately before they met. Shaking his head, he offered her a reassuring glance. Do not worry. If any danger arises, I will retreat first. Feng Qianxue nodded in acquiescence, remaining silent as she delicately sipped her red wine. Observing her lack of further rebuttal, Suyu savored the last morsel of his steak, letting out a satisfied belch. The feeling of being satiated is indeed delightful. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desires. Noticing that Feng Qianxue was slightly inebriated, Suyu prepared to employ his ultimate tactic. Rising from his seat, he caught Feng Qianxue's attention, her gaze following him intently. "Qianxue, I have a gift for you," he declared, retrieving a pre-prepared F-grade storage ring. As she beheld Suyu's gesture, Feng Qianxue's lips parted slightly, wondering if he was proposing to her. Without kneeling, Suyu gently took her small hand and slipped the ring, adorned with a single ice blue crystal, onto her slender, delicate ring finger. "In this world, aside from me, no one else is worthy to stand beside you. Do you agree, Qianxue?" His voice resonated with a magnetic allure, his gentle yet commanding words leaving her defenseless. Ding. Feng Qianxue's affection for the host has increased by 3. Current affection level, 68 mm. A shimmer of tears glistened in Feng Qianxue's enchanting blue eyes as she nodded vigorously. Before she could fully comprehend the moment, Suyu enveloped her in his embrace, his masculine scent enveloping her senses. Under the relentless onslaught of his affections, she succumbed willingly. After a prolonged moment, Suyu finally lifted his head, breathing softly, exhaling like fragrant orchids. The moisture in Feng Qianxue's captivating eyes ignited a fire within Suyu's heart. Before she could regain her thoughts, she felt herself lifted effortlessly, cradled in Suyu's arms. With a firm stride, he entered the bedroom, kicking the door shut behind them. Thus commenced the official instruction of Feng Qianxue's training. Suyu approached the task with utmost seriousness, in a world where only strength prevails. He could not afford to let those around him become a burden, hence his diligent teaching. The myriad of martial arts and transformations he imparted proved to be immensely beneficial for Feng Qianxue. Within the confines of Suyu's spiritual realm, the little spirit, Xiaostian, observed their combat with rapt attention, her delicate features paling in apprehension. Glancing at her petite frame, Xiaostian shivered at the thought. If I were to engage in battle with the master, I would likely be defeated in an instant. Contemplating her potential fate in a confrontation with her master sent a chill down her spine, prompting her to hug her knees in trepidation. Suddenly, an idea illuminated her beautiful eyes. Right. I am merely a system spirit. The master cannot touch me, so why should I fear anything? With newfound determination, Xiaoxian seized a handful of popcorn and, with a spirited bounce, dashed to the barrier of the space, watching the unfolding events with keen interest. 500 words have been redacted here. However, the situation remains unyielding. Even the great river crab deity prohibits your viewing. For those eager to delve deeper, seek out the hidden chapters. Chapter 30. The elevation. After friendly exchange, a delicate blush rose at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Reminiscent of a young maiden just awakening, yet unadorned and unkempt. A ray of sunlight cascaded down, as if bestowing a glimmer of hope upon this darkened world. The entire metropolitan area was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder, while the streets teemed with countless zombies weaving between the haphazardly parked vehicles. 2 days had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the once thriving metropolis was now devoid of any signs of life, transforming into a realm ruled by the undead. In the Nanyang Pavilion Scenic Garden beside Magic City University, in the bedroom of a 4th-floor apartment in Unit 2, Feng Qianxue slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the man who lay so near. She blinked, her delicate hand gently caressing Su Yujun's striking visage. Were it not for the overwhelming fatigue that enveloped her body, especially in her legs, which felt as if they belonged to another, she might have believed that all that transpired yesterday was but a dream. After all, it had only been a day since she and Suyu had met. Yet, in a haze of confusion, she had surrendered herself entirely. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind. As she pondered, her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly nestled closer into Suyu's embrace. Feeling her movement, Suyu stirred awake. Observing the lingering blush upon her delicate features, akin to a blooming peony, he grinned and remarked, "You're awake. Why not rest a little longer?" Feng Qianxue gazed at him in bewilderment. "Suyu, do you think all of this is real? It feels as though I am in a dream." Drawing her into his arms, Suyu softly replied, "Of course it is real. And from now on, you should call me husband, understand?" "Husband," Feng Qianxue murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, before hesitantly lifting her head to ask, "Do you think I am being too casual?" Suyu understood her concern. She feared that he might consider her lacking in modesty and was attentive to his perceptions of her. He was also aware that without the allure of his charm, convincing Feng Qianxue to become his would not be an easy feat. "Qianxue, the moment you allowed me to see you, you were destined to become mine. So what difference does it make whether it happens sooner or later?" After a pause, he added with a mischievous smile, "Besides, we can always grow fond of each other over time." "Grow fond over time?" Suyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it means just that." Feng Qianxue blinked in surprise, then fixed her beautiful eyes upon Su Yu, attempting to project an air of fierceness. Yet, the tenderness shimmering in her gaze rendered her efforts utterly powerless. Su Yu's large hand glided over Feng Qianxue's smooth, delicate back, savoring the soft sensation. And his heart inevitably began to stir once more. Ah! Feng Qianxue gasped, her face paling as she sensed the shift in Su Yu's demeanor. Su Yu gazed tenderly at the lovely figure in his arms, his voice laced with regret as he spoke. Qianxue, last night, I was too hasty, and I... Before he could finish his sentence, Qianxue pressed her small hand against his lips, silencing him, burying her head in the warmth of Su Yu's sturdy embrace. She understood that her partner was simply too formidable, and it was not his fault. Moreover, the sensations they had experienced were quite delightful. If only her physical constitution were a bit stronger, they could have continued their passionate endeavors. Subconsciously, she checked the attribute panel in her mind, her eyes widening in surprise. Su, darling, how did my attributes increase? Only then did Su Yu recall that amidst their revelry the previous night, he had neglected to examine the benefits bestowed by the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique. He utilized his eye of detection on Qianxue. Name, Qianxue Phone, contractor attributes increased 880, level, 0th rank 6th level, 24. 570, combat power, 56, strength 66, average adult attributes are around 10, agility, 74, constitution, 64, mentality, 85, beauty, 96, affection, 78, infatuation. Base 30, talent, A-class ultimate ice, damage increase 50, energy recovery 5 per minute, skills, none, evolution points 2, can be used to enhance talents, skills, or equipment levels. A title, contractor, had appeared beside her name. From now on, whenever Qianxue eliminated a zombie, he would receive spiritual essence, and through the oath of contract, he could proportionally absorb the damage meant for her. For instance, if the damage ratio was set to 50, when Qianxue was attacked with a damage of 100, Su Yu could bear 50 of that damage, provided his constitution was sufficient to withstand it. As Su Yu's gaze continued downward, he was astonished to see that all 4 main attributes had increased by 2 points. Hadn't the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique been devoid of any attribute-enhancing skills? Little fairy. What accounts for this increase in attributes? Little fairy? Where are you? Master, what is it? The little fairy rubbed her eyes, still somewhat groggy. Are you not awake yet? I asked how Qianxue's attributes increased. Let me check. Oh, this is because you possess both the SSS level dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique and the SSS talent of plunder, triggering a hidden passive effect. This means that each time you cultivate with the contractor, they will receive an increase of 1 to all attributes. The limit for 0th rank is 20 for all attributes, 40 for first rank, 80 for second rank, and so forth. Su Yu's eyes gradually brightened. This was indeed an unexpected delight. This way, even when he was not by her side, his beloved could stand strong on her own. Continuing to peruse the attributes, he noted, her beauty has increased by 2 points. No wonder Qianxue seems even more enchanting. Her affection had also risen to 77 points, with continued effort in her training. She would soon reach 80 points, at which point he would be able to indulge in his wishes freely. Finally, there are the evolution points, a remarkable enhancement for elevating talents and skill levels. During the initial cultivation, due to a 100-fold amplification, I received a direct addition of 2 evolution points. Presently, my progress stands at 2%. Last night, I happened to cultivate twice, indicating that each session indeed increases progress by 2%. Lighting a cigarette, Su Yu felt an immense sense of joy. Qianxue, my talent ability has been triggered. From now on, if we cultivate diligently, our strength will surely grow. Su Yu said with a mischievous smile, omitting the fact that it was his skill at play. After all, it was difficult to explain, so he preferred to attribute it to the advantages of his talent. He meticulously elaborated on the significance of evolution points and the benefits of being a contractee to Qianxue, who, in her excitement, rewarded him with a sweet kiss and eagerly allocated the evolution points to her talent. Closing her beautiful eyes, an icy blue aura enveloped her. At this moment, Su Yu also opened his attribute panel to assess the changes. There were not many alterations since the last review, aside from an increase of 2 points in appearance. The panel merely displayed the addition of evolution points and the contractee status. After some contemplation, Su Yu decided to refrain from adjusting the damage ratio of the contractee for the time being. He intended to utilize the evolution points after acquiring the first-tier talent, having already formulated a plan for the initial talent in his mind. Chapter 31. The Supreme Frost at SS rank. Preparations before departure. My dear, my talent has ascended to SS rank. The exquisite beauty of Feng Qianxue radiated with an indescribable excitement as she shook Su Yu's arm, oblivious to the peculiar glances he cast her way. It was only upon noticing Su Yu's unwavering gaze that she gasped and dove under the covers, covering her head in shyness. "Oh, how bashful you are." Su Yu couldn't help but smile at her bashful demeanor. "It's time to rise. I still need to investigate matters at school." Upon hearing that Su Yu was heading to school, Feng Qianxue promptly disregarded her shyness. Sitting up with concern etched across her face. Gently ruffling her hair, Su Yu reassured her, "It's all right. I'm merely going to scout the situation. There is no danger." After tidying up, Su Yu assisted Feng Qianxue out of the bedroom, where their once orderly bed lay in disarray. A solitary red plum blossom standing out vividly amidst the chaos. "Hee, are you planning to go to school wrapped in a bath towel?" Feng Qianxue chuckled softly, pointing at the towel around Su Yu's waist. However, her laughter was swiftly quelled when she inadvertently aggravated a fresh wound, prompting her to scold him playfully. "It's all your fault for not being more gentle." Su Yu awkwardly scratched his nose, trying to mask his embarrassment with a sheepish grin. "I'll be more careful next time." In the living room, Su Yu opened the system marketplace, selecting battle attire while simultaneously inquiring about Feng Qianxue's newfound talent. Her ultimate frost ability had transitioned from a rank to SS rank, with damage amplification soaring from 50 to 80, and energy recovery escalating from 5 to 8 per minute. Most remarkably, she had gained 2 additional talent skills. The passive skill, Heart of Ice, granted her a defensive shield if she remained unscathed for 60 seconds. Should an enemy inflict damage upon the shield, they would be frozen, with the duration dependent on their strength. If the shield were to shatter, it would retaliate with significant damage to the attacker. The active skill, Frost Confinement, dealt substantial damage to enemies within a certain radius while inflicting a freezing delay. If the adversary was exceedingly powerful, the effect would be diminished, with a cooldown period of 5 seconds. These formidable skills were perfectly aligned with Feng Qianxue's intention to pursue an archery path. With the Heart of Ice passive skill, she could confidently fend off close-range threats, ensuring her safety until the shield was breached, thereby significantly enhancing her survivability. As for the Frost Confinement active skill, it was a powerful area attack with a freezing effect. As long as the enemy's power did not vastly exceed Feng Qianxue's, they would be rendered helpless targets. Even Su Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at her skills, as he possessed no active attacking abilities aside from his mastery of the Tang Dao. After comprehending the changes in Feng Qianxue's talents, he finally settled on his battle attire, an F-rank standard outfit. The combat suit allowed for seamless transitions between combat and leisure modes, offering a degree of defensive capability, automatic repairs, self-cleaning, and temperature regulation. It could also be bound to its wearer. A mere thought allows one to envelop their entire being without the need to disrobe, a convenience that proves invaluable during amicable exchanges. The combat attire selected for Feng Qianxue resembles an exoskeleton armor, resplendent in pure white adorned with intricate violet-blue patterns at the collar and cuffs. In its casual mode, it transforms into a fitted, white dress embellished with violet-blue stripes, complemented by pristine white stockings and silver blue-heeled shoes, exuding an exquisite charm. In contrast, Su Yu's ensemble consists of a lengthy, jet-black trench coat, embellished with dark red motifs at the collar and cuffs. Beneath, he dons a black shirt and loose-fitting black trousers, accented by 2 blood-red stripes along the sides, presenting a strikingly cool appearance. Having exchanged 200 spirit essence for both outfits, he encourages, "Qianxue, give it a try." Simultaneously, he binds his own attire to himself, and with a mere thought, the outfit seamlessly envelopes him. Stretching his limbs, he finds it remarkably comfortable and breathable, fitted yet not constricting. The casual set impeccably accentuates Su Yu's tall and graceful physique, while the black trench coat with dark red patterns enhances his formidable and aloof presence, radiating an undeniable aura of strength. Upon receiving her attire, Feng Qianxue's mind fills with instructions and functionalities, and she gazes lovingly at her partner, her eyes brimming with affection. Following the prompts, she binds her outfit, and with a thought, the combat mode attire adorns her. The attire perfectly highlights her tall and voluptuous figure, and against the backdrop of the white and blue ensemble, her delicate skin appears even more radiant. Noticing Su Yu's captivated gaze, Feng Qianxue's heart swells with delight. With another thought, she transitions the outfit to casual mode, as the exoskeletal armor gradually dissipates. A stunning white dress appears, clinging to her flawless form, while her white stockings rise 3 inches above the knee, harmoniously complementing the dress and revealing a glimpse of her smooth, tender thigh. Her breathtaking beauty, paired with an alluring outfit and a figure akin to a siren, is nothing short of perfection. Su Yu swallows hard, captivated by the sight, his gaze almost transfixed. Were it not for concern over Feng Qianxue's well-being, he would have immediately engaged in combat mode. After relishing the moment, he shifts focus to practicality, releasing a considerable amount of provisions from his storage ring, creating a bountiful spread of food and snacks. "Qianxue, Please store these supplies. I will be away for a minimum of 1 day, perhaps up to 3. During my absence, refrain from venturing out to slay zombies. You can simply shoot them from upstairs, given your ranged abilities. Furthermore, do not open the door to anyone other than me or your sister. Should anyone attempt to force entry, eliminate them without hesitation. Avoid succumbing to pity. Can you manage that? Feng Qianxue nods earnestly, her expression serious as she assures, darling. Rest assured, I can do it. Good. Siyu replies, and please regulate your level. Do not allow it to reach the first tier. Each advancement doubles your attributes. With each session of cultivation, your attributes will increase by 1 point. Once these attributes reach their maximum of 20, you can then advance to the first tier, allowing for even greater enhancements. Feng Qianxue attentively absorbed Su Yu's instructions, and upon hearing that each cultivation session would enhance her attribute points, her cheeks flushed crimson. Despite already being in his presence, Su Yu then retrieved a considerable amount of food from his storage ring. As they dined, Feng Qianxue shared details about her younger cousin, Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang, who is 19, is a stark contrast to the 20-year-old Feng Qianxue. While Feng Qianxue is composed and tranquil, Lin Xiang radiates an innocent charm. Upon glancing at the phone that Feng Qianxue handed him, Siyu was captivated by Lin Xiang's photograph, which epitomized purity and grace. Just gazing at the image exuded a refreshing sweetness and an enchanting allure. Committing Lin Xiang's appearance to memory, Siyu looked up to find Feng Qianxue gazing at him, seemingly on the verge of speaking. What is it? He inquired. Darling, after suffering a severe illness, Xiyang's health has been quite fragile. Consequently, her family has kept her sheltered from the outside world, and she is immensely curious about it. She has countless questions, almost like a little inquisitive child. When you meet her, please be patient with her. Is that all? You need not worry, I will gladly answer her questions. It's nothing to fret over. After finishing their breakfast, Su Yu had a clear understanding of Lin Xiang's situation. Reflecting on their needs, he exchanged 20 spirit essence to acquire 2 satellite phones. Given the uncertainty of future power and water supply, having a means of communication in case of emergencies would prove invaluable. Chapter 32. The remarkable discovery of mastery. Before embarking on his journey, Siyu resolved to enhance his abilities, prompting him to instruct Xiaoxian to search for the E-level proficiency in the Tang Dao. E-level Tang Dao proficiency. When attacking with the Tang Dao, the base attack is amplified by 150. This damage enhancement can be combined with talents and skill enhancements. But the same type of proficiency enhancements do not stack. 1,000 spirit yuan. For a moment, Siyu thought he had misread the information. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the base attack enhancement was indeed 150. Upon carefully scrutinizing the introduction to the Tang Dao proficiency, he was astonished to uncover the unique aspects of this ability mastery. Once the proficiency reached E-level, a qualitative transformation occurred. To borrow a phrase from novels, it was akin to comprehending the essence of the blade and sword, achieving a rudimentary understanding. Should the level be elevated to D level, the enhancement would rise to 200. C level to 300, B level to 400, A level to 500, S level to 600, and the pinnacle SSS level could amplify by a staggering 1000. In essence, upon reaching SSS level, a mere swing of his blade could yield a 1000 enhancement. Most significantly, this skill incurs no energy costs and has no cooldown period, meaning that as long as he wields the Tang Dao, the enhancement is perpetually active. Su Yu increasingly recognized the exceptional nature of this skill. After all, even SSS-level talents only provide a 100 amplification, whereas this proficiency's enhancement is tenfold that of a talent. Xiaoxian, this proficiency must be quite extraordinary, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Master, although awakened talents, even at low levels, can be enhanced through rare materials or various means, proficiency can only be acquired through personal study and comprehension. In the myriad races of the universe, the level of proficiency is the most critical metric for assessing strength. Few can attain such mastery among the countless races in the cosmos. Siyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. Xiaoxian, can I exchange other weapon proficiencies similar to Tang Dao for others to use? Unfortunately, that is not permissible. Only the physical items you exchange may be used by others. Skills, talents, and proficiency can only be utilized by you, Master. Additionally, due to the unique nature of proficiency, you may only exchange up to D level. Further upgrades must rely on your personal comprehension or be achieved through evolution points. Though a twinge of disappointment coursed through him upon hearing Xiaoxian's response, Siyu was not entirely surprised. Such an extraordinary ability would indeed be peculiar if it were easily accessible. Without further hesitation, he opted to proceed with the exchange. Notification: purchase of E-level Tang Dao proficiency failed. Insufficient spirit yuan. Opening his panel, Siyu noted he had only 948 spirit yuan remaining. recalling that he had previously spent 220 spirit yuan on 2 sets of battle attire and a satellite phone. Fortunately, there were still 8 unranked energy stones in his storage ring, which he exchanged for an additional 800 spirit yuan. Notification: purchase of E-level Tang Dao proficiency successful. 1,000 spirit yuan deducted, remaining spirit yuan, 748. Notification: acquired E-level Tang Dao proficiency. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Suddenly, a vast stream of information surged into his mind. It took Suyu a full 10 minutes to assimilate the knowledge, during which he attained a deeper understanding of the swordsmanship. Subsequently, he prompted the little fairy to open the proficiency options panel. After browsing for a while, he finally grasped the meaning. It turned out that proficiency referred to a specific skill, such as various weapons, rap, dance, basketball, and even ancestral craftsmanship like maize processing. However, there were no proficiencies for elements, defense, physique, strength, or spirit. After a brief contemplation, Suyu chose to exchange for F-grade agility proficiency. Ding. Purchased F-grade agility proficiency. 100 spirit essence deducted, remaining spirit essence, 648. Ding. Acquired F-grade agility proficiency. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Instantaneously, a significantly reduced stream of information flowed into his mind. Moments later, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, having gained a profound understanding of the agile movements within the art of agility. Recalling his previous reckless assaults against the zombies, he felt utterly uncouth. He even harbored the belief that now, even if he were ensnared in a horde of corpses, he could easily extricate himself using his newfound agility. Having completed the exchanges for both the saber proficiency and agility proficiency, Suyu refrained from considering additional proficiencies, understanding the wisdom in not overreaching. He glanced at Feng Qianxue, who was diligently practicing the use of her innate energy nearby. Mastery of innate abilities and skills did not equate to flawless execution. The speed of casting, timing, energy output control, and precision all required personal practice and exploration. Suyu interrupted Feng Qianxue, wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Qianxue, I am ready to depart. Feng Qianxue's soft form trembled slightly as she attempted to respond in a calm voice. Husband, Qianxue will await your return. A captivating scent emanated from her, neither floral nor perfumed, but rather a uniquely fresh and sweet aroma that captivated Suyu's senses, causing his thoughts to wander. Sensing a peculiar change in a certain area, Feng Qianxue paused momentarily, then blushing, turned to kiss him gently. Ding. Triggered skill, Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Technique, Progress, 2, Current Progress, 4, Ding. Feng Qianxue's affection for the host increased by 1, Current Affection, 79. Ding. Triggered skill, Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Technique, Progress, 2, Current Progress, 6, Ding. Feng Qianxue's affection for the host increased by 2, Current Affection, 81. The encounter ultimately concluded with Feng Qianxue suffering a dismal defeat. It was uncertain whether it was due to the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Technique, but the Sage Mode was nowhere to be found. Observing Feng Qianxue, who had succumbed to slumber, a rare hint of embarrassment crossed Suyu's face. Damn it. I've overdone it again. Given her current state, even an earthquake would not rouse her. She would be unable to react to any unforeseen circumstances. Little fairy. Search for items that can aid in recovery. Common healing ointment, capable of treating injuries from falls and impacts, costing 5 spirit essence. F-grade recovery potion, restores 20 of injuries within 60 seconds, usable only by those of first tier or below, costing 100 spirit essence. F-grade group healing talisman, restores 20 of injuries within 60 seconds, usable only by those of first tier or below, effective on all beings within a 2-meter radius after use, costing 300 spirit essence. Is it true that an F-grade recovery potion can only restore 20 of injuries? Pondering this, Suyu exchanged for 2 bottles of F-grade recovery potions. 2 small jade-like pills appearing in his hands. He administered the 2 small pills to Feng Qianxue, observing as her complexion gradually improved. With a hint of curiosity, Suyu inquired, Little fairy, if one were to restore to 100, could that not repair the, what is it called? And then would it not count as the first cultivation? Might it not result in a 100-fold amplification? Little fairy replied, Are you trying to exploit a bug here? Master, your imagination is quite fanciful. It seems Suyu had overthought the situation. After a moment, Feng Qianxue regained consciousness, feeling a pervasive soreness throughout her body, as if she might fall apart. Glancing at Suyu beside her, she blinked and, still a bit dazed, asked, Darling, you haven't left yet? Suyu, exasperated, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. You have yet to recover. How could I possibly leave? Feng Qianxue gradually recalled that she had, indeed, fainted. She cast Suyu an alluring glance, a playful eye roll escaping her. What if I wait until we find Shi Yao and have her help share some of the burden? Deep down, she understood that someone as exceptional as Suyu was not someone she could hold on to, especially in a world as chaotic as this. If it came to that, it would be better to let her sister have the advantage. Fortunately, Suyu remained unaware of Feng Qianxue's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would have surely placed a metaphorical knife to Cola's throat, ominously stating, "You would do well to understand your position. It benefits you, it benefits me, and it benefits everyone." Chapter 33. Are zombies considered fans? Although 2 bottles of restorative potion enabled Feng Qianxue to regain 40 of her vitality, a complete recovery would still require at least 2 to 3 more hours. Suyu glanced at his phone, noting that it was nearly 9 p.m., which meant he would not be able to set off for school until around midnight. At 9 p.m., it indicated that he had spent an hour engaging in friendly exchanges with Feng Qianxue. One might wonder how an hour could lead to such injuries. After all, one does not joke about having over 200 agility points. Typically, a single PK match lasts about half an hour, and warming up before a competition is crucial. It not only helps prevent injuries during the match, but also enables both parties to quickly enter a competitive state, thereby enhancing their performance. Therefore, even without accounting for the warm-up time, Suyu could achieve a staggering 20,000 consecutive hits in a half-hour duel. To put this into perspective, with 60 seconds in a minute and 1/800 seconds in half an hour, Suyu averages around 12 hits per second. Of course, this is merely a theoretical estimation of what Suyu could achieve. In practice, he only exerted about 10 to 12 of his true strength. Otherwise, considering Feng Qianxue's current capabilities, he might have faced dire consequences. While waiting for Feng Qianxue to recover, Suyu had no intention of idling away his time. After all, in an apocalyptic world, personal strength is of paramount importance. Without it, one is rendered insignificant. He took a few steps to the window facing the street and peered outside. Strangely, there were not many zombies wandering about in this area. Perhaps they had been lured away by someone. So you paid it no mind. If they had been drawn away, it would be easy enough to lure them back. Xiao Xian, search for drones, he commanded. Instantly, various models of drones appeared before him. Ordinary fixed-wing drone, 20 Ling Yuan. A flying device that generates lift through relative motion with the incoming air. Fixed-wing drones are characterized by their long endurance, stable flight, and extended range, requiring high operational skills. Ordinary multi-rotor drone, 20 Ling Yuan. A special unmanned rotorcraft with 4 rotor axes, featuring minimal flight vibration and relatively simple operation. Ordinary military-grade multi-rotor drone, 60 Ling Yuan. Remote-controlled devices that allow for precise manipulation, stable image transmission, high payload capacity, minimal flight vibration, and relatively straightforward operation. Despite the higher cost, Suyu opted to exchange for the military-grade drone, as its quality was assured. He subsequently redeemed a compact, high-quality rechargeable speaker for 5 Ling Yuan, along with a pig trotter also valued at 5 Ling Yuan. These transactions were conducted without any concern for Feng Qianxue, as her favorability towards him had already reached 81 points. Unless Suyu were to harm her parents, betrayal was out of the question. Watching Suyu pull out a drone, followed by a speaker and pig trotter, Feng Qianxue felt as if she were witnessing an array of items akin to Doraemon's magical pouch. Although her curiosity was piqued, she refrained from asking questions and simply observed with intrigue. Once Suyu assembled the drone, he attempted to power it on. With a gentle hum, the drone took off smoothly. Examining the monitor, he found the visuals to be quite clear, and the operation was not difficult at all. Subsequently, he activated the sound system and pressed the play button, only to be surprised by the presence of a song on the storage device. Come on, enjoy life, for there is plenty of time. Suddenly, Suyu shivered, a wave of goosebumps washing over him. The voice was astonishingly compelling. Darling, what song is this? It sounds rather peculiar. Observing Feng Qianxue's flushed face, Suyu inquired with astonishment, haven't you heard this before? Feng Qianxue shook her head in affirmation. It dawned on Suyu that cultural disparities existed in this world, resulting in the absence of many songs and films. Nonetheless, he dismissed it casually, offering a brief explanation to brush it off. He secured the sound system and pig's trotter with a rope and attached them to the drone, attempting to take flight. True to its military design, the drone bore the weight of over 20 pounds with effortless ease. He instructed Feng Qianxue to open the window, and the drone smoothly soared out, carrying the sound system and pig's trotter. Instantly, the enchanting voice resonated above the streets, though the audience was rather unique. Come on, enjoy life, for there is plenty of time. Roar. Come on, love, for there is plenty of folly. Roar. Roar. Come on, wander, for there is plenty of direction. Roar. 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 Come on, show off, for there is plenty of splendor. As Suyu maneuvered the drone, a throng of zombies soon gathered beneath it, reveling in the unexpected festivity. One zombie, caught in the act of devouring its meal, abandoned a severed thigh it was holding and joined the jubilant throng. Its arms raised in exhilaration, voices hoarse from shouting. Perhaps the original creator of this song could never have imagined that their melody would captivate such a fervent audience in an alternate realm. "Daddy, look at that thing." A youthful voice emerged from a nearby residential building. A man in his 30s swiftly covered the boy's mouth, reproaching him softly, "Little Tong. Didn't I tell you to speak quietly? There are monsters that eat people outside." Upon the boy's nod of understanding, Li Jun gradually released his grip. "I'm sorry, Daddy. Is Mommy? Did she get eaten by those monsters?" The boy whispered, tears welling in his eyes. Li Jun remained silent, holding his son tightly, his eyes reddening as he fought back the torrent of emotions threatening to spill forth, gazing out the window. Just then, he spotted a drone drawing a large horde of zombies away into the distance. Occasionally, a zombie would leap from a high building, only to break its leg and crawl along the ground. Seeing this, Li Jun's eyes sparkled with determination, murmuring to himself, "Now that the zombies are fewer, I must find a way to awaken my abilities. It is the only chance for us to survive in this wretched apocalypse." A veteran with considerable strength, he nonetheless hesitated to take risks in the face of the undead. It was not a lack of courage that held him back, but the weight of his child's life. If he were to perish, his child would stand no chance in this merciless world. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to take action. That appears to be a drone, seemingly of military origin. Could it be that the armed forces have arrived for rescue? Yet, how could the military deploy such an irreverent song? Indeed, one must admit, this tune possesses a certain vigor. Now, most of the zombies on the streets have been lured away. Let us seize this opportunity to venture forth and eliminate the undead while awakening our latent abilities. Whispers echoed from various corners along the street. Suyu maneuvered the drone back to his position, adjusting the settings to keep it hovering in midair. With a dense throng of zombies, over 1,000, trailing beneath. Utilizing the detection eye, he discerned a significant number of level 6 and 7 zombies among them, all at the initial tier. Suyu couldn't help but comment, "The rate at which these zombies are evolving is alarmingly swift. If this continues, a multitude of them will ascend to the first tier, rendering firearms and ammunition far less effective, leading to even graver circumstances for humanity." "Husband, is the upgrade speed of zombies truly that rapid?" Feng Qianxue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, all zombies passively absorb energy at a rate twice that of humans. Additionally, they possess a devouring ability, allowing them to swiftly increase their levels through the consumption of flesh, and the more they devour, the higher their talent level can rise, potentially reaching an S rank. As Suyu spoke, a sense of gravity settled upon him. Feng Qianxue, eyes wide in astonishment, delicately covered her lips and gazed at the horde with a hint of trepidation, murmuring, "In that case, do we humans still have a future?" Chapter 34. Only the strong can dominate their fate future? Suyu murmured, his gaze sharpening as he composed himself. Every individual encounters various trials throughout their life. Those who overcome them ascend to greatness, while those who falter remain mere shadows of the strong, unworthy to discuss the future. Turning to Feng Qianxue, he locked eyes with her, asserting, "The world has transformed. Ordinary individuals are destined to obey fate. Our task is to become the formidable ones who can dictate their own destinies. Every obstacle in our path to strength must be ruthlessly annihilated. Only by becoming strong can we seize resources, establish rules, advocate for justice, and earn the right to determine humanity's future." "Qianxue, do you comprehend?" Suyu's words resonated deeply. He could accept his partner's kindness, but would never tolerate any semblance of naivety. Feng Qianxue's eyes sparkled with understanding as she replied earnestly, "Husband, regardless of what we face, I will steadfastly stand by your side." At her words, Suyu smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. "All right, it's time to get to work." He then accessed the system's marketplace, navigating to the firearms category. Standard AK-47 with silencer, 10 Spirit Essence, F-Class AK-47 with silencer, capable of loading energy stones instead of magazines. Armor-piercing 10 100 Spirit Essence, magazine of 30 rounds, 5 Spirit Essence, F-Class self-replenishing magazine, capacity of 1,000 rounds. Automatically replenishes 50 rounds per minute. 100 Spirit Essence, he casually exchanged for a standard AK-47, aiming at a 7th level zombie amidst the horde. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. He unleashed a full magazine, all 30 rounds striking the zombie's head and upper body with unerring precision. It wasn't that Suyu possessed exceptional marksmanship. Rather, with over 200 in strength attributes, the negligible recoil of an ordinary firearm felt almost non-existent. As he watched the 7th level zombie collapse under his onslaught, only to tremble back to its feet, Suyu smirked. Indeed, Unless one strikes the eyes directly, conventional firearms have little effect on zombies of higher levels. Casting aside the discarded weapon, he exchanged it for an F-Class AK-47 and an F-Class self-replenishing magazine. Click, click, click. He chambered a round into the newly acquired AK-47, appreciating its solid feel, and turned to Feng Qianxue. Qianxue, would you like to try a rifle? I can get one for you shortly. Feng Qianxue rose beside him, waving her bow with confidence. I have my bow and arrow. That is sufficient for me. So you nodded, shouldering the rifle, taking aim, and firing. Whoosh. PIU. 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 Notification. The plunder talent has reached its limit. It will refresh upon level up. Notification. Killing is 0 level. 4th grade zombie grants 4 spirit essence and 2 experience points. Current experience, 5490. Notification. Contracted partner Feng Qianxue kills a 0 level. 3rd grade zombie, earning 3 spirit essence. Excellent. Su Yu exclaimed, particularly delighted by the final notification of his partner's contribution to their spirit essence accumulation. At last, he had someone to assist him in amassing resources. Suddenly, a zombie from the horde leapt over 2 meters high, followed by a dull thud as it crashed heavily against the wall. Wasn't it said that zombies cannot jump or climb? Could this be a counterfeit zombie? The master contemplated. After the zombie's level increased, it gradually acquired basic jumping and climbing abilities. Furthermore, when humans awaken their talents only to be zombified, their abilities are retained. And once a zombie evolves to possess intelligence, it can learn to utilize such skills. Su Yu's expression shifted slightly. This was indeed not auspicious news. PIU. 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 Ding. The talent plundering has reached its limit. It will refresh upon level advancement. Ding. Defeating a level 0. Rank 7 zombie grants 7 spirit essence and 7 experience points. Current experience, 6190. Glancing down at the throngs of zombies gathering below, with more continuously flooding in from the distant streets, Su Yu found himself momentarily stunned. It seemed he had bitten off more than he could chew. Although the zombies could not leap to the 5th floor, their impacts against the building were palpably felt. He swallowed hard, pondering whether the building might collapse under such assault. Now, he had no time to ponder further. He could only shoot with all his might. Fortunately, the two of them occupied a high vantage point, making the pressure of defending from below considerably manageable. How is it possible that people down there have firearms when our empire has such strict gun control? A man's astonished voice echoed from a room upstairs. His girlfriend speculated, perhaps they are police officers. The man shot her a look of disbelief. Not only were police officers unlikely to bring their service weapons home, but the gunfire they heard was unmistakably that of rifles. He disregarded her further and gazed pensively at the horde below. Turning back to the television in the living room, the man dashed forward, swiftly dismantling the set and positioning it by the window, preparing to hurl it down. His girlfriend grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing? That television costs several thousand." He shook her off, retorting, "We're in the apocalypse. What use is a television now? With so many zombies below, if we could take out even a handful, it might awaken our abilities. Are you out of your mind?" Without waiting for her response, he tossed the television from the window. As it struck and toppled several zombies, he instantly felt a surge of energy coursing through him. It really works. I'm rich. I'm rich. The man clenched his fists in excitement and hurried back to gather more heavy objects. Other survivors in the building witnessed this scene and pieced together the principle behind it. Promptly following suit, the man dragged a coffee table to the window, watching as various items plummeted below. He glanced back at his girlfriend, who was still sulking, and urged her to help. Together, they hoisted the cumbersome coffee table and threw it down. Before he could catch his breath, he noticed his girlfriend reaching beneath her, pulling out a bloodied sanitary pad and flinging it down while cursing, "Die, you wretched zombies." He smacked his forehead, lamenting his choice in partners. So you observed the continuous cascade of objects from above, televisions, refrigerators, beds, everything imaginable. He chose to ignore them, as he had more pressing concerns at hand. Suddenly, a white object floated past Su Yu's vision. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. It was outrageous. While it was one thing to discard various items, throwing away a sanitary napkin, especially one stained with blood, was utterly bewildering. Before long, his ammunition was depleted, prompting him to hastily exchange his spent magazine for a fresh one. Time ticked away, and the street before the building remained teeming with zombies, the majority of which had arrived from nearby streets drawn by the commotion. "Qianxue, how is your recovery progressing?" Su Yu inquired, turning his head. The prolonged shooting, coupled with the considerable recoil of the F-grade AK-47, had begun to make his hands feel weary. My body is mostly fine, but my hands are sore," replied Feng Qianxue, a sheen of perspiration glistening on her smooth, fair forehead, indicating that her relentless archery had taken its toll. Gazing at the horde below, Suyu noted that the bodies of the zombies, along with the items discarded by survivors above, had accumulated into a small hill reaching at least 6 meters in height. Occasionally, a higher-level zombie would attempt to leap from this mound, managing to reach the 4th floor, only to be shot down mid-air. "Let us depart. It is time to retreat," Suyu declared, stowing his AK-47 and 3 magazines into his storage ring. As for the drone, he decided it was inconsequential to lose it. Grasping Feng Qingshue's hand, he led her to a window facing the interior of the community. Fortunately, most of the zombies within the complex had been dealt with by the two of them, and now only a few remained. He embraced Feng Qingxue and leaped from the 5th floor, landing safely on the ground below. Chapter 35, Ascending to the Next Level. A surge in power bang. Clatter. Suyu brought Feng Qingxue to the other end of the neighborhood, finding an unoccupied residence. He forcefully kicked the door open. After inspecting the interior and confirming it was empty, they finally settled onto the sofa in the living room, exhaling in relief. Turning his gaze toward Feng Qingxue, Suyu noticed she was utterly exhausted, her soft body seeming to sink into the sofa. He exchanged 2 bottles of water from the system store, handing one to her while glancing at her attributes. At that moment, Feng Qingxue had reached level 8. Even her lowest physical attribute had soared to 8 times that of an ordinary person. Even in Suyu's absence, she could stand on her own. After reviewing Feng Qingxue's attribute panel, Suyu took a deep breath, excitement coursing through him as he opened his own attribute panel. His exhilaration stemmed from a notification from the system. Ding. Host experience has reached its limit. Experience cannot accumulate. During advancement, the body may experience slight rigidity. Please find a safe location for the advancement. Qianxue, keep an eye on me. I am about to begin my advancement. Upon hearing Suyu's instructions, Feng Qianxue's eyes widened, and she sat up straight. She recalled Suyu mentioning that after advancement, his attributes would double, his strength would grow even greater, ensuring their safety upon returning to school. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her face turned pale. Oh no, if my husband becomes stronger, will I be in even more trouble? Will I be overwhelmed? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. At this moment, Suyu was not preoccupied with such worries. He found his state quite peculiar, as he could vividly sense his body undergoing a transformation. Yes, it felt as if it were being disassembled and then reformed, yet he experienced no pain. Only a comforting warmth. Minutes passed, and Suyu opened his eyes. How powerful. Husband, have you successfully advanced? Feng Qingxue inquired, her tone tinged with nervousness. After all, this was her first encounter with such an advancement, and she was uncertain if it would pose any danger. Suyu nodded without responding, lowering his gaze to his hands, gently clenching his fists. He could feel the terrifying power coursing through them. A single punch would undoubtedly shatter the heavens. Simultaneously, he sensed a lightness in his body, as if a gust of wind could lift him into the air. Of course, Suyu understood that this was merely an illusion caused by his inability to fully grasp the surging attributes of his body. He closed his eyes, calming his mind, and began to assert control over every inch of his newfound power with his formidable will. Before the advancement, after allocating all points to the 4-dimensional attributes, they precisely totaled 225. However, the current situation is quite different. Name Suyu level 1st tier. 0 level 0-1000. Combat power 565. Strength 450, with the average adult's 4-dimensional attributes being 10. Agility 450. Constitution 450. Mentality 450. Spirit energy 7,201. Appearance 92. Evolution points 2. Contractor. Feng Qingxue. Attack transfer 0. Talent SSS level plunder unique 0-1000. Plunder talent usage 1. Energy recovery 10 per minute. Skills SSS level dragon and phoenix yin yang decision unique 6. E level Tang Dao proficiency. F level body technique proficiency. Eye of detection items F level Tang Dao Qi Shui. F level battle suit MOU. F level silenced AK-47. F level automatic recovery magazine for the transformation is nothing short of astounding. With the enhancement from E level Tang Dao proficiency, the combat power has surged by more than 5-fold, and all attributes have reached 450 points, with spirit energy soaring to an unprecedented level of over 7,000. Initially, during the retreat, Suyu felt a pang of regret upon seeing about a dozen light orbs amidst the horde of corpses. Now, however, he can confidently declare, no big deal. The most crucial aspect is the SSS level talent plunder, which now allows him to seize 1 talent for his own benefit. With such elevated attributes, Suyu contemplated briefly and decided to set Feng Qianxue's attack transfer ratio to 50. This way, half of all attacks directed at her would be endured by him. He certainly did not want to lose such an extraordinarily beautiful and obedient partner due to a moment of negligence. By the way, Xiaoxian, the attack introduction states that it is judged based on the contractor's subjective consciousness. So, if during a sparring match, the contractor perceives it as an attack, he pondered the prospect of being ambushed during a friendly exchange. Wouldn't that constitute self-harm? The thought tightened a certain part of Suyu. Master, why do you harbor such peculiar thoughts? The contract oath skill exists precisely because of your presence. Therefore, even if you were to kill the contractor, there would be no backlash. With this accurate response, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoxian, with my current strength, can I withstand bullets? Unfortunately, no. Is that so? With a constitution of 450, doesn't that mean I can withstand attacks below 150 without breaking defense? Do bullets even have an attack power of 150? Nuclear bomb damage is 500, so in the face of a nuclear bomb, you can only last 3 seconds as a real man. Hearing Xiaoxian's jest, Su Yu's expression darkened. Xiaoxian, have you also gone bad? I was talking about peanuts. Do you understand peanuts? What you mentioned is a little boy. Giggle, giggle, it's all taught by the master. The damage inflicted by ordinary bullets is a mere 30 to 50 points. It is inconceivable that they could harm the master, given the master's current prowess. Aside from missiles and atomic bombs, conventional technological weaponry, except for vulnerable areas such as the eyes, cannot breach the defenses of his toughened physique. Excellent, excellent. We have made significant strides towards invincibility, so you felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. As he opened his eyes, he noticed Feng Qianxue gazing at him with a look of deep concern. He instantly drew her into his embrace, planting a fervent kiss on her cherry-like lips, and laughed heartily. Qianxue, my dear wife, can you guess what my average attribute value is now? Feng Qianxue pondered her own attribute value for a moment, then uncertainly held up 3 slender fingers and asked, is it 300? So you shook his head. Then it must be 400? Feng Qianxue increased her count by 1 finger. Again, so you shook his head, smiling as he replied, not quite. Feng Qianxue, feeling impatient, clung to Suyu's arm and said, darling, just tell me directly. I can't guess it. My average attribute is now 450, and I possess a skill that has all damage dealt to you. How about that? Isn't your husband remarkable? So you chose not to disclose that the half damage would be borne by him. At this point, Feng Qianxue's affection had reached the level of true love, where she would unhesitatingly sacrifice her life for him. If she were to learn that the damage reduction would be at his expense, she would undoubtedly insist on adjusting the damage absorption to 0. Even if Siyu did not revert it, Feng Qianxue would become hesitant in her actions, which would ultimately hinder her future development. Thus, he opted to keep this information concealed. My husband, you are truly amazing. Qianxue adores you, she exclaimed, leaving a playful kiss on his cheek. At that moment, only one thought occupied Feng Qianxue's mind. Have damage? Does that mean that in our friendly sparring sessions, it will no longer be a painful joy, but solely a joy? As she contemplated this, a brilliant smile illuminated her exquisite face. Siyu observed her with some confusion, wondering why she was so elated. Chapter 36. The strongest being on the surface. After securing a bedroom, Siyu spent 5 spirit essence to exchange for a brand new set of bed linens, ensuring that Feng Qianxue could rest comfortably. Once he exited the bedroom, Siyu returned to the sofa, pondering the type of talent he should seize. Initially, when his offensive capabilities were lacking, he had contemplated acquiring an attack-oriented talent as his first choice. However, upon realizing the immense power of mastering abilities, he felt that acquiring a talent that enhanced attack or speed was no longer necessary. As for the coveted spatial talent he had yearned for, it was classified as a rare talent and was unfortunately absent from the marketplace. Thus, after much contemplation, Siyu concluded that the optimal choice at this juncture would be to seize a talent that bolstered his survival capabilities. In terms of survival talents, aside from the teleportation associated with spatial talents and the defensive enhancements of metal and earth attributes, the only remaining option was a talent that fortified his physical defenses. With a direction established, the next steps are clearer. Xiaoxian, can the talents exchanged in the marketplace trigger my plundering ability? Indeed. However, the master must consider carefully, as once a decision is made, it cannot be altered. Additionally, I would advise against exchanging for talents in the marketplace, as they are merely commonplace abilities. Suyu nodded in understanding. He indeed needed to deliberate thoroughly, but it would also be prudent to compare the talents available in the marketplace. Xiaoxian, please list the talents that enhance physical attributes, defensive capabilities, or restorative abilities for my perusal. F-level talent, Vampire, consume blood to rapidly recover from injuries. Healing speed increased by 10. 100 Spirit Essence. F-level talent, Petrification, increases self-defense by 10. 100 Spirit Essence. F-level talent, Earth Element Control, enhances the effects of Earth-based skills by 10. Allowing the Earth element to cover one's defenses. 100 Spirit Essence. SSS level talent, Rapid Regeneration, allows for rapid healing of bodily injuries. Healing speed increased by 100. 10 billion spirit essence talent skill. Regeneration, passive skill, continuously consumes energy, capable of regenerating all organs except for the brain and heart. No cooldown time. Talent skill, purification, active skill, consumes 50 energy, purifies all negative states. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Talent skill, rebirth, passive skill, condenses a drop of essence blood, allowing rebirth upon death using the essence blood. This skill disappears after 3 uses. Gazing at the astonishing SSS level talent, rapid regeneration, Suyu nearly drooled. This would grant me 3 extra lives, but the price of 10 billion is quite staggering. He then felt a twinge of confusion. Xiaoxian. Can this SSS level rapid regeneration still be classified as a common talent? It seems exceptionally powerful. Master. While this talent indeed meets the threshold for rarity and is the strongest among common talents, it still falls short compared to true rare talents. Very well. However, Xiaoxian, why can't you emulate those systems depicted in novels? Those systems offer legendary weapons for mere check-ins and grant treasures for completing tasks, at the very least. They provide opportunities for lotteries. Look at our system. Aside from the exchange marketplace, it offers nothing else. Master, energy is conserved. It neither appears from nothing nor vanishes into thin air. It merely transforms from one form to another or transfers from one object to another. Thus, what you speak of is but an illusion. Is it appropriate to equate the ephemeral with the tangible? Then where does the SSS grade yin-yang technique in the novice gift pack come from? Little fairy, may I remind you, this was originally yours? Oh dear, master. Please refrain from further inquiries. I shall disclose everything in due time. So you pouted, clearly sensing that little fairy harbored secrets yet to be revealed. However, he chose not to press the issue further and began contemplating how to select his second talent. Exchanging in the system's marketplace was not an option. The prices were exorbitantly high and certainly not the best. In the natural world, numerous creatures possess remarkable talents, and acquiring them for free was undeniably more enticing. When it came to resilience, the first creature that came to Suyu's mind was the tardigrade. Tardigrades, microscopic beings, can survive in virtually any environment, including the peaks of the ocean's depths, the abyss of the deep sea, volcanic craters, and even outer space. While cockroaches are often referred to as indestructible due to their robust adaptability to various environments, a mere decapitation can leave them alive for several days. Yet, when compared to tardigrades, the comparison is negligible. Tardigrades withstand extreme temperatures and conditions with ease, showing remarkable resilience even when deprived of food and water. Moreover, their defensive capabilities are nearly invincible. Even radiation levels of 5,700 grays are trivial to them. To put this into perspective, the radiation from a nuclear explosion is merely 10 grays, meaning that the equivalent of 570 nuclear bombs detonating before them would not inflict harm. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to label them as the strongest organisms on Earth. Of course, tardigrades do have their weaknesses. Human gastric acid can easily annihilate them. Therefore, the simplest method to deal with tardigrades might be to consume them whole. However, as they evolve, their inherent talents are likely to evolve as well. Currently, it is the 3rd day following the outbreak of the apocalypse. In just 7 days, all life forms on Water Blue Star will awaken their talents through passive absorption of the energy in the heavens and earth. Thus, so you decided to reserve this opportunity to seize a talent, planning to capture a few tardigrades once all species have fully awakened. If their talents prove advantageous, he would appropriate them. If not, he would seek alternatives until he finds one that suits him. Should he hastily seize a talent now, its level would likely be insufficiently high to offer substantial enhancement. After all, this ability would accompany him throughout his life, warranting careful consideration. As for where to find tardigrades, by searching among moist patches of moss, he would likely uncover their presence, with a clear intention in mind. So you chose not to browse the talents in the system marketplace any longer. Little fairy, please exchange for E-grade mastery of agility. Beep. Purchasing E-level skill, mastery of body technique, deducting 1,000 spiritual essence, remaining essence, 6201. Beep. Acquired E-level skill, mastery of body technique. Would you like to learn it? Learning. The sensation was familiar, so you had experienced it numerous times before. However, now that he had reached the first tier, he received the immense influx of information without any pressure, effortlessly comprehending and assimilating it. E-level mastery of body technique. Reaction and movement speed increased by 150. This skill's enhancement can stack with other speed-enhancing skills, similar to the proficiency with the Tang Dao. Upon reaching E-level, an additional 150 increase was granted. He could distinctly feel his body becoming even lighter, and Suyu nodded in satisfaction. This mastery was indeed more formidable than an external aid. After a brief contemplation, Suyu decided to exchange for an area of effect skill, as it was time to utilize the energy within him. Little Fairy, search for blade skills. F-level skill, 3-stage / 100 spiritual essence. E-level skill, flashing thrust, speed increase of 15, delivering a lethal strike forward, 1000 spiritual essence. E-level skill, 3-stage / performs 3 consecutive slashes forward, releasing blade energy. Damage increase of 15, 1000 spiritual essence. E-level skill, blade draw / emits an elliptical blade energy / forward from the user's center. Damage increase of 15, 1000 spiritual essence. Note, the skill's range and the energy released are correlated. For instance, with the blade draw / the more energy released, the larger and farther the blade energy extends. The higher the mental attribute, the greater the stored energy within. Chapter 37, Blade Draw / Comprehensive Equipment Upgrade without much deliberation. Suyu directly exchanged for the E-grade skill, Blade Draw / Ding, purchased E-grade skill Blade Draw / deducted 1000 spiritual essence, remaining spiritual essence 5201. Ding, acquired E-grade skill Blade Draw / Do you wish to learn it? Learn. Unlike the mastery of abilities, the acquisition of skills was nearly instantaneous. The method of casting this skill was now embedded in his mind. Suyu retrieved the Tang Dao, Qi Shui, from his storage ring. Mobilizing approximately 2 of his internal energy, nearly 10 points of mental attribute energy. Blade Draw / Clang. In an instant, a blood-red blade light, with a radius of approximately 1 meter, flashed before Suyu. The air surrounding the blade light seemed to be tinted crimson. Suyu squinted, gaining a rough understanding of its effect. He once again summoned 4 of his internal energy. Blade Draw / Clang. The blood-red blade light reappeared, this time extending to a length of 2 meters, with the side of the blade embedding itself into the wall. Suyu approached and touched it. Remarkably, there was no sound. The wall had been sliced open effortlessly. Suyu was quite pleased with this outcome. If he expended merely 1/10 of his energy, the radius of the blade light could reach 5 meters. A semicircular attack with a radius of 5 meters was already substantial. If he stood amidst a horde of corpses, a single blade draw / could sweep through a multitude. However, such an area of effect attack required careful control of the direction and output of energy. Otherwise, he risked causing harm to his allies. Suyu was indifferent to sending others away, but if he accidentally sent his wife away, he would have nowhere to lament his sorrow. As Suyu sensed the energy expended gradually replenishing, recovering at a rate of 10 per minute, given that he had not utilized his internal energy for a while, he curiously inquired, Little Fairy, how's the energy recovery rate calculated? Master, your current energy recovery rate is 10 per minute. For SSS grade, it is also 10 per minute. For SS grade 8, S grade 6, A grade 5, B grade 4, C grade 3, D grade 2, E grade 1, 5, and F grade 1. Using corresponding grade energy stones can double the recovery rate. Suyu nodded, and then suddenly realized to ask again. What if I possess 2 or even 10 SSS grade talents? How is that calculated? The recovery rate is indeed stackable. If the master possesses 10 SSS grade talents, you could recover 100 of your energy per minute. Indeed, this means I need not worry about energy depletion in the future. While others expend their energy on several powerful skills, I can continuously unleash my ultimate moves. Who could possibly stand against me? Suyu mused, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Should I exchange for a few more skills? Forget it. It's better to proceed steadily. Currently, mastery of the Tang Dao and Blade Draw / is more than sufficient. With a decision made, Suyu ceased to ponder further, gazing at the Tang Dao, Qi Shui in his hand. His fingers gently caressed the smooth scabbard of Qi Shui. Clang. As the crimson blade emerged from its sheath, Suyu admired the dark red and black hue of the blade adorned with mysterious crimson patterns. The more he gazed upon it, the more he found himself enamored, relishing the exhilarating sensation of wielding a sword, which truly felt magnificent. Little Fairy, is there any way to enhance the level of the crimson blood? If not, Suyu would have to part with it and exchange it for another E-grade Tang Dao. Master, you can exchange for an E-grade enhancement stone in the shop. This stone can elevate items or skills to E-grade. Then let S procure an E-grade enhancement stone. Beep, purchasing E-grade enhancement stone, deducting 1000 spirit essence, remaining spirit essence 4201. A stone, roughly the size of a mobile phone, appeared in Suyu's hand. Its surface was animated by an unknown dark liquid that flowed mysteriously, creating an unusual spectacle. As he toyed with the enhancement stone, curiosity overcame him. Little Fairy, are such enhancement stones found in the universe as well? Indeed. But they are exceedingly rare. The higher the grade, the scarcer they become. Suyu nodded in understanding, following the stone's instructions. He placed it against the blade of crimson blood and focused his thoughts. The dark liquid within the enhancement stone seemed to heat and bubble, releasing wisps of black smoke that intertwined with the blade over the course of 10 minutes. Eventually, the enhancement stone fulfilled its purpose, disintegrating into a fine powder. Upon lifting the crimson blood, Suyu immediately felt its weight. Previously at 30 gene, it now surged to an astonishing 300 gene. Were it not for his first-tier strength, wielding this blade would have posed a considerable challenge. His fingers glided over the blade, and the dark red patterns appeared to come alive, flowing along the surface, giving the already eerie crimson blood an even more sinister aura. Yet, he was unperturbed. Could it truly come alive? Master, you are correct. When a weapon reaches B grade, it has a chance to develop sentience. Weapons upgraded from lower tiers have an even higher probability of fostering intelligence, making enhancement stones exceedingly valuable in the universe. A sentient weapon can even autonomously defend its master and engage in battle, effectively coming to life. Is it truly possible to play like that? Suyu was taken aback, his slender fingers tracing the blade. Hey, buddy, it seems you'll be accompanying me for a long time ahead. You better develop your spirit soon. E-grade Tang Dao Crimson Blood, Strength 20, Sharpness 20, capable of penetrating the defenses of second-tier beings, bloodless. Accompanied by the skill Return Blade, can summon Crimson Blood within 100 meters. The E-grade Crimson Blood boasted an increase of 10 points in both strength and sharpness compared to its F-grade predecessor. Upon noticing an additional skill, Suyu's eyes sparkled. While the skill appeared to lack immediate utility, its ostentatious effect was undeniable. Subsequently, Suyu exchanged for 2 more E-grade enhancement stones, upgrading both the storage ring and the battle attire ink feathered E-grade. E-grade storage ring, 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, time stands still within, cannot store living entities. The storage ring has been elevated from 100 cubic meters to 1,000 cubic meters, while other aspects remain unchanged. Let us turn our attention to the introduction of the battle suit, Ink Feather. E-Class Battle Suit. Ink Feather, the battle suit allows for seamless transitions between combat and leisure modes, offers a defense enhancement of 15, possesses automatic repair capabilities, cleans dirt, regulates temperature, and enables instantaneous wearing. The modifications to the Ink Feather suit are modest. Its defensive capabilities have increased from a certain level to a 15 enhancement, which is quite commendable. Upon reviewing my spiritual essence, which was originally over 7,000 and seemed quite ample, it has now dwindled to 2,201 points. Fortunately, Feng Qianxue has yet to reach the first tier, so there is no need for equipment upgrades, or else the remaining 2,000 points of spiritual essence would prove insufficient. Aside from the storage ring, equipment can only be utilized if it is one tier higher than oneself. Attempting to forcefully use it would hinder the full expression of one's abilities. Chapter 38. The eerie game match. Glancing at the clock, it was nearing midnight. Suyu rose and entered the bedroom, where Feng Qianxue was soundly asleep, her lips curling into a faint smile, perhaps lost in a pleasant dream. Shaking his head, he stepped out of the room. The girl was utterly exhausted and deserved her rest. After all, there was no immediate rush. Feeling rather bored, Suyu took out his phone and began to scroll through Douyin. It was quite remarkable that the platform had not yet encountered a 404 error at this hour. As he perused the myriad comments from netizens, Suyu discovered that many regions had already begun to experience power and water outages. Those fortunate enough to still have water found it to be murky and foul-smelling. It seemed that a significant number of people were also without internet, as the volume of commenters had noticeably decreased. The official authorities in the magical metropolis had issued a statement announcing that a survival base was being established in the outskirts of the Western District, and that rescue operations would commence promptly, urging the public to await assistance or to make their own way if they were capable. Suyu held little interest in this survival base and had no intention of visiting it, even if the officials were of good character. He was certain that among their offspring lay some who were arrogant and overbearing. Suyu feared he might lose his temper and resort to violence, and then, should he harm the young, the elders would inevitably come forth, leading to a cascade of troubles. After all, he was currently responsible for Feng Qianxue. The adage about beautiful women bringing disaster rang true in his mind. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, lacking strength rendered one powerless to protect their loved ones. Even in times of peace, darkness lurked in the shadows. In the absence of constraints and moral boundaries, the immense pressure could magnify the darker facets of human nature. Suyu understood that they were merely at the onset of the apocalypse. The zombies were still at a low level, and the Empire was managing to maintain stability for the time being. Communication had not yet been entirely severed, and most individuals were still too fearful to act recklessly. Once communication was fully disrupted, and the zombies escalated to higher tiers, rendering firearms ineffective, it might signify the onset of humanity's collapse. After watching videos for a while, Suyu tossed his phone aside in frustration for the same types of videos repeated endlessly. He then made his way to the secondary bedroom, recalling that he had seen a laptop during his previous inspection of the room. Indeed, there it was, and he wondered whether it contained any entertaining games. As he was utterly bored, muttering to himself, Siyu swiftly powered on the computer. A familiar icon greeted him upon booting up. Was that League of Legends? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually called LAL. Double-clicking to open it, he was relieved to find that his account information was saved. Otherwise, he would have been unable to log in. Upon logging in, he noted that dozens of game regions were grayed out, with only one remaining green, prompting him to eagerly select it. After a brief look around, he discovered that the gameplay was quite similar to League of Legends, albeit with different heroes. He initiated a match and, while waiting, lit a cigarette and exchanged some in-game currency for a large canister of energizing chilled beverage, spending a full 10 spirit essence. After all, playing games without these two essentials would be devoid of soul. So you had not forgotten about Xiaoxian, now that he had an abundance of spiritual essence. He directly exchanged 100 units for a plethora of ordinary snacks for Xiaoxian, creating a delightful mountain of treats that made her feel as though she were dreaming. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Just as Siyu was on the verge of giving up, the game finally commenced. He chose to play as the Desert Reaper, colloquially known as Doghead. As the game began, Siyu initiated the blue buff. To his astonishment, both the top lane champion, Draven, and the mid lane champion, Ari, came over to assist him in securing the blue. Siyu found himself perplexed, wondering, is it really necessary to be this enthusiastic about a blue buff? Could it be that the gameplay on Water Blue Star is different? After clearing his own jungle, Siyu prepared to ambush in the bottom lane, signaling for an attack. However, his own marksman, Ezreal, sent a rather unexpected message, Jungle Daddy. Please don't come to gank. Siyu was taken aback. If he, as the jungler, wasn't he supposed to gank, then what was his role? Observing the state of the 3 lanes, he noticed something amiss. Everyone seemed solely focused on farming minions, displaying an unusual camaraderie. Even when Draven and the enemy Teemo engaged in skirmish, both ended up with a sliver of health yet refrained from further combat, returning to base in perfect synchrony. Siyu exclaimed, "What is this operation?" Draven replied, "In this apocalyptic world, isn't it better to maintain harmony? Who knows if we'll have the chance to play again?" The robot chimed in, "Indeed. Being able to log in and play a match at such a time is a blessing. Engaging in violence is rather undesirable." At that moment, Cus Dog had arrived at the location of the enemy blue buff, where the enemy Mastery was busy attacking it. Upon noticing Cus' presence, he halted his assault. The entire enemy team of Mastery collectively stated, "Doghead, do you wish to take the blue? Please, go ahead, it's yours." Siyu was both amused and bewildered, never expecting to encounter such a bizarre match in his lifetime. With a chuckle, he replied, "You can have it. I'm merely passing by, so don't mind me." Meanwhile, their robot had disconnected. Draven lamented, "Another one gone." Ezreal added, "The robot is my neighbor. His father was infected and turned into a zombie. He had been banging on doors, and it seems he finally broke through." Siyu couldn't help but marvel. What a remarkable father in Xia country. Even as a zombie, he still seeks to prevent his son from gaming. The entire chat buzzed with Fox saying, "Is anyone in Suzhou or Hangzhou? My home is in the Lakeside Island Villa district. My father has awakened his talents and gathered the survivors here. If you can come, I will protect you." The entire enemy team of Oriana exclaimed, "Is that true? I'm in Suzhou and Hangzhou." The Fox confirmed, "Absolutely. The official Suzhou and Hangzhou authorities have yet to announce the location of the shelters. You can take refuge here for now." Suddenly, a voice chimed in, "Hey, Master." The operator of this Fox character is a female creature with a comprehensive score above 90. "Siyu, taken aback?" asked Xiaoxian. "Can you discern that the opponent is a beauty?" "Indeed. Any female creature appearing in your line of sight or engaging in dialogue with you can be detected by me. Aren't I quite impressive?" Xiaoxian replied, "All right, little fairy, you are simply the best. However, could you perhaps use a different term instead of constantly referring to female?" Siyu silently noted the location of the villa area on the island in the middle of Lake Suang, which was over 2,000 kilometers away from the bustling metropolis. He merely intended to check on the well-being of the young lady when he had the time. There were no ulterior motives. Siyu had no intention of exiting the game either. After all, he had little else to occupy his time. So he might as well continue stacking the passive damage of his Q skill. An hour later, Siyu's Yordle appeared before the Baron, and with 2 Q skills. The Baron was swiftly defeated. How impressive the skill was. Suddenly, Siyu paused, contemplating the potential of skills like those of the Yordle, Thresh, and the Little Mage that could stack indefinitely. "Little Fairy, is there a skill in the shop that can stack infinitely?" "Master, such skills do not exist in reality. Even skills that can stack have limitations and durations. They cannot accumulate indefinitely." If it doesn't exist, then it simply doesn't. After all, if it isn't available in the shop, others won't possess it either. With this thought, Siyu felt a sense of balance within himself. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 1 p.m. How swiftly the hours had flown while gaming. Exiting the game, Siyu rose and walked into the master bedroom, settling at the head of the bed, gently caressing Feng Qianxue's silky hair. She still hadn't awakened. It appeared that she was truly exhausted. With such strength, it would be necessary to find her a few more companions in the future. Chapter 39. Chatter and Complaints. Truly overstepping boundaries having awakened Feng Qianxue. The two made their way to the living room, one following the other. Siyu retrieved an assortment of food from his ring and, after devouring 3 pig's trotters, still felt ravenous. The sustenance seemed to vanish into an ethereal void. Now that he had reached the first tier, conventional food devoid of energy bore little significance. With no other recourse, he exchanged for a luxurious meal for 2, valued at 200 spiritual essence, which, of course, was infused with energy. After sharing lunch with Feng Qianxue, Siyu, with a satisfied belch, remarked, "There is nothing quite like food rich in energy." Feng Qianxue chuckled lightly, suggesting, "Why don't we rescue Shiyao first? Then find a suitable location to establish a base where we can cultivate our own vegetables? I'll till the land, and you can fertilize it?" A mischievous grin spread across Suyu's face. Feng Qianxue paused, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected innuendo. Leaning closer, Suyu whispered, 1234, 12345, 123456712. Instantly, Feng Qianxue's cheeks flushed a vivid red, and she huffed, "You're so incorrigible, Qianxue, let us go. We should head to the boys' dormitory first." Siyu intended to settle Feng Qianxue in the boys' dorm, conveniently located just a wall away from the outside, facilitating swift support or retreat in case of emergencies. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted their plans. Just as Siyu was preparing to escape through the window, both halted. Straining to listen, they discerned 2 breaths from outside. "Senior Feng, are you there?" Exchanging glances, Siyu inquired, "Qianxue, is it someone looking for you?" Feng Qianxue shook her head, uncertain of the voice's identity. "Oh well, let us open the door and see." As Siyu opened the door, 2 figures appeared at the threshold. A woman, around 20, dressed in a fashionable manner, exuded a certain allure, holding the hand of a charming 9-year-old girl adorned in a delicate Lolita princess dress. Upon seeing Feng Qianxue, the woman became visibly excited. "Senior Feng, it's really you." Feng Qianxue scrutinized her, confirming she was a stranger, and her tone returned to its usual cool demeanor. "I don't recognize you." Hearing Feng Qianxue's declaration, Siyu asked, "Is there something you need?" The woman, also a student from Magic City University, had seen Feng Qianxue from a distance the previous day while she was dispatching zombies. Fearing that her plea for help might attract the undead, she had watched as Feng Qianxue and a man eliminated the zombies and departed. To her astonishment, she spotted Feng Qianxue again today, right outside her building. After much hesitation, she gathered the courage to bring her goddaughter along to seek out Feng Qianxue, hoping her presence would provide a buffer in the event of danger. Upon hearing Siyu speak, the woman turned her gaze toward him, her eyes fixating in awe, reminiscent of the infatuation of the now reckless Gongxi. This demonstrated that lust knows no gender. "Oh my, how can there be such a handsome man?" she exclaimed. "If only he could be my boyfriend. I would weep on a bicycle and be perfectly content." The woman no longer cast a glance at Feng Qianxue, instead adopting a pitiful demeanor as she turned to Suyu. "Handsome sir, could you possibly assist us? My daughter and I haven't eaten for an entire day. We are terribly hungry. You are so capable, even able to slay zombies. Would you be so kind as to escort us to the survival base established by the military? Once we arrive, I assure you we will repay your kindness." As she spoke, the woman attempted to wrap her arms around Suyu's. Siyu deftly sidestepped her embrace, fanning his nose slightly with a look of mild distaste. "Please keep your distance. I am allergic to the scent that clings to you." The woman's expression froze, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. "Could it be that I smell due to not having bathed these past few days?" She hesitantly sniffed herself, affirming there was no peculiar odor, and then adopted a more coy tone. "Handsome sir, you are being so unkind. I smell perfectly fine." Her voice took on an exaggerated sweetness that made Siyu uncomfortable. "My dear, is your family in the tea business?" "Tea? Certainly not." "Then why do you reek of green tea? I suggest you maintain your distance. I am allergic to it." With that, Siyu pulled Feng Qianxue back a couple of steps. A flash of resentment crossed the woman's eyes, quickly subdued as she nudged the little girl forward. Noticing the girl's silence, she pinched the child's back forcefully. Adopting an even more pitiful expression, she implored, "Could you not help us for the sake of this child? This is my goddaughter, Xiaolinger. She is only 9 years old. Can you bear to watch us starve to death?" Xiaolinger, though pinched and in pain, merely reddened her eyes without uttering a sound. Despite the woman's covert actions, Suyu had noticed the scene, slightly furrowing his brows. Seeing his frown, the woman mistakenly believed he was wavering. Internally, she scoffed. I refuse to believe you remain unmoved. This was her ultimate tactic. Whenever she displayed such a woeful visage, the men around her would invariably comply with her wishes. She had cultivated several admirers at school, including Xiao Lingo's father, who was utterly enchanted by her, to the point of contemplating divorce to marry her. In Suyu's perspective, the woman was worthy of a score of around 75, and with her pitiful act, she could easily garner a few extra points. This score was commendable, enough to earn her the title of a goddess. It was comparable to the most attractive girls in university. In his previous life, Suyu might have eagerly approached her. However, for the current Suyu, anyone below a score of 90 was simply not appealing. Engaging with a superficial beauty would yield no evolutionary points, and he would rather slay more zombies than waste time on an inconsequential flower vase, especially one as insipid as this woman. Thus, he firmly declined. Hasn't the official announcement stated that rescue teams will be dispatched? I suggest you wait for their arrival. Kindly step aside. We have matters to attend to. The woman, realizing her usual ploy had failed with Suyu, shifted her gaze to Feng Qianxue. Senior Feng, it's Yuan Xin. We're from the same department, don't you remember? We're classmates. Please help me, I beg you. Feng Qianxue frowned slightly in contemplation before leaning close to Suyu's ear and whispering, she does seem to be from our university. Should we help her? Upon witnessing this, Yuan Xin's jealousy flared uncontrollably. Feng Qianxue is beautiful, fine, but how does she deserve such a handsome boyfriend? Acting all aloof at school, yet outside, she's just another shameless. Suyu shook his head, impatience lacing his tone. So what if she's from our school? We're not her parents. Why should we help her? Hey, how can you say that? Yuan Xin retorted indignantly. It's the apocalypse now. As a man, shouldn't you protect women and children? It's only right. I don't have time for this nonsense. Last warning, move, or test my patience at your own peril. With that, Suyu took Feng Qianxue's hand and turned to leave. Panicked, Yuan Xin scrambled forward, arms outstretched to block their path. Scram. Suyu's voice was glacial, the accumulated brutality from slaughtering countless zombies lending his tone a razor's edge. Yuan Xin stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. Only as Suyu and Feng Qianxue strode past did she snap out of her daze, shrieking hysterically, "You're not even a man. Heartless bastards, leaving me to die. I curse you, may you both die horribly." Shing. Crimson blood left its sheath. Suyu flicked his wrist. Swish. The blade's keen tip pierced through Yuan Xin's voluptuous chest, pinning her mercilessly against the wall. Vermilion blood trailed down the steel, following the intricate, sinister crimson patterns like blooming roses of gore. You cough, how dare. Until her last breath, Yuan Xin couldn't comprehend how Suyu dared to kill, how he could slaughter a woman as radiant as herself. TCH, endless yapping. Should have known better than to waste courtesy on trash. Chapter 40. The First Order Zombie Cat. Suyu extended his hand, invoking the recall skill of the crimson blood. Whoosh. The crimson blood flew directly back into Suyu's grasp, its blade devoid of any bloodstains. As the sword was drawn, a few droplets of blood splattered onto the face of the delicate little girl, Linger. Her already pale visage turned even whiter, her pupils widening slightly, as she covered her mouth with her small hand and retreated a few steps, yet she did not cry out. In her gaze directed towards Suyu, there was no trace of fear. Rather, it bore a semblance of admiration, perhaps even tinged with gratitude. Feng Qianxue stood nearby, momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Suyu's sudden action. Although she felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Suyu slaying the woman, she remained silent. After all, her fondness for Suyu had surpassed 80. Even if the entire world turned against him, she would steadfastly stand by his side. Suyu crouched beside Linger, gently wiping the blood from her face, and softly inquired, "Is your name Linger?" Lingo shivered slightly, raised her head to steal a glance at Suyu, and nodded timidly. Intrigued, Suyu noted that this little girl had not uttered a word since her appearance, not even when he had taken the life of Yuan Xin before her. Such composure was hardly typical for a 9-year-old child. "Are you not afraid?" Lingo nodded once more, her voice trembling as she replied, "I am afraid, but Daddy said that Linger must be a brave child." Seeing Linger so well-behaved and exquisitely adorable, Feng Qianxue gently picked her up and asked, "And where is your father?" "Daddy said he would go out to find food for Linger, but he hasn't come back yet. Lingo is so very hungry." Through their conversation, Suyu learned that Yuan Xin was the girl's stepmother. After her father left in search of sustenance, he had not returned, and it was highly probable that he never would. Prior to the apocalypse, Yuan Xin had often abused and scolded her in her father's absence. Over the past 2 days, Lingo had barely eaten, as Yuan Xin had kept the food for herself, only providing Linger with some water. Seeing how understanding the little girl was, Siyu took her back to her home upstairs. From his storage ring, he retrieved a small stash of food and water, gently patting Linger's head. I will leave this food here for you. Make sure to ration it. You should be able to manage for a month. Linger, you are a clever child. If you see rescue from the army, wave from the window. Otherwise, do not trust anyone, and do not let anyone know you are here, understood? Linger nodded, albeit with a sense of confusion, and timidly responded, Lingo understands. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister. Siyu waved his hand, glancing at Feng Qianxue, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking but held her tongue. Qianxue, let us be on our way. Feng Qianxue's lips moved slightly, but she ultimately sighed. Retrieving a portion of the food Siyu had provided and kneeling to wipe Linger's face once more. Linger, remember what your big brother just told you. Strive to survive. After the two closed the door, tears streamed uncontrollably from Xiao Linger's eyes. After a while, she finally wiped her tears with a trembling hand. Big brother, thank you. I understand everything. I will survive, and I will repay you in the future. Suddenly, a zombie appeared at Gate 3 of Nanyang Pavilion in the Magic City. A red line appeared around its neck, followed by a spurt of blood, and its head rolled to the ground. Siyu shook his head helplessly. It was one thing not to gain experience from killing zombies below the first level, but he had also lost his talent for plunder. Fortunately, Ling Yuan was not picky. No matter what level of zombie was slain, Ling Yuan would provide sustenance. Noticing the distracted Feng Qianxue beside him, Siyu spoke softly, You're still worried about Xiao Lingo being alone, aren't you? Feng Qianxue nodded. Xiao Lingo is only 9 years old. Dear, all right, I understand what you're trying to say, but this is the law of the apocalypse. If those provisions weren't useless to us, I might not have left any food behind. Siyu interrupted Feng Qianxue's thoughts and continued. We currently lack the capability to carry a burden with us. Even if we had the ability, would we bring every child we encounter along? We must be resolute. Do you understand? Feng Qianxue linked her arm with Siyu, resting her head against him as she spoke. Dear, I understand what you mean. It just pains my heart a little. Such occurrences will not be rare in the apocalypse. The more we witness, the more accustomed we will become. This is the apocalypse. Siyu and Feng Qianxue cautiously traversed the street, bemused by the unusual scarcity of zombies along this route, in the absence of any survivors. Dear, could it be that you previously used the drone to lure away the zombies from this area? That is not right. I controlled the drone to fly in a different direction. Qianxue, be careful. I have a bad feeling. This street was too quiet, and they had only encountered a few scattered zombies along the way. The bizarre situation heightened Suyu's vigilance as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. The walls of the shops alongside the street bore scratch marks, and the severed limbs on the ground were cut cleanly, yet not as if severed by a blade. Suddenly, Suyu felt a chill behind him and instinctively turned, striking down with his knife. A shadow swiftly changed direction midair, bouncing to the side. At that moment, Feng Qianxue reacted, immediately adopting an attacking stance. Meow. A sharp cat-like cry echoed through the street. A zombie cat, roughly the size of a tiger, appeared before them. The zombie cat had grown over 10 times its original size. Although its body exhibited significant changes, its feline outline remained discernible. The creature's eyes were not the typical lifeless white of a zombie, but a blood-red hue, and its unique feline eyes, shrouded in crimson, were particularly chilling. Its fur, which should have been soft and supple, stood rigidly upright as if treated with hair gel. The fluffy cat's paw revealed 4 glistening claws, despite its seemingly graceful movements. The sharp talons left deep scratches on the ground. Siyu, wary of the situation, promptly activated his eye of detection. Name, Zombie Cat, Level, Tier 1. Level 1, Combat Power, 179 Strength, 172. The average attribute for adults is 10. Agility, 756. Constitution, 103. Mentality, 73. Appearance, 10. Affection, 50. In its eyes. You are a delectable meal. Note, zombie-type creatures possess extraordinary attributes determined by their bloodline, surpassing those of the same level of humans by 10 to 200. These creatures are incapable of learning skills and can only utilize innate abilities and skills inherent to their race. Talent, B-rank Devour, allows rapid leveling and evolution through the consumption of flesh. Consuming flesh can enhance talent level, with a cap of S-rank. Skills, A-rank Infection, passive skill. Biting or scratching can transmit the virus. If not effectively treated, the afflicted will be assimilated into the same species. C-rank Bloodlust, passive skill, activated upon sensing fresh blood, enhancing agility by 30. Upon observing the attributes of the zombie cat, Siyu felt a sense of relief, with a constitution of 450 points. The creature's attacks posed little threat to him. However, he couldn't help but notice the cat's astonishing speed, boasting an agility of 756 points. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable, as felines had always exhibited reflexes several times faster than those of humans before the apocalypse. Chapter 41. First kill of the first-tier Qianxue. Be cautious and seize the opportunity to strike. With that, Suyu took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself in front of Feng Qianxue. Meow. Observing Suyu's movement, the zombie cat arched its body, adopting an aggressive stance. Its pupils gradually narrowed, transforming into a singular line. Suyu refrained from rushing in. Instead, he remained stationary, waiting for the zombie cat to make its move. An exceptional hunter often appears as prey. Thus, the three of them, 2 humans and 1 cat, found themselves in a peculiar standoff. Noting that the zombie cat showed no inclination to attack, Suyu understood that it was awaiting a moment of vulnerability from him. It seems that upon reaching the first tier, its intelligence has increased significantly. Then, I shall deliberately expose a weakness. With narrowed eyes, Suyu picked up several small stones, weighing them in his hand before hurling them at the zombie cat with force. As anticipated, none of the stones struck their target. Suyu had no expectation of hitting. The zombie cat now possessed considerable intelligence, and should he attack aggressively, it might sense danger and flee. With its agility exceeding 700 and the advantage of the terrain, Suyu might not be able to contain it. Hence, he planned to feign weakness, prompting the creature to attack and allowing him to identify an opening for a decisive strike. If the zombie cat were aware of Suyu's strategy, it would surely scornfully remark, "Those who play tactics have truly wicked hearts." As expected, after a few minutes of stalemate, the zombie cat seemed to sense that there was no immediate threat from Suyu and Feng Qianxue. It began to stealthily circle around them, seemingly in search of an opportune moment. Meow. Suddenly, the zombie cat lunged forward, its hind legs propelling it with such speed that it appeared almost ethereal as it charged at Suyu. In the blink of an eye, the cat's afterimage was upon him, its claws flashing like lightning, aimed directly at Suyu's handsome face. At that moment, Suyu made his move. The crimson blood blade was unleashed in an instant, faster than the zombie cat. If the airborne cat continued its assault, it would undoubtedly impale itself on the blade's tip. Realizing the peril, the zombie cat's high agility came into play. It swiftly adjusted its position midair, aiming to swat the crimson blood blade aside with one paw while using the other to continue its attack. However, it was utterly unprepared for the finesse of Suyu's swordsmanship. As the zombie cat altered its attack direction, the blade of crimson blood simultaneously pivoted to meet its outstretched paw. This was a preemptive response to its anticipated move. Suyu, a master of the Tang Dao at E level, was fully capable of predicting the zombie cat's next action. Thud. Meow. Accompanied by a pained wail, the zombie cat swiftly leaped aside. The entire encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. Feng Qianxue barely had time to react before the cat was injured. Retreating to a distance, the zombie cat roared in fury, its right paw bleeding profusely. Meow. Although Suyu was unaware of the cat's frantic meowing, its ruffled fur suggested it was seething with rage. How about stoking the flames? In the next moment, the zombie cat appeared dazed. What on earth is this human doing? Suyu had one arm wrapped around Feng Qianxue's slender waist while the other grasped the crimson blade, pointing a finger at the zombie cat and shaking it disdainfully. A smug expression on his face that seemed to taunt, "Come at me if you dare." This was the first time the zombie cat had been wounded since its transformation, and it could hardly tolerate such humiliation from Suyu. Its already meager intelligence was further compromised. With a fierce yell, it charged at Suyu once more. Fueled by anger, its speed increased. A fleeting shadow darted past, and in an instant, Suyu swung his blade. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing reverberated as he parried its assault. The zombie cat, relentless and fast, lashed out with its claws, which were lethal. Yet, Suyu, with his exceptional agility and swordsmanship, deftly deflected each strike. The relentless barrage had no effect, only serving to heighten the zombie cat's desperation. Revealing a momentary flaw, now is the time. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Suyu lunged forward with his blade, thrusting towards its throat and side, aiming for the vital organs. Despite the zombie cat's efforts to evade, it was struck in the abdomen by the crimson blade, sent hurtling away. Whoosh! Just as it hit the ground, an ice blue arrow pierced its eye. Meow. Upon witnessing the arrow shot by Feng Qianxue, Suyu could not help but commend her. The timing was impeccable. The zombie cat emitted a chilling wail, its newfound intelligence allowing it to endure the pain in its eye and abdomen as it sprinted away on its long legs. However, the severity of its eye injury caused its movements to be uncoordinated. Frostbind. Feng Qianxue cried out, activating her innate skill. The air turned frigid as a layer of frost appeared in the zombie cat's path. Unable to halt its momentum, the zombie cat dashed into the frost. Its speed instantly reduced to a crawl. At this moment, Suyu arrived at the scene, the frost covering an area of 25 square meters. He cautiously extended his hand into it, a chilling sensation jolting through him. After a brief moment of acclimatization, he found that his robust physique could easily withstand such cold. The zombie cat sensed movement behind it, its eyes reflecting despair, as if questioning, "Am I to perish here?" Swish. The crimson blade sliced through the air. Ding. Killed a level 1 zombie cat, earning 20 spiritual essence and 6 experience points. Current experience, 6 1000. Ding. Talent plunder triggered, strength 2, agility 2. The zombie cat's head flew high, its blood mist merging beautifully with the frost. Observing this striking figure, Feng Qianque's eyes gleamed with deep admiration. At that moment, a surge of energy flowed into Feng Qianque's body, bringing her back to her senses. Upon a brief examination, she discovered an increase of 4 experience points. And she couldn't help but exclaim, "Darling, why has my experience increased? I gained 4 points all at once." Siyu, equally intrigued, pondered how he received only 6 experience points from defeating a level 1 creature, while Feng Qianque had acquired 4. Little fairy, what is the meaning of this? I'm a bit perplexed. Master. When creatures are defeated collaboratively, experience is allocated based on the damage output. Moreover, defeating a creature of a higher tier yields an experience multiplier of 10. The reason for the meager increase is that level 1 is merely the starting point. All life forms, even those that do nothing, can passively absorb cosmic energy and ascend to level 1. Once they reach level 1, they can no longer passively absorb energy. To put it simply, level 1 is considered the most insignificant in the universe. Suyu's lips twitched, yet he understood that little fairy was not mistaken to higher dimensional beings. Humanity might not even register as trash. It seems that swiftly elevating one's level is not as straightforward as I had envisioned. After imparting the rules of experience distribution to Feng Qianque, he turned to gaze at the corpse of the zombie cat, clicking his tongue in disappointment. What a pity. Nothing dropped. The meat is inedible. Otherwise, I would at least have enjoyed a roasted whole cat. Feng Qianque chuckled lightly, playfully responding, "Why are you always thinking about food? Let us hurry to school. One must be well fed to have the strength to pursue you. Come on, we've already wasted quite a bit of time." At the moment, the apocalypse was still in its early stages. Everything remained in its nascent state, and there weren't many creatures of equal tier available for the protagonist to hunt. It was entirely normal for the protagonist's level to be caught up to. Thus, there was no suppression of the protagonist's level or strength, nor could there be. Experience points for level 1 were 100 times greater than for level 0 because level 1 is the very beginning. It is akin to a newborn. Without any effort, one can passively advance to level 1 within 2 years. After reaching level 1, ascending further does not yield experience growth of 10 or 100 times. Moreover, the narrative establishes a total of 9 levels, without any nested tier structure. If the difficulty of leveling were not significant, wouldn't it be the case that one could reach level 8 or 9 before even leaving the water blue star? Additionally, do not jump to conclusions or make unfounded assumptions. No factions will be joined, but cooperation will be chosen. If one cannot accept such a premise, then there is little that can be done. Chapter 42. The Understanding Woman. Outside Building 2 of Nanyang Pavilion Garden, chaos erupted as a sudden wave of corpses surged forth. What the hell? How did a small-scale zombie tide emerge here? The squad leader exclaimed, "We must retreat. Our ammunition is nearly exhausted." Retreat? Where can we possibly retreat to now? The command from above was clear. We must find that person at all costs. All soldiers, draw your blades and annihilate these wretched creatures. Among the horde of corpses, a dozen warriors sheathed their firearms and unsheathed their broadswords. "Brothers, let's fight." Under the leadership of the brave squad leader, Ludaden, they charged into the throng of zombies. Their blades shimmered with various hues, striking fiercely at first, but soon, as the glow began to fade, some warriors fell wounded. The injured soldiers gritted their teeth, squeezing out the last vestiges of their strength, determined to slay a few more of the undead to alleviate the burden on their comrades. Before long, one warrior felt his consciousness slipping away. He roared, "Squad leader, if I get the chance to see my mother again, please tell her I'm sorry. I can't fulfill my filial duties anymore." After uttering those words, he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to regain some clarity. He drew his sidearm and aimed it at his own temple, the last bullet remaining, a final resort. Bang! "Juzi!" he screamed, "You filthy bastards, I will eradicate you all." As the sole first-tier warrior in the squad, Ludaden disregarded his own injuries, fighting desperately against the zombies before him. His power had reached the first tier. As long as he was not scratched or bitten by a first-tier zombie, he would not succumb to infection. However, the other soldiers were merely at the 0 tier. And if they were clawed by a higher-tier zombie, their fate was sealed. Having just saved one soldier from a fatal blow, Ludaden realized another was already ensnared by a nearby zombie. while another undead creature was lunging at him from behind. If no one intervened, that soldier was doomed. Should Lu Dayton insist on rescuing him, the soldier might survive, but he himself would be left vulnerable to the attack from behind, inevitably suffering severe injuries. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Dayton gritted his teeth and abandoned the zombie he was facing, delivering a swift diagonal strike at the zombie threatening his comrade. Kill, he urged, clenching his jaw as he felt a large chunk of flesh torn from his thigh. Ignoring the pain, he was consumed by a fervor to slay. Lost in the heat of battle. Dear, why are all these zombies moving toward the school? At a street corner, two figures observed the unusual behavior of the undead. Siyu frowned slightly. With his attributes exceeding 400, his hearing, vision, and perception had intensified significantly. He could vaguely hear the distant sounds of battle coming from the direction the zombies were converging. Someone is fighting ahead. These zombies must have been drawn to the commotion. Let's go take a look. The row of shops before them boasted traditional decor, with a modestly elevated eaved roof. Feng Qianxue nodded in agreement, and together with Suyu, they leapt onto the rooftops, advancing toward the gathering of zombies. Upon nearing the vicinity of the anguished cries, Suyu surveyed the surrounding terrain. Lowering his voice as he spoke, Qianxue, let us seek refuge in that residential building. It would be quite troublesome to be surrounded by a horde of corpses. Darling, there is a balcony over there. We should be able to access it. Feng Qianxue pointed to the third-floor balcony across the street. The pair found themselves amidst a row of shops, while the residential building loomed before them. If they were to be encircled by the undead, the intricate layout of the residential building would provide a better opportunity for escape. They swiftly crossed the street, utilizing the air conditioning units mounted on the exterior walls to ascend to the balcony Feng Qianxue had indicated. Who goes there? A woman's cautious inquiry resonated from within the dwelling as they arrived at the balcony. Ignoring her, Siyu pushed open the sliding door. A woman, approximately 30 years of age, stood protectively behind a young boy, her gaze fixed warily upon the two intruders. Who are you? What do you want? We have no food. Please leave. Feng Qianxue interjected. Hello, we are students from Moda University. You need not fear. We harbor no ill intentions. The woman's wariness did not wane in the slightest. Before the cataclysm, she had been a psychologist, well acquainted with the intricacies of human nature. The essence of humanity invariably leans toward greed and selfishness, evading pain while pursuing pleasure without any semblance of rationality. The most telling reflections of human nature can be found in hospitals, where the vicissitudes of time are witnessed, and in hotels, where one observes the myriad of human depravity and sordid dealings. Now, amidst the apocalypse, the baseness of humanity may surface at any moment. The woman spoke again. I have no interest in who you are. This is my home, and I hope you will leave. Seeing that Feng Qianxue wished to say more, Suyu playfully pinched her delicate nose, chuckling, why explain so much? Your approach to handling matters is still rooted in the world that once was. You ought to learn more from your husband. Turning his attention back to the woman, he noticed the young boy peeking out from behind her, only to hastily retreat upon meeting Suyu's gaze. The woman, too, felt a tremor of fear at his imposing presence. Thus far, Suyu had dispatched over 1,000 zombies, exuding an indelible aura of menace that few could withstand. Such scenarios were not uncommon even before the world fell apart, akin to the once belligerent dogs and haughty geese that would cower before a butcher, utterly submissive. Amused by the woman's and child's demeanor, Suyu remarked with a chuckle, Am I truly that fearsome? He continued, Now, I shall pose questions, and you will answer them. Can you manage that? As he spoke, he swept a hand over the nearby coffee table, which split in two with a resounding crash. Terrified, the woman fell to her knees, pleading, I beg you, do not kill us. Please, ask whatever you wish, and I shall answer to the best of my knowledge. Her plea was not born of genuine submission but rather a recognition, as a psychologist, of the lethal intent behind Suyu's eyes. Satisfied with her understanding, Suyu nodded approvingly. He relished engaging with those of keen intellect. Should one encounter a fool, he would undoubtedly drag you down to his level and subsequently vanquish you with his vast experience. Perhaps the notion of intellectual degradation often seen in novels stems from such encounters. Speak up, he urged. Kneeling is unbecoming. It makes me appear as a villain. I am, in fact, quite amiable. After answering a few questions, we shall take our leave. As he spoke, Suyu gestured for Feng Qianxue to take a seat on the sofa. The woman cautiously lifted her gaze to Suyu, and upon confirming that he was not jesting, she timidly rose to her feet. With a leg crossed nonchalantly, Suyu pointed towards the street and inquired, Pray tell, who are those engaged in combat with the zombies outside? Given your proximity, you must possess some knowledge. A flicker of brightness momentarily ignited in the woman's eyes, only to swiftly dim once more. They are members of the military. Ah, has assistance arrived so swiftly? Suyu expressed his surprise, for this area lies near the heart of the demon city. and even a formidable military force would not typically reach such a location so promptly. The woman collected her thoughts and continued, half an hour ago. A dozen armed soldiers appeared nearby. Initially, they wielded knives to dispatch the zombies, creating minimal commotion. However, many survivors, upon spotting the military, became agitated and began to call for help. This outcry attracted a multitude of nearby zombies, particularly from the direction of Nanyang Pavilion Scenic Garden, where an estimated 1 to 2,000 zombies surged forth, densely packed. Exchanging a glance with Feng Qianxue, Siyu awkwardly rubbed his nose. Surely, this horde of zombies cannot be the result of my earlier actions in attracting them together? Chapter 43. Is that so? Then I shall grant you this opportunity. Faced with a multitude of corpses, they resorted to firearms, firing while retreating towards Magic City University. As they moved further away, the details became unclear to me. Feng Qianxue leaned close to Su Yu's ear and whispered, "Darling, shall we go take a look?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yu nodded. After all, they needed to traverse the horde of corpses to reach the university, and taking a detour would only prolong their journey. Let us proceed. We should first assess the situation. Su Yu stood up and glanced at the woman and child who remained standing nearby. He retrieved some food from his storage ring as remuneration, said nothing further, and strode outside. Feng Qianxue merely cast a glance at the woman before following closely behind Su Yu. The woman, witnessing this, felt a flicker of emotion. She wished to ask Su Yu if he could take her and her child with him, yet the words caught in her throat, and all she could manage was a faint sigh. Grasping her child, she expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you. As the two exited, several zombies lunged towards them. Swish, swish, ding. Killed a level 2 zombie, 0th tier, and gained 2 spirit essence. Experience cannot be acquired as the level exceeds that of the target. Ding. Killed a level 1 zombie, 0th tier, and gained 1 spirit essence. Experience cannot be acquired as the level exceeds that of the target. Confronted with these lowly zombies, Siyu felt no interest whatsoever. The lack of experience was disappointing, and the spirit essence was meager. However, these zombies, which he deemed insignificant, posed a formidable threat to the majority of ordinary people. Sigh, darling. Do you think these ordinary folks can survive in the apocalypse? Feng Qianxue lamented, her icy demeanor unable to mask her reverence for life. Su Yu, smiling gently at Feng Qianxue, replied, it has been several days. Have you not yet acclimated? Feng Qianxue shook her head. It's not that. I simply feel a bit reflective. Why dwell on it? We should focus on our own well-being. Some individuals will not be grateful even if you assist them. If you provide 7 parts, they will feel you owe them 3 parts instead. That woman from earlier understood the situation well, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Such people, if rescued, can endure longer than most in this harsh world. The two conversed casually, effortlessly dispatching the zombies that obstructed their path, and soon arrived at a residential building beside the horde. Squad leader, you must break through with us. You cannot perish here, amidst the sea of corpses. 2 soldiers in combat attire were dragging a battle-worn warrior backward. The warrior was Lu Dadong, whose leg below the knee had vanished, leaving only tattered pants clinging to his form, still stained with remnants of flesh. Lu Dadong, struggling fiercely, shouted, you little brats, let me go. Do you hear me? Release me. Yet the 2 soldiers paid him no heed, continuing to fight their way out under the cover of several comrades. Let me go. I can still fight. To protect several warriors, Lu Dadong suffered a grievous injury as a level 0, level 8 zombie bit off his lower leg. Despite his severe wounds, he continued to fight valiantly, but the relentless tide of zombies seemed inexhaustible. Exhausted from prolonged combat and his injuries, he began to falter. 2 of the remaining warriors seized the opportunity to lift him, while the others disregarded their own lives to create a path for their escape. Upon witnessing yet another comrade fall amidst the horde, Lu Dadong's eyes burned with fury as he shouted, damn it. You 2 brats, let me go. Squad leader, your wife just bore you a son. How will they survive if you perish? A bloodied warrior beside Lu Dadong wept. Struggling against his restraints, Lu Dadong, now nearly devoid of strength, could only roar, who among us lacks family? Which soldier has no one waiting for him at home? Let me go. Do you hear me? The 2 warriors supporting him ignored his pleas, desperately charging toward the path their comrades had carved with their lives. Tears streamed from Lu Dadong's reddened eyes. Yet he continued to bellow, you lot. Wait until we return. I'll make you all train until you drop. Is that so? Then I shall grant you that opportunity. A calm voice resonated from above, and a figure descended from the sky. Boom. Upon landing, the force of the impact sent nearby zombies flying. The newcomer was Su Yu. Upon arriving with Feng Qianxue, he witnessed the warriors fighting for their lives and, without hesitation, instructed Feng Qianxue to provide remote support from the upper floor while he leaped from the 5th floor. Behind Su Yu, several warriors and Lu Dadong stared in astonishment. One warrior could not contain himself and asked, Who are you? Suyu shook his head in silence and called out to the warriors still battling the zombies ahead. Hey, you lot, retreat. Don't make it worse with friendly fire. Seeing that they were still gritting their teeth and refusing to fall back. Suyu understood their concern. They were worried he was overestimating his capabilities. If they retreated and he could not lead them to safety, all hope would be lost. With a swift motion, Suyu drew his crimson blade, and like lightning, he plunged into the horde, severing heads with each strike. Feng Qianxue, positioned above, provided long-range support. Her ice-blue arrows piercing through the heads of zombies, creating a dazzling display of crimson blossoms. The warriors, alongside Lu Dayton, watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded before them. Was this truly a battle against zombies? It seemed easier than slicing fruit. This person, Lu Dayton murmured, a realization flickering in his eyes. Wasn't he the one their superiors had instructed them to locate? Seeing that several warriors were still struggling against the tide, he bellowed, "You little rascals, hurry back. Don't hinder the effort." Upon hearing his call and glancing towards Suyu's position, the warriors could barely make out his silhouette. Only seeing heads soaring high into the air. Is this truly the fighting cock among roosters, as the class monitor proclaimed? The few warriors ceased their bravado and retreated to Lu Dabin's side, standing vigilant. Once he saw them withdraw, Suyu unleashed his full potential. With a swift draw of his blade, he summoned a tenth of his internal energy. A crimson arc of light flashed. And within an elliptical radius of 5 meters before him, all the shorter zombies had their heads severed, while the taller ones were cleaved in half. Thud, thud, thud. Hundreds of zombies were simultaneously split into two, a vast spray of blood mist erupting forth. Lu Dabin and the others gaped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at Suyu. Even Feng Qianxue, positioned above, found herself momentarily dumbfounded, causing her arrow to veer off course and, by sheer misfortune, strike a male zombie right at the juncture of its lower body. The eggshell shattered, littering the ground. Chapter 44. The military invitation. Under the swift efforts of Suyu and Feng Qianxue, the system's notification alerts chimed incessantly. Fortunately, Suyu could choose to mute them. Otherwise, the cacophony would have been unbearable. Soon, a breach was made through the densely packed corpses, and Suyu quickly collected the 10 or so luminous orbs into his storage ring. Although most were merely worthless debris, a few energy stones were among them, and even the smallest morsel holds value. Turning to Lu Dabin and the others, he shouted, "Follow me." Quickly, Feng Qianxue adeptly leaped over to Suyu's side. Using an air conditioning unit as leverage, the group swiftly navigated through the encirclement of bodies and took refuge in a nearby residential building, distancing themselves from the gruesome scene. At this moment, Suyu scrutinized the soldiers before him. Each one exuded a distinct aura of military prowess. Upon seeing Feng Qianxue, they did not display any lascivious gazes. Instead, they paused momentarily, perhaps in awe of her beauty, before quickly averting their eyes. This behavior pleased Suyu immensely. While it is natural for one to notice beauty, any inappropriate gaze directed towards his woman would not be tolerated, regardless of one's rank. Fixing his gaze on Lu Dabin, Suyu activated his Eye of Detection. Name, Lu Dabin. Level, 1st tier. Level 0, Combat Power, 134, Strength 272, the average for adults is 10, Agility, 154, Constitution, 241, Mentality, 160. Attractiveness, 59, Affinity, 23, Friendly, Talent, C-Class Gold Element Control, 30 increase in damage for Gold-type skills. Energy recovers 3 per minute, skills, none. There was nothing particularly remarkable about his attributes, but the affinity score of 23, possibly due to Suyu saving him, was notably higher than that of an ordinary friend. As Suyu appraised Lu Dabin, the soldiers regarded him with admiration. For them, a person with better drinking capacity and greater strength earned their respect. Suyu not only rescued them, but also possessed extraordinary power that shattered their previous perceptions. Lu Dabin's mental state had improved significantly. Although his calf injury could not heal on its own, he knew that once he returned to the unit, personnel with awakened healing talents would be available to assist him. Recovering from such injuries would take time, but it was feasible. The reason their squad lacked medical personnel was due to the rarity of those with healing talents. Each one was a precious asset, and superiors were reluctant to send them on perilous missions. Looking at Suyu, Lu Dabin expressed his gratitude. "Brother, I truly appreciate your help this time. Without you, we might have all perished here." Suyu merely nodded, indicating that it was a trivial matter, and urged him not to be so formal. He placed little weight on Lu Dabin's gratitude and did not seek any form of repayment. Soldiers sacrificed their youth, their fleeting moments of joy, the companionship of loved ones, and even their lives for the Empire. Thus, Suyu felt compelled to offer assistance to such individuals to the best of his abilities. "Have you come here for the rescue?" Suyu inquired, perplexed by the absence of a larger contingent. It seemed improbable that such a small group could suffice for a rescue operation. They were scarcely enough to fend off the encroaching horde of zombies. You must be Suyu, right? Lu Dayton stated, though framed as a question. His tone bore an unmistakable certainty. This only deepened Suyu's confusion. And exchanging a glance with Feng Qianxue, he noted a similar look of bewilderment in her eyes. How could these individuals possibly know him? Recognizing Suyu's demeanor, Lu Dayton was assured he had not mistaken his identity and mustered the strength to sit up and offer a formal military salute. Comrade Suyu, greetings. I am Lu Dayton, the squad leader of the 127th Special Operations Unit of the Magic City Military District. We have not come to rescue the masses, but rather to seek you out. Seek me out? Suyu queried, bemused. What could the military want with him, although he had taken a few lives? Surely it wouldn't warrant such a significant response. He nodded, encouraging Lu Dayton to continue. We have received orders from higher command to locate you, primarily to extend an invitation for you to join the military. You may discuss the specifics with your superiors, Lu Dayton explained. As a fellow soldier retrieved a satellite phone from a tactical backpack and handed it to Suyu. Though hesitant, Suyu accepted the satellite phone, contemplating the implications of joining. It was unlikely he would agree, but he wished to hear what was said on the other end. He instructed the others to rest before leading Feng Qianxue into another room. Once the door was closed, she expressed her concerns. Darling, this military action seems quite peculiar. When they sought you out, you certainly hadn't reached the first tier yet. Their interest in you now is quite abnormal. Raising his hand to signal her to remain calm, Suyu examined the satellite phone, noting a unique series of numbers inscribed within. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the capital military base, several formidable generals gathered, presided over by an elderly man with a mane of white hair. Before them, a large screen displayed footage of Suyu cutting through the zombie throng, filmed from angles that revealed it was captured by Lu Dayton and his team. As members of a specialized unit, each soldier wore combat attire equipped with professional cameras, which had transmitted the video back to the military district following Suyu's rescue of them. The elderly leader gently tapped the table, his voice steady as he addressed the assembly. Let us hear your thoughts on this young man. The previously silent room erupted into a cacophony of opinions. This young man is extraordinarily powerful. According to the analyst's data, his attributes have evidently reached the predicted second tier. How has he accomplished this? Have you not noted that his swordsmanship is significantly more refined than before? Such talent must be integrated into the military. Only within its ranks can he truly realize his potential. Weren't you all just saying it wasn't worth making a fuss over a young man? What do you say now? Does your face not ache? At this remark, the atmosphere shifted, the expressions of several individuals turning awkward, and the room fell into a hushed silence once more. Initially, the intention was to invite this young man to join the military as an instructor, to impart his skills and swordsmanship to the soldiers. The elder at the forefront spoke, pausing momentarily before continuing. You are all acutely aware of the current situation. Missiles and long-range heavy weaponry can indeed inflict damage on Tier 2 aberrations, yet the prospect of exterminating them remains a formidable challenge. Moreover, employing such weapons against living beings will not elevate our human status. Do you comprehend the implications of this? The expressions of those present turned grave as they nodded in understanding. This signifies that, in the future, humanity may have no choice but to forsake technological weaponry in favor of close combat against zombies and aberrations. Should we continue to rely on heavy armaments, we will stagnate, while the ranks of zombies and aberrations may ascend to greater heights, rendering even nuclear weapons ineffective. At that juncture, what recourse will humanity have? We must depend solely on our own strength. Without sufficient power, humanity risks becoming mere prey, ultimately leading to our extinction. Observing the solemn countenances of the group, the elder nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the remarkable swordsmanship displayed by this young man at such a tender age must be attributed to some extraordinary quality. If he can instruct the soldiers in his techniques, enhancing their capabilities in close-quarters combat, we may yet kindle a flicker of hope for humanity. The audience listened intently to the elder's words, nodding once more. A general standing beside the elder rose and said, Commander, I stand in support of your decision. Please issue your orders. We are prepared to cooperate in whatever manner is necessary. Suddenly, the sound of knocking reverberated through the heavy atmosphere. Enter. Report. Commander, the call has come through. Chapter 45, Confrontation with the Big Shot. The call connected. Suyu remained silent. After a brief pause, a venerable yet robust voice emerged from the other end. Young lad, quite impressive. There are not many young individuals like you who can maintain their composure. Suyu rolled his eyes, thinking, young lad, I am hardly small. Qianxue can certainly attest to that. Old man, just say what you need. Don't even mention joining the military. I have my own plans and will not enlist. Suyu stated plainly, expressing his disinterest in dealing with the military. whom he regarded as cunning old foxes, adept at manipulation. The other party seemed momentarily taken aback by Suyu's old man remark, and after a while, he chuckled, "Ha ha ha. It has been many years since someone has called me that. You, my boy, are quite amusing. Do you know who I am?" In the conference room, the elder continued on the phone, a smile gracing his face. The others nearby exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of surprise and intrigue. This young man had the audacity to address the leader of the great Xia Empire as old man. Just as Suyu was about to retort, he realized he was uncertain of the identity of the caller. Qianxue, standing beside him, quickly tugged at his sleeve, her expression a blend of disbelief, whispering, "Darling, that voice sounds like him." Suyu looked at her in puzzlement. "Who is this him you speak of?" "He is just an old man." Sensing Suyu's indifference, Qianxue quickly clarified, "He is the leader of our great Xia Empire." "What? Is he really that significant?" Suyu felt a tightening in his chest. Surely, this elder wouldn't be so petty as to take offense over a mere title. Seeing Suyu momentarily flustered and somewhat anxious, Qianxue barely suppressed a laugh. Suyu shot her a fierce glare, as if to say, "If you dare laugh, I will ensure you cry tonight." "Young friend Su, I am extending an invitation on behalf of the Empire. The great Xia Empire is in need of talents like you." The elder's voice resonated again through the phone, now tinged with a serious tone. "May I ask why? I am merely an ordinary person. Even if I have reached the first tier now, there must be plenty of first-tier experts in the military. Currently, various military districts are inviting masters of cold weaponry to serve as instructors, yet they feel inadequate after viewing your videos. Your swordsmanship is particularly suited for combat. Hence, I wish to invite you into the military to guide our soldiers in sword techniques, enabling them to adapt more swiftly to close-quarters combat with zombies and aberrant beasts. Without exceptional mentors, soldiers can only hone their skills through brutal encounters, a method that, while rapid, incurs an excessively high mortality rate." The elder elucidated the current plight of humanity and the shortcomings of utilizing firearms. Suyu furrowed his brow, fully aware that advanced technological weapons like missiles would prove ineffective against high-tier creatures. However, he had not anticipated that employing such weapons would not yield experience points. After a moment of silence, Suyu finally spoke, "Sir, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept." On the other end of the line, the elderly man's face, already etched with deep wrinkles, appeared even more pronounced as he furrowed his brow. A hot-tempered general, unable to contain his agitation, rose abruptly, intent on imposing the weight of the Empire's authority upon the seemingly oblivious youth. However, a sharp glance from the elder quelled his words, compelling him to begrudgingly take his seat. "I have far more pressing matters at hand," the elder remarked, "and the art of combat cannot be imparted in a mere day or two. It is only through the trials of life and death that one hones their skills to perfection." "Chief," Suyu interjected, "you must have studied the mysterious characters inscribed in the luminous screen of the space we entered upon humanity's awakening." The members of the conference room paused, momentarily taken aback by Suyu's assertion. The Research Institute of the Empire had long been at a loss regarding the characters on the screen, and now, this young man seemed to possess insights that could unlock their meanings. "I understand what those characters signify," Suyu continued, "for I have acquired a one-time use artifact capable of translating any script." The first line states, "Detected star system 725, 952, 110, 207, Shadow River system. Connected to the cosmic terminal." The second line reads, "The planet water blue of the 937th literary star of the Shadow River system has been successfully connected." I trust you comprehend the implications of these statements. As Suyu's words resonated, the expressions of those present gradually turned to shock. None among them were fools, and it was evident they were astounded by his revelations. The elder spoke gravely. "Suyu, are your claims genuine?" "I do not jest about such matters," Suyu affirmed with unwavering resolve. "Thus, my sole desire is to grow stronger. I cannot predict what the future holds, but I refuse to be helpless in the face of impending crises. Allow me to offer a suggestion. It is now the third day since the apocalypse began. While the zombies have yet to universally reach level 1, it would be prudent not to conserve ammunition. Use it liberally to push through, gathering survivors for effective management. In 7 days, ordinary individuals and all living beings will awaken their talents. By then, it will be exceedingly difficult to mount any rescue efforts. In this chaotic world devoid of constraints, I believe you understand the depths of human depravity better than I. Therefore, the old ways are no longer applicable. A forceful suppression is imperative. Those who sow discord must be dealt with decisively. Otherwise, as survivors awaken their powers and strong individuals emerge, internal strife will inevitably erupt. That is all I wish to convey. I trust you are more aware of these matters than I. Should the Empire require my assistance in the future, I am at your disposal, provided it does not hinder my advancement." With that, Suyu abruptly ended the call. confident that he had conveyed sufficient information for them to act accordingly. He had initially hoped to remain inconspicuous, yet it seemed he had garnered attention sooner than anticipated. Nonetheless, this was inevitable. He had made his stance clear, and should those in power seek more than he was willing to offer, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson. At this juncture, Suyu's strength rendered missiles a negligible threat to him. To eliminate him, the Empire would have to be driven to the extremes of deploying nuclear weapons. Should that occur, Suyu would be left with no recourse but to concede. However, such a scenario was evidently implausible. Suyu exhaled deeply. To be candid, he had no desire to engage with the Empire at this early stage. His power had yet to reach a level where he could contend with them. Only by becoming more formidable and rising above all could he attain a position of influence. Therefore, he disclosed the existence of mysterious characters within the realm of talent, which could awaken the potential of all living beings, thereby disrupting the plans of those in authority. Even if they harbored intentions to forcibly assimilate him, they would find themselves too preoccupied to do so, granting him ample time for growth. When the moment arose for confrontation, Suyu would be poised to face it with equanimity. Chapter 46. Where does the killing intent come from? My dear husband, were your words truly sincere? Feng Chenxue, coming back to her senses, inquired, visibly astonished by Su Yu's revelations. Only upon grasping the vastness of the universe does one truly comprehend their own insignificance. A profound sense of helplessness washing over her. Su Yu gently stroked Feng Qianxue's head, a smile gracing his features as he replied, Indeed, it is true. Are you afraid? Qianxue? Leaning against Su Yu's chest, she pressed her cheek against him and softly murmured, As long as you are by my side, I shall not fear. You silly girl. Let us be on our way to the school, he urged. Without acknowledging the group of Lu Dadang outside the room, the two figures leaped from the windows, vanishing into the desolate streets below. In the expansive conference room, a haze of smoke lingered. The attendees, brows furrowed, exhaled clouds of vapor, clearly still pondering Su Yu's revelations. How much more does he know about the hidden truths of the apocalypse? This young man is quite extraordinary. The commander sighed, shaking his head, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Once the attention of the room converged on him, he spoke gravely, You are all aware that humanity can passively absorb energy to upgrade. We must ask ourselves why other species on Water Blue Star cannot do the same. Should these creatures awaken their innate abilities, humanity would face an existential crisis. As for the unknown factors within the talent awakening space, we currently lack the capability to explore them. Speak your minds. This matter is urgent and requires swift resolution. As the commander's words settled, murmurs of discussion arose among the attendees. After a moment, a general rose to address the assembly, stating, Commander, I believe Su Yu's assertions hold merit. We are in an era more chaotic than the disorderly times of yore. We must implement stringent measures. Not only those who incite chaos, but also those who feign loyalty before the apocalypse should be eliminated to avert future threats. Indeed, we must instill fear in these individuals. The peace era has fostered decay among many. To repel external threats, we must first secure our internal defenses. These malignant tumors must not remain. This may not bode well. How many lives would such actions demand? Nonsense. Look at the state of affairs. How can you still advocate for those individuals? Do you have ties to them? A slightly older general reddened at the retort. Do not slander me. I am not defending them. You are merely misinterpreting my words. Bang, bang, bang. The commander rapped the table once more, signaling for silence. All military districts across the nation are to mobilize their emergency supplies without concern for consumption. We must expedite our rescue efforts. All underground shelters are to be activated, transporting survivors to their locations and assisting the military in establishing survival bases. Those who refuse cooperation shall be executed on the spot. All officials identified before the apocalypse are to be dismissed, and the entire military is to be scrutinized. Should anyone act disloyally or commit misdeeds, they shall be condemned to death. At this juncture, the leader cast a piercing gaze upon the assembly, imbued with an air of solemnity, and declared, You are not to trouble Su Yu under any circumstances. Do you understand? Yes. The crowd stood at attention. Qianxue, remain in this dormitory for me. Do not stow the satellite phone within the storage ring, for it will lose signal, he instructed. Understood. Just be careful, my husband. Rest assured. Su Yu escorted Qianxue to the dormitory where he resided at the onset of the apocalypse, seeking a vacant room. He thoughtfully exchanged for a brand new set of bedding and 1,000 spirit essence worth of provisions. For Su Yu, these expenses were trifles. Previously, while rescuing Lu Dabin, he had vanquished over 2,000 zombies, earning a commendable 12,000 spirit essence, thus achieving financial independence. Su Yu harbored no concerns for Qianxue's safety. She was no fragile woman and capable of defending herself. With the elimination of a few zombies, she would swiftly ascend to level 9 of rank 0. As long as she did not encounter a rank 1 zombie, she would remain safe. Even in the face of unexpected circumstances, he could provide timely assistance. Descending the stairs, he was poised to head towards the female dormitory in search of Lin Xiang when he halted abruptly, retracing his steps to the rear wall of the dormitory. He noted a dozen zombies approaching with ravenous howls. The familiar scent. How could I nearly forget about you lot? With swift movements, he dispatched them. Notification: killed a rank 0 level 4 zombie, earning 4 spirit essence. Experience cannot be gained as the level exceeds the target. Notification: talent plunder activated. The level difference renders plunder ineffective. Stowing away the crimson blood, Siyu nodded with satisfaction. Now, no one will know I once flashed here and collided with the wall. Should any remain, I shall silence them all. Within the sphere of his consciousness, a small fairy lay nestled amongst a pile of snacks, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, sensing an unusual presence, she lifted her head, gazing curiously around the empty space. Where is this murderous aura coming from? Siyu exerted his strength, vanishing from sight, leaving behind an ephemeral afterimage. His speed, enhanced to 50 agility, equated to 225 meters per second, further augmented by a 150 proficiency in E-rank movement techniques, allowing him to reach an astounding 565 meters per second. Remarkably, this speed eclipsed the speed of sound, which is approximately 340 meters per second. Of course, 565 meters per second was attainable only in a straight sprint at full force. He sprinted towards the female dormitory, and upon observing the locked door below, he leapt up to the second floor of the dormitory. With a resounding crash, he shattered the window, the sound attracting the attention of the zombies within. The trio of zombies, black, white, and Lei, turned their heads in unison towards Suyu. He scrutinized these peculiar zombies with an amused smile. Astonishingly, they bore their own weapons. One wielded a long black staff, another a conical dart, and the last a segmented whip. However, these weapons appeared to possess little lethality. Siyu regarded them with intrigue. Did the use of Water Blue Star play like this? Just as he finished his musings, the trio of zombie sisters lunged forth with claws bared. A soft whoosh resonated as a crimson flash darted in front of Suyu. Several delicate zombie heads soared into the air. Their bodies, propelled by inertia, collided with Suyu, only to pass directly through him. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that what remained was merely an afterimage, while Suyu had already materialized at the dormitory entrance. Qian Shui had mentioned that Lin Xiang's dormitory was on the 6th floor. He hoped she was still there. For searching a vast school for a single person would undoubtedly be a daunting task. Murmuring to himself, Suyu lingered no longer, brandishing his crimson weapon as he ascended to the 6th floor. With a swift motion, he dispatched numerous zombies, claiming over 300 spiritual essence. Upon reaching the door of room 605, he lamented the absence of first-tier zombies, rendering him unable to gain experience points. His rapid progression left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled, as there were no adversaries to vanquish. Knocking on the door produced no response. He kicked the door open with a resounding thud, only to find a girl in a pink nightgown huddled in the corner, her head buried in her knees, trembling with fear. The floor was strewn with basins and buckets, most filled with water. After surveying the room and confirming that she was the sole occupant, Siyu furrowed his brow, reflecting on how the very things one fears most often come to pass, leaving him to ponder where he might find the others. He approached the girl and spoke. "I am human. Please refrain from screaming." Upon hearing his voice, the girl looked up in astonishment, disbelief etched upon her face, tears and snot marring her features. Realizing he was indeed human, she sprang from the ground, ready to leap into his arms for comfort. What on earth? Why do both humans and zombies share this tendency to tackle people? Siyu sidestepped to avoid her, causing her to stumble and nearly fall, turning back with an expression of reproach directed at him. Chapter 47. Is it you, Xiaoer? Is there someone named Lin Xiao in your dormitory? The girl was momentarily taken aback before nodding in response. She is in our dormitory, but she doesn't usually stay here. Didn't she return to the dormitory before the apocalypse? Where has she gone? The girl gazed at Siyu with curiosity, wondering how this handsome guy knew about it. Could he possibly be Lin Xiao's boyfriend? She went back to the dormitory to fetch some things and then went to the canteen with 2 other roommates. I felt unwell at that time and couldn't join them. It seems that attractive people receive special treatment, had a lewd man asked. Perhaps the girl wouldn't have even bothered to respond. Siyu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing where she had gone made things simpler. Turning to the girl, he said, "All right, I'll take my leave now." With that, Siyu turned and walked towards the dormitory exit. Wait, are you just going to leave like this? Upon seeing Siyu about to depart, the girl hurriedly chased after him. Siyu turned back, his expression puzzled. What else should I do? Am I supposed to stay for a meal? But you broke the dormitory door. What am I supposed to do? You can't just leave me behind, the girl said, puffing up her cheeks in frustration as she looked at Suyu. Suyu glanced at the dormitory door and indeed realized it was damaged. However, taking her with him was out of the question. Why would he need an unnecessary burden? You can find another dormitory to move into. I've already taken care of the zombies in the hallway. Really? If you're that capable, can't you help me? I'm not your father. Why should I help you? Suyu's tone grew cold as he turned to leave. Seeing Suyu about to walk away, the girl became anxious. Quickly jogging to his side, pleading, "Handsome, can I please follow you? I can do anything." Noticing Suyu remained indifferent, the girl gritted her teeth. Her voice trembling as she continued, "Moreover, I'm still a virgin. I can be your girlfriend. Please don't abandon me." As she spoke, the girl unexpectedly lifted her nightgown, biting the hem and reaching out to grasp Suyu's hand, covering her ample bosom. Whether it was hunger or something else, Suyu felt that her figure seemed less impressive than his own. Pulling his hand away, he found her looks to be around a mere 60 points. Honestly failing to pique his interest, he sidestepped the girl and moved toward the dormitory entrance. Seeing that all her attempts had failed to sway Suyu, the girl despaired and fell to the ground. Plop, plop. Tears streamed down like pearls falling from a broken string. The girl murmured through her tears, "I just want to survive, to keep living." Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Suyu paused in his steps. Hold on for a few more days. The Imperial Army should have already initiated rescue efforts. Hearing Suyu's words, the girl hastily wiped her tears from her face, raising her head in surprise, only to see Suyu's figure fading at the dormitory entrance, leaving behind only a few bags of food. A few minutes later, outside the canteen of Magic City University, Suyu frowned as he observed the horde of zombies gathered outside. Why are there so many zombies gathered here? Could it be that everyone in the canteen has perished? At that moment, no fewer than 5,000 or 6,000 zombies gathered around the cafeteria, with one of them even reaching the first tier. Suyu's eyes shone with excitement. For this represented both experience and attributes. Regrettably, he had other matters to attend to. Oh, what are those traces of an explosion? Suyu expressed his astonishment as he observed the charred remnants at the entrance of the cafeteria. Could it possibly be the work of a survivor with fire-based talents? Upon closer inspection, Suyu discovered numerous fragments of gas canisters scattered around the entrance. It must have been the surviving students in the cafeteria who detonated the gas canisters. I suspect these zombies were drawn here by the sound of the explosion. Suyu pondered, his conjecture remarkably accurate. Just a day prior, several hundred students and teachers gathered on the third floor of the cafeteria and orchestrated this explosion, aiming to access supplies from the underground storage room nearby. Little did they anticipate that the explosion would merely eliminate a fraction of the zombies, while simultaneously attracting more to the lower levels. The supplies for the cafeteria were typically delivered to the storage room, where daily necessities were drawn for preparation. This led to a limited stock of provisions. With hundreds of mouths to feed and much of the food contaminated by zombie blood, they realized that to await military rescue, they needed to procure supplies from the storage room. Otherwise, they might succumb to starvation before assistance arrived. Damn it, the zombies are multiplying. And the military's rescue is still 3 days away. Time is running short. By the window on the third floor of the cafeteria stood a handsome man bathed in sunlight, furrowing his brow as he intently observed the zombies outside. The man's name was Situ-e, the scion of the foremost family in the Magic City. With his maternal grandfather holding the highest military authority in the region, a general by rank. His parents were leaders of a globally ranked top 100 publicly traded conglomerate. Situ-e glanced back at the hundreds of students and teachers, who appeared lethargic as they slumped in the cafeteria's third-floor hall. His dear younger brother, Situ-jun, was preoccupied with a strikingly beautiful girl, engaging in playful conversation. After casting a deep look at his brother, Situ-e turned back, a subtle shadow crossing his eyes as he spoke in a monotone, "Xiaowu, how much longer can we sustain our food supplies? Brother, we still have some food left. But for the others, it will be completely consumed by tomorrow at the latest," a robust young man beside him replied respectfully. Situ-e nodded at this information and called everyone over. "I have something to discuss." Xiaowu nodded and was about to turn to summon the surviving members of the cafeteria when, inadvertently glancing through the window, he noticed a figure perched atop a tree beside the cafeteria. He halted his movement, pointing towards the tree. "Brother, there is someone in that tree." Situ-e followed Xiaowu's, spotting Suyu, who also turned his gaze in their direction. The window glass was coated with a reflective one-way film, allowing a clear view from the inside while concealing the interior from the outside. Yet, at that moment, Situ-e felt an uncanny sensation that Suyu could see him, suggesting that the individual was anything but ordinary. At that moment, Situ-e displayed a benevolent smile and nodded towards Suyu. Indeed. Suyu caught sight of the two individuals inside the window. When Xiaowu's gaze fell upon him, Suyu's extraordinary perceptive abilities, far surpassing those of an ordinary person, instantly detected it. Noticing Siduyi's nod in his direction, Siyu chose to disregard it, exerting force beneath his feet. He vanished from the tree trunk, leaving behind a deep footprint. In the next instant, Siyu appeared atop a zombie's head, using it as a springboard in a series of agile movements. He reached the entrance of the cafeteria. With another powerful leap, the zombie's cranium exploded like a watermelon beneath him. And Siyu ascended to the third floor of the cafeteria, the entire process flowing seamlessly and exuding an ineffable grace. Sound alert. Killed a level 2 zombie of rank 0, gaining 3 spirit essence. Since the level exceeds that of the target, experience cannot be acquired. Sound alert. Talent plunder activated. Due to the significant level disparity, plunder is ineffective. Amidst the shattering of glass, Siyu abruptly materialized on the third floor of the cafeteria. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Situi and Xiaowu stared at Siyu, utterly dumbfounded. As if they had encountered a ghost. Both had also awakened their talents and were not of low rank. Yet upon witnessing Suyu's display, they could only conjure one thought. Is that you, Xiaoer? The roughly 200 to 300 individuals within the cafeteria were equally startled, rising to their feet, alertly gazing towards the source of the shattering glass. Upon realizing it was merely an extraordinarily handsome man and not a zombie, most people breathed a sigh of relief, while around 20 to 30 individuals gravitated towards him. Friend, what brings you here? Situi inquired, regaining his composure. Siyu continued to ignore him, scanning the room with an impassive expression. Among the crowd, one figure stood out distinctly. Upon seeing this silhouette, a system notification echoed in his mind. Sound alert. Charm aura activated. Lin Shiyu holds a base favorability of 30 towards the host. Chapter 48. The buffoon in the cafeteria. Upon hearing the prompt from the system in his mind, Siyu couldn't help but smile slightly. The charm aura. Eternal and unyielding. Even amidst the crowd, Lin Shiyu stood out like a single blooming flower among a sea of green leaves. Her clear and bright eyes, delicate arched brows, and long eyelashes fluttered gently. Her flawless, fair skin radiated a subtle blush, while her thin lips resembled dewy rose petals. Noticing Suyu's unwavering gaze upon her, Lin Shiyu felt an inexplicable acceleration of her heartbeat. The faint blush on her pristine face deepened, and her little heart raced uncontrollably, causing her to shyly lower her head. Unable to meet Suyu's eyes, even with a breathtaking beauty like Feng Qianxua present, Suyu found himself stealing glances at Lin Xiao, secretly delighted. This encounter is worth it, truly worth it. Situi, displaying politeness, spoke up. Hello, friend. I am Situi, the president of the student council at Magic City University. May I inquire about your purpose here? Only then did Siyu turn to regard Situi. He had a vague recollection of this individual, having heard of his influential family background, yet he was known to be quite amiable and easy to approach. Utilizing his eye of detection, Situi's attribute panel appeared before him. Name Situi, level 0 th rank. Level 7 combat power, 65, strength, 83, average adult attribute is 10, agility, 75, constitution, 77 mentality, 91, appearance, 81 affinity, 3, stranger. Wary but not malicious, talent, A-grade lightning element control, damage increase of 50. Energy recovers 5 per minute, skill, F-grade lightning blast, can release an elemental attack causing a small area explosion, damage effect increase of 10. Upon seeing Situi's attribute panel, Suyu's eyes brightened. An A-grade lightning talent seems quite promising, perhaps. After a moment's consideration, he dismissed the thought, realizing that it was merely an A-grade talent. And lightning element control was not a top-tier ability. There was no need to resort to unscrupulous means for trivial gains. However, upon seeing Situi's F-grade skill, Siyu felt a twinge of irritation. He had slain no fewer than 7 or 8,000 zombies, yet not a single valuable item had dropped. Could it be that I am not only an unlucky individual, but the unluckiest among the unlucky? His gaze swept over the gathered crowd, noting that there were about 10 awakened survivors, though their levels were generally around 0 th rank, level 2, confirming that none of them posed a threat. Suyu's attention returned to Situi. I am merely here to find someone. Keep your people in check and do not provoke me. Situi's expression hardened as he felt the oppressive aura emanating from Suyu, causing his heart to skip a beat. He immediately placed Suyu on the list of individuals to avoid provoking. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a sharp, caustic voice rang out. Do not provoke me. Who do you think you are? The grandfather of President Situ is the commander of the military district in Magic City, and the rescue team from the district will arrive in the next few days. Do not let your newfound abilities make you forget your true identity. A woman in her 50s, heavily adorned with makeup, emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing her, a delicate-featured man paused mid-step. He was Situi's younger brother, Situ Jun, who had been displeased by Suyu's unwavering gaze upon his goddess. His temperament would not allow such arrogance to go unchallenged. However, upon noticing that someone had already stepped forward, he decided against making an appearance. Siyu regarded the woman before him with some recognition. She seemed to be the director of the teaching staff at Magic City University. The director approached Siyu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Her eyes brightened upon catching sight of the tang knife in his hand. As someone who had ascended to a prominent position through connections rather than personal prowess, she understood that in this post-apocalyptic world, her former status could only intimidate a select few. She needed to secure a new ally swiftly. And while the individual before her appeared formidable, he paled in comparison to the influential Situ in her mind. Thus, this was the perfect opportunity to pledge her loyalty. With a smile plastered across her face, the director said, "Student, I have a vague impression of you. You are also a student of Magic City University, correct? In these trying times, we must unite to overcome adversity." Siyu furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of impatience. He surmised her intentions. She was likely attempting to morally coerce him. He had no desire to engage with these individuals any longer, now that he had found Lin Shiyao. He simply wished to leave this place to avoid further conflict. Get lost. The director instinctively took a step back, her expression darkening immediately. As the director, she was accustomed to being treated with respect wherever she went, and she could hardly tolerate such insolence. Casting a glance at Lin Shiyao in the crowd, she smiled condescendingly and said, "You are here to take Lin away, aren't you? As the director, I must consider her safety. Therefore, I cannot allow her to leave with you." Before Siyu could respond, the director continued, "Student, I can offer you an opportunity. President Situi is the strongest individual here. The weapon you possess appears quite impressive, and it should rightfully be entrusted to him, thereby increasing our chances of survival." As she spoke, the director surveyed the surrounding students. "In these circumstances, we must stand united. We should surrender our food and weapons for collective distribution, thereby enhancing our hope for survival. Wouldn't you agree?" Situi, accompanied by his followers, observed silently, neither offering support nor opposition. He was curious to see how Suyu would navigate this situation. If he proved to be merely a soft target, he would not hesitate to act. The students around them began to murmur and voice their opinions. Indeed, Director Lin's words resonate profoundly. In such circumstances, how can one afford to be selfish? Yes, my fellow classmate, you should entrust the weapon to President Situ. He possesses remarkable strength and has always been considerate of us all. With the weapon in his possession, he will be better equipped to safeguard our well-being. Humph. With so many of us gathered, we need not fear him, should he dare to withhold it. We shall take action. I urge you, my classmate, to hand over the weapon to Senior Situ. It is in everyone's best interest, and I assure you, Senior Situ will certainly look after you. Chapter 49. Tossed downstairs to feed the zombies faced with the barrage of threats from those wielding long guns. An ordinary person might well find themselves at a loss, compelled to yield. But is Suyu an ordinary person? Director Lin, is it? The head of education, witnessing the support of the crowd, wore a disgustingly triumphant grin. She could hardly believe that Siyu would dare to lay a hand on her, with so many witnesses. Should he invoke their wrath, he would also find himself in a precarious situation. If only she could deceive him into relinquishing his weapon. Then he would be rendered as toothless as a tiger. Nodding, she remarked, "Yes, that's me. Have you finally come to your senses?" Siyu could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. Even after several days of apocalypse, there were still those who failed to grasp reality. Director Lin, you resemble a QR code. Unless scanned, one cannot discern what you truly are. Why is your face so disproportionately large? The smile on Director Lin's face froze, her disbelief manifesting as she pointed an accusatory finger at Suyu. You dare insult me?" Suyu's smile vanished, his patience worn thin. A flicker of crimson light flashed, accompanied by the sound of blades slicing through the air. In an instant, the cafeteria fell silent, eyes widened in shock. Strands of thin red lines appeared on each of Director Lin's limbs. Moments later, her arms severed and tumbled to the ground, crimson blood gushing from the smooth, clean cuts. Her piercing screams jolted the onlookers, the gathered students recoiling in terror. He really killed her. How dare he? This is no zombie. As Director Lin collapsed, the crowd realized with horror that her legs had been severed at the roots. Sidong-E's pupils constricted. He understood Suyu's strength, but had not anticipated that he would be unable to see the strike. Gazing at the strikingly handsome man before him, a wave of helplessness surged within Sidong-E. On the ground, the dismembered Director Lin writhed in agony, her heart brimming with boundless hatred and excruciating pain, causing her consciousness to blur. Yet, even in her state, she screeched, Murderer! He is a demon. You must avenge me, or he will slaughter you all. Siyu coldly regarded the wailing woman, and seeing her on the verge of losing consciousness, he plunged his crimson blade into her twice, reviving her awareness. He then turned to Sidong-E. Sidong Yi, is it? Startled at being addressed, Sidong Yi's body stiffened, his expression darkening. Yes, how may I assist you? Noting his compliance. Siyu nodded. Summon 2 individuals to clear away the trash here. Toss it downstairs to feed the zombies. Sidong Yi stood momentarily dumbfounded. As did the rest in the cafeteria, their faces reflecting disbelief. Regaining his composure, Sidong Yi abandoned the facade of his cultivated demeanor and barked at his nearby subordinate. What are you dawdling for? Move. Director Lin became acutely aware of her impending doom and struggled with all her might. However, with her limbs severed, only her head remained capable of movement, rendering her efforts utterly futile. No, please, I beg you spare me. Do not feed me to the zombies. Someone, save me. Upon hearing her desperate pleas, the crowd averted their gaze, feigning ignorance. You all deserve to die. I curse each of you. None shall survive. She wailed, her voice filled with venomous rage. In no time, Xiaowu and another person carried her to the window, and without hesitation, they cast her out. Her cries were met with the ravenous horde below, which swiftly devoured her within mere breaths. With the bothersome flies dealt with, Siyu surveyed the crowd. Wherever his gaze fell, the people lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. The sensation of control was, to be frank, exhilarating. Finally, his attention fixed upon Situ Jun, who had seemed poised to step forward moments ago. Gulping audibly, Situ Jun struggled to swallow. He opened his mouth to speak, but his throat constricted, rendering him mute. And he could only cast a pleading glance at Situ-Yi. The sound of footsteps echoed, and upon seeing Siyu approach, Situ Jun could no longer suppress his terror. He trembled violently, collapsing to the ground, a pool of yellowish liquid forming beneath him. A pair of dark boots loomed before him. With great difficulty, Situ Jun raised his head, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Trembling, he pleaded, "Be brother, I did nothing. Please, do not kill me." Situ-Yi, unable to remain silent, realized that if Situ Jun were to perish, his fate would not be any better. He waved away several subordinates obstructing his path and stepped slowly between Suyu and Situ Jun. Siyu did not impede him. Instead, he regarded Situ-Yi with curiosity, pondering what had inspired this unexpected surge of admiration as his favorability rating soared from 3 to 27, reaching a level of reverent esteem. If only I possessed his strength. Perhaps I could rescue Lin Lin, Situ-Yi thought, taking a deep breath. He looked earnestly at Suyu and spoke, I hope you can spare him this time. Though I cannot offer you much assistance given your power, there are trivial matters I can help you with. I beseech you to grant me this opportunity. This statement was the result of careful contemplation on Situ-Yi's part, devoid of threats or ulterior motives. Siyu assessed him, then utilized his detection ability on Situ Jun. A mere level 3, yet his favorability was not negative. It stood at 17, indicating a profound fear of him. Both men bore no ill intentions towards Siyu, and Situ Jun's willingness to risk his life for his brother was commendable. Having already dispatched one, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare approach him recklessly. Thus, Siyu waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall summon you if needed. Otherwise, do not disturb me. Take your brother to change his trousers. At over 200 months old, he should be beyond such embarrassment. As Siyu turned and made his way towards Lin Shiyu, he left behind a visibly embarrassed Situ-Yi, who cast a furtive glance at his brother Situ Jun, now crumpled on the ground, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his features. Meanwhile, the recently liberated Situ Jun began to regain his composure, reflecting on the humiliation he had never before endured. The resentment within him blazed fiercely, igniting like an uncontrollable fire. Since the moment Suyu had reduced that old woman surnamed Lin to a mere puppet with his blades, he had been paralyzed with terror, consumed by profound fear of Suyu, leaving no room in his mind for thoughts of revenge. Yet now, with life and death once again under his control, his true nature began to resurface. As he gazed upon the good brother who had helped him to his feet, Situ Jun said in a low voice, "Are you mocking me, you wretched cur?" Situ-Yi, seemingly accustomed to such exchanges, replied flatly, "No. Dare to retort? Just wait. Once we return, I will make you pay dearly for this insolence," Situ Jun threatened. Chapter 50. The adorably clumsy school bell. Lin Xiao. As Suyu approached Lin Xiao, the crowd in the cafeteria instinctively parted, refraining from further discussion. After all, this dashing man was undeniably formidable. Upon reaching Lin Xiao, she appeared to be in a daze, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Activating his discerning gaze, Suyu beheld Lin Xiao's attribute panel materializing before him. Name, Lin Xiao. Combat power, 4 level, 0th stage. 0th level, 310, strength 5, the average for adults is 10, agility, 9, constitution, 9, mentality, 12, attractiveness, 95, affinity, 5, baseline 30. With a touch of dislike and fear towards you, talent, unawakened skills, none, items, none. Observing Lin Xiao's affinity, Siyu shook his head in mild exasperation. He had merely eliminated a threat in her presence, yet her affinity had plummeted by a staggering 40 points. Nevertheless, even if given another chance, he would act in the same manner. While others might revel in reckless abandon, should he greet them with a smile? Or await a threat to his own life before taking action? That would be foolish, a trait he did not possess. Amused by Lin Shiyao's continued bewilderment, Suyu waved his hand before her eyes, rousing her from her stupor. You are a murderer. Don't come any closer, Lin Xiao exclaimed, retreating in fright, her voice tinged with panic. The onlookers couldn't help but feel anxious for her. Just when they anticipated Suyu's wrath, the scene that unfolded left them astounded. To their surprise, Suyu displayed no signs of anger, instead wearing a gentle smile. Good heavens! How can such a fearsome individual smile so warmly? Is this truly the same person? This sentiment echoed in the minds of many present. Foreseeing Lin Xiao's reaction, Suyu had prepared himself, with his current negative affinity. He needed to tread carefully. I am Suyu, a friend of your sister. She sent me to find you, and I assure you, I did not kill the person you just saw. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone from his storage ring, finding the pre-recorded video from Feng Qianxue. He handed the phone to Lin Xiao. Upon hearing Suyu claim to be your sister's friend, Lin Xiao hesitantly accepted the phone and pressed play. The familiar voice of her cousin emanating from the device. Xiao, this is Suyu, a very good friend of your sister. Since my abilities are insufficient, I might inadvertently burden Suyu, which is why I couldn't accompany him to find you. You can trust him completely, all right? Suyu will bring you to me. I am waiting for you both. As the video concluded, Lin Xiao tilted her head, gazing at Suyu with curiosity. Are you truly my sister's friend? How come I've never seen you before? Ding. Lin Xiao's affinity towards the host has increased by 30 points. Though framed as a question, Lin Xiao's heart believed in his words. Hearing the notification sound, Suyu exhaled in relief. Maintaining a negative affinity would make it arduous to improve. Indeed. Your sister and I are well-acquainted friends, as she mentioned in the video. Upon hearing Suyu's words, coupled with the increase in goodwill, Lin Xiao's exquisite face was devoid of fear, revealing two shallow dimples, sweet and enchanting. Where is my sister now? Can we go find her? Suyu, seizing the opportunity for their private moment, shook his head. Qianxue is at the boys' dormitory. We certainly cannot return today. Look, the sky is nearly dark. It would be unsafe to go out now. Lin Xiao tilted her head to glance outside the dining hall, and indeed, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze. Complying, she nodded her little head and, with a hint of disappointment, said, All right, I will listen to you, Sugu. Suyu casually patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, reassuring her, You need not worry about Qianxue. She is quite safe there. Also, from now on, I shall call you Shiyu. Do not address me as Sugu anymore. Just call me Brother Suyu. Or simply Yugu will suffice. Initially, Lin Xiao had intended to withdraw from the physical contact. But recalling what Feng Qianxue had said about Suyu being a trustworthy person, she halted her retreat. Suyu bore a smile, and his acceptance of such contact indicated that this level of intimacy was within acceptable bounds for Lin Xiao, as long as he maintained this balance. The chances of furthering their relationship would significantly increase, akin to the metaphor of a frog being gently boiled in warm water. Upon hearing Suyu's words, a blush crept across Lin Xiao's cheeks, and with her head bowed shyly, she murmured, Brother Suyu. Ding. Lin Xiao's goodwill towards the host increased by 1. The soft and sweet sound filled Suyu with delight, prompting him to lead her aside to rest and chat. Time spent in the company of beauty is always fleeting. Before they knew it, darkness enveloped the outside world. Having learned from past experiences, the others in the dining hall kept their distance, refraining from any foolish provocations. Gurgle, the sound of a growling stomach, broke the silence. Suyu paused and glanced at Lin Xiao, who shyly lowered her head, her delicate hand clutching the hem of her clothing. Look at me. Engrossed in conversation with you and losing track of time. Is there anything you wish to eat? His tone resembled that of a waiter inquiring about menu choices, leaving Lin Xiao quite bewildered. Observing her adorably confused expression, Suyu, without further inquiry, spent 200 spirit coins to order sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, braised pork with preserved vegetables, 3 delicacies casserole, braised chicken, stuffed lotus root, caramelized peaches, along with a bowl of 7-star fishball soup. Lin Xiao watched in astonishment as the dishes, each exuding delightful aromas and steam, appeared on the table as if conjured by magic. Her eyes widened, lips parted slightly in disbelief, and she even pinched her arm, murmuring, Surely, I'm not dreaming? Consider it a dream. Quickly, taste and see how it is. Well, this fish-flavored shredded pork is delicious. As she savored the flavors, Lin Xiao eagerly picked up a piece of mapo tofu to pop into her mouth, only to exclaim a moment later, Ouch! It's so hot. Suyu handed over a bottle of open juice, exclaiming with irritation, You silly girl. I want to compete with you. Why so hastily? The two indulged in their meal within the bustling cafeteria, the delightful aroma of food wafting through the air. The sounds of gulping and swallowing echoed persistently in every corner of the hall. How did his food materialize? Remarkably, it remained warm. Are you foolish? Haven T. The authorities stated that vanquishing zombies can awaken talents and yield equipment. What is so astonishing about that? Perhaps it's a spatial ring or a spatial talent. Brother, do you think that esteemed individual would consider taking on a younger brother? Why not inquire? If we become his followers, we could strike it rich. Why don't you ask? I'm afraid he might slice me up. Then why on earth would you send me? Look, someone truly fearless is approaching. Two girls approached Suyu's table, their eyes fixated on the sumptuous spread before them. As they drew nearer, the lavishness of the meal became apparent. Excuse me. Could you spare us something to eat? Suyu glanced up. The speaker was a somewhat frail girl, resembling a slender bamboo stick that could topple with a gust of wind, while the other girl was plump, starkly contrasting her companion. Seeing this, Lin Xiyu stood up, poised to say something, but was abruptly pulled back into her seat by Suyu. What can you offer me in return for food? I can pay. Is 1,000 enough? The plump girl said, opening her bag to reveal a thick wad of cash, suggesting it contained several thousand. Suyu chuckled. Having thought such scenarios existed solely in novels, surprised to encounter such thoughtlessness in reality. He had little interest in further circumlocution, directly stating, enough, return from whence you came. We're not refusing to pay. Why are you being like this? I still have. Get lost. Suyu barked, startling the two girls, who trembled and dared not utter another word, hastily departing with their heads down. As they left, Suyu's expression softened. He turned to Lin Xiyu, who appeared hesitant to speak, and smiled. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Chapter 51. The Past of Situ E. Brother Suyu. We have so much food that we can't possibly finish it all. Why not share some with them? Suyu responded, placing a piece of yellow braised chicken on her plate. Have you ever considered, she yelled, how others might perceive it if we give them food? Before she could reply, he continued, they would think, if those two could receive food, then surely they could too. Soon, they would all come running to me for food. And with so many people, it would be impossible to satisfy them, wouldn't it? Seeing Lin Xiao nod in agreement, Suyu elaborated. If I initially withhold food from everyone, my strength will inspire envy, perhaps even admiration. However, should I give food to those two girls while neglecting the others? That envy may very well transform into jealousy or even hatred. Such is human nature. It is acceptable for everyone to endure hunger together. But if individuals of the same standing witness one indulging in a feast while they starve, that is utterly unacceptable. There is an old adage that captures this sentiment. I fear my brothers may suffer, yet I also fear if they ride in luxury. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, then nodded earnestly. Brother Suyu, I understand now. I was indeed thoughtless. Enough of that. Let us eat before the food gets cold. In a corner of the cafeteria, Situ Jun gnawed on his bread, casting dark glances towards Suyu and his companion. The once delectable bread now felt like chewing on wax as he watched the abundance of food on their table. Moreover, seeing Suyu laughing and conversing with his goddess felt like a dagger piercing his heart. The more he pondered, the more discontent brewed within him. He spat the remaining bread onto the floor and hurled the half-piece at Situ-e. You should give it a try and see if you can manage to get some food. Situ-e, struck by the bread, did not lift his gaze but replied nonchalantly. I advise you not to provoke him, otherwise, we may all suffer. His strength is beyond your imagination. I'm telling you to go and get some food, not to stir up trouble. Those two wretched girls didn't seem to have any issues, did they? Situ Jun, consumed by anger, dismissed his warning and retorted vehemently. If you dare utter another word, I'll unleash my prized Tibetan mastiffs and that hideous creature upon you when we return. At this, Situ-e abruptly raised his head, his eyes sharp as swords, locking onto Situ Jun with an intense stare. After a moment of silence, he slowly stood up, his expression devoid of emotion. Very well. I shall go. With that, he turned and walked towards Suyu, his fierce gaze and clenched fist betraying the turmoil within. The hideous creature mentioned by Situ Jun was one he had grown up with, having been adopted alongside Situ-e from an orphanage. They had lived together since childhood, and their adoptive parents treated them as their own, providing everything they desired. Two individuals were assigned to learn a myriad of skills together, ranging from combat to finance and management. Amidst their daily companionship, a bond gradually blossomed between them. Situ-e would forever be haunted by the memory of that day, which loomed over him like a nightmare from the abyss. 5 years prior, under the influence of alcohol, Situ Jun had intruded upon Lin Lin's chamber with ill intentions. Fortunately, his own room was not far away. Upon hearing Lin Lin's cries for help, he rushed into the room. The sight of Lin Lin in disarray ignited a fury within him, leading him to overpower Situ Jun and beat him mercilessly. Afterward, He had anticipated that his adoptive parents would inquire about the incident, yet reality dealt him a harsh blow, revealing the truth of the situation. His adoptive parents asked no questions. Instead, they nearly beat him to death with a whip. In the aftermath, he came to a realization, regardless of the circumstances. They had provided him and Lin Lin with a nurturing upbringing, and C2 Jun was their biological son. It was only natural for them to be enraged after he had assaulted their offspring. Lin Lin had not suffered any real harm. So he resolved to seek out his adoptive parents to apologize, believing that as long as C2 Jun refrained from touching Lin Lin again, he would not pursue the matter further. However, as he passed by C2 Jun's bedroom, he overheard a conversation between his adoptive mother and C2 Jun. C2 Jun exclaimed, "Why is that bastard still alive? If you won't kill him, I will take matters into my own hands. How dare he strike me? I must ensure his demise." His adoptive mother replied, "Calm down, we have already taught him a lesson. Besides, if we were to kill him now, who would we find to replace him?" C2 Jun retorted, "Mom, everything has always been fine. What use is it to have that bastard take my place?" His adoptive mother reassured him, "Son, I would never harm you, if it weren't for your grandfather. Our family wouldn't have the standing we do in the Shanghai elite. Many are eyeing our position. There have been numerous attempts to kidnap you, all discreetly handled by your father." She continued, "Once your father resolves those rivals, you will have the freedom to do as you please." C2 Jun, dissatisfied, protested, "Am I to let this beating go unpunished? Absolutely not. I cannot swallow this humiliation." His mother suggested, "You may take some bodyguards to teach him a lesson. Just don't kill him, leave him maimed." C2 Jun gleefully responded, "I knew Mom would always have my back. And that wretched girl, she is just a traitor. I'll deal with her shortly and see who dares to intervene." Upon hearing these words, C2 Yi's worldview shattered. In that moment, he understood that his existence was merely to bear the risks for C2 Jun. Hurriedly, he sought out Lin Lin, intending to escape this familiar yet alien prison. Yet, as fate would have it, they were confronted at the threshold by C2 Jun and his minions. The outcome was predictable. C2 Jun commanded his subordinates to restrain the two, and in a fit of primal rage, he prepared to deliver an educational lesson to C2E. An unquenchable fury seemed to awaken a latent potential within C2E, allowing him to break free from the grip of two burly men and charge directly at C2 Jun, who was pinning Lin Lin down. C2 Jun, fixated on C2E, grabbed a vase from the side and hurled it towards him. The vase struck C2E squarely on the forehead, shattering into countless pieces upon impact, while his body was forcefully pressed to the ground again by the bodyguard behind him. C2 Jun, bare-chested, approached the fallen C2E, a sinister grin adorning his face. "Ha ha ha, how does it feel, you little bastard? Soon, I shall transform Lin Mei into my woman right before your eyes. Are you furious? Are you enraged? Ha ha ha." With his cheek pressed against the cold ground, C2E's eyes burned red with fury. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, he could not break free from the restraints. All he could do was curse in anger. "Ah, you beast, I shall kill you. I will definitely kill you. Ah, you wish to kill me? Is it even within your capability?" As he spoke, C2 Jun picked up another vase and smashed it against C2E's head. "Ah, speak. Do you think you are worthy? You dare to threaten me? What are you even?" Another vase came crashing down, leaving C2E's face smeared with blood. Yet he continued to glare fiercely at C2 Jun, faced with that seemingly predatory gaze. C2 Jun's fury escalated. Grabbing a chair, he prepared to strike again, this time aiming for the back of C2E's head, a blow that could very well take half his life. Just as the moment of impact drew near, a figure clad in white rushed forward, positioning herself before C2E. The chair struck her frail body with great force, sending her crashing to the ground, her face landing amidst the shards of glass. The girl was none other than Lin Lin, the childhood sweetheart who had just been tormented by C2 Jun. This fall utterly marred her beauty. C2E stared in shock at his fallen companion, the anguish in his heart far surpassing the pain in his body. He loathed the C2 family, and even more so, he despised himself for his inability to protect the one person who mattered most to him. Unattractive after the disfigurement, Lin Lin was no longer of interest to C2 Jun. Nevertheless, to continue tormenting C2E, he imprisoned Lin Lin, using her as leverage to compel C2E to comply. 6 long years have since passed. Initially, C2E employed every means at his disposal to rescue her, but to no avail. Each attempt ended in failure. The consequences he faced were not merely beatings from C2 Jun, but rather videos depicting Lin Lin's torment. Reluctantly, C2E yielded, yet secretly, he managed to sway a few of the individuals sent by the C2 family to his side, biding his time for the right moment. Before the apocalypse, he refrained from making any rash moves, as C2 Jun had relocated his captives, and he had yet to uncover their whereabouts. However, the advent of the apocalypse ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Yet now, the emergence of Suyu introduced an entirely new concept. Although it might lead to his demise, he truly did not wish to wait any longer. Chapter 52. The Schemes of Situi. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal. Situi approached Suyu, slightly bowing in a gesture of humility. Noticing Suyu's lack of response, Situi remained unperturbed, while Lin Xiangya, recalling the recent events, refrained from speaking out. After a brief pause, Suyu set down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and elegantly lit a cigarette. Just as he took a few puffs, Lin Xiangya gently cleared her throat, waved away the smoke, and furrowed her brow, saying, "Brother Suyu, smoking is detrimental to your health." Suyu said nothing, extinguished the cigarette, and finally ruffled Lin Xiangya's hair before turning his gaze to Situi, inquiring, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "The situation is such that the food in the cafeteria, which had been previously allocated, is now insufficient for us all to endure until the military rescue arrives." Sensing Suyu's furrowed brow, Situi quickly continued, "Please do not misunderstand. I am not seeking assistance from you. I merely wish to inquire if you would consent to my proposal to consolidate everyone's food for equitable distribution. What you choose to do is your affair. As long as it does not affect us, you may leave now." "Understood," Situi replied, nodding before stepping back and turning to depart. As he watched Situi's retreating figure, Suyu felt an indescribable sensation. This individual was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Yet, what did it matter? If he crossed Suyu, he would face dire consequences. Upon seeing Situi return empty-handed, Situ Jun's expression darkened. "Incompetent fool, you cannot even accomplish such a trivial task. I would be better off raising a dog." Situi's demeanor remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "That individual suggested we gather everyone's food for collective distribution, enabling all to endure until the military arrives. Damn it, I sent you to procure food, not to distribute it. Why should I part with my provisions?" When the apocalypse erupted, they were in the cafeteria, accompanied by a few individuals nurtured by the Situ family since childhood, all possessing considerable skills. After surviving the most perilous period, they seized control of the supermarket within the cafeteria. Situ, in his capacity as the student council president, led many of the surviving boys in battling zombies, clearing the third floor of the cafeteria. At that time, Situ Jun had received accurate information from their parents that the military would require approximately a week to reach their location for rescue. Situ had previously proposed to Situ Jun the idea of distributing the food in the supermarket based on the number of people, ensuring everyone could wait for the rescue. However, despite the ample provisions available, Situ Jun stubbornly refused to agree to share with others, preferring to let the food go to waste. Consequently, Situ convened everyone, informing them of his intention to distribute the food. On the surface, Situ appeared to be the true heir of the Situ family, while Situ Jun was merely a rich youth, making it difficult for him to deny Situ's authority in front of the group, even amidst the apocalypse. As he struggled to adapt to the new reality, ultimately it was merely a matter of distributing half of the food from the supermarket to the crowd. This action by Situ was, in essence, a preparation to eliminate Situ Jun. Situ Jun must not return to the military district. Even though he possessed only a low-level talent, the support of an army would undoubtedly amplify his capabilities exponentially. Therefore, it was imperative to orchestrate an accident to eliminate Situ Jun before aid could arrive, and distributing food was a means to win the hearts of the people. Thus, upon returning to the survival base constructed by the military, there would be witnesses to attest that Situ Jun's demise bore no connection to him. He was acutely aware that the elder of the Situ family was a man of unwavering integrity, even if his own grandson were to perish. As long as it could be established that Situ was not involved, the elder would not seek retribution against him, with the elder acting as a protective shield. The couple would think twice before attempting to harm him openly. This would afford him the necessary time to enhance his strength and execute his subsequent plans. However, an even more fortuitous opportunity had arisen in the form of Suyu. Observing the impotent rage of Situ Jun, a glimmer of light flickered in Situ's eyes. "It seems I must stoke the flames further." He stated that he would deal with those who refused to comply and disregarded the arrangements. Situ Jun's expression darkened. He was uncertain of the veracity of Situ's words, yet he found himself unable to verify them, lacking the courage to approach Suyu for clarification. Perceiving Situ Jun's thoughts, Situ nonchalantly added, "By the way, that person was not initially intended to be involved. It was Lin Shiyang beside him who suggested his intervention." Upon hearing this, Situ Jun was instantly convinced. Knowing Lin Shiyang as character, she would undoubtedly feel compassion for her classmates facing hunger. And her awareness of the food available here made her reasoning plausible. With this realization, Situ Jun's countenance grew even more severe, and through gritted teeth, he cursed. "Damn that wretched woman, I will make her my slave sooner or later." Should I follow his instructions? I shall heed your arrangement. Will you continue to waste my time with your words? Let us proceed as he suggested. I will endure him for another 2 days, once my family arrives. I shall see how he withstands my wrath. Upon receiving a response, a fleeting smile graced Situ Yi's lips, though it quickly faded as he turned his attention to the nearby Xiao Wu and his companions. Xiao Wu, summon everyone together now, but remember, do not disturb that individual. The group nodded in acknowledgement and set off, lightening their footsteps as they approached Suyu's vicinity, whispering softly to the survivors in that area. Soon, 200 to 300 individuals had gathered, forming a dense crowd. Do you think Senior Situ called us here to deal with that demon? A young man with glasses whispered to his companion, causing a startled reaction as the latter quickly covered his mouth in alarm. Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? The young man with glasses removed his hand, exasperated. You spoke louder than I did. All right? Clap, clap, clap. Silence, everyone. As the crowd quieted, Situi continued to speak. Dear classmates, you are all aware of my identity. I have received accurate information that the army's rescue will not arrive for several more days. Many among us have already exhausted our food supplies, and if this continues, we will surely be unable to hold on until help arrives. Therefore, I urge everyone to contribute their food to me, and I will ensure a daily allocation for all, so that no one will face hunger. What do you think? Seeing that none among the crowd responded, Situi waved his hand, and the nearby Xiao Wu and others brought out several boxes of provisions they had prepared. Upon witnessing such a bounty of food, the crowd began to respond positively. I trust Senior Situ, count me in. But what if we hand over our food, and the distribution turns out to be meager? What are you worried about? Senior Situ has brought forth so much food to share. Would he covet that insignificant amount of yours? Indeed. Well then, all right. Please form an orderly queue and submit your provisions one by one, without any disorder. Chapter 53. The Boyfriend's Work Uniform? Brother Suyu, can we go and take a look? Lin Xiang couldn't help but feel drawn to the gathering of people. Such a simple request was one that Suyu could not possibly refuse. Reflecting on what Qian Shui had said, Suyu affectionately gazed at Lin Xiang, his large hand instinctively brushing through her silky hair. All right, since Xiang wants to go, I shall accompany you, he replied. Hee. Thank you, Brother Suyu. You are truly wonderful. Notification, Lin Xiang's affection for the host has increased by 1. Current affection level, 27. The two walked side by side towards the crowd, which, once filled with chatter, fell into a profound silence upon Su Yu's arrival. The survivors spotted them and instinctively made way, allowing the pair to navigate through the throng to a window where they stood. Noticing that everyone had ceased their activities to stare at him, Su Yu felt a twinge of exasperation. Did he really resemble a villain? Please, continue with your tasks as if I were not here, he urged. Yet, no one heeded his words. Instead, they exchanged glances, immobilized in uncertainty. This left Su Yu even more speechless, prompting him to direct his gaze towards Situ-i, conveying a silent message. Situ-i instantly understood. Classmates, please continue to line up and submit your food items. We will keep a record of everything turned in. Should anyone dare to hoard food, do not blame me, Situ-i, for being merciless. Under Situ-i's guidance, the crowd formed an orderly line and began to present their provisions. Nearby, Lin Xiang watched with keen interest, while Siyu found himself increasingly drowsy, perplexed by the appeal of the scene. Hey, Brother Siyu, what is that? Lin Xiang's question jolted Siyu back to reality as he turned to follow her gaze. A girl was in the process of submitting food. As she reached into her bag, she inadvertently pulled out an item. It was a small, square pouch, sky blue in hue, reminiscent of a bag of shampoo, with a circle slightly larger than a coin faintly visible in the center. Confronted with this object, Suyu found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain it to Xiang. Could he say it was a safety helmet? Brother Suyu, you don't recognize it either? Ha ha ha. How could that be? Brother Suyu knows everything. Lin Xiang's eyes widened in admiration as she looked up at him. You are amazing. Brother Suyu, unlike me, who has only seen many things in books, my sister often teases me for my lack of experience. Hearing this, Suyu felt a pang of sympathy for the extraordinarily beautiful girl. Was she foolish? Not at all. Before turning 18, her only companions had been the flora and fauna visible through a protective barrier. Her desire to understand the world beyond was constrained by the limited time she had, as her frail body did not permit her to venture out. Thus, even her family had to undergo thorough disinfection before approaching her, lest it provoke a resurgence of her past ailments. Her family had sought renowned physicians across the nation and even abroad, yet they remained ignorant of her condition. They could only observe that once bacteria entered her body, they multiplied at a rate exponentially faster than that of an ordinary person. Upon her reaching the age of 18, her health unexpectedly improved, leaving her as pure as a blank canvas. Consequently, she was sent to the side of her closest companion, Feng Qinshueth, to enhance her understanding of society. However, by the age of 19, she remained utterly oblivious to even the most basic aspects of life. At that moment, so you felt a wave of relief. It was indeed fortunate that such an innocent girl had managed to survive unscathed in this post-apocalyptic world. Suyu. Why are you lost in thought? You haven't explained what that is yet. Lin Xiao exclaimed, pouting as she waved her hand in front of Suyu's eyes. No. I was pondering how to explain it to Xiao. Well, that item could be described as a work uniform of that girl's boyfriend. A work uniform? Suyu. You're teasing me. There's no way it could be that small. Are you trying to fool me like my sister does, thinking I lack experience? Rest assured, I am not deceiving you. It truly belongs to her boyfriend. It merely differs from the attire we typically wear. Lin Xiao appeared somewhat skeptical and turned her gaze toward the girl, who had just completed her food transaction and was preparing to walk away. She called out loudly. That sister over there, your boyfriend's work uniform has fallen. Unable to contain himself, Suyu burst into laughter. The crowd, initially unaware, turned their attention toward the scene, and upon seeing the small, square pouch, they all displayed peculiar expressions. Laughter erupted one after another, culminating in a chorus of amusement. Huh. What a ridiculous description for a work uniform. I never knew that's what it was called. I've been mistaken all along. Work uniform? Haha. I usually don't laugh, but I can't help it this time. Among the crowd, only one young man remained expressionless, staring blankly at the girl in the center. The girl, blushing from embarrassment at the laughter directed her way, initially intended to glare at Lin Xiao. However, when her gaze met Suyu's, she quickly looked down, feeling powerless in the face of his presence. Unable to confront the situation, she chose to flee from the crowd without retrieving the object that had caused her such humiliation. Lin Xiao, bewildered, wondered what was wrong with that sister and why everyone was laughing. Oh, she still hasn't picked up her boyfriend's work uniform. Hey, that sister. You forgot to take your boyfriend's work uniform. Suyu chuckled, thoroughly entertained by the situation. While Lin Xiao's actions may have wounded the girl's pride, it hardly mattered in this harsh world, where strength reigned supreme. The girl, with a sorrowful expression, turned back and said, That's not my boyfriend's. Please, just stop calling me. Huh, not your boyfriend's? Of course not. Tell me, whose foolish item is this? I have never used this brand. From within the crowd, the man who had not laughed stepped forward with a grim expression, his voice low and serious. Upon seeing him, the girl's face flickered with panic. Amin, you have misunderstood. This is something I specifically purchased for you, merely as a precaution. Is that so? Amin picked up the small bag that had fallen to the ground and, upon inspecting it, his already dark skin seemed to darken further with anger. He hurled the bag towards the girl, shouting furiously, I use a size of 482 millimeters. Yours is 542 millimeters. How could you possibly claim this was for me? He grabbed the girl by the shoulders and shook her vigorously. Speak. Who is that person? Tell me. Amin, please don't act like this. Lin Xiang's face was filled with confusion as she watched, unable to comprehend the situation, unable to contain her curiosity. She turned to Suyu and asked, Brother Suyu, why are they arguing? Is it because that sister bought work clothes for her boyfriend that don't fit? Lin Xiang's voice was not quiet, and many present overheard, erupting into laughter once more. Shut your mouth, you filthy wench. Amin screamed hysterically at Lin Xiang. Startled by his outburst, she froze in place, unsure of what to do. Suyu, feeling a pang of sympathy, enveloped her in his embrace. Gently stroking her silky hair as he reassured her, Xiang, dear, this is not your concern. Your brother will take care of it. Beep. Lin Xiang's affection for the host increases by 3, current affection level, 30. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a glance at Amin, who now stood regretfully, paralyzed in confusion. Chapter 54. I bet you, there are no bullets in the gun. I apologize on behalf of Xiao. She indeed misspoke. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the anxious Amin instantly lifted his head, repeatedly shaking his hands. No, there's no need to apologize. The surrounding survivors wore expressions of sheer disbelief, wondering if Suyu had been switched with someone else. Even Lin Xiao, nestled in his arms, raised her little head, puzzled, realizing that it was indeed her who had erred. Only a short distance away, Situ observed the unfolding scene. Aware that Suyu had yet to finish his statement, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stood by, allowing events to transpire. This was never meant for you. How could it possibly fit? Suyu remarked, releasing the lovely figure in his embrace and walking towards Amin and the girl. I have already apologized on behalf of Xiao. Now, it is time for you to face the consequences of your actions. Suyu's tone was nonchalant, yet the murderous intent laced in his words stifled the breath of those around him. Amin, the focus of this confrontation, was drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Thud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I beg you, just let me go. Amin fell to his knees, pleading incessantly with Suyu. Before Suyu could respond, Lin Xiao tugged at his sleeve from behind. Brother Suyu, perhaps we should just let it go. He has apologized. Suyu furrowed his brow, concerned that Lin Xiao's current demeanor was not conducive. If she were to intervene every time violence was about to erupt, it would surely become vexing. Contemplating with his chin resting on his hand, Suyu finally spoke. I can grant him a chance. Amin, still kneeling, was overjoyed to hear this, but Suyu continued. Do not rejoice too soon. Do you harbor hatred for this woman? He gestured towards the girl standing aside. Amin glanced at his girlfriend, resentment unmistakably evident in his eyes. Yes, I loathe her. If only I could see her dead. Only I know the sacrifices I've made for her. To buy her a bag, a phone, I pinched every penny, toiled away at multiple jobs. Was it easy for me? And yet, she dared to betray me. With a mere 5 spirit points, Suyu exchanged for a silenced pistol. Ding. Successfully exchanged for a standard silenced pistol, consuming 5 spirit points. Current spirit points remaining, 13, for 154. A sleek black gun materialized in Suyu's grasp as he ejected the magazine, noting 8 bullets within. He chambered a round and fired into the air. Piu. Everyone recoiled, clearly taken aback by Suyu's possession of a firearm. For ordinary individuals, the intimidation factor of weapons was undeniably substantial. As the pre-apocalyptic mindset was not easily dismissed, Suyu tossed the gun towards Amin, who stood bewildered, hastily catching it. The entire assembly was rendered speechless by Suyu's actions, including Situ E, who could not fathom Suyu's intentions. After all, they were unaware that conventional firearms had long since ceased to pose a threat to Suyu. Here, the gun is now in your hands. And the power to decide lies with you. All you need to do is eliminate the woman who has betrayed you, and I shall spare your life. Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you say? No, please, Amin, you wouldn't kill me, would you? I know you have always loved me. I can change. I truly can. Amin ignored his girlfriend's pleas, lowering his gaze as he contemplated the gun in his hand. The weight of the metal reminded him that this was no mere dream. After a moment of silence, Amin lifted his eyes to regard his girlfriend, then turned to Suyu, though his peripheral vision discreetly lingered on Lin Xiu. All right, I agree. As the words left his lips, Amin raised the gun, aiming it at his girlfriend, a flicker of madness crossing his eyes, his face betraying an abnormal flush. Amin, no. Don't pull the trigger. It was my fault. I was wrong. From now on, I will love only you. Whatever you desire, I will fulfill it. Just forgive me this once. Frightened by the crazed look in Amin's eyes, the girl collapsed to the ground, crawling towards him and grasping his thigh in a desperate plea. Ha ha ha, now you realize your mistake? Too bad, it's too late. With that, Amin forcefully kicked away the girlfriend clinging to his leg, swiftly redirecting the gun towards the observing Suyu. Suyu's expression remained unchanged, seemingly having anticipated this scene, while Lin Xiu was startled by the sudden turn of events. Nervously clutching Suyu's sleeve, Brother Su, this. Suyu turned back, softly reassuring her, don't be afraid, I am merely providing you with a lesson. Pay close attention, for I will quiz you shortly. After calming Lin Xiu's anxiety, Suyu redirected his attention to Amin, intrigued. What is your intention? Huh? What do you think it means? Do you really need to ask? Amin cackled maniacally, tightening his grip on the gun as he stepped closer to Suyu, pressing the barrel to his forehead. Are you so foolish as to hand me the gun? Do you think your prowess can deflect bullets? With this gun, I am the king here. Casting a glance at Lin Xiu behind Suyu, Amin continued with a laugh. And you, the esteemed Lin, you should stick with me. I will treat you well. Suyu smirked, finding the situation amusing. It was quite entertaining how one could become so inflated with power from merely possessing a firearm. Seeing Suyu smile, Amin fumed with rage, while the surrounding survivors exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered by the audacity to laugh in such dire circumstances. Stop laughing, you fool. Were it not for Shiyu's reminder, you would still be oblivious to your betrayal. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Rest assured, once I deal with you, I will express my gratitude to her in a manner that will bring her joy, Amin retorted. Suyu raised an eyebrow, regarding Amin with disdain. With your meager stature, do you truly believe you can bring her happiness? Tell me, is it possible your girlfriend sought someone larger because you were lacking? The girl remained silent. And Suyu shrugged his shoulders. Look, your girlfriend has already acknowledged it. Why are you still in denial? Young man, one must possess self-awareness. Shut your mouth. Or believe me, I could end your life right now. Suyu, wearing a playful expression, retorted, are you truly certain you can kill me? How about we engage in a wager? Observing Suyu's unwaveringly relaxed demeanor sparked a flicker of panic in Ming, uncertain of what gave Suyu such confidence. He sensed something was amiss. Bet? What kind of bet? Ming's tone softened, the madness in his eyes gradually fading. With a smile, Su declared, I bet you that your gun is devoid of bullets. You, gazing at Su Yu's towering figure, clad in a long black coat, exuding an aura of cool indifference while uttering such words, Ming couldn't help but recall a classic scene, swallowing hard as beads of sweat poured forth from his forehead. Chapter 55, Lin Shiyang's first kill. What do you think? Shall we gamble? If you win, everything here will belong to you. Women, food, all at your command. Isn't that exhilarating? But what if I lose? Amin's voice was slightly hoarse as he inquired. Su Yu rested his chin on his hand, seemingly pondering the proposition. How about this? If you lose, you must slap yourself 20 times, and I will let you off. Am I not merciful? Su Yu wore a beaming smile, which only deepened Amin's unease. The gun was given to me by him. No wonder he remains so composed and confident. It turns out there are no bullets in the gun. How foolish of me. You win. Amin felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he lowered the gun. Su Yu patted Amin's shoulder, taking the gun from his grasp to toy with it. Fear not. I am a man of my word. Now, fulfill your wager. Slap, slap, slap. Amin, realizing that Su Yu truly had no intention of killing him, regained some strength and began to slap himself. However, the force was not to Su Yu's satisfaction. Stop, stop. Are you merely swatting at mosquitoes? With that, Su Yu pointed to Amin's girlfriend and said, You. Yes, you. Come here and slap him. You must exert yourself, otherwise, he will slap you instead. The girl immediately stood up and approached Amin. After all, the kick he had delivered earlier had caused her considerable pain, and she was eager for revenge. Having already torn the mask of civility, she showed no hesitation and slapped him with all her might. Slap. Hiss. The girl inhaled sharply, cradling her hand as she looked at Su Yu with a pout. Brother, may I find something else to use? My hand hurts terribly. Seeing Su Yu nod, she glanced around but found nothing suitable, ultimately removing her shoe to continue slapping Amin. Slap, slap, slap. Su Yu turned to Lin Xiang behind him and spoke earnestly. Xiang, do you understand? In the future, do not easily assist others, nor should you place your trust too readily, for they may not feel gratitude but instead turn against you when they have the upper hand. This not only threatens your safety, but could also endanger those around you. Do you comprehend? Lin Xiang nodded, though somewhat perplexed. Yet, Brother Su Yu, not everyone is like that, right? Even if there is only a one chance, it still poses a risk. Are you willing to let me and Qian Xue fall into danger, even to the point of losing our lives? The thought of causing her sister harm filled Lin Xiang with a suffocating sense of dread. She looked earnestly at Su Yu and said, Brother Su Yu, I understand. Xiang will strive to grow and will not hinder you and sister. Su Yu nodded with satisfaction, preparing to guide Lin Xiang to take the final step. Xiang, shall we make a wager as well? Lin Xiang gazed at Su Yu in confusion. Had the topic shifted too quickly? Let us wager on whether this gun contains bullets. Shall we? Brother Su Yu, did you not already guess that there are no bullets in the gun? Su Yu chuckled, his laughter imbued with joy, as if the fish had taken the bait. So Shi Yao is betting that there are no bullets in the gun, then I shall wager that there are. If you lose, you must kiss me. If I lose, I shall kiss you. How does that sound? Quite a fair deal, I assent it. Lin Xiao tilted her head, pondering, sensing something amiss, but before she could grasp it, Su Yu continued. All right, we have an agreement, but no cheating. Having settled their wager, Ming had endured 20 resounding slaps, his face now swollen like that of a pig. Big brother, I've taken all 20 slaps. May I leave now? The girl asked cautiously, while Ming laboriously lifted his gaze towards Su Yu. Patience, I have just made a bet with Xiao. We will verify it, and then you may depart. With that, Su Yu placed the handgun in Lin Xiao's hands, adjusting her grip from behind, aligning the gun's muzzle towards Ming. Ming's eyes reflected fear as he struggled to articulate a garbled phrase. Ignoring him, Su Yu softly instructed Lin Xiao. Xiao, simply pull the trigger. It's quite straightforward. Yes, just like that. With a resounding gunshot, a gaping wound appeared in Ming's shoulder. Evidently, Lin Xiao had misfired. The gun slipped from Lin Xiao's grasp. Disbelief etched on her face as she stared at the unfolding scene. Her scream intertwined with Ming's anguished cries, while his girlfriend crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Did I just kill someone? Su Yu sighed, exasperated. Xiao, he is not dead yet. Lin Xiao regained some composure, though her pale visage betrayed her true fright. Ming clutched his bleeding shoulder in agony, furiously shouting at Su Yu. Su Yu raised his hands in innocence, responding. How have I deceived you? You wagered, and though the gun contained bullets, you conceded. Surely, this cannot be blamed on me? You said there were no bullets. Indeed. But I did not pull the trigger, Su Yu retorted, so I appear to have kept my word. After exchanging a few more words with Ming, Su Yu turned to Lin Xiao. a playful smile gracing his lips. Shi Yao, you lost the bet, so remember to fulfill your end. Now, there is still something you must do. What is it? Su Yu retrieved the fallen handgun, placing it back into Lin Shi Yao's hands with utmost seriousness. Continue shooting. Kill him. Seeing that Su Yu was in no jesting mood, Lin Shi Yao felt tears welling up. She could not comprehend why he would compel her to commit such an act. With a tone of distress, she pleaded, Brother Su Yu, why? I truly cannot do it. Look into his eyes. They brim with resentment and fury. If you do not end him today, once he recovers, he will seek vengeance against us by any means necessary. In that moment, should I find myself unable to contend with him, or should he summon more formidable allies? Have you contemplated the fate that awaits you and Qianxue? I shall perish due to your kindness today. It is your weakness that seals my doom. And you, along with Qianxue, shall become mere playthings for others, enduring a fate worse than that of a dog. Fire. Eliminate him. Su Yu's voice grew increasingly intense, resonating like a sinister melody in Lin Shiyong's mind. With her eyes closed, Lin Shiyong screamed, relentlessly pulling the trigger. Piu. The onlookers scattered. Fearing the stray bullets, should they be struck, there would be no place for their lamentations. Alas, Amin was not so fortunate, receiving a bullet squarely in the forehead. With profound resentment and indignation in his eyes, he slowly collapsed, exclaiming, Which of your eyes could possibly see any hatred or anger in me? I can barely evade you. How could I possibly seek revenge? Regrettably, these words would remain unspoken. Amin's girlfriend also tragically fell victim to 2 bullets. It seems they would have companionship on their descent, ensuring they would not be alone. Click, click, click. Even as the 6 bullets in the gun were expended, Lin Shiyong continued to pull the trigger. Su Yu enveloped her in his arms, gently comforting her. Enough, Shiyong, you have done it. It is all over now. If Qianxue knew of your bravery, she would be proud of you. Ding, Lin Shiyong's affection for the host has increased by 10, current affection level at 40. Perhaps due to the profound impact this event had on Lin Shiyong, her affection surged by 10 points, reaching the stage of admiration at 40. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, Lin Shiyong was not filled with fear. Rather, she experienced a subtle thrill coursing through her veins. Chapter 56. The technologically advanced RV The night sky gradually unveils its deep azure curtain, adorned with twinkling stars that captivate the heart. Beneath this celestial canopy, the aftermath of the apocalypse reveals a landscape marred by bloodshed, desolation, and the ruins of once thriving homes, leaving behind an indelible pain that can never be healed. The streets that once bustled with life and light are now a distant memory, littered with severed limbs and the remnants of dried blood that emit a foul stench, evoking a sense of horror and trepidation. At Magic City University, in the boys' dormitory, a thought crossed Feng Qianxue's mind. Had her husband found that girl, Shi Yao? Should she call to inquire? Leaning languidly against the window, she gazed at the desolate campus, murmuring softly to herself. The moonlight, resembling a hazy veil of silver sand, cascaded over her exquisite visage, rendering her beauty enchanting. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals she was concerned about were embroiled in a dispute. Brother Su Yu, you are just being unreasonable. The 2 bets were clearly the same. Shi Yao, how can you accuse me of being unreasonable? I lost, so I kiss you. You lost, so you kiss me. Doesn't that seem fair? Su Yu countered. Besides, you agreed to this, so it's you who is being unreasonable now. But, Lin Shi Yao struggled to retort, yet the innocent lamb that she was could hardly contend with the cunning wolf that was Su Yu. Su Yu interrupted. All right, there's no but. If Shi Yao wishes to be unreasonable, then I shall accept it. He feigned a look of dejection. As anticipated, Lin Shi Yao's heart softened instantly. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, Well, okay, just one kiss, all right? In the next moment, Su Yu, with a mischievous grin, leaned in closer. His face as thick as a city wall, approaching Lin Shi Yao. She closed her bright, clear eyes. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her long lashes fluttered gently, and her fair, flawless skin bore a delicate blush. Her lips, as tender and dewy as rose petals, slowly moved towards Su Yu. Just as their lips were about to meet, Su Yu turned his head, and their mouths collided in a fervent embrace. Would Su Yu let such an opportunity slip away? Certainly not. Lin Shi Yao's eyes widened in surprise. By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. Her delicate body, initially stiff, gradually melted into his embrace. Beep. Lin Shi Yao's affection for the host has increased by 2, current affection level, 42. Beep. Lin Shi Yao's affection for the host has increased by 1, current affection level, 43. Beep. Lin Shi Yao's affection for the host has increased by 1, current affection level, 44. Buzz, buzz. The sound of a vibrating phone interrupted the 2. Lin Shi Yao gasped for air. Had the call come any later, she might have fainted from lack of oxygen. Su Yu smacked his lips, savoring the sweetness of the moment. It was truly intoxicating. Upon checking the satellite phone, he discovered it was a call from Qianxue. Stealing a glance at Lin Shiyao, he answered the call nonchalantly. Feng Qianxue's first words were a flurry of questions. Darling, are you all right? Have you encountered any danger? And has Xiao been found? What dangers might I encounter? Xiao has already found them and is currently with me. Tomorrow morning, we shall return. Truly, how wonderful. On the other end of the line, Feng Qianxue's voice radiated with excitement. Through Su Yu's words, Lin Xiao also realized that this call was likely from her sister. Overcoming her shyness, she glanced at Su Yu, her eyes filled with inquiry. Su Yu nodded. Qianxue, you may speak with Xiao, he said, passing the phone to Lin Xiao. Despite already knowing it was Feng Qianxue on the line, Lin Xiao could not help but ask, Sister, is that you? Yes, Xiao, how are you? Has Su Yu been bullying you? Sister, brother Su Yu is not old at all. Why do you call him old Su Yu? He hasn't bullied me, just a little mischievous. Lin Xiao recalled a recent incident, her body feeling weak again, her small face flushed with an enticing hue. The two sisters chatted endlessly, exchanging words back and forth, while Su Yu remained undisturbed, closing his eyes to rest and contemplating the upcoming journey. He knew he would not stay in one place for too long. Primarily, advanced zombies and exotic beasts were sparse in any given location, and he would undoubtedly need to seek out prey, not simply for the sake of pursuing beauty. Thus, it was evident that he would need to traverse the country, if not the globe, which made the choice of transportation paramount. While enhancing his strength was indeed important, enjoying the journey did not contradict that goal. So he had no desire to trudge along on foot with his sister. A mode of transport that could facilitate travel while providing comfort was clearly best suited to be an RV. Xiaoxian, search for RV classifications. A virtual screen materialized in Su Yu's mind, revealing countless high-tech RVs ranging from F to SSS grade. F-grade ordinary small RV can utilize energy stones, gasoline, or electricity as power, capable of defending against small-caliber bullet attacks. 500 Spirit Essence. E-grade RV can utilize energy stones, gasoline, or electricity as power, capable of defending against large-caliber bullet attacks. 5,000 Spirit Essence. D-grade RV can utilize energy stones, gasoline, or electricity as power, capable of defending against missile attacks. Can hover in the air at a height of 5 meters. 50,000 Spirit Essence. C-grade RV, powered by energy stones, capable of defending against nuclear bomb attacks. Can hover at a height of 1,000 meters. It possesses an automatic body repair function and features spatial folding technology, expanding the actual area by 100 times. 500,000 Spirit Essence. B-grade space cruiser, powered by energy stones, can withstand a full-force attack from a level 5 opponent for 10 minutes, capable of space travel. It has an automatic body repair function and features spatial folding technology, expanding the actual area by 1,000 times. 5 million Spirit Essence. As Su Yu gazed at the descriptions of various RVs, he felt an overwhelming desire. The system panel provided only a brief overview, but delving deeper revealed even more detailed descriptions of their capabilities, truly cutting-edge technology. For instance, the Class C motorhome is equipped with an intelligent brain, enabling it to navigate autonomously once a route is established. It boasts cutting-edge radar technology capable of scanning a radius of 100 kilometers for living beings of no more than level 4. This implies that as long as one specifies the desired tier for alerts, the radar will emit notifications upon detecting suitable entities, rendering the arduous task of monster hunting unnecessary. Moreover, the radar possesses an astonishing feature that makes Su Yu want to exclaim in admiration. It can even assess the aesthetic appeal of living beings. What does this signify? It suggests that Su Yu may soon find himself concerned about his own desirability. Unfortunately, the price of the Class C motorhome is a staggering 500,000 spirit coins, leaving him with no choice but to merely gaze longingly at it. Chapter 57. The Gift of a Blade. Previously, Su Yu had regarded the sum of over 10,000 spiritual essence as considerable. However, upon witnessing prices soaring into the hundreds of thousands, he could only exclaim in dismay. Alas, how impoverished I truly am. Beside him, Lin Xiangyue caught the sound of Su Yu's voice and turned to him with a puzzled expression. After exchanging a few more words with Feng Qianxue, she ended the call and approached Su Yu, tilting her head in inquiry. Brother Su Yu, has something happened? It's nothing. I was merely lost in thought, Su Yu replied. The night is quite advanced. Let us find a place to rest. We shall meet with Qianxue early tomorrow. As Su Yu surveyed the surroundings, he noted that aside from the main hall, the cafeteria contained a dozen or so private rooms. Currently, only the room occupied by Situ Yi and his companions was open, while all the others remained firmly shut. Xiangyue, are there individuals inside those closed rooms? Upon hearing Su Yu's question, Lin Xiangyue's expression dimmed as she recalled something distressing. The The smile that had graced her face vanished, and she whispered, "Those rooms contain the bodies of teachers and classmates." At this revelation, Siyu fell silent, nodding in acknowledgement as he gently took Lin Xiangyue's frail hand, leading her towards Situi and the others. Upon seeing Siyu approach, Situi and his companion swiftly rose to greet him. Even Situ Jun, suppressing his fury, stood up, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet Siyu's stare. Despite his lack of academic prowess, Situ Jun was no fool. He understood that if Siyu sensed his resentment, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he dared only to keep his head bowed, fearing that Siyu might discern his thoughts. However, Siyu paid him no heed and addressed Situi with a calm demeanor. "I will take this room. Please have someone remove everything inside." Situi, without questioning Suyu's motives, nodded affirmatively and summoned Xiao Wu and others to assist in the clearing. Soon, all the items from the room were relocated, and Siyu patted Situi on the shoulder, praising, "Well done." Siyu held a certain admiration for Situi. He was efficient and perceptive, and with his A-grade lightning affinity, he might very well emerge as a formidable force in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Siyu inquired, "Do you have a preferred weapon? Any type, blade, spear, sword, or polearm will suffice." Situi's eyes brightened, and without pretense, he replied, "I am skilled with a blade. If given the choice, I would select a knife as my weapon." Siyu nodded in agreement. An F-grade weapon cost merely 100 spiritual essence, a trifling sum for him at present. To have others assist him while offering due compensation was, in his view, a perfectly reasonable practice. Indeed, it was his guiding principle. Furthermore, in the early days of the apocalypse, the value of an F-grade weapon was self-evident. To acquire a favor from a person of great potential at minimal cost was, in essence, a remarkable bargain. With this in mind, he opened the system marketplace and spent 100 spiritual essence to exchange for an F-grade dagger. Notification: purchased F-grade lightning blade. Deducted 100 spiritual essence. Remaining essence, 13,354. The F-grade thunder blade possesses a strength of 10 and sharpness of 10. Effortlessly capable of penetrating the defenses of first-tier creatures without a single drop of blood staining its edge. As the thunder blade appeared in Suyu's hands, it captivated the attention of all present. The weapon resembled a cleaver, its golden handle intricately adorned with silver-white patterns, exuding an imposing aura. The moment he laid eyes on the thunder blade, Situi felt an immediate fondness for it, yet he quickly averted his gaze, focusing instead on Suyu, awaiting his next move. Suyu, without hesitation, tossed the thunder blade towards Situi. As he caught it, he stumbled. For who could have anticipated that a blade appearing to weigh merely a few kilograms would actually be around 50 or 60? This blade, the thunder blade, shall serve as your reward. With that, he led Lin Xiang into the private room. Situi stared at the thunder blade in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. Upon grasping the weapon, detailed information about it flooded his mind. He was astonished to receive an F-grade weapon from Suyu, especially considering that obtaining his own F-grade skill had cost the lives of a significant portion of the cafeteria's survivors, along with all the gas canisters available in the dining area. And yet, Suyu had so casually bestowed this F-grade weapon upon him, as if tossing away a cigarette. Looking up at the closed door of the private room, a myriad of thoughts swirled in Situi's mind. "I'm sorry, but I have no other choice." However, he had to first deal with that repugnant beast. The previous F-grade skill had gone unnoticed, but this time, under his very nose, there was no escaping it. As predicted, Situ Jun had approached, fixated on the blade in Situi's hand, his eyes gleaming with undisguised greed. "Hey, that blade looks splendid. Just what I need, a suitable weapon. You know what to do. This is not the place for conversations." Situ did not even glance at him as he turned to walk towards a corner of the cafeteria. Frustrated, Situ Jun suppressed his anger, acutely aware that the tyrant Suyu was still inside. "Hurry up and hand me the blade." Upon reaching the corner of the cafeteria, Situ Jun impatiently demanded the thunder blade from Situi. "Huh, if I give it to you now, do you dare to take it?" "What do you mean? The blade was given to me by that man. If he sees it in your possession, do you think he would be pleased?" Observing Situ Jun's increasingly grim expression, Situi continued with a playful tone. "You witnessed the fate of that couple. He is quite capable of turning on a dime. Do you dare to take that risk?" Situ Jun remained silent, his face darkened, acutely aware that matters concerning his life were not to be trifled with. "You need not worry. The blade shall remain with me, and once he run away, once he departs, I will return it to you." At this, Situ Jun's expression softened somewhat. Yet what followed nearly pushed him to the brink of fury. "Ah, the blade may not run away, but alas, that little beauty you so desire has run off with someone else. Shut your mouth. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you?" As he observed Situ Jun vent his frustration solely at him, a fleeting glimmer of disdain crossed Situi's eyes. He chose to remain silent, finding a corner to settle down, and began to rest. In the private room, Suyu was demonstrating his unique skill, the art of persuasion. Xiao, look. Brother Suyu has only brought this single bed. Why don't we just share it tonight? Lin Xiao glanced at the single bed, which Suyu had exchanged for 50 spirit essence, then tilted her head to scrutinize him. Her vigilance evident as she crossed her arms protectively over her chest and took a couple of steps back. Brother Suyu, while I may not know much, please don't treat me like a child. Aha, haha, what are you talking about? How could Brother Suyu have any ill intentions? I was merely joking. You can take the bed. I have a blanket, so I can just sleep on the floor, without a hint of embarrassment. Suyu exchanged another blanket for 10 spirit essence from the system store. As for acquiring another bed, that would only be counterproductive. Chapter 58. Lin Xiu bound in the dead of night. Within the confines of a dining hall's private room, Suyu lay on the cold floor, unable to find solace in sleep, despite the quilt beneath him. The chill of emptiness pervaded, unrelenting. He turned over, gazing at the bed just within reach, his heart clawing at him like a restless cat. Xiu, are you asleep? He inquired. I'm asleep. After a brief silence, Xiu sat up, folding his legs beneath him on the floor. Xiu, it's so cold sleeping down here. Your brother Xiu has always been frail. I might catch a cold if I'm not careful. He sneezed and rubbed his nose, continuing, if I catch a cold, I might not be able to see Qianqiwei tomorrow. Lin Xiu turned her head to glance at Suyu, her brow furrowing slightly as if contemplating what to do. Then, perhaps, Suyu's heart leaped. Could there be hope? After all, Lin Xiu held a 40-point affinity for him. How about your brother Suyu sleeps on the bed? I can manage on the floor, she suggested. Disappointment washed over him, and he waved his hand in resignation. I was just joking, Xiu. Go to sleep quickly. We need to rise early tomorrow. The room fell silent once more. After a moment, Xiu scratched his head and stood up again. There was no remedy with his enhanced strength. Sleep seemed to elude him as well. Since he couldn't rest, he resolved to venture downstairs to clear out the zombies in the dining hall, hoping to earn some spirit essence. Xiu, you rest well. Your brother Xiu will go deal with the zombies downstairs. If anything happens, just call out loudly. I'll hear you. All right, but be careful, brother Xiu. Exiting the private room, he closed the door behind him and approached the window, peering down at the mass of dark figures below. A smile crept across his lips. That was a substantial amount of spirit essence. With a mere thought, his battle suit, Ink Feather, instantly shifted into combat mode, enveloping Suyu in sleek, black armor. What on earth is happening? Is he a monster? Don't speak nonsense. That is clearly a battle suit. Oh my, he looks so cool, so dazzling. Many girls watched in awe as Suyu donned his impressive appearance, their eyes sparkling with admiration. In the corner, Situ, E, and others, upon witnessing Suyu leap from the window, were momentarily taken aback. They hurried to the window to observe. What is going on? Why is he suddenly fighting zombies in the middle of the night? Wow, what skill is that? One slash. And it looks like he might have taken down dozens of zombies. Suyu wreaked havoc among the horde, limbs and body parts flying through the air as he effortlessly executed slashes that cleared entire swathes of the undead. Situi watched Suyu's silhouette intently, and after a moment's contemplation, he seemed to make a decision. He exchanged glances with a few others, then pulled Situ Jun back to a corner, whispering in his ear. Situ Jun's eyes brightened, though uncertainty lingered on his face. Do you think we have a solid plan? Situi did not respond directly. I overheard them mention that they plan to leave here tomorrow morning. If we miss this opportunity, whether we will ever meet again is uncertain. Upon hearing those words, Situ Jun involuntarily glanced towards the tightly shut private room, his mind conjuring the exquisite visage and graceful figure of Lin Xiao, which left him parched and swallowing a non-existent lump in his throat with difficulty. Yet, the brutal methods of Su Yu instilled a sense of hesitation within him. Observing this, Situi added, as long as you adhere to my instructions from here on, this matter will be a certainty. Resolute, Situ Jun clenched his jaw and resolved to proceed. If you can manage this affair well, I shall release Shaolin upon our return. I, Situ Jun, am a man of my word. Situi regarded his declaration with skepticism, not believing a single punctuation mark of it, yet he nodded, revealing a semblance of delight. Let us depart at once. Most of the zombies surrounding the cafeteria have been lured to the front entrance by Suyu. We can take this opportunity to escape through the back door. After we leave, we will send Shao Qi to retrieve Lin Xiao. Situ Jun expressed his discontent. Why must we act separately? Why not simply abduct her and flee? Only Shao Qi possesses the aptitude for such an endeavor. If we all go together and create any noise, we will all perish. Situ Yi's gaze turned peculiar as he scrutinized Situ Jun. You aren't afraid that Shao Qi might act indiscreetly, are you? Situ Jun shot him a glare, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The individuals present were all orphans selected and nurtured by their family. So Situ Jun harbored no concerns regarding their loyalty. Little did he know that Situ had already subverted several of them over the years. All were orphans. And with Situi having been bestowed a surname, they were treated as mere subordinates. As they prepared to leave, Situi whispered a few instructions to Xiaoqi. Situ Jun halted, frowning as he inquired, "What did you tell Xiaoqi?" It was not that he was overly suspicious, rather, an unsettling anxiety gripped his heart. An instinctive feeling that something adverse was about to unfold, leaving him breathless. Situi dismissively replied, "I merely informed Xiaoqi of the rendezvous point. We must hurry. Delay could spell disaster. That person slays zombies with alarming speed, and our time is limited." Upon hearing this, Situ Jun ceased further inquiries. And the group circumvented the survivors' line of sight within the cafeteria as they departed through the back door. Swish. Thud. Haha. Suyu slaughtered the zombies with the ease of chopping vegetables, and in just over 10 minutes, his spiritual essence surged by more than 5,000 points. And he collected 9 energy stones, bringing him closer to acquiring the advanced technology RV. Simultaneously, he dispatched a first-tier zombie with a single strike, gaining 1 point each in experience, strength, and spirit. Eyeing the amassed horde before him, Suyu licked his lips and plunged back into the fray. Meanwhile, within the private room on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, a shadowy figure silently slipped through the crack of the door. The dark shadow was none other than the enigmatic Xiaoqi, gifted with the ability to manipulate shadows. Xiaoqi approached the bedside with precision, seizing the moment to revert to her human form. With a swift strike to Lin Shiyu's neck, Lin Shiyu emitted only a faint, muffled groan before succumbing to unconsciousness. Downstairs, Suyu, engaged in a fierce battle against the zombies, experienced a brief moment of hesitation as he wielded his blade. Despite his fierce combat, he remained acutely aware of Lin Shiyu's movements, which was why he felt comfortable leaving her alone in the private room. With a surge of determination, Suyu propelled himself to the 3rd-floor window of the cafeteria. The crowd that had gathered by the window to witness Suyu's prowess against the zombies recoiled in fear, some even tumbling to the floor, scrambling backward on hands and knees, eager to distance themselves from him. As he entered the private room and surveyed his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. Casting a glance at Lin Shiyu, who was now peacefully asleep, he chose not to disturb her. Could it be that I misheard earlier? Chapter 59. The Humanity in the Apocalypse. Could it be that I misheard? Suyu shook his head and dismissed the thought. His hearing was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Despite the cacophony of the horde's roars, he could not have been mistaken. Could it be that woman named Xiaoqi? Suddenly, he recalled a woman who had been beside Situ Yi, remembering her unique talent. Casually, he reached out and pinched Lin Xiang's cheek. As expected, she had already fainted. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced beneath the bed but remained silent. Lin Xiang had too little life experience. It was an opportune moment to impart another lesson. However, to ensure safety, Suyu had Xiaoxi in exchange for an F-grade protective item. This item would automatically activate when under attack or upon contact with the opposite sex, lasting for 30 minutes or until its energy was depleted. Additionally, Suyu could track the location through Xiaoxian. Once everything was prepared, Suyu exited the private room. A quick scan of the cafeteria revealed that Situi and his companions had indeed vanished. His gaze turned cold as he descended to continue slaying zombies, creating an opportunity for that woman. On the 3rd floor, by the window of the cafeteria, a lecherous man was staring enviously at Suyu as he dispatched the zombies. Why did Suyu possess such formidable strength and have a beautiful companion, while he himself languished? Before the apocalypse, he had dated several women, all of whom had abandoned him due to his poverty. Now, after enduring the perils of the end times and awakening his talent, he found himself endowed with something utterly ridiculous. Glancing at his attribute panel, the man couldn't help but twitch his lips. Talent, C-grade stud, when activated. The clone increases in size by 30, with a 30 success rate for breeding, effective even across species. After obtaining this talent, he felt embarrassed to share it with others. When questioned, he merely stammered that his talent enhanced his defensive capabilities. With such a peculiar ability, he felt a deep sense of despair. Looking back at the private room where Lin Xiang was located, the man's eyes glimmered with unbridled greed as he observed Suyu below. The time should be sufficient. Even if I die, experiencing a woman like Lin Xiang would be worth it. He called a few familiar faces from the survivor group aside. Time is short, so I will be direct. Brothers, would you like a chance with Lin Xiang? What the hell? Wang Lin, are you out of your mind? Damn. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. For a moment, the group was taken aback by Wang Lin's words. Wait, listen to me. This is the apocalypse. Seriously, how long do you think you can survive in this world? At best, it's just a matter of prolonging the inevitable. Death is unavoidable. With a treasure like Lin Xiang, don't you feel tempted? Wouldn't you want to indulge a little? After all, death is certain. Dying with pleasure is better than dying in misery, right? So, brothers, what do you say? Are we in or not? Wang Lin incessantly enticed the few individuals around him with his words, and they fell into silence, feigning indifference towards Lin Xiao. However, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, consider this. Once we have Lin Xiao under our control, will that brat dare to oppose us? If he does, we shall perish together. But with such a stunning beauty accompanying us, what more could you desire? Yet, what about Senior Situ E and the others? They will undoubtedly intervene. Look around. Where are they now? The group instinctively surveyed their surroundings, but no trace of Situ E or the others could be found. Make a decision quickly. Who knows, by the time we finish our fun, that fellow might still be downstairs battling zombies. What is there to fear? One individual clenched his teeth and declared, "Fine, let's do it. At worst, we'll be heroes in 18 years. They all agreed. Meanwhile, within the dining hall's private room, a shadow emerged from beneath the bed. Xiao Qi, still shaken, cast a glance towards the door, exhaling deeply before turning her gaze to the unconscious Lin Xiao, a hint of envy gleaming in her eyes. If only Brother E cared for me as much as he does for Sister Lin. Gently lifting Lin Xiao, Xiao Qi activated her innate energy, and gradually, the two of them faded into the darkness. Her unique ability not only allowed her to merge with shadows, but also to envelop unconscious or unresisting beings within them. In the dining hall, the remaining survivors were still in shock, oblivious to the shadow that slipped through the crack of the private room door and swiftly vanished into the corner. Simultaneously, Wang Lin and his group arrived at the entrance of the private room. What is going on? The door is locked. Wang Lin surveyed the area. Most of the survivors had gathered by the windows, keeping their distance due to Su Yu's presence. Thus, there were hardly any survivors near the private room. Given the circumstances, they decided to proceed without hesitation. Step aside. With a powerful kick, Wang Lin burst through the door, and the group rushed in, excitement etched on their faces. Only to be met with an empty room, leaving them dumbfounded. Where are the people? A low, chilling voice, reminiscent of the depths of hell, resonated from behind them. The group froze in place, slowly turning around to behold Su Yu, clad in battle armor and wielding a tang sword, standing ominously at the doorway. Beads of sweat broke out on their foreheads, and one individual, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed onto the floor, a puddle of yellow liquid spreading beneath him. Su Yu's gaze was icy, reflecting his disdain. It was astonishing how, within mere days of the apocalypse, the darker side of humanity had begun to surface. Without uttering another word, Su Yu's figure darted forward, and in an instant, the heads of several individuals soared into the air, their faces still etched with terror. Chapter 60, a masterful strategist stepping out of the private room, Su Yu cast a cold glance at the crowd in the hall, which had fallen silent as if under a spell. With a mere thought, a coordinate map materialized in his mind. Upon checking the direction, he noted that the target had not yet departed from Magic City University. Whoosh! Su Yu's figure vanished from his original position in an instant, shortly followed by a series of gasps emanating from the cafeteria. The god of death has finally left. Goodness, his gaze was utterly terrifying. Indeed. When he looked at me just now, I nearly lost control. Do you think he is not worried about the Empire causing him trouble later? TCH. Just take a look at his formidable strength. One slash and a horde of zombies would fall like wheat. A powerhouse like him is someone the Empire would be eager to recruit. Indeed. In less than a minute, Su Yu reappeared atop a tall building, his icy gaze fixed on a figure tucked away in the corner below. Just as he had surmised, it was the woman named Xiao Qi who was beside Situi. Lying nearby, Lin Xiang was unharmed. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Situi and the others, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Forget it. I shall wait a bit longer. After an extended period, there was still no sign of Situi and the others, but Lin Xiang was the first to regain consciousness. Ow, my head hurts. You're awake. Lin Xiang rubbed her head, groggily coming to her senses. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, and upon sensing someone nearby, she instinctively recoiled. Who are you? Do not be afraid. I am Xiao Qi, and I mean you no harm. Using the faint moonlight, Lin Xiang recognized Xiao Qi. Easing her tense demeanor, surveying her surroundings, a hint of confusion crossed her face. Where is Brother Su Yu? How did I end up here? Noticing Lin Xiang's bewilderment, Xiao Qi explained, there is no one else here. I brought you out of the cafeteria. Lin Xiang turned to Xiao Qi. Her beautiful eyes resembling stars against the deep blue night sky, filled with perplexity. Xiao Qi sighed and continued. It was Situ Jun who coerced Brother E into having me bring you here. Brother E had no choice but to comply. Yet he couldn't bear to let you fall into the clutches of that despicable man. So he instructed me to take you out of the cafeteria and return you home afterward. Situ Jun? Who is he? He is the one who has been lingering around you, known as Jining Jun. His true identity is the eldest son of the Situ family. while both Brother E and I are merely orphans taken in by them. Oh. Lin Xiang covered her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. So, the people around her were merely actors. No wonder Brother Siyu said one should not trust others easily. Let us hurry back then. If Brother Siyu realizes I'm missing, he will surely be worried. Xiaoqi shook her head. At this point, he must have already discovered your absence. Returning now would only lead to disappointment. Lin Xiang, dejected, lowered her head, but the next moment, as if recalling something, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Then let us find my sister. I know where she is. Suyu's elder brother would undoubtedly return to seek out his sister if he could not find me, especially since there is a satellite phone available at her location to contact him. Upon hearing this, Suyu atop the tall building shook his head in helplessness. Just as the two were preparing to head towards the boys' dormitory, Suyu leapt down from the height. His feet struck the ground with a heavy thud. Before the two girls could react, Suyu grasped Xiaoqi by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Where are Situ, Yi, and the others? Xiaoqi gasped in pain, clutching Suyu's large hand, managing only a muffled whimper. Lin Xiao, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure. Ah, Suyu, what are you doing? Suyu offered no response, tightening his grip. Xiaoqi was sent flying, resembling a cannonball, crashing into the wall and creating a large dent. Bang! Ugh! Cough! Cough! Suyu, please don't do this. Xiaoqi is only trying to. Before Lin Xiao could finish her sentence, Suyu interrupted angrily. Do you believe whatever she says? Don't forget, it was she who kidnapped you. And you still wish to take her to find Qianxue. If Sidui and his group are lurking in the shadows, waiting for you to lead them, you will not only endanger yourself, but also put Qianxue at risk. Hearing Suyu's words, Lin Xiyu was taken aback. Although it was merely a hypothesis, could it potentially occur? Lin Xiao answered herself. Yes. A wave of fear washed over her as she turned to Suyu earnestly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Roaring in frustration, Suyu glanced around. Noting that a considerable number of zombies had gathered, drawn by the commotion, he ceased his chatter, seized Xiaoqi by her collar, and wrapped an arm around Lin Xiao's waist, propelling them away in an instant. Shortly, Suyu transported the two back to the dormitory where Qianxue resided. As they entered through the window, a sharp voice called out. Who goes there? Qianxue, it's me, darling. Upon hearing Suyu's voice, Qianxue felt a wave of relief wash over her, lowering the ice bough she had been holding. With the moonlight to guide her, she soon noticed Lin Xiao beside Suyu. Xiao, are you alright? I was so worried. Qianxue rushed forward, enveloping Lin Xiao in her embrace. Noticing Lin Xiao's lack of response, Qianxue released her hold, observing her sister lost in thought, and waved a hand before her eyes. Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? Ah. Nothing. I just didn't tea rest well. I'll be fine after sitting for a bit. Under Qianxue's concerned gaze, Lin Xiao settled onto the bed. At that moment, she felt as though her heart was twisted, struggling to breathe. Although there were many things she did not understand, she was aware that the term darling was an endearment between lovers. Oh, darling, what is this? At that moment, Qianxue noticed that Suyu was still holding on to someone. Without a word, Suyu discarded Xiaoqi to the ground as if she were refuse. Subsequently, she crouched before Xiaoqi, her gaze icy as she demanded, now, recount the events in detail and do not deceive me. Trust me, I possess numerous methods to compel you to speak the truth. Under the frigid intensity of Suyu's stare, Xiaoqi involuntarily shivered. I will speak, she stammered, relaying the fabricated account that C2E had instructed her to share. So, you mean to say that because I gifted him a knife, C2E, in gratitude, arranged for you to take away Lin Xiao and subsequently released her? Struggling to support her frail frame, Xiaoqi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and furthermore, Brother C2E did not wish for Lin Xiao to fall into the hands of that scoundrel C2 Jun. However, he could not defy C2 Jun's orders, hence he devised this scheme. I hope you will not hold it against Brother E. He acted out of necessity. As she spoke, Xiaoqi knelt before Suyu, bowing her head in reverence. Observing her prostrate form, a cold smirk graced Suyu's lips. Ah, necessity? Even if he were indeed compelled, it does not preclude the possibility that he sought to wield me as a weapon. He truly plays a masterful game. Chapter 61. The Art of Adaptation and Calculation. Gazing at the woefully pitiful Xiaoqi, Feng Qianxue furrowed her delicate brow in confusion and inquired. In this apocalyptic era, why do you still heed C2 Jun's commands? Xiaoqi lifted her gaze towards Feng Qianxue, then shifted her attention to Suyu. Noticing his silence, she began to elucidate. Sister Xiaolin, who is the childhood sweetheart of Brother E, was insulted by that scoundrel C2 Jun in front of Brother E. Subsequently, to exert better control over Brother E, he imprisoned Sister Xiaolin, using her as leverage to coerce him into compliance. I, along with a few others close to Brother E, are orphans taken in by the C2 family. Yet we remain loyal solely to Brother E. Thus, until we rescue Sister Shaolin, we are compelled to obey that villain's orders. Listening to this, Lin Xiang's worldview shattered. Is it possible that Jining Jun, no, C2 Jun, is truly this malevolent? In her memory, C2 Jun had always been somewhat annoying. Yet he had treated her with genuine kindness, consistently presenting a benevolent facade without ever crossing any boundaries. Seeing Lin Xiang's innocent demeanor, Shaoqi could only shake her head in resignation. Miss Xiang, the persona he maintains in your presence is merely a facade, crafted out of concern for your family's influence. The number of young women he has harmed in secret is incalculable. Do you recall the girl who jumped from the building last month? Lin Xiang nodded. The incident had caused quite a stir, as it was rumored that the girl had been deceived by a scoundrel, resulting in an unwanted pregnancy, which led her to leap from the rooftop in despair. Noticing Lin Xiang's acknowledgement, Shaoqi continued, that girl was coerced by C2 Jun. When she sought help from her uncle, C2 Jun dispatched thugs to break one of her parents' legs, threatening that if she dared to resist again, he would annihilate her entire family. Alas, how can such a wicked person exist? Lin Xiang exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Shaoqi gathered her thoughts and pressed on. The girl, under duress, begrudgingly acquiesced, becoming a mere plaything for C2 Jun, marking the onset of her nightmare. Ultimately, she was forced to pass herself to his debauched friends, a group of over 10 individuals. By the time she was taken to the hospital, she was barely clinging to life, even after being resuscitated. She spent over a month in recovery. Though her body healed, the psychological scars remained indelible. After sharing her ordeal online, she took her own life, hoping to amplify awareness and bring C2 Jun to justice. Shaoqi shook her head, seemingly mourning the fate of the girl she spoke of. Regrettably, her online post never gained traction and vanished without a trace. Ultimately, her story morphed into that of an ignorant girl forsaken by a scoundrel, who succumbed to despair for love. Shaoqi recounted a series of C2 Jun's heinous deeds, each more appalling than the last. Lin Xiao's exquisite eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson, and the soft swell of her chest rose and fell, signaling her agitation. That scoundrel, C2 Jun, deserved every ounce of her ire. Siyu cast a surprised glance at her, feeling an unsettling chill in that fleeting moment. It seemed this young lady was indeed salvageable. He gently ruffled Lin Xiao's hair, playfully suggesting that once he apprehended C2 Jun, she should personally exact her revenge upon him. With that, Siyu's gaze flickered towards Shaoqi as he pondered. From Shaoqi's words and demeanor, it could be inferred that she was likely not lying. Situ had claimed he was coerced into sending Shaoqi to abduct Lin Xiao. However, Siyu held a different opinion. After all, he had previously gifted Situ a knife, which was a clear indication of his favor. Given Situ Yi's intellect, he could not possibly fail to comprehend that should he expose Situ Jun, Suyu might very well assist him in the endeavor. Could it be that he feared the consequences of confronting Situ Jun, worried that Suyu might not lend a hand? No, that couldn't be right. A sudden thought struck Suyu. Upon entering the cafeteria, that old woman had mentioned, President Situ's grandfather is the commander of the military district in the Magic City. This implied that Situ Jun had formidable backing from the military, a connection that was indeed daunting. Who among ordinary folk would dare to oppose the military? If this line of reasoning held true, then Situ was not merely concerned about Suyu's willingness to help him rescue someone. Rather, he feared having insufficient leverage, worrying that Siyu might hesitate due to the military's influence, ultimately allowing Situ Jun to escape, thus sealing their fate. So, that's how it is. Siyu mused, unraveling the complexities of the situation. Situ orchestrated the abduction only to return the person unharmed, attempting to drag Siyu into a vendetta with the Situ family while maintaining his own detachment. Indeed, if he truly intended to eliminate Lin Xiao, he could have easily instructed Shaoqi to kill her and frame Situ Jun for the deed, but that would place him on a lethal list as well. Thus, he opted for the strategy of abduction followed by a return, showcasing his ability to eliminate Lin Xiao without actually doing so. Moreover, there was a crucial aspect to consider. Situ was unaware of Su Yu's system and his ability to exchange for tracking charms. Once he returned to the military, with his intellect and A-grade talent, rescuing Lin would not pose a challenge. At that point, he could flee with her, making it impossible for Su Yu to track him down in the apocalyptic landscape. Even if by chance Su Yu did locate him, he could leverage the return of Lin Xiao to plead for leniency on behalf of Shaoqi and the others. Having unraveled this entire scheme, Su Yu couldn't help but commend Situ. Impressive, indeed. Capable of both yielding and calculating, he was a true talent. If Su Yu ever contemplated establishing a faction, taking him on as a subordinate would be an excellent choice. Alas, Su Yu had no intentions of forming a power of his own. And recruiting someone so adept at understanding human nature and manipulation would come with its own set of advantages and disadvantages. After a moment of contemplation, in his heart, Su Yu began to contemplate, inwardly inquiring, little fairy, Are there any items in the shop that can enslave individuals, or tools that ensure eternal loyalty? Indeed. Master, came the response from Little Fairy, eliciting a subtle smile from the corners of Suyu's mouth. Upon learning the exchange rate between energy stones and spirit essence, he had long harbored ambitions of trading equipment. Engaging directly with the Empire posed significant risks, as it could lead to a treacherous betrayal. However, if he were to sell the items himself, it would consume precious time that could otherwise be spent enhancing his own power. It would be inappropriate to send Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyao, given their striking beauty, which might attract unwarranted attention. Fortunately, Situi now presented a timely solution to this dilemma. After all, possessing a tool that guarantees unwavering loyalty could easily allow him to recruit Situi as an undercover operative to sell equipment in the magical city, thus earning energy stones. If one dares to scheme against me, they shall work for me without pay for a lifetime. With this plan in mind, Siyu turned to Shao Qi and inquired, "Where are Situ Jun and the others now?" Shao Qi sighed and replied, "It is not easy to eliminate Situ Jun at this moment." "What do you mean?" Big Brother E has received word that the military is clearing the subway tunnels throughout the magical city. Once the tunnels are cleared, they will commence rescue operations. They should have already joined forces with the military by now. Upon hearing this, Siyu nodded. The subway tunnels of the magical city are intricately woven throughout. And once they are cleared, they would indeed serve as the optimal escape route. Evacuating through the tunnels not only enhances the efficiency of ordinary civilians' escape, but also significantly reduces military casualties, since Situ Jun and his companions have already allied with the troops. This matter requires careful consideration. One cannot recklessly infiltrate the enemy's stronghold alone, as such an action would be tantamount to courting death. "Are you planning to return then?" Suyu casually asked while browsing through tracking and positioning items in the shop. He intended for Shao Qi to deliver the locatable items to Situ, so that once he grew stronger, he could reclaim his honor. Shao Qi shook her head, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. "I cannot return for the time being. If Situ Jun discovers me, it would implicate Big Brother E." Hearing this, Siyu nodded and closed the shop interface. If Shao Qi could not return, the positioning talisman would remain unused for now. This woman still holds some value. Her talents are suited for assassination or intelligence gathering. Should he successfully recruit Situ, she would become one of his own. As for why he did not simply enslave her, it was primarily due to the exorbitant cost of the enslavement tools, rendering such an investment unworthy. After a moment of contemplation, Siyu spoke. "For the time being, you may accompany us. In due course, you and I shall pay a visit to the magical city base together." "All right, sounds good." Chapter 62. Lin Xiang awakens her talent bio. Xiang aimed for the zombie's head. Striking the body would yield no results. Observing Lin Xiang miss her target by a considerable distance, Siyu shook his head and continued to instruct her on proper aiming techniques. The following morning, after a modest meal in their dormitory, the group descended to hunt zombies. By this time, 4 days had passed since the apocalypse began, and all living beings had passively absorbed 4 points of experience energy. This meant that Lin Xiang could elevate her level to the first stage of awakened talent by eliminating 6 zombies. Given her slender arms and legs, it was clearly impractical to hand her a knife to confront the undead. Thus, Siyu spent 15 spirit points to exchange for a silenced handgun and 2 magazines, guiding Lin Xiang on how to aim and shoot. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications echoed in Suyu's mind. Ding. Contracted partner Feng Qianxue has killed a level 0. Stage 3 zombie, gaining 3 spirit points. Feng Qianxue stood beside them, arrows flying from her hands in rapid succession. Occasionally, she would allow a zombie to charge at her and her companions, providing Lin Xiang with practice opportunities. Shaoqi utilized her talent, Dark Shadow. Blending seamlessly into the shadows of the corner, she would suddenly emerge from behind a zombie, driving her dagger into its temple, creating a spray of blood before vanishing once more. Moments later, Lin Xiang exclaimed, "Brother, sister, I have awakened my talent." Before she could elaborate, Siyu activated his eye detection. Name, Lin Xiang, level 0. Stage 1, 0-20, combat power 6, strength 10. The average adult's attributes are 10, agility 14, constitution 14, mentality 17, unallocated attributes 20, appearance 95, affection 44, base 30, talent, B-class talent, life force, possesses exceptional healing abilities. Healing effect increased by 40. Energy recovers at a rate of 4 per minute. Second talent yet to awaken, awakening method, unknown, skills, none items. None upon seeing Lin Xiang's attribute panel. Siyu nearly dropped his jaw. One must not underestimate the B-class talent simply because it appears lower. Life Force is a rare talent not even available in the system's marketplace. Talents possess varying degrees of strength. Consider 2 identical swords, one made of wood and the other of an iron alloy, can they be compared? If the healing effect of a water-type talent at the same level is 1 and a wood-type talent is 2, then life force can achieve a healing effect of 10 or even higher. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that life force restores all states, including internal energy, injuries, hunger, and stamina. Furthermore, it is inevitable that her talent will reach SSS level in due time. However, what truly astonished Suyu was that Lin Xiang had a second talent yet to awaken, a probability of several billion to 1. After Lin Xia excitedly shared her innate abilities, she summoned energy from within, and a sphere of white light appeared in her palm. Suyu reached out and immersed his hand in the luminous orb, a warm flow radiating through his body. However, as he bore no injuries, he could not ascertain the efficacy of the healing. Beside him, Feng Qianxue imitated Suyu and placed her hand into the light. The warmth spread throughout her body, particularly soothing the abrasions, which healed rapidly, nearly eliciting a sigh of relief. Her icy visage, akin to frost-kissed blossoms, quickly flushed with a rosy hue. Xia, your energy release is quite effective, Feng Qianxue remarked, her gaze evasive. Ah, sister, are you injured? Where are you hurt? Let me see, Lin Xia exclaimed, her concern palpable as she inspected Feng Qianxue from different angles. With a teasing arch of her delicate brows, Feng Qianxue replied, if I show you, I would suffer an instant social demise. Stop looking. This is an internal injury, likely a lingering ailment from drawing my bow earlier. She cast a sidelong glance at Suyu, leaving him bewildered. How is your bow injury my concern? After treating Feng Qianxue, Lin Xia turned to Suyu and asked, Brother Suyu, I have 20 attribute points to allocate after my upgrade. How should I distribute them? Although Lin Xia's role was that of a healer, it was impractical to allocate all her points to spirit. She needed some self-defense capabilities as well. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu proposed a plan. Xia, distribute your attributes in a ratio of 1, 3, 1, 5. Prioritize agility so you can evade danger. Lin Xia nodded her head in agreement and allocated her points accordingly. 2 to strength, 6 to agility, 2 to constitution, and 10 to spirit. Little fairy, having awakened a support-type talent, how do I level up without offensive capabilities? I thought Master had forgotten about me. Haha, how could I forget you, little fairy? I have been diligently earning spirit essence to buy you more delicious treats, right? Well, in that case, I forgive Master. For support-type talents, leveling does not require actively slaying zombies. One merely needs to stand behind teammates to enhance their status and provide healing. Once teammates defeat creatures, the support character shares 1/10 of the energy experience. However, there are limitations. At any given time, one can only receive experience feedback from a maximum of 10 teammates, and their levels cannot exceed 2 tiers above one's own. With Little Fairy's explanation, Suyu gained clarity on the matter. Talents can be categorized into 4 primary types: elemental, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, space, etc. Special encompasses an array of peculiar talents, such as enhancing planting probabilities, accelerating growth, and ripening. Of course, the special category also includes potent talents like mind reading, telekinesis, dream weaving, controlling air, and gravity manipulation. Those endowed with the awakening talent in the enhancement category are not particularly unique. Typically, such talents primarily amplify strength, speed, physical constitution, and resilience against impacts. Conversely, the auxiliary category encompasses certain elemental and special talents, such as those related to life, light, water, wood, and electricity, which possess healing properties and the ability to enhance allies. Talents display a variety of characteristics. For instance, the majority of individuals awakening a water-based talent find it primarily enhances damage. This signifies that the water element, formed from condensed energy, lacks any healing efficacy. Similarly, if a talent is characterized by healing, it merely amplifies the healing effects, meaning that even if a water arrow is conjured and launched, it will inflict no harm. Therefore, at present, Lin Xiang is unequivocally a dedicated healer. To elevate her level, aside from employing weaponry with lethal potential, she must rely on Suyu and his companions. This does not affect Suyu, as he has already attained the first level, and defeating 0-level zombies yields no experience. Xiang, just focus on channeling energy for my healing. Refrain from treating Qianshui and Xiaoqi for now, lest you inadvertently share the experience points they might gain. Suyu advised. Lin Xiang responded with a sweet smile. All right, I will do as my brother Suyu says. Chapter 63. Clearing the campus of zombies. Now that it is known that Lin Xiao possesses supportive abilities, it is time to equip her appropriately. Although there was a previously exchanged F-grade silenced AK-47 and 4 F-grade recovery magazines, the thought of Lin Xiao wielding an AK-47 amidst a horde of zombies conjured an image in Suyu's mind that felt exceedingly bizarre. Xiaoxian. Please search for an F-grade pistol. After browsing the marketplace, Su selected a silver, compact Sig Sauer P938 pistol, along with a matching F-grade recovery magazine. Ding. Purchased F-grade silenced P938 pistol, silver wing, deducting 100 spirit points, remaining spirit points 19672. Ding. Purchased F-grade P938 pistol automatic recovery magazine, deducting 100 spirit points. Remaining spirit points 19572. The pistol, measuring a mere 12 centimeters without the silencer, appeared in Su Yu's hand. It was indeed quite compact, even with the silencer attached. It remained only the length of a palm. The F-grade automatic recovery magazine holds 1,000 rounds and can replenish 50 rounds per minute, which should suffice for Xiao to utilize effectively. Xiao, this gun is for you. Since you lack offensive capabilities, you must diligently practice your shooting skills, understood? Lin Xiao accepted it with both hands, her face alight with joy, clearly enamored with the firearm. Thank you, Brother Suyu. I will practice earnestly. By the way, I have another gift for you. Suyu reopened the system marketplace and exchanged for an F-grade storage ring, similar to the one given to Feng Qianxue, but with the icy blue crystal replaced by a white crystal. Upon seeing the ring in Suyu's hand, Lin Xiao's heart began to race inexplicably. Stealing a glance at her sister, she noticed the subtle smile in her sister's eyes, causing her to lower her head in a fluster, her cheeks slightly flushed. Suyu gently held her delicate hand and carefully placed the ring on her ring finger. The white crystal appeared exceptionally pure and transparent, accentuating Lin Xiao's innocence even further. Ding! Lin Xiao's affection for the host increases by 3, current affection level 47. Ding! Lin Xiao's affection for the host increases by 2, current affection level 49. Noticing that Lin Xiao's affection was just 1 point shy of being deeply enamored, a smile involuntarily graced Suyu's lips. He glanced towards Feng Qianxue, and indeed, she exhibited no signs of jealousy or displeasure. Instead, she watched them with keen interest. Unbeknownst to Suyu, in the spherical space of his consciousness, Xiaoxian pouted, her lips resembling those of a small oil bottle, gazing glumly at her own hands. Her fingers were long and delicate, akin to the tender shoots emerging after a rain. I wish I could have one too. Humph. What a mischievous master, never bothering to ask Xiaoxian. Observing the two who had joined hands, Feng Qianxue no longer concealed her curiosity and inquired, Darling, what shall we do next? Shall we slay zombies in the campus to level up? Suyu shook his head. After assisting Shi Yao in enhancing her levels at school, they would first seek a villa in the Imperial Scenic Villa district to settle down. Suyu aspired to exchange for a Class C armored vehicle. Possessing such a vehicle, capable of withstanding nuclear attacks, would grant him the confidence to make bold decisions as he plotted his next moves. However, acquiring a Class C vehicle required a substantial sum of 500,000 spirit essence, a sum that could not be amassed in a short time. Therefore, it was prudent to find a comfortable environment to establish a temporary residence, especially considering the rather poor conditions of the school dormitory, which rendered any endeavors rather inconvenient. During this period, aside from eliminating zombies to gather spirit essence, he could also encourage the sisters, Feng Qianxue and her sibling, to hone their combat skills. Moreover, he had yet to acquire his second talent. In just a few days, all species on Water Blue Star would undergo a complete awakening. The thought of the countless insects and various marine creatures filled him with anticipation. Surely, Water Blue Star would transform into a spectacle at that time. A few hours later, under the blazing sun, Suyu dispatched a zombie 50 meters away with a single shot, creating a gaping wound in its skull. Brother Suyu, I've reached level 7. Although only a few hours had passed, her marksmanship had undergone a remarkable transformation. With Suyu's support, her level escalated rapidly, improving her attributes by dozens of points in strength, physical fitness, and neural response. Among others, her overall capabilities had multiplied several times. If she had not progressed, it would have truly indicated a lack of intelligence. Suyu sheathed his weapon, breathing heavily. Over these hours, he had slain more zombies than several others combined. And even with his robust physique, he felt fatigued. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying. He had eliminated 5 level 1, rank 0 zombies, gaining 5 experience points, 1 strength point, 3 agility points, 2 constitution points, and 2 mental points. The drop rate was also commendable, yielding 23 unranked energy stones, along with some ordinary weapons that hadn't even reached F rank, which he discarded, as they merely occupied space in his storage ring. Furthermore, his spirit essence surged by 304 points, nearly 2,000 of which were contributed by Feng Qianxue, bringing his total to an unprecedented 37,676 points when combined with the previous 19,372 points. Not bad, not bad. I am one step closer to the armored vehicle. He waved at Feng Qianxue and Xiao Qi, who were not far away. In a flash, the two figures appeared before Su Yu. Excellent. Both of you have improved significantly. With Su Yu as a formidable ally, Xiao Qi had no need to fear being surrounded by hordes of zombies and had now reached level 8. Feng Qianxue had directly ascended to level 0, rank 9. Her experience points maxed out, and she could advance to rank 1 with just a thought. Su Yu advised her to hold off on leveling up for the time being. Although advancing would greatly enhance her power, the losses could be substantial. It was essential to note that Su Yu's plundering talent and the Yin Yang Dragon and Phoenix art possessed hidden effects. They had only practiced together 4 times, which had augmented Feng Qianxue's attributes by 4 points, while her limit at rank 0 was 20 points across all attributes. Calculating. It is evident that 16 more sessions of cultivation are required, and with the ability to engage in 2 sessions daily, this translates to a mere 8 days. Although there exists the possibility of encountering obstacles along the way, who is Su Yu? In the worst-case scenario, a mere alarm could summon aid. And transforming into a fire truck is not out of the question. One must not underestimate the significance of a total attribute score of 20. Each advancement results in a doubling of attribute values. At the initial stage, the score is 20, but upon reaching the first stage, it escalates to 40. Then 80 at the second stage. Upon achieving the 9th stage, one can possess an astounding surplus of 240 attribute points compared to an ordinary individual. Thus, Su Yu is certainly capable of discerning the weight of importance. Let us proceed. Our journey awaits. The Jingping Villa district lies by the sea, a distance of over 20 miles from the illustrious Magic City University. With the pace of our group, we swiftly arrived at our destination. Chapter 64. The Imperial Villa district. Not long after Su Yu and the others departed, figures began to emerge in various corners of Magic City University. Among them was Lin Fan, the captain of the basketball team. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, he and his teammates were in the midst of training. Fortunately, the gymnasium was relatively empty at that time. Relying on their superior physical fitness, they fought their way through a path of bloodshed. While Su Yu and Feng Qianxue were clearing out the zombies on campus, they caught sight of Lin Fan, whose heart raced at the sight of his beloved Qianxue. He nearly rushed out. Feng Qianxue had always been regarded as a goddess in Lin Fan's eyes, despite his repeated confessions being met with rejection. Initially, she had simply shaken her head, but now she had even told him to get lost. What did this signify? It was progress. He firmly believed that as long as he did not give up, there would come a day when he could win her affection. But now, to his dismay, he saw a man standing beside his goddess, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead, and she was actually smiling. A smile he had never witnessed before. A surge of fury ignited within him, filling his vision with red. Just as he was about to charge forward, a sudden appearance of over a dozen figures halted his actions. He recognized every one of them, led by the vice president of the academy. The vice president was not to be trifled with. He wielded significant power and had a notoriously bad temper. Sure enough, after confronting the man, the vice president began to berate him. Are you deaf? We've been calling you for ages. Do you know how many of us died just to reach you? The dozen or so individuals behind the vice president joined in the accusations. Yes, those deaths are on your hands. If you possess such strength, you must take responsibility. Protect us as we leave this place, and we will not pursue this matter further. As Lin Fan listened, his sense of triumph turned to shock. His face paling in terror. The man, how could he dare? The vice president had been struck dead with a single slap. His body standing still while his neck twisted grotesquely, his face turned backward, eyes wide and bloodshot, glaring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan trembled, a warm stream flowing down his thigh to his feet. Before he could react, a flash of white light darted before the man, severing the dozen individuals in half. Their entrails spilling onto the ground, steaming with warmth. These were living people, not monstrous zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, they were slaughtered. Lin Fan felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his stomach churning, but he had nothing to expel, only dry heaves. Although he did not vomit. A girl beside the man did. He recognized her as Lin Xie, the most beautiful flower of Magic City University, alongside his goddess. After the man comforted Lin Xie, he took her into his arms. Lin Fan felt a sharp pang of jealousy, but the desire to rush out of hiding dissipated entirely. Boss, stop looking. We are not from the same world. There's no point in dwelling on it, one friend remarked. Indeed, Fan, let us hurry and find something to eat. Or we will starve, Lin Fan replied, momentarily lost in thought as he watched Su Yu and the others depart. He shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Haha, yes. I am no longer of their world. Meanwhile, Su Yu had brought a few women to the Imperial View Villa district, intending to find an unoccupied villa to settle in. Lin Shiwan stopped him, her brow furrowed in confusion. Brother Su Yu, why not come to my home? Your home? Is it here? He inquired. Yes. I thought you knew my sister, and I lived here, which is why you came, she replied. Oh, it seems this was a fortunate coincidence, Suyu mused. Having chosen this location solely for its favorable conditions without realizing that Lin Shiwan's family resided there. On their way to Lin Shiwan's home, Suyu inquired about the circumstances of her and Feng Chinchue's families. Both of their parents were not in the Magic City, but had gone to Kyoto before the apocalypse to negotiate a multi-billion contract. After the outbreak, Feng Chinchue managed to contact them. It seemed providential that none of their family members had mutated. Learning that both young women's parents were absent from the Magic City relieved Suyu. He was not anxious about meeting them. Rather, he had no intention of establishing a faction, as it would contradict his original purpose to lead a family through the apocalypse. The Imperial View Villa district was not overrun with zombies. Soon, they arrived at Villa Number 1, situated near the coast, but the front door was firmly shut, with shadows visible through the windows. Suyu asked Feng Chinchue, are there still people in your home? Perhaps it's the cleaning lady, she replied uncertainly. Her expression reflecting her confusion, as the cleaning lady did not possess a key to the villa. Shaking his head, Suyu took the key from Feng Chinchue and approached the door. As he turned the key and gently pulled, he sensed a significant resistance. Applying a bit of force, he pulled the door open, only to stumble backward as a young man fell at his feet. The two women inside quickly rushed to assist him. The young man appeared reasonably handsome, likely of similar attractiveness to Suyu. The two women, by their ages, seemed to be the young man's mother and girlfriend. Upon seeing the older woman, Feng Chinchue furrowed her brows and asked, cleaning lady, how did you get in? And who are they? The middle-aged woman opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had secretly made a copy of the key before the apocalypse. And now confronted by the rightful owner, she was unsure how to explain herself. The middle-aged woman remained silent, but the young man, regaining his composure, shouted at Suyu, what are you doing? This is my house. The crimson blade in Suyu's hand swiftly emerged from its sheath, its razor-sharp edge poised against the young man's neck, compelling him to swallow his words. Beside him, a middle-aged woman hastily interceded, pleading, this young man means no harm. We acknowledge our mistake and will take our leave. The youth, however, mistook Suyu's restraint for cowardice, believing he was merely attempting to intimidate him. Thus, in a display of ignorance, he brazenly declared, Mom, do not be afraid. I truly doubt he would dare to kill me. The three women behind Suyu regarded him with expressions of incredulity, silently pondering which hospital had failed to secure its doors, allowing such a specimen to escape. To those who have yet to leave a review, I kindly ask you to share your thoughts. Your feedback, whether positive or negative, serves as an invaluable source of motivation for me. I will take the time to consider each comment carefully. Should you have any thoughts or suggestions for improvement, please do not hesitate to express them. Occasionally, there may be errors in the data, and I appreciate your understanding in this matter. Given the multitude of characters, I have employed a dedicated software to meticulously record and calculate the information to the best of my ability. Furthermore, I would be grateful for any complimentary gifts. The narrative surrounding the Situ family has not been handled with utmost finesse, and I acknowledge the difficulty in rectifying it. I hope for your understanding. This book is based on a comprehensive outline of over 70,000 words, which addresses the challenges of human advancement and the pricing of goods, all of which were meticulously calculated in advance to ensure consistency in the later stages of the narrative. Chapter 65. One mistake is enough. Upon hearing the young man's words, Suyu chuckled. With the youth's smug expression, he sheathed his crimson blade. Yet, in the next moment, Suyu seized the young man by the collar and hurled him outside the villa courtyard. The youth traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air before landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Xiao Fan. A middle-aged woman gasped in shock before pointing an accusatory finger at Suyu, exclaiming, if anything happens to my son, I will make you pay. After delivering her threat, she hurriedly approached to check on the young man's injuries. Meanwhile, the young woman remaining in the villa, witnessing Suyu's fierce action, felt no fear. Instead, she approached him. Handsome, may I? Before she could finish her sentence, Suyu, with a bemused smile, replied, are you planning to leave on your own? Or shall I escort you? The woman's flattering expression froze, and she ceased her words, rushing towards the mother and son outside the courtyard. She anxiously called out, Fan, are you okay? That person is so uncivilized to treat Fan like that. Observing the three of them exit the villa courtyard, Suyu's smile widened. He then summoned the F-grade AK-47 he had previously exchanged, pulling the trigger. Bayu, bayu, bayu. A series of fiery tongues erupted from the muzzle, transforming the three outside the villa into a sieve. After expending an entire magazine, Suyu blew gently at the gun's smoking barrel. How navi? The only reason I spared you earlier was my concern for your blood staining the villa. Following the incident with Situ Jun, Suyu had grown considerably more ruthless. One mistake is enough. Since they had offended him, even if he were to kill 1,000 wrongfully, not a single one would escape. The women behind Su Yu had become accustomed to such scenes. Had he truly let these individuals go, they would have found it odd. Upon returning to the villa, Su Yu exchanged for some food. After dining and resting for a while, he took the women out to hunt zombies. Throughout the afternoon, they nearly eradicated all the zombies surrounding the villa area. As for why he didn't clear the zombies within the villa, it was to prevent any vile creatures from emerging once the threat was eliminated. Glancing at the time, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The faces of Feng Qianxue and the others were marked with fatigue, and even Siyu felt a slight tightness in his chest. He thought little of it, attributing it perhaps to the prolonged state of slaughter. Looking towards the nearby coastline, Siyu halted the women. Let us call it a day. How about we go to the beach for a bit of fresh air before heading back? Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiyu naturally did not refuse Su Yu's invitation. Upon reaching the beach, Lin Xiyu eagerly shed her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like feet. Brother Su Yu, hurry and take off your shoes. It feels wonderful to walk barefoot on the sand. As Su Yu and Feng Qianxue exchanged a smile, they did not decline the moment. Su Yu strolled in the center, flanked by Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiang, the trio wandering along the silver sands of the beach. The waves, frothing with white foam, were repeatedly whipped up by the wind before crashing heavily onto the shore. The splashes of water, glimmering with a golden hue in the twilight, traced elegant arcs in the air before returning to the embrace of the sea. In the distance, Shaoqi sat on a rock, hugging her knees. Captivated by this picturesque scene, filled with longing and envy, she murmured to herself, how wonderful it would be if I could share such moments with Brother Yi. A gentle sea breeze swept by, prompting Siyu to close his eyes. An unprecedented coolness and comfort spread from his heart to his entire being, invigorating him and rendering him considerably lighter. Suddenly, Lin Xiang exclaimed, Brother Su Yu's sister, look at that. Su Yu opened his eyes and followed her gaze. There lay a peculiar object, the size of a basin, washed ashore by the waves. Upon inspecting it with his detection eye, he was astonished to discover that this basin-sized entity was a level 2 tier 0 oyster. How it had attained such a rank remained a mystery. But did it truly matter? Not at all. Oysters are a delicacy, and this evolved oyster was certainly no exception. Recognizing the value of such premium ingredients, Siyu informed the 2 women of his discovery and began searching the beach with them. In the end, they found over 20 oysters, some reaching level 13. The oysters varied in size, the smaller ones weighed a few pounds, while the largest weighed several dozen pounds. After transporting these oysters to the villa's courtyard, Siyu pondered over them. Preparing grilled oysters seemed relatively simple. However, considering his culinary skills, he could likely only manage to cook them through. As for Feng Qianxue and the others, he did not expect much from them, as they were eagerly watching him. Soon, a spark of inspiration ignited within Su Yu. His abilities encompassed a vast array of skills. Surely, culinary expertise must be among them. Inquiring within his mind, he received a precise response from the little fairy, Master. Culinary proficiency is indeed available. Would you like to exchange for it? Exchange. Ding. Obtained F-grade skill culinary proficiency. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Immediately. Siyu felt a wealth of culinary knowledge and experience flood into his mind. After digesting the information, he turned to Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiyang with a confident smile. Today, let Chef Su showcase his skills. He then exchanged for a large barbecue grill, steel carbon, small chili peppers, vermicelli, and other ingredients from the marketplace. These were ordinary items, reasonably priced, costing him less than 50 spiritual essence in total. Before long, the rich aroma of grilled oysters wafted through the air. Once prepared, each oyster was served at the table, generously topped with golden garlic, vibrant green scallions, and fiery red chilies, an enticing sight that warmed the heart. The 3 eagerly scooped up a spoonful, gently placing the grilled oyster into their mouths. Siyu and several women simultaneously emitted sounds of enjoyment. Their taste buds seemed to burst into a symphony of flavors, with their tongues completely captivated by the exquisite delicacies. Once they began to indulge, there was no turning back. Chapter 66. Gratitude to the little friend from kindergarten. In the stillness of night, the sky was devoid of stars. The darkness and tranquility of the night seemed to conspire to engulf the earth. A black dragon roared as it soared into the vast expanse, shattering the serene silence. The colossal beast writhed in the shadows, its formidable form brushing against the clouds, leaving trails of glimmering starlight that made the long night tremble. After a prolonged moment, the dragon let out a resounding roar, and in response, the night sky released a gentle drizzle. In the magical metropolis, at Villa No. 1 in the Imperial Garden District, a shadow stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, a flicker of crimson illuminating the dim surroundings. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, casting a stark white light that illuminated the earth and the figure before the window. A smooth, pale face revealed sharp, handsome features and deep, dark eyes, shrouded in curling wisps of smoke, shimmered with an enchanting hue. With a casual flick of his fingers, he sent the cigarette but flying out the window, adorned with tiny sparks. Stretching languidly, Siyu turned and approached the bedside. Observing Lin Xiang's serene slumber, a gentle smile graced his lips, her tranquility reminiscent of an angel. Reflecting on Lin Xiang's recounting of events afterward, Siyu couldn't help but exclaim his gratitude towards that little friend from kindergarten. Rewinding time to a few hours prior. After indulging in oysters, night had descended. Initially, Lin Xiang intended to rest alongside Feng Qianxue, but Feng Qianxue could not resist Su Yu's fervent, insinuating gaze. She could only tell Lin Xiang that she needed to discuss a matter of great importance with Su Yu, one that pertained to her enhancement of strength and required solitude. Ultimately, Lin Xiang had no choice but to acquiesce. In the room, Lin Xiang tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. She decided to rise and approach the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the moonlight. Yet, the moon was coyly hidden behind the clouds, reluctant to reveal itself. However, even the gentle breeze could not be resisted, causing the clouds to part. While admiring the moon, Lin Xiang tilted her head in confusion. As she thought she heard a sound, straining her ears, she discerned her sister's voice, which sparked a flicker of concern in her eyes. She recalled that before she fell ill, when she was still in kindergarten, a classmate had shared a troubling tale. He had said, "My father has a bad temper and often hits my mother in the middle of the night. Whenever I ask my mother, she insists I must have misheard. Surely to spare me worry." Remembering this, Lin Xiang grew anxious. Could it be that Brother Suyu is hurting sister? No, I must go and see. After a long while, tranquility enveloped the night once more, leaving behind a lingering crimson hue on the horizon that was hard to forget. At this moment, Lin Xiang had become Su Yu's contract partner. Not only had her attributes increased by 2 points, but her beauty had also reached a remarkable score of 97, exuding an indescribable charm compared to before. Furthermore, Lin Xiang had acquired 2 evolution points, successfully elevating her B-level life force to S-level, along with a new innate skill. Talent skill. Divine Wish consumes 50 of one's energy to summon sacred forces within a range of 500 m by 500 m, Tier 1, healing all beings recognized as allies. Restoring 20 of all states with a cooldown of 1 day. This skill is extraordinarily powerful, boasting an expansive healing range and restoring all conditions, including energy, vitality, injuries, and mental state. Although Su Yu's attributes did not change, he gained 2 evolution points, and Lin Xiao's affection for him soared to 71 points. Let us not forget that the charm aura had previously indicated that when the affection reaches 100 points, both parties would experience a significant enhancement. While Su Yu remained uncertain whether this enhancement pertained to attributes or other abilities, he eagerly anticipated the prospect of elevating once a maiden reached 100 points of affection. In addition to the evolution points, Su Yu's attractiveness had also reached 94 points. The thought of nearing the legendary aesthetic of esteemed readers left him feeling exhilarated. At that moment, he noticed a shift beside him, prompting Su Yu to hastily ease his grip. The following morning, Su Yu awoke early. After practicing sword techniques in the courtyard for an hour, he spotted Lin Xiao approaching, her head lowered and fidgeting, inviting him to breakfast. "I'll just wipe off my sweat and join you," he replied, but then remembered something and called out to Lin Xiao, "Please fetch your sister. I have something to discuss with you both." Before long, Lin Xiao and Feng Qianxue appeared together. Siyu led them to the side and explained, "I intend to venture to the Magic City base to assess the situation and see if there is an opportunity to eliminate Situ Jun. Until he is dealt with, I cannot feel at ease." This was no trivial matter for Su Yu, considering that Situ Jun's grandfather was the commander of the Magic City military district. Should that young man harbor ill intentions, it could draw the attention of his grandfather. If missiles were to rain down, even if he could evade them, he would be unable to ensure the safety of Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiao. Having learned a lesson from past experiences, it was prudent to eliminate such potential threats sooner rather than later. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Lin Xiu lifted her head, concern evident in her beautiful eyes. "Brother Su Yu, isn't this too dangerous?" Feng Qianxue added, "Yes, dear, that is their stronghold. Your plan is quite risky. I am not going to confront them head-on. I will only proceed if the opportunity arises and will not act recklessly," he assured them. Seeing Su Yu's determination to go, the 2 women reluctantly acquiesced. After a light breakfast, Su Yu departed the villa with Xiao Qi, heading towards the Magic City survival base. Chapter 67. The Fortress of the Magical City. Along the way, Su Yu subtly inquired about the military affairs of the Magical City. After all, Xiao Qi, being a member of the Situ family, possessed greater insights than he did. From Xiao Qi, Su Yu learned that prior to the apocalypse, the Magical City boasted approximately 2 million troops, not including personnel from other departments. Su Yu calculated in silence. Unlike ordinary survivors, the military was equipped with firearms. Therefore, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, their casualties would not be as severe. By this reckoning, the fortress might currently house over 1 million soldiers. With this thought, Siyu approached his mission with heightened caution. Before long, he caught sight of a colossal fortress in the distance. Upon reaching its base, Siyu gazed up at the towering walls, estimating their height to exceed 100 meters. Countless individuals were visible atop the walls, diligently engaged in construction. Immense boulders were conjured by earth element awakened individuals and subsequently transported by others to their designated locations. Everything appeared meticulously organized, devoid of chaos. Truly a nation renowned for its infrastructure, even in the apocalypse, it remains impressive, Siyu mused internally. He then queued with Xiaoqi among the throngs of survivors arriving. After more than 2 hours of rigorous checks and registrations, the two finally succeeded in entering the fortress. What greeted their eyes were structures fashioned from stone, stretching endlessly. Observing the seemingly infinite buildings, Siyu furrowed his brow. Has Situi instructed you to await him at any specific location? Xiaoqi hesitated momentarily before nodding. We have a communication sigil, but it requires time to locate. Time? Siyu was acutely aware that he could not afford to linger. He instructed Xiaoqi to wait in place while he ventured off alone. Exchanging for an E-grade tracking talismans. Ding! E-grade tracking talisman purchased, deducting 1,000 spirit yuan, remaining spirit yuan, 33,514. Setting the target of the talisman to Situ Jun. Suyu hastened towards the designated coordinates. Soon, he arrived near the coordinates, which led him to an underground passage. It was evident that another space lay beneath the earth. Siyu refrained from approaching recklessly, for a significant number of military personnel were stationed at the entrance. To avoid alerting them, he exchanged for an F-grade invisibility talisman. F-grade invisibility talisman, upon use, grants invisibility. Attacking will reveal the user, effective only against level 1 and below. Duration, 60 seconds. 100 spirit yuan. After some contemplation, Siyu also procured an F-grade concealment talisman. Utilizing both talismans, he proceeded towards the passage, opting not to run for fear that the disturbance might attract attention. Yet, even so, as he approached the entrance, he was swiftly detected by several awakened individuals concealed in the shadows. Among them were those with talents akin to thermal imaging, as well as enhanced hearing and airwave detection. Upon discovering Suyu, the dozens of awakened individuals lurking in the shadows exchanged a few discreet gestures. Suddenly, Siyu felt a chill run down his spine, a sensation of trepidation washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully propelled himself backward, retreating over 10 meters in an instant. In the next moment, the area he had just occupied was inundated with a barrage of firepower, interspersed with elemental attacks. The subterranean space not only harbored a plethora of resources, but also housed individuals of notable status. Thus, the guards in the passage refrained from pursuit, partly fearing that the individuals they had just encountered were mere decoys, and partly because the awakened who had come to investigate were not few in number. Once concealed, Suyu observed the entrance to the passage, his expression darkening. The level of security at such a passage entrance was unexpectedly stringent. Casting a profound glance at the passage, Siyu emerged from the alley and made his way toward the base's exit. He would have to settle accounts with Situ Jun and his companions at a later date. Confronting the military head-on would be a foolhardy endeavor. After all, Siyu's current strength was insufficient, even if he could ensure his own safety. What about Feng Qianxue and the others? He reasoned that once he had amassed sufficient power, the military would have no choice but to take him seriously. It was unlikely that the military in the Magic City base would mobilize extensively for the Sidu family over him. As he departed, Siyu also took Xiaoqi along. After all, this trip to the Magic City base had yielded no tangible benefits, and there would be opportunities to utilize her in the future. Upon returning to the villa, Suyu did not linger and summoned Feng Qianxue and the other women to continue their hunt for zombies. After his visit to the Magic City base, Siyu's obsession with the Class C RV deepened, for it offered protection against nuclear strikes, providing him with a greater sense of security. Over the next few days, numerous events transpired. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the nation experienced a complete shutdown of water and electricity, plunging the entire Xia Empire into darkness. By the 6th day, the military had cleared the subway tunnels of major cities. On the 7th day, the Xia Empire launched a 72-hour emergency rescue operation. As the 72 hours swiftly passed, despite the military's disregard for ammunition consumption and the rescue of many survivors, the casualties were also devastating. In the face of first-tier zombies and mutated beasts, even ordinary weapons struggled to penetrate defenses, making direct confrontations inevitable. When the military in Magic City conducted their rescue in the Villa District, they also conferred with Suyu regarding a massive flame lion, suspected to be of 2nd tier or higher, that had emerged in the Magic City Zoo. This flame lion had slaughtered over 1,000 rescue soldiers and tens of thousands of survivors. They informed Suyu that, if possible, they hoped he could join the hunting operation scheduled for a few days later. Suyu did not directly refuse, but responded ambiguously, stating that they should inform him before departure. Whether he would participate depended on whether the compensation was adequate. If they expected him to assist without remuneration, that was utterly out of the question. Should they push him too hard, he would take Feng Qianxue and the others and flee, returning only when he had grown powerful enough to seek retribution. On the 10th day following the outbreak of the apocalypse, after completing his daily routine, Suyu successfully accumulated an 8 progress in his evolution points and began to tally the gains from the past few days. Xiaoxian, please open the attribute panel. Combat Power Amplitude, Tang Dao Mastery 2, Body Technique Mastery 2, Draw/0. 2 Name, Suyu Level, First Rank 0 Level, 81. 6-1000, Combat Power Value, 1289, Strength for 9620. The average 4-dimensional attributes of adults are 10, Agility for 189, Vitality for 191, Mental Power for 188, Ethereal Energy 279,476, Attractiveness 94, Evolution Points 460, can be used to enhance talents and skill levels. Contractors, Feng Qianxue 50 Attack Transfer, Lin Shiyu 50 Talent, SSS Level Unique Plunder 164-1000. Plunder Talents 1. Energy Recovery 10 per minute. Skills, SSS Level Unique Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Technique, D-Level Tang Dao Mastery, D-Level Body Technique Mastery, E-Level Skill Draw / F-Level Culinary Mastery, Eye of Detection. Items, E-Level Tang Dao Blood Red, E-Level Battle Garb Ink Feather, E-Level Storage Ring, F-Level AK-47, F-Level Automatic Recovery Magazine X4, F-Level Energy Stone X1, Ordinary Energy Stone X237. In recent days, there has been a substantial gain, with nearly 50,000 ethereal energy earned daily, bringing him a step closer to the coveted 500,000 mark. He has also elevated both Tang Dao Mastery and Body Technique Mastery to D level. A worthy investment despite the expenditure of 20,000 ethereal energy. With a combat power value reaching 1289, had it not been for these skills, his value calculated solely on 4-dimensional attributes would have been a mere 248. However, to further enhance these 2 proficiencies, he will need to rely on personal insights or utilize evolution points. Each attribute has seen considerable augmentation. The Plunder talent has granted him a total of 148 attribute points, distributed as follows: Strength 40, Agility 34, Vitality 39, Mental Power 35. Observing the significant improvement across various attributes, Suyu could not help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 68. A strange and beautiful world as dawn broke. An enchanting silence enveloped the surroundings. The horizon in the east began to shimmer with a delicate light, gently caressing the pale blue sky. Suddenly, a sharp scream from Lin Xiangya shattered the tranquility, rousing the 2 slumbering individuals. Xiangya, what is it? Feng Qianxue inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Sister and brother Suyu, come quickly. Everything outside has changed. Lin Xiangya exclaimed, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, her finger pointing excitedly at the view beyond. Earlier that morning, still drowsy, she had wandered into the bathroom. After finishing, she intended to return to bed for a little more rest. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her profile, she squinted to gaze outside. The once diminutive blades of grass had grown to over half a meter in height. The previously 2 or 3 meter tall greenery had transformed into towering trees reaching astonishing heights of over 10 meters. Lin Xiangya, disbelieving, rubbed her eyes and pressed her face against the window, nearly flattening herself against the glass. Suddenly, a large insect, roughly the size of a bowl, zipped past the window. Lin Xiangya blinked in astonishment as the creature returned, hovering before her as if locking eyes with her. In the next instant, the enormous insect rapidly flapped its wings and charged toward her, causing her to emit a terrified scream and retreat hastily. Suyu and Feng Qianxue approached one after the other. Xiangya, what? What the hell is that? Suyu began to ask, but upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of the large insect flapping furiously against the glass. As he drew closer, he took a closer look. The insect had long, slender limbs and a pronounced, elongated proboscis that seemed to pierce the glass. Now stuck, it flailed its wings in a comical display. The more Suyu observed, the more familiar it seemed, prompting him to activate his detection ability. Name, Bloodthirsty Longnose Mosquito Level, 0. Rank 1 Combat Power, 8 Strength, 12. The average adult's attributes are 10, Agility, 36 Constitution, 11 Spirit, 10 Appearance, 5 Affinity, 40. It desires to approach you for intimate contact. Talent, D-grade Bloodthirst, consuming blood rapidly increases its level. energizing it and enhancing speed by 20, with energy recovery of 2 per minute. Skills, none description. Fresh blood is its lifelong pursuit. It detests frogs, spiders, dragonflies, and menthol oil. The longnose possesses hallucinogenic toxins, causing intense itching and discomfort. Damn it, it truly is a long-nosed mosquito. Suyu's eyes filled with disdain as he regarded the creature. In his previous life, this had been his most loathed pest. If one buzzed near him at night, he would wage war against it until dawn, refusing to relent. With a thought, an F-grade silenced AK-47 materialized in his hand. With a sharp crack, the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and the bloodthirsty mosquito was reduced to mere fragments. Ding, you have slain a level 1 bloodthirsty mosquito, gaining 1 spirit essence. As your rank exceeds that of the slain target, experience cannot be acquired. Ding, talent plunder triggered. The level difference is too great for plunder to be effective. What a relief. So you contentedly blew away the smoke wafting from the gun's muzzle before stowing it back into his storage ring. Both Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyang were taken aback by Suyu's actions. After a moment of stunned silence, Feng Qianxue finally spoke. Darling, what was that? Never mind. What kind of insect was that? It was enormous. That was a bloodthirsty mosquito. Brother Suyu, are you saying that giant insect is a bloodthirsty mosquito? The kind that sucks blood? Lin Shiyang asked in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to mention the changes in the flora and fauna outside. Upon seeing Suyu nod, both women were momentarily stunned, questioning when mosquitoes had grown to such a size. However, they quickly reconciled with the absurdity. After all, if zombies could appear, what was a larger mosquito in comparison? Even if one day Suyu claimed he could transform one into two, they would likely accept it as truth. Let us venture outside. The surroundings must have changed significantly. The trio made their way towards the bedroom exit. As for changing clothes, they were well aware of the convenience of the one-click donning F-rank battle attire. Just outside the bedroom, they encountered Xiaoqi standing at the door. Upon seeing that everything was fine, Xiaoqi sighed in relief and inquired, "Is everything all right? I just heard a gunshot." Suyu observed Xiaoqi's complexion with curiosity, bemused by the increasingly severe dark circles under her eyes since their arrival at the villa. "It's nothing, a mere insect. But why are your dark circles even darker?" he remarked, gesturing to his own face. Xiaoqi chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I just have trouble sleeping in new places. I'll be fine in a few days." She added silently in her mind, "If you all kept the noise down during your nighttime battles, I wouldn't have to be up all night." The villa comprised 3 stories, with Suyu and his companions residing on the 2nd floor. As they approached the staircase's corner, the scene in the 1st floor hall left them momentarily speechless. The hall, once adorned with a dozen or so potted plants of varying sizes, was now overflowing, the pots having grown several times, even dozens of times, their size, crowding the spacious hall to the brim. The floor was ruptured by the invasive vegetation, contorted under the pressure. As Suyu's detection eye scanned the room, he discovered that these plants had acquired levels, though they lacked attributes and instead displayed their age. Xiao Xian, these plants have levels. But why do they not possess attribute values? Master, these plants lack sentience. They have merely evolved by absorbing cosmic energy. Will these plants eventually develop sentience? The thought of plants gaining intelligence posed a significant challenge for the future, but fortunately, Xiao Xian's response provided Suyu with some relief. Master, it is exceedingly challenging for plants to attain sentience, akin to the rarity of acquiring a dual talent. However, once plant life does achieve consciousness, it often surpasses ordinary beings in strength. Is that akin to the probability of acquiring a dual talent? So, only one intelligent plant might emerge among billions? Indeed. That is correct. This revelation brought a sense of reassurance to Suyu. Strength is inconsequential, for even the mightiest can be vanquished. What truly instills fear is the multitude of watchful eyes lurking everywhere, rendering one powerless. Let us venture outside and explore. Upon stepping out of the villa, a refreshing aura enveloped them, reminiscent of a sweet spring. A vibrant expanse of greenery filled the horizon. The once ubiquitous dark brown stains of blood now concealed beneath lush vegetation, as if the apocalypse had never transpired. Frankly, the beauty was breathtaking, evoking a sensation akin to being in the world of Avatar. Yet, Suyu was acutely aware that beneath this picturesque facade lay hidden perils. Wow, it's so beautiful. After exclaiming in awe, Lin Shiyu grasped Suyu's hand and moved forward, with Feng Qianxue and Xiaoqi trailing closely, their eyes wide with wonder at this unfamiliar yet enchanting realm. Brother Suyu, look, that caterpillar is so adorable. Following Lin Shiyu's pointing finger, Suyu beheld a palm-sized, plump green caterpillar, rhythmically inching its way along a branch. Instantly, various culinary methods for preparing the caterpillar flooded Suyu's mind: fried, braised, sweet and sour. It is said that consuming this creature can enhance a man's vitality and serve as a cancer deterrent for women. Should we give it a try? The caterpillar, oblivious to Suyu's peculiar gaze, climbed onto a leaf, and began to feast. Suyu extended a finger to poke it. The caterpillar turned, seemingly assessing whether Suyu was unwell, before resuming its meal. Observing that the caterpillar had not launched an attack, Feng Qianxue deduced. These evolved flora and fauna likely retain their previous habits. Suyu nodded in agreement, yet a myriad of questions brewed within his mind. Why has every creature, even plants, grown larger while humans remain the same size? Could it be that Water Blue Star has expanded? Or perhaps humanity has diminished? Moreover, regarding the zombification phenomenon, why is it that every species globally absorbs cosmic energy, yet only humans turn into zombies? Is there something unique about humanity? Little fairy, do you have any insights on this matter? Master, this little fairy is also uncertain. However, all humans in the universe share this condition. Humans can only increase their size through specific skills. Is that so? Might it be that the size of the human body is fixed? Or perhaps goodness? The more I ponder, the more absurd it becomes. Shaking his head, Suyu dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. After days of relentless battles against zombies, seizing this opportunity to unwind and rejuvenate his spirit seemed quite delightful. Chapter 69. Planning and arrangements for the ladies. After spending the morning wandering outside, Suyu and his companions returned to the villa as noon approached. The first-floor hall was no longer usable, so they made their way to the study on the second floor. Lin Xia's small face radiated with excitement as she chattered animatedly with Feng Qianxue about the peculiar sights they had encountered throughout the villa district. Although the outing was intended to be a leisurely respite, Suyu had also been searching for traces of tardigrades. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had not found any. Given that tardigrades measure merely 0.05 to 1.5 millimeters, even if they had evolved, their size would remain minuscule. Consequently, he planned to explore additional locations in the afternoon. Having exchanged 200 spiritual essence points for food in the marketplace, 4 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian ones, and a soup, though slightly inferior to what Suyu could prepare, the meal was still a feast for the senses. The ladies had grown accustomed to Suyu's ability to provide steaming hot meals, and they began to eat while chatting and laughing. Suyu, however, was somewhat distracted as he contemplated his future plans. Feng Qianxue and the others noticed his preoccupation and chose not to disturb him. After a moment, Suyu set down his chopsticks. Noticing the ladies' gazes upon him, he did not shy away from mentioning Xiaoqi and spoke directly. Qianxue, you'll be able to advance to the first tier tonight, won't you? Feng Qianxue was taken aback, and a blush crept onto her flawless face as she nodded in response to Xiaoqi's puzzled look. Feng Qianxue's accumulated attributes had now reached 72, which meant that after midnight, if Suyu played a couple of rounds of cards with her, she could indeed elevate to the first tier. Xiaoqi, appearing utterly confused, was at level 0 and had already maxed out her experience points 2 days prior. Seeing Feng Qianxue's experience also at capacity without an immediate promotion, she had assumed there was some deeper significance to it and imitated her. Now, hearing Suyu mention Feng Qianxue's imminent advancement left her bewildered. Could it be because of the great changes in the world today? Then I could also level up, right? But why wait until night? Just as she pondered this, Suyu's voice broke through her thoughts once more. Xia, you still need 3 days, correct? Yes. Lin Xia obediently nodded. This only deepened Xiaoqi's confusion. Noticing that Suyu had not inquired about her own plans, she timidly asked, then, what about me? You are different from them. You can level up at any time. I've told you this before, yet you chose not to believe it. Different? Aren't we all immortal beings who bleed for 7 days each month? How can it be different? Ignoring Xiaoqi's self-doubt, Suyu continued, once you all advance to the first tier, I will begin special training for you. You need to prepare yourselves mentally. As you witnessed today, all creatures in the world have evolved. Currently, these evolved beings retain their pre-evolution habits. The vast majority do not actively attack humans and appear rather peaceful. Wouldn't you agree? Seeing the ladies nod in agreement, Suyu then posed a question. But what if they become infected by zombies? Lin Xia tilted her head, speaking with uncertainty. No longer vegetarian, now eating meat? Suyu gently patted her little head and smiled. Indeed, they will switch to a carnivorous diet. The most abundant beings in the world are not humans, but the countless creatures of nature. Previously, they had not evolved much, but now they have all transformed. Even zombies will consider them as targets for attack. Consequently, the zombie virus will rapidly spread among all species in a matter of days, and such a vast number will inevitably give rise to numerous advanced beings. By then, it may truly be the case that second-tier creatures abound, while first-tier ones roam freely. Feng Qianxue's face bore a grave expression, darling. Along with that will come a massive tide of corpses and beasts, right? Suyu nodded, his countenance also growing serious. Yes, with our current strength. If we find ourselves amidst a horde of zombies and beasts, it would be a perilous situation. Therefore, Our forthcoming endeavor must be to enhance our strength by any means necessary. Moreover, I shall personally eliminate any first-tier zombies we encounter until my own strength ascends to the second tier. Though it is often said that one individual, no matter how formidable, cannot compare to a group, so you disagreed with this notion. In his perspective, possessing absolute power capable of overwhelming all would grant him control over everything. In his previous life, he observed many protagonists in novels who preferred to forego opportunities to enhance their abilities, choosing instead to ensure those around them kept pace, distributing resources evenly. As a result, when faced with a formidable opponent, they would resort to cunning tactics, often at the cost of losing two companions before overcoming the adversary. To be candid, so you could not fathom this line of reasoning, why not elevate one individual to greatness and then allow them to support the team? Why burden oneself with a multitude of needy parasites? Did they truly provide such significant assistance? This was also a reason Siyu did not intend to establish a faction. It offered little personal benefit and could easily lead to hesitation and excessive caution. Feng Qianxue and Lin Siye had no objections to Su Yu's sentiments. They wholeheartedly agreed with him. As for Xiao Qi, even if she felt discontent, she would have to suppress it, for Su Yu would not concern himself with her feelings. Brother Su Yu, does that mean I can indulge in sleeping in during this period? She inquired. For the past few days, she had risen before dawn and retired well after dusk, leaving her utterly exhausted. While her awakened talent was of little use during the day, it flourished at night. The thought of being able to sleep had filled Lin Siye's lovely eyes with anticipation as she gazed at Su Yu. Haha. It seems that not only is Siye beautiful, but her thoughts are also quite delightful. In the upcoming period, I will conduct special training for you both, especially you, Siye, as you have awakened an auxiliary talent with no offensive capability and require diligent practice. Oh. Observing Lin Siye pouting like a child, Su Yu chuckled and shook his head. Continuing, in truth, talent is not the determining factor of an individual's strength. Upon hearing these words, the several women gazed at Su Yu in astonishment. Particularly Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyang. Both had enhanced their talents using evolution points and were acutely aware of the significant disparity before and after such enhancements. It was far from a mere increase of 112. Each of us possesses the capacity to comprehend a skill known as mastery of abilities. For instance, with agility. Once you attain a certain level, an F-grade skill called Agility Mastery will appear on your attributes panel. At the F-grade, this skill offers no enhancement to your attributes. However, upon reaching the E-grade, it can directly augment your reflexes and movement speed by 150. When one attains the SSS grade, the enhancement could soar to an astonishing 1,000. I trust that my explanation has illuminated the terrifying potential of this skill. At this juncture, Siyu exchanged a meaningful glance with Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyang. The excitement in the eyes of both women was palpable, as they clearly comprehended Su Yu's implications. While others might require extensive time to gradually improve, they possessed the advantage of evolution points as a form of assistance. Hence, all they needed to do was grasp this skill and train diligently with Su Yu, effortlessly ascending to the SSS grade. After all, who would ever resent possessing greater power? Though the two had never voiced their thoughts, they had consistently exerted themselves. They battled zombies from dawn until dusk, and it was naive to think they did not feel fatigue. They too were weary. And although they were uncertain of Su Yu's motives for their relentless zombie slaying, they refrained from questioning him and persevered, driven by the desire to assist him. Suddenly recalling something, Feng Qianxue hastily inquired, "Darling, based on what you just said, is it possible for me to also comprehend mastery of archery?" "Indeed. Therefore, your next task is to master both agility and archery. During our specialized training, I will share some essential techniques and insights with you. Shiyang, over the next few days, you should select a weapon to learn. Once you have made your choice, inform me. After all, how can our healer be merely an ordinary healer? Even as a healer, we must strive to be the most formidable battle healer." With this declaration, Lin Shiyang felt her spirits soar and raised her small fist in a gesture of encouragement. "All right. Then Shiyang shall become the strongest battle healer." Chapter 70. The second gift, absolute defense after dinner. So you summoned the girls to the courtyard in front of the villa. Have you all remembered? For the next couple of days, focus on practicing the foundational footwork, swift movements. Do not entertain the idea of slacking off. I will eventually throw you into a horde of corpses for practical training. If you're lazy now, you will be the ones to suffer later. Understood, Brother Siyu. They replied in unison, with Shaoqi expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Siyu." Seeing their earnestness, Siyu waved his hand dismissively. "All right, practice now. I need to step out for a while and may return late. Jin Shui, if anything comes up, call me immediately." "Okay, darling, please take care of yourself," she replied. Nodding, Siyu exerted himself and vanished like a fleeting shadow. Qian Shui gazed in the direction he had left for a long moment before turning to Lin Shi and saying earnestly, "Let us begin our practice." Even if we cannot assist him, we must not become a burden. Hey, don't underestimate me. I'm quite clever. After more than 10 minutes, Suyu found himself beside a small creek, 100 kilometers outside of Magic City. Strange, I recall that water bears thrive in freshwater sediments, moist soil, and the watery membranes of moss. Why can't I find any? Master, what if there is a possibility? What possibility? There is a saying on Earth, the world is so vast, I want to see it. So, could it be that they have grown longer legs and decided to run away? Scratching his head, Suyu pondered, perhaps there is some truth to that. Otherwise, why can't I find a single one? He then expanded his search area. A few minutes later, Suyu crouched down, watching a large black creature crawling slowly on the ground. Water bears are typically brown, but the one before him was jet black, resembling an ant. Indeed, it was the elusive water bear he had been seeking. He found it rather amusing. He had seen a few in the villa area earlier and had mistaken them for ants, never bothering to use his detection eye. However, this was trivial, as the water bear before him possessed an extraordinary talent. Name, Water Bear Bart, Level 0 TH Tier. Level 1, Combat Power, 19, Strength 12. The average adult four-dimensional attributes are 10, Agility, 7, Constitution, 51, Mentality, 9, Appearance, 10, Affection Level, 0, Ignores you, Talent. B-Class Talent, Absolute Defense, reduces damage from any attack by 40. Mental Energy Recovery Rate is 4. Note, Absolute Defense is a unique talent of the Water Bear clan. Due to its nature, this talent can only reach a maximum of A-Class. Skill, Concealment, a unique innate skill of the Water Bear clan that allows it to enter a death-like state, during which it cannot act, and damage reduction can be increased to 99. As a creature devoid of any offensive capabilities and lacking natural predators, it yearns only to don a backpack and venture forth in search of love after its evolution. The innate talent of the tardigrade did not disappoint Suyu. It possessed the remarkable ability to reduce all damage, a skill that was conspicuously absent from the system's exchange shop, which only offered ordinary talents. Previously mentioned, the shop did not accommodate exceptionally unique or race-specific abilities. Observing that this talent could only reach a maximum of A grade, Suyu furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon found solace in the realization that if this ability had no limitations, it could potentially ascend to SSS grade, rendering him invulnerable. Though he understood the slim chances of such an outcome, a flicker of hope lingered within him as he inquired in his heart, Little Fairy, if the upper limit of this talent is A grade, can I forcibly enhance it using evolution points? My master, I am uncertain, the Little Fairy replied. Very well. I suppose I am being greedy. Even if it can only be elevated to A grade, a 50 damage reduction is still quite formidable. With this resolution, Suyu experienced no further hesitation. Rising to his feet, he summoned the Crimson Blood Sword into his hand. With a swift motion, the crimson blood sliced through the air, aimed precisely at the tardigrade. Given Suyu's current strength attribute of 494 points, a casual strike could yield nearly 880 pounds of force, while a full-powered attack could reach 760 pounds. Coupled with the Tang Dao he wielded, which boasted a 200 proficiency increase, this single stroke, though seemingly casual, delivered a staggering 30,000 pounds of force. A thunderous impact left a profound gash in the ground, yet the system notification remained conspicuously silent. While nearby evolutionary creatures scattered in terror, Suyu was taken aback, pondering, what is happening? He used the crimson blood to turn over the earth and focused his gaze upon the tardigrade, now shriveled and contorted into an irregular sphere. Goodness! Has it entered a state of cryptobiosis? In this state, the tardigrade's damage resistance soared to an astonishing 99, meaning Suyu's previous strike inflicted a mere 1 of actual damage. With renewed determination, he struck again, this time exerting all his strength. Boom. Let us see how many more of these blows you can withstand. Observing the tardigrade still clinging to life, Suyu felt a twinge of frustration. After all, he was a first-tier powerhouse, unable to vanquish a mere level 0, grade 1 insect. Who would believe such a tale? Moments passed. Ding. You have slain a level 0, grade 1 tardigrade, and obtained 1 spirit essence. As your level exceeds that of the target, experience points cannot be acquired. Ding. Talent Plunder triggered. Due to the vast level disparity, Plunder is ineffective. With a sigh of relief at the system's notification, Suyu surveyed the numerous pits dotting the ground around him. Fortunately, the tardigrade's defenses were extraordinarily formidable, otherwise, it would have been utterly obliterated. Collecting the tardigrade's remains, Suyu concentrated. Plunder. In the next instant, countless silken strands of milky white emerged from the palm of his hand, gently swaying in the breeze. Immediately, as if having found its target, the silken threads were deftly aimed at the corpse of the tardigrade, channeling waves of mysterious energy into Suyu's body. Ding. Talent Plunder activated. Successfully acquired B-rank talent, Absolute Defense. Upon examining the attribute panel, there appeared to be no notable changes following the talent plunder. Without hesitation, he utilized his evolution points, directing them towards absolute defense. Moments later, the B-rank talent absolute defense advanced to A rank, with damage reduction increasing from 40 to 50. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Suyu employed his evolution points once more. As the points were deducted, a pearlescent glow enveloped him, stirring a wave of exhilaration within. Name: Suyu level, first stage. 0th level, 81. 6-1000, combat power, 14-13 strength, for 9620. The average adult's four-dimensional attributes are 10, agility, for 189 constitution, for 91 mental strength, for 88 spirit energy. 279145 appearance, 94 evolution points, 260 can be used to enhance talents or skill levels. Contractors: Feng Qianxue 50 attack transfer. Lin Shiyu 50 talents. SSS rank plunder unique 164 1000. S rank absolute defense 50 damage reduction from any attack. Energy regenerates at 16 per minute. Skills: SSS rank dragon and phoenix yin yang technique unique. Talent skill extreme body. D rank Tang Dao proficiency. D rank body technique proficiency. F rank culinary proficiency. E rank skill blade draw. Eye of detection items. E rank Tang Dao blood red. E rank battle garb ink feather. F rank AK-47. F rank automatic regeneration magazine X2. F rank energy stone X1. Ordinary energy stone X237. Upon reaching S rank, the damage reduction did not increase. Yet a new talent skill emerged. Talent skill extreme body. Upon activation, grants immunity to all attacks and negative states for 3 seconds, such as poisoning, binding, illusions, etc. If a fatal blow is encountered, this skill activates automatically, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Is this the essence of a true man for 3 seconds? Though it did not enhance damage reduction. This turn of events is not without merit. Equipped with this skill, I need not fear ambushes, and I have secured a means of self-preservation. Quite commendable, indeed. Chapter 71. Skill: Rain of Arrows. Little immortal. The absolute defense can reduce damage by 50. With my current defense, can I withstand a missile strike? My master. With your present level of defense, a direct hit from a missile would only injure you, not kill you. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Suyu's heart, and an inexplicable smile graced his face. The reason he chose a defensive talent as his second was to mitigate risks. After all, one could never be certain that those in power wouldn't, in a fit of anger, unleash missiles upon him. He dared not take that gamble. Only with a robust safety net could he aspire to collaborate with the state. Glancing at his remaining 2 evolution points, Suyu resolved not to reserve them. His earlier hesitation stemmed from the desire to upgrade his second talent. However, he surmised that further upgrading this second talent would likely not enhance damage reduction. Instead, it might yield another skill or strengthen the extreme body dominant skill. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to continue enhancing absolute defense. In contrast, upgrading his mastery abilities would yield greater power. After ensuring there was no imminent danger, Suyu sat cross-legged and allocated his remaining evolution points to Tang Dao Mastery and Body Technique Mastery. A torrent of profound insights and techniques surged into Suyu's mind, transforming into countless symbols. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a gleam flashing within them. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his crimson blade. Swish, swish, swish. Waves of blood-red brilliance burst forth, imbued with overwhelming killing intent, rippling like the surface of a tempestuous sea. He moved like a dragon through the forest, conjuring gusts of wind. After completing a series of sword techniques, Suyu exhaled deeply, exhilarated. Upon reaching C grade, the enhancements to his 2 mastery abilities had surged to 300. Although this was merely a 100 increase from before, Suyu now felt capable of vanquishing 10 versions of his former self. After loosening his joints and feeling a slight soreness in his muscles, Suyu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Little immortal, what is happening? My master. This is normal. Your current tier is too low for your body's strength to keep pace. Once you reach tier 2, this discomfort will cease. Oh, I see. I shall regard it as a hidden trump card. Suyu nodded slightly and then vanished in a flash. Moments later, he reappeared by the highway, searching for first-tier zombies to hunt while making his way back. Meanwhile, in the luxury villa district at Villa number 15, an 8 or 9-year-old boy overturned a bowl filled with green mush onto the floor and shouted in dissatisfaction at an elderly woman. Tui, Tui, what is this? I want fried chicken legs, Grandma. Make it quick. The elderly woman, slightly hunched with a face etched by the passage of time, offered the child a gentle smile. My dear grandson, please bear with me a little longer. Grandma will find something delicious for you, all right? After speaking, she crouched down to gather the spilled mush. carefully scooping the deep green substance back into the bowl with a spoon. Returning to the kitchen, she gazed at the green mush in the bowl and sighed, taking a large gulp directly from it. The wrinkles on her face immediately contorted into a frown. Clearly, this green concoction was quite unpalatable. The mush was concocted from a large green caterpillar the old woman had caught that morning, simmered with some plant leaves, though it was indeed distasteful. It sufficed to quell her hunger. Having endured a lifetime of hardship, she finally saw her son attain success, only to be met with the calamity of the apocalypse before she could savor the fruits of her labor. As she thought of her son, worry flickered in her small eyes. It had been 10 days since the onset of the apocalypse, and she had heard naught from her son and daughter-in-law. Days prior, soldiers had arrived in the villa district for rescue, yet she could not bear to part with her home and the many valuable possessions within. Thus, she proposed that the soldiers assist her in retrieving her valuables. However, the military personnel showed no leniency towards her, responding with indifference. If she wished to stay, so be it. Initially, she had assumed that the soldiers would show some consideration for an elderly woman like herself, or at least send someone to persuade her otherwise. To her dismay, when she ventured out the next day, there was no sign of the military presence. Regret was futile now, and she could only confront the stark reality before her. As she gazed out at the unfamiliar world beyond her window, a frown etched upon her face, she murmured, "I wonder if those young ones are still alive." Time flew by, shadows lengthened in the crimson glow of the setting sun. In the suburbs of the city, he was panting heavily. A wild boar the size of a minibus lay before him, a massive wound over a meter long gaping at its neck. Crimson blood gushing forth like a spring. Notification: you have slain a level 1 evolutionary wild boar, earning 20 spiritual essence and 2 experience points. Current experience, 9561,000. Notification: talent plunder triggered, gaining 2 strength, 2 constitution. He picked up the luminous orb before the boar's carcass, initially taken aback. But then a look of delight spread across his face. Having encountered numerous orbs before, he had ceased to hold any expectations, yet this unexpected surprise took him aback. F-grade skill book, Arrow Rain, releases energy concentrated into arrows, capable of generating a multitude of arrows for widespread attack, with a power reduced to only 10 of the original. The more energy invested, the greater the number of arrows produced. Excellent, this is a fine item, so you thought with a smile. Deciding to gift the skill to Qian Shui, believing it would unlock a special stance, he stored the skill book in his storage ring, then turned his attention back to the boar's corpse, his expression torn. On his way back, he had dispatched 12 level 1 zombies, along with several thousand level 0 zombies, and had thought he would soon conclude his day's endeavors. Yet, just as he prepared to enter the city, he stumbled upon this evolutionary wild boar. When he first spotted the boar, it was amidst a horde of corpses, mercilessly feasting, devouring without even chewing, swallowing whole. To be frank, he was quite intrigued by the prospect of the wild boar's meat. After all, it was a level 1 aberration, and the thought of preparing a braised dish made his mouth water. However, this wild boar was indiscriminate in its diet, consuming anything in its path. He estimated that the wild boar was likely filled with the corpses of zombies, perhaps even human remains, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Master, there is no need for concern. All living beings have evolved, and so too have their digestive systems. Thus, once food enters the digestive tract, it is swiftly broken down into energy, leaving no residue behind. Furthermore, have you not noticed that you have not relieved yourself in quite some time? He was taken aback. He had been so preoccupied with exterminating zombies to earn spiritual essence that he only now realized he hadn't visited the restroom since reaching the first tier. With this revelation, he felt no further need for hesitation. Although the wild boar was sizable, his storage ring had also ascended to E grade, affording him a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, which was more than sufficient to contain the creature. After securing the boar's carcass within his space, Ziyu vanished from his location and sped toward the Imperial View Villa district. Upon entering the villa area, he discerned faint sounds of an argument emanating from Villa No. 1. Frowning, he accelerated toward the source, and in a few leaps, he found himself atop Villa No. 1. The individuals in the courtyard remained oblivious to his presence, and upon observing merely a woman in her 60s accompanied by a small child, he felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to descend, the woman's words halted his movements. "What is wrong with you girls? You are all grown yet cannot comprehend human speech?" While the elderly woman appeared amiable when silent, her words erupted with the force of cannon fire, laden with intensity. Grasping the small boy with one hand while gesturing toward Feng Qianxue and the others with the other, she adopted an expression of feigned benevolence, declaring, "I am doing this for your own good. Just look at how perilous it is outside. Wouldn't it be better to join us at the survival base established by the government?" Upon hearing this, Ziyu understood. He had encountered this woman previously while clearing zombies from the villa district, though they had not interacted. Although he was uncertain why the grandmother and grandson had not evacuated during the military rescue a few days prior. It was clear that she intended to persuade Feng Qianxue and her companions to act as her bodyguards. So you took a couple of steps back, concealing himself as he prepared to observe how Feng Qianxue and the others would respond. Chapter 72. The obstinate aunt and the mischievous child. Feng Qianxue shook her head in refusal, stating, "Auntie, you need not say any more. We shall not go." The aunt, her face contorted with frustration, trembled as she pointed at Feng Qianxue. You, why are you young girls so stubborn? Very well, Auntie, we have matters to attend to. If you have no further requests, kindly take your leave, Feng Qianxue replied, preparing to lead Lin Shiyang and Xiaoqi back to their training. Seeing the girls unyielding, the aunt resorted to a more desperate plea, calling out to Feng Qianxue, "Wait, you may choose not to go, but surely you can spare some food for us? My dear grandson has not eaten well for days and has lost considerable weight." At this moment, the little boy chimed in, "I'm hungry. Hurry, give me something to eat." Observing the boy's presumptuous demeanor, Feng Qianxue furrowed her brows. After a brief contemplation, she decided to send Lin Shiyang to the villa to retrieve some provisions left over from before the apocalypse. These items had ceased to be food in their eyes, only occasionally serving as a treat for their cravings, so giving some away was a small price to pay to send the duo on their way. As Lin Shiyang entered the house, the aunt peered eagerly inside. It was not long before Lin Shiyang emerged, carrying a bag filled with assorted snacks. As she approached the aunt, ready to hand over the bag, the little boy snatched it away, clutching it protectively as if fearing others would try to take it from him. "Wow, so many snacks," the boy exclaimed, tearing open a packet of chips and devouring them. The girls exchanged disapproving glances at his rude behavior, and Feng Qianxue's expression grew even colder. "You may leave now, and do not return here." Upon hearing this, the little boy made a face at Feng Qianxue, grinning mischievously, as if unfazed. The aunt showed no intention of departing either, casting a disdainful glance at the meager offerings in the bag. These few bags of snacks are hardly sufficient for a beggar," she scoffed, greedily considering entering the villa herself to search for more. Feng Qianxue intercepted her, a bow and arrow materializing in her grasp, aimed squarely at the aunt as she coldly commanded, "Now, leave at once." Startled, the aunt stumbled back several steps, her face paling as she erupted into a shrill protest. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? I warn you, my heart is weak. If this matter is not resolved, we will not let it rest." Hearing his grandmother's outcry, the little boy abandoned his chips, rushing to her side and pointing an accusing finger at Feng Qianxue. "How dare you bully my grandma? You are all vile women. Do you believe I won't beat you?" Seeing that Feng Qianxue and the others were ignoring them, the aunt, after a few more shouts, tugged at the boy and, with the food bag in tow, stormed out, still muttering curses under her breath. A bunch of worthless hussies. Thinking they are all that just because they live here by selling their bodies. What arrogance! Though the elder woman scolded in a hushed tone, the young ladies, all possessing formidable strengths at the 9th tier of the 0 rank, could not possibly be oblivious to her words. Anger flickered across their faces, and as Feng Qianxue observed the woman's retreating figure, a hint of turmoil surfaced in her gaze. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and swiftly drew an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a piercing sound, hurtling towards the woman's back with remarkable precision, nearing its target in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to strike her, the woman fortuitously bent down, presenting a bag of snacks to the boy, seemingly inviting him to choose a treat. Thud! The arrow embedded itself in the woman's shoulder, the impact causing her to stumble forward several paces before crashing heavily to the ground. A chilling scream erupted. "Damn you, you vile witch. I will have my son kill you." The venomous glare she cast made Feng Qianxue lose her patience. Wasting time on such a person was not worth it. In the next moment, she produced another arrow. Whoosh! This time, fortune did not favor her. In the midst of the woman's terror, the arrow pierced directly into her forehead, erupting in a spray of crimson mist. Until her last breath, she could not fathom why Feng Qianxue would take her life or dare to do so. The young boy, thoroughly petrified by the unfolding events, lost all bravado, his face devoid of its previous arrogance. After a few moments of shock, he suddenly burst into tears. Feng Qianxue furrowed her brow, while the child was indeed bothersome. She could not bring herself to harm him, so she coldly commanded, "Get out of here. If you dare come back, I will kill you." Upon hearing this, the boy's cries ceased. Clenching his fists tightly, he cast a fierce glare at Feng Qianxue and her companions before turning to leave. Just then, the sky darkened unexpectedly. The expressions of the young ladies shifted in unison as they looked up to see an enormous pig descending from above. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the pig landed in front of the boy, blocking his path. Suyu leaped down from the rooftop, landing gracefully beside Feng Qianxue. Darling, when did you return? Brother Suyu, you're back. I've missed you so much. The voices of Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyang resonated one after the other, with Lin Shiyang bounding over like a kangaroo, wrapping her arms around his, unwilling to let go. Xiaoqi opened her mouth to speak, but, unsure of what to say, closed it again and remained a silent bystander. Well, I've only been gone for a short while. Is that really enough to miss me so? Suyu affectionately ruffled Lin Shiyang's hair, then nodded at Feng Qianxue, praising, you handled today's affair admirably. However, this alone is insufficient. Chapter 73. Potential dangers must be quelled in their cradle today. I shall impart to you my final lesson, which I recognize may seem rather harsh. However, such a mentality is imperative in the face of a post-apocalyptic world. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyao's faces, Suyu continued without waiting for their inquiries. Should individuals of differing paths forcibly unite, it would not only jeopardize your well-being, but mine as well. Henceforth, you must cast aside the notions of the world that existed before the calamity. As he spoke, Suyu exchanged for a common Tang Dao and handed it to Lin Shiyao. There is one remaining. Shiyao, you shall personally see him off on his journey. Having already incurred enmity, it is essential to eradicate the root of the problem, leaving no future threats. This is Suyu's consistent approach. You are all aware of the underlying reasons. The gaze of that young boy was unmistakable. Once an adversary is established, one must never show mercy. Though he may currently pose no threat as a child, who can guarantee that he will not evolve into a formidable force in the future? Who can assure that he will not find strong allies? Even if we are unafraid, what of your families? This is not an overreaction on Suyu's part. After all, having experienced the bizarre phenomenon of traversing worlds, one can never predict whether others may stumble upon extraordinary opportunities. Therefore, he will not underestimate anyone and must extinguish potential dangers in their infancy. Moreover, this approach will expedite the growth of both young women, not merely in strength, but in character. They are destined to follow him, and the emergence of a Na'vi idealist within their ranks would spell considerable trouble. To disregard one's abilities in the pursuit of aiding others, or to demand assistance from those less capable, thereby inviting countless troubles for oneself and those nearby, is, quite frankly, repugnant. Suyu does not harbor the notion that such idealists deserve to perish. In this apocalyptic era, the existence of those who hold on to kindness is indeed rare. However, he will certainly keep his distance from such individuals. Lin Shiyao glanced at the Tang Dao in her hand, then raised her gaze to meet Suyu's encouraging eyes. With a resolute nod and a deep breath, she began to walk towards the boy, holding the blade firmly. Observing her unflinching demeanor, Feng Qianxue felt a flicker of astonishment. When did my sister become so courageous? The only other instance I recall was when she burst into the bedroom, demanding her husband strike her. At that moment, the boy regained his composure from the shock. Seeing Lin Shiyao approach with the Tang Dao, a harbinger of ill intent, panic ensued. You've already harmed my grandmother. Are you going to bully me as well? Please, don't come any closer. My father is wealthy. I can have him give you money, lots of it. Sister, please don't kill me. Lin Shiyao, standing before the boy, offered a sweet smile. The Tang Dao directed at him. Do not blame me. It is unforgivable to upset Brother Suyu. With a swift motion, the blade flashed. The boy's head was severed, droplets of blood splattering onto her fair and flawless visage. Lin Xia's beautiful eyes were tightly shut, her delicate body trembling slightly. What is happening? Why do I feel this strange exhilaration after taking a life? Am I truly psychologically unwell? The sound of footsteps approached from behind, prompting her to turn. There stood her sister, worry etched upon her face. Sister, I am all right. She reassured, then turned to Suyu with a sweet smile. Brother Suyu. Before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her, and the world spun around her. She soon found herself cradled in a warm embrace, faintly hearing her sister's alarmed voice. Siya, what is wrong with you? By the bedside, Feng Qianxue gazed anxiously at the person lying on the bed. As Suyu examined her, she quickly inquired, Darling, how is Siya? Suyu's brow furrowed as he silently pondered, Little fairy, is there any way to restore Siya's condition? Master, her physical health appears to be intact. However, there may be issues concerning her spirit or soul. To treat her, you might consider addressing either of these aspects. Suddenly, a thought struck Suyu, illuminating his eyes. Little fairy, could it be related to Siya's second talent? After careful consideration, the little fairy replied, Master, in my recollections, beings that awaken a dual talent have various experiences. But Komodo states due to his second talent have not been documented. Nonetheless, such a possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. Reflecting on this, Suyu turned to Feng Qianxue and asked, Qianxue, did Siya ever faint during her previous illnesses? Yes, it has happened twice before, and each time was quite critical. Could it be that Sia's old ailment has relapsed? Feng Qianshue's voice trembled, the latter part almost breaking into sobs. Siyu gently embraced her, soothing her back as he reassured, "Do not worry, I will ensure that Siya remains safe." Just then, Lin Siya slowly opened her eyes. "Oh, sister, why are you crying? Did Brother Siyu bully you again?" Feng Qianshue abruptly looked up, her sparkling eyes, glistening with tears, gazing at Lin Siya. For a long moment, she was speechless. Yet a joyful smile blossomed upon her enchanting face. She rushed forward, enveloping Lin Siya in her arms. "Siya, you nearly scared your sister to death." Seeing Lin Siya, whose delicate form was beginning to tremble from lack of breath in Feng Qianshue's embrace, Suyu quickly intervened, separating the two. If he did not act, he feared the scene might soon resemble an actual crime scene. "Huh?" Lin Siya gasped for air, having nearly bitten her tongue in distress. It was evident how much she had struggled. Only then did Feng Qianshue realize the peril of her earlier actions. Her fair and flawless complexion quickly tinged with a delicate blush. Cough, cough. Feng Qianshue lightly coughed a few times to mask her embarrassment, then shifted the conversation. "Siya, how do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Lin Siya gazed at Feng Qianshue with a hint of melancholy. "Sister, what do you think?" Upon noticing Suyu's concerned expression, the sorrow on Lin Siya's face faded, replaced by a sweet smile. "Brother Suyu, I'm fine now. Just feeling a bit weak and wobbly. A little rest will do me good, and I'm rather hungry as well." "Hungry, are you? That's an easy fix. I happen to hunt a first-tier wild boar today. I will personally prepare a delicious meal for you shortly." As he spoke, Suyu's gaze playfully fell upon her, noting how she was much softer and smaller than Feng Qianshue. The wild boar's trotters are rich in collagen. Once you recuperate, you'll be ready to wreak havoc again. Won't you? Lin Siya paused for a moment, then responded with a teasing smile, "Brother Siyu, you're being naughty again." Leaving Lin Siya in Feng Qianshue's company, Siyu stepped out of the villa to attend to the wild boar. Upon seeing Siyu emerge, Shaoqi hurried over, her eyes filled with concern. "Mr. Su, is Siya all right?" "Yes, it's nothing serious. She just needs some rest to recover," Suyu replied, nodding as he made his way toward the wild boar. He noticed the absence of the bodies of the grandmother and granddaughter, likely dealt with by Shaoqi. That little girl was quite diligent. "Shaoqi, how did you dispose of those two bodies?" "I threw them outside the villa area to feed the zombies. I waited until they were completely consumed before coming back." "Well done. Come with me to handle the wild boar. I'll whip up something delicious for dinner." Shaoqi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Is that really a wild boar? I thought it merely resembled one. Such a large wild boar, I wonder how it tastes." Chapter 74, Patrick's Good Friend? Soon, under the culinary expertise of Suyu, dinner was prepared. There was only a single dish, a generous bowl of sauerkraut with pig trotters, crafted to suit the flavors of the Sichuan province, accompanied by several plates of chili paste. The crispness of the sauerkraut paired with the rich aroma of the wild pig trotters created an irresistible combination. Dipping a piece into the chili paste, each bite was a delightful blend of fragrant, spicy, crunchy, sour, and refreshing sensations that was utterly non-greasy. "Wow, Brother Suyu, this is delicious," Lin Xiao exclaimed. And with her first bite, she felt an invigorating surge of energy. Feng Qianshue and Shaoqi also praised the dish. The first-tier exotic beast meat not only boasted an exquisite taste, but also rapidly replenished their energy, providing a therapeutic effect, while continuously indulging in the food. So you seized a moment to inquire, "How was your practice with the agility techniques today? Did you encounter any difficulties?" The girls unanimously reported no issues, acknowledging that today was different from the usual, and Suyu had explained the fundamentals with great detail, as long as they devoted a little more time and effort. Grasping the basics of F-grade techniques was quite attainable. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. Afterward, while they were engaged in casual conversation, Feng Qianshue discreetly poked Siyu with her finger and glanced at Lin Shiyao and Shaoqi. Noticing they were oblivious, she whispered, "Darling, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." With a puzzled expression, Suyu followed Feng Qianshue outside. Lin Xiao blinked curiously, tilting her head as she pondered the exchange between Suyu and Feng Qianshue. Once they entered a side room, Feng Qianshue, her face flushed with shyness, asked in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "Darling, do you have any SpongeBob SquarePants?" "SpongeBob? Patrick's good friend?" Feng Qianshue rarely displayed such a playful demeanor, playfully thumping her fist against his arm and teasingly scolding. "What are you talking about?" "I mean the large band-aids." Realization dawned on Suyu. "Oh, I thought it was something else. I happened to collect some earlier, so I'll get them for you now." As he spoke, Suyu opened the system's marketplace to search. He hadn't previously paid attention to this item, and it seemed prudent to gather some daily necessities in the future. Ding. Purchase large band-aids x 20 boxes, deducting 20 spirit essence, remaining spirit essence 294727. Ding. Purchase night large band-aids x 20 boxes, deducting 20 spirit essence, remaining spirit essence 294707. For types of large band-aids were exchanged for 20 each, totaling 80 packets, which he stacked into a small tower on the bed. Sufficient for their needs for quite some time. Seeing Feng Qianshui wave her hand to store the band-aids into her ring, Suyu finally asked, Qianshui, is it that time for you? Feng Qianshui nodded, hesitating to speak further. Initially, she had planned to practice with Suyu a couple more times to reach her attribute limit, allowing her to advance to the first tier. However, her current condition was not conducive to training, and she would need to wait an additional week to ascend. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu tentatively suggested, what if we try a different method of training? As he spoke, Suyu noticed a smudge of grease at the corner of Feng Qianshui's lips. He raised his hand to gently wipe it away, and then leaned down to whisper in her ear. Huh? Are you certain this will work? Let's give it a try. What if it does? Otherwise, we would have to wait an entire week. Observing Feng Qianshui's lingering hesitation, a flash of inspiration struck Suyu. He retrieved the skill arrow rain, obtained from defeating a first-tier wild boar, from his storage ring. Here, Qianshue, this is for you. See if you like it. Upon receiving it, Feng Qianshui's eyes sparkled with delight. Darling, is this a skill? Yes, it was dropped by that wild boar. It's quite impressive. Once we accumulate enough evolution points, we can upgrade its level. The arrows it generates in the future should achieve a 100 attack effectiveness. Thank you, darling. I really like it. Saying this, Feng Qianshue stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on him. Suyu gave her a knowing look. Merely saying thank you was insufficient. The next morning, Suyu woke early, reflecting on the events of the previous day. Truly, it was a complex situation. Initially, Feng Qianshue had managed to send Lin Xiao away. However, Lin Xiao's preschool friend made a reappearance, prompting yet another unexpected turn of events. Gazing affectionately at the person beside him, Suyu's lips curved into a gentle smile. After his careful guidance, Feng Qianshue had now successfully reached the first tier. Name, Feng Qianshue, contractor attributes increased 8240. Level, first tier. Level 0, 1000, combat power, 218. Strength, 22210. The average adult's four-dimensional attributes are 10. Agility, 250. Constitution, 218. Mentality, 272. Appearance, 96. Evolution points, 0, 38. Can be used to enhance talents and skill levels. Affection level, 91. Base 30. Talent, SS grade Ultimate Frost, damage increase 80. Energy recovery 8 per minute. Skills, talent skill Heart of Ice, talent skill Frost Binding, F grade Arrow Ring. Items, F grade Bow Eyes Crystal Bow, F grade Armor Piercing Arrow Quiver, F grade Storage Ring, F grade Battle Garment Snow Moon. Quite impressive, her average attributes had reached 240 points, surpassing the ordinary by a substantial 40. The stronger the foundation built now, the greater the advantage would be in the future as her tier increases. Just as Suyu was examining Feng Qianshui's attribute panel, his phone buzzed on the bedside table. Since he was lying in the middle of the bed, reaching directly for the phone was not feasible, which sparked an idea in him. Once I reach the second tier, perhaps I should acquire a telekinetic talent to experiment with. Though reluctant to leave the warmth of his embrace, he gently withdrew his hand, maneuvered to the bedside, and picked up the phone. Glancing at the screen, it was indeed that same call. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he lit a cigarette and pondered for a moment before pressing the answer button. Hello, this is Suyu. Haha, Su, my friend. I hope I'm not disturbing you with this early call. On the phone, the elderly man's voice was rich and resonant, imbued with the poignancy of time's passage. Sir, please speak plainly. What is it that you seek from me? Chapter 75. Collaboration with the military. After ending the call, Suyu reignited a cigarette, pondering the conversation he had just had. The call had come directly from the highest leader of the Great Xia Empire, with a singular purpose, to enlist his assistance in the hunt for the giant flame lion at the Magic City Zoo. This formidable beast appeared to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards humanity, having recently attacked 2 small outposts in the Magic City, resulting in numerous casualties. The flame lion was suspected to be of the second tier, and given Suyu's current capabilities, he could at least ensure his escape even if he were unable to defeat it. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he agreed to participate, albeit with 2 stipulations. Firstly, he insisted that he would not be subject to anyone's commands. He would adapt to the situation and seize opportunities as they arose. However, should circumstances become untenable, he would withdraw immediately. Secondly, upon successfully slaying the flame lion, the military would be required to compensate him with 2,000 unclassified energy stones. it is undeniable that among the entirety of the Great Xia Empire, the military possessed the greatest reserve of energy stones. Hence, Suyu had initially made a bold request for 10,000 stones, nearly choking the old man with his audacity. Although the empire had an abundance of energy stones, they were not to be taken lightly. After some negotiation, they settled on the figure of 2,000 stones. This amount represented Suyu's bottom line, as his current spiritual essence had approached 300,000. Acquiring 2,000 energy stones would enable him to exchange them for 200,000 spiritual essence, sufficient to purchase a C-class advanced technology RV. However, this led him to a curious thought. Could it be that this old man is being excessively generous? Perhaps he is my illegitimate father? Shaking his head, he dismissed these chaotic thoughts and flicked the cigarette but away as if it were a bullet. At that moment, Feng Qianxue and her companion had also awakened during his phone call, whispering to each other under the covers. Suyu approached, playfully leaping between the two. Curious about their delightful conversation. After some playful banter, Suyu mentally instructed Little Fairy, exchange for 4 E-class upgrade stones. Little Fairy, where have you been? Time to get to work. Yes, master, what is it? Little Fairy responded, appearing somewhat drowsy and disoriented. So you found it peculiar. Did the system's intelligence also need to work overtime? It seemed to lack vitality every morning. Little Fairy, please exchange for 4 E-class upgrade stones. Understood, master. Notification, purchase of E-class upgrade stones X5 completed, deducting 5,000 spiritual essence, remaining essence, 289,707. Suyu? Little Fairy, are you alright? Oh dear. I'm so sorry. I miscalculated, master. Little Fairy apologized repeatedly, resembling a child who had erred, fearful of Suyu's reprimand. Why are you crying? I haven't scolded you. But really, are you okay? Suyu inquired with concern. Master, Little Fairy just didn't rest well. Thank you for your understanding. It's nothing really, just take a good rest. With a slight sigh of relief upon confirming that Little Fairy was indeed fine, Suyu handed 4 upgrade stones to Feng Qianxue, giving the extra one to Lin Xie for the enhancement of her storage ring. It is not necessarily true that higher-level equipment is better. His current gear was still at E level. The Tang Dao, when at F level, weighed 30 pounds. But upon upgrading to E level, its weight surged to nearly 300 pounds. He feared that if it were to ascend to D level, its weight might multiply tenfold, reaching a staggering 3,000 pounds. Although he could wield it, it would be quite a strain, rendering it counterproductive. After a brief interlude of several minutes, the equipment upgrade was complete. E-level bow, ice crystal bow, strength 20, arrows shot can gain a sharpness of 10 and armor-piercing capabilities of 10. E-level armor-piercing quiver, holds 1,000 arrows, with an automatic recovery of 100 arrows per minute, armor-piercing capability of 10. E-level battle garb, Snow Moon. This attire allows for seamless switching between combat and leisure modes, enhancing defense by 15, with self-repair, dirt cleansing, temperature regulation, and instantaneous wear features. Simultaneously, the storage rings of the two ladies also expanded to a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. Once the upgrades were finalized, the trio stepped out of the bedroom. Strangely, Little Seven had risen quite early today and prepared breakfast. Observing the noticeable reduction of dark circles under her eyes, Suyu pondered. It seems she must have had her period a few days ago, busy washing her clothes at night, leading to a late sleep. After finishing the last piece of pork chop, Suyu began to outline the day's agenda. Qianxue, you two continue practicing your agility today. I have some matters to attend to outside, and if all goes well, I shall return with a tremendous surprise for you. All right. Seeing Feng Qianxue nod in agreement, Suyu affectionately ruffled Lin Xie's small head. Xie, how is your recovery? If you feel unwell, do not push yourself. Like a little kitten, Lin Xie lazily nuzzled his palm. Brother Suyu, I'm perfectly fine now, so you needn't worry. I will take good care of myself. Suyu nodded, choosing not to say more, and with a firm push, he vanished from the villa. 5 kilometers away at a subway station in the Magic City Zoo, a discontented voice resonated. Why must we wait for a mere inexperienced brat? I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking. With this man's remarks, others began to murmur their discontent. They were all elite members of the survival base in the Magic City, yet here they were, waiting for someone of dubious background. To claim they felt no dissatisfaction would be disingenuous. Even among the crowd, some soldiers clad in special operations attire silently displayed their displeasure in their eyes. Before them stood a man with his hands clasped behind his back. He was tall and robust, with a bronze complexion and sharply defined, profound features, resembling a statue from ancient Greece. As he listened to the clamor around him, his thick eyebrows knitted tightly together. Enough! His commanding shout, deep and hoarse, resonated like a distant thunder rolling across the sky, startling the crowd into a silence akin to frostbitten eggplants, their heads drawn in, afraid to utter a single sound. Soldiers are bound by their duty to obey orders. Some of you are not soldiers, yet as I lead this unit, you must comply with my commands. The man's keen, eagle-like gaze swept over the assembly before he bellowed. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their voices booming and echoing throughout the subway station. Moments later, a chorus of howls from a throng of zombies emanated from the entrance. The man's thick brows involuntarily twitched. He felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "You foolish little wretches, why bellow so loudly? Do you truly believe you possess 2 lives? Prepare for battle," he shouted, swiftly drawing the massive axe strapped to his back, readying himself for the impending confrontation. At that instant, a figure emerged from the corner of the entrance. "Apologies, I took a wrong turn. I hope I'm not late," Suyu said, scratching his head as he approached the group. Just a few steps into his stride, a horde of zombies surged forth from the corridor behind him, howling as they lunged at him. Noticing that Suyu appeared oblivious to the imminent danger, the man was about to call out a warning when Suyu suddenly pivoted, drawing his blade with swift precision. In the next moment, a crimson glow erupted before him, akin to a colossal blood moon descending into the throng of the undead. The horde staggered momentarily before collapsing en masse to the ground. With a splatter, blood gushed forth like a fountain, saturating the area in mere seconds. The entrance to the hall was instantly transformed into a scarlet tableau, as countless corpses and fallen debris obstructed the passage. Suyu surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction before turning around, only to be met with the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd. Chapter 76. Venomous Sting. The fiery lion King Simba, upon witnessing the astonished and bewildered expressions of the crowd, a smile unconsciously graced the corners of Suyu's mouth. The recent blade strike had consumed nearly half of his energy, yet it appeared to have yielded quite an impressive effect. From the moment he arrived, it took but a glance for him to discern the dissatisfaction etched upon the faces of those around him. To garner the respect of others, one must naturally exhibit strength that commands awe. If one were to conceal their prowess, what grounds would others have to revere or fear them? Should they perceive him as an easy target, it would only invite insolent provocateurs to emerge and taunt him. At such a juncture, would he resort to cleaving them down or striking them with force? Thus, sometimes it suffices to display a modicum of strength to avert countless troubles. After all, in this apocalyptic era, blind adulation akin to that reserved for celebrities is a relic of the past. Any admiration that remains is a perpetual quest for the formidable. Indeed, as Suyu approached the assembled crowd, even the boisterous man regarded him with a visage of admiration. While not everyone shared this sentiment, at the very least, no one dared to foolishly step forward to provoke him any longer. The leading man took several strides to stand before Suyu and saluted, introducing himself. "Greetings, Mr. Su. I am the commander of this operation, codenamed Venomous Sting." Seizing the opportunity, Suyu employed his eye of detection. Name, Venomous Sting, Luchan, level, rank 1. Level 0, combat power, 168, strength 23110. The average adult's attributes are around 10. Agility, 221, constitution, 223, mentality, 157, appearance, 79, favorability, 23, acknowledgement, talent, A-class innate strength increase of 50. Energy recovery of 5 per minute. Skills, F-class mastery in hand-to-hand combat, F-class proficiency in firearms, F-class thunderstrike. Items, F-class serrated axe, F-class sharp spikes. He was remarkably strong. Such attributes would undoubtedly stand out even among the elite. Moreover, his mastery of both hand-to-hand combat and firearm proficiency suggested that, given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. However, the name nearly caused Suyu to lose composure, and he stifled a chuckle, nodding in acknowledgement. "You may call me Suyu. There's no need for formalities." "Haha." Venomous Sting laughed heartily, his gaze towards Suyu infused with newfound respect. "Very well, Brother Su. Do you have any thoughts regarding this operation? The higher-ups have instructed us to cooperate with you as much as possible." "Indeed. Let us begin by discussing what you know about the fiery lion," Suyu suggested. Instantly, Venomous Sting's expression darkened, his entire demeanor brimming with murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "That wretched beast. Its intentions are not merely predatory. It seems to relish in tormenting humanity. Each time it has invaded our stronghold, it has left a portion of us alive to suffer a slow demise." Suyu furrowed his brow. "So, this lion possesses considerable intelligence?" "Indeed," Venomous Sting affirmed. The Poison Needle nodded and continued, "Previously, we dispatched a new model of fighter jets to carry out aerial strikes against it. The firepower from the jets could barely inflict damage, but it quickly retaliated, spewing forth massive fireballs. After the loss of 2 aircraft, we had no choice but to retreat without success. While Poison Needle was speaking, Siyu utilized his eye of detection to scan the individuals present. Apart from Poison Needle, there were a total of 50 individuals, all possessing the strength of level 1, rank 0. Siyu inquired, "So, what is your plan to deal with it this time? Do you have any strategies?" Poison Needle beckoned to a slender young man, saying, "Tai Dan, Gang Dan, come over here." The two brothers approached, and Poison Needle patted Tai Dan's shoulder, introducing them. "This is Tai Dan, whose talent lies in concealing his presence. Gang Dan possesses the ability to turn invisible and can take one person with him while remaining undetected, provided he does not attack. Their talents complement each other, making them difficult to discover. Additionally, we have brought the 10 deadliest poisons in the history of the Empire, which they will use to infiltrate and administer poison before we launch a coordinated assault." After a moment of silence, Siyu asked in surprise, "Is that it?" "That's it." Poison Needle replied with an awkward smile. Siyu had expected a more intricate battle plan, but was taken aback by the simplicity of the strategy, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Is this plan devised by you? Are you certain that the poison will be effective against the Flame Lion?" "It was formulated by the command center in Magic City," Poison Needle explained. "We have indeed considered your concerns, but we currently have no other options. Strategies are futile against a Flame Lion that has reached level 2, possibly even level 3. We cannot employ devastating weapons due to their extensive collateral damage, while a strategy involving sheer numbers might eventually wear it down. The consequences of such an approach are too grave for us to bear. There are currently 37 powerful exotic beasts like the Flame Lion. If we rely solely on sacrificing lives, we might exhaust all our strongest human warriors without vanquishing them, leading to a dire fate for humanity. Thus, we can only deploy an elite team to attempt to eliminate it," Poison Needle concluded. Siyu waved his hand in resignation, saying, "Very well, proceed with your plan. I will conceal myself and await an opportunity to strike." "Understood," Poison Needle replied, signaling to the others, lowering his voice to command, "Let us move out." With that, the figures of the team vanished from the subway station's main hall, and Suyu's gaze flickered as he concealed himself and followed. Soon, silhouettes appeared at various positions in the Magic City Zoo, hiding away. Perhaps due to the presence of the Flame Lion, the vast zoo was eerily quiet. In the center of the zoo, a colossal male lion lay sprawled, resembling a small mountain from a distance. "Goodness, it's enormous. If we were to take it down, it might last us for months," Siyu mused internally before activating his eye of detection. Name: Flame Lion King Simba. Level: 2nd rank, 3rd level. Combat power: 1385. Strength: 1350. The average attributes of an adult human are 10. Agility: 1220. Constitution: 1275. Mentality: 1193. Appearance: 60. Affinity: 60. Harbors animosity towards all humans. Talent: S level. Fire element manipulation: increases fire element damage by 60. Energy recovers at a rate of 6 per minute. Skill: Talent skill: Wrath of the Fire God: unleashes a violent surge of fire element energy, causing a wide-ranging explosion with a damage increase of 60, cooldown time of 7 seconds. Description: due to certain reasons, harbors extreme hatred towards humanity. Observing the attributes of the Flame Lion King, Siyu furrowed his brow. The difficulty in confronting extraordinary beasts lies in their 4-dimensional attributes, which can exceed those of humans by 10 to 200. Although they are unable to learn skills, contemporary humans also lack formidable abilities, resulting in a genuine disadvantage when faced with such creatures. Its 4-dimensional attributes appear to surpass those of an equivalent human by 100, reaching the standard of an ordinary individual at the 3rd rank. To be frank, Siyu currently lacks complete confidence in slaying this mighty lion. While his combat power surpasses that of the lion by a slight margin, it is augmented by the C-level Tang Dao and mastery of body techniques, which he cannot utilize for extended periods. If he were to resort to a mere D-level capability, achieving victory would prove quite challenging. However, should Siyu employ the ultimate Titan skill to catch it off guard, there remains a substantial probability of delivering a decisive blow. Nevertheless, considering this is a crucial trump card for survival, he is reluctant to deploy it unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Chapter 77. Do you humans only resort to underhanded tactics? Little Fairy, please list the skills related to the Tang Dao. Certainly, Master. F-level cross / 100 Spirit Essence. F-level wave split / 100 Spirit Essence. F-level silver light falling blade. 100 Spirit Essence leaping into the air. It delivers a powerful thrust to the enemy below, creating a shockwave upon landing that sends foes flying, with a damage increase of 20. Cooldown: 70 seconds. After a moment of contemplation, Siyu selected 3 D-level skills. D-level Void Split. 10,000 Spirit Essence, a horizontal slash that unleashes a blade wave, possessing formidable shield breaking capability, reducing the enemy's defense by 20 for a duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown, 50 seconds. D-level residual flash, 10,000 spirit essence instantly flashes behind the target, slicing them with residual intent, launching the target into the air for multiple strikes with a damage increase of 20. Cooldown, 50 seconds. D-level Aurora Cloud Shatter Technique, 10,000 spirit essence, a rage skill of the Tang Dao, releasing the intent of the blade, transforming it into countless sharp blades that cut the target, with the range determined by output energy and a damage increase of 20. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Since purchasing the Draw Slash, he had refrained from acquiring additional skills, as his current capacity for energy was limited and utilizing skills consumed considerable energy. Mastery of the Tang Dao techniques seemed more advantageous. However, facing the Flame Lion King necessitated a more cautious approach. Little Fairy purchased the 3 selected skills and upgrade the Draw Slash to D-level as well. Understood. After a series of 4 system notification sounds, his remaining spirit essence stood at 250, 187, a painful reduction of 40,000. Upon learning the skills, Suyu turned his attention to the Flame Lion King, noticing it remained unmoved, and shifted his gaze to the nearby Venom Spike. Feeling Suyu's scrutiny, Venom Spike solemnly nodded, signifying that the operation had commenced. A few minutes later, the slumbering Flame Lion King stirred. It was unclear how Steel Egg and his brother managed to poison it, but the formidable creature, towering at nearly 20 meters, rose unsteadily, instilling a potent sense of oppression. With a deep, resonant roar that reverberated like a bass drum, it raised its neck. Seemingly disoriented, it shook its massive head, causing its tangled mane to sway vigorously. Moments later, any signs of abnormality vanished. Evidently, the poison devised by Venom Spike and the others had proven ineffective. The Lion King then took a few steps forward, the ground thundering beneath its weight, as it surveyed its surroundings with coal-like eyes. Seemingly sensing something, it narrowed its gaze at a massive tree, emanating a chilling light. The battle was imminent. The Lion King sprang into action. With a powerful swing of its tail, the steel-like appendage lashed out at the giant tree with astounding speed. The air crackling in response. Bam! The trunk exploded in a shower of splinters. Ah! The warrior hidden behind the tree trunk let out a mournful cry as he was violently hurled away, crashing to the ground, uncertain of his fate. Kill! The Poison Spike bellowed, brandishing his massive axe as he charged forward. The concealed warriors emerged from their hiding places, brandishing their weapons and advancing toward the Lion King. As Poison Spike approached the Lion King, he leaped high into the air, raising his axe above his head and bringing it down with tremendous force. In response to Poison Spike's full-force strike, a flicker of disdain crossed the Lion King's eyes as he swiftly raised his forepaw to counter the attack. Poison Spike, faced with this formidable claw, was compelled to withdraw his offensive, positioning the axe defensively before him. The clash of the Lion King's claw against the axe resonated with a deafening metallic clang. With this powerful strike, the Lion King not only sent Poison Spike flying, but also smashed a nearby warrior into a pulp. With a furious roar, the Lion King surged forward, displacing dust and debris in his wake, an awe-inspiring presence. As warriors continued to fall, a wave of despair washed over the remaining fighters. They were up against an insurmountable force. Poison Spike, half kneeling on the rubble with his axe propped up, wore a grim expression as he shouted into his headset, "Everyone retreat. Use your abilities to restrain him with all your might." The warriors complied without hesitation. In an instant, a barrage of fireballs, earth spikes, wooden thorns, and wind blades surged toward the Lion King. Under the relentless assault of the warriors, the Lion King found himself momentarily restrained. Suyu's gaze sharpened, his body taut like a coiled panther ready to unleash a lethal strike. Now is the moment. Blade of Remnant Intent. In an instant, Suyu appeared behind the flaming Lion King. At the same time, an invisible intent sliced through the Lion King's neck, leaving a deep crimson mark. Without a moment's pause, Suyu swiftly executed a wave of his blade, employing the skill rift, capable of reducing the enemy's defense by 20. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of attacks with Draw Blade Slash and Aurora Shattering Clouds, a torrent of blade intent cascading toward the flaming Lion King. After unleashing a series of skills, Suyu deftly retreated from the Lion King's striking range. The Lion King, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, managed to react but could only raise its forepaw in a hasty defense. Boom. Nearly a minute passed before the dust began to settle. The battlefield lay in ruins. The flaming Lion King remained stationary, though its once mighty presence was now a shadow of its former self. Its robust body was riddled with wounds, and a significant portion of its right forepaw had been severed, crimson blood gushing forth from the injuries. Suyu stood atop a rock several dozen meters away from the flaming Lion King, breathing heavily. The recent sequence of skills had taken a toll on him. The greater the energy expenditure, the heavier the burden on his body. which explained his reluctance to frequently employ such abilities. By the heavens, a voice erupted from the crowd, breaking the stunned silence. The others, awakening from their reverie, gradually closed their gaping mouths in realization. The familiar crimson blade, accompanied by a flurry of shimmering sword shadows, brought forth a profound shock that was anything but trivial. It is worth noting that despite their numbers, they could only manage to restrain the Lion King, whereas Suyu, with a mere glance, had reduced the mighty beast to a mere shadow of its former self. A roar erupted from the Fire Lion King. Humans. Both Suyu and the onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the Lion King's voice, with an unmistakable fury glimmering in its eyes and teeth grinding audibly. The Fire Lion King bellowed at Suyu, "Is it that all you humans can do is resort to treachery and underhanded tactics, such as poisoning and ambushes?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the Lion King's words. Instead, he wore an expression of curiosity as he inquired, "You can speak human? When did you learn? You even know terms like underhanded tactics." No sooner had he spoken than a chill crept up his spine, an inexplicable sense of impending danger washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself away, vanishing from his previous position. With a thunderous explosion, the rock he had just occupied was obliterated by a colossal fireball. Observing Suyu's narrow escape from his ambush, the Fire Lion King addressed him once more. "Human, can we converse civilly now?" Suyu, intrigued, replied, "Oh, what would you like to discuss?" Given that the Fire Lion King was in no rush, Suyu, too, felt no urgency to attack. After all, he could recover 16 of his energy every minute, so taking this opportunity to regain strength was indeed prudent. Chapter 78. Slaying the Flame Lion King. Huff, huff. The Flame Lion King expelled 2 jets of hot air from its nostrils, which were as thick as barrels, its eyes, seemingly ablaze, fixated intently on Suyu. "Human, I acknowledge your strength. Take your companions and leave. From now on, we shall not interfere with one another. Is that it? You're backing down already?" Suyu gazed at it with a hint of amusement. "You say we won fight, but what about my dignity? Human, do not be ungrateful. Brother Su, we must not let this beast escape. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall slay this creature today." Dusi had somehow arrived beside Suyu, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he regarded the Flame Lion King. Suyu gave him a faint glance, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, the flames in the Lion King's eye seemed ready to erupt as it bellowed furiously at Dusi, "You dare call me a beast? Do you believe this king will tear you apart?" The Flame Lion King's menacing demeanor would have terrified most, causing them to soil themselves in fear. Yet Dusi was undeterred, recalling the harrowing image of his brother being brutally slain by the Flame Lion King. With a twisted expression, he roared, "Come then. If you do not tear me apart today, you are nothing but a cur." Roar. "Human, you seek death." The Flame Lion King roared as it charged at Dusi. Suyu stood aside, showing no intention of intervening. Although he was uncertain of the animosity between Dusi and the Flame Lion King, it was evident that Dusi's actions were designed to provoke the Lion King, intending to use him as a weapon. If that was the case, he might as well let Dusi endure some hardship. Dusi glanced at Suyu, noticing his indifference, and a bitter smile crossed his face as he gripped his massive axe tighter, charging toward the Lion King. The clash between the lion and the man ensued. And while the Flame Lion King bore injuries, it was still far beyond Dusi's capabilities. After a few exchanges, Dusi was sent flying by a powerful paw, crashing heavily into the ruins. Seeing the Flame Lion King preparing to deliver a finishing blow, Suyu swiftly appeared in front of Dusi. "Do you take me for invisible?" At that moment, a nearby warrior seized the opportunity to assist Dusi to safety, and the Lion King halted its advance. "Human, are you certain you wish to oppose me? Such words you speak. Do you truly believe we could ever be friends?" Suyu's eyes sparkled with interest as he continued. "How about this? Why don't you follow me from now on? I'll provide for you." Roar. "This king would rather die than be enslaved by you humans." Suyu raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Lion King harbored a deep-seated resentment towards humanity. It appeared that the prospect of making it a pet was out of the question. "I find it rather intriguing. Logically, you should have lived quite well in the zoo. Why such animosity towards humans?" After a moment of silence, as if lost in recollection, the Flame Lion King finally responded, "I was raised by humans from a young age. Though I lacked some freedom, being well-fed and cared for was not so bad. But one day, another male lion arrived." With a pause, the Flame Lion King roared with fervor, "Why should it be so? Why did you humans send my lioness to be at that brute's mercy?" As he spoke, his teeth clicked ominously. "Yet, what was even more infuriating was that you humans had the audacity to offer my little princess to that beast for breeding, merely for your own amusement." A fierce flame ignited in the eyes of the Lion King. "Breeding, breeding. Why don't you humans mate with it yourselves? In the past, when you were powerful enough to dictate our fates, what has changed? Now that I possess strength, can I not take pleasure in slaying you humans?" "Ah." Su remained silent for a prolonged moment before shaking his head. To him, notions of right and wrong, good and evil, were merely reflections of differing perspectives. With a sharp sound, the crimson blade was drawn. The windbreaker enveloping Su transformed, ultimately coalescing into a suit of dark armor that encased him completely. Great Lion, unleash your full power and let me see if you truly possess the right to govern your own destiny. Upon finishing his words, Su soared into the air, akin to a crane ascending to the heavens. In response to Su's onslaught, the Lion King twisted its form and struck down with a paw. Su did not engage directly. Instead, he deftly evaded using his agile movements. As the seconds ticked by, the wounds on the flaming Lion King multiplied, and its reaction stalled. At the moment the Lion King exposed a flaw, Su unleashed a cleaving wave, diminishing the Lion King's defenses by 23 seconds. That will suffice. Su's gaze sharpened. With proficiency in the degrade Tang Dao and mastery over movement, his attack speed surged by 300. Residual intent flash. Blade draw slash. Time seemed to come to a standstill as Su held the pose of his strike. The flaming Lion King gazed at Su in disbelief, wanting to utter something, yet only managing to emit a series of gasps. A thin red line appeared at its neck, followed by a torrent of blood that stained the ground. Even at that moment, the flaming Lion King did not fall. Its eyes widened, pupils dilating. As more blood gushed forth from its carotid artery, it finally succumbed, crashing to the ground with a tremor that shook the earth. Ding! You have slain the second tier, third-level flaming Lion King, earning 400 spirit essence and 40 experience points. Current experience, 135. 1000. Ding! Talent plunder activated. Strength 4, Agility 4. Listening to the system's notification, Su furrowed his brow. Only 40 experience for a second tier, third-level beast? What a ridiculous joke. Master, actually, the total experience obtained from slaying the flaming Lion King should be at least 4,000. However, humans are quite unique in the universe, as if constrained by some force. You can only absorb a maximum of 40 experience points, while the rest dissipates uncontrollably. This is also why the flaming Lion King can achieve second tier at this stage. They can almost perfectly absorb energy from the creatures they slay. But do not worry too much, Master. I have ways to help you with this in the future. Upon hearing the explanation, Su's frown deepened further. It seems as though humanity is being relentlessly targeted in this cosmic cleansing. Su, feeling his own limitations, is at a loss, unable to navigate through the turmoil. With no further contemplation, he stowed away the crimson blood and turned his gaze towards the orb of white light before the flame Lion King. Just then, a chorus of swallowing sounds echoed around him, as nearly everyone stood in astonished silence, their eyes nearly popping out as they watched Su approach the flame Lion King. Xiaomang, did you see that? This beast is dead. It has truly perished, murmured Du Xi, leaning against a stone. His gaze fixated on the lifeless body of the flame Lion King. The iron-willed man could no longer suppress the sorrow swelling within him, tears streaming down his face. Su, undeterred by the reactions of those around him, reached for the glowing orb. As the light dissipated, a device resembling a Bagua compass appeared in his hand. E-Class Material Transporter. The transporter consists of one main unit and 8 auxiliary units, allowing the transfer of items, but not living beings, between them. It requires energy stones to activate, with the quantity determined by distance. Upon inspecting the transporter, Su's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a remarkable find! I never anticipated the existence of such equipment. Without further ado, he tucked the transporter into his storage ring and turned his attention back to the corpse of the flame Lion King. Thoughts of various culinary methods flooded his mind, recognizing the creature as a prime source of ingredients. Just as he was preparing to collect, Du Xi approached, interrupting his actions. Su. Du Xi's eyes were still slightly red from tears, and seeing Su's momentary hesitation, he quickly interjected. All right, just call me Su. I'm not one for formalities. After witnessing Su's formidable strength, Du Xi felt that referring to him as Brother Su seemed rather presumptuous. Now, hearing Su's words, he felt relieved. Brother Su, do you think the materials from this beast could be sold to us? Materials? You mean? Su inquired, intrigued. Du Xi hastily replied, its skin, teeth, claws, and tail. After a moment of contemplation, Su asked, do you use these to forge weapons? Yes. There are individuals in the base who possess talents in forging and alchemy. Certain organs from extraordinary beasts serve as the finest materials for weapon crafting, Du Xi explained candidly. As for experience points, it is a universal truth for all of humanity, including those in the cosmos. This setup is not designed to suppress the protagonist's level advancement. There are claims that the system is ineffective. However, the narrative conceals many intricacies. The protagonist's accumulation of experience is not stifled. In fact, it surpasses that of others. as the remaining 90 from slain creatures is wholly absorbed by the system. The reasoning behind this will be elucidated later in the text. Additionally, the determination of experience allocation follows specific rules. The expansive worldview of this narrative necessitates the establishment of numerous stringent regulations in a universe teeming with advanced technological civilizations. The notion of an apocalyptic scenario would be nothing short of a farce without such limitations. Some argue that the SSS-grade items in the marketplace are prohibitively expensive, rendering them unattainable for the protagonist throughout their lifetime, or at best, only accessible in the later stages. However, there are indeed numerous avenues to acquire spiritual essence. To illustrate the simplest method, the drop rate for equipment is notably low. Given that the protagonist has access to the marketplace, is it not conceivable for them to assume the role of an equipment merchant, thereby enlisting the world's labor for their own benefit? Chapter 79, The Son of Hope? Suyu was unaware of the true value of the materials derived from the exotic beasts. Lacking a standard, he hesitated to propose a price, and thus inquired, "This is a second-tier exotic beast. What price can you offer? Also, I only require energy stones, nothing else. Brother Su, please name your price." The appearance of Poison Spike was quite flamboyant. The base might not possess much, but they certainly had a decent amount of energy stones. Suyu raised a single finger, stating, "How about 10,000? Cough, cough." Upon hearing Suyu's price, Poison Spike coughed vigorously, his gaze towards Suyu transforming into one of incredulity. The likelihood of obtaining energy stones from slaying zombies and exotic beasts was indeed higher than that of acquiring skill equipment. The theoretical drop rate stood at 1. Yet if one were to suffer from poor luck, even after vanquishing hundreds of zombies, they might not yield a single energy stone. To amass 10,000 unranked energy stones, even with exceptional fortune, one would need to dispatch at least 1,000,000 tier creatures. It was evident how outrageous Suyu's asking price was. "Brother Su, perhaps you could remove 3 zeros? What do you think?" Poison Spike mimicked Suyu, extending 3 fingers. "Goodness, that is quite a harsh cut. How about this? I'll offer you a friendly price of 5,000. As the two continued their haggling, far away in a conference room of the Kyoto military base, some 13,000 kilometers distant, a profound silence reigned. One could hear a pin drop. A group of individuals stared in astonishment at the large screen on the wall, which displayed the scene of Suyu defeating the Flame Lion King. Flanking the large screen were dozens of smaller monitors, each showcasing 1 or 2 military officers clad in uniforms. After a moment, the crowd regained their composure and began to murmur amongst themselves. "A second-tier exotic beast is truly terrifying. We were naively contemplating victory through sheer numbers. How laughable!" In their awe of the exotic beast's might, they were equally curious about how Suyu had accomplished such a feat. Currently, the Empire was fervently training 3 war gods, the strongest of whom had only reached first-tier level 3. It was simply astonishing. Had he already attained the second tier? "We must recruit him. Such a formidable talent cannot be overlooked." Cough, cough. The elderly leader cleared his throat, rapping the table to silence the discussions. As all eyes turned to him, he surveyed the room and began, "The current situation is clear to us all. With the global evolution of all species, once these beings adapt to the apocalyptic environment, humanity will face an unprecedented crisis. Henceforth, we must temporarily abandon our hunting plans. All survival bases are to gather their labor force, focusing entirely on constructing fortifications and initiating agriculture. The previous order has become obsolete in this new world. It is imperative to notify all and establish a brand new set of laws for the apocalypse." The assembled individuals nodded in agreement. Indeed, the formulation of new laws was urgently needed. Just a day had passed since the awakening of humanity's talents, and already numerous disturbances had arisen across the various survival bases. If left unchecked, humanity itself would be its own undoing. Truly, they excelled in nothing but internal strife. For Suyu, no one shall compel him to do anything. Maintaining the status quo suffices. He is a marvel, perhaps even a beacon of hope for humanity. Indeed, the crowd responded in unison. In the Great Xia Empire, the position of the leader can be likened to that of an ancient emperor. At this moment, the leader had already issued his decree, and naturally, there was no dissenting voice. "Very well, is there anything else you wish to add? Speak freely." An hour later, in the spacious conference room, only the elderly man remained seated, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, his gaze flickering as if deep in thought. After a brief moment, appearing to have made a decision, the elder rose and exited the conference room. "Taoist, I come to disturb you once more," he said, carrying a bottle of wine as he entered a courtyard. A portly man, holding a floating dust and sporting a jovial countenance akin to that of an immortal, hurried towards the elder, beaming with a broad smile. "Leader, you are being too formal. Oh dear, why do you keep bringing gifts? It's quite embarrassing. Please, come in. Come in. The Taoist spoke these words, yet his squinting eyes were fixed intently on the wine bottle in the elder's hand. Once inside, the Taoist reluctantly accepted the bottle from the elder, chuckling. Well then, I shall graciously accept it. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, the elder finally expressed his purpose. Taoist, I have come once more to seek your insights regarding the child of hope you mentioned last time. The elder's courteous demeanor towards the seemingly youthful Taoist stemmed from the latter's actual age nearing 90, coupled with his genuine expertise. The rapid development of the Great Xia Empire over the years had significantly benefited from his assistance. A hint of difficulty appeared on the Taoist's chubby face as he apologetically replied, Leader, it is not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, I truly cannot divine anything. The elder was not taken aback by the Taoist's response. He retrieved an A4 sheet from the pocket of his Zhongshan suit, unfolding it to place before the Taoist. Then, see if you can discern anything about this individual. The Taoist picked up the A4 paper, which contained various details about a person, including a photograph. Suyu? The information is quite comprehensive. This is simple. I can deduce it within a minute, he declared, closing his eyes and beginning to calculate. A minute passed. Yet the Taoist's expression remained unchanged. 5 minutes elapsed, and his slender brows furrowed into waves of concern. After 10 minutes, the Taoist opened his eyes, only to find the elder gazing at him with an expectant smile. He awkwardly chuckled. Ha. Well, this time it doesn't count. This time it doesn't count. With that, he scurried into an inner room, returning with a small box, which he opened to reveal a collection of peculiar artifacts. The Taoist carefully extracted the objects, his formerly jovial face now gravely serious. After a prolonged silence, the Taoist sighed with a wry smile. Leader, you have presented me with yet another conundrum. I am unable to ascertain anything about this person. Upon hearing this, the old man not only remained undeterred, but also burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Taoist, you have worked hard, has it not already been deduced? The Taoist was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized his folly, slapping his belly and saying, Indeed, how could I have been so muddled? It is evident that this individual named Suyu is none other than the child of hope. After parting ways with the Taoist, the elder dialed a number and waited patiently. Eventually, a melodious female voice echoed through the line. Grandfather, what is it? My dear, when are you planning to return? Grandfather, I have reached the first tier now. This time, I am determined to capture 01. Once I succeed, I will come back. Long Tong, you should return immediately. I have arranged a marriage for you. What? Impossible. Absolutely not. Grandfather, I could never marry in this lifetime. I implore you to retract your previous statement. This is an order. Grandfather, Lung Tong, I have never imposed anything upon you. How about this? You may meet him first, and if you still refuse afterward, I shall not force you. But, Long Tong, I have already made concessions. Do you truly wish for me to beg you? Very well, then. Guess who the third female lead is? Third? Fourth? Fifth? Sixth? Whichever option garners the most comments will be deemed the most voted for. The correct answer will be those that rank first or second in comments. If you guess correctly, an additional chapter will be released tomorrow, featuring Lin Shi's second awakening plot. And to all my dear friends, feel free to urge for updates. Do not hesitate to fuel this endeavor with your enthusiasm. After all, Cola shall not shy away. Chapter 80. The parkour of the Doomsday City at this moment. So you had successfully negotiated a price with Poison Sting, 300 ordinary energy stones. At this time tomorrow, the exchange would take place here, with the promised reward of 2,000 energy stones from Poison Sting also being delivered. After finalizing the agreement, so you bid farewell to Poison Sting and his companions and departed from the scene. Instead of returning to the villa, so you chose to roam the city in search of prey. As all living beings around the globe awakened their abilities, the number of first-tier zombies gradually increased. A horde of zombies scavenged the streets for food, and upon sensing the scent of blood or hearing even the slightest sound, they would pounce on their prey with the ferocity of starving wolves. Suddenly, a figure appeared amidst the mass of corpses, followed by 2 flashes of blood-red blades slicing through the zombies. With a series of squelching sounds, the figure swiftly vanished from sight, only to reappear atop a tall building. From this vantage point, he surveyed the remaining low-tier zombies that were in a state of frantic confusion as they sought the perpetrator of their demise. A smile gracing his lips. It seemed that in a matter of days, a multitude of creatures would ascend to the first tier alongside the zombies. This was indeed beneficial. With too few first-tier beings, the path to advancement would be arduous. Although his voice was but a whisper, it was clear that the speaker was Suyu. He had no intention of targeting zombies below the first tier. The 0-tier zombies only provided a meager amount of spiritual essence. Wasting his stamina on these low-level zombies was evidently unwise. In the past few hours, Siyu had made considerable gains, having dispatched 41 first-tier zombies and 6 first-tier exotic beasts, while also effortlessly eliminating over 1,000 zombies of lower tiers. Ding. Killing a first-tier 0-level zombie grants 10 spiritual essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 182. 1000. Ding. Talent plunder triggered. Physique 1, Spirit 1. As he listened to the system notifications echoing in his mind, the smile on Su Yu's face broadened. Just as he was about to check his attribute panel, the system notifications began to ring out incessantly. Ding. Contractee Feng Qianxue killed a 0-tier, 3rd-level zombie, gaining 3 spiritual essence. Ding. Contractee Lin Xie killed a 0-tier, 5th-level zombie, gaining 5 spiritual essence. Ding. Contractee Feng Qianxue killed a 0-tier, 6th-level zombie, gaining 6 spiritual essence. Are Qianxue and the others not practicing their agility? Su Yu furrowed his brow in concern. Fearing for Feng Qianxue and her companions, he attempted to call them. But after a lengthy wait, the call remained unanswered. Without delay, Su Yu's figure vanished from the rooftop, rapidly making his way toward the villa district. On his way back, Su Yu sensed a dozen invisible attacks. He realized that the passive effect of the contract oath had activated. He had set the damage transfer ratio for Feng Qianxue and Lin Xie at 50. These attacks posed no threat to him and would not affect him in any way. But it served as a signal. Feng Qianxue and Lin Xie were under attack. With a surge of determination, Siyu unleashed his full speed. The mastery of his D-grade agility technique activated, causing his velocity to increase dramatically. In just a few minutes, Su Yu's figure appeared at Villa No. 1 in the Imperial View Villa District. Qianxue, Xiyang. As he rushed into the villa, Siyu instinctively called out to them, but received no response. Just as he was about to venture out in search of them, his gaze caught a glimpse of a note pressed down on a nearby table. He quickly walked over and picked it up. Darling, I have taken Xiyang and Xiaoqi out for practical training and agility. If you return and do not find us, do not worry. Qianxue. Upon reading the note, Su Yu finally felt a sense of relief. After several minutes, amidst a horde of corpses, he spotted Qianxue and the others. Qianxue and Lin Xiyang were evading the undead using the ordinary tang knives he had previously exchanged, only striking when evasion was no longer an option. The two sisters were already covered in wounds, and Su Yu's heart ached for them, yet he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe from a distance. He understood their determination and fervor, aware that they had nestled into a significant place within his heart. Eventually, Qianxue led Lin Xiyang and Xiaoqi through the throng of corpses. They reached a tall building, where Lin Xiyang, despite her exhaustion, released a surge of life energy to heal them. At this moment, Siyu stepped out from the shadows, revealing himself. Who's there? Upon hearing the footsteps, Qianxue shouted, swiftly drawing her eyes spout towards the source of the sound. Qianxue, it's me. Darling. Siyu Gidge. Mr. Su. 3 voices of surprise rang out simultaneously, with Lin Xiyang leaping directly into Su Yu's embrace. After releasing Lin Xiyang, Siyu reached out to touch her wounds, but hesitated just before making contact. His heart filled with concern as he inquired, does it hurt? Seeing the worried expression on Su Yu's face warmed Lin Xiyang's heart, and she playfully replied, not at all. Gazing at the girl before him, Siyu instinctively ruffled Lin Xiyang's hair. She did not shy away, resembling a docile kitten as she allowed him to affectionately touzle her proud little head. Subsequently, Lin Xiyang continued to channel her life energy to heal them, and the visible wounds on their bodies began to mend at an astonishing pace. By the time Lin Xiyang's energy was nearly depleted, aside from some disarray, there were no visible signs of injury left on them. While the girls rested, Siyu finally spoke. Qianxue, please do not be so reckless next time. I understand your eagerness to strengthen your abilities, but it is essential to have someone on standby to provide support, in case unexpected circumstances arise. You must realize that in this apocalypse, the greatest danger is not the zombies or mutated creatures, but humanity itself. Darling, I will be more cautious in the future. After sharing some food to replenish their energy, Siyu guided them to the edge of the city, preparing for an exhilarating session of parkour in this post-apocalyptic landscape. What you are required to do next is to run continuously towards the southeast, traversing the entirety of the magical city, and upon reaching the opposite end of the city, return to the villa area. The total distance is approximately 2,000 kilometers. Can you accomplish this? Indeed. The ladies displayed no hesitation, and Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The spirit is commendable. However, there is one more point you must remember. Throughout the entire journey, unless faced with life-threatening danger, you are not permitted to engage in combat. Upon hearing this, the women, including Feng Qianxue, were momentarily taken aback. The prohibition against attacking significantly escalated the difficulty. Yet, It was not long before confidence sparkled in their eyes. Challenges arise from difficulties, and they had not trained in vain over the past few days. Observing their determination. So you said no more, gestured grandly, and declared, "Let us commence." In an instant, the women surged forth, charging towards the dilapidated city. Once they entered the city, they quickly realized the magnitude of Suyu's demands. They had to not only navigate various obstacles, but also devise ways to evade being surrounded by hordes of the undead, weaving through them with agility. Their predicament was further compounded by the presence of exotic beasts, while they could generally avoid the larger creatures. The smaller ones seemed to appear from nowhere, striking with lethal precision. Meanwhile, Suyu leaped between the towering buildings, observing the women's progress while occasionally engaging and eliminating a first-tier zombie. Chapter 81. The scheme against Suyu. In the highest command center of the survival base in the Magic City, General Yin addressed the matter at hand. The materials from the second-tier Flame Lion King have been negotiated with Suyu for a price of 300 ordinary energy stones. Before him stood a venerable elder, over 60 years of age, with silver hair peeking from beneath his military cap, which bore insignia indicative of his esteemed rank. He was none other than General Yin, the head of the Magic City military district. With a countenance as dark as night, his piercing eyes sparkled with determination as he smiled and remarked, "Excellent work, Poison Sting. You've performed admirably this time. You may take your leave and rest." After Poison Sting departed, General Yin picked up a photograph of Suyu from his desk and mused, "Truly, heroes emerge in their youth." Just then, a commotion outside drew his attention, causing him to furrow his brow deeply. He beckoned to a young man beside him. "Xiaoli, go see what the disturbance is." A moment later, Xiaoli hurried back in, saying, "General, someone claims to be your grandson and is making quite a fuss outside to come in." With an irritated wave of his hand, General Yin retorted, "Tell him to go back. Do they think this place is a free-for-all?" "Understood." Just as Xiaoli was about to exit, General Yin called him back. "Never mind, let him in." Shortly thereafter, Xiaoli ushered in a young man dressed in designer attire, none other than Sidu-jun. "General Yin, I've brought him in," Xiaoli announced. "Very well, Xiaoli, you may step outside." Nodding, Xiaoli prepared to leave when Sidu-jun patted him on the shoulder. "See, I told you General Yin is my grandfather, yet you did not believe," he whispered conspiratorially. "Kid, learn to be more perceptive and avoid offending those you cannot afford to cross, understand?" Xiaoli frowned but said nothing. Exiting the command center and closing the door behind him, once assured they were alone, Sidu-jun swiftly approached General Yin, embracing him warmly. "Grandfather, I've missed you so much." General Yin stiffened momentarily. Throughout his life, he had commanded with an air of authority, and few dared approach him so intimately. Sidu-jun's unexpected gesture brought him a sense of warmth. Patting Sidu-jun on the head, he said, "All right, take a seat." Once they were both seated, General Yin inquired, "Now tell me, what brings you here today?" Sidu-jun scratched his head, realizing he could not hide his intentions from his grandfather's keen eyes. "Actually, I do have a request. Today, our base is going to hunt the flame lion. I watched the video of the hunt upon their return. You see, Suyu and I are classmates. May I accompany him to the trade tomorrow? I genuinely wish to befriend him. I admit, I was foolish in the past. But in this apocalyptic world, I'm sure you wouldn't want your grandson to achieve nothing in life. I'm merely representing our base for the trade, and I assure you, there will be no issues." Under the charming and playful persuasion of Sidu-jun, General Yin pondered for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. "Xiao-jun, Suyu is not an ordinary individual. He is highly regarded by the imperial leaders. You must cultivate a good relationship with him, even if it means enduring some grievances. Do you understand?" Sidu-jun nodded fervently, his chest pounding with resolve. "Grandfather, you can rest assured." Upon exiting the command headquarters, the smile on Situ-jun's face instantly vanished, replaced by a glint of malice in his eyes. "Humph, Suyu, your demise is imminent. And that bastard Situi dared to sneak away. Once I find you, I will ensure you regret ever coming into this world." Situ-jun first retrieved 300 ordinary energy stones from the supply depot with a commanding order, then hurried back to the designated courtyard of the base. As he forcefully pushed open the door and encountered a middle-aged man, he proclaimed with pride, "Father, the task is accomplished." The middle-aged man, Situ-hen, the head of the Situ family, rose swiftly and approached Situ-jun, his voice laced with urgency. "Where are the energy stones? Did you acquire them?" "Of course," Situ-jun responded, raising the briefcase in his hand. Situ-hen took the briefcase, and with a couple of sharp clicks, opened it to reveal an orderly array of ordinary energy stones, each the size of a coin. "Excellent. With these energy stones, our Situ family can attract more talented individuals to strengthen our clan. Juner, you have finally done something to make your father proud." As Situ-hen spoke, a look of satisfaction crossed his face, but it soon faded as he recalled something. "Juner, Now that matters have escalated, so you cannot be spared. I will issue a notice. Tomorrow, gather all first-tier members of the family. We must encircle and eliminate him, leaving no future troubles. Do you understand? Father, have no worries. Strength in numbers prevails. Our family boasts nearly 1,000 first-tier powerhouses. We can easily overwhelm him, Sidu Jun replied dismissively. Their family was no small clan, bolstered by military support, rapidly growing in power within the base. In the survival base of Modu, aside from the military forces, the Situ family was the strongest. Sitahin furrowed his brows, displeased. Do not underestimate him. You have seen the video of him defeating the Flame Lion King. This man must not be taken lightly. Moreover, you know your grandfather's temperament. If this matter were to be exposed, he would not hesitate to act against kin for the greater good. Therefore, this must succeed. All right, father. I understand. Why do you always treat me like a child? After contemplating, Sitahin remained somewhat uneasy. Were it not for the sensitivity of the situation, he would never allow Situ Jun to lead. He understood his son's character all too well, but there was no other option. After all, Sitahin had no other heir. Situ Hin retrieved a talisman-like object from his storage ring. Juner, take this and keep it close. Situ Jun, however, was not focused on the talisman. Instead, his eyes sparkled with interest, fixated on the storage ring on Situ Hin's wrist. Father, I do not desire this. If not, would you kindly hand me the storage bracelet? Leave me be. When Suyu and the others returned to the villa, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Upon entering, the girls collapsed onto the sofa. Utterly exhausted, their fingers lacking the strength to move. In contrast, Suyu, having not rested throughout the ordeal and having vanquished 67 first-tier zombie beasts, appeared remarkably at ease. After lighting a large candle as thick as a water bucket in the living room, he settled down beside the girls. You all performed admirably today, showing significant progress. At this rate, within a week or so, you should master the art of movement, he remarked. The girls' eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if their strength had been partially restored. Lindsay's eyes twinkled like crescent moons as she exclaimed, Is that true, Brother Suyu? Absolutely. You have all worked hard today. Go take a bath first. We will have something to eat later and turn in early tonight. Feng Qinshuan nodded in agreement, saying, All right. I will prepare the water. However, her reference to preparing the water did not imply turning on the faucet, but rather utilizing her innate ability to conjure water. Although her talent was ice-based, it could also be transformed into water, thus she had been responsible for sourcing water for the group over the past few days. Suyu restrained Feng Qianxue, who was about to rise, shaking his head as he said, Enough. You are all exhausted. There is no need to overexert yourselves. I will handle the water today. You should rest for a while. Little fairy, please exchange for 10 barrels of bottled water. Certainly, master. Beep. Purchasing regular bottled water x 10. Deducting 50 spirit essence, remaining spirit essence 269, 189. Once the bottled water was procured, he heated it and then invited Feng Qianxue and Lin Xie to enjoy a relaxing bath together. Indeed, it is utterly refreshing. After days of rigorous training, Su Yu's resolve remained steadfast. Chapter 82. Are you so certain you have me under your thumb? Additional update. On the following morning, after practicing sword techniques for half an hour in the courtyard of the villa, Su Yu was joined by several women who had also risen and refreshed themselves. After a casual breakfast, Su Yu led the ladies towards the Magic City Zoo. As they entered the zoo's grounds, Su Yu paused momentarily, casting a suspicious glance towards a nearby ruin. Could that earlier gaze have belonged to a member of the Poison Sting? Lin Xiangyu grasped Su Yu's hand and, noticing his hesitation, inquired, Brother Su Yu, is something wrong? Su Yu frowned slightly, then shook his head, reassuring her, It's nothing. Let's continue. After they had moved some distance away, a man concealed behind a massive stone in the ruins wiped the cold sweat from his brow and retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist. Young master, the target has arrived, along with 3 women. As they ventured further, Su Yu's unease intensified. He halted and furrowed his brow, calling out, Poison Sting. When no response came after a while, he sighed in resignation. It seems trouble is once again knocking at my door. Clap, clap, clap. Realizing he had been discovered, Situ Jun stepped out of the shadows, no longer concealing himself. Accompanying him were several hundred individuals who had been lurking nearby. Haha, see you, we meet again. Oh, isn't this the divine Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiangyu? It has indeed been a while. Have you missed me, young master? Situ Jun's face was alight with mirth, but a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as they settled on Xiaoqi. As Situ Jun and his entourage emerged, Siyu activated his detection ability. To his surprise, all 700 or 800 individuals were at the first level. However, recalling Situ Jun's formidable background, he felt some relief. With ample firearms and ammunition, even ordinary individuals could easily elevate from 0 to first level by slaying low-tier zombies. Faced with the encirclement, Suyu remained undaunted, inquiring with curiosity, "Is this your doing? Or that of the military district of the Magic City?" Situ Jun replied with a playful smirk, "My grandfather is the head of the Magic City military district." "Do you really think your question holds any significance? What happened to your previous bravado? Has it all disappeared now?" Before Suyu could respond, Situ Jun continued with a lewd grin, "How about you personally bind these lovely ladies behind you and bring them to me? I might spare your life. Rest assured, I will treat them well, ha 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 ha." "Situ Jun, you are courting death." At this moment, Feng Qianxue had already drawn her ice bow, her face a mask of fury as she shouted. Lin Xiangyu, biting her lip and wielding a Tang Dao, appeared ready to charge at Situ Jun. Siyu stepped forward, his black trench coat adorned with crimson stripes transforming into a suit of pitch-black armor as he advanced. "Are you so certain you have me at your mercy? I had yet to seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep." Situ Jun instinctively took a step back, his face reddening as he shouted. "You stay right there. Do you truly believe we cannot kill you with our numbers? Do you trust? I believe you? Not a chance." With a powerful thrust of his legs, Suyu instantly appeared before Situ Jun, delivering a swift kick. "Ah!" Situ Jun let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying. Suyu swiftly followed, gripping Situ Jun's ankle to abruptly halt his trajectory. He then wielded Situ Jun like a weapon, swinging him in an arc toward the throng of onlookers. 80, 80, 80. Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze sparkling with excitement. "Brother Suyu, has he always been this ruthless? And that armor looks so cool. Get ready for battle. Xiaoqi, take Shi away from the battlefield and ensure her safety." Feng Qianxue commanded Xiaoqi, before swiftly loosing an arrow that struck an unsuspecting man, puncturing his skull. Xiaoqi nodded, grasping Lin Xia's hand as they activated their talent, the Dark Shadow, and vanished into the shadows. After delivering a relentless barrage of blows, Situ Jun was reduced to a mere puddle, unconscious and unrecognizable. His companions finally rallied, brandishing weapons and charging forward. As the crowd closed in, Siyu forcefully hurled Situ Jun like a cannonball, sending him crashing into a throng of attackers. Clang! Blade draw slash! A crimson blade of light sliced through the air, imbued with a murderous intent, sweeping toward the crowd. Several individuals caught off guard were cleaved in two. However, Siyu remained oblivious to the fact that upon contact with the blade, Situ Jun emitted a faint glow before vanishing from sight. Ding! Killed first level 0th rank human Wang Yuan. Gained 10 spirit essence, 1 experience point, current experience 250. 1000. Ding. Talent plunder activated, agility 1, constitution 1. Ding. Killed first level 0th rank human Situ Lingjio. Gained 10 spirit essence, 1 experience point, current experience 251. 1000. Ding. Talent plunder activated. Agility 1, spirit 1. Ding. Contractor Feng Qianxue killed first level 0th rank human Lu Feng. Gained 10 spirit essence. Listening to the series of system notifications echoing in his mind, Siyu scanned his surroundings, revealing a bloodthirsty smile that suggested he relished the act of killing. A crimson hue flashing in his eyes, exuding a murderous aura. In the system space within his mind, Xiao Xian looked on with concern. Something's off. The master isn't himself. Master. Master. What's wrong? Please don't scare me. Suyu seemed to disregard Xiao Xian's pleas, plunging into the fray with a blood-soaked fervor. 1, 2, 3. With each life extinguished, the smile on Siyu's face deepened. Don't engage him in close combat. Fall back. Use your abilities to bring him down. Amidst the throng, a man wielding a machete shouted vehemently. Siyu abruptly turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon the man. With a swift motion, he released the crimson blade, which soared through the air and pierced the man's throat. The machete-wielding figure collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, his countenance frozen in bewilderment. Utterly oblivious to the manner of his demise, returned to the blade. The skill of the crimson blade was activated, causing it to halt mid-flight and swiftly return to Suyu's grasp. At that moment, a barrage of attacks surged toward him. Boom! He was struck. As the dust began to settle, onlookers halted their assault, their eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on the center of the dust cloud, desperate to ascertain whether Suyu had survived. Feng Qianxue paused in her archery, her beautiful eyes anxiously scanning the scene of the explosion, her delicate fingers gripping the ice spout tightly. After a brief moment, the dust dissipated. A figure slowly emerged, appearing exceedingly wretched. His dark armor was tattered, and half of his facial mask had been blown away, revealing his icy eyes that sent chills down spines. Though Siyu appeared to be in a pitiful state, he had sustained no significant harm. His absolute defense talent rendered him impervious to 50 of the damage, nullifying the effects of most attacks from those present. With a frigid gaze, Siyu surveyed the crowd, and anyone caught in his line of sight shivered involuntarily, a chill creeping into their hearts. "You are courting death." As his words echoed, Siyu vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, he was already before the crowd, his Tang Dao, the crimson blade, slashing fiercely, the blade's wind howling ominously. Wherever he passed, heads rolled. In that moment, he could no longer hear the lamentations of those he had slain. Chapter 83, The Eruption of Lin Xiang. Awakening of the Second Talent. Additional update. As Siyu plunged into the crowd, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Feng Qianque's beautiful eyes. An enduring chill enveloped her, serving as a protective barrier, while ice-blue arrows shot forth from her hands, reaping the lives of those who dared to approach her. Occasionally, one would rush close to Feng Qianque, only to discover that their attacks were utterly ineffective, leaving them with a paralyzing sensation of frostbite that slowed their movements. "Quick! Subdue this woman!" a man shouted, leading a group towards Feng Qianque with fervor. Feng Qianque's innate skill, Heart of Ice, granted her a defensive shield if she remained unscathed for 60 seconds. Now, faced with a barrage of assaults, even the Heart of Ice shield began to falter. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered. Simultaneously, the last man to strike the shield froze in place, an aura of chilling cold radiating from him until he was entirely engulfed. In mere moments, he transformed into a lifeless ice sculpture, his face etched with terror. As the onlookers stood in stunned silence, Feng Qianque lightly propelled herself into the air, gracefully landing atop a distant boulder, standing firm with her garments billowing like wings. Meanwhile, at a location far removed from the battlefield, Lin Xiang and Shao Qi observed the conflict. However, Lin Xiang's demeanor was decidedly unsettling. Her once lovely and pure visage had faded from a gentle pink to a pallid hue. Her lips, once a luscious pink, now appeared gray, as if she had lost her very vitality. Her hands and fingers twitched involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she bit her lip, embodying unbearable anguish. In a flash, Shao Qi perceived Lin Xiang's distress. "Miss Xiang, what's wrong?" she exclaimed, reaching out to grasp Lin Xiang's trembling hand. "Ah." Upon making contact with Lin Xiang, Shao Qi recoiled as if struck by lightning, withdrawing her hand with haste. An overwhelming, bone-chilling cold emanated from Lin Xiang. Not merely a drop in temperature, but a shudder that seemed to resonate from her very soul. "Miss Xiang, what is happening to you? Please, don't frighten me." Lin Xiang offered no response, her icy aura intensifying as her gaze remained fixated on the figure wreaking havoc on the battlefield. You dare to harm my brother Siyu. You all shall perish." Lin Xiang's voice, low and filled with frenzy, emerged from the depths of her throat, echoing like a decree from the Grim Reaper. With a sudden surge, dark mist enveloped Lin Xiang, swirling around her like a tempestuous flame, as if intent on reducing everything before her to ashes. In her grasp, a massive black scythe materialized, a weapon befitting the embodiment of death, adorned with crimson engravings. The scythe towered over Lin Xiang, its curved blade both colossal and razor-sharp, instilling profound dread in all who beheld it. "What is this?" In that moment, the gentle and shy Lin Xiang vanished, replaced by a demon seemingly emerged from the depths of hell. Lin Xiang walked step by step towards the heart of the battlefield, and wherever she passed, the surrounding flowers, grasses, and trees withered rapidly. The warriors on the battlefield soon discovered this unexpected visitor, and many rushed towards her. Faced with a young girl, or with Siyu, the merciless demon of death, they believed they could discern their choice clearly. However, they quickly realized how naive and foolish their assumptions were. Those who charged forward were, without exception, cleaved in two by this seemingly fragile girl. "Ah, they are all demons. Run, or we will all perish here." Finally, someone could not help but shout. In the span of just a short while, 100 or 200 of them had fallen, and against Siyu and his companions, they saw no glimmer of hope for victory. With one leading the retreat, the remaining fighters lost their will to fight. Just as they prepared to flee, they were horrified to discover that they could not move. The death barrier, accompanied by Lin Xiang's delicate shout. Enormous black cross-shaped pillars of light shot into the sky. Once the black pillars reached several hundred meters in height, they emitted waves of black mist from their tops, enveloping the entire arena like a massive shroud. At that moment, the people within felt a sudden lightness, regaining their ability to move. Without a moment's hesitation, they all fled the battlefield. A man on the outskirts was the first to rush towards the black mist, and as he approached this dark barrier, he took a bite of courage and charged in. Bang! The instant the man made contact with the black barrier, it was as if he had collided with impenetrable steel, causing him to fall to the ground, painfully rubbing his forehead. "Those who dare harm Brother Siyu shall not escape." Lin Xiang scolded fiercely, tightening her grip on the enormous scythe and charging into the crowd. After a long while, thud, as the last person fell, the once clamorous battlefield fell into a profound silence. The metallic scent of blood wafted over the ruins, the air thick with an aura of death. The massive black barrier gradually dissipated. In the midst of it all, Suyu observed everything around him with indifference. His cold expression suggested that the events that had just transpired bore no relation to him. Pat, pat, hearing footsteps behind him. The murderous intent in Suyu's eyes flickered momentarily. Swish. The blade of crimson blood sliced through the air. Master, wake up. Darling. No. Suyu's movements froze. The sharp blade resting against Lin Xiang's delicate neck. The icy touch of the blade sent a shiver through her as it grazed her skin. A trickle of blood flowing from her tender neck. The dark aura surrounding Lin Xiang had, unbeknownst to her, retreated into her body, restoring her youthful sweetness. Ignoring the slight pain at her neck, she beamed a sweet smile and softly called out, Brother Suyu. Then, her body weakened, and she fell to the side. The crimson hue in Suyu's eyes quickly faded, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it. How did I get carried away? He swiftly sheathed his blade and caught Lin Xiang's delicate form in his arms. Feng Qianxue hastily approached, her gaze falling upon her younger sister, Lin Xie, who lay unconscious in Suyu's arms. With urgency, she inquired, Xie? My dear husband, what has happened to Xie? Still somewhat disoriented. Suyu slowly lifted his head upon hearing Feng Qianxue's voice, his hoarse tone laced with bitterness. Qianxue, Master, you frightened little Xian to death just now. Please do not worry about Sister Xie. She is fine. The voice of little Xian resonated in Suyu's mind, momentarily taking him aback. Little Xian, are you certain that Xie is unharmed? Yes, Master. If you use the eye of detection, you will understand. If I am not mistaken, Sister Xie has just utilized the power of death, which must have clashed with her primary talent, the power of life, resulting in her fainting. Without delay, Suyu activated the eye of detection to observe Lin Xie. Indeed, her second talent had been awakened, an SSS-level talent known as the Scythe of Death, imbued with an overwhelming force of mortality that possessed terrifying lethality. After communicating with little Xian, Suyu's previously taught heart finally found some respite. Qianxue, Xie is all right. She has merely awakened her second talent, which is associated with death, clashing with her primary talent of life. The level of the power of life is inferior to that of her second talent, hence her current state of unconsciousness. Once we elevate the level of the life power talent in the future, such incidents should not recur. Upon hearing this, Feng Qianxue exhaled in relief, now understanding the reason behind her sister's prior fainting spells. Chapter 84. The path to wealth lies in plunder. After entrusting the unconscious Lin Xi to Feng Qianxue for care, Xi rose to his feet. Surveying the corpses strewn about, he gradually felt an inexplicable urge for violence stirring within him, akin to the desire for vengeance. He struggled against the impulse to rush forward and eliminate his foes. Frowning, Suyu recognized that something was amiss. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed this unsettling thought and inquired within, Little fairy, I sense that something is not quite right with me. After conveying his current state and feelings to the little fairy, there was a moment of silence before she responded. Master, this seems to be merely a psychological issue. After all, you have transitioned from an ordinary individual to your current self in just over 10 days. However, you have already slain no fewer than 100,000 zombies. Coupled with the sudden massacre of so many of your kind, it is natural for pent-up hostility to manifest. It simply needs to be released. Suyu nodded in agreement, having realized that he had become increasingly cruel and indifferent towards life. In this post-apocalyptic world, perhaps the transformation into a monster for some was a result of excessive bloodshed. A need for release. He did not wish to become a mere killing machine. Little fairy, how can I better control my emotions? That is quite simple, Master. You merely need to engage in activities that bring you joy and relieve stress. In no time, you will adapt. Pleasurable activities? Don't I engage in those daily? Perhaps I need to do them more frequently? Master, that is not the point. I am referring to relaxing your mind. Your mood. Very well. Shaking his head, Suyu decided to ponder no further. He called out to Xiaoqi, and the two began to clear the battlefield. With 700 or 800 combatants defeated, they had amassed over 10 luminous orbs, confirming that even slaying their own kind yielded rewards, along with the items collected from the corpses. Their haul was substantial: 7 F-grade energy stones, 1 F-grade storage ring, 1 set of F-grade armor, 3 F-grade weapons, and 132 unranked energy stones. Indeed, plundering was the true path to prosperity. Turning to Xiaoqi, whose face radiated delight, Suyu's gaze flickered. Little fairy, exchange for 5 F-grade tracking talismans. Understood, Master. Ding. Purchased F-grade tracking talisman X5, deducting 500 spirit essence. Remaining spirit essence, 277, 319. Avoiding Xiaoqi's gaze, Suyu activated the 5 talismans, directing them towards the 5 pieces of equipment in his possession. Subsequently, he handed these items to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, these are for you. Ah, Mr. Su, what? What is this for? Xiaoqi exclaimed, overwhelmed by the pile of equipment. It is time for us to part ways. With Situ Jun deceased, you should return to Situ Yi. Ah, but. Enough, go. Please convey my regards. We shall meet again. Seeing that Su Yu was not joking, Xiaoqi ceased to insist. After bidding farewell to Su Yu and Feng Qianxue, she hurriedly departed. Observing Xiaoqi's retreating figure, Su Yu revealed a meaningful smile. Subsequently, he lifted Lin Shiyong and, accompanied by Feng Qianxue, sought out an unoccupied house for temporary refuge. Shortly after their departure, a colossal zombie appeared, seemingly in search of something. However, upon encountering the corpses strewn about, it appeared to feel hunger, casually picking up a body and devouring it as if it were a small fish. One bite after another. Within an ordinary residence, Su Yu gently patted Feng Qianxue on the shoulder. Qianxue, you should rest. Xiyang is fine and will awaken shortly. Feng Qianxue shook her head with a light chuckle. Husband, I'm perfectly fine. I merely wish to keep Xiyang company. You, on the other hand, should take a moment to clean up. You're quite filthy. Seeing this, Su Yu ceased his persuasion. Although his previously tattered clothing had returned to its original state, his skin still bore a layer of bloodstains. While the combat suit had self-cleaning capabilities, it only addressed surface dirt, leaving the grime on his body untouched. He made his way to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with several buckets of water. Su Yu shed his garments and reclined within. The frigid water rose to his chest, invigorating him considerably as he began to reflect on the day's gains. The humans he had slain were all of the first level and 0 rank, totaling an increase of 130 spiritual essence, indicating that he and the 2 women had collectively dispatched 813 individuals. His experience had risen by 603 points, suggesting that he had personally eliminated 603 of those, while the remaining 210 had fallen to Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyang. Incredible! This Situ Jun truly was a good person. He mused inwardly, even feeling a tinge of regret for having put him down so swiftly. Had he been spared, perhaps he could have gathered a group of his own. Moreover, he felt no psychological burden when dealing with such individuals. What a pity! What a tremendous source of experience! Shaking his head, he turned his attention to his attribute panel. In addition to the spiritual essence and experience, his talent for plunder had reached its limit. The fluctuations in combat power were notable. Proficiency in the Tang Dao stood at level 3, agility at level 3, and absolute defense talent at 0. 5. With D-grade skills at 0. 2. Name, Su Yu level. First stage, 0 rank, 852. 6 1000. Combat power, 2714 strength, 77420. The average adult's 4-dimensional attributes are 10. Agility, 659. Constitution, 691. Mentality, 676. Spiritual essence, 277,319. Attractiveness, 94. Evolution points, 0, 64. Can be used to enhance talents and skill levels. Contractors, Feng Qianxue, 50 attack transfer. Lin Shiyang, 50 talent. SSS level plunder unique, 1000. S level absolute defense, 50 damage reduction from any attack. Energy recovers at 16 per minute. Skills, SSS level Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang technique, 64. C level Tang Dao proficiency, C level body technique proficiency, F level culinary skills proficiency, D level blade draw, D level rift, D level flash of intent. D-level Aurora Shattered Cloud Technique, Eye of Detection, Items, E-level Tang Dao Qi Shui, E-level Battle Garb MOU, E-level Storage Ring, F-level AK-47, F-level Automatic Recovery Magazine 2. F-level Energy Stones 10, Ordinary Energy Stones 1686. This wave has reaped tremendous rewards. All 4-dimensional attributes have significantly improved, with combat power soaring to 2695. If all the energy stones are exchanged, it would yield 178,600 spiritual essence, combined with the existing 277,319 spiritual essence, totaling 455,919 spiritual essence. Only a little over 40,000 spiritual essence remains to reach 500,000. As he calculated, Su Yu suddenly sat up, his heart ablaze with desire to venture out and slay some zombies. Master, have you forgotten what Xiaoxian told you? Do not strain yourself too much. It is essential to rest when needed. Xiao Xian's words poured cold water over Su Yu's fervor, deflating his excitement like a punctured balloon, leading him to recline back into the bathtub. In the survival base of the Demon City, Situ Hen paced anxiously in front of the courtyard. Upon noticing 4 or 5 individuals approaching briskly from a distance, he hurriedly welcomed them. Gentlemen, without further ado, please do everything in your power to save my son. I, Situ Hen, will offer generous rewards afterward. He then guided them into a room. On the bed lay a bloodied figure, gasping for breath, nearing the end. Upon witnessing the wretched state of the individual, the newcomers gasped collectively as they reached the bedside. What enmity could have led to such a fate? The upper body was grotesquely deformed, flesh and blood a horrific mess, bones shattered beyond count. The face was even more tragic, with the nose completely caved in, and not a single part of the visage remaining unscathed. Gentlemen, please commence treatment at once. Hearing Situ Hen's grave tone, the group finally snapped into action, unleashing their innate energy to begin the healing process. Situ Hen stood by with a somber expression. Previously, he had given Situ Jun a secondary talisman that allowed for teleportation to the primary talisman's location upon suffering a fatal blow. An F-level item with such formidable power bore significant side effects. The user's level would reset to 0, and their innate abilities would vanish entirely. This meant that even if Situ Jun recovered, he would forever be devoid of his innate talents. Yet, at least his life would be spared. Master Situ, our abilities are limited. We will require several more treatments for a complete recovery. You see this? A middle-aged man glanced at Situ Hen, uttering these words while his fingers anxiously rubbed together. Haha, you have all worked hard. Rest assured, as long as Junior is treated successfully, I shall double the previously promised reward. Situ Hen replied with a hearty laugh. He then gestured to a subordinate nearby. Take these gentlemen down for a proper rest and ensure they are well attended to. If anything goes awry, I shall hold you accountable. Yes. As the subordinate led the group away, Situ Hen's expression darkened. Keep a close watch on these individuals. They must not be allowed to convey even the slightest message outside. Once Junior has recovered, deal with them. Understood. Besides Situ Hen, an elderly man who appeared to be a steward replied. Chapter 85, In this day and age. Who still uses the stairs? Date, July 27th, 2031, according to the Blue Star calendar. 15 days have elapsed since the cataclysm. The once thriving city of magic has been reduced to a vast wasteland, a panorama of desolation and gloom, permeated by an unbearable stench of decay. With a thud, a first-tier zombie collapsed heavily to the ground, a pool of dark red blood pooling beneath it. Notification, killed a level 1 zombie, gained 10 spirit essence, 1 experience point. Current experience, 1,000. 1,000. Notification, the plundering talent has reached its limit. It will refresh upon level up. Notification, host experience has reached its limit. Would you like to upgrade? Experience cannot accumulate without leveling up. Upgrade. Little Fairy, allocate all upgrade attributes to agility. Certainly, Master. Feeling a surge of strength coursing through his body, Siyu flexed his joints and waved towards the 2 graceful figures in the distance. Xian Shui Shiyao. Let us go back for a meal. At this moment, 3 days had passed since Lin Shiyao fell unconscious. Fortunately, her life force talent had elevated to S rank, and awakening the SSS rank Death Scythe did not adversely affect her. She regained consciousness that very afternoon. Had it not been for Suyu, her life force talent would have remained at B rank, and awakening the Death Scythe could have easily resulted in her demise. As it stands, as long as she refrains from utilizing the Death Scythe ability, she remains unaffected. Even if she were to force its use, the worst outcome would be a temporary loss of consciousness. However, one must concede that the Death Scythe talent is undeniably formidable, leaving Suyu envious. Were Lin Xiao not already his, he might have considered eliminating the Righteous Maiden. Name, Lin Xiao. Contractor has gained attributes 8240. Level, first tier 0 level, 1000. Combat power, 478. Strength, 182. The average adult's 4-dimensional attributes are 10. Agility, 256. Physique, 184. Mentality, 334. Appearance, 97. Evolution points, 0, 38. Can be used to enhance talents and skill levels. Affinity, 93. 7. Base 30. Talent, S-rank life force talent. Possesses exceptional healing abilities. Healing effect increased by 60. SSS rank Death Scythe talent. Infused with potent death energy. Exhibiting terrifying lethality. Damage increased by 100. Mental energy recovery rate, 16. Both talents combined. Skills, talent skill. Blessing consumes 50 of own energy. Summoning sacred energy within a radius of 500 m x 500 m, tier 1. Healing all designated allies, restoring 20 of all states. Cooldown period, 1 day. Talent skill, death domain continually consumes energy, unleashing a field of death. Enemies within the domain cannot recover from their injuries. With no cooldown period. Talent skill, death's power. Utilizes the Death Scythe for attacks, infusing attacks with the power of death erosion. Damage increased by 100. Passive skill, no consumption. No cooldown period. The gifted skill, Death Barrier. Utilizing the power of death to create a barrier that seals the heavens and earth, allowing entry but forbidding exit. The range is determined by the output energy. The creator of the barrier experiences a 100 enhancement in their fundamental four-dimensional attributes. And should they fall into a coma or perish, the barrier dissipates. The cooldown period is 6 hours. Items: E-grade storage ring, F-grade blood red scythe, F-grade silenced P938 handgun with silver wings, F-grade battlesuit whisper, F-grade automatic recovery magazines 2. An exceedingly formidable talent, and with this ability, even weapons become unnecessary. The accompanying skills are increasingly extraordinary. Lin Siye approached Suyu and affectionately wrapped her arm around his. Brother Suyu, will you be cooking for us at noon today? The lion head you made from that big lion yesterday was absolutely delicious. Can we have braised lion head again today? You are quite the little foodie. Siyu replied with a beaming smile, ruffling her hair. He then extended his left hand, grasping Feng Qianxue's right hand, offering her a warm smile. Accompanied by Lin Siye, the trio strolled into the distance, the setting sun elongating their shadows further and further. At the dining table, Siyu prepared an abundant spread, featuring the truly exquisite braised lion head, rich in flavor, tender, and melting in the mouth. There was the decadent yet not greasy first-tier wild boar braised pork, along with kung pao chicken made from a zero-tier, level 5 exotic rooster, the meat succulent and complemented by the crunch of peanuts, creating a delightful texture. Garlic-flavored ribs, stir-fried pork with green peppers, crispy meat vegetable soup, and bite-sized cola chicken wings made Lin Siye drool with anticipation. After removing his apron and placing it aside, Suyu sat down, prompting Lin Siye to cheerfully exclaim, I'm about to dig in. Oh my, this cola chicken wing is simply divine. Brother Suyu, sister, you must try it. Lin Siye exclaimed, serving a piece of the cola chicken wing to both Suyu and Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue took a tentative bite. Although she typically was fond of chicken, her eyes widened in surprise after tasting the wing. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Is there anything you can't do? Haha. Hurry and eat. I have plenty of skills, Suyu replied. After the meal, the two women cleared the table while Suyu lazily reclined on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling in contemplation. For the past few days, he had been awaiting a response from the Magic City. Yet it seemed as though both the Magic City and the higher-ups had completely ignored the incident. While Suyu could understand a lack of response from the higher-ups, he found it perplexing that the Magic City remained silent as well. After all, wasn't Situ Jun the grandson of the military authority in Magic City? Suyu attempted to return the call from the higher-ups in search of an explanation, but for reasons unknown, perhaps due to a single line or other factors, the call remained unreachable. He also considered directly storming the survival base in Magic City. With his current spiritual energy, he had enough to exchange for a C-grade RV, which could withstand nuclear attacks. Thus, all he needed was to acquire the C-grade RV, and he could turn the Magic City base upside down. However, the repercussions of such actions were consequences Suyu found himself unable to bear. Firstly, Suyu harbored no desire to instigate unnecessary carnage, nor did he wish to attract an overwhelming horde of zombies and aberrant beasts that could lead to the annihilation of the entire survival base. With a resident population exceeding 200 million in the Magic City, the number of surviving humans in the base must surely be in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Despite his penchant for violence, he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, should events escalate to such a point, he would become a mortal enemy of the Empire. Suyu had no intention of remaining hidden within his mobile home, nor did he possess the hubris to believe that his current prowess could stand against an entire empire. Yet, the 300 energy stones owed to him by the Magic City could not simply be overlooked. What belonged to Suyu was not something anyone could lay hands on without consequence. Once I locate that girl from the game in Suzhou and Hangzhou, I shall seek an opportunity to return to the Magic City, where I can also address the matter regarding Situ E, Suyu mused, shaking his head to dispel further thoughts. He then turned his attention to his attribute panel. In recent days, the number of first-tier zombies and beasts had proliferated without any deliberate search on his part, and he had slain over 100 first-tier creatures, resulting in an elevation of his level. His spiritual essence surged to 472,919, averaging nearly 70,000 per day. The energy stones had reached a count of 1,765, with 13 of them classified as F-grade. He refrained from exchanging energy stones for spiritual essence, as activating the C-grade mobile home required the consumption of energy stones. So he was concerned that should he exchange for the C-grade vehicle, he might find himself lacking the energy stones necessary for propulsion, an awkward predicament indeed. However, for the moment, he had amassed enough. With a sudden burst of energy, Suyu propelled himself upright and called out to the kitchen, Qianxue, stop tidying up and come outside for a moment. I have a surprise for you. What surprise, brother Suyu? Lin Siye inquired, peeking her head out from the kitchen. You'll find out when we go outside. Hurry, hurry. Siyu urged, pulling one of them along as he swiftly made his way to the living room balcony, embracing both women at the waist before leaping down. In these times, who still used the stairs? Landing steadily from the 7th floor, they found no zombies in their vicinity, as the area had been largely cleared in recent days. Xiao Xian, convert 300 ordinary energy stones into spiritual essence. Certainly, Master. Beep, 300 ordinary energy stones successfully exchanged. Spiritual essence 30,000, remaining spiritual essence 502,919. Okay, Xiao Xian, search for classifications of mobile homes and list all C-grade vehicles. Chapter 86, the high-tech RV, the Galactic C-Class RV. The C-Class RV, known as the Galactic, is priced at 500,000 spirit points, while the Bumblebee model also costs the same. The functionalities of these RVs are largely similar. The most significant distinction lies in their individual exteriors. Soon enough, Siyu's gaze fell upon one particular model, and with a heart brimming with excitement, he proceeded to make his choice. Ding. Purchase of the C-Class RV, Galactic, completed. 500,000 spirit points deducted. Remaining balance, 2,919 spirit points. Ding. Acquired C-Class RV, Galactic. Would you like to bind it? Bind. In the next instant, a magnificent sci-fi RV appeared before their eyes, measuring 10 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and nearly 4 meters in height, boasting 10 gleaming wheels. Wow. Brother Siyu, is this the surprise you mentioned? This vehicle is absolutely stunning, Lin Xia exclaimed. Unable to contain her awe, she reached out to touch its sleek surface. Come on, let us take a closer look. Siyu led the two women to the side door of the RV, where a soft hissing sound was heard, followed by the automatic opening of the door and the extension of a staircase. With hearts racing in anticipation, they stepped inside the Galactic, only to be utterly astonished. Even though Siyu was aware that the C-Class RV employed space-folding technology, expanding its actual space 100-fold, the sheer magnitude of it left him speechless. It was immense, an astonishingly vast area measuring 1,000 meters in length, 300 meters in width, and 400 meters in height. At that moment, despite the space appearing somewhat empty, with only a control console at the forefront, the visual contrast was overwhelmingly impressive. Siyu, snapping back to reality, felt a twinge of curiosity. Was the area inside the Galactic truly devoid of anything apart from the control console? If that were the case, the expenditure of 500,000 spirit points would seem rather unjustifiable. Let us check over there, Siyu suggested, pointing towards the direction of the control console as he made his way over. Qian Shui and Lin Xia followed obediently, their curious gazes scanning their surroundings. The control console was devoid of complex buttons yet exuded a distinctly futuristic aura. In front of the console stood a massive display screen, projecting the scenery outside the RV. After a moment of curiosity, Siyu noticed a small platform beside the console, engraved with intricate palm patterns. He tentatively placed his hand upon it. Buzz. Instantly, the platform emanated a soft blue glow, which spread toward the control console. As the entire console illuminated, a mechanical female voice resonated. Master, this is your first activation of the Galactic. Please name the intelligence core. Let us call it Galactic. Naming successful. The Galactic will be at your service. Please select the interior layout and style of the Galactic. As Siyu beheld the various design styles and layout templates displayed on the large screen, he finally grasped the concept. It turned out that the spatial arrangement and style were to be chosen or designed before being generated, which was quite considerate. Qian Shui, Xia, come help me choose. This will be our future home, so we must select wisely. Upon hearing Siyu's words, both women immediately became enthusiastic, chattering animatedly as they engaged in the selection process. The sci-fi ambience feels rather frigid, doesn't it, Brother Siyu? What do you think of this? This is far too girlish, all in pink. It's rather overwhelming. Overwhelming? My dear, I believe we could designate a larger area for ourselves where we can cultivate some vegetables and fruits. That sounds feasible. We could also plan for a breeding area. Whenever we encounter quality ingredients, we could raise them. We would only take what we need, and after harvesting, Xiao can provide treatment, ensuring we never have to worry about food in the future. I truly am quite clever. Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Yet upon reflection, it seemed rather logical. An hour later, the interior of the galaxy had transformed significantly. The control room was now a separate entity, connected to the door, encompassing 100 square meters, replete with a futuristic aesthetic. At the end of the control room stood a set of double doors. Upon opening them, one was greeted by an expansive French-style villa estate. To the left lay the designated planning area, while the right housed the breeding zone. After thoroughly touring the villa with the two women, Siyu selected a 200 square meter room as his bedroom. Although the two women primarily slept in his room, they each chose a small room to store their clothing and personal belongings. Upon reaching the living room on the first floor, Suyu embraced both women, declaring, "From now on, this shall be our home." Feng Qianxue gently rested her head against Suyu's left chest, her face radiating happiness. "It's wonderful to have you, dear." "Hey, sister, you're being quite mushy. You little rascal, you." Suyu planted a kiss on each of their cheeks. "Let us get going. We have much to prepare." Currently, the villa contained only a few essential pieces of furniture, with even the beds being sparse. Most items still required their arrangement. Returning to the control room, Suyu delved into the operational methods of the galaxy, granting operational permissions to Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyao. Simultaneously, he discovered a unique feature of the galaxy: synthesis. This function could only be used to create special furniture and household devices. For instance, using 10 or 100 beds could yield a single bed with extraordinary properties. The galaxy operated with minimal energy consumption, expending only 0.1 energy per 100 kilometers, with a maximum speed reaching 5,000 kilometers per hour. It could hover at a height of up to 1,000 meters, although energy consumption would increase 100-fold during hover mode, and energy reserves would deplete rapidly under attack. Suyu opened the energy stone compartment and promptly placed 465 ordinary energy stones inside, causing the energy storage on the screen to read 466, with the additional point being the initial reserve. As for the 465 stones, he had intentionally left 1,000 behind for emergencies, as he had 465 in total. Taking his seat at the control panel, Suyu savored the experience. It was quite exhilarating. "Galaxy, activate radar scanning." As he spoke, a virtual light screen appeared beside the main display, filled with countless small luminous dots. The 3 white light spots symbolize Suyu and his companions, while the black spots represent the zombies scattered across various corners of the virtual screen. Additionally, there are red light spots representing aberrant beasts, which are the most numerous and densely packed, likely comprising creatures such as cockroaches, rats, and ants. Amidst the multitude of black and red light spots, there are sporadic green light spots that signify human presence. Some of these spots bear a circular insignia, with each insignia representing one tier. The radar has a detection range of 100 kilometers. Any entity not exceeding the 4th tier is easily discernible, thereby facilitating the search for prey in the future. After introducing the radar and its functionalities to Feng Qianxue and her companion, Suyu eagerly activated the galaxy vehicle, preparing to take it for a spin. Upon activation, the interior of the galaxy was eerily silent, prompting Suyu to gently press the accelerator. With a thunderous roar that shattered the air, the galaxy surged forth like a beam of light, colliding directly with a building. The impact was accompanied by a resounding crash as the building began to tilt slowly. Moments later, it collapsed with a tremendous noise, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Suyu and Feng Qianxue were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Wow, did I just break a record? Was that 100 kilometers in just 0.01 seconds?" After their astonishment, Suyu continued to experiment with the vehicle. Fortunately, his attributes were sufficiently high, and after a brief period, he acclimated to the speed. Spotting a dense cluster of zombies in the distance, Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He swung the vehicle around, aiming straight for the horde. Bang, bang, bang. Some zombies were instantly reduced to a pulp, while many others were sent flying. Alas, the anticipated notification from the system did not resound in his mind. With his hopes of earning points dashed, Suyu could only resign himself to the outcome. Chapter 87. The Thrill of Free Indulgence. Driving the Milky Way, recklessly navigating through the city, this sensation can only be described as remarkably liberating. After indulging in this exhilarating experience, Suyu finally brought the Milky Way to a halt. "Qianxue, Siya, would you care to give it a try?" Feng Qianxue gently brushed her hair behind her ear, raising her gaze to Suyu with a smile. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, dear husband. For now, let us focus on the task at hand." "Indeed." Suyu nodded, glancing at the virtual screen displaying the map, then turning his attention back to Feng Qianxue. "Qianxue, you must be quite familiar with Magic City, correct?" Upon her nod, Suyu continued, "That's excellent. Please mark the largest electronics and furniture malls in the city today. I shall take you both shopping." The radar map of the Milky Way provided an exceptionally comprehensive overview, even surpassing satellite imagery in clarity and detail. With a wave of his hand across the virtual screen, it transformed into a 3D holographic image. Soon, Feng Qianxue had marked several locations, the nearest being over 20 kilometers away. "Milky Way, navigate to this coordinate." Suyu pointed to the closest marked spot on the holographic map. Understood. The Milky Way's autopilot was far more reliable than Suyu's driving. It adeptly avoided significant obstacles, only colliding with irreparable vehicles and zombies when unavoidable. During this time, Su also taught the two women how to utilize the synthesis function. Simply place the items for the Milky Way's intelligent brain to scan, and they could be stored in the synthesis space. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at a shopping mall. Let's go. Regardless of their usefulness, we shall collect all furniture and appliances. With a grand gesture, Su led Feng Qianxue and Siye into the mall. As for the Milky Way, it could remain outside. Lacking an identity recognition system, no one could stealthily infiltrate it. As they busied themselves, time flew by, and before they knew it, night had fallen. After the last item was scanned and stored by the Milky Way's intelligent brain, Su opened the synthesis function list. 1. 350 beds, 103 toilets, 219 bathtubs, 1. 670 sets of tables and chairs, 375 computers, 975 mobile phones, 105 pairs of Valentino high heels, 570 pairs of Balenciaga stockings. A lengthy list of items, innumerable in quantity. After contemplating for a moment, Su dragged the bed icon into the synthesis interface, setting the quantity to 100. He then added a massage chair, noting that the quantity was not extensive, so he set it to 10. Following this, he adjusted the size, color, and style. Once all settings were finalized, Su pressed the synthesis button. In just a brief moment, a brand new supersized bed materialized on the synthesis page. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the Milky Way chimed in. The synthesized item is sizable. The master may directly select its placement. Place it in my bedroom, Milky Way. You know which one, right? The largest room on the second floor of the villa. Understood. Successfully placed for you. Upon hearing the response from the galaxy, Su eagerly brought Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyuan to his room. As the door swung open, they were greeted by an opulent bed measuring 8 meters in width and 10 meters in length. Wow, Brother Su, this bed is enormous, Lin Shiyuan exclaimed, leaping onto the bed and rolling about, subsequently exclaiming, this bed is so comfortable to lie on. And it has other functions too. Su pointed to a row of touch buttons along the bed's edge. Just as he was about to approach, the voice of the galaxy chimed in. Master, all electronic devices within the galaxy can be controlled by me. Should you require anything, you may issue a command directly. Understood, Su replied casually. Then walked over to press the start button. Tickle, tickle. This feels so good, Brother Su. You should try it too. Seeing Lin Shiyuan writhing on the bed like a slippery eel, Su swallowed hard, marveling internally. What a little enchantress. Observing the surface of the bed for any changes and finding none, he decided to lie down as well. Su inhaled sharply. The sensation was truly delightful. It felt as if countless delicate hands were gliding over him, rendering ordinary Thai spas utterly inferior by comparison. Subsequently, he experimented with several other options, each offering different types of massage, all equally pleasurable, until he pressed the final option, at which point the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Su found himself adrift like a leaf in a torrent. Lin Shiyuan edged closer, her small face etched with confusion. Brother Su, is this for massaging the lower back joints? Su remained silent, pulling her into his embrace. This left Lin Shiyuan momentarily stunned, uncomprehending. Meanwhile, Feng Qianxue, after a brief pause, instinctively rubbed her smooth forehead, feeling a sudden ache in her mind. This instant comprehension was overwhelming. After experiencing the marvels of the high-tech massage bed, Su proceeded to synthesize a variety of peculiar gadgets. Among them were a bathtub capable of automatic heating, cooling, and water storage, a fully automated dishwashing and sanitizing sink, and a Valentino suit that could enhance attack speed, among others. However, the most delightful surprise was the smart light brain bracelet synthesized from a phone, computer, and watch. Leveraging the central intelligence of the galaxy's brain, the light brain bracelet signal spanned the entirety of Water Blue Star. In addition to functions like location tracking and video calls, it could also share radar scanning information in real time. Although these items could be directly exchanged in the system mall, the required spiritual essence was substantial, making the allure of acquiring them without cost all the more enticing. After synthesizing all compatible items, Su, accompanied by Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyuan, commenced the arrangement of their villa, placing various pieces of furniture and tidying the rooms. 2 hours later, Su stood in the center of the villa's grand hall, with Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyuan nestled on either side of him. As he surveyed the transformed villa, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, having lived 2 lives. It was only at this moment that he truly felt he had a home of his own. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Su revealed a smile. Now that he had a new home, the customary housewarming rituals could not be overlooked. Typically, these rituals encompass cooking, warming the house, and setting up the bed. Cooking entails preparing a sumptuous meal in the new abode, symbolizing that the days ahead will be prosperous and flourishing. Although both Feng Qian and Shui were not adept in the culinary arts, they were more than capable of lending a hand. Under Su Yu's culinary expertise, a grand feast was soon prepared. After they had feasted to their heart's content, they tossed their bowls and chopsticks into the advanced dishwashing sink, which promptly sprang into action. Su Yu glanced at the silver-white bracelet on his wrist. It was nearly time to proceed with the next rituals of warming the house and setting up the bed. Although he was uncertain about the specific procedures involved in warming and setting the bed, he could discern their general significance through their literal meanings. Chapter 88. Talented individuals with charming discourse. The nascent morning sun gradually ascended from the horizon, piercing through the shroud of night that enveloped the earth. A man clad in a black trench coat stood amidst the remnants of a decaying skyscraper, quietly observing a low-tier zombie not far away. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling the stray strands of hair on his forehead and fluttering the edges of his coat. At that moment, the zombie before him collapsed with a thud, its head rolling away in the aftermath. Notification: you have slain a level 1 zombie, obtaining 20 spirit essence and 2 experience. Current experience: 327,62000. Notification: the plundering talent has reached its limit. It will refresh upon level advancement. The man in the dark armor was none other than Su Yu. Noticing the luminous orb that erupted beside the fallen zombie, a flicker of anticipation crossed his face. Today indeed bore good fortune. Another bounty had materialized. Muttering to himself, Su Yu approached to collect the orb, discovering it to be an F-grade energy stone. Master, you ought to take a rest, chimed the voice of Xiao Xian within Su Yu's mind. With a sigh, he stowed the energy stone alongside the crimson blood in his storage ring. All right. I hear you. However, I feel that the influence of the killing intent has diminished significantly over the past few days. When will I attain complete control? Master, this requires time for cultivation. It cannot be rushed. Nevertheless, as long as you refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, such as annihilating tens of thousands of beings, there should not be any major repercussions. That's good to know. A bit of bloodlust is acceptable as long as I don't lose my reason and begin to kill indiscriminately. After engaging in light conversation with Xiao Xian, Su Yu raised his hand to glance at the smart holographic wristband adorning his wrist. With a gentle tap, a virtual light screen unfolded before him, revealing a 3D map. Countless luminous points dotted the map, with several marked by circular insignias within a 100-mile radius, albeit at a considerable distance from him. Regarding these elusive targets, Su Yu had no intention of pursuing them. After all, he had already dispatched over 300 level 1 zombies and aberrant beasts that very morning. With the radar map, the efficiency of locating monsters had increased at least tenfold. After dismissing the 3D map, Su Yu proceeded to open his contact list and clicked on the avatar of Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyu had not accompanied Su Yu but had opted to act independently. Feng Qianxue possessed formidable offensive capabilities, coupled with a talent that slowed opponents. And with Lin Xiao, a supreme healer, by her side, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated, ensuring their safety within the city. After a brief wait, the video call connected, and the breathtaking visages of the two women appeared on the screen, still stunning as ever. Wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, Feng Qianxue inquired, "Darling, is something amiss?" "Nothing major, merely inquiring about your accomplishments. It's nearly time for us to return." Before Feng Qianxue could respond, Lin Xiao, brimming with excitement, counted on her delicate fingers. "Brother Su Yu, my sister, and I have already slain 75 level 1 zombies." Then, with a slight pause in her tone, she continued in a self-congratulatory manner, "Moreover, I independently vanquished a first-tier zombie." Feng Qianxue gently patted Lin Xia's head. Fully aware of the peril her sister had faced in accomplishing this feat numerous times, she had been on the verge of intervening, yet upon witnessing her sister's resolute gaze, she ultimately refrained. At present, Lin Xia lacked the ability to freely utilize her second talent, and her battle experience was limited. Her confrontation with the first-tier zombie was solely reliant on her innate attributes to endure. After slaying the zombie, she was left battered and bruised, but fortunately, her healing abilities were sufficiently robust, allowing Su Yu to remain oblivious to any abnormalities. Observing Lin Xia's proud demeanor, Su Yu generously praised her. "Is that so? My Xia is truly remarkable. Later, Brother Su Yu will prepare a delicious reward for you." After exchanging a few more casual remarks with the two women, he informed them that he would send Galaxy to escort them to join him. Then he ended the video call. Subsequently, he issued a command to Galaxy. "Galaxy, once you have picked up Feng Qianxue and the others, come directly to my location. It is time to depart from this city." The mechanical female voice of Galaxy echoed from the intelligent holographic wristband. "Understood, Master." At that moment, in the heart of the Magic City, a group of over a dozen individuals surrounded a rather futuristic colossal RV, scratching their heads in confusion. This imposing vehicle was Su Yu's Galaxy. and it had come to rest in this location because of its sheer size, despite CU's storage ring boasting a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. The various ingredients within occupied a significant portion of that space. Furthermore, the Galaxy had unparalleled defenses, impervious even to nuclear blasts, and boasted an autonomous driving feature. Thus, Suyu harbored no concerns about theft or damage. He simply left it parked, ready to summon it whenever necessary. At that moment, a short man with a sharp face approached, attempting to pat the hood of the engine. Unfortunately, his stature was a hindrance, and he reluctantly lowered his outstretched hand. Shifting his gaze to a burly man with a scarred face. "Boss, this vehicle is clearly extraordinary. We must find a way to take it back." A sharp slap landed on his head, and the scarred man scolded him. "Am I blind? Do you really need to state the obvious?" Ignoring the man who had fallen to the ground, the scarred individual continued to fixate on the Galaxy, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. This group was composed of prisoners who had escaped from a penitentiary following the outbreak of the apocalypse. Due to their circumstances, they dared not approach the survival bases established by the Empire and were forced to survive in the ruins of the city. Today, upon discovering this super RV, they felt as though they had stumbled upon treasure. Each member of the group was skilled in their own right. Their eloquence was commendable, and their lockpicking abilities were second nature. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that this RV had no door latch. Not only was there no latch, but they could not find even a crack to exploit. There was simply no way to pry open the doors. As the scarred man contemplated whether to find a few larger vehicles to drag this behemoth away, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a faint hum of electricity, the RV unexpectedly roared to life. The crowd surrounding it instinctively took a step back, their eyes trained warily on the vehicle, poised for an imminent confrontation. Just as they anticipated someone emerging from within, the RV suddenly vanished with a swift whoosh, the shockwave nearly toppling them to the ground. Scarface lowered his hand that had been raised defensively. The RV had completely disappeared, leaving only the unfortunate man with a pointed nose, crushed beneath its wheels. Scarface's expression darkened significantly as he scanned his subordinates, his voice dripping with menace. "Did any of you catch which direction that RV fled?" "Boss, I sensed it. It was headed north toward the city," one replied, trembling. "Let us go. Pursue it." Meanwhile, as the Galaxy vehicle arrived at the location of Feng Qianxue and her companion, they were engaged in a fierce skirmish with a first-tier zombie. Surrounding them were numerous zero-tier ordinary zombies and zombie beasts. Yet the two women had no intention of systematically exterminating these lesser foes. Instead, they utilized the ordinary zombies to hone their agility while contending with the first-tier adversary. Upon noticing the Galaxy-S arrival, Lin Xie brandished the F-grade blood-red scythe that Suyu had exchanged for her, swiftly dispatching the zombies in her immediate vicinity. She then turned and called out, "Galaxy, wait a moment. My sister and I will finish off this first-tier zombie, and then we'll leave." The Galaxy vehicle responded in a distinctly human-like manner, flashing its lights as if in acknowledgement. Feng Qianxue and her sister quickly dealt the finishing blow to the first-tier zombie. Just as they prepared to depart, an unwelcome guest made an appearance. Chapter 89. Kidnapping? Staged accident? News of Scar stop. A thunderous voice echoed from afar. Feng Qianxue and Lin Xie merely glanced back without paying heed. "I said stop." Scar bellowed again, hurtling towards them like a cannonball, propelled by a powerful push from the ground beneath him. In the blink of an eye, Scar's figure loomed before the two women. Unperturbed by the sudden appearance of this unwelcome guest, Feng Qianxue raised her hand and loosed an arrow. Scar's pupils constricted as he exerted all his strength to leap aside, narrowly evading the projectile. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he felt his entire body stiffen, his movement slowed to a crawl, as if the world had shifted into slow motion. Clearly, he had fallen victim to Feng Qianxue's innate skill, frost confinement, which she had cast at his landing spot. Before Scar could react, Lin Xie's massive scythe was already aimed at his neck, poised for a decisive strike. Faced with this inescapable blow, Scar was left dumbfounded. These two women, appearing delicate and fragile, were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Wait, I have something to say." As Lin Xie's scythe rested against his throat, the chilling sensation prompted Scar to plead, "It's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." At that moment, Feng Qianxue stepped closer, her voice cold as ice. "Misunderstanding? Your earlier actions hardly suggest such." Now, Scar truly beheld the two women's faces, and the words he intended to utter were swallowed back, unbidden. Humph. Thankfully. The frigid touch against his neck jolted him back to reality. Wait. It truly is a misunderstanding." Scar raised his hands high in surrender, signaling his lack of intent to resist. As he surveyed the surroundings, littered with the corpses of zombies, he grasped the gravity of the situation. These women were not to be trifled with. "Just now, your vehicle, the one right behind you, came speeding by and crushed my brother, turning him into a mere pulp. Scar strained to conjure tears. He was my brother in arms. Otherwise, I would have lost my mind chasing you all this way. Feng Qianxue furrowed her brow, about to inquire about the galaxy when a group of people came rushing from the distance. Boss, boss, those two filthy women. Release our boss at once. As the group arrived, they swiftly encircled Feng Qianxue and Lin Xie, pointing fingers and shouting. Scar raised an eyebrow and bellowed, "Shut your mouths. Have you forgotten everything I've taught you? I've repeatedly emphasized the importance of harmony and kindness. In this apocalypse, we humans should support one another to overcome adversity." The gang members exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had come over their leader, or perhaps, had their boss been replaced? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, given the myriad of bizarre abilities that could manifest. Just as they hesitated to test the waters, a mechanical female voice resonated from behind them. "Fei Qianxue, he has deceived you. Just moments ago, that group intended to abduct me. Upon receiving my master's command, I came to rescue you. The individual I crushed was merely rendered unconscious by him, and he fortuitously fell before my tire, resulting in the unfortunate incident. They are merely staging a scam." Listening to the mechanical voice of Galaxy, the scar-faced gang was taken aback. In this era, are awakenings truly so unreasonable? Can even vehicles awaken? Hearing that these individuals sought to kidnap her and were also attempting a scam, both girls, Fei Qianxue and her companion, were momentarily stunned. Scar-faced, realizing his words could not hold up, saw Lin Xiang preparing to deal with him. He activated his B-grade talent, skin hardening, and with a fierce shout, he forcefully struck aside the massive sickle pressing against his neck, declaring, "Come on. Today, I shall seize both wealth and beauty." The battle was about to ignite. However, among his group, only Scar-faced had reached the first level, while the others were mere minor players below that tier, hardly matching the prowess of the two women. In the midst of the assault, the two girls, relying on the damage reduction from their pact with Suyu, sustained only minor injuries before dispatching nearly all the others. Save for Scar-faced, he and his subordinates, adept at surviving in the apocalypse, possessed battle experience far beyond that of the two women. Although both girls surpassed Scar-faced in attributes, he was keenly aware of this and refrained from engaging them directly. Instead, he rolled through a mass of zombie remains, bellowing loudly to attract a horde, using them as cover to harry the two women. Yet, despite his tactics, it was merely a delay. Defeat was inevitable. However, Lin Xiang was evidently unwilling to wait. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to unleash her second talent when Suyu silently appeared behind her, placing a hand on her delicate shoulder, halting her movements. It turned out that as soon as Scar-faced arrived, Galaxy had sent a message to Suyu. Upon the arrival of Scar-faced's minions, Suyu had also reached the scene. Observing that Scar-faced's lackeys were mere trifles, he chose to remain atop a nearby building, watching the situation unfold. "Now, leave the rest to me. Your talent is still unstable. Do not use it recklessly." Lin Xiang stuck out her little tongue, replying, "I understand, brother Suyu." Meanwhile, Scar-faced, upon seeing Suyu, realized he was doomed. To suddenly appear right under his nose without him noticing was a feat beyond his comprehension. Such a person was not someone he could confront. If he did not flee now, when would he? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran. Suyu's gaze sharpened, propelling him forward in an instant. In mere moments, he positioned himself along Scar-faced's path. With arms crossed, he observed the retreating figure of Scar-faced, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. Scar-faced, realizing no one pursued him, let out a sigh of relief, only to turn around and find Suyu watching him with an enigmatic smile. With a thud, Scar-faced knelt, without a second thought. Due to the momentum, he slid several dozen meters before finally halting at Suyu's feet. Suyu Tsai had previously advised Lin Xiu not to be dazed during battle. However, the moment Scar knelt, it rendered Suyu Tsai momentarily speechless. Was he about to brandish the words mercy upon his forehead? "Please, I beseech you for clemency." Before Suyu Tsai could respond, Scar hastily revealed his bargaining chip. "I possess a piece of information to exchange, only asking for my life in return." "What information?" "Speak," Suyu Tsai inquired, resting his chin thoughtfully, intrigued by Scar's proposition. "Well, brother, if I share this, you must." As a tang knife appeared in Suyu Tsai's hand, Scar swiftly changed his tune. "I'll tell you. It's like this. I, along with my brothers, are inmates from the East District Prison of Magic City. On the 10th day after the apocalypse erupted, I witnessed a beam of red light shooting up from a mountain in the East District. I took my men to investigate, and we encountered a cocoon-like entity, about the size of a motorcycle, emitting a red glow. That thing was astonishingly heavy, even with over 10 of us. We couldn't move it, so we planned to return once we had gained more strength. Brother, I swear I speak the truth. It's undoubtedly a treasure." Just standing next to the giant cocoon made us feel invigorated like never before. I implore you, grant me this one chance. After delivering his plea, Scar anxiously awaited Su Yutsai's verdict on his fate. Su Yutsai's eyes flickered with interest. A giant cocoon? Enhancing one's mental state? How intriguing. Let us proceed. Take me to see it. Chapter 90. The Vanished Cocoon. The renowned actor Scar, with his distinctive scar as a guide, led Suyu and his companions to the forest he had described. How could we not find it? I distinctly remember it being here, Scar exclaimed. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he tugged at his disheveled hair. Noticing Suyu's growing impatience, Scar's expression turned mournful. Brother, I assure you, I speak the truth. Look, I even left a mark on this tree. Following Scar's gesture, Suyu observed a faint imprint on the tree trunk. At that moment, a cold voice from Feng Qianxue resonated. Darling, come here and take a look. There's a shallow pit here. Before Suyu could take a step, Scar rushed over to the pit. Upon examining it closely, the burly man exhibited childlike joy, hopping and pointing at the pit. Brother, come see. This pit is where the cocoon was left. I truly did not deceive you. Suyu merely cast a cursory glance before responding indifferently, where is the cocoon? Those three succinct words fell like a bucket of ice water on Scar, who, as if bereft of his spirit, stumbled and knelt on the ground, sighing, enough. Enough. I have lived this long without parents. It is already a stroke of luck. He paused, tilting his head upward, as if reminiscing. The only concern I have is for my grandmother who took me in. At her age, I wonder if she can survive in this apocalypse. Scar then raised his voice, calling out, Grandmother, your kindness, I can only repay in my next life. With 3 resounding bows, each imbued with heartfelt sincerity, Scar bowed deeply. Following this, he did not look at Suyu but calmly uttered, You may proceed. He then closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to fate, a tear escaping the corner of his eye. The 2 women accompanying Suyu appeared moved by Scar's emotions. Lin Xiye's eyes shimmered with tears, unable to bear such a poignant scene. Suyu, however, wore a look of regret. What a shame. Had this been before the apocalypse, the Oscars would owe you a little golden statue. Scar trembled slightly but offered no retort. Observing this, Suyu continued, Let me guess, the grandmother you speak of has already fallen victim to your hand, hasn't she? Scar's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Suyu. You, how did you know? Suyu chuckled darkly. That is a question better posed to the King of Hell. Scar shook his head, a fierce expression crossing his face as he shouted, You're talking nonsense. She was not killed by me. Does it truly matter? Suyu approached Scar step by step, blood-red weapon in hand. Seeing the resolute determination in Suyu's demeanor, Scar was overcome with panic. He could not comprehend how the earlier performance had nearly moved even a hardened individual like himself. Yet, Suyu remained impervious. Was this man's heart made of stone? Witnessing the failure of his attempts at persuasion, Scar could only resort to desperation. Grasping a handful of dirt from the ground, he hurled it at Suyu, clenched his fist, and unleashed his talent, striking fiercely at Suyu's face. A resounding clash of metal echoed through the forest. Scar was astonished to find that his full-force attack had been effortlessly blocked by Suyu with a single hand. How is this possible? Scar exclaimed in disbelief. Suyu, no longer willing to waste time, drew his crimson blade and swiftly slashed. The astonishment on Scar's face had yet to fade when he felt a sharp pain at his throat. Instinctively, he reached to touch it. What? Blood? How could this happen? Didn't I activate my skin-hardening ability? Scar pressed his hand against his throat in a futile attempt to stem the bleeding. Yet, as he did, he found his gaze uncontrollably drawn skyward. As the world spun around him, Scar's consciousness began to blur. He struggled to open his eyes, only to behold a headless corpse lying before him. System notification, killed level 1, 0 rank human Scar, gained 10 spiritual essence, 1 experience, current experience 328, 6 2000. System notification, talent plunder limit reached, will refresh upon elevation of rank. Suyu sheathed his blade and glanced at the 2 women, smiling. Let us depart from this city. Feng Qianxue approached Suyu, curiosity evident in her eyes. Darling, how did you discern that he was merely acting? Lin Xiye blinked, eagerly awaiting his response. Regarding this, Suyu couldn't help but admire Scar. Had it not been for his eye of detection revealing Scar's favorability steadily plummeting, he might have almost believed him. If he truly felt at ease, such deep resentment would not exist. In the end, a mere bluff had caused Scar to reveal his true self. Of course, even if Scar's words had been genuine, he would not have escaped the fate of decapitation. As Suyu approached the galactic ship, he turned to glance at the 2 women, mimicking Scar's earlier posture, and replied at a 45-degree angle. After all, a person's eyes never lie. Upon entering the ship, Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiye exchanged glances. Lin Xiye leaned closer to Feng Qianxue and whispered, Sister, what do you think is going on with Brother Suyu? I heard that when he first entered university, his parents died in a car accident. Feng Qianxue pondered before responding. Oh, so Brother Suyu. Well, there were rumors that he fell into depression for 2 years as a result. Therefore, Siya, we must shower him with more love and not let him worry about us, understand? After ruffling Lin Siya's hair, Feng Qianxue entered the ship. More love? Lin Siya murmured, her eyes sparkling as she dashed after Feng Qianxue, joyfully exclaiming, Sister, I understand. It means to. Feng Qianxue swiftly covered Lin Xiao's mouth. Lowering her voice as she said, do not be overly startled. It is sufficient to keep your thoughts to yourself. Men are inherently proud, and voicing such sentiments may wound your husband's self-esteem. Qianxue, come here for a moment. Let us devise our forthcoming itinerary. All right, I'm on my way. Feng Qianxue responded promptly upon hearing Siyu call her name. She then glanced at Lin Xiao, and after receiving a confirming nod, she released her grasp and departed with ease. In the control room of the galaxy, Feng Qianxue and Siyu were engaged in plotting their course, while Lin Xiyu sat in a corner, counting on her fingers and murmuring to herself, my cousin from my aunt's side is already married. No, that won't do. What about Qiuqin from Uncle Yi's family? Ah, but she is only 7 years old, far too young. It seems that my second uncle's cousin, Lang Shitong, is also without a boyfriend. Best to leave that aside, as she lacks the beauty to capture Suyu's interest. Oh. But there is Qin Jin from Uncle Chen's family, no news of a boyfriend, and she is quite lovely. Yes, she shall be the one. Shortly after Suyu and the others departed. Chapter 91. An eerie combination, the formidable behemoth not long after Suyu and his companions departed. 2 figures emerged from the forest, one large and one small. The larger figure was unmistakably a colossal zombie, its gait causing the ground to tremble. The smaller figure, however, was rather peculiar. The upper half resembled a woman of exotic charm, yet her arms were adorned with grotesque flesh spikes. Her lower half, in stark contrast, was a large venom sac, surrounded by 8 elongated legs that, rather than appearing awkward, exuded an unusual beauty. The Spider-Woman's 8 long legs were slightly bent, and with a graceful leap, she effortlessly bounded 10 meters away. Sister, how did we end up back here? She exclaimed. The giant zombie paused, lifting its massive head to survey the surroundings, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossing its eyes before it resumed its forward march. Seeing this, the Spider-Woman leapt in front of the giant zombie, blocking its path. Sister, you cannot keep wandering aimlessly like this. What exactly are you searching for? I do not know, the giant zombie replied, its voice unexpectedly delicate, contrasting sharply with its imposing size. The Spider-Woman sighed, tapping her forehead in exasperation. If it weren't for the fact that the giant zombie had saved her life on the day of her birth, she would never have endured such a predicament. Sister, think carefully. Is there any clue you can recall? Otherwise, we might search in vain until we perish without finding what you seek. The giant zombie closed its eyes, pondering deeply before responding. He should be a human. What? Is he male or female? What is his name? What does he look like? You do not know any of this. I do not know. However, I have an instinct that I would recognize him at first glance. The Spider-Woman opened her mouth in disbelief, then waved her hand in resignation. Well, knowing he is human is something, I suppose. Let us search in the human city. Very well. Just as they prepared to descend the mountain, the Spider-Woman's 8 long legs suddenly halted, and she looked up, perplexed, sniffing the air. Sister, wait. I suddenly caught a whiff of something familiar. Before the giant zombie could respond, the Spider-Woman vanished in an instant, darting into the woods. Moments later, she returned, holding a man's severed head and a headless corpse. Tossing the body towards the giant zombie, she raised the head in triumph. Sister, look. This is one of those scoundrels I mentioned. I wonder who dealt him the fatal blow on the day of my birth. He was the one who kept pawing at my cocoon, which utterly disgusted me. As she spoke, one of the Spider-Woman's long legs twisted in an arc, puncturing the head she held aloft. The Spider-Woman, after taking a deep breath, squinted her eyes and smacked her lips, exclaiming, nothing quite compares to the taste of humans. Come on, sister, join me. Why are you just standing there? 3 days later, the galaxy appeared within the borders of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Naturally, these 3 days were not solely spent on the journey. Throughout the trip, the radar was continuously scanning, and the first-tier zombies encountered were systematically eliminated. Since the majority of the foes were first-tier zombies, the accumulation of spiritual essence was modest, yet it had risen to 81,209 points. It is noteworthy that prior to departure, the progress towards evolution points stood at 96. After several days of arduous training, the progress increased by 24, successfully earning 1 evolution point along with an additional 20 progress. Suyu opted not to retain the evolution point, choosing instead to upgrade this class absolute defense, This enhancement to SS-class absolute defense did not introduce new talent skills, but rather amplified the existing skill, extreme dominance. The talent-derived skill of absolute defense, when activated, grants immunity to all attacks and negative statuses such as poisoning, binding, and illusions for 7 seconds. In the event of a fatal blow, this skill automatically activates, with a cooldown period of 12 hours. This upgrade was quite commendable, extending the immunity from 3 seconds to 7, while having the cooldown from 24 hours to 12. One should not underestimate these additional seconds. As strength increases, even a mere 0.1 second advantage in battle can catch an opponent off guard. In addition to slaying zombies, they would pause to admire the scenic landscapes along the way, indulging in the occasional hunt of exotic beasts to accompany their meals, leading to a most leisurely existence. Within the control room of the galaxy, Siyu reclined elegantly in a lounge chair, while Lin Shiyong attended to his calves on the right, and Feng Qianxue on the left fed him peeled fruit. Observing the meticulous care of the two women, Siyu felt a peculiar sensation. Ever since they emerged from the mountainous forests of the eastern district of the Demon City, their gazes towards him seemed perpetually infused with affection, prompting him to work additional shifts on the side. With a self-satisfied stroke of his chin, he mused, could it be that I've become even more handsome? Suddenly, an alarm blared in the control room, and the virtual screen before Siyu flickered with red lights. He sprang up, swiftly moving to the control panel, with Feng Qianxue and the other woman closely following. Faced with the unexpected alarm, the expressions of the two women turned solemn. Gazing at the radar map displaying 2 pink markers, Suyu's demeanor became increasingly grave. Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyang had never witnessed such a serious expression on Suyu's face. Though puzzled, they refrained from interrupting, their own anxiety intensifying. After scrutinizing the map for a moment and confirming it multiple times, Siyu turned to the two women with a serious tone. The radar indicates the presence of 2 extraordinarily ferocious giant beasts. I intend to confront them. You should take the galaxy and leave this area. While I am away, focus on hunting zombies to level up, keeping the galaxy close by. Should any unusual situation arise, seek refuge within the galaxy. Upon witnessing the anxious expressions of the two ladies, Suyu smiled gently and embraced them. Are you not aware of my capabilities? Even if I were to encounter defeat, no one could harm me. You are well aware of my trump card for survival, so rest assured. Despite their concerns, the two women could only nod in agreement to Suyu's determination to proceed. Very well, I shall take my leave. You must diligently practice your agility. If I return and find that you have made no progress, there shall be consequences. Darling, Brother Suyu, please return safely. Without looking back, Suyu waved his hand and sprinted forward. As he ran, he communicated with Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, please relay to the galaxy not to let anything slip, otherwise I shall dismantle it upon my return. Evidently, the 2 pink markers that had appeared earlier were not ferocious beasts, but rather young ladies scoring above 90. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Xiaoxian chuckled in his mind. Hee, Master, is it truly wise to deceive Sister Qianxue and the others? What do you mean by deceive? I am merely considering their well-being. You little rascal, refrain from speaking out of turn. Xiaoxian, please check how far the villa area on Lake Heart Island is, lest we overshoot our destination. Having recently discovered the capability to operate the intelligent light brain wristband through Xiaoxian, Suyu had whimsically exchanged for a matching device while acquiring snacks for her. To his surprise, once the wristband was in Xiaoxian's hands, it could also connect with the galaxy, allowing her to take over its operation. Master, the villa area on Lake Heart Island is just 70 kilometers ahead of you. Excellent. Suyu quickened his pace once more. The radar detected 2 young ladies scoring above 90, which frankly surprised him. It is worth noting that during his hunt for zombies in the Demon City, he had thoroughly explored the entire area, even taking a stroll outside the survival base. Yet, despite this, he had found no one aside from Feng Qianxue and her companion who could reach a score of 90. Thus, it is evident how rare such individuals are. To his astonishment, the game had presented him with a delightful surprise, a 2-for-1 deal. Quite splendid indeed. Chapter 92, Arrival at Heart Lake Island. The dual-purpose talent of Speed Heart Lake Island, an islet nestled in the center of Lake Su and Hang. Siyu stood at the lakeside, gazing at the distant island. Feeling a sense of perplexity, not far to his side, he noticed a grand bridge that had been destroyed. Clearly, the inhabitants of the island had intentionally dismantled it to prevent the zombies and monstrous beasts from the city from reaching their shores. Well, it seems I must swim over after all. Suyu did not dwell on the matter too long. After all, the marketplace did offer flying items, though he could not afford the premium ones and saw no need to waste money on the ordinary ones. Just as he prepared to stow away his battle attire, a somewhat indistinct male voice suddenly echoed behind him. Who are you? What brings you here? Suyu whirled around, only to find the surroundings eerily vacant. Xiaoxian. Activate the radar map. A virtual light screen, visible only to Suyu, materialized before him, a distinct advantage of having Xiaoxian assist him. The screen, once processed by the system, was perceptible solely to himself. Upon examining the screen, Suyu noted the absence of any human presence nearby, which caused him to furrow his brow. The voice he had just heard sounded abnormal, and the distance was not particularly far. Could it be surveillance? A swift glance towards some concealed corners revealed a faint red light atop a tree. Feigning ignorance, he attempted to respond. I encountered a girl in the game who said I could seek refuge here. That must be the second Mississippi very well. Proceed along the lakeside eastward for 2 or 3 miles to the registration office, the voice instructed. Suyu nodded, choosing not to engage further, and moved in the direction indicated by the man. Along the way, he observed several surveillance devices, suggesting that the island's defenses were quite robust. Before long, he arrived at the so-called registration office, which consisted of 2 makeshift shelters. A queue of men and women stood before the shelters, while dozens of young individuals wielding various weapons lingered nearby. Occasionally, groups of 10 or more would arrive by boat from the island, spending a brief moment at the shelters before hastening back toward the city. A young man, spotting Suyu, called out, "Hey, you there? Come here and join the line for registration." Raising an eyebrow, Suyu said nothing and proceeded to the end of the queue. With the number of people being limited, he was quickly called forward. The registrant was a woman in her 30s, possessing a fair degree of attractiveness. With a flick of her wrist, she barely glanced at Suyu and casually inquired, "Name?" "Suyu." Upon hearing Suyu's resonant voice, the woman looked up in surprise. Her eyes brightened as she beheld his handsome visage, and she adjusted her posture, leaning slightly forward. "Oh, what a charming young man. Quite impressive," she remarked. "What talent have you awakened?" "Speed enhancement." Her eyes sparkled even more at his response. "A speed talent, how splendid. It serves both day and night." Following this, she proceeded to ask Suyu about his profession and specialties prior to the apocalypse. Upon completing his registration, as Suyu prepared to exit the shed, a woman swiftly inscribed a line on a piece of paper and called out to him, "Handsome, here is my sister's address. Should you encounter any difficulties on the island, do not hesitate to seek her out. She possesses a modicum of influence here. The adage rings true, one should not strike a smiling face, and in this setting, it might indeed prove beneficial to keep this woman in mind." Hence, Suyu graciously accepted the note, casting a cursory glance at it. Besides an address, it bore the name Su Min. "Thank you, Sister Su." After Su Min followed Suyu out of the small shed, she swayed her hips and approached a young man. "Xiao Wang, this is my distant cousin. Please arrange for a boat to take this group to the island." Su Min gestured towards Suyu in the distance. The young man glanced at Suyu and nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, Sister Su, I will ensure their safe passage." With the young man's commitment secured, Su Min flashed Suyu a meaningful smile before turning back to resume her work in the shed. Standing at the bow of the boat, Suyu observed the occasionally turbulent surface of the lake and inquired of the Wang youth beside him, "My friend, should there be numerous exotic beasts in this lake? Are you not concerned about being attacked while sailing so openly?" The young man hesitated momentarily before replying, "Well, there's no harm in telling you. You will learn of it soon enough on the island. Our young lady possesses the gift of beast mastery. She has tamed a white serpent that can subdue the creatures of the lake. As for how these beasts refrain from attacking our vessel, I cannot say." "The young lady?" "The character in the game is the second young lady. It seems these 2 pink markers signify them." Suyu mused. "Sisters, how intriguing." He nodded thoughtfully and continued. "I previously noticed individuals departing the island by boat. They were..." "Oh, those individuals? They are self-organized groups venturing out for leveling up or completing quests. And upon their return, they are required to submit energy stones based on their numbers. The more people, the greater the stones required. Are you not concerned that someone might masquerade as a newcomer to infiltrate the group?" The young man regarded Suyu with surprise and asked, "Aren't you a distant relative of Sister Su? How could you not know this?" Sister Su possesses an extraordinary memory. She never forgets anyone she has encountered. After a brief exchange with the young man, the boat finally reached the shore. With a thud, a robust man leaped onto the deck, surveying the newcomers with his arms crossed. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Listen up, newcomers. Your arrival here is a stroke of fortune, but do not celebrate prematurely. I must forewarn you that conditions here are vastly different from those before the apocalypse. Since you are here, you must adhere to the island's rules." He pointed to a wooden sign on the shore, stating, "The regulations are outlined on that notice board. Be sure to examine it, lest you find yourself thrown into the lake to feed the fish for violating them. That is all. Each individual is to come forward to receive a day's worth of provisions. In the future, the only means to obtain supplies will be through labor. Otherwise, one shall perish without any sympathy from others." After the robust man concluded his statement, Several others boarded the vessel, beckoning the crowd to collect their rations and disembark. Suyu, not wishing to stand apart, also took his share of supplies before stepping off the ship. As he examined the contents of his provisions, he found several hard buns, uncertain of their freshness, 2 bottles of pre-apocalypse milk, and a box of biscuits. Nevertheless, the fact that a community could provide even this much speaks volumes. It is no wonder that so many people flocked to this place after the military established a survival base. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Suyu gazed at the information displayed on the notice board. It was divided into 2 sections. The left side outlined a series of rules for the island, prohibiting heinous acts such as murder and abuse, stipulating that personal vendettas must not be settled on the streets, and allowing individuals to apply for duels on the arena. The right side listed various tasks, such as retrieving materials from exotic beasts. As Suyu was about to depart after reading the notice board, a small boy inadvertently stepped on his foot. Looking down, Suyu saw the boy's eyes filled with fear as he repeatedly apologized. "I am so sorry, big brother. I didn't mean to step on you." A smile crept across Suyu's face as he gently ruffled the boy's hair. "It's all right. Just be a little more careful next time. Here, you can have this," he said, placing his provisions into the boy's arms. The boy was momentarily stunned before tugging on his mother's hand. "Mommy, this big brother gave me some food. Can I keep it?" The boy's mother, on her tiptoes, leaned in to see if there were any tasks she could undertake on the notice board. Upon hearing her son's words, she turned and asked, puzzled, "What big brother? Where did he go?" Chapter 93. The young delinquent Shin Yimo on the streets of Lake Hart Island. The air was filled with the shouts of vendors. "We are recruiting for our team. Anyone who has reached level 3, come sign up with me. We need a healer, led by a seasoned leader of Tier 1. Safety is assured. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Freshly slaughtered level 2 exotic beast meat, exquisite in flavor, a potent tonic for vitality. Hey there, handsome. Care to join the fun? Just 1 pound of exotic beast meat, and you can choose any game you desire." The bustling street was alive with conversations of trade and commerce, while ragged individuals could often be seen begging amidst the throngs of shoppers. After absorbing the unique customs of this post-apocalyptic world, Suyu ventured into a narrow alleyway. Xiaostin, activate the radar map. Upon observing the pink-marked location, he realized it was quite near. Casually selecting one, Suyu concealed his form and made his way towards the marked spot. Soon, he found himself at the perimeter of the largest villa on Lake Hart Island. Numerous patrolling figures surrounded the estate. Although his strength could allow him to enter unnoticed, it would still be inconvenient. Xiaoxian, search for items that offer invisibility, and ensure they are effective at least against Tier 1. F-grade invisibility candy grants invisibility upon consumption. Attacking will disrupt the effect, effective only against Tier 1 and below. Duration, 60 seconds. 100 spirit yuan. F-grade invisibility talisman grants invisibility upon use. Attacking will reveal the user. Effective only against Tier 1 and below. Cumulative duration, 10 minutes. Reusable. 700 spirit yuan. E-grade invisibility stone can be attached to armor, with a chance to grant the armor an invisibility skill. 1,000 spirit yuan. These invisibility items merely render the user unseen, without concealing their aura or sound. After some contemplation, Suyu opted to exchange for the E-grade invisibility candy, which would allow for invisibility lasting 30 minutes. Ding. Purchased E-grade invisibility candy, extra large. 1,000 spirit yuan deducted, remaining spirit yuan, 80209. A candy the size of a basin materialized in Suyu's hand. This. Suyu's mouth twitched. Xiaoxian. Are you sure this candy wasn't a mistake? Hee. Regardless, the candy possesses the same effect. After you take the first bite and activate invisibility, the remainder can be shared with Xiaoxian, ensuring nothing goes to waste. Oh, I didn't realize you had a hidden attribute of frugality, Xiaoxian. If you keep saying that, I won't pay you any attention. Not wishing to tease Xiaoxian any further, Suyu examined the large candy. Its size made it somewhat daunting to consume. Master, the candy is meant to be licked. After shamefully taking a bite of the candy, Suyu strode confidently into the villa. He glanced at the radar map's marker and scrutinized the door before him. The target was undoubtedly within. But how to gain entry? After much deliberation, he concluded that there was no better method. Hence, Suyu boldly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ah, who is it? A startled voice emanated from within, followed by the faint sound of hurried whispers. Quick, quick, hide everything. Soon. The room was filled with a cacophony of sounds, and after a brief moment, the door swung open. A girl, reminiscent of a rebellious spirit, appeared before Suyu. Her long hair cascaded in shades of purple, interspersed with streaks of blue. Her alabaster face framed by delicate features boasted a pair of enchanting violet eyes that sparkled with intelligence. She donned a short, maid-style Alita dress, while her slender hands adorned with black nail polish, exuded an aura that was both mysterious and untamed. Without hesitation, Suyu activated his eye of detection. Complete information. Name, Shinyimo level, first rank 0 level 2. 7-1000, combat power, 99, strength, 171. The average adult's attributes are around 10. Agility, 225, constitution, 162, mentality. 237, appearance, 91, favorability, 0, base 30. Not yet activated, talent, A-class talent, bullet time, atomic speed control. Capable of manipulating the flow of time for matter within a controllable range of 50. Energy recovers at a rate of 5 per minute. Skills, none. Items, none. Shinyimo peeked her head out to glance at the corridor, relieved to find it empty. She sighed, then pondered, thank goodness it wasn't my sister. But who could have knocked just now? A flicker of disbelief crossed her beautiful eyes as she turned back to her companions. The three girls seemed to have come to the same realization, exclaiming in unison, the pencil spirit has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed into the room, leaving the door ajar, and Suyu took the opportunity to follow them inside, kindly shutting the door behind him. Bang! The sound of the door closing startled the girls, causing them to shriek and some to bury their heads into their friends' shoulders. Amused by the spectacle, Suyu found it quite entertaining. The girls quickly regained their composure, chattering excitedly, their eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Shinyimo, the leader of the group, clapped her hands on the table and called out, quick, bring everything over. The girls retrieved their hidden items from beneath the bed and placed them on the table. Suyu leaned in to take a look. The collection was modest, a single pen, an A4 sheet of paper, and an antique oil lamp. The paper bore the inscriptions male, female, yes, and no on either side, with the top and bottom adorned with the characters Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, and the numbers 1 through 10, along with the 26 letters of the English alphabet. With solemnity, Shinyimo laid the paper on the table, then gestured for one of the girls to extinguish the lights. Once the room was cloaked in darkness, she produced a lighter and ignited the oil lamp. Instantly, the lamp emitted a dim glow and a peculiar scent enveloped the air. As Suyu inhaled the odd aroma, he furrowed his brow, contemplating, could this possibly be oil from a corpse? This girl certainly possesses quite a bit of courage. Aside from Shinyimo, the other three girls wrinkled their brows in discomfort as they detected the nauseating odor that permeated the air. In contrast, Shinyimo appeared unfazed. After taking a deep breath, she raised the pen to the center of the table. The girls exchanged glances, seemingly offering each other silent encouragement. They then collectively extended their hands, gently pinching the pen S shaft with 2 fingers, ensuring it stood upright. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life. I am your present existence. If you wish to continue our bond, please draw a circle upon this paper. The 4 girls whispered the incantation, waiting in silence, yet nothing occurred. Observing this, Suyu nearly burst into laughter, a plan forming in his mind. He tiptoed over to Shinyimo's side, extending his hand to grasp the pin positioned at the center of the table. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his hand and waved at the oil lamp on the table. Instantly, the flame flickered, casting the room into a dance of light and shadow. The girls felt a tightening in their chests, their eyes fixated on the pin held by their fingers, scarcely daring to breathe. Noticing the atmosphere had been suitably heightened, Suyu grasped the end of the pen and began to trace a circle on the table. Chapter 94. This pet is definitely mine. Not even Jesus can stop it. As Suyu guided the pen across the paper, sketching a perfect circle, the girls around her widened their eyes in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Shinyimo clenched her small fists, astonished that this time it truly succeeded. Before the apocalypse, she had played this game with friends many times, but back then, they merely lit a candle instead of using corpse oil. Now, in this post-apocalyptic world, finding corpse oil was astonishingly simple. Taking a deep breath, Shinyimo cautiously inquired, Spirit of the pen, have you arrived? May I pose my questions to you? Suyu deftly maneuvered the pen, which leisurely glided to circle the word yes. Spirit of the pen, I wish to know when my sister will marry. Do you possess this knowledge? Suyu was taken aback, surprised that this young girl was more concerned about her sister's lifelong commitment than her own affairs. Realizing that her sister must be the other individual marked in pink, Suyu continued without further contemplation. The pen traced small circles over the letters J, I, and N. Shinyimo whispered to herself, J, I, N, this year? She quickly followed up with, Spirit of the pen, is it this year? Yes. With the Spirit's affirmation, Shinyimo's eyes sparkled with joy. Her sister would finally be married, and that meant no one would have authority over her. What bliss. She then inquired again, Spirit of the pen, what about me? When shall I encounter my Superman? Oh, by the way, you might not understand English. That means boyfriend. J.I. And is also this year? Yes. Such a coincidence? Could it possibly be the same person? Yes. Shin Yimo was nearly propelled from her seat in astonishment, lamenting to herself. How can this be? Even after getting married, I'll still be under my sister's influence. Her friends exchanged peculiar glances at Shin Yimo. Shouldn't she be pondering how she could be entangled with her brother-in-law instead? Ignoring her friend's strange looks, Shin Yimo pressed on. Then, what is that person's name? Su? As in Su Xing? Yes. Before Su could continue guiding the pin, Shin Yimo posed another question. Spirit of the pin. Do you know where this person is? At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, redirecting Shin Yimo's focus. Spirit of the pin, please return. Yimo, are you in your room? I'm coming in. A young girl dressed in a white dress entered with a cheerful smile, her silvery hair cascading softly. Her complexion radiant as snow, exuding an ethereal grace and an indescribable charm. Upon seeing the girl, Su's eyes lit up, and she activated her detection gaze. The character design had been modified, thus differing from the original depiction. Name, Shin Yiling level, Tier 1, level 0, 3. 1000, combat power, 167, strength, 182. The average attributes for adults are around 10, agility, 217, constitution, 176, mentality. 223, appearance, 92, affection, 0, base 30, talent, S-class beast mastery, possessing an extraordinary affinity for exotic beasts. Capable of forming a pact, current pact capacity 1-1. Currently bonded beast, Jade Python Xiaobai, energy regeneration, 6 per minute. Skill, talent skill, superform, fusion skill. Integrates the bonded exotic beast into oneself, enhancing all attributes by 60, with shared energy. Items, none such a remarkable talent, generally. Exotic beasts possess a higher energy storage capacity than humans. This superform is reminiscent of the tailed beasts in Naruto. I wonder if the appearance will change after fusion. A serpent maiden? Is that creature even useful? Su pondered, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze appraising Shin Yiling's long, graceful legs. Beside Shin Yiling slithered a snow-white python, approximately 2 meters in length. Upon entering the room, Shin Yiling switched on the light. Her eyes shimmering like clear water as they scanned the faces present. What mischief are you all hiding in here? Nothing. What do you have concealed behind you? Nothing. With a decisive clap on the table, Shin Yiling ceased her inquiries and focused her lively gaze on Shin Yuma. Shin Yuma trembled slightly, drawing back her head, reluctantly revealing her concealed hand while muttering, "Why are you so fierce? Be careful, or I might just steal your man and leave you unable to marry." Noticing the A4 paper in her sister's hand, Shin Yiling furrowed her brow. Did I not tell you not to play with such things? It's inauspicious. At that moment, the white serpent, which had been coiling beside Shin Yiling, suddenly raised its head. Hiss! The white serpent flicked its long, forked tongue, seemingly sensing something. Suyu naturally took note of the serpent's unusual behavior. After all, snakes are known to detect scents with their tongues, right? This is not good. I must make my escape. If caught here, it would be difficult to explain. Suyu thought to himself, preparing to slip away. Just as he was about to act, Shin Yiling's astonished voice rang out. What? Xiaobai, you say there are others here? Shin Yuma, who had been huddling, instantly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had always envied her sister for having such a flashy pet. Although Xiaobai was currently small in size, it could enlarge itself many times over during battle, exuding an imposing presence. Now, an opportunity had arisen. If Xiaobai could sense the presence of the pen fairy, capturing it would be incredible. In an instant, Shin Yuma made her decision. She was determined to claim this pet for herself. Nothing could stand in her way. Xiaobai, can you sense the pen fairy? Please help me find him. For the next month's meals, I will take care of it. A flicker of human-like joy flashed in the cold. Vertical pupils of the little white snake. Hiss. It flicked its tongue and immediately shot forth from the ground, as swift as a lightning bolt. Suyu, in the face of the little white snake's assault, merely sidestepped slightly to evade the strike. Boom. The little white snake's attack missed entirely, slamming into the wall behind Suyu and creating a hole the size of a basketball, through which the scene of the adjacent room was visible. Without pausing, Suyu turned and dashed out the door. As he exited, the little white snake charged again, adding yet another mark to the wall. This ability to wreak havoc would make even a demolition expert envious. Feeling humiliated, the little white snake raised its head, continuously flicking its tongue. It then transformed into a streak of lightning, pursuing Suyu's departing figure. Boom, boom, boom. Shin Yiling and the others tilted their heads in unison, their gazes following the direction in which the little white snake had vanished. Several holes had been created, leading outside the villa. Shin Yimo swallowed hard, realizing that she had likely gotten herself into trouble again. Indeed, when her eyes met her sister's, she found Xin Yiling gazing at her with a smile. This, too, was a precursor to Xin Yiling's anger. Although Xin Yiling had never struck her in her anger, for reasons unknown, Xin Yimo was always apprehensive of her sister's potential outburst. Wait, sister, dear sister, I acknowledge my mistake. Xin Yimo dashed to Xin Yiling's side, firmly grasping her sister's raised jade hand. Xin Yiling sighed, resigned to the situation. After all, she was the elder sister, having grown up without a mother. Xin Yiling had taken on the dual roles of both sister and mother. Before long, the little white snake returned. You say that person is incredibly fast. Even you cannot catch up? Xin Yiling's delicate face displayed surprise. The little white snake was nearly at the second tier. And with the attributes of a mystical beast surpassing those of a human, how formidable must the opponent's strength be? Hiss, hiss. Do you remember his scent? Hiss. Chapter 95. Oh my goodness, how utterly romantic. On the other side, Suyu wandered down the street, feeling quite dejected. Everything was going smoothly until the unexpected appearance of Xin Yiling disrupted his plans. Otherwise, winning over the delightful Xin Yimo would have been a trivial pursuit. However, Xin Yimo is undeniably intriguing, Suyu mused, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips at the thought of her. Having such a charming girl in their family would surely bring immense joy to their future. Master, those 2 pink markers are on the move, and they seem to be heading in your direction, the little fairy alerted. Upon hearing this, Suyu opened his radar map to take a look. 2 pink markers approached him at a leisurely pace. Subsequently, he closed the radar map and casually squatted in front of a street vendor's stall, pretending to browse. The stall offered women's accessories, and the proprietor was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Upon noticing Suyu's distinguished demeanor, the vendor's eyes brightened. Young man, are you selecting a gift for your girlfriend? Without lifting his gaze, Suyu replied nonchalantly, just browsing. He picked up a black headband, examining it closely. It seemed quite decent, adorned with a sailor's emblem, which would likely suit Xin Yimo perfectly. Young man, this Chanel headband you're holding is fresh stock that arrived just yesterday. Rest assured, it's not second-hand goods. How do you conduct transactions here? We accept barter or zero-level energy coins as payment. Energy coins? You mean energy stones, right? Before Suyu could inquire further, the vendor continued. I can tell by your expression that you are unaware of the Empire's newly implemented policies. Seeing the vendor's cheerful demeanor, Suyu casually tossed him a regular energy stone. The vendor caught the stone, and his expression immediately shifted to one of disbelief as he looked down at the stone in his hand. This, sir. What is this? Consider it a gift. Now, please share everything you know in detail. As the vendor recounted his tale, Suyu gained insight into the nature of these energy coins. The Empire had classified energy stones as currency. They were durable and impossible to counterfeit. The so-called energy coins were energy stones that had been fully depleted. The exchange rate was 100 to 1 when compared to unused energy stones. Different grades of energy stones exchanged at a rate of 1 to 10, meaning 1 E-grade stone could be traded for 10 F-grade stones or 100 regular energy stones. Currently, the purchasing power of energy stones was such that 1,015 ordinary stones could buy 1 F-grade weapon, albeit with limited availability. In addition to learning about the currency, Suyu also discovered the power structure of Hushin Island from the vendor. The island was controlled by 3 factions, 2 CEOs from pre-apocalyptic companies and a military representative. The father of the sisters, Xin Yiling and Xin Yimo, was one of the 3 major forces on Hushin Island, serving as its leading figure. Upon understanding the information, Suyu noticed the 2 sisters, Xin Yiling and Xin Yimo, entering his line of sight. Xin Yimo, holding Xin Yiling's hand, earnestly stated, Sister, I assure you, your future partner will bear the surname Su, and he is currently on the Isle of the Lake. Come with me to find Aunt Su. She surely knows who among us has the surname Su. Xin Yiling, exuding a sense of resignation, replied, All right, I believe you. But could you please stop pulling me? I will follow you. As the sisters conversed, Suyu stood up, adjusted his collar, and approached them with a solemn demeanor. Even when he brushed past the 2 sisters, he remained oblivious to their presence. This display contrasted sharply with the onlookers on the street, who frequently cast glances at the sisters. As Xin Yimo passed by Suyu, she caught a glimpse of his profile and momentarily halted. Is it possible that someone could truly possess the legendary looks of the esteemed reader? He is exactly my type. A little figure seemed to emerge in her mind, cheering enthusiastically. Wait. Suyu turned back in confusion, revealing a warm, sunny smile. Is there something you need? Xin Yimo felt as though she were melting. Such divine beauty. That voice. Oh heavens, how warm. Ignoring her astonished sister, Xin Yimo hastily made her way to Suyu, exclaiming, You are my type. Ah, no, wait. May we be friends? I am Xin Yimo. Her boisterous personality almost displayed the words I cherish you across her face. Ding. Xin Yimo's base affection for the host is 30, current affection is 36. You're also my type, Suyu responded, feeling the system notification resonating in his mind as he grasped Shin Yimo's delicate hand. Of course, it is a pleasure to befriend such a beautiful girl. As he spoke, he raised the hairband in his hand, realizing that the impulse to purchase it earlier was indeed preordained by fate. Ding! Shin Yimo's affection for the host increases by 2. Current affection is 38. Shin Yimo accepted the hairband, which she adored, not merely for its style that suited her, but also for the notion of destiny that Suyu had mentioned. Fate has brought us together. Oh my, how utterly romantic. Joyfully donning the hairband, she turned to her sister, tilting her head and asking, "How do I look?" "Very beautiful." Upon hearing Suyu's compliment, Shin Yimo's eyes sparkled with delight. As for her sister, she had completely forgotten about her. Having a boyfriend was far more important than sisterly concerns. Shin Yiling furrowed her brow, tugging Shin Yimo back while casting a wary glance at Suyu. Just moments ago, Xiaobai had informed her that the scent emanating from him was identical to that found within their villa. Simultaneously, the notification sounds echoed in Suyu's mind. Ding! Shin Yiling's affection for the host is 30, current affection is 33. Ding! Shin Yiling's affection for the host is 35, current affection is 2. Ding! Shin Yiling's affinity towards the host has risen from 5 to 7. This young lady, it seems she has already discovered something, Suyu thought, casting a discreet glance at the little white snake beside him. This creature, when stewed with chicken, should be quite nourishing. Upon sensing Suyu's gaze, the little white snake instantly bristled. No, rather it quickly recoiled its head, curling its body, flicking its tongue, and shaking its tail in a display of potential aggression. However, after Suyu shot at a fierce glare, the little white snake swiftly retreated behind Shin Yiling, cautiously peeking out. Chapter 96. Only children make choices. I naturally desire them all. What is your purpose in approaching Emo? Shin Yiling forcibly suppressed the inexplicable fondness she felt for Su Yuxing. Her gaze towards him laced with scrutiny. Approaching? Purpose? How should one articulate that? You. Shin Yiling inhaled deeply, her eyes warning as she regarded Suyu. It was you who was at the villa before, right? Regardless of your intentions, please keep your distance from Emo. With that, she grasped Shin Emo and prepared to depart. It was not that she wished to interrogate Suyu, but the small white figure beside her had advised her that this man was not to be trifled with. Sister, what are you talking about? Shin Emo interjected with dissatisfaction. However, upon witnessing her sister's solemn expression, she could only relent, though she discreetly winked at Suyu. Observing the retreating figures of the two women, Suyu revealed a playful smile. If that's the case, then do not blame me for lacking chivalry. I do not believe there exists a woman who can resist my charm. After waiting in place for approximately half an hour, a melodious voice emerged from a nearby alley. Hey, come over here. Upon approaching, it was indeed the little girl, Shun Emo. Upon seeing Suyu, she appeared quite elated. I'm sorry. My sister was just worried about me, so she said those things. Please don't be angry. By the way, have you just arrived on the island? Oh. I haven't asked your name yet. Suyu smiled and shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will. I just arrived on the island today. You mentioned your name is Shin Emo, right? From now on, I shall call you Emo. It's a pleasure to formally meet you. I'm Suyu. Shin Emo's cheerful expression faltered momentarily. You said your surname is Su? As in Su Xing? Yes. Is there a problem? No. I just think it's quite nice. A lovely name, Shun Emo said, striving to suppress her tumultuous emotions. In her mind, a tiny voice screamed, No way. No way. No way. This is the first person I've ever liked. Am I really going to compete with my sister? Internally flustered, yet outwardly maintaining a cheerful facade. This was indeed Shun Emo's current state. Suyu, you don't have a place to stay yet, do you? How about I arrange a lodging for you? The two walked along the gravel-strewn path, their thoughts diverging. Suddenly, Shun Emo halted, turning to Suyu with earnestness. Suyu, what do you think of my sister? She is all right, at least quite beautiful, Suyu replied candidly. And if, just if, my sister and I both wanted to be your girlfriends, who would you choose? Suyu raised an eyebrow, responding casually. Only children make choices. I naturally desire them all. Ding! Shun Emo's affection for the host increases by 1. Current affection level, 37. You're far too greedy. Shun Emo pouted, seemingly annoyed, and continued walking ahead. Ding! Shun Emo's affection for the host increases by 1. Current affection level, 38. Ding! Shun Emo's affection for the host decreases by 2. Current affection level, 36. As Suyu followed closely behind Shin Emo, he was somewhat bewildered by the series of notifications echoing in his mind. It took him a moment to grasp what fantasies Shin Emo might be indulging in. Until, that thing, if you want it all, can I make it bigger? Shin Emo exclaimed, her eyes growing ever brighter as she spoke. Then, from now on, my sister will have to call me sister, he. That might not be feasible. You can at most be third in line. Shin Yimo paused, taken aback. Third? You mean? Yes, just as you imagined. So, can you accept that? Haha. What's the big deal? Not only will I have 2 more sisters, but I'll also be ahead of my sister. I've hit the jackpot. See, you chuckled knowingly, realizing that this girl's thought process was indeed quite unique. Before long, Shin Yimo took Suyu's hand and led him to a Holiday Inn, whose environment was evidently far superior to the temporary accommodations nearby. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the two arrived at the door of a room. Here, you can stay for now. I need to head back, Shin Yimo said, sticking out her little tongue. I snuck out, and if my sister finds out, I will get scolded. With a smile, Suyu ruffled Shin Yimo's hair. All right, you head back then. By the way, take this. He produced an intelligent holographic wristband synthesized from the galactic model from his storage ring. After explaining its usage to her, Shin Yimo stood on her tiptoes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Thank you. I really like this gift, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she dashed away. As the notification chimed again, indicating an increase in Shin Yimo's affection level, Suyu touched the spot where she had kissed him, surprised by her moment of shyness. Once Suyu entered the room, the previously quiet lobby of the hotel erupted into a buzz. Did I just see that right? That was the little witch. Could it just be someone who looks like her? I must say, I admire that guy even more. What a remarkable person. The little witch is completely under his thumb. The room Shin Yimo had found for Suyu was a standard hotel double, with crisp white sheets freshly changed and no sign of disorder. Suyu lay back on the bed and initiated a video call with Shin Shui. The call was almost instantly answered, and seeing the worried expressions on both women, Suyu couldn't help but internally curse himself. What a scoundrel. Shin Shui, Shiyao. I'm fine. Yes. Don't worry. You mentioned a colossal beast? It wasn't much. I easily dealt with one, and the other just had high defenses. I can handle it with a bit more time. I'll definitely be back by tomorrow at the latest. I can't afford to neglect my daily mandatory training. As time flew by, night fell. Su Min swayed her slender waist as she walked along the streets of the island, greeting the passers-by. Sister Su off work? Sister Su, after a long day of toil, would you care to unwind? There are new arrivals, and they are quite enticing. Soon, Su Min arrived before a villa, gently massaging her slightly stiffened cheeks before pushing the door open to enter. Inside the villa, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit paused momentarily upon seeing Su Min, then inquired with a hint of surprise, "Little sister, what brings you here?" Su Min offered no response, merely surveying her surroundings. The man understood and led her deeper into the house, guiding her into a hidden chamber. Once inside, Su Min's expression transformed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Elder brother, our opportunity has arrived." The man's eyes flickered with intrigue. Opportunity? He was all too aware of what his younger sister referred to. Su, who had married into the Shin family, and after years of relentless effort, he was on the verge of seizing control of the Shin group. Yet, just at this pivotal moment, the dreadful apocalypse had erupted. He felt a deep sense of frustration. But what could he do? The 2 daughters of the Shin family had awakened immensely powerful talents, compelling him to suppress his ambitions, drawing Su Min into his embrace. Su, who sported a mischievous grin, teasingly saying, "What opportunity do you speak of? If it fails to satisfy me, you are aware of the consequences." Su Min playfully rolled her eyes at him, leaning closer. "Brother, do you recall the news from the military a few days ago? You refer to that individual named Suyu?" Suhu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Indeed, the very one the military warned us not to provoke. He has arrived at our Lake Heart Island." Suhu furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze to Su Min, urging her to continue. "Sister, my talent, aside from having a photographic memory, allows me to sense the strengths and weaknesses of the beings I encounter. Today, I seized the chance to engage with him, and his power is truly formidable." "You mean to say?" "Yes, if we can secure his support with his formidable strength and the military's favor towards him. What could the Shin family possibly mean to us then?" Chapter 97. The doorstep delivery of Shin Yimo the following morning, Suyu stretched languidly. Beside him lay a girl still ensconced in slumber. Her partially concealed skin resembled the finest white jade, and her petite lips curled slightly, inviting a kiss upon their luscious surface. Suyu gently patted the girl's back. "It's time to rise. Weren't you worried last night that your sister might become furious upon discovering your absence?" Let me sleep a little longer," the girl murmured, half opening her eyes before sinking back into deep slumber. "It seems that being too irresistible is not necessarily a blessing," Suyu lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Unlike Feng Qianchue, who possessed a built-in cooling mechanism, this girl did not share such a trait. Thus, despite his efforts to restrain himself, the tension between them nearly ignited. The girl beside him was none other than Shin Yimo. To understand how she came to be here, one must recount the events of the previous evening. Accustomed to the comfort of tender embraces, Suyu found himself unable to sleep, feeling as though something essential was amiss. Originally, he contemplated seeking out Feng Qianxue and her companion, but the thought of running back and forth seemed cumbersome. Instead, he engaged in conversation with Shen Yimo via his intelligent holographic wristband. Although Suyu had been a solitary noble in his past life, he had gleaned numerous romantic strategies from social media. With Shen Yimo's affection level reaching 40, they had entered the realm of infatuation. Consequently, Suyu deftly charmed Shen Yimo, resulting not only in a delivery to his doorstep but also elevating his evolution points to 2, with his attractiveness soaring to 95. Moments later, Shen Yimo abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of panic evident in her violet gaze. Without a hint of shyness, she hastily donned her clothing before exclaiming, "Oh no, oh no, brother you, what time is it?" 9:20, he replied. "Oh no, I'm doomed. My sister must have already noticed my absence." In that instant, Shen Yimo resembled a deflated doll, slumping despondently on the bed. However, she quickly regained her composure, seizing Suyu's arm with sparkling eyes. "Brother you, how about we poison her?" "Poison?" Suyu responded with a bewildered expression. "Is it really necessary to go that far?" "Oh no, not that kind of poison. I mean the kind from the television that makes one willingly surrender," she clarified, mimicking a stabbing motion with her hands, seemingly pleased with her idea. Suyu was struck by the absurdity of it all. This girl was undoubtedly the leader of schemes against her sister. However, was he truly that kind of person? Absolutely not. He tapped Shen Yimo lightly on the head. "What are you thinking? I refuse to believe that you think brother you would be swayed by such antics. If it comes to it, I could simply knock your sister out and bring her over," she persisted. After much deliberation, he finally managed to dissuade Shen Yimo from her rather extreme notion. Subsequently, he informed Shen Yimo about the enhancement of evolution points and attribute points, which delighted the young girl immensely. She exclaimed, eager to challenge Suyu to a duel of 300 rounds. After finally sending Shen Yimo on her way, Suyu stood at the doorway, lost in thought. If sleep-inducing methods are off the table, how should I proceed? Shen Yiling's favorability is in the negatives, which poses quite the conundrum. While a gradual pursuit might yield success, Suyu lacked the patience for such endeavors. Forget it. If all else fails, I can always rely on Yimo for assistance. Shaking his head, just as he was about to close the door, a voice from nearby halted his actions. "Hey, wait a moment." A young man approached briskly, scrutinizing Suyu before inquiring, "You must be Suyu, right? Suji's distant relative? Is there something you need?" Suyu recognized the young man. He was the one who had arranged Shen Yimo's accommodations the previous day. "It's nothing much. Just that Sujia asked me to convey a message. She needs to see you at the Brave Tavern. Why would she seek me out so early in the morning?" Suyu pondered, albeit with a nod of acknowledgement. With no clear direction and idleness proving unproductive, he decided to discover what this woman was up to, as it might lead to a breakthrough. Following the young man, Suyu arrived at the Brave Tavern. As he entered the private room, he noticed Sumin rising to greet him, accompanied by a middle-aged man who also stood to await Suyu's seating. "Suyu, I've been waiting for you. Come, take a seat." Once Suyu was settled, Su Min introduced, "This is my brother, Su Hu, one of the influential figures on Lake Heart Island." Suyu squinted, feeling both surprised and intrigued, and activated his eye of detection. Name: Su Hu level, first stage 0 level, combat power, 100 strength, 192. The average attributes for an adult are around 10, agility, 210, constitution, 187, mentality, 215, attractiveness, 71, favorability, 11, friendly, talent, A-class linguistic persuasion, a unique skill that increases the persuasiveness of spoken words by 50. Recovering 5 energy per minute. Skills: none. His 4-dimensional attributes were merely average, yet this talent was rather intriguing. It was neither distinctly good nor bad. Its value depended largely on its application. If utilized wisely, this talent could indeed be regarded as a formidable skill. Suyu was certain that if these two sought him out without a purpose, he would not be easily convinced. Thus, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "Speak plainly. What is it that you require?" "I prefer directness." "Haha, Mr. Su, your straightforwardness is refreshing. I shall not keep you in suspense." Suhu replied with a hearty laugh before articulating his request. "You mean to ask me to liaise with the military to refrain from interfering in your conflict with the Shin family? And to halt Shin Yiling's beast, the serpent? Indeed. Once this matter is resolved, I, Su, shall ensure a generous reward. From where do you derive such confidence to believe that the military personnel would grant me this favor?" Suyu expressed his astonishment. Though he had conversed with the superior a few times over the phone, it hardly seemed sufficient for such a privilege. Moreover, in the Suong military, he was not acquainted with anyone. Beside him, Su Min chuckled and interjected, "Your reputation indeed carries weight. Just a few days ago, the military issued a notice accompanied by your photograph, warning us not to provoke you, lest we face their unyielding wrath. Suyu lightly tapped the table, connecting the dots of information. Soon enough, he formulated a plan. Amidst the eager gazes of the Su siblings, he nodded in agreement. I can assist you with this matter. But we must first discuss the price. Once the price is settled, everything else can be negotiated. Exchanging glances filled with delight, the Su siblings felt a surge of hope. Yet, upon considering the price Suyu had mentioned, Suhu quickly regained his composure and tentatively proposed. How about 500 ordinary energy stones? Not sufficient. Suyu replied with an impassive shake of his head. Suhu's heart sank, silently cursing Suyu for his avarice. However, contemplating that Suyu would ultimately have authority over Lake Heart Island, he gritted his teeth and countered with a definitive figure, 1,000. This is my final offer. Noticing that the 1,000 stones were likely Suhu's limit, Suyu calmly stated a number, 2,000. Why you? There's no need to rush. We must also include this. As he spoke, Suyu instructed Xiao Xian to exchange for an E-Class flame pistol. Beep, purchased E-Class flame pistol, deducting 1,000 spiritual essence, remaining spiritual essence, 126351. Though Suyu had not slain any zombies that day, his spiritual essence had nonetheless increased by 47,142 points. This growth, of course, was not without cause. Attributable to the efforts of Feng Qianxue and her companion. Glancing at his balance with satisfaction, Suyu smiled as he presented the E-Class flame pistol to Suhu. Unfazed, Suhu reached out to accept it, but as soon as the weapon was in his grasp, his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in astonishment, This is actually an E-Class weapon. E-Class flame pistol. Bullets possess a burning characteristic, armor-piercing capability of 20, capable of penetrating the defenses of second-tier creatures, and can be charged with energy stones for use. Chapter 98 The Human Condition. One must inevitably face the consequences of one's actions. After waiting for an extended period at the tavern, a series of knocks echoed, prompting Suyu to lazily call out, Come in. Shortly thereafter, Suhu briskly entered the private room, carrying a suitcase. He placed the small case on the table and opened it with a couple of sharp clicks, revealing an orderly array of ordinary energy stones, each the size of a coin. Mr. Su, please take a look, Suhu urged. Suyu retracted his feet from the table, sat up nonchalantly, and cast a cursory glance before waving his hand, effortlessly storing both the energy stones in the suitcase within his storage ring. Subsequently, he retrieved his E-grade flame pistol, aiming its muzzle directly at Suhu. Mr. Su, what are you? Suhu stammered, his body trembling despite being a first-tier strongman, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead uncontrollably. However, Suyu did not pull the trigger. Instead, he mimicked the sound of a gunshot. Tossing the flame pistol to Suhu, he spoke in a calm tone. You think you can deceive me? You're not quite bold enough for that. Now, tell me, when do you plan to act? Mr. Su, if you could liaise with the military. I am prepared at any moment, Suhu replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Although uncertain whether the military would heed his request, Suyu nodded in agreement. After all, it was merely a trial with no significant risk involved. He instructed Xiao Xian to exchange for an F-grade disposable communication talisman, casually tossing it to Suhu. Keep this. Once I've handled my affairs, I shall notify you. After Suhu departed with a bow, Suyu began tapping his fingers lightly against the table, organizing his thoughts. A few minutes later, he initiated a video call with Shin Yimo. You go. What's up? It has been long since we parted. And you already miss me? Shin Yimo's voice emerged softly from the virtual screen as she curled up in a corner. Observing her furtive demeanor, Suyu chuckled. Look at you, sneaking around. Well, I have a task that requires your assistance. After conveying the details to Shin Yimo, Suyu exited the tavern and glanced towards the villa where Shin Yiling resided, muttering to himself, I refuse to believe I cannot handle a mere girl. With a surge of determination, he vanished from sight, hastening towards the military stationed location. The negotiations with the military proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Suyu merely stated his intentions, and to his surprise, they readily acquiesced, even inquiring if they should dispatch troops for support. Exiting the military base, Suyu turned back, perplexed, to see a smiling officer at the entrance, waving at him. It was evident that some directive had been issued by that esteemed elder. Although the elder's motives remained unclear, Suyu chose not to delve further. Returning the officer's smile, he made his way towards the office building on Lake Heart Island. Before long, Suyu arrived at a 3-story villa. Following the route provided by Shin Yimo, he skillfully evaded all prying eyes and successfully infiltrated the villa. Knock, knock. Suyu knocked on the door and then stood outside, adjusting his collar. After all, meeting the father-in-law for the first time warranted a certain formality. Please come in. Suyu entered, finding the room, now converted into an office, rather simplistic. Shin Yimo's father, Shin Qianwan, was seated at the desk, engrossed in writing something. So you chose not to disturb him, quietly closing the door behind him and settling onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette as he waited. Suddenly, Shen Qianwan set down his pen, his brow furrowed deeply. Smoking was prohibited in his office, and anyone allowed in was certainly not an outsider. Who was this fool causing such a flagrant breach of decorum today? As he looked up, prepared to reprimand the intruder, his words caught in his throat upon recognizing Su Yu. You are Su Yu. Since Uncle Shun was already aware of his identity, the forthcoming conversation would be considerably easier. Shen Qianwan remained silent, his brow still knitted in thought as he contemplated the purpose of Su Yu's visit. Su Yu rose and approached the desk, extending his hand for a formal introduction. Uncle Shun, allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Su Yu, and I am your daughter's boyfriend. Wow, what the hell? Shen Qianwan exclaimed, taken aback by this unexpected revelation. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a face that seemed to reflect a mix of disbelief and irritation, inquired, is it Yiling or Yimo? Both, Su Yu replied casually, retracting his hand. Fortunately, Shen Qianwan was not the type to explode at the slightest provocation. He fixed his complex gaze upon Su Yu, probing, are they willing participants in this arrangement? He understood that someone under the military's close scrutiny would possess considerable strength, and he was concerned that Su Yu might have coerced them through force. Should his suspicions prove correct, Shen Qianwan would not hesitate to make Su Yu pay dearly. Yimo is a willing participant, Su Yu answered without hesitation. Does that imply Yiling was coerced? Shen Qianwan clenched his fists tightly. After a brief pause, Su Yu continued, Yiling is not yet my girlfriend, but she will be soon. He then proceeded to inform Uncle Shun of Su Hu's intentions in seeking him out. Are you speaking the truth? Shen Qianwan's expression darkened. Su Hu was his brother-in-law, a man he had nurtured from poverty to prominence. It was shocking to realize that, in this apocalyptic time, the first to betray him was someone from his inner circle. Su Yu shrugged. I have no reason to deceive you. If it weren't for Yimo and Yiling, I wouldn't involve myself in this matter. Shen Qianwan nodded, contemplating for a moment before asking. You did not come merely to inform me of this, did you? What are your plans moving forward? Little fairy. Exchange for a substitute doll. Certainly, master. Which grade would you prefer? E grade, for safety's sake. Beep. Purchasing E grade substitute doll, deducting 1,000 spirit points, remaining spirit points, 125351. E class substitute doll must be actively used. The doll and the user will swap positions. The distance cannot exceed 10 kilometers. After binding with the doll, it can transform to resemble the binder. Note, the user's rank cannot exceed level 2. The doll is immobile and, if destroyed, the user can still gain experience points commensurate with their rank. While toying with the doll, Su Yu remarked, Uncle Shun, I have nothing to hide. In the future, Yiling and Emo will undoubtedly accompany me, as I do not intend to linger in one place for too long. To alleviate any concerns these two girls may have for you, I will do my utmost to eliminate the potential dangers on Heart Lake Island. Father Shun gazed at Su Yu, his expression fluctuating, but ultimately, he could only sigh. I understand that times have changed since before the apocalypse. There is no longer room for niceties. However, should you dare to treat them poorly, I shall haunt you even in death. Su Yu refrained from rebuking him, merely offering a faint smile. Rest assured, Uncle Shen, I possess no other virtues, save for cherishing the women I hold dear. Shortly thereafter, Su Yu entrusted the substitute doll to Father Shun, simultaneously conveying his plans. This will result in many deaths, won't it? Father Shun's face clouded with difficulty. What do their lives mean to me? People must bear the consequences of their actions, Su Yu replied. Father Shun was not one to dither. He soon made a decision, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Chapter 99. Rashness. Rashness. After departing from Master Shen, Su Yu initiated a video call with Shin Yimo. As soon as the connection was established, Shin Yimo's melodious voice resonated. You go. You are truly remarkable. The military attaches such great importance to you. Su Yu chuckled and shook his head, unable to comprehend why the old man held him in such high regard. If it were merely due to his prowess, he certainly would not believe it. Nevertheless, this was advantageous, alleviating many of his troubles. Yimo, how have you fared with the task I entrusted to you? You go. You needn't worry about my capabilities. I have already seen the message transmitted from the military. When is our next plan set to commence? I can hardly wait. Observing Shun Yimo's exuberance, Su Yu nodded in response. Then let us begin. Remember what I told you. Do not falter. Your father will be safe under my watch. Hiki. You can rest assured. When it comes to acting, Shin Yimo is utterly serious. After concluding the video call, Su Yu exchanged for a black robe in the marketplace, wrapping himself securely. Considering that Shen Yiling's little white snake possessed a keen sense of smell, he also acquired a vial of F-grade odor-masking potion. Subsequently, He proceeded to the designated meeting place with Shin Yimo. Before long, Shin Yiling and Shin Yimo arrived together. Yimo, is the treasure you mentioned that can enhance talent levels found here? Shin Yiling surveyed the surroundings, her gem-like eyes filled with confusion. The area was desolate, consisting of nothing but grass. Where could there possibly be a treasure? Sister, I truly. Just as Shin Yimo was about to elaborate, the little white snake beside her suddenly raised its head. The little white snake, feeling uneasy, flicked its tongue anxiously, hissing. Hiss. Boom. A figure appeared in the arena with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch to the little white snake's head, sending it crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater in the earth. This blow rendered the little white snake unconscious, leaving it unable to even assume its combat form. Seeing her familiar incapacitated by the sudden appearance of this enigmatic assailant, Shin Yiling clenched her fists and charged forward. Bang! Shin Yiling was kicked back, landing directly in Shin Yimo's embrace. Cough. Cough. Sister, are you all right? Shin Yimo anxiously inquired. Her gaze filled with fury as she glared at the mysterious figure not far away. Who are you, and why did you suddenly attack us? Suyu seized the unconscious little white snake and, in a low voice, chuckled ominously. Hee hee. What a delightful ingredient. He addressed the two girls. That little snake shall be mine. It is the principal component I require for my dragon and phoenix soup. While conversing with the two maidens, he also engaged in a mental exchange with Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, please exchange for 2 defensive talismans, the kind meant for single use. Understood, master. What level do you prefer? As long as they can withstand the attack from the fiery handgun I previously exchanged for. With a chime, 2 E-level talismans were purchased, deducting 2,000 spirit essence, leaving a balance of 123,251 spirit essence. He tossed the 2 talismans in front of the 2 women, saying, do not accuse me of bullying you. Consider this a token of compensation. With that, Suyu lifted the little white snake and prepared to depart. Shin Yimo picked up the talismans, her delicate face flashing with surprise, and then quickly stuffed one into Shin Yiling's embrace. You stop right there. Don't think you can dismiss me with just these 2 E-level items. This matter won't be settled without at least 8 or 10 billion. As she spoke, Shin Yimo sprang up and chased after Suyu. Yimo, don't pursue. Shin Yiling urgently called out, but at that moment, Shin Yimo had already vanished in a flash. She stood up, clutching her stomach to endure the pain. That mysterious person's kick had been quite formidable. Compared to her own safety, she was far more concerned about her sister. The formidable presence of that mysterious individual weighed heavily on her mind, filling her with anxiety. After hesitating for a moment, Shin Yiling hurried toward the office building on the island. She had to find that person, as she believed that with their strength, they could surely bring her sister back safely. Meanwhile, after distancing himself, Suyu came to a halt. Noticing Suyu had stopped, Shin Yimo leapt up from afar. Suyu caught her effortlessly, grinning as he held her. So, what is the verdict? Did your sister notice anything? Nothing. But you go. That kick you delivered was rather excessive. I must demand an explanation from my sister. Shin Yimo clung to Suyu's neck, her long, slender legs wrapped around his waist. Oh, and what sort of explanation do you seek? Shin Yimo leaned closer to Suyu's ear, exhaling a warm breath. I must be compensated at least 8 or 10 billion, right now. Are you certain? Right here? Suyu inquired. I happen to have a secret base nearby. Shin Yimo leapt down from Suyu and tugged his hand toward a nearby thicket. An hour later, Suyu emerged from the woods, feeling invigorated. Behind him, Shin Yimo was playfully skipping, her face still flushed with lingering excitement. You, wait for me. What's wrong? Can't keep up already? Weren't you just proclaiming to conquer me? Suyu teased, turning around with a smile. Shin Yimo's face fell. She had initially believed that last night was Suyu's utmost limit, emboldening her to be playful. Little did she know, he had merely been considerate of her innocence. How rash. How rash. It seems next time I must bring my sister along to back me up. You go, let us return to the villa. It's been quite a while, my sister must be worried. So you gently ruffled her hair, now you realize the urgency? What were you doing earlier? You stay here and watch over this white snake. It wouldn't do if someone picked it up and harmed it. I must proceed with the next phase of my plan. I assure you, I will complete the task. You go, then hurry along. Suyu nodded and set off toward the pink-marked location on the radar map. Regarding the safety of Shin Yimo, Suyu harbored no concerns. As early as the previous night, he had already set her harm transferred to 50. During the journey, Suyu produced an F-grade disposable communication talisman and declared, you may proceed. Meanwhile, in another location, Suyu gazed at the shattered communication talisman, suddenly rising with a spark of excitement in his eyes. He then exited the secret chamber, striding purposefully toward the living room. In the living room, over 100 individuals were eagerly awaiting, ready for action. Upon Suyu's arrival, everyone stood in unison. Suhu cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Many present were originally from the Shin family. Yet under the influence of his persuasive talent, they had willingly aligned themselves with him. Ladies and gentlemen, gather your forces and prepare for action. From this day forth, Hushin Island shall be under our dominion. The once tranquil Hushin Island became a tempestuous scene, ignited by Su Yu's proclamation. Chapter 100. With this stamp, you shall be mine henceforth. When Su Yu arrived at the location of Shin Yiling, he found her anxiously pacing before his door. Upon seeing him, she hurried forward. Mr. Su, you have finally returned. Su Yu merely cast her a cursory glance, his favorability towards her having risen by a mere 2 points to 5. Noticing his silence, he entered the room, prompting Shin Yiling to hesitate momentarily before following suit. Miss Shin, it seems inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to be in such close quarters, he remarked. However, preoccupied with her sister's safety, Shin Yiling paid little heed to Su Yu's demeanor. With a hint of urgency in her voice, she implored, Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for any previous indiscretions. I have come to seek your assistance. Oh, you require my help? Pray, enlighten me on the matter, Su Yu replied, feigning ignorance as he raised his gaze in surprise. After Shin Yiling recounted the situation, Su Yu chuckled softly, approaching her with a piercing look. Miss Shun, the matter you present is trivial for me. However, what incentive do I have to assist you? You. Shin Yiling retreated a step, inhaling deeply before inquiring. What is it that you desire? What do I desire? Su Yu mused, his gaze roving over her, making her feel increasingly uneasy. It appears I lack for nothing. Yet having a warm companion for the night does sound appealing. Perhaps. You shall not. She interjected, her cheeks flushed. Or perhaps I might suggest your sister serve as my warm companion. Their words collided almost simultaneously, leaving Shin Yiling's complexion crimson, as if she had misinterpreted the situation. Ding. Shin Yiling's favorability towards the host is now 10. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Su Yu waved his hand dismissively. Since there's nothing further to discuss, you may leave. I need to rest. Shin Yiling parted her lips, ready to speak, when a cacophony of shouts and chaos erupted from outside the door. Her expression shifted dramatically as she rushed out. Observing the distant smoke, her countenance transformed once more, and after casting a fierce glare at Su Yu, she vanished from sight. Ah, glare at me all you wish. You shall have your moment of despair soon enough, Su Yu muttered to himself before following her. Upon his arrival, he found two factions engaged in a fierce battle outside a villa. It was evident that Shin's father was at a disadvantage, with merely 70 or 80 first-tier fighters, while the opposing side, led by Su Hu, boasted nearly 200 first-tier warriors, all armed with E-grade weapons gifted by Su Yu. At that moment, Shin Yiling joined the fray, yet her presence proved ineffective. Her primary strength lay in her ability to command beasts, and without them, she was akin to a toothless tiger. Su Hu gripped the fiery pistol tightly, flanked by two burly men who braced him to mitigate the weapon's formidable recoil. Each shot from the fiery pistol claimed a vibrant life. Seeing the situation turning dire, Father Shin began to summon his subordinates to retreat to the office building of the villa. Su Hu, noticing this, did not pursue but instead laughed heartily, saying, Brother Shin, I shall grant you one final hour to contemplate. Should you choose not to surrender, do not blame me, Su, for lacking compassion. At that point, your two precious daughters may well become the spoils of my brothers behind me. Aha. The laughter of Su Hu's entourage echoed around him. Inside the villa, Father Shin wore a dark expression, remaining silent. Those around him bore various wounds, and a few exchanged silent glances before subtly nodding. This scene did not escape the notice of an elderly man resembling a steward standing beside Father Shin. After much hesitation, Shin Yiling bit her lip and spoke up, Father, do not worry. I have a plan. Meanwhile, Su Yu, who had been observing from the shadows, made his way toward his room on the island after witnessing Shin Yiling stealthily exit through a hidden door in the villa. A smile unconsciously graced his lips. Excellent. The fish has taken the bait. He then hastened back to his room in anticipation. Shin Yiling pushed the door open, finding Su Yu reclining on the bed, wearing a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. A surge of irritation welled up within her, ever since she had encountered Su Yu. A series of troublesome events had unfolded, leading her to suspect that this shameless man was a harbinger of misfortune. After taking a deep breath, Shin Yiling coldly stated, I have agreed to your previous request, but you must substitute me for EMO. You cannot harbor any designs on her. Furthermore, as part of our exchange, you must eliminate the traitors on the island. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Is this how you approach someone you seek help from? He paused. Forgive me. I was too hasty. I implore you to grant my request. Close the door and come here, he added. Upon hearing his words, Shin Yiling felt an urge to slam the door shut. Yet, thinking of her sister and her father, who was facing a life-threatening crisis, she relented. As Shin Yiling approached, Su Yu stood tall, looking down at her while gently lifting her chin. Xin Yiling trembled slightly, closing her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately. As Su Yu drew nearer, her heart raced like a startled deer, her breath quickening. Ding! Xin Yiling's affection for the host increases by 5, current affection level 15. Ding! Xin Yiling's affection for the host increases by 7, current affection level 3. The system notification chimed incessantly in Su Yu's mind, ultimately settling at a level of 3. After a deep kiss, Su Yu leaned close to Xin Yiling's translucent earlobe, exhaling warm breath. You have been marked. From now on, you belong to me. Xin Yiling pushed him away, her eyes filled with indignation, but the flush of her ears betrayed her true feelings. Su Yu smiled broadly, unperturbed. With me around, neither EMO nor your father will come to harm. Make sure to be ready when I return. Having spoken, he strode purposefully towards the door. As he reached the threshold, he cast a casual glance at Xin Yiling, who, feeling weak, was about to sit on the bed to catch her breath. A meaningful smile crept across Su Yu's face. All the elaborate arrangements he had orchestrated could not possibly culminate in such a trivial conclusion. While he could indeed claim Xin Yiling at this juncture, such a forced acquisition was far from Su Yu's desires. After all, they were destined to share many days ahead. If he were to resort to coercion, it could leave an indelible thorn in her heart. Thus, his methods needed to be gentler. In this way, should she eventually uncover the truth, the actions he took today would be rendered inconsequential, provided a foundation of mutual affection had already been established. Chapter 101. You talk too much at this moment. The office building on Lake Hard Island was filled with the majority of the island's survivors. Among the crowd, many were whispering and engaging in hushed discussions. To be frank, Shen Qianwan had shown considerable mercy towards these ordinary survivors. Those present were well aware of Shen Qianwan's kindness. Yet in their current predicament, they were like clay figurines crossing a river, unable to ensure their own safety. Who would dare to speak out? Su Hu wore an expression of impatience. Although he felt confident in his victory, he wished to conserve his strength and avoid a direct confrontation with Shen Qianwan. However, prolonging this standoff was not a viable option. Glancing at the time, Su Hu called out towards the office villa. Shen Qianwan, I will give you one final minute. If you do not come out, do not blame me for lacking compassion and eliminating you all. Inside the villa, two factions were engaged in a heated argument. One faction desired to surrender, while the other was determined to fight Su Hu and his group to the bitter end. Shen Qianwan wore a bitter expression, one that was not feigned. He had never anticipated that his former friends would now be urging him to surrender. Did they not understand the consequences of capitulation? They certainly did. A fierce glint flashed in Shen Qianwan's eyes as he barked, Enough. Those of you who wish to surrender may do so without opposition from me. With that, he stepped out of the villa first. Haha, brother Shen, I thought you would forever be a turtle hiding in its shell. So, you've made your decision? Su Hu mocked. Ignoring Su Hu's taunt, Shen Qianwan surveyed his surroundings. Upon noticing a figure atop the villa's roof, he discreetly averted his gaze. He then gestured towards the group advocating for surrender, his voice hoarse as he said, Since you have made your choice, proceed. A middle-aged man, akin in age to Shen Qianwan, stepped forward. Brother Shen, don't blame me. I simply wish to survive. He then strode towards Su Hu's camp, prompting a wave of 50 to 60 others to follow suit. Once these individuals had departed, fewer than 20 remained by Shen Qianwan's side. He turned to look at them, a flicker of gratitude shining in his eyes. However, the necessary formalities had to be adhered to. Shen Qianwan inquired of Su Hu, Will you spare them after I am gone? Brother Shen, what are you afraid of? If we fight, taking one down with us is not a loss. Mr. Shen, do you look down upon us? At worst, we die, but 18 years later, we can be heroes again. Yes, let us fight them. In an instant, voices of varying opinions erupted from those behind Shen Qianwan. He raised his hand to silence them, his gaze fixed intently on Su Hu. Su Hu, wearing a smile of delight, laughed. Of course, that's not a problem. As long as you admit defeat, I, Su Hu, guarantee their safety. Then, proceed. Su Hu commanded without a hint of hesitation, pulling the trigger before anyone could react. Bang! With the crack of a gunshot, Shen Qianwan collapsed heavily to the ground, a gaping wound the size of a fist appearing on his forehead. Several of Shen Qianwan's subordinates, their eyes clouded with rage, were ready to charge at Su Hu. However, they were sternly admonished by the old butler of the Shen family. Do you wish to render the master's efforts in vain? The surrounding survivors fell into a profound silence, and an eerie quiet enveloped the scene. Su Hu, feeling the surge of energy, erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha, ha, ha. Shen Qianwan, look at you now. He laughed until he nearly gasped for breath before finally ceasing. Turning his gaze to the corpse of Shen Qianwan, he met the furious stares of those nearby, his eyes instantly chilling as he waved his hand commanding, Slay them all. As soon as Su Hu's words fell, it was not his subordinates who acted first. but rather four middle-aged men from Shen Qianwan's side. Among the onlookers, a middle-aged woman lowered her head in despair, preparing to shield her son's eyes. Suddenly, her son excitedly pointed into the fray, shouting, "Mom! Mom! Look! It's that big brother I told you about yesterday." The woman, puzzled, lifted her gaze and finally saw him. There stood a striking man in a black trench coat, exuding an irresistible allure. He appeared almost motionless, yet the traitors from Shen Qianwan's faction froze abruptly, a fine line of blood appearing at their throats. One by one, their heads fell. By a cruel twist of fate, one head rolled directly before Su Hu, its eyes wide open in a final, haunting gaze. Su Hu staggered back, terror etched on his face as he looked at Su Yu. Yet. Su Yu offered no opportunity for words, a flash of cold light, and he was at Su Hu's side in an instant. His blood-red blade reversed and held across his chest. The black trench coat transformed visibly into a suit of dark battle armor, enveloping Su Yu entirely. He cast a frigid glance at Su Hu, his voice devoid of emotion emanating from his mask. "You talk too much." In the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear amidst the throng. At that moment, Su Hu finally managed to utter his remaining words, "No honor in combat." He then collapsed to the ground, his head rolling away, inadvertently kicked by a small boy. Those who had surrendered and Su Hu's men, confronted with Su Yu's grotesquely overwhelming prowess, found themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to resist or even flee. Utilizing his incredible speed, Su Yu darted around the periphery of the crowd, relentlessly forcing Su Hu's faction toward a central point. Gradually, an uncanny scene unfolded. Su Yu appeared to enclose the entire 1,000-strong crowd. As the gathering of people neared completion, Su Yu licked his lips, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his face. The D-class Aurora fragmentation technique was unleashed. The Tang Dao's Fury skill unleashes the blade intent from within, transforming it into countless sharp blades that slice through the target, with the range determined by the output energy, resulting in a damage increase of 20. The cooldown period is 50 seconds. Suddenly, a sky filled with blood-red blade intent enveloped the gathered crowd, accompanied by waves of agonizing screams. The system notification in Su Yu's mind began to ring incessantly. Moments later, the blood-red blade intent dissipated. The surviving onlookers beheld the harrowing scene. The ground was strewn with dismembered corpses wrapped in tattered cloth, with not a single intact limb in sight. Blood pooled everywhere, staining the earth a deep crimson. Streams of bright red blood coalesced, forming a river of gore. Instantly, the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. The sound of flowing liquid sent shivers down the spines of the survivors, causing many to weaken and collapse to the ground. Yet, even in such a state, no one dared to utter a word or move a muscle, for the devilish man still remained, until a heart-wrenching cry broke the silence. "Daddy." Chapter 102. The temporary pleasure of tormenting a husband. The funeral of pursuing him father. Shen Yiling nearly collapsed, kneeling before the lifeless form of her father. Her face, untouched by cosmetics yet undeniably exquisite, bore the weight of despair as crystalline tears cascaded down, soaking her garment. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yu understood it was his time to intervene. Discarding his dark battle armor, he approached Shen Yiling. Upon hearing Su Yu's voice, Shen Yiling abruptly turned, tears streaming down her cheeks, shimmering like gems in the midday sun. "Why? You said nothing would happen. Why? Why did my father still die? Speak." Shen Yiling rose, delivering a fierce punch to Su Yu's chest. He instinctively embraced her, allowing her small fists to rain down upon him like a torrential downpour. "Why is this happening? Why? Why?" Su Yu remained silent, deliberately puffing out his chest, welcoming her outburst. "Strike. The harder, the better. Hit. The louder, the better. Yes. Exert yourself. The more you vent now, the more you will ponder your guilt when the truth is revealed." Once Shen Yiling had sufficiently vented her emotions, Su Yu grasped her shoulders, his expression a mix of sorrow and indignation. "Can you not allow me to explain?" Gazing into Su Yu's striking face, the pain in Shen Yiling's heart intensified. It was this man who had stolen her first kiss, and she had already begun to accept him in her heart. Yet now, the stark reality loomed before her. Her father was dead, a transgression she could not forgive. Pointing at her father's lifeless form, Shen Yiling retorted, "Explain? What is there to explain? My father is dead. Dead." Sighing, Su Yu released his grip, casting a forlorn glance at Shen Yiling before trudging away, step by heavy step, towards the exit. As she watched his despondent figure fade from view, Shen Yiling averted her gaze, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She needed to gather her strength. Her sister still required saving. Looking down at her father's remains, a fresh wave of sorrow washed over her, compelling her to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. Shen Yiling crouched down, preparing to carry her father's body into the villa for a proper resting place. However, the moment she touched the corpse, an unsettling weight struck her. "Why is it so heavy? Furrowing her brows, she set the body down. As she lifted her gaze to inquire of the old steward, she found him and her father's subordinate staring in sheer disbelief. Just as she was about to question them, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Yiling. Father? Shin Yiling was taken aback, turning to see her father approaching her, perfectly intact. Confusion filled her beautiful eyes. What was happening? Yiling, I'm fine. The one on the ground is merely a puppet with her father's explanation. Shin Yiling finally grasped the entire situation. Shin Yiling's face was marked by disbelief as she exclaimed. Are you saying that all of this was actually arranged by Suyu long ago? Upon seeing her father nod, a tightening sensation gripped her heart, leaving her breathless. Just then, a distant voice called out, Sister. Dad, I'm back. The newcomer was none other than Shin Yimo, rushing over with little by Shin Yimo. Without allowing Shin Yiling a moment to respond, joyfully took her sister's hand and exclaimed, Sister, did you ask Yugo to come save me? Oh my, you have no idea. He is truly remarkable. With just one move, he defeated that man in the black robe. Little Bai chimed in, standing nearby, Master. That man was quite decent. He even gave me a potion to heal my injuries. Shin Yimo then tilted her head in confusion, but I wonder why. Yugo seems so sad. His smile appears rather forced. A thunderous rumble echoed in Shin Yiling's mind, leaving her thoughts in a state of disarray. The image of Suyu's sorrowful gaze and his lonely silhouette became imprinted in her memory, lingering long after. Had she truly wronged him? No, this cannot be. I must find him. Whispering resolutely, her beautiful eyes gleamed with determination. Yimo, quickly tell me, where has Suyu gone? Shin Yimo shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Without further ado, Shin Yiling hurried towards Suyu's residence, disregarding any pleasantries. Watching her sister's departing figure, Shin Yimo smirked mischievously. Isn't this the thrill of tormenting a husband, only to chase him to his demise? Hee hee, this is far more entertaining than a Korean drama. What are you mumbling about? What demise? Shin father inquired from the side. Oh, what demise? Dad, you handle the aftermath. I'll keep an eye on sister. Once both daughters had left, Shin father sighed with a wry smile and began to direct everyone in cleaning up the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a villa situated on the island's center, Suyu observed the virtual screen before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, Shin Yiling's affection for him had surged dramatically, reaching a heartfelt level of 51, before finally stabilizing. The virtual screen displayed a message from Shin Yimo. Yugo, sister is currently searching for you everywhere. Do you wish to see her? With a flicker of thought, Suyu replied, There's no rush. When the time is right, I will come find you. That which is easily obtained is seldom cherished. It is essential to let her wait a few days. Recalling his thoughts, Suyu closed the light screen and turned his gaze to Su Min, who was kneeling before him. After departing from the villa's office, he had come directly here. With Su Hu already eliminated, this woman could not be spared. Upon meeting Suyu's gaze, Su Min trembled, pleading, Mr. Su, I beg you to spare me. I can be your woman. I possess many skills and will surely serve you well. Please grant me this opportunity. Suyu chose to ignore her, engaging in conversation with Xiao Xian instead. Little fairy, please list the items related to enslavement. Certainly, master. F-grade ordinary puppet talisman can transform beings in a critically injured state into puppets. The puppets possess no consciousness and have a maximum level of 100 spirit essence, F-grade heart control talisman. The target must be in a state of complete inability to resist. Upon use, they will obey the user's commands. Duration, 1 day. 100 spirit essence, C-grade skill soul control spell, a special skill that forcibly invades the brain and rewrites the will, implanting a soul curse. The affected individual will exhibit absolute loyalty to the caster. Duration, permanent, irreversible. Maximum enslavement capacity, 0-10. 100, 000 spirit essence. Note, this skill requires the target to be unconscious, critically injured, or in a state of incapacity when used. Chapter 103, The Soul Control Spell. A unique gift from my father-in-law. After a moment of contemplation, Siyu reached a decision. Little fairy, I wish to exchange for the C-grade soul control spell. Ding. Purchasing C-grade skill, soul control spell, deducting 100, 000 spiritual essence, remaining spiritual essence, 30, 011. Ding. You have acquired the C-grade skill, soul control spell. Do you wish to learn it? Yes, I shall learn it. Moments later, Siyu successfully mastered the soul control spell. Casting a glance at Su Min, he contemplated using her as a subject for experimentation to ascertain the extent of absolute loyalty as described by the spell. I can offer you this opportunity, but you must refrain from any thoughts of rebellion. Do you understand? Upon Su Min's nod, Suyu raised his hand and pressed it against her forehead, invoking the soul control spell. Su Min's gaze turned momentarily vacant, before her eyes were filled with fervor as she knelt before him, her forehead touching the ground. Master, seeing that the spell had taken effect, Suyu inquired, do you still possess your previous memories? Master, all my memories remain intact. With this inquiry, Suyu comprehended the formidable nature of this skill. Once the soul spell was implanted, it could only be undone by death, either his or hers, rendering all other methods futile. After the spell's implantation, aside from her unwavering loyalty to Suyu, she remained unchanged. Yet, with a single command, he could even compel her to alter her character, ensuring she would go to any lengths to fulfill his directives. As Su Min was now bound by the soul spell, Suyu abandoned any thoughts of eliminating her. Her talents were indeed quite beneficial for the Heart Lake Island, which was under his father-in-law's domain. The better the island developed, the greater the potential benefits for him. He retrieved 2 Galaxy Smart wristbands, giving one to Su Min for task assignments in the future. He then activated the recording function on the other wristband, capturing a brief video before handing it to Su Min. From now on, in addition to prioritizing my commands, you must also heed Shun Qianwan's arrangements. Go find him and tell him I sent you, then give him this wristband and remind him to watch the video I just recorded. Do you understand? Yes, Master. After Su Min changed her attire and departed, Suyu prepared to return to find Feng Qianxue and her companion. Along the way, he reflected on the rewards he had reaped during his time on Heart Lake Island. Combat Power Amplitude, Mastery of Tang Dao 3, Mastery of Body Technique 3. Absolute Defense 0. 5. Ordinary Skill 0. 2 Name. Suyu Level. Stage 1. Level 1. 1524. For 2000, Combat Value 2752, Strength 77920. The average attributes of an adult are 10. Agility 684, Vitality 696, Mentality 681, Spirit Essence 30,011, Attractiveness 95, Evolution Points 230, can be used to enhance talents or skill levels. Contractors, Feng Qianxue Damage Transfer 50, Lin Shio 50, Shin Yimo 50, Talents, SSS Level Plundering Unique 1000, SS Level Absolute Defense 50, Damage Reduction from any attack, Energy Recovery 18 per minute. Skills, SSS Level Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Decision Unique, Talent Skill Extreme Dominance, C-Level Mastery of Tang Dao 3, C-Level Mastery of Body Technique, F-Level Culinary Mastery, D-Level Blade Draw Slash, D-Level Rift, D-Level Residual Intent Flash, D-Level Aurora Shattering Cloud Decision, C-Level Soul Control Spell, 110, Eye of Detection Items, E-Level Tang Dao Crimson Blood, E-Level Battle Suit Ink Feather, E-Level Storage Ring, F-Level AK-47, F-Level Automatic Recovery Magazine 2, F-Level Energy Stones 27, Ordinary Energy Stones 3237. Quite impressive. Acquired 2 evolution points and increased experience by 237. There are 3 F-Level Energy Stones and a total of 2007 Ordinary Energy Stones, which if exchanged for Spirit Essence would amount to over 200,000, thanks to the kindness of Su Hu. Filled with joy, so you couldn't help but recall the 2,300 energy stones owed to him by the survival base in the Magic City. Although he had also scavenged over 1,000 from the people brought by Situ Jun, those were his trophies and should not be mixed. Gazing towards the direction of the Magic City, a cold glimmer flashed in Su Yu's eyes. Once Xin Yiling and her sisters are done, it will be time to settle accounts with you. After Su Yu departed from the Heart Lake Island by boat, Su Min found Shin Qianwan. You mean Su Yu sent you to find me? Shin Qianwan frowned, looking at Su Min tightly bound by iron chains. Had she not heard the name Su Yu from this woman's lips, she would have been cut to pieces. Su Min nodded, responding, yes. My master also asked me to bring you a gift. It's in my left pocket. A gift? Shin Qianwan, suspicious, rummaged through Su Min's left pocket and retrieved an intelligent light brain wristband. The operation of the intelligent wristband was quite simple, resembling that of smartphones before the apocalypse. After only a brief moment of interaction, Shin Qianwan understood how to use it. Seeing this, Su Min reminded her, my master recorded a video for you, which is saved in the album. Shin Qianwan opened the album and, indeed, found a video file with a cover featuring Su Yu's handsome face. Waving her hand to dismiss her subordinates, Shin Qianwan opened the video file. Hello, Uncle Shin. By the time you view this video, I should have already departed from the Heart Lake Island. Fear not, for I shall return in a few days to collect my 2 lovely daughters-in-law and discuss business with you, Uncle Shin. Upon hearing this, Shin Qianwan scowled and muttered, this brat is truly incorrigible. I possess an abundance of F-grade equipment, and should you desire E-grade items, I have those as well, as long as the price is right. Everything is negotiable. Thus, in the coming days, I suggest you gather more energy stones, Uncle Shun. Listening to Su Yu's seemingly serious words, Shun Qianwan's expression turned grave. Yet, what followed in the video nearly made him choke on his own blood. To be frank, Uncle Shun, you're not at a loss in this exchange. Although I may have taken your 2 daughters, I have also returned one to you, have I not? Su Min is rather charming, and her talents may still be of some use at Heart Lake Island. I have placed her under my control. She will heed your every command. So you need not worry. Come now, Su Min, spin around a couple of times for Uncle Shin to see if you can catch his eye. Though Su Min was bound tightly, upon hearing this, she indeed began to twist and turn, and the manner of her bindings lent an intriguing flair to her movements. What do you think, Uncle Shin? Not too shabby, is it? This wretched boy. Shin Qianwan grimaced as he turned off the video. However, inadvertently glancing at the still twirling Su Min, he found himself hesitating. He held no ulterior motives. He merely wished to ascertain whether Su Min was truly under Su Yu's control, capable of obeying all his directives. Otherwise, given Su Min's status, he would not feel comfortable allowing her to remain at Heart Lake Island. Chapter 104. The bionic-made puppet upon departing from the island at the center of the lake, following the coordinates provided by the galaxy. Su Yu swiftly arrived at a dense forest. Hearing the sounds of combat ahead, his expression shifted slightly. With a powerful leap, he ascended to a height of 20 to 30 meters. Utilizing the branches of towering trees, he deftly maneuvered and landed securely atop a sturdy trunk. Within the forest, Feng Qianxue and her companion were engaged in battle with a multitude of creatures resembling butterflies. These were the exotic beast butterflies. There appeared to be over 100 of them, with the smaller ones merely the size of a palm, while the larger ones were as big as millstones. Both women fought without weapons, evidently honing their agility instead. The butterflies attacked in straightforward trajectories, providing an excellent opportunity for refining their skills. Growth through real combat leads to the swiftest progress. It was evident that, facing the onslaught of these 100 exotic butterflies, they were managing with considerable ease, showing a marked improvement from just a few days prior. So he refrained from revealing himself to avoid disturbing them and instead turned back to the galaxy ship. He examined the reserves of meat, noting that the bulk consisted of flame lion king meat, along with a fair amount of wild boar. The supply of meat was sufficient for the time being. However, continually exchanging for vegetables within the system was not a sustainable solution. Observing the designated planting area within the galaxy, he mused. I suppose I should plant some vegetables and fruits later. Xiaoxian, there should be items in the shop to expedite growth, right? Indeed, master. But it is actually unnecessary to hasten the growth. The shop offers mutated seeds that have a short growth cycle, sufficient for your needs, Xiaoxian replied, as the shop interface materialized before Su Yu's eyes. After a period of selection, Su Yu exchanged for dozens of varieties of mutated seeds, spending 2,300 spiritual essence in total. These were not merely vegetable seeds. He also acquired several mutated fruit seedlings. Gazing at the array of seeds before him, he felt a pang of indecision. While cultivating plants could be a means of self-cultivation, he truly lacked interest in such endeavors. He mused that it would be far more relaxing to spend his time fishing at a pond. Fortunately, Xiao Xian offered a splendid suggestion. Master, you could exchange for a planting robot or puppet in the shop. After perusing the shop interface for a while, he found the F and E grade options to be rather unappealing, as they could only execute simple commands. Soon, he set his sights on a D-grade domestic bionic-made puppet. Although the price was steep, it was for personal use, rendering the cost less significant. Moreover, the expense was justified. This puppet could execute a wide array of complex commands and boasted commendable attributes, each dimension rated at 200 points, making it capable of handling substantial tasks. Additionally, the aesthetic appeal of this bionic puppet was quite pleasing, rivaling Feng Qianxue and her companions, with only slight inferiority. At least, Su Yu found it quite eye-catching. Had he possessed such a bionic puppet on Earth, he would have had no need for a girlfriend. Here is the image. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yu exchanged 100 ordinary energy stones for spiritual essence and subsequently opted to acquire 3 bionic puppets. Beep. Purchase 3 D-class bionic-made puppets, deducting 30,000 spirit essence. Remaining spirit essence 195. In this brief moment, the spirit essence had surged by several hundred points, likely due to Feng Qianxue and her companion returning and clearing away the mutated butterflies. After a flash of white light, 3 identical made puppets materialized before Su Yu. The puppets bore an uncanny resemblance to real individuals, save for the lack of vibrancy in their eyes. Upon examining the user manual, Su Yu discovered that the made puppets required energy stones as their power source. However, their consumption was not excessively high. A single ordinary energy stone could sustain them for approximately a week, and the standby time would extend even longer for simple tasks such as cleaning. Su Yu approached the made puppets from behind and, according to the instructions, pressed a button at the nape of each puppet's neck. With a series of mechanical sounds, A metallic frame emerged at the back of each puppet to accommodate the energy stones. How stingy. They don't even come with energy stones, Suyu lamented. He subsequently retrieved 3 F-class energy stones and placed them into the frames. A faint azure light illuminated as the frames automatically retracted, and the 3 maid puppets turned to face Suyu, bowing in unison. Greetings, master. They chimed in perfect harmony. Very good, Suyu remarked, playfully pinching one of the puppets' faces. It had a surprising elasticity. Upon closer inspection, one could hardly believe it was merely a puppet. After glancing at the 3 identical maid puppets, Suyu designated them as number 1, number 2, and number 3. Understood. They responded in unison. To facilitate identification, Suyu exchanged for 3 name tags inscribed with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. He scrutinized the maid puppets thoroughly, finally noticing the wrinkled fabric on their chests. Just as he was about to instruct them to begin planting, Feng Qianxue and her companion returned to the galactic ship. Darling. Brother Suyu, you're back. Upon seeing Suyu, both women were filled with delight, with Lin Siye rushing forward to leap into his embrace. Feng Qianxue paused upon noticing the 3 maid puppets behind Suyu, her expression shifting from surprise to wonder. She felt no jealousy. Rather, she was simply astonished that these 3 figures appeared indistinguishable from one another. Darling, who are they? Upon hearing Feng Qianxue's inquiry, Lin Siye also noticed the 3 maids, her beautiful eyes blinking curiously at Suyu. Suyu affectionately ruffled Lin Siye's hair and smiled as he explained, they are bionic puppets. With them around, you will no longer need to clean or handle household chores yourselves. Puppets? Both women were taken aback. Suyu nodded and addressed the maid puppets. They are the masters of this place, and you are to heed their commands from now on. Understood? Understood. Greetings, mistress. The 3 puppets responded in unison, bowing once more. Upon witnessing this, Suyu waved his hand, instructing them to tend to the fields. He then turned his gaze towards the 2 women, wrinkling his nose in disdain as he remarked, look at you both, drenched in sweat. It's utterly revolting. Without allowing them a chance to retort, Suyu took one by each hand and led them into the villa. Seeing how arduous your training has been, I shall graciously offer my assistance in giving you a back rub today. Chapter 105, SSS Level Talent Skill, Extreme Dominance. A candid confession to the 2 ladies. The days spent in the company of beauty are invariably fleeting. Time has swiftly passed, and 3 days have elapsed. During this period, Suyu has thoroughly explored Suang with the 2 ladies, Feng Qianxue and another. They have vanquished nearly half of the first-tier zombies and aberrant beasts. With the aid of radar scanning, there was no need to laboriously search for adversaries, allowing Suyu's level to ascend to Tier 1, Level 3. While the 2 ladies have also made progress, reaching Tier 1, Level 1. Such a pace of advancement is truly beyond the imagination of others. Due to Lin Xiang awakening her second talent, her attribute allocation could no longer follow the initial distribution, but has shifted to the same 2-3-2-3 ratio as Feng Qianxue. Her spiritual essence has been restored to 173,005. In addition, she possesses 31 F-grade energy stones and 132 ordinary energy stones. The F-grade weapons and equipment tally up to 24 pieces, alongside 3 skill scrolls, though regrettably, these skills are rather mundane and of little utility. But that is not all. What has astonished Suyu the most is the transformation of the talent skill Extreme Dominance. Upon returning to the galaxy, he utilized the evolution points acquired from Shin Yimo to successfully elevate Extreme Dominance to SSS level. Upon reaching this pinnacle, the skill has become cumulative in usage. The cooldown remains at 12 hours, yet it allows for 1 cumulative use every 12 hours, with a maximum accumulation of 5 times. This implies that Suyu can employ this skill 5 consecutive times within a single day, and after usage, it will take only 60 hours to fully replenish the uses. As for the remaining evolution points, Suyu has no intention of deploying them at present. There is no immediate necessity for proficiency enhancement, and the prospect of upgrading other skills is even less appealing. It is evidently more economical to exchange lower-tier ordinary skills for spiritual essence. Any upgrades should be reserved for S-level skills or higher, thereby conserving even more spiritual essence. In the control room of the galaxy, 3 maids are diligently providing massages to Suyu and Feng Qianxue. Reclining in a lounge chair, Suyu relishes the massage while simultaneously exchanging messages with Shin Yimo. Over the past few days, Shin Yiling has been fervently seeking his whereabouts, displaying an unwavering determination to find him after learning of his departure from Lake Island. She has since scoured the city, exuding an air of relentless pursuit. Considering the passage of time, it is nearly time to seek them out, he mused. Glancing at the 2 ladies conversing and relaxing nearby, Suyu found himself momentarily perplexed. The little girl Shin Yimo was wholeheartedly in favor. However, he was uncertain whether Feng Qianxue would mind. The prospect of an awkward scenario loomed ominously in his thoughts. After deliberation, Suyu resolved to be forthright. It was an inevitable confrontation that would arise, and honesty was the best approach. Qianque, Shiyang, I have something to discuss with you. Noticing their attention directed towards him, he gestured towards the grand villa within the galaxy's space. Look, our home is quite expansive, yet it is just the three of us. Don't you think it feels a bit desolate? As long as my husband and Xiao are by my side, regardless of the location, I shall never feel desolate. Fei Qianque responded earnestly. Beside her, Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, raising her hands in agreement. What my sister said is indeed true. I share the same sentiment. That is not quite what I meant. I was hoping to add a few new members to our family. What do you think of this proposal? A few new members? Fei Qianque was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing instantly as she shyly replied. Husband, might this not be the most suitable time? After noticing Su Yu's slight frown, Fei Qianque hastily added, Husband, I mean no offense. I merely believe that having a baby now could hinder our growth and strength. Perhaps we could consider it once we have settled down. What do you think? A baby? Lin Xiao murmured, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Suyu, do you wish for a baby? I am ready to bring forth little ones at any time. Suyu wore a peculiar expression before chuckling. What if the baby is the same age as you two? The same age? Fei Qianque understood. Rising to squat before Suyu, taking his large hand in hers, her gaze filled with tenderness. Husband, I comprehend your meaning and have no objections. However, you must promise me that you will not seek out any dubious women. After a pause, Fei Qianque continued. Furthermore, I hope that within your heart, there will always be a place for both me and Xiao. Suyu smiled, wrapping his arms around Fei Qianque's waist and pulling her into his embrace. Rest assured, you two are destined to be cherished by me throughout your lives. Having settled matters with the two women, Suyu no longer concealed his intentions, directing the galaxy towards the location sent by Shen Yimo. As they approached the two pink markers on the radar map, Fei Qianque shot Suyu a playful glare. This man, not a single truthful word had escaped his lips, leaving her and Xiao to worry unnecessarily for so long. With thoughts of the two sisters they were about to meet, Fei Qianque's eyes flickered, and a scheme to punish Suyu formed in her mind. In the city of Suang, the streets were littered with countless abandoned vehicles, the air reeking of an unpleasant stench of decay. A cold wind swept through, swirling dead branches, withered leaves, and litter into the air, mingling with the swirling dust. The mottled walls were marred with splattered brownish bloodstains and crimson handprints. Swarms of green flies, the size of wasps, hovered over the rotting, foul-smelling corpses, feasting on the decay. Sister, let us take a moment to rest. Perhaps Ugu will appear by himself. A melodious voice rang out, startling the green flies into a flurry, scattering them as they sought new corpses to feast upon. Shen Yiling halted her steps, revealing a stark contrast to her usual vivacity, her face etched with deep fatigue. No, I shall continue searching. Xiaobai, have you not yet caught a scent? Hiss, hiss. A sigh escaped Shen Yiling's lips as she gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Observing her sister's demeanor, Shen Yimo felt a pang of sympathy. Yet she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts, having been stifled by her own emotions over the past few days. Shen Yimo turned her gaze towards the horizon, her eyes filled with longing. After several days apart, she deeply missed the essence of Suyu. Suddenly, a silvery speck appeared within her line of sight. As it approached, Shen Yimo realized it was an incredibly stylish motorhome. Upon noticing the vehicle speeding towards them, she instantly became alert, tightening her grip on the silenced M416. Sister, be careful. Someone is coming towards us. With a screech, the motorhome executed a graceful drift, halting before the two sisters. The door swung open, and a figure emerged from within the vehicle. It has been a long time. Chapter 106. No one is worthy of possessing you but me. If there is, I shall slay him. You go. Shen Yimo exclaimed with delight, and she was about to leap into Su Yu's embrace. However, upon noticing the two women emerging behind him, Feng Qianque and another, she abruptly halted her advance. In a rare moment, a hint of shyness graced Shen Yimo's countenance. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, shouldering her M416 and striding confidently towards Feng Qianque and her companion, extending her delicate hand. Hello, my two elder sisters. I am Shen Yimo. I look forward to your guidance. Feng Qianque smiled warmly, taking Shen Yimo's small hand in hers. Do not be so reserved. We shall be like family from now on. I am Feng Qianque, and this is my cousin, Lin Xiyang. Seeing Shen Yimo and Feng Qianque getting along well, Siyu glanced at Shen Yiling, who remained rooted in place, her expression complex. He then called out to Feng Qianque, why don't you and Xiyang take Yimo to familiarize yourselves with the galaxy? I need to speak with Yiling in private. Perched atop a tall building, Shen Yiling sat with her knees drawn to her chest. clad in flowing white garments. The gentle breeze caressed her exquisite visage, tousling her soft, silvery locks. Casting a glance at Suyu beside her, she offered a faint smile, though it was imbued with an ineffable sorrow. So, you have two women now, do you? Not quite, Suyu replied, shaking his head. There's also your sister Yimo. You. Then why do you still seek to entice me? Suyu met Xin Yuling's gaze and responded, in this world. Is there anyone other than me worthy of possessing you? His eyes then turned to the dilapidated city, a glint of murderous intent flickering within. If there is, I shall slay him. You truly are domineering. Domineering? Suyu's ferocity faded, and before Xin Yuling could react, he pressed his lips against hers. Xin Yuling's struggles grew feebler, and eventually, she began to reciprocate. Ding! Xin Yuling's affection for the host increases by 2, current affection level, 53. Ding! Xin Yuling's affection for the host increases by 1, current affection level, 54. Time slipped away, and Xin Yuling felt as if she could scarcely breathe. As if to vent the grievances of the past few days, she bit down hard on Suyu's lip. Ouch! I concede. Suyu yelped. Though Xin Yuling's little bite was no more than a tickle to him, nevertheless, he felt it essential to exhibit some semblance of submission, for it is not shameful to yield to one's beloved. He withdrew his large hand, which had unknowingly found its way to Xin Yuling's softness, as if it had developed a will of its own after his evolution. Taking Xin Yuling's small hand, Suyu smiled warmly. Let us go home. Wait. What if they do not welcome me? Xin Yuling grasped Suyu's arm, her delicate features betraying a hint of anxiety. Gently teasing her nose, Suyu reassured her. Do not overthink it. I will take care of everything, and they are all quite amiable. As Suyu and Xin Yuling approached the galactic vehicle, it was recklessly careening down the street. With a screech, the galactic came to an abrupt halt before Suyu. Once inside, they found Xin Yuma energetically gesticulating in front of the control panel. Brother you. Driving the galactic is such an exhilarating experience. It's simply amazing. Xin Yuling cast a disapproving glance at her younger sister, then turned to Feng Qianxue and Lin Siye, offering an apologetic smile. Yuma can be quite thoughtless. I hope you two won't take offense. Noticing Suyu and Xin Yuling holding hands as they entered, Feng Qianxue's lips curled into a gentle smile. Don't be so formal. Yuma's lively personality is quite delightful. With that, Feng Qianxue led Xin Yuling into the villa for a conversation. As they chatted and giggled, their eyes occasionally drifted towards Suyu, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, he decided it mattered little, as long as the women enjoyed each other's company. Soon after, Suyu instructed Xin Yuma to steer the galactic towards the island in the lake. Besides the impending transaction with Xin's father, it felt only right to bid farewell to the two little ones he had taken with him. Upon reaching the lakeshore, the galactic trembled momentarily, its 10 wheels retracting to the chassis, yet it continued to move forward, gradually ascending. Whoosh! The galactic zoomed past the registration office on the island, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. What had just passed by? Was that a vehicle? Have you ever seen a flying car? Never mind, we should report back. The galactic soared above the office villa on the island before finally coming to a stop, capturing the attention of countless observers. As the peculiar RV descended, the survivors on the island began to murmur amongst themselves. However, the clamor fell abruptly silent when Suyu emerged from the galactic, an eerie stillness enveloping the crowd. Almost everyone regarded Suyu with a mixture of reverence and envy. Yet, as Feng Qianxue and the others exited the galactic, the gazes of many men transformed into deep-seated jealousy directed at Suyu. Unfazed by the surrounding stares, Suyu scanned the assembly. Those who met his gaze promptly lowered their heads, unwilling to make eye contact. Spotting Shen's father waiting at the villa entrance, Suyu strode over with the women. Haha, Uncle Shen, it seems you've been doing quite well these past few days. Your complexion looks much healthier. Coughing lightly to divert the topic, Shen's father replied. You certainly made quite an entrance. Let us discuss matters inside. Once indoors, eager to avoid any awkwardness that might mislead Xin Yuling and the others, he quickly inquired. Suyu, about the weapons and equipment you mentioned earlier, are you serious? Suyu nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a plethora of weapons appeared before him, all gleaned from recent encounters with zombies and exotic beasts. Uncle Shin, this is merely a fraction of what I possess. You can even customize swords, guns, spears, whatever kind of weapon you desire. Mr. Shen's eyes brightened with surprise as he inquired, how many types of bladed weapons can you provide? As many as you desire. Provided Uncle Shin has energy stones, replied Suyu, taking a sip of tea. Subsequently, Mr. Shin began to negotiate the price with Suyu. Currently, the market price on Lake Heart Island dictates that 10 ordinary energy stones can procure a single F-grade weapon. However, the sellers of such weapons are exceedingly rare. Even when they do appear, they tend to inflate the price to 12 energy stones. After extensive discussions, Su Yu ultimately offered Mr. Shin a price of 8 energy stones for an F-grade weapon, while an E-grade weapon would cost 8 F-grade energy stones. In the marketplace, Su Yu only needed 1 ordinary energy stone to exchange for a standard F-grade weapon, meaning he could profit 7 stones for each F-grade weapon sold, an extraordinary gain. This price aligned perfectly with Su Yu's expectations. The concession of 2 stones was made with consideration of Shun Qianwan's status, as he was indeed the father of Xin Yiling's 2 daughters. Furthermore, with a sufficient arsenal, Mr. Shin's influence could expand more rapidly, ultimately yielding even greater benefits for Su Yu in the future. Chapter 107. Reaching a collaboration with Father Shin after negotiating a favorable price. Father Shin soon determined the quantities and types of weapons to purchase. In addition to the 24 weapons revealed by Su Yu in recent days, he also ordered 176 F-grade weapons, such as broadswords, axes, and longswords, totaling 200 pieces. However, when it came time to settle the bill, Father Shin awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Well, Su. No, I should call you son-in-law now. Son-in-law, considering the favor of the 2 young ladies, is it possible for me to pay for the energy stones in installments? Upon uttering this, Father Shin's face flushed with embarrassment. This was not a matter of him attempting to evade payment. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Su Yu had misappropriated a substantial amount of public funds a few days prior. After conducting a thorough search, he had failed to find a single energy stone, resulting in a precarious financial situation. Before Su Yu could respond, Shin Yimo suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Old Shin, what do you mean by that? Is this how you treat your daughter? From now on, both my sister and I will be following you go. Not only did you refuse to provide us with a dowry, but now you wish to renege on your debts. No, Yimo, you little rascal. Father Shin's face turned beet red. Sigh, forget it. I no longer wish to argue. If it comes to it, my sister and I shall work like oxen to repay Yuji's debts. As she spoke, Shin Yimo pretended to cry, collapsing into Shun Yiling's embrace. Woe is us, sister. We've suffered so much since we lost our mother, and now our father no longer cares for us. Xin Yiling appeared helpless, while Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiang exchanged amused glances. Meanwhile, Father Shin wore a look of consternation. Fortunately, Su Yu stepped in to alleviate the tension. Uncle Shun, if you are short on energy stones, you can always make your purchases at a later date. This was not a matter of Su Yu being stingy. Even brothers ought to maintain clear accounts. Moreover, such matters often recur, and it is wise to delineate interests to avoid future disputes that could strain relationships. Hearing this, Father Shin frowned. He was uncertain when Su Yu and the others would return, and by then, even if he had energy stones, where would he procure weapons? Seemingly sensing Father Shin's thoughts, Su Yu retrieved an item from his storage ring. It was an E-grade material transporter obtained after defeating the Flame Lion King. He took out a sub-transporter and handed it to Father Shin. Uncle Shun, keep this safe. In the future, when you need to purchase weapons, place the energy stones and your shopping list into this transporter. Then add the energy stones required to activate it. Like this. As he demonstrated, the energy stone placed into the transporter, after a flash of white light, appeared in the main transporter. Due to the proximity, the energy stone was hardly consumed at all. Witnessing this, Father Shin was filled with delight. With this device, he would be able to trade for weapons with Su Yu at any time. The conversation continued as Su Yu remarked, Uncle Shin, you are a performer and the father of EMO. Therefore, I shall refrain from engaging in any transactions with the military of Su Hang. As for your dealings with them, the prices you negotiate are beyond my concern. Observing the mix of surprise and joy on Shin's face, Su Yu shook his head. Uncle Shin, you ought not to celebrate too soon. Wealth can easily sway hearts. When the stakes are sufficiently high and you lack the means to protect your interests, the consequences can be dire, as you well know. Instantly sobered, Shin nodded solemnly, acknowledging, I will tread carefully, son-in-law. Your consideration is appreciated. Subsequently, the two indulged in light conversation for a while. When departing the office villa, Su Yu discovered that his storage ring now contained an additional 913 ordinary energy stones, bringing his total to 182. Aside from the 24 weapons that had been revealed, Shin had procured an additional 103 weapons, compensating Su Yu with 1016 energy stones. It seemed clear to Su Yu that Shun had exhausted his resources to amass this sum. With a swift calculation, he realized he had profited nearly 1,000 energy stones, which greatly pleased him. Furthermore, Su Yu was confident that once Shin's influence expanded, it would yield even greater rewards. With a flourish, Su Yu addressed the 4 women. Let us go. Today, I am in high spirits and shall prepare a grand feast for you. Shin Emo, somewhat incredulous, tugged at Lin Shiyao's sleeve and inquired, Yao, can you really cook? Shun Yiling perked up, intrigued by the notion that this domineering man could indeed be culinary adept. Of course. The dishes prepared by my brother Suyu are the most delectable I've ever tasted. Lin Shiyao replied with a proud expression. Feng Qianshui chuckled lightly, calm. Let us assist our husband in the kitchen. Hooray! Exclaimed Lin Shiyao and Shin Emo in unison, clasping hands and playfully chasing after Suyu. Witnessing this scene, Feng Qianshui and Shin Yiling exchanged smiles, linking arms as they joined in the merriment. On the second floor of the villa's office building, Shin stood by the window, observing the heartwarming tableau before him, a smile gracing his paternal features. He was no fool. He had certainly noticed the striking beauty of Feng Qianshui and Lin Shiyao. Their closeness to Suyu, coupled with their affectionate gestures, made their relationship evident even without words. However, he chose not to pry, wishing to spare his daughter any discomfort. Now, seeing her thrive in the company of these women, Shin felt a sense of relief. Truly, such individuals must be worthy of the Empire's attention. I must strive harder not to bring shame upon my daughter and her companions. With a murmured resolution, Shun turned and exited the room, clapping his hands to summon the dozen or so individuals waiting in the hall. Come in. Our opportunity for ascendance has arrived. Meanwhile, Suyu and the women collaborated seamlessly, soon presenting a table brimming with sumptuous dishes. Although he had not invited Shun to their familial gathering, Suyu still prepared a special portion for him, which Shun Emo and Shun Yiling dutifully delivered. Considering that the several young women have now attained first-tier strength, Suyu resolutely redeemed 2 bottles of exquisite red wine, each valued at 300 spirit essence. This act was not a frivolous waste on Suyu's part. Rather, in the context of the post-apocalyptic world, the wine from before the cataclysm was akin to mere water for them, not to mention the effects of intoxication. The red wine he procured was of the same variety he had previously enjoyed with Feng Qianshui, yet its potency was at least tenfold. As Suyu held the wine, Feng Qianshui's beautiful eyes sparkled momentarily, a subtle smile gracing her lips, for she was evidently aware of Suyu's intentions. Seizing the opportunity, while Suyu poured the wine, Feng Qianshui leaned in to whisper a few words to the other young women. After filling each of their glasses to the brim, Suyu raised his cup and proclaimed, "This toast is to welcome Yiling and Emo. We are delighted to have you join us." Without waiting for a response, he lifted his glass and downed the entire contents in one swift motion. Unfazed, Shin Yimo and Lin Xia followed suit, imitating Suyu's actions after he emptied his glass. Observing this, Feng Qianshui and Shin Yiling felt compelled to join in and drank as well. Upon finishing their glasses, Suyu urged, "Now, let us indulge in my culinary creations." "Wow, this is truly delectable. Your culinary skills are simply unparalleled." After savoring her first bite, Shin Yiling's eyes sparkled with delight, and her eating pace noticeably quickened. Throughout the meal, Suyu persistently sought to engage the young women in conversation, encouraging them to drink. It is said that one can remain sober after 1,000 cups if their heart is unengaged. Yet one sip from Suyu's enhanced red wine would leave them utterly inebriated. Indeed, by the end of the evening, the young women found themselves delightfully tipsy. Summoning a few maids to clear the table, Suyu carried each of the young women back to his room in turn. However, upon entering the room with Shin Yiling cradled in his arms, he was taken aback. Where had she gone? Even the seemingly inebriated Shin Yiling was bewildered. For this was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Chapter 108. The Talents of the Shin Sisters and the Black Technology Firearm Moon Shadow. On the following morning, Suyu awoke from his slumber. Glancing at the person beside him, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. From the rosy hue of Shin Yiling's cheeks, it was evident that she was feigning sleep. Knowing her bashfulness, Suyu chose not to expose her charade and pretended to be oblivious as he quietly exited the room. Only after hearing the door click shut did Shin Yiling slowly open her eyes, releasing a long breath. Sitting up, she glanced down at the crimson stain on the bed sheets, a testament to her transformation into womanhood, which she intended to preserve. However, upon surveying the spacious bedroom, she realized that apart from the absurdly large bed, there was not a single piece of furniture in sight. With a light scoff, Shin Yiling muttered to herself, "What a scoundrel!" With a swift motion, she tore the stained fabric from the bed with her bare hands. If Suyu were to see this, he would undoubtedly lament her extravagance. After all, the bed sheets measured a staggering 9 by 11 meters. It was as if money meant nothing to her. Perhaps due to the red wine consumed the previous night, by the time the girls finally awoke, it was nearing noon. The lunch prepared by Maid No. One was the result of her training under Suyu's guidance the day before. The learning capacity of D-class puppets was indeed remarkable. With just a brief demonstration and verbal instructions, she managed to produce a meal that, while still inferior to Suyu's culinary skills, was passably at the level of an ordinary chef. As Suyu savored his lunch, he inquired about the talents of the Shin sisters and their future aspirations. Shin Yuma's abilities had already ascended to SS level following her previous training with Suyu. Her talent, known as bullet time, was exceedingly formidable and unique, allowing her to manipulate the flow of time for physical objects. Everything, including life and humanity, is composed of matter. Thus, the applications of bullet time were manifold. When applied to herself, she could accelerate her movements by 80, allowing her to perform an action that typically took 1 second in merely 0.6 seconds. Conversely, if she applied her talent to an adversary, their actions would be extended to 1.8 seconds. To simplify, it was akin to adjusting the playback speed of a video at will. Once her talent reached SSS level, she would gain the ability to modulate speed increases and decreases between onefold, making her combat prowess exceedingly lethal. Naturally, applying her abilities to larger entities or living beings would incur significant energy costs. Hence, Shin Yuma preferred utilizing firearms. The small size of bullets meant that enhancing them with her talent would not deplete much energy. Most crucially, when the bullet's speed was doubled, its kinetic energy would quadruple, resulting in a corresponding increase in lethality under specific circumstances. Consequently, Shin Yuma consistently allocated her attributes towards agility and mental acuity. Additionally, upon reaching SS level, the 2 new talents she acquired were also well suited for her use of firearms. The innate skill, Dynamic Vision, consumes energy continuously and, when activated, significantly enhances the ability to capture and analyze the images of objects with no cooldown time. The innate skill, Absolute Lock, has a fixed energy consumption of 3 of the body's energy. Once a target is locked, the thrown substance will track the target until it hits, with a cooldown time of 3 seconds. As for Shin Yuling's innate talent, it is relatively straightforward and unadorned. After training with Suyu, Shin Yuling successfully acquired 2 evolution points, elevating her innate talent to SSS level. Upon reaching SSS level, she can now form O's with 3 exotic beasts. Aside from this, there are no other changes to Shin Yuling's talent, not even an increase in innate skills. Could it be that this talent is lacking? Not at all. In fact, it is remarkably formidable. It is worth noting that Shin Yuling's sole innate skill, Superpowered Form, allows her to merge with the exotic beasts she has contracted. At S level, she could merge with 1 beast, resulting in an overall attribute enhancement of 60. Now, at SSS level, the enhancement rate has risen to 100. Once Shin Yuling finds 2 more exotic beasts to contract, she will be able to merge with all 3 simultaneously, yielding an enhancement of 300. Moreover, it is crucial to highlight that in the merged state, Shin Yuling shares energy with the exotic beasts. This implies that she will no longer suffer from energy shortages. If she were to acquire an elemental talent or numerous long-range skills, it would not be an exaggeration to call her a mobile artillery unit. If only the skills exchanged in the marketplace could be utilized by them, he mused, shaking his head. Currently, he had no other options and could only visit more survival bases in the future, hoping to uncover valuable skills. He believed that under the weight of his financial resources, many would be willing to trade with him. Subsequently, Suyu exchanged an F-grade storage ring, a set of F-grade battle armor, and an F-grade weapon for each of the 2 sisters in the marketplace, spending a total of 1,000 spirit yuan. Primarily due to the high cost of the weapon he acquired for Shin Yuma, which alone consumed 500 spirit yuan. The weapon he obtained for her was a piece of advanced technology, the Moon Concealment, possessing 5 distinct forms that can be freely switched. It features an automatic ammunition recovery function and can also recharge using energy stones. The first form is the pistol mode, the second, the rifle mode, the third, the Gatling mode, the fourth, the hand cannon mode, and the fifth, the sniper rifle mode. He distributed the exchanged items to the 2 sisters. The reason for not directly exchanging for E-grade items was that equipment upgraded from lower levels is more likely to cultivate a weapon spirit. For the women in Suyu's life, he would never skimp on quality, as their strength would only serve to enhance his own capabilities. Ah, brother you. What a divine weapon. I'm utterly in love with you. Shin Yuma exclaimed dramatically upon receiving the Moon Concealment, then embraced Suyu's head and playfully nibbled on his cheek. Chapter 109. Shin Yimo, I am going to blow up that wretched base in the devilish city. As Suyu wiped the drool from his face with a look of disdain, Shin Yimo remained unperturbed, cheerfully taking a few more bites. Once she calmed down, Suyu suggested she fire a couple of shots to test the weapon. Having observed Suhu's use of an E-class pistol previously, he had concerns that Shin Yimo's petite frame might struggle with the significant recoil. However, Shin Yimo was no novice with firearms and quickly familiarized herself with the operation of the moonshade. Bang! Bang! She fired 2 shots at the interior wall of the Galactic, demonstrating complete control in its pistol form. Subsequently, she experimented with the rifle, Gatling, and hand cannon configurations. It was evident that she struggled somewhat with the Gatling form, given its considerable size, which dwarfed her. Were it not for her high attribute values, it was questionable whether she could even lift the weapon. Finally, Shin Yimo switched the moon shade to sniper mode. The earlier configurations boasted a full pink body, exuding an adorable charm, but in sniper mode, it transformed into a cold, silvery hue adorned with mysterious black patterns. At a mere glance, one could not help but conjure the word, imposing. The sniper's stock was remarkably long, seemingly tailored to her height, creating an impeccable synergy. With excitement radiating from her expression, Shin Yimo assumed a shooting stance and squeezed the trigger. In an instant, a fiery tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle, casting a shadow over the surrounding space. Bang! The sound of the shot detonated in Suyu's and the girl's ears, causing their eardrums to vibrate. Simultaneously, the immense recoil propelled Shin Yimo and the sniper rifle forcefully backward. After being hurled several meters away, she landed in a somewhat disheveled manner. After a moment of stunned silence, Shin Yimo suddenly burst into a manic laugh. Ahahaha. What a rush. This is exhilarating. Observing her theatrics reminiscent of a villain from a drama, Feng Qianxue and the others momentarily froze. A thought flickering in their minds. With this gun, she may become uncontrollable. Suyu, however, thought little of it and actually appreciated Shin Yimo's candid nature. Ding. Purchased 5 E-Class upgrade stones, deducting 5,000 Spirit Essence, remaining Spirit Essence, 166405. After exchanging 5,000 Spirit Essence for 5 E-Class upgrade stones, Suyu beckoned Shin Yimo over. Upon her arrival, he distributed 2 upgrade stones each to Shin Ling and Shin Yimo, and 1 to Lin Siye, instructing them to elevate their battle armor and storage rings to E-Class. As for weapons, aside from Feng Qianxue's E-Class weapon, the others could suffice with F-Class for the time being. For Shin Ling, he exchanged a longsword named Dark Moon. The choice of a longsword was deliberate, as Suyu intended for her to pursue a mage build in the future. However, lacking skills at present, a transitional weapon was necessary. There is no need to elaborate on Shin Yimo, should the moon shadow be elevated to E level. She may be left with no choice but to revert to its pistol form, which would indeed be counterproductive. As for Lin Siye's F-level blood scythe, there is no necessity for an upgrade. Her current focus should be on mastering the sign's combat techniques. Once her life force ascends to the SS level, utilizing the Death Scythe talent should no longer incur any adverse effects. The side inherently linked to her talent is her exclusive weapon. Calculating the time, it won't be long now. Lin Siye's progress in evolution points has already reached 66. After training with Suyu for 17 sessions, which will take just 9 days, she will acquire another evolution point. Everything is in readiness. It is also time to depart. Suyu has devised plans for their next destination, the Magic City base. At the entrance of the villa on Lake Hard Island, Shin Yiling and her sister are bidding farewell to their father. Shin Yiling's eyes glisten with tears. Daddy, after we leave, please take good care of yourself, and remember to eat on time. Oh dear. Sister, do you think Dad can't manage on his own at his age? You're worrying over nothing. Let us hurry and go. Shin Yimo tugged at Shin Yiling's arm. Turning to her father with a carefree demeanor, she said, Old Shun, if anyone bullies you, remember to call me. I will help you reclaim your dignity. After saying this, she did not glance back at her father's grim expression and pulled Shin Yiling towards the galaxy. However, as she turned her head, a solitary tear slipped from her eye. Watching his daughters depart, Shin's father felt his own eyes welling up with emotion. Suyu, observing Shin's father, spoke earnestly, Uncle Shin, I will take good care of them. If any insurmountable issues arise, please do not hesitate to contact me. All right, you all should leave quickly. I would prefer a bit of peace. Shun's father waved his hand, feigning indifference. Just as Suyu was about to board the galaxy, a voice called out from a distance. Wait, Mr. Su, please hold on. Turning around, he recognized the military leader stationed at Lake Hard Island. A barely noticeable frown crossed Suyu's brow. What could this person want from me? The leader approached and handed him a satellite phone. Mr. Su, this is a call from the commander. Old man. Suyu accepted the phone, placing it to his ear, his tone decidedly unfriendly as he uttered 2 words. It's me. Su Xiaoyu, I finally managed to reach you. Why have your calls been unreachable lately? Unreachable? It would be a miracle if they were, Suyu thought to himself. Recalling that the satellite phone had long been misplaced since he acquired the smart light brain wristband. Without further ado, he stated, if there is something to discuss, then speak. If not, I will hang up. On the other end, the commander paused, clearly sensing Suyu's unfriendly tone. However, there was no time for grievances. He promptly conveyed the situation to Suyu. What nonsense is this? Suyu's voice escalated several decibels. The Magic City base is facing a crisis. And what does it have to do with me? You expect me to assist? Dream on. What could they have done that you were unaware of? I called you afterwards. But the call couldn't be connected. You must admit, is that not a curious coincidence? An hour, is it? Very well, I shall await your response. After ending the call, Suyu paid no heed to the astonished crowd surrounding him, maintaining a composed demeanor as he turned and entered the galactic Observing Suyu's unusual state, Shin Yimo tugged at Lin Shiyao and inquired, Shiyao, what has happened to Big Brother you? After Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyu recounted the events that had transpired to Shin Yiling and her sister, Shin Yimo, a veritable powder keg, erupted in fury. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up, declaring, let us go. Right now to the Magic City base. This is utterly intolerable. Big Brother you, could you procure some explosives for me? I wish to annihilate that wretched Magic City base. Feng Qianxue and the others exchanged glances, a wave of concern washing over them. Their worry was not for the Magic City base, but rather for the potential toll of spending extended periods with Shin Yimo, fearing the emergence of wrinkles upon their foreheads. Chapter 110, Zombies and Exotic Beasts? How did they end up together? In the conference room of the Kyoto military base, the assembled generals sat in silence, their expressions grave and tense. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the elderly leader slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into pieces. I have repeatedly emphasized that matters concerning Suyu must take precedence. Have you all chosen to ignore my words? After venting his frustration, the old man issued a stern command, immediately investigate why Suyu claimed the phone was unreachable. Anyone related to this matter, regardless of the reason, shall face execution. The gaze of the elder then shifted to a small screen displaying General Yin, the commanding officer of the Mo City base. A bitter expression clouded General Yan's dark features as he spoke. Chief, I will take full responsibility for this matter, regardless of the circumstances. Old Yin, this is beyond your capacity to bear. Please, recount the events, the elder urged. Without reservation, General Yin succinctly relayed all he knew. Upon hearing that the transaction with Suyu had been entrusted to his grandson, the elder began to piece together the situation. In a bid to maintain a good rapport with Suyu, he had even issued a nationwide directive to all major bases, instructing them to treat Suyu with utmost courtesy and to avoid provocation. This was not solely due to Suyu being the child of hope, but also because of an ancestral decree passed down through the Lung family. Now, as the ancestral teachings were coming to fruition, he could not afford to take them lightly. Looking at his old friend, with whom he had shared life and death, Elder Lang sighed. Old Yin, please hand over your duties to your deputy. As for how the Sidhu family and your Yin family will be dealt with, it shall depend on Suyu's decision. Just then, a knock echoed through the conference room door. A robust man clad in combat attire entered, reporting, Chief, the investigation is complete. On the day in question, the duty personnel were secretly practicing their abilities and accidentally damaged the satellite phone. In the grand hall of the Galaxy Villa, Shin Yiling gazed at Suyu with a hint of confusion. Previously, he had appeared furious, warning others not to provoke him. Yet now, within the confines of the villa, he seemed unperturbed, engaging playfully with Emo and Shi Yao, laughing joyously. Shin Yiling tugged at the sleeve of Feng Qianxue, who was indulging in a massage from maid number 2. Sister Qianxue, do you think Suyu is quite the actor? Feng Qianxue smiled softly at the distant figure of Suyu, her eyes filled with warmth, recalling how she had once fallen into his trap, giving herself away effortlessly. Little Yiling, that no longer matters, does it? Shin Yiling paused briefly, then smiled back. Indeed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the phone rang, Suyu released the two women from his embrace, answered the call, switched it to speaker mode, and placed it on the table. The women gathered closer to listen, eager to understand the situation and contribute their insights. Su Xiaoyu, the situation is as follows. Suyu did not interrupt, waiting for the old man to finish before responding. Indeed, these matters are of little consequence. What I wish to know is how you intend to address this issue. The ruler of the Magic City has already been dismissed at my command, and the Sidhu family along with the Yin family are entirely in your hands. Furthermore, the old man paused, seemingly contemplating, and added, additionally, I shall provide you with 10,000 ordinary energy stones as compensation. Should you successfully resolve the crisis at the Magic City base, an additional 10,000 will be granted. In total, that amounts to 20,000 energy stones, equivalent to 2 million spiritual essence. However, upon hearing the old man state the figure, Suyu displayed no signs of elation. It was not due to the amount being insufficient. Rather, it was the excessive sum that troubled him, indicating that the situation might be quite dire. Old man, I accept the compensation, but as for whether to venture into the Magic City, I would prefer you elaborate on the specifics first. The Magic City base is currently surrounded by countless zombies and exotic beasts. Zombies and exotic beasts? How did they end up together? Suyu could not resist interrupting the old man's discourse. Indeed, it is both zombies and exotic beasts. Moreover, the reason they have encircled the Magic City without launching an attack is because they are searching for someone. Searching for someone? Such a grand display merely to find an individual? Who could possess such significance? Suyu was somewhat bewildered, glancing at the several women who wore similarly perplexed expressions. He then queried, if they are in search of someone, Why not simply allow the Magic City base to hand the person over? It is not that simple. They do not even know whether the person they seek is male or female. They demand that everyone in the Magic City base line up for identification within 3 days. Otherwise, they will lead their forces to annihilate the entire base. See, this matter concerns the lives of nearly 20 million people in the Magic City base. If you possess any means to resolve this, I implore you to take action. Old man, I sense you may have some misunderstanding regarding my capabilities. If you are suggesting that it involves merely a handful of high-level exotic beasts or zombies, that would be one thing. However, by your account, the scale of these zombies and exotic beasts must be at least in the hundreds of millions. What leads you to believe I possess the ability to resolve this? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Su Xiaoyu, whether you accept this task is entirely up to you. If you choose not to proceed, I shall still send you the 10,000 energy stones I promised. Su Yu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating the pros and cons of this situation. In his view, it might be worth investigating, as such scenes are rare, and it could potentially elevate him to the second level. If all else fails, he could retreat to the Galaxy ship, which would pose little danger. Very well. I shall take on this matter, but the promised energy stones must be delivered first. On the other end, the old man was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Su Yu's acceptance, questioning whether Su Yu had merely been considering the option. He did not expect Su Yu to truly agree. Now it was the old man's turn to hesitate, not because he was unwilling to part with the 20,000 energy stones, but rather due to the implications for humanity as a whole. Nevertheless, he did not deliberate for long. After all, even the strong require opportunities for growth. After reaching an agreement, Su Yu temporarily remained on Lakeheart Island, awaiting the arrival of the energy stones sent by the Elder. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the entire Magic City base was thick with oppression. In the courtyard of the Yin family, even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Suddenly, a burly man smashed the stone bench beneath him with a fierce punch and stood up, exclaiming with anger, "I have always said that the people from the Sidhu family are nothing but trouble. My third sister insisted on marrying into that family. And now look where it has landed us." The speaker was Yin Jun's eldest son. Yin Du, observing his outburst, General Yin furrowed his brow and commanded, "Sit down." Typically, Yin Du feared his father most, but this time he defied his usual demeanor, stubbornly retorting, "Am I wrong in what I say? You, father, I, Yin Du, have never feared death. However, I certainly do not wish to perish in such a frustrating manner. The battlefield is where I truly belong." Chapter 111. I tend to be rather heavy-handed. If I accidentally cause your demise, please bear with it. After waiting for half an hour on the island, Su Yu, unable to contain his impatience, decided to call the old man to inquire about the estimated time of arrival. To his astonishment, the old man's response nearly made him choke with disbelief. They had yet to even depart. After probing for the reasons, Su Yu came to understand that given the considerable distance, air transport was the only viable option. The delivery of 2 million energy stones was no trifling matter, necessitating multiple aircraft for transportation. Each aircraft also required a sufficient number of armed personnel, as the beasts lurking in the skies posed a greater threat. After some contemplation, Su Yu resolved to forego the old man's assistance and opted to retrieve the items himself. The military had already reported that Su Yu possessed a flying vehicle. Thus the old man did not object. The distance from the coordinates provided by the old man to the island was a staggering 12,770 kilometers. After establishing his route, Su Yu set the Galaxy ship to autopilot and commanded it to proceed at full speed. The Galaxy ship could reach a maximum speed of 5,000 kilometers per hour, consuming 0.1 energy per 100 kilometers. After expending 13 energy points, Su Yu and his companions successfully arrived at the Kyoto military base. Stepping out of the Galaxy ship, Su Yu was met by an elderly man striding towards him, accompanied by a group. The elder donned a crisp Zhongshan suit, his weathered face framed by deeply set, bright eyes that radiated vitality. Utilizing his detection eye, Su Yu was taken aback to find that the elder was none other than the leader of the Great Xiao Empire, Cold Hongzheng. He possessed a first-level prowess, yet his talent was merely an unremarkable B-grade. What surprised Su Yu was the elder's impressive favorability score of 71 points towards him. In that fleeting moment, Su Yu made a decisive choice. The military equipment transaction could commence. As the elder approached, he extended his hand with a hearty laugh. "Ah, young friend Su, I never anticipated we would meet so soon. Old sir, it brings me great joy to see you." Su Yu replied with a smile as they shook hands. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yu invited, "Old sir, let us not linger here. Would you care to come to my residence for a visit? Your home?" The elder glanced at the sizable mobile home, seemingly unperturbed, and nodded in agreement. However, the contingent following the elder was less than enthusiastic. While the vehicle was indeed spacious, it could not accommodate so many individuals. Should any danger arise, they would be unable to assist the elder in time. Noticing the change in expression on the elder's face, which darkened as he prepared to reprimand, Siyu instead encouraged his subordinates to join them. A middle-aged officer scoffed, "Humph, though your vehicle is fast and can fly. Do you truly think it can hold all of us? Are you jesting?" As his words hung in the air, the elder's icy gaze fixed upon him. The middle-aged officer sensed impending doom and hastily added, "Ah, Siyu, I am merely blunt in my speech. Please overlook any offense in my words." After scanning him with his detection eye, Siyu noted a drop in favorability, 31 points. Siyu furrowed his brow, sensing hostility. If only he could inquire. "Have I stolen your wife, or perhaps seduced your daughter? Is such enmity warranted upon our first encounter?" If the other party's disposition were not so grim, Siyu would have merely laughed it off. However, reaching a level of animosity posed a significant risk to his forthcoming plans. It would be prudent to address such an unstable factor promptly. As it happens, I can also gauge the old man's stance and boundaries through this. A flicker of determination crossed Suyu's eyes. Should he eliminate this individual, discontent would surely arise among the old man and others, yet he could silence them with equipment trades. This would also provide him clarity on how much equipment would be appropriate to negotiate. After all, without understanding the old man's limits, recklessly trading a large quantity of weapons could lead them to take desperate measures. With a smile, Siyu approached the middle-aged general. "What do you intend to do? Let us not forget where we are." "Nothing much, just a warning. I tend to strike rather hard. If I happen to kill you by accident, bear with it." As he spoke, Siyu delivered a powerful punch. The middle-aged general had yet to react when darkness enveloped his vision. Thud. Onlookers were stunned. They had not anticipated Suyu's fiery temperament would manifest so swiftly. Even Siyu momentarily froze, for he had expected to send the man flying with his blow. To his astonishment, he had managed to pierce the general's skull with a single strike. Grasping the man's shoulder, he withdrew his hand, shaking off the blood. "My apologies. Everyone, I truly did not foresee his weakness. Old man, I hope you do not mind." The cold patriarch's face broke into a smile once more, acknowledging that this was a consequence of the general's own making. After such an incident, no one dared to voice their thoughts. However, upon boarding the galactic vessel, all, including the cold patriarch, were profoundly awed by the vast interior space of the ship. The notion of growing vegetables and fruit trees within the mobile home was one thing. But what on earth was this villa inside the vehicle? Instead of leading them to the villa, Siyu guided the old man for a stroll by the garden, while the others trailed at a distance. "Old man, what do you think of these vegetables?" The cold patriarch nodded, genuinely praising, "Quite impressive. These vegetables, once planted, would mature in as little as 3 days, with the longest taking no more than half a month. Would you be interested? How many do you have? That depends on how many energy stones you possess. Rest assured, I will offer you a fair price." Subsequently, Siyu also promoted various weapons to the cold patriarch. As for pricing, Siyu proposed 9 ordinary energy stones for F-grade items and 90 ordinary energy stones, or 9 F-grade energy stones for E-grade items. This pricing was already exceedingly reasonable. Setting aside everything else, just observing the cold patriarch's face, lined with laughter, made it evident how delighted he was. Throughout the entire empire, it is utterly impossible to procure an F-grade weapon with a mere 9 ordinary energy stones. This led the venerable Elder Lang to momentarily believe that Siyu was merely engaging in a form of self-serving promotion, seeking to provide humanity with an additional opportunity for survival, truly deserving of the title Child of Hope. Elder Lang mused inwardly, his gaze upon Siyu tinged with admiration, which in turn elevated his fondness for the young man by a notch. Meanwhile, Siyu wore a beaming smile, exclaiming to himself, "What a lucrative opportunity. Indeed, an extraordinary windfall." The prospect of acquiring an F-grade weapon for just 9 energy stones, which he had expected to negotiate further, was simply astonishing. After Elder Lung departed with his entourage to retrieve the energy stones, Siyu dashed into the villa, embracing each of the 4 women in turn with affectionate pecks. "My dear wives, we are on the brink of prosperity." Chapter 112. Such a plump target. Once is not enough, Siyu was not kept waiting for long. Soon, Old Master Lang and his entourage hurriedly returned to the Galaxy ship, this time with a significantly larger group. Siyu paid little mind to the increased company. Within the confines of the Galaxy, he felt no fear, regardless of how many people joined them. The reason he chose not to let the women accompany him was twofold: to avoid unnecessary complications and to ensure that, should any unforeseen events arise, he could handle them alone. After all, one must always guard against potential threats, although Old Master Ling held a goodwill value of 71. It did not guarantee that everyone else would share the same friendly disposition. Upon entering the Galaxy ship, Old Master Lung eagerly inquired, "Young Su, I have brought the energy stones. Shall we proceed with the transaction?" "Of course." Suyu nodded, then added with a hint of implication, "However, Old Master, Regarding the 20,000 haha, rest assured, young Su, I have prepared them for you already. Old Master Lung laughed heartily and gestured to the only female staff member in the crowd. After receiving the 20,000 energy stones, Su Yu felt a slight sense of relief. Xiao Xian, convert these 20,000 energy stones along with the remaining ordinary energy stones into spiritual essence. Understood, Master. Beep, 24. 182 ordinary energy stones successfully converted, spiritual essence. 2, for 118, 200, remaining spiritual essence. 2, 584, 605. A total of over 2 million spiritual essence. Though it would soon be spent, did not cause you the slightest pang of regret. The old master had requested a multitude of items, including an impressive 37 types of F-grade vegetable seeds, totaling 5,000. The demand for F-grade bladed weapons was the highest, with a request for 10,000, alongside a total of 5,000 various other weapons. Additionally, there were 100 E-grade defensive armors and 100 E-grade weapons, presumably to be allocated to the most elite personnel in the military. In acquiring these items, Su Yu expended a total of 2 million spiritual essence. As he continuously retrieved items from the list, the onlookers, including Old Master Lang, were filled with curiosity about the origins of these goods. However, everyone has their secrets. And given CUS status, Old Master Lang chose not to pry further. The transaction was completed seamlessly, with money exchanged for goods, leaving both Su Yu and Old Master Lung immensely satisfied. How could one not be pleased? Following the completion of the trade, Su Yu's storage space was enriched with a staggering 198,000 energy stones, nearly 200,000. When converted into spiritual essence, that amounted to a remarkable 19.8 million spiritual essence. After deducting the initial investment, he netted a profit of 17.6 million, a fact that made Su Yu struggle to contain his excitement, lest he break into an uncontrollable grin. In appreciation of his significant client, Su Yu even presented Old Master Long with 10 intelligent holographic wristbands. After all, a lucrative target such as this could not simply be exploited once. Consequently, Su Yu also retrieved an E-grade material transporter as subtransmitter, explained its usage, and handed it over to Old Master Lang. After a brief, pleasant conversation with the Old Master, Su Yu took into consideration that Feng Qianxue and her sister's parents were currently in Kyoto. Su Yu implored the venerable cold patriarch to assist in locating certain individuals and to watch over them until he could visit after settling matters in the Magic City. Naturally, the cold patriarch could not decline such a request. After bidding farewell, Su Yu did not linger and directed the galaxy to hasten towards the base in the Magic City. Once Su Yu departed, the cold patriarch retracted his smile and turned to address the onlookers behind him. I advise some of you to conceal your little schemes. Do not let me catch you, or else. With a disdainful snort, he stored the E-class battle armor and weaponry into his spatial storage and strode towards the nearby underground passage. Upon returning to his residence, the cold patriarch entered his study and sat down in contemplation. With a clap of his hands, he summoned 2 figures from the shadows, cloaked in black robes and masked. Only their cold eyes were visible, rendering their gender indistinguishable. The 2 approached the cold patriarch and bowed respectfully, awaiting his command. He quickly penned a message, instructing them to seek out the individuals at the base and covertly protect them once located. Yes, they affirmed in unison. Subsequently, the cold patriarch retrieved 3 intelligent holographic wristbands and 99 sets of battle armor and weaponry that Su Yu had provided. Deliver these to Cold Yu, and let the 3 brothers arrange them as they see fit. Cold Yu was his eldest son, and the 3 brothers were renowned as the Empire's 3 great war gods. After the 2 figures departed, the cold patriarch uncovered the remaining E-class battle armor, a suit intended for his granddaughter. He then dialed a number. Commander, has there been any news about Cold Tong? No. The cold patriarch furrowed his brow at the response. Since instructing Cold Tong to head to the Magic City, he had lost contact with her and remained uncertain if she was in danger or had chosen to go silent. If you find her, have her call me back. Su Yu has already gone to the Magic City. I trust you won't make the same mistake as General Yin. Commander. In truth, General Yin. Enough. Just remember, not a single member of the Situ family can be overlooked. Keep them under control and wait for Su Yu's instructions. Perhaps that will spare General Yan's family from entanglement. Understood. At the Galaxy Villa, Su Yu briefly recounted the transaction to the women. He then pulled Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyu into his embrace, wrapping his arms around their waists and inquiring, "Are you missing your parents?" After a moment's hesitation, both women nodded obediently. They had not been in contact with their parents for an extended period, and it would be disingenuous to say they were not worried. Although the distance had been bearable previously, now that they had reached the capital, they felt a desire to seek them out but were apprehensive about disrupting Su Yu's plans. Su Yu chuckled, Upon entering the capital, I noticed the weight on your minds. In the future, do not hesitate to share your concerns with me. There was also a Ling and AMO. And you too, there is nothing we cannot discuss among ourselves. Do you understand? After the few girls nodded in acknowledgement, Siyu affectionately ruffled Lin Shiyao's hair. I have already enlisted the help of the old man to find someone. Once we resolve matters in the Magic City, we shall meet your parents. Husband, Brother Suyu, you are truly wonderful. Tu feeling the warmth on either side of his cheeks. Suyu tightened his embrace around the two girls and smiled. You know how good I am, so you must strive to perform well in the future. Upon hearing these words, the two sisters, Feng Qianshui and Lin Shiyao, shyly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Shini Yamo, standing nearby, suddenly ignited with a spark of determination in her eyes. Her gaze lingered briefly on Feng Qianshui and Lin Shiyao before shifting to Shen Yiling. Her eyes darted around with mischievous intent, as if concocting some whimsical scheme, her lips curling into a sly smile reminiscent of a clever little fox, scheming something playful. Chapter 113, The Ascendance of A-Class Skills, The Judgment on the Journey to the Magic Capital Base. So you found himself pondering a significant question. Now that he had acquired spiritual essence, how should he allocate it? These resources, if not transformed into tangible strength, would merely remain as a collection of numbers. However, at present, the means to enhance Suyu's prowess were rather limited. He had no immediate need for weaponry or equipment. Talent was not a consideration, as he had yet to reach the second tier. Even upon achieving it, he would only resort to seizing what others possessed, as purchasing would be far too extravagant. Currently, proficiency and abilities could only be augmented through evolution points, leaving skills as the sole avenue for improvement. Presently, Suyu's skills comprised only the C-Class Soul Control spell, while his Blade Draw, Rift Slash, Remnant Flash, and Aurora Shattering Cloud technique were all merely D-Class. Among these, Remnant Flash and Rift Slash were single-target attack skills, whereas Blade Draw and Aurora Shattering Cloud technique were designed for area damage. Suyu possessed a defensive skill innate to his talent, Ultimate Body Dominance. After careful consideration, Suyu resolved to exchange for 12 ranged or large area skills, which he might find useful upon arriving in the Magic Capital. After perusing the marketplace for a while, Suyu settled on 2 skills. B-Class Skill, Evil Light Slash 1. 000 Spiritual Essence unleashes a massive blade aura towards an enemy ahead, capable of delivering multiple strikes on the target. The range and distance vary according to the energy output, with a base damage increase of 40. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. A-Class Skill, The Judgment, 10 000 Spiritual Essence consuming 50 of energy. It conjures numerous judgment blades within a range of 100 meters 100 tier 1, attacking all enemies within that area, with a base damage increase of 50. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Evil Light Slash bears some resemblance to Blade Draw. However, it allows for a broader coverage of blade aura directed forward. The Judgment, on the other hand, is rather formidable, qualifying as a super ultimate move. At his current first tier, this skill enables Suyu to cover an attack range of 20,000 square meters. For reference, a football field measures merely 140 square meters, underscoring the impressive scope of this skill. Little Fairy, convert 150,000 energy stones into spiritual essence, then exchange for the 2 selected skills. Additionally, elevate all other skills, excluding the Soul Control spell, to B-Class. Understood, Master. Beep, 150,000 ordinary energy stones converted successfully. Spiritual Essence, 15 000 remaining spiritual essence, 15. 384, 605. Beep. Purchase of A-Class Skill The Judgment completed, deducting 10 000 spiritual essence, remaining spiritual essence, 5 384, 605. Beep. Purchase of B-Class Skill Evil Light Slash completed, deducting 1 000 spiritual essence, remaining spiritual essence, 4 384, 605. Beep. Purchase of B-Class Skill Aurora Shattering Cloud technique completed, deducting 1 000 spiritual essence, remaining spiritual essence, 384, 605. Beep. Acquired B-Class Skill Aurora Shattering Cloud technique. Do you wish to learn it? Learn all. In an instant, Suyu felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge surge through his mind. After a brief moment, Suyu opened his eyes and shook his slightly swollen head. He then reclined, resting his head on the thigh of Shen Yiling beside him. Yiling, please massage my temples, he requested. Shen Yiling was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face blossomed into a tender smile as she softly replied, all right. She extended her delicate, unblemished hands. as pure as a baby's, to gently press on Suyu's temples. Her touch was light. Her soft, cool fingers against his skin eased the tension in his furrowed brow. After several minutes, Suyu had completely mastered several skills. Upon reaching B rank, the base damage increase surged to 40, and the cooldown was reduced to 30 seconds. Furthermore, he discovered that the energy consumption ratio had significantly diminished. Previously, with a D rank skill, he could perform the attack twice with the same amount of energy. Now, at B rank, he could unleash it 3 times. Suyu mused, having elevated my attack skills to B rank, they should remain effective for quite some time. He preferred to enhance them all at once to S rank or above. The thought of gradually upgrading them felt somewhat painful. With the formidable skill Falling World Judgment at his disposal, this ability was not merely a group attack, if only one target lay within its range. All the blades of judgment conjured would focus on that singular foe. As for the high energy cost, that was inconsequential. Now, with 2 SSS rank talents, his energy replenished at a rate of 20 per minute, with an SSS rank talent cap of 10. In other words, he could unleash a powerful attack every 2.5 minutes while retaining 50 of his energy. Understanding the immense power of the skill, Suyu grew increasingly eager about the horde of corpses and beasts outside the Magic City base. With a single cast, he could likely obliterate a substantial area. With this thought in mind, he flipped over and sprang up. After giving Xun Yiling a playful peck, he inquired, Galaxy, how long until we reach the Magic City base? Master, there are 4 minutes and 37 seconds remaining to our destination, came the mechanical voice of Galaxy from within the villa, the source unknown. Just over 4 minutes. Suyu murmured before beckoning the women to accompany him to the control room. Upon entering the control room, Galaxy promptly displayed a holographic image before them. At that moment, the grand silhouette of the Magic City base could be faintly discerned. 3 minutes later, Suyu instructed Galaxy to halt at a mountain peak. Astonishing. The only word that could encapsulate the emotions of Suyu and the others was awe. Outside the fortress of the Magic City, a dense throng of zombies and beasts stretched endlessly, their low growls merging into a cacophony that resonated throughout the terrain. Shin Yimo gasped in disbelief. This is utterly outrageous. Are you all afraid? Suyu turned to the women, seeking their sentiments. Shin Yimo was the first to respond. Fear? There is nothing that can instill fear in me, Shin Yimo. With you by my side, brother Suyu, I am unafraid. Lin Siya waved her small fist, as if motivating herself. Feng Qianxue and Xin Yiling also shook their heads. Their gazes toward Suyu filled with unwavering determination. All right, let us engage in a decisive battle today, Suyu declared, a wild glint sparkling in his eyes as he took the helm of the Galaxy, charging towards the horde of corpses and beasts. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a thunderous roar, the Galaxy vanished in an instant, leaving behind a visible shockwave of air. Chapter 114. Have you ever experienced the commute on the subway? As the advancing horde of corpses and monstrous beasts drew ever closer, Feng Qianxue and her companions swiftly donned their battle armor, weapons materializing in their hands. The 4 of them arranged themselves in a line behind Suyu, their eyes brimming with fierce determination. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss. Why had they not yet come to a halt? As they suspected, Suyu did not slow down. Instead, he piloted the Galaxy directly into the throng of zombies and beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Countless zombies and beasts were caught off guard, sent flying or crushed beneath the weight of the Galaxy. Even though the vehicle was well insulated, the cacophony of collisions reverberated loudly. With each successive impact, the speed of the Galaxy gradually diminished. The dense mass of corpses and beasts ahead finally reacted, realizing an unwelcome interloper had invaded their midst. The mere presence of these 2 opposing species in close proximity was already oppressive. Now, the arrival of the Galaxy acted as a catalyst, igniting their fury. Roar. In an instant, countless creatures, both airborne and terrestrial, launched themselves towards the position of the Galaxy. On the formidable walls of the Demon City base, a keen-eyed awakened individual detected an anomaly on the perimeter of the encirclement. Report. An irregularity has appeared 3 kilometers southeast at 135 degrees. At the sound of the awakened one's shout, the previously tense soldiers atop the wall jolted in unison. Whoosh, whoosh. A middle-aged man clad in military attire swiftly appeared at the edge of the wall, squinting in the direction indicated. 5 robust men in combat uniforms followed closely behind him. Among them was the Poison Sting, who had previously crossed paths with Suyu. Is that him? Is that Suyu? The middle-aged man speculated as he caught sight of the Galaxy's exterior. One of the burly men chimed in, Suyu? Wasn't it reported from Kyoto that his vehicle could fly? At this rate, it will be overwhelmed by the horde. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed in concern. He could not comprehend how someone so highly regarded by their superiors could be so reckless. Prepare missile support and ensure the entire process is documented. We will send the footage back to Kyoto afterward. Yes, sir. But alas, it was already too late. The vehicle had been completely engulfed by the tide of corpses. And from a distance, the spot where it once stood had been transformed into a hill of zombies and beasts. The middle-aged man shook his head. In such circumstances, the prospect of survival was bleak. Just as he turned to leave, Poison Sting suddenly pointed excitedly into the distance, exclaiming, "Look, it's him. That is Suyu. I knew he couldn't possibly be dead." The middle-aged man halted, instantly turning back, and what he witnessed was an unforgettable scene etched in his memory for a lifetime. As the horde of corpses and beasts gathered, Suyu instructed the four women, "Wait for me to clear this area of zombies before you exit. Remember, do not stray too far from the galaxy." "Understood," they replied in unison. The moment the door of the galaxy swung open, Suyu sprang forth. Ultimate dominance. This marked the first occasion for Suyu to wield this skill, as an enigmatic force surged through his physique, enveloping the surface of his body instantaneously. After extricating himself from the galactic vehicle, the door sealed shut. Have you ever experienced the sensation of squeezing into a subway during rush hour? At that moment, Suyu felt as though he were trapped within a subway car, yet it was a far more congested environment, tenfold. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a human before them, the zombies positioned near the doorway instinctively opened their gaping jaws, ready to bite. With a crack, a tooth shattered. Ignoring the assaults from the surrounding zombies and aberrations, Suyu aimed directly above his head and unleashed his newfound skill, Evil Light Slash. A blade of eerie crimson light extended from above, piercing through the uppermost layers of zombies, dissipating into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Suyu locked onto a flying aberration in the sky, exclaiming, "Flicker of remnant intent." In the next instant, Suyu's figure materialized on the back of the avian creature. While invisible strikes sliced through its form, with a deft push off the creature's back, he propelled himself into the air. While the avian beast beneath him disintegrated into chunks of flesh, observing the dark throng of corpses and aberrations below, Suyu coldly uttered, "Descent, judgment." Instantly, 50% of the energy within him was depleted, and a wave of destructive energy radiated outward from his core. In the blink of an eye, this force enveloped a 20,000 square meter radius centered around Suyu. It then transformed into a myriad of glimmering blades, ruthlessly slaughtering zombies and aberrations alike, even sparing none of the flying creatures in the skies. Meanwhile, within the recesses of Suyu's mind, Xiao Xian watched the scene with rapt excitement before her form shattered into fragments. Upon her arrival, Xiao Xian found herself in a sealed space and urgently called out, "Intellect. Quick! The master is unleashing a powerful move. I will handle this, and you must absorb energy with utmost diligence, leaving not a shred to waste." "Understood." A synthesized electronic voice resonated, and the sealed space dimmed significantly. Xiao Xian hurried to a jade pedestal at the center of the space, placing her delicate, pale hands upon it. Waves of energy flowed through her hands, infusing the jade. Gradually, the space regained its illumination, though her petite silhouette appeared somewhat translucent, as if on the verge of vanishing. As Suyu descended to the ground, he found no standing zombies or aberrations in his vicinity. Noticing Feng Qianxue and the others emerging from the RV, he nodded in their direction, advising them to stay safe and not to overexert themselves. With that, his figure transformed into an afterimage as he charged towards the most densely packed throng of corpses and aberrations. "Haha, this is exhilarating." Shinimo laughed heartily, as the moon shadow materialized in her hands, switching to Gatling mode. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of fiery tongues erupted from the spinning barrel, unleashing a torrent upon the horde of zombies and aberrations. At this moment, Lin Xiangya was also swept up in the emotions, and without a second thought, she unleashed her second talent, the Death Scythe, transforming her entire demeanor. A colossal black scythe materialized in her grasp, emanating a chilling, ethereal glow. Catching a glimpse of this scene, Shin Yimo gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, Xiangya can transform too." As her words faded, Shin Yiling also entered her superpowered form, her silver hair dancing in the wind. Unlike Su Yu's imagined serpent tail, a diamond-shaped serpent scale emerged from Shin Yiling's brow, enhancing her already ethereal presence with a touch of classical beauty. After Lin Xiangya and Shin Yiling charged off in different directions, Feng Qianxue lightly touched the ground and leaped into the air, gracefully landing atop the galactic vehicle. Arrows, imbued with a frigid aura, continuously shot forth from her hands, reaping countless lives. Occasionally, an arrow would split in mid-air, unleashing a shower of arrows upon their foes. All these moments were keenly observed by the spectators atop the towering wall. Chapter 115. The Spider Queen Lia upon the formidable walls of the Demon City Fortress. All eyes were transfixed upon a distant scene unfolding before them. Despite the considerable distance, those stationed atop the Great Wall, far from being mere mortals, possessed vision that exceeded that of ordinary humans by at least tenfold. rendering the spectacle as vivid as though it were transpiring right before them. What in the world is this? That individual named Su Yu is one thing, but what about the four women emerging behind him? The middle-aged general could scarcely conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Poison Sting. Has Su Yu always been this formidable? The shock experienced by Poison Sting was no less than that of the others. After swallowing hard, he murmured, "He has grown even stronger." Equally perplexed, a slightly younger warrior scratched his head and inquired, with two shoulders supporting a single head, "I simply cannot fathom how he could possess such strength." Meanwhile, Su Yu, adept in his agility and the skill residual intent flash, leaped between the heads of zombies and aberrant beasts. After gathering them together, his internal energy was nearly restored, prompting him to unleash his ultimate move, Descent, Judgment. With a single strike, he could eliminate 20 to 30,000, including over 1,000 first-tier zombies and aberrant creatures. Watching his experience points soar and his spiritual essence continuously rise, Su Yu exclaimed in exhilaration. However, the good times were fleeting. As an increasing number of zombies and aberrant beasts converged upon his location, Su Yu realized it was time to retreat. His incursion into the horde was merely an experimental endeavor to test his new skills while simultaneously amassing experience. Whether this would incite a riot among the zombies and aberrant beasts, leading them to assault the Demon City base, was of little concern to him. Moreover, the pretext of searching for individuals was, in his view, a baseless notion. A confrontation was inevitable, and since evasion was not an option, it would be wiser to instigate the conflict himself. In doing so, when the horde launched its full-scale assault, he could orchestrate ambushes from the rear alongside Feng Qianxue and the others. By accumulating additional experience, once he reached the second tier, he might very well bring this war to a close. After employing Descent, Judgment once more, Su Yu swiftly appeared beside Feng Qianxue, calling out to the women still engaged in battle. "Ladies, it's time to withdraw." Just as Su Yu and his companions prepared to board the galactic vessel for their departure, a piercing, shrill roar echoed through the sky. Su Yu looked up to see a colossal spider soaring from the distance, diving towards their position. The creature's upper body bore a human likeness. What is this? A spider? Recalling the words of the little fairy, who had mentioned that third-tier aberrant beasts possessed the ability to transform into human forms, Su Yu did not dare to delay and activated his Eye of Detection. Combat Power Amplitude. Talent Level 1. Skill Soul Dread Level 1. Name, Queen of the Demon Spiders. Rhea, Level, 2nd Tier. Level 1, Combat Power Value. 2,389 Strength, 1250 Agility, 1735 Constitution, 1073 Mental Power, 2,315 Appearance, 77 Affinity Value, 30 Hostile Talent, SSS Grade Spider Sovereignty, a unique talent of the Demon Spider Royalty. Limited to females, with an extremely low chance of birth. Enhances mental strength by 100, energy replenishes at a rate of 10 per minute. Skills, Talent Skill Domination. Talent Skill Soul Dread. Talent Skill Demon Spider Egg, usable 10 times. Items, Companion Device Spirit Whip Note. In the future, the attributes of enemies will only display skill names without detailed descriptions. Powerful. Exceptionally powerful. Not solely due to the SSS grade talent. One can discern from the attributes that this spider's statistics exceed those of a human of the same level by a factor of 2. It is undoubtedly the most formidable boss that Su Yu has encountered thus far. The previous Flame Lion King, at Tier 2 Level 3, pales in comparison to this spider. Simultaneously, Su Yu felt the ground tremble beneath him. In the distance, an enormous zombie, towering over 10 meters, was charging towards his location. Unfazed by the similar creatures and other beasts blocking its path, the colossal zombie trampled everything in its wake. One need not employ a detection eye to infer that this was also a Tier 2 zombie. Su Yu had no intention of engaging in battle. He swiftly ushered Feng Qianxue and the others aboard the galactic vessel. With a press of the accelerator, they sped away. This was not an act of cowardice on Su Yu's part. Rather, it was entirely unnecessary. After defeating the Flame Lion King, he had learned that defeating enemies of a higher level yielded minimal experience. Thus, he felt no inclination towards monsters exceeding his tier. Upon landing, Queen Rhea was met with a mouthful of dust. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the direction in which the galactic vessel had departed, cursing the wretched humans. Boom. As the giant zombie took a step beside Rhea, it stood dazed, watching the galactic vessel vanish into the horizon. It is him. His presence. Little Ya. I have found him. He is the one I have been searching for all along. The contrast between the giant zombie's sweet voice and its tremor revealed its excitement. It then seized the diminutive Little Ya, who barely reached its knee, and bolted after the direction Su Yu had taken. Hey, big sister, put me down. Inside the galactic vessel, Su Yu gazed perplexedly at the radar map. Initially, he planned to circle back and continue his hunt. but the spider and the zombie had relentlessly pursued them. What could possibly incite such a fervent chase? Meanwhile, outside the Demon City base, as the giant zombie and Riyadh departed, the horde of corpses and beasts began to stir restlessly. On the towering wall, a middle-aged commander shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Quick! All Tier 1 awakened individuals, enter combat readiness at once, prepared for battle." Subsequently, the middle-aged general turned to the individuals behind him and commanded, "Immediately dispatch the recorded video to the capital." He continued, "CU has successfully lured away those two formidable second-tier monsters, bringing us a glimmer of hope. We must seize this opportunity." After exhaling deeply, the general surveyed the vigilant warriors upon the massive wall. "Brothers, in recent days, have you felt confined by the threat posed by those beasts outside?" "Confined? Indeed. Suyu, the man we just witnessed on the battlefield, has diverted our greatest peril. Those two most powerful second-tier creatures. Two second-tier monsters. Now, answer me. Can you betray the earnest efforts of Suyu?" "No. Absolutely not." "Excellent. Then today, let us eradicate them completely. Annihilate them. Annihilate them. Annihilate them. Annihilate them." After days of pent-up frustration and fury, the emotions that had long simmered within them ignited at that moment. The resounding roars of over 1,000,000 warriors echoed across the vast expanse of the towering wall, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Chapter 116. In such a rush to seek death? Then I shall accommodate you. In the control room of the galactic vessel, Suyu was meticulously tallying his gains. In less than 10 minutes, he had amassed an impressive 753 experience points from the recent battle, successfully elevating his level to first tier, 4th rank, with an additional 962. 1 experience points. He allocated his newly acquired 20 attribute points, distributing 16 to spirit and 4 to agility. Consequently, his 4 primary attributes stood at strength 794, agility 723, vitality 721, and spirit 722. Initially, he intended to maintain a balanced distribution, yet the attributes acquired through plundering were decidedly skewed. Nevertheless, Suyu remained unfazed. A higher strength indicated a more formidable attack, which was hardly disadvantageous. Next came the spirit essence. Suyu had personally slain foes to collect a staggering 271,004 points, complemented by 80,039 points obtained through the Oath of Pact from the women, totaling just over 350,000. Among this, Shinyimo had contributed the most, and she had also ascended to the first tier, 1st rank. Among the group, only Shun Yiling lagged slightly behind, despite her attributes doubling upon merging with her beast. Her swordsmanship remained rudimentary, relying solely on her innate attributes for suppression. Furthermore, lacking suitable skills, her substantial energy remained untapped, rendering her considerably less efficient in battle compared to the others. Overall, each individual had garnered significant rewards. Regrettably, the luminous orbs that erupted on the battlefield had not been collected by any of them. This led Suyu to ponder once more about his telekinetic abilities, wondering if they could be utilized to retrieve the orbs. "Xiaoxian, can my telekinetic talent pick up the erupted orbs?" Upon receiving no response from Xiaoxian, Suyu's curiosity deepened, prompting him to call out again, "Xiaoxian?" "Master, I am here," Xiaoxian replied weakly. "What is the matter with you?" Suyu inquired, sensing something amiss. "Master, Xiaoxian is fine, just a bit fatigued," she reassured him. Yet, despite her words, Suyu discerned a distinct difference in her voice, reminiscent of times when she had not rested well. Just as he was about to press further, the radar map of the galactic vessel emitted a faint red glow, interrupting his thoughts. Observing the emergence of 2 points, a black and a red, on the radar, Suyu furrowed his brow. He had attempted to make the galactic vessel hover, yet these two entities clung to them like stubborn leeches, refusing to be shaken off. "Galactic halt," Suyu commanded, and the vessel came to an abrupt stop, executing a graceful drift before settling steadily. "Are you so eager to seek death? Then I shall oblige." Suyu's gaze turned icy as he approached the door of the galactic vessel. Shinyimo tossed aside the silk cloth she had been using to polish the moonshade gun, leaping from her seat in a burst of enthusiasm. "Brother Yu, I wish to join," she exclaimed. Shinyiling, Feng Chenxue, and even Lin Shiyu, who was still recovering from the effects of using her secondary talent, rose in solidarity, ready to follow Suyu into the fray. Suyu turned around, smiling at them, and said, "No need for that. For now, it is beyond your capabilities. You can rest assured and wait for my return on the galactic ship." As Suyu opened the car door and stepped outside, Feng Qianxue's lips parted slightly, yet the words she wished to utter remained unspoken. The group exchanged glances, and even the usually boisterous Shin Yimo fell silent at that moment. Despite their considerable strength compared to others, They had come to a stark realization of the chasm that lay between them and Suyu after the recent battle. Suyu's power was ever increasing, but what about theirs? Were they destined to be nothing more than burdens to Suyu? In a swift motion, Shin Yimo lifted her head, determination shining in her beautiful eyes. Throughout her life, aside from the occasional defeats at Suyu's hands, she had never yielded to anyone. Sister, Qianxue Siya, that ability proficiency that Yuka mentioned. Isn't it supposed to be quite formidable? From tomorrow, no, starting today, we shall train vigorously. We will train tirelessly. I refuse to believe that we cannot succeed in mastering it. Once we grasp the ability proficiency, we will bridge the gap between us and Yugo. As Shin Yimo spoke, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, only to be interrupted by a sudden exclamation of pain. Ouch. Sister, why did you hit my head again? Shin Yiling shot her a disapproving glance. Who are you calling sister? You're being so disrespectful. Feng Qianxue and Lin Xia exchanged smiles. And soon they all placed their hands together in solidarity. Observing this, Shin Yiling and Shin Yimo joined in, forming a circle of 4 uniquely captivating women, each radiating extraordinary beauty. Then let us strive together, they exclaimed in unison. After Suyu exited the vehicle, he approached the front of the galactic ship. Leaning against the hood with his right foot resting upon his left, patiently awaiting. Little Fairy, he called. Master, what is it? Hearing the voice of Little Fairy sounding much more normal, Suyu didn't dwell on it further. Please exchange for me a pack of F-grade cigarettes. It has been quite some time since I indulged in this vice. Oh, and also an automatic refilling Zippo lighter. Beep, purchasing 1 pack of F-grade Yuming cigarettes. Deducting 100 spirit essence, remaining spirit essence 735, 548. Beep, purchasing 1 F-grade Zippo lighter, deducting 100 spirit essence, remaining spirit essence 735, 448. After retrieving a pack of Yuming cigarettes, Suyu carelessly tossed the remaining spirit essence into his storage ring. He pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and deftly flipped the Zippo lighter in his hand before flicking it to ignite, a flicker of flame dancing at his fingertips. After igniting the cigarette, Suyu took a deep drag. The subtle taste of tobacco was complemented by a refreshing fragrance that invigorated him, revitalizing his entire being. This unparalleled flavor made the cigarettes he had previously smoked pale in comparison. Just as he took a few puffs, he sensed the ground tremble beneath him. Thud! A heavy thumping sound echoed from a distance as a colossal figure advanced towards Suyu, halting mere meters away from him. Suyu expelled the cigarette he had been holding to the side and was about to straighten up when he heard the giant zombie excitedly exclaim, "It's you. It really is you. I finally found you." Suyu stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and thought to himself, "What the hell?" The sweet tone of the voice, combined with the massive figure, created a striking contrast that was 100 times more intense than that muscular Neza from 100,000 Cold Jokes. It was utterly ridiculous. The giant zombie was holding the Queen of Demon Pearls, who wore an expression of utter despair. "Sister, now that you've found the person, could you please let me down?" Without a moment's hesitation, the giant zombie tossed her aside. Then, stepping forward cautiously, it asked, "Can I, follow you from now on? I promise to be obedient and will do whatever you ask." Not only Suyu, but even the 4 women aboard the Galaxy, including Feng Qianxue, looked utterly bewildered. They knew Suyu was charming. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so willingly joined him. But this was a zombie. When did Suyu's allure become so potent that it could transcend species and conquer a zombie? The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched as he activated his eye of detection. His gaze then fixated on the favorability rating. 90. 90? This was utterly outrageous. Beyond comprehension, as if his grandmother had come home to find the absurdity at her doorstep. Chapter 117. This thing lights a cigarette. You must be wishing to set me ablaze, aren't you? Name, Aberrant Zombie, level, 2nd tier. 1st grade, combat power, 1222, strength 714, agility 667, constitution 732, mentality 332, attractiveness 60, affection level 90, desires to linger by your side. Merely gazing at you from a distance brings immense satisfaction. Talent, SSS rank plunder and devour, an unknown product of mutation, capable of consuming flesh and blood to merge with its own being. As it devours more, its size will gradually increase, and its 4-dimensional attributes will exponentially amplify with growth, currently allowing for a 3-fold enhancement, maximum enhancement limit of 10 times. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, size can be adjusted at will. The smaller the size, the lower the enhancement multiplier. Skill, talent skill grafting. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the high affection level this zombie possesses for him, it must be acknowledged that its talent is formidable. At the 1st tier, it can achieve double enhancement. At the 2nd tier, triple, and upon reaching the 9th tier, it can attain a 10-fold augmentation. If he could seize this talent, it would undoubtedly become a devastating weapon. However, when Suyu beheld the grotesque array of human, beast, and even insect limbs adorning the aberrant zombie-esque body, he felt a tinge of conflict. This devouring surely involves merging with the flesh and blood of other beings, does it not? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If that were true, not only would his prospects of finding a partner dwindle, but it might even jeopardize his current state. Never mind. There are plenty of powerful talents. I cannot sacrifice my happiness for the sake of strength. Having dispelled that notion, Suyu tentatively inquired, "Are you certain you will do whatever I ask?" "Yes, yes. As long as I can be with you, I am willing to do anything." The aberrant zombie nodded vigorously. "Then stand still, do not resist, and allow me to take a couple of swings at you. How does that sound?" Without a moment's hesitation, the aberrant zombie replied, "All right." Just as Suyu summoned the crimson blood, the Spider Queen Rhea swiftly interposed herself before the aberrant zombie, exclaiming, "Sister, what are you thinking? He intends to kill you. If you perish, how can you remain by his side?" Rhea's words momentarily stunned the aberrant zombie. After a brief silence, it turned to Suyu and weakly implored, "Could you possibly make a different request?" At that moment, Suyu contemplated the affection level displayed on the panel and the aberrant zombie's actions, realizing that it was earnest in its intentions. If he consented, he would gain a potentially powerful ally, and perhaps even this spider would accompany him as well. However, the aberrant zombie was exceedingly unattractive and repulsive. The mere thought of having it by his side was not only questionable in utility, but also quite unpalatable. Those zombies and beasts outside the magic capital base, they must have congregated together, correct? "I apologize, but Xiaoya and I can drive them away immediately." Suyu shook his head. "No need. Do they listen to both of you? Could you perhaps send them over in batches for me to eliminate?" The aberrant zombie remained silent, casting a pleading glance at Rhea, its basketball-sized eyes shimmering with hope. Rhea furrowed her brows and finally sighed, conceding, "I truly yield to you. But let it be known that this is the one and only time." She then cast a disdainful glance at Suyu, stating, "I can give it a try." Though success is not guaranteed. As the galaxy arrived at the outskirts of the Magic City base, Suyu found himself bewildered by the chaotic battlefield, where a massive breach had appeared in the towering wall, and countless hordes of zombies and mutated beasts were embroiled in combat with humans. How did this escalate? After disembarking, Suyu turned to Rhea and asked, "Can you command those spiders to cease their assault?" "You are nothing but a pig. Your entire family are pigs," Rhea retorted furiously. "I told you, my name is Rhea. Do you dare challenge me?" Her eyes blazed with anger as her 8 long legs stomped impatiently on the ground. All right. Let us focus on the matter at hand. We must quickly evacuate them from the battlefield. If this continues, the people of Magic City will perish." With a huff, Rhea bent her 8 long legs slightly and sprung effortlessly to the edge of the battlefield. She then threw her head back and let out a piercing, shrill howl. However, only the zombies and mutated beasts lingering at the battlefield's periphery retreated, while those in the center ignored Rhea's call. After another futile howl, Rhea returned to Suyu, stating, "Most of the zombies and mutated beasts have tasted blood and are now uncontrollable. There is little I can do." Without uttering a word, Suyu shot Rhea and the mutated zombies a warning glance before steering the galaxy towards the center of the battlefield. "Xiaoya, will you accompany me to assist him?" After Suyu departed, the mutated zombie crouched down and poked Rhea with its finger, covered in eyeballs. Rhea rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Encountering you has truly been my misfortune." She took a few steps forward and called back, "Let us go. Aren't we supposed to help him?" The mutated zombie smiled, albeit in a terrifying manner that could frighten a child to death. Yet, its bright and clear eyes appeared remarkably pure. The once retreating human forces, upon the arrival of Suyu and the 4 women, surged forth with renewed vigor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Dazzling moves and unparalleled attack intensity caused zombies and mutated beasts to fall en masse with each strike. In contrast, the zombie and mutated beast ranks, devoid of support from Rhea and the mutated zombie, faced relentless slaughter. Reaching the first tier represented a watershed moment, endowing them with a modicum of intelligence. Gradually, those zombies and mutated beasts that had attained the first tier sensed the impending danger and began to flee towards the outskirts of the battlefield. This battle raged on from noon until the early hours of the morning. As night descended, a chilling wind swept through, yet no dust was stirred. Instead, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the pungent stench of blood. Outside the fortress of Magic City, the scene had transformed into a hell on earth. Suyu, alongside Feng Qianxue and the others, leaned against the towering wall, taking a moment to rest. While the mutated zombie remained squatted nearby, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on Suyu. Rhea nonchalantly prodded the lifeless body on the ground with her long legs, her demeanor suggesting she regarded the corpse as Suyu. The soldiers surrounding the battlefield went about their tasks undisturbed, and even those who passed by would bow deeply to Suyu and his companions, their gazes filled with admiration. As Suyu extracted a cigarette from his elegant case, preparing to ignite it with a Zippo lighter, he suddenly sensed a flicker of flame approaching him. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Shui was drawn forth. Its sharp blade poised near the grotesque fingers of the mutated zombie. Observing the blazing fire at the creature's fingertips, Suyu sheathed Qi Shui with a hint of irritation and remarked, "What on earth are you doing?" I have seen humans consume this. It is meant to be ignited with fire. I wish to assist you," the mutated zombie replied, resembling a child caught in mischief, its massive head bowed in submission. Suyu's lips twitched at the sight of the still-burning inferno. "Goodness, are you truly attempting to set me ablaze?" The women, including Feng Qianxue, could not help but smile at the scene. Despite the zombie's hideous appearance, it somehow exuded an endearing charm. Chapter 118. Is beauty really like this? Do you know me from before? Suyu inquired, voicing his innermost curiosity, while the women, Feng Qianxue and others, perked up their ears, eager for the unfolding drama. I don't know. The nearby Liya, unable to bear the awkwardness, interjected, "My sister must have known you before becoming a zombie." Harboring a deep obsession that influenced her newly born consciousness. Known before becoming a zombie, Suyu's mind conjured images of several individuals. Li Chuqing, the wealthy lady, Xiaolinger, or perhaps the woman with the child. Or was it the girl from the dormitory? However, the transformed zombie's appearance offered no clues. "Do you remember your name from before?" Seeing the aberrant zombie shake her head, Suyu chose not to delve deeper, his inquiry merely stemming from curiosity, as he had no intention of keeping them. "Then I shall call you Big Guy." "Big Guy, and that spider too, from now on, we are friends." Just as Liya was about to protest, she heard Suyu continue, "Let us part ways here. I believe we shall have another opportunity to meet." Big Guy suddenly lifted her head, disappointment evident in her eyes. "You are not suited to accompany us. We will be visiting many human cities, and bringing you along would only invite unnecessary trouble." Suyu shook his head, explaining that his rationale stemmed from their significant contributions on the battlefield. "Let us go." Suyu waved his hand, leading Feng Qianxue and the others toward the galaxy. Watching Suyu's figure until it vanished from view, Big Guy remained lost in thought for a long time. Liya, however, appeared quite pleased. "Sister, let us depart as well." Upon the galaxy's arrival at the entrance of the underground passage in the Magic City base, a throng of individuals quickly surrounded them. As Suyu emerged, a middle-aged commander stepped forward and saluted. "Mr. Su, greetings. I am Su Chang, the acting commander of the Magic City base. Thank you for the contributions you and the ladies have made." "Contributions?" Suyu was not one to accept such flattery. "Commander Su, I believe you are mistaken. I am merely a mercenary, and I expect my spoils returned to me once sorted. You may keep the equipment. I shall take half of the energy stones, surely." "That is not too much to ask." Su Chang's face displayed signs of difficulty. "Is it too much to handle?" "No worries, I can speak directly with the commander." As he spoke, Suyu retrieved his smart holographic wristband. A virtual screen flickered to life, revealing the visage of the elderly master, cold. "Wait, Mr. Su. Hold on a moment, let's talk this over." Su Chang interjected. "This matter is trivial, there is no need to disturb the commander." After stopping Suyu, Su Chang elaborated. "Mr. Su, we deployed a total of 37 million soldiers and 13 million logistical personnel for this battle. It can be said that every able-bodied citizen participated. The casualties are undoubtedly substantial. We are still in the process of tallying them. My intent in sharing this with you is not to complain. I can assure you that I, Su Chang, can authorize the allocation of half of the energy stones to you." As the conversation unfolded, Su Chang turned to the crowd and brought forth an elderly gentleman in his 60s, accompanied by two robust men. Suyu had no recollection of the elder. Yet he recognized the two strong men from a previous battle. They were reckless warriors. Had it not been for Lin Shiqiao's extensive healing spell, prayer, these two would have perished. After presenting the trio before Suyu, Su Chang introduced, "This is General Yin, who is also the maternal grandfather of Situ Jun. Before your arrival, the command had already decreed the confinement of both the Yin and Situ families. I took it upon myself to allow their participation in this skirmish. And in truth, it is General Yin who is orchestrating the strategy. The enmity between you and the Situ family is unknown to General Yin and his kin. The agreed compensation was, in fact, embezzled by the Situ family. I wonder if you might." Suyu waved his hand, directing his gaze towards General Yin, who regarded him with a gentle smile and nodded in acknowledgement. The two sturdy men behind the elder, the uncles of Situ Jun, also smiled broadly upon meeting Suyu's gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu inquired, "What of the Situ family?" "They are being detained. I shall summon them at once." Meanwhile, the large fellow trudged forward, head bowed, lacking direction and purpose. "Xiaya, why won't he accept me? Is there something I am lacking?" Liya paused, contemplating her response before saying, "Sister, follow me." In no time, Leah led the large man to the edge of a small lake. The moonlight cast a hazy glow, reflecting their silhouettes upon the water. Leah gestured towards the lake's surface. Sister, take a look for yourself. The large man, puzzled, peered into the water, her mind drifting to Suyu and the women surrounding him, prompting her to wonder aloud. Is it because I am too large? Sister, please don't take offense, but are you not aware that you are rather unattractive? Unattractive? The large man touched her face, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Indeed, while our beastly aesthetic differs from humanity's, even I perceive your lack of beauty, let alone humans. The large man did not react with anger. Rather, she seemed oblivious to the concepts of beauty and ugliness. Yet, as she reflected on the women around Suyu, a realization dawned upon her. So, beauty is akin to that. Suddenly, the large man seized one of her arms and forcibly tore it away, blood spraying forth and staining the lake's surface crimson in an instant. Sister, Xiaya, do not concern yourself with me. I know what must be done. The large man's face contorted in agony, yet her pure eyes radiated determination. The wound began to writhe, slowly regenerating a new arm. Yet it was evident that her form had diminished in size. Understanding the uniqueness of the large man's abilities, Leah was quick to grasp her intent and exclaimed anxiously, Sister, but if you do this, you will lose your strength, and those hard-earned skills will be forsaken. I do not mind. Time passed unnoticed, as moments stretched into infinity. By the lakeside, a motley collection of arms, varying in size, lay scattered. Some were even severed before they had fully formed. Beside Leah, the big fellow had shrunk to the size of an ordinary human, weakly sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Although she remained far from attractive, she was, at least, less terrifying than before. Sister, is it truly worth it to go to such lengths for a mere human? A myriad of emotions flickered in Leah's eyes. It is. The big fellow replied without hesitation, before turning her gaze towards Leah. Xiaya, I must trouble you once more. Please take me to find a beautiful human woman. I wish to become lovely so that I may accompany him. Chapter 119. Did you know I was coming for you? At the base of the demon city, hundreds of individuals were brought forth, all direct relatives of the Situ family and subordinates nurtured by them. Upon spotting a figure among the crowd, Suyu paused momentarily. Situ-jun? Su Chong leaned closer to Suyu and explained. After intense interrogation, they confessed that Situ-jun possessed a talisman that could automatically activate in life-threatening situations, although it came with significant side effects. Now, he had lost all his innate abilities. Suyu nodded, realizing that in the future, he must heed the system's notifications when taking lives, otherwise, he might inadvertently miss a target. However, this was fortuitous. He had promised Lin Xia that she could personally deal with Situ-jun, and it seemed he could fulfill that promise today. At that moment, Situ-jun glared at Suyu and his companions with palpable resentment, making no attempt to conceal it. He understood that his demise was inevitable. This is not our concern. Mr. Su, if you must kill, let it be Situ-jun, and spare us, they pleaded. Mr. Su, your hands will be sullied by his blood. Allow us to do it for you. We only ask for your mercy. Upon encountering the one who held their fates in his hands, the relatives of the Situ family began to bicker amongst themselves. Suyu frowned, preparing to silence them when suddenly, Shin Yimo switched the moon hidden to Gatling mode. The atmosphere fell silent instantly. Brother Yu, is that person Situ-jun? Let me take care of them. Shin Yimo exclaimed. Suyu affectionately ruffled Shin Yimo's hair. There's no need for your intervention this time. I had promised Xia that she would have the honor of dealing with him herself. Casting a glance at Situ-jun's seething gaze, Xia redeemed a vial of F-grade pain perception serum from the marketplace, which would amplify his sensitivity to pain 100-fold for 10 minutes. He handed the vial to Lin Xia, saying, Xia, go ahead and make his death as agonizing as possible. Brother Yu, I know what to do, Lin Xia replied with a sweet smile, as she approached Situ-jun with the vial in hand. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in the crowd cried out in desperation, Father, please save Juner. He is your own grandson. A flicker of compassion crossed General Yan's eyes, but before he could respond, a burly man behind him stepped forward and struck the woman hard across the face. Slap. The woman, merely a level 3 ordinary awakener, fell to the ground, gasping for breath, her fingers trembling faintly. How dare you? You are no daughter of ours. The burly man spat, turning away from her to approach General Yan, muttering curses under his breath. I've wanted to slap her for ages. I can't understand how such a wretch came from our Yan family. Seeing that no one else spoke, Lin Xia approached Situ-jun. Upon witnessing her pour the serum that Suyu had given her onto herself, Situ-jun's face twisted in terror, instinctively wanting to retreat. Though he was unaware of the serum's effects, he could surmise that it was anything but benign. Situ-jun found himself bound by ropes made of a peculiar material, and as he attempted to evade, he fell heavily to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. Clearly, The effects of the potion had taken hold. The agony intensified 100-fold, rendering even a mere fall unbearable for an ordinary person. Lin Shiyuan wore a faint smile, remarking to herself that this was the consequence of provoking her brother Suyu. She intended to punish him thoroughly. In the next moment, Lin Shiyuan's demeanor transformed dramatically as she completed her disguise, brandishing a black scythe in her hand. The scythe pointed ominously at Sita-jun, and tendrils of black mist, imbued with a corrosive essence of death, surged forth, enveloping him entirely. Kill me. Please, I beg you, in my life. Minutes passed in silence within the suffocating darkness, until a notification chimed in Suyu's mind. Ding! Contractee Lin Shiyuan has slain level 9, rank 0 human Sita-jun, gaining 9 spirit essence. Following this, Suyu had no intention of sparing the remaining individuals. He commanded the 4 women, including Feng Qianxue, to execute the Sita family without mercy. Having undergone the baptism of blood, the women exhibited no reluctance towards taking lives, even reaching the point of killing without a flicker of an eyelash, which pleased Suyu immensely. As for the Yin family, Suyu chose not to eliminate them. Besides their favorable disposition towards him, he found them quite agreeable to behold. Everything progressed smoothly. Su Chang assured that once the battlefield was cleared, the energy stones belonging to Suyu would be delivered without fail. However, Suyu noticed that Situ-yi and Shao-chi were absent from this group. Fortunately, he had prepared for such a scenario and utilized a locator to find all 5 markers at a singular location within the base. He instructed Feng Qianxue and the others to go wash up and rest on the galaxy, while he ventured alone towards the marked position. Soon, he arrived at a rather secluded ordinary house, where he could faintly hear Shao-chi's voice from within. Knocking gently on the door, the room fell silent. A small peephole revealed an eye peering out. With a creak, the door swung open, and Shao-chi greeted him with unrestrained delight. Mr. Su. After exchanging pleasantries, she called into the house, Big Brother E, come out. It's Mr. Su. Both Situ-yi and Shao-chi bore injuries, evidently having participated in the earlier battle. Upon seeing Suyu, Situ-yi displayed no sign of surprise. He approached Suyu and asked, could you grant me a few minutes? At that moment, a woman peeked her head out from inside. Who is it? Situ-yi responded with a smile, a friend I haven't seen in a long time. Suyu caught a glimpse of the woman's face, marred by grotesque scars that rendered her somewhat fearsome. Situ-yi looked at Suyu with a pleading expression, and Suyu waved his hand, saying, go ahead, I will wait for you. After 2 or 3 minutes, Situ-yi emerged, followed closely by Shao-chi and the woman. A woman greeted Suyu, then turned to Situ-yi and said, make sure to return early. I will prepare dinner and invite this friend over to eat. She added, Shao-chi, please take good care of Lin while you both stay at home. Without waiting for the 2 women to respond, she led Suyu out onto the street. Shao-chi, what is going on with you today? Something feels off, Lin remarked. Shao-chi, seemingly understanding the situation, forced a smile and replied, Sister Lin, Mr. Su is quite nice. Let us head back for now. On the street, Situ-yi walked alongside Suyu and quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Suyu did not respond but instead led him directly to the colossal wall. The soldiers along the way recognized Suyu and, without hindrance, paused to pay their respects. Observing the crowd below the wall that was cleaning up the battlefield, Suyu took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Do you know I have come to find you? Chapter 120. The system's special function. Did you know I was coming to find you? Situ-yi did not respond. Instead, he smiled at Suyu and said, could you spare me one? I haven't tried it yet, and before I meet my end, I would like to experience it. Suyu handed him a yumming cigarette. Situ-yi took it, imitating Suyu's manner, placing it between his lips, his fingertips sparking with electricity as he ignited it. This is quite pleasant, he remarked after taking a deep drag, settling himself beside the towering wall, gazing into the distance. In truth, when I first witnessed your approach to matters, I understood that one day you would inevitably come for me. I had already prepared myself for death. Initially, I intended to abduct Lin Xiang and then eliminate both her and Situ-jun. I thought, given your nature, you would surely storm the Magic City base and eradicate the Situ family entirely. So you did not deny it, had such a scenario unfolded. Even if it meant annihilating the Magic City base, he would have to ensure the Situ family vanished from this world. However, Situ-yi continued, you bestowed upon me this blade. He produced the thunder blade that Siyu had once gifted him, gently polishing the blade's surface. You granted me this weapon, allowing me to see you anew. You appear bloodthirsty, yet you are also a person of principle. Thus, I altered my plan. After having Shao-chi abduct Lin Xiang, I resolved to return her to you unscathed. I merely hope that when the time comes, you will spare Lin and Shao-chi. As he spoke, a tender reminiscence flickered in Situ-yi's eyes. Yet, I never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Did you never consider taking them away with you? So you also settled beside the wall. Situ-yi chuckled, removing the storage ring from his hand and toying with it. I suspect that the weapons and equipment you had Xiaoqi bring back were tampered with by you. So you inquired, somewhat surprised, if you were aware. Why not dispose of or sell those weapons? To casually bestow F-grade weaponry in the early apocalypse, and to find them promptly after Lin Xiang was taken, there are far too many secrets surrounding you. I believe that as long as you wish to locate me, it should be rather simple. So you smiled, acknowledging that Situi was indeed astute. Having analyzed his character with remarkable clarity. Since you were so clever, why not analyze whether I might kill you? Situi shook his head. Before you arrived at the Magic City base, I believed you would not, as I still held some value to you. However, once I realized that during a critical shortage of personnel at the base, the military dispatched numerous forces to capture members of the Situ family. Even General Yin was dismissed and placed under house arrest. I understood that I had become of no use to you. I can offer you a chance to survive. But whether you can seize it is entirely up to you. As he spoke, before Situi could respond, Siyu placed his hand on his forehead. Do not resist. Control soul spell. For the control soul spell to successfully implant a soul seed, the target must be in a state of coma, severely injured, or devoid of any resistance. If Situi harbored any resistance, one could hardly blame Siyu for his ruthlessness. The process unfolded smoothly. Moments later, Situi knelt before Suyu, proclaiming, Master. All right. Rise. Just carry on as usual, Suyu replied. Yes. Situi stood, his eyes brimming with gratitude. The soul control spell merely instilled within his mind an unwavering loyalty to Suyu, signifying that, at this moment, Situi's thoughts and memories remained unchanged. Thus, his gratitude towards Siyu was genuine and heartfelt. Xiaoxian, exchange for a potion that can heal scars. Master. Do you wish to exchange for a potion to restore the scars on that woman's face? Hearing Xiaoxian's voice weaken once more, Siyu's brow furrowed deeply. Once could be understood, but experiencing such a situation twice in one day was decidedly abnormal. Xiaoxian, what troubles you? Is there something you cannot share with me? Master. There's nothing at all. Please, do not overthink it. Will you speak or not? After a brief silence, Xiaoxian revealed the truth. It turned out that the system possessed an extraordinary ability beyond mere exchanges. The experience points, or energy, from the beings Suyu had slain, which could not be absorbed, did not dissipate into the ether but were instead absorbed by the system. This absorbed energy could be returned to Suyu. But Xiaoxian refrained from disclosing this functionality because it was currently needed to restore something of immense importance to Suyu. However, due to certain rules, she could not reveal what that item was, nor did she know the quantity of energy required for its restoration. Thus, she feared that, upon learning this, Suyu might recklessly forsake the restoration in favor of enhancing his level with the absorbed energy, prompting her to conceal the matter. When she initially accompanied Suyu to the water blue star, it consumed her primal energy, which could not be replenished through external means. Therefore, during Suyu's frenzied slaughters, only the system's intelligence could absorb that vast energy. Not wishing to waste it, Xiaoxian exchanged with the system's intelligence. While the intelligence absorbed the energy, she utilized her limited primal energy to continue restoring that vital object, leading to her current state of weakness. Although Suyu felt a twinge of regret over what Xiaoxian described, he did not regard it with significant concern. After all, the energy absorbed by the system was inherently beyond his reach. Just as he was unable to absorb it, neither could others. Thus, even without this functionality, he could still advance his level far beyond that of his peers, merely from the experience gained in the recent battle in the Demon City. Suyu had already elevated his rank to level 8 of the first tier, drawing ever closer to the second tier. In his heart, Suyu lamented, Xiaoxian, do you truly perceive me as so unreasonable? No, master. It's just, I'm merely worried, for that thing is genuinely vital to you. And it must not encounter any mishap. As the conversation unfolded, the tone of the little fairy's voice grew increasingly plaintive. Moreover, just moments ago, you, my master, actually raised your voice at her. Suyu could not help but smile. He had merely spoken with a slightly harsher tone, yet in the fairy's recounting, it transformed into a scolding. He understood that the little fairy was fishing for some form of recompense. Thus, he acquiesced to her request, saying, all right. It is indeed the master's fault. What compensation would you like? Well, at the very least, I want one. No, at least 2. F-grade sugar cubes, the little fairy replied, her voice faltering towards the end. F-grade, priced at 100 spirit coins each, felt extravagantly indulgent to her. However, the memory of the E-grade invisibility candy she had savored previously lingered in her mind. That taste was truly incomparable to any ordinary snack. Shaking his head, Siyu began to browse through the system's marketplace, ultimately exchanging for 10 E-grade candies of varying flavors. Ding, purchased E-grade candies 10, deducted 10,000 spirit coins. Remaining spirit coins, 13, 675, 709. The E-grade candies bore no extraordinary effects. They were simply delightful. In a word, substantial. In 2 words, extraordinarily delicious. As for their cost, after a single battle, he had amassed a staggering 12, 950, 261 spirit coins. Was it excessive to spend 10,000 on some treats for the little fairy? Not at all. Chapter 121. The false cannot replace the true. When the little fairy received the E-grade candy exchanged by Suyu, she was utterly astonished. This piece of candy towered over her entire being. Before her, there were a total of 10 such enormous candies. This would be enough to sustain her for an eternity. Wiping the crystalline sheen from the corner of her mouth, tears sparkled in the big, beautiful eyes of the little fairy as she exclaimed, "Master, you are so good to me. How can I ever repay you?" "It's quite simple, little fairy. Will you be able to possess a physical form in the future?" "But, no, I can't. Master, it seems I cannot take on a physical form. I truly mean it. You must trust me." Suyu's eyes lit up at her response. The little fairy's voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a delicate young girl. How delightful. It is often said that such young girls possess 3 virtues: a clear voice, a gentle physique. Moreover, she is a perfectly legal young girl. With a resolute heart, Suyu made a silent vow to find a way for the little fairy to gain a physical form in the future. Not for any ulterior motive, but purely out of curiosity to see what she truly looked like. Subsequently, he instructed the little fairy to exchange for a bottle of E-grade restoration potion and handed it over to Situe. Although Suyu did not need to do this, Situe would remain steadfastly loyal to him regardless. However, since they were now allies, offering a few benefits did not seem out of place to him. Not in a hurry to return, Suyu engaged in conversation with Situe atop the colossal wall. Situe, with his peculiar mindset, offered insightful analyses regarding the Magic City base and the future trajectory of humanity. Yet, when Suyu inquired about his relationship with Xiaoqi, Situe naively believed that they merely shared a sibling bond. The affection Xiaoqi harbored for Situe was evident to any discerning observer. Suyu had initially thought that Situe was feigning ignorance due to his connection with Lin, only to discover that he was genuinely oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. Amused by this, Suyu mischievously issued his first command to Situe, giving him 3 days to win over Xiaoqi. After directing him to meet the following morning, Suyu hurriedly departed. As for his destination, naturally, he was heading home. Suddenly, an array of images requiring censorship flashed through Suyu's mind, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon returning to the galaxy ship, however, he found no sign of the 4 women. After searching for a while, he discovered them all bustling about in the kitchen, with Xin Yiling as the head chef and Feng Qianque along with the other 2 assisting her. Upon seeing Suyu, Xin Yiling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her tranquil, water-like eyes and her fair, exquisite face. "Brother, you're back. You should freshen up. The meal will be ready soon." "All right, I can't wait to savor your culinary skills, Yiling," Suyu replied with a smile. Making his way to wash up on the 2nd floor of the villa. In the bath, the 1st and 2nd attendants were diligently scrubbing his back, while Suyu leaned back with closed eyes, reflecting on the day's experiences. Note: include energy stones in the panel, measured in standard energy stones, with F grade and above also converted into standard energy stones. Proportion 10. 1. Combat power amplitude, mastery of Tang Dao 3, mastery of body movement 3, absolute defense 0. 5. A-class skill 0. 5. Name, Suyu level, stage 1, level 8, 149. 39,000, combat power value, 3,140, strength 8, 1420. The average 4-dimensional attributes for adults is 10, agility, 769, constitution, 769, spirit, 768, spirit source, 13, 675. 709, attractiveness, 96, evolution points, 3, 86, can be used to enhance talents or skill levels. On this day, his level increased by 5 levels, the subsequent 4 levels. After accounting for the automatic increase of 20 points in the 4 dimensions, left 80 points to freely allocate among attributes, with 26 points added to agility, 26 to constitution, and 28 to spirit. Meanwhile, Feng Qianxue, Lin Xiao, and Shun Yimo had all advanced to stage 1, level 2, while Xin Yiling, although slightly behind, also gained 1 level. Considering Shun Yiling's lack of offensive capabilities, Suyu contemplated in his heart. It was certain that the skills dropped from this battle would be plentiful. It seemed he would have to extort some decent skills tomorrow. As he pondered, Suyu suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon opening his eyes, he exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the bionic-made function was so comprehensive, encompassing both the conventional and unconventional. After a moment, Suyu curled his lips in disdain, remarking, "Indeed. A fake cannot replace the real thing. It's cold and uninteresting." At the dining table, under Shun Yiling's eager yet anxious gaze, Suyu picked up a piece of braised lioness meat and took a bite. His eyes brightened unexpectedly. It was quite delectable. It was delicious. And if the cooking were perfected a tad more, it would be flawless. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you later." "All right," Shun Yiling replied, though seemingly unremarkable. The slight upward curve of her lips revealed her happiness. Feng Qinxue, gently cradling her chin, smiled and said, "Darling, shall we not indulge in some red wine today?" Seeing the gazes of the several women turn towards him, Suyu remained composed, exchanging for 4 bottles of 300 spirit source vintage red wine. Today, we all leveled up. On such a joyous occasion, how can we not celebrate? During the meal, the women seemed to have conspired on a strategy, one after another. They clinked glasses with Suyu, who graciously accepted each toast. By the end, all 4 bottles of red wine were consumed, leaving none behind. And the women exhibited signs of inebriation. Shen Yimo even pulled Lin Xiao to pledge sisterhood, asking Suyu to witness their bond. Suyu leaned close to Feng Qinxue, exhaling softly against her ear, and whispered, "You must not stand me up tonight. Otherwise, I shall remain in your room and go nowhere else." Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the red wine, but Feng Qinxue felt her cheeks warming. In that moment, she found herself shyly avoiding Suyu's gaze, tugging Shen Yiling upstairs. Upon entering the room, Suyu's eyes were immediately drawn to Feng Qinxue, who was gracefully leaning by the window. The tall figure, with her slender legs gracefully aligned, appeared particularly alluring under the warm glow of the lights. As Suyu swallowed hard and prepared to approach, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a movement from Shen Yiling beside him. Turning his gaze, he noticed that Shen Yiling had entered an extraordinary state. A delicate diamond-shaped scale adorned her brow, rendering her irresistibly captivating. The numerical values had remained consistent. Suyu, along with Feng Qinxue and the other 2 women, had continued their endeavors until dawn. The collective kill count of the 5 reached 3 million, which seemed reasonable. Thus, this result was derived from public data, not a mere fabrication. Now, regarding the frequency of the protagonist's and heroine's attribute panels, do you find it appropriate? Indeed, at the story's inception, such appearances were somewhat frequent. Henceforth, I will endeavor to present the attribute data only after substantial improvements have been achieved. However, this may lead to some readers becoming unclear about the protagonist's attributes. Alternatively, I could focus on sharing only the panel attributes in the future, omitting the introductions of talents, skills, and equipment. What are your thoughts on this? And now we arrive at the gift-giving segment. Hiki, let's keep the love flowing freely and without pause. Chapter 122, Trust Me. I shall assemble you into the most perfect woman. While Suyu was stirring up a storm, 2 figures moved gracefully through the woods on the outskirts of the magic city. Suddenly, the leading figure halted, furrowing her brow slightly before raising her right hand in a gesture to cease movement. Swish. The second figure landed silently, refraining from asking questions and instead scanning the surroundings with vigilance. She understood that with 01's keen awareness, there could be no misjudgment. The 2 were none other than Cold Tong, the granddaughter of the esteemed Elderling, and the top assassin on the dark list, codenamed 01. Their acquaintance had begun several years prior during a mission, and since both were women targeting unsavory individuals, a friendship had naturally blossomed. The claim that Cold Tong was pursuing 01 was merely a fade. In truth, it was a pretense. With the impending apocalypse and Elder Lung's insistence on arranging a marriage for her, Cold Tong was understandably reluctant, thus opting to venture into the end times alongside 01. The Magic City was a place she was most averse to visiting, as Elder Lung had informed her that the man she was destined to meet resided there. This journey was prompted by the news she had received while resting at a base, hearing that the Magic City was under siege by hordes of zombies and mutated beasts. Consequently, she and 01 set out together, hoping to lend a hand while also gaining some valuable experience. After surveying the area and finding no anomalies, Cold Tong remained on high alert, signaling to 01 with a series of gestures. 01, however, did not respond. Her expression had grown slightly graver as she revealed 2 large, hairpin-like weapons in her hands. Moments later, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket before them. Following that, a woman with a human upper body and spider legs, accompanied by an exceedingly grotesque zombie, emerged from the dense foliage. The newcomers were Rya and Big Guy. Upon spotting 01 and Cold Tong, Rya momentarily froze, having sensed 2 female humans nearby. She was pleasantly surprised by her good fortune, for these 2 were no less formidable than the women surrounding Suyu. Upon seeing Cold Tong and her companion, Big Guy began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiaoya, I want them. I want that one with long hair. And the other one's body. Don't worry, leave it to me, Rya replied, snapping her long whip, which sliced through the air with a deafening crack. then aimed it swiftly at Cold Tong and her companion. Xiaoya, don't damage them, Big Guy shouted urgently. As the Spider-Woman lunged forward, Cold Tong and 01 quickly sprang into action, one attacking from the left and the other from the right. One was a former Special Forces member, and the other a world-class assassin. Their combat experience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, complemented by their innate speed. Thus, even with a significant disparity in rank against Rhea, they managed to hold their ground. Seeing that the two women could not be subdued, Big Guy grew anxious and soon joined the fray. Despite her diminished strength, her inherent attributes remained formidable. With the arrival of the Big Guy, the pressure on the two women, Lung Tong and 01, escalated dramatically. After all, the disparity in their levels presented an insurmountable chasm for ordinary individuals. Seizing the opportunity, the Big Guy lunged with claw-like hands towards Lung Tong's heart. Intent on claiming the woman's head, indifferent to the rest of her body. Faced with this lethal strike, Lung Tong sought to utilize her talent to evade, yet she realized it was already too late. The ominous sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Specks of crimson splattered across Lung Tong's pale cheeks, and her pupils dilated in shock as 01 miraculously blocked the fatal blow with her back. 01. Lung Tong swiftly caught her, casting a fierce glance at the stunned Big Guy before vanishing abruptly with 01 just as Leah's attack was about to land. Leah, missing her target, gazed at the spot where the two women had just been and exclaimed in astonishment, that woman possesses spatial abilities. She lifted her head, sniffing the air, and furrowed her brow. Sister, they fled towards the Magic City base. Should we pursue them? The Big Guy, appearing somewhat aggrieved, replied, Xiaoya, I accidentally damaged my body. Leah responded with a sigh, well, if it's broken, it's broken. There are plenty of beautiful human women. Look. We've encountered two right at the start. Let us go. Sister, let us capture more beautiful human women. Trust me, I will assemble you into the most exquisite woman. Meanwhile, Lung Tong and 01 fled towards the towering walls of the Magic City. Along the way, the sight of severed limbs and dismembered bodies astonished Lung Tong. Yet she did not slow her pace. After clarifying their identity to the soldiers blocking their path, they entered General Yen's office. Inside, General Yen was discussing post-battle matters with his two sons and several senior officials, including Su Chang. Upon seeing General Yen, Lung Tong urgently implored, General Yen, please send for medical personnel. My friend has been injured by a second-tier zombie. General Yen glanced at the woman on Lung Tong's back, noticing the early signs of zombification. Without wasting time on pleasantries, he promptly arranged for medical staff to begin treatment. After a lengthy wait, a dozen healing-type awakened individuals shook their heads in unison. An elderly man in a white coat stood and addressed General Yen. General, and this lady, the injured party has been clawed by a second-tier zombie. Our capabilities are insufficient to purify the virus within her. We can only temporarily suppress and slow the spread of the infection. Moreover, we can only maintain this suppression for a maximum of 3 days. Thus, it would be prudent for you to make arrangements soon. Noticing Lung Tong's silence, Su Chang interjected, Lung Tong, the commander instructed me to have you contact him upon your arrival in the Magic City. Additionally, there may be awakened individuals in Kyoto who specialize in combating the zombie virus. Why not call the commander? As he spoke, Su Chang produced a satellite phone and offered it to her. Having undergone treatment, 01's spirits were notably lifted, and she had naturally heard Su Chang's words. Steeling herself to stand, she coldly stated, no need. Having spoken, she prepared to step outside. With a swift motion, Lung Tong positioned herself in front of Ling Yi, declaring earnestly, you cannot defeat me at this moment. Thus, you must heed my guidance henceforth. The two stunning women, each possessing a pair of deep burgundy eyes, locked gazes for an extended period. After a prolonged silence, Ling Yi, without uttering a word, returned to the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. Lung Tong, already accustomed to this behavior, took the satellite phone from Su Chang and instructed, Old Yen, Uncle Su, please keep an eye on her and ensure she does not leave this place. She then exited, seeking a quiet corner to dial the number. This is Lung Tong. Please connect me to the commander. Chapter 123. Such a unique personality. However, I am fond of it upon being transferred to the esteemed Elder Cold. Cold Tong briefly recounted the circumstances. There exists an individual in Kyoto capable of purifying the second-tier zombie virus. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Cold inquired, have you given thought to the marriage arranged for you? Have you two met? Cold Tong's eyes flickered. She had not even glanced at the information her grandfather had sent her, promptly shutting off the satellite phone. How could she ascertain if the other party was a mortal or a specter, let alone having met him? Grandfather, I have indeed encountered him. Yet he does not align with my preferences. I sincerely hope you will not press me further. Elder Cold was taken aback. This young man, Su Yu, was not only formidable in strength but also striking in appearance, rivaling even the legendary readers. It was surprising that Cold Tong was unimpressed, prompting him to question in mild exasperation, "You do not find him appealing? Are you preparing for a life of solitude?" "Grandfather, I will endeavor to engage with him more. Could you arrange for someone to come and provide treatment for my friend?" After a moment of silence, Elder Cold replied, "Cold Tong, you must understand that the Kyoto base is currently facing difficulties with a severe shortage of medical personnel. It is not that I refuse your request, but rather that there are no feasible options available." Beep, beep. At the Kyoto military base, Elder Cold listened to the busy signal on the phone, a smile adorning his aged face. This was intentional. He did not believe that Suyu would be unable to purify the second-tier zombie virus. Thus, he was creating an opportunity for Cold Tong, a chance to seek Suyu's assistance. Elder Cold was well aware of Cold Tong's character. She was principled and would repay any favors by making Cold Tong owe Suyu a debt of gratitude. Her attitude towards him could be ameliorated. He was confident that, given more exposure to Suyu, she would eventually develop affection for him. This arrangement would not only save Cold Tong's friend, but also resolve his granddaughter's lifelong dilemma, and most importantly, it would secure an outstanding son-in-law in Suyu. It was a masterstroke, achieving 3 objectives with a single action. How could Elder Cold not be pleased? As Cold Tong entered the office in silence, her expression somber. The onlookers began to speculate. Approaching the elderly man who had previously treated 01, Cold Tong inquired, "Are you aware of any other methods to eradicate the zombie virus?" The elder shook his head. "We have been researching drugs in this domain, yet progress has been minimal." Just then, a robust figure, the eldest son of General Yin, smacked his forehead. "Ah, Suyu has a woman by his side who, during the battle, cast a vast area healing spell. At that time, my younger brother, other warriors, and I experienced significant recovery, including from injuries inflicted by zombies. She might possess a solution." At this moment, the horizon gradually brightened, as dawn intertwined with a delicate morning mist, casting a hue reminiscent of blood. Although they had just endured a battle that would be etched in history, life must continue after the wounds and tears. Gradually, the Magic City base began to buzz with activity, with vendors calling out in an unending chorus. Cough, 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 cough. At the entrance of the galaxy, Situ-E bent down to cough, while Xiaoqi bashfully patted his back beside him. Just moments ago, Situ-E had spotted a vendor selling cigarettes pass by and, reminiscing about the pleasure of smoking, he succumbed to temptation and purchased a pack of the cheapest Hongmei. It wasn't that he wished to buy something more expensive, but with an additional woman in the house, he had to learn the art of frugality. However, upon inhaling a deep drag of smoke, he felt a fiery discomfort in his throat. With a puff, the door of the galaxy swung open, and Suyu emerged with an air of triumph. Upon seeing the intimate scene between Situ-E and Xiaoqi, he couldn't help but smile, acknowledging that Situ-E had indeed made quite an impression, capturing Xiaoqi's interest in just one evening. After exchanging greetings with Xiaoqi, Suyu led Situ-E towards the military office. As for Feng Qianxue and the other 3 women, they were still recuperating. Having endured an arduous training session the day before, rest was essential for their recovery. Suyu was genuinely concerned about their strength and frequently devised various formations for them to practice, aiming to enhance their synergy and resilience under pressure. For instance, yesterday's training featured the sisters Xin Yiling and Xin Yimo as the main attackers, while Lin Shiyao and Feng Qianxue supported them as aides. Thus, Suyu himself was quite fatigued. The reason for his early rise was due to a message from the galaxy. "You have new prey approaching." The military office was situated within the barracks, and upon arriving at the entrance, Suyu noticed a figure sprinting towards the gates. Confirming with a glance, he recognized the individual without a doubt. Combat power does not solely equate to actual fighting ability, as experience and various factors play significant roles. Name, Lung Tong level, 1st tier, level 1, 109. 72,000, combat power, 147, strength 21510. The average adult's attributes are around 10, agility 218, constitution 203, mentality 206. Appearance 93, affection none, base 30. Not yet activated. Talent, B-class spatial talent, can utilize spatial power. Spatial skill effects are amplified by 40. Energy recovers at a rate of 4 per minute. Skills, F-class mastery of the Great Sword, F-class agility mastery. Items, F-class Great Sword Lin, F-class storage necklace. F-class energy stones X9, ordinary energy stones X203. Spatial talent. This girl is impressive. Spatial talent is a rare and precious gift. In an instant, Suyu made his decision. This girl would be his. Suyu paused momentarily before striding forward. Lost in thought, Ling Tong was distracted and collided directly with Suyu. He embraced her tightly, spinning her around in midair before landing gracefully. his tone gentle as he inquired, "Are you all right?" However, this time, Suyu had underestimated the situation. Ding, charm aura activated. Lang Tong's base affection towards the host is 30. Ding, Lang Tong's affection towards the host increased by 15. Current affection is 17. With a sudden chill in her beautiful eyes, Lang Tong launched her elbow directly towards Suyu's face with a speed that seemed almost lightning fast. Suyu instinctively released his grip, leaning back to evade the strike. However, in the next moment, he found Lang Tong delivering a vertical slash towards him. This girl. Truly fierce. With a clang, the crimson blade appeared in Suyu's hand, blocking the blow. He then remarked helplessly, "Hey. It seemed you were the one who bumped into me just now. What is the meaning of attacking without a word?" Lang Tong sheathed her sword, letting out a cold huff before striding out of the military camp without casting another glance at Suyu. Observing her departing figure, a smile crept onto Suyu's face. She certainly has a distinct personality, however, I find it quite appealing. Chapter 124. Are women so fierce in this era? Report. General Yin. Suyu has arrived and is waiting outside. Invite him in quickly. No, we shall go to him personally. Upon entering the room, Suyu's gaze fell upon a stunningly beautiful woman seated gracefully on the sofa, her eyes gently closed in contemplation. Adorned in a black camisole dress, even in repose, her exquisite curves were accentuated to perfection. The hem of her dress bore signs of wear, revealing glimpses of her long, alabaster legs, which drew the eye irresistibly. Her raven black hair, elegantly pinned up, added an air of mature charm. As if sensing the scrutiny upon her, the woman opened her wine-red eyes, which radiated an icy demeanor. Yet, upon seeing Suyu, a flicker of emotion stirred within those cold depths, before she shut her eyes once more, as if the world around her held no significance. Ding. Charm aura activated. Basic favorability towards the host is 30. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Suyu employed his eye of detection. Full profile. Name, 01, level, first tier, level 1, 1359. 2000, combat power, 165, strength, 150, agility, 280, constitution, 198, mentality, 201. Attractiveness, 93, favorability. 30, basic 30, talent, S-class talent void can merge into the void, rendering her immune to attacks in this state. Movement speed increased by 60, energy regenerates at 6 units per minute. Skills, talent skill void break, F-class mastery and assassination. F-class mastery in body techniques, F-class mastery in short blades, needle-like weapons, items, F-class storage earrings, F-class energy stones X13, ordinary energy stones X319. This talent is quite intriguing. As long as energy is sufficient, she can effortlessly transition between the ethereal and the tangible. Even when merged with the void, she remains visible to him. Yet all attacks against her will prove futile. The term futile implies penetration. Thus, when she previously shielded Cold Tong from a formidable assault, she had not yet merged with the void. What astonished you further was 01's mastery of abilities. While Cold Tong possessed 2 abilities, this woman, named 01, wielded an impressive 3. Goodness, are women truly this formidable these days? Having learned from Cold Tong's prior experience, Suyu refrained from acting rashly and casually inquired, and who might this be? Su Chong informed Suyu about 01 and Cold Tong, mentioning that Cold Tong had gone to seek Lin Xiang for assistance in healing 01. From Su Chong's words, Suyu gleaned 2 critical pieces of information. Cold Tong is the beloved granddaughter of Old Master Cold. 01 has been injured by a Tier 2 zombie and requires Lin Xiang's life force to eliminate the virus within her. Nodding subtly without further inquiry, Suyu instructed Xiao Xian to send a message to Lin Xiang on his behalf. A woman will be seeking you. Regardless of what she says, neither agree nor refuse. Keep her occupied and await my instructions. He then resumed his conversation with General Yin and the others. The spoils of this recent campaign have been meticulously tallied, and General Yin personally entrusted the portion belonging to Suyu into his hands. He made it abundantly clear that this bounty solely comprised the items retrieved by the military following the battlefield assessment. The majority of those who participated in the conflict were merely survivors from the base. The spoils acquired by this group remained untouched by the military. Suyu held no objections regarding this matter. After all, the fleece comes from the sheep, and he would inevitably extract every last bit from these individuals in due time. Upon examining the F-grade storage belt bestowed by General Yin, he discovered it contained 376 F-grade energy stones and a staggering 151 ordinary energy stones, surpassing Suyu's expectations. After transferring all the energy stones into his storage ring, Suyu returned the belt and remarked with a smile, "General Yin, would you be interested in engaging in a business transaction with me?" "What kind of business?" General Yin inquired. "There must be quite a few skills that have emerged from this encounter. I propose to exchange weapons and equipment for them. What do you think?" General Yin furrowed his brow, explaining that skills could only drop from creatures of at least the first tier. And the drop rate for skills was the lowest among all items. Even during this campaign, the military had only acquired a mere 37 skill scrolls. Trading weapons in exchange for skills would certainly disadvantage the military. However, General Yin hesitated to outright refuse, as Suyu had previously spared his family. He could not afford to turn hostile. Thus, he tentatively asked, "What weapons do you intend to offer in exchange?" "E-grade weapons," Suyu replied. The mere mention of E-grade weapons astonished General Yin and everyone else present in the office. Such weapons could only be obtained from creatures of the second tier, so their surprise was entirely warranted. Even Ling Yi, seated on the sofa, opened his eyes in disbelief, casting a curious glance at Suyu. Taking a deep breath, General Yin asked, "One weapon for one skill?" "Indeed, I assure you, I will not let you suffer losses. I will accept any skills related to offensive combat, regardless of their quality, and you may choose the types of weapons yourselves." After confirming that Suyu was indeed serious, General Yin summoned his men to retrieve all the unused skills from the Magic City Military District, arranging them on the table for Suyu's selection. Without much deliberation, Suyu collected all the offensive skills available. Even if the current women could not utilize them, perhaps future companions would benefit. In the end, Suyu acquired a total of 23 skill scrolls and, in accordance with General Yan's requirements, exchanged them for 23 E-grade weapons. On the surface, it appeared as though Suyu had suffered a loss, and indeed, he had. After all, purchasing an E-grade weapon in the marketplace would cost 1,000 spiritual essence, while an F-grade skill was merely 100 spiritual essence. Thus, for each E-grade weapon, he incurred a deficit of 900 spiritual essence. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance, given that skills acquired from the marketplace could not be utilized by others. The reason he did not continue trading at that moment to regain his spiritual essence was due to Suyu's plans for the next steps ahead. Beside her, Ling Yi was deeply intrigued upon witnessing Suyu's successful transaction of various types of E-grade weapons to the military of the Magic City. The weapon she wielded resembled a hairpin, a needle-like instrument that was scarcely seen even before the apocalypse, let alone in such a post-apocalyptic environment. Ling Yi even harbored doubts that such a weapon could possibly exist among the bursts of luminous energy. It seemed that she would have to seek out someone with an awakened artisan talent in the future to have one custom-made. Feeling a gaze directed at her, Suyu turned to see Ling Yi intently observing him. Unlike other girls who might have reacted with flustered embarrassment, Ling Yi remained unwavering in her focus on Suyu. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and a cool, clear voice emanated from her. "I wish to engage in a transaction with you." Chapter 125. From this moment forth, Suqing Yue shall be her name. "I wish to engage in a trade." Suyu nodded and stepped forward, inquiring, "What is it you wish to trade?" With a flick of her wrist, Zero revealed a pair of severely damaged needle-like weapons resting in her palm. This was her weapon, the Huanghuan Sting, which had accompanied her through the shadows before the apocalypse, harvesting countless vibrant lives. Despite her meticulous care and her efforts to strike at the zombies and aberrations' vulnerable points, such as their eyes and throats, the Huanghuan Sting could no longer accompany her on her journey. Ordinary weapons from the pre-apocalyptic era, aside from targeting weak points, found it exceedingly difficult to breach the defenses of first-tier beings. This was precisely why General Yin and his comrades held E-grade weapons in such high regard, no matter how many skills one possessed, if they could not penetrate defenses. "What use were they? Do you have such a weapon?" Suyu asked with a smile. "Of course, but judging by your expression, it seems you were quite reluctant to part with that weapon." Zero nodded silently. "I can repair this weapon and elevate it to F-grade." Zero's eyes widened, her deep wine-colored gaze narrowing as she assessed the credibility of Suyu's claim. After a moment of shared scrutiny, she uttered a single word: "Conditions." "What do you have to offer?" With a casual wave of her hand, a pile of energy stones appeared before Suyu, 13 F-grade stones and 319 ordinary ones. Behold, such extravagance! If Suyu were not aware that these energy stones constituted Zero's entire savings, he would have mistaken her for a lavish heiress. Without hesitation, Suyu accepted the entire collection of energy stones and then instructed Xiaoxian to exchange for an F-grade upgrade stone. Beep, purchased F-grade upgrade stone, deducting 100 Ling Yuan. Remaining Ling Yuan, 13,674, 109. Handing the upgrade stone to Zero, he proceeded to instruct her on its usage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the inky liquid within the upgrade stone began to boil, releasing wisps of black smoke that coalesced into the Huanghuan Sting. 10 minutes later, as the upgrade stone transformed into dust, Suyu remarked, "It has been successfully completed. You may check to see if you are satisfied." At that moment, the once-worn Huanghuan Sting appeared rejuvenated. Zero held it delicately in her hands, her slender fingers gliding over its surface. A faint smile graced her lips, her noble demeanor manifesting like a blooming snow lotus. Yet, such beauty lingered on her face for but a fleeting moment. Turning her gaze to Suyu, she earnestly expressed, "Thank you." Beep, Zero's affinity for the host has increased by 1, current affinity, 31. "This is merely a transaction. There is no need for thanks." Suyu replied with a smile, gesturing towards the wounds adorning Zero's back. "Would you like me to treat your injuries? The price is absolutely reasonable." Zero hesitated, wanting to agree, but she possessed no other valuable items. Having been raised by the organization since childhood, her education consisted solely of lethal techniques. Among the 1,000 orphans raised alongside her, she was the only one to emerge from hell alive. In her life, only Lung Tong could be considered a friend. In the perception of 01, transactions epitomize the mode of interaction between individuals. Much like when others provide her with payment, she executes the assassination of designated targets. Thus, although she shares a friendship with Cold Tong, she remains unwilling to accept any assistance from him. Even if she were to accept, she would seek every means to repay the debt in the future. After a moment of contemplation, 01 earnestly declared, "I can kill for you as a bargaining chip." "Kill for me? That's insufficient," Siyu replied, shaking his head. He continued, however, "I do have a proposal for you to consider. Accompany me for a year, during which you will perform tasks for me. In return, I will eliminate the virus within your body, and after a year, I can also enhance your weaponry to level E." A glimmer of intrigue sparked in 01's eyes, and after a brief moment of reflection, she nodded in agreement. "All right." Siyu nodded with satisfaction, relieved that she had acquiesced. Now, she could not escape his grasp. Subsequently, Siyu introduced Situi to General Yin and his peers, requesting that General Yin look after him and ideally arrange a minor official position for him within the military. General Yin did not possess extensive knowledge about Situi, only that he was an orphan nurtured by the Situ family. However, upon learning that Situi was an awakened individual with an A-grade lightning-type talent, he immediately expressed a warm welcome and promised to assign him a commendable position. Once the arrangements were finalized, Siyu approached 01 and said, "Let us go. I'll treat you once we return." 01 stood up, but as she took a step, darkness enveloped her vision, causing her to plop back onto the sofa. After biting her tongue, she prepared to rise again, only to find herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Just as she was about to struggle, the man named Siyu barked, "Don't move." 01's struggles faltered, inexplicably preventing her from feeling any inclination to refuse him. Thus, she was hazily cradled in Suyu's arms in a princess carry. Despite her outward calm, a faint blush adorned her pale cheeks. 01's form was delicate, yet Suyu could distinctly sense a slight rigidity in the woman he held. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those in the office, Siyu strode out with 01 in his arms. On the street, Siyu ambled leisurely, attracting countless gazes, some filled with reverence, others with envy, and still others with jealousy. Unfazed by the attention, he casually inquired, "Is your name truly 01? "Yes." "No other name?" "None. That name lacks charm. Allow me to bestow upon you a new one." Without waiting for her consent, Suyu contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "How about the name Qingyue, Su Qingyue?" 01 opened her eyes, staring blankly at Suyu for an extended period. In truth, she had borne many names. 950 was her childhood moniker, and after entering the dark list, her name had continuously evolved 97, 09, until she became 01. 01 had never imagined that she could possess a name in the truest sense, for her instructor had once told her, "A name is not something one chooses for oneself, but rather a gift bestowed by someone significant." Now, before her stood a man who had indeed given her a name. Could he be that significant person? 01 was uncertain, yet she sensed that her feelings for Suyu were unlike those she harbored for anyone else. "Su Qingyue," she murmured softly, a delightful smile gracing her face as she replied, "Okay." From this moment on, she too was a person endowed with a name. Su Qingyue would henceforth be her identity. Ding. Su Qingyue's affection for the host is 10, current affection level 41. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Siyu was somewhat taken aback. 01. Such a name was evidently merely a code name, akin to poison sting, yet behind his code name lay a true name. However, 01, no. Now she was Su Qingyue, only possessed a code name, which was clearly irregular. What kind of person had such a name? Additionally, 01 was rather unappealing. Thus, Siyu had attempted to bestow her with a name, and to his surprise, he had garnered an unexpected outcome, 41 points, now reaching the stage of infatuation. Consequently, he could now properly address that haughty young lady. Chapter 126, a small sample, yet unyielding as Suyu cradled Su Qingyue and approached the location of the galaxy. He noticed Lang Tong engaged in conversation with Lin Xiang and a few other women from a distance. Su Qingwei, clearly having spotted the scene, struggled to extricate herself from Su Yu's embrace. With a favorability rating of 41, he felt emboldened to engage in audacious actions. A sharp sound echoed as Su Yu playfully smacked Su Qingwei's rounded, voluptuous form, causing her to momentarily halt her struggles. Her wine-red eyes widened in disbelief, and her delicate brows furrowed. Once more, Su Yu playfully struck her. "What are you glaring at? Do you dare me to do it again?" Turning her head in apparent annoyance, Su Qingwei ceased her resistance. The commotion caught the attention of Feng Qianxue and her companions, who, upon noticing a woman in Su Yu's arms, were not incensed. On the contrary, they were delighted at the prospect of someone joining them to share the burden of their trials. They had no reason to be upset. If there was blame to be cast, it would be directed at Su Yu for his overwhelming prowess. Lung Tong, noticing the gaze of the other women directed behind her, instinctively turned to see Su Yu. Her brow furrowed slightly. How is it this scoundrel again? However, upon recognizing the woman in Su Yu's arms, she forcefully closed her eyes, only to reopen them to the shocking sight. In the next heartbeat, a katana appeared in her hand, and she charged at Su Yu, shouting, "Release her." Irritated by this aggressive woman, Su Yu found her persistence tiresome. He loosened his grip with one hand while keeping his other arm around Su Qingwei, summoning his weapon, and deftly swung it towards the advancing Lung Tong. Clang! As Lung Tong raised her blade to block, a profound change washed over her face in that fleeting moment of contact. She felt an indescribable force, akin to a mighty mountain, crashing down upon her. Boom! Lung Tong knelt on the ground, the stone beneath her fracturing like a spider's web. Su Yu cast a cold glance her way. "This is your final warning. Should you draw your blade against me or mine again, regardless of your status, I shall end you without hesitation. This woman must not be indulged." She needed to be shown her place. There was a distinct difference between treating one's partner well and venerating them like an ancestral deity. Su Yu had no interest in enshrining a deity at home. If it came to that, he would rather eliminate her altogether. Lung Tong opened her mouth to speak, but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Qingwei, wanting to step forward, found Su Yu's unwelcome hand resting upon her painfully sensitive form. After bringing Su Qingwei before Feng Qianxue and her companions, Su Yu introduced them. The mention of a one-year contract elicited only smiles and silence from the women, who doubted that someone as beautiful as Su Qingwei would be easily let go by Su Yu. The second-tier zombie virus coursing through Su Qingyue's body was generally deemed incurable by others. Yet, in Lin Xiang's capable hands, it was eradicated in mere moments. Subsequently, the women began to introduce themselves to Su Qingwei, their camaraderie evident as they embraced her warmly. Evidently, they have already accepted Su Qingwei as one of their own. Faced with the enthusiasm of Feng Qianxue and the others, Su Qingwei felt quite out of her depth. She was uncertain how to respond and could only cast a pleading glance towards Su Yu. Observing her bewilderment, Su Yu smiled and addressed Feng Qianxue and the others, saying, "Qianxue, please head to the control room and carve out a space of approximately 500 square meters on the side of the galaxy, designed in the style of a shop, complete with shelves. I will have use for it shortly." "Understood, darling," Feng Qianxue nodded, greeting Su Qingwei before leading Lin Xiyu and the others to carry out Su Yu's instructions. As the girls entered the galaxy, Su Yu turned to Su Qingwei, saying, "Go ahead. I'll leave the door open for you to return later." "All right," Su Qingwei replied, making her way towards the distant figure of Lang Tong. Casting a glance at Lang Tong, who was still half kneeling on the ground, Su Yu couldn't help but smirk, thinking, "You're not getting the best of me." Clearly, Lang Tong had misunderstood something, which had prompted such a strong reaction. After addressing the situation, it was essential for Su Qingwei to explain things to Lang Tong, helping her realize that her assumptions were erroneous. If she were to hold a grudge against Su Yu after this, then perhaps it was best to part ways with her. Upon entering the control room, Feng Qianxue and the others were busy planning the layout. After sharing some thoughts regarding the shop, Su Yu retreated to the villa. He reclined on a lounge chair, summoning maids 1 and 2 to massage his somewhat sore thighs, then closed his eyes to ponder. The Magic City base had just emerged from a fierce battle, and although severely weakened, it was now at its wealthiest. The total amount of energy stones in the possession of ordinary survivors undoubtedly exceeded that of the military, and Su Yu was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. Moreover, the prices for retail sales would surpass those offered to the military. Selling an F-grade weapon for 12 energy stones was hardly excessive. Thus, he resolved to capitalize on this moment. Once the military became aware and sought him out for collaboration, Su Yu would be in a position to set the terms. C2E had already been implanted with a soul seed, ensuring his loyalty, and he was quite astute. Hence, Su Yu intended to appoint C2E as his representative at the Magic City base, allowing him to negotiate transactions with the military. This would elevate C2E's standing at the base, facilitating the covert establishment of his own influence, and potentially enabling him to gain control over the entire Magic City base. Footsteps approached from afar. Siyu recognized them as belonging to Long Tong and Su Qingwei. He kept his eyes closed, feigning rest. Long Tong halted before Suyu, her expression a complex blend of emotions as she gazed upon the enigmatic man before her. Her pride in her own strength felt utterly diminished in his presence, leaving her deeply affected. Her prior actions had stemmed from her mistaken belief that Suyu had taken advantage of Su Qingyue's injury to forcibly abduct her. After all, she was well aware of Su Qingyue's character. Not only would she reject any advances from men, but she would also send anyone casting a lecherous glance her way straight to hell. I apologize. I misunderstood earlier, she said. The voice of Long Tong was frigid, utterly devoid of the warmth one might expect from an apology. Siyu remained with his eyes closed, his tone even colder, demanding, "Who permitted you to enter?" "Leave. You." Long Tong took a deep breath. If it were within her power, she would truly prefer never to encounter Suyu again. Yet, who could forget that Su Qingwei was her soul friend? Upon discovering the arrangement between Su Qingwei and Suyu, her concern became palpable. It was baffling that someone with formidable strength would rely on Su Qingwei to act on his behalf. What was his intention? How could she remain oblivious to such machinations? Furthermore, this man was already surrounded by 4 stunning women, each more enchanting than the last, rendering him a veritable lecher. She was deeply troubled that her only friend, Su Qingwei, might fall into Suyu's snare, a prospect she could never condone. Biting her crimson lip, Lang Tong spoke in the gentlest tone she had ever mustered. "I apologize. It was my fault. Please grant me your forgiveness." Chapter 127. The Galactic Convenience Store dressed in a maid outfit. Long Tong caught Siyu's gaze as he lifted his eyes. "All right, I forgive you. You may leave now. About the transaction with Su Qingwei, can it be cancelled?" "I can offer you energy stones," Long Tong proposed, extracting over 200 energy stones from her storage necklace. Suyu merely glanced at them before retrieving 470 ordinary energy stones from his own storage ring. The sound of the stones cascading was remarkable. Both Long Tong and Su Qingwei were momentarily taken aback. Although they were not overly concerned with the stones, the sight of nearly 90,000 energy stones piled into a small mountain was undeniably impressive. After returning the energy stones, Siyu noted, F-grade energy stones, 9, ordinary energy stones, 673. "Oh, it seems I accidentally collected yours as well," he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Long Tong, who appeared oblivious to the oversight. He shrugged. "Do I look like someone in need of money?" Long Tong bit her lip, uncertainty flickering across her face. "Then I will follow you. I can work for you for free for a year." "You?" Suyu appraised Long Tong from head to toe before shaking his head. "Your strength is too lacking." "You?" Long Tong clenched her fists, but the thought of Suyu's prowess deflated her resolve. "However, you could take over their duties," Siyu suggested, gesturing toward the nearby bionic maids. Noticing Long Tong's body tremble with indignation, he added, "They are merely bionic puppets, lacking the capabilities of real individuals. Rest assured, your tasks will solely involve cleaning. There will be no need for you to warm beds or provide massages." Determined to keep an eye on Suyu and prevent any mischief towards Su Qingwei, Long Tong decided to relent. "Fine. I agree," she replied through gritted teeth. Subsequently, Siyu spent 200 spirit currency in the marketplace to exchange for 2 sets of F-grade battle armor. One set was a casual style, akin to the dress worn by Su Qingwei, while the other was a maid outfit identical to that of the bionic maid, complete with a short skirt and black stockings. After handing the battle armor to the 2 women, and under Long Tong's intense gaze, he led them upstairs to select their rooms. Su Qingwei chose her room freely, while Suyu forcibly assigned Long Tong's room right next to his own. By the time the 2 women had finished washing up and changing their clothes, nearly an hour had passed. At this moment, a room of over 500 square meters had been added to the side of the galactic vessel, with the side of the vehicle modified to be elevatable and a door connecting the room to the interior of the galactic ship. Siyu was currently assisting Feng Qianxue and the others in arranging the shelves, where an array of F-grade weapons were meticulously displayed. Each type of weapon was represented by only one item on the shelves, while the majority had been stored within an E-grade storage ring. This time, Siyu had truly invested heavily. Originally possessing over 13 million spirit currency, he was now left with mere remnants. In total, he had exchanged for 130,000 F-grade equipment, encompassing various weapons, storage gear, battle armor, and more. Additionally, he acquired 5 D-grade bionic maids and 2 C-grade bionic maids, spending a total of 250,000 spirit currency. The C-level bionic maid boasts 4-dimensional attributes, each rated at a remarkable 1,000 points, rendering her capable of handling various situations effortlessly. "Darling, do you think you'll be able to sell all these weapons and equipment?" Feng Qianxue inquired with a hint of concern. The women had grown accustomed to Su Yu's ability to procure a vast array of weaponry. However, such items did not materialize out of thin air. Although they were unaware of how Su Yu managed it, they were certain it involved the consumption of certain materials or energy. After hanging the plaques synthesized from the galaxy on the wall, Su Yu clapped his hands and chuckled. What if I can't sell everything? Even if some items remain unsold, they can always be sold elsewhere in the future. What is there to worry about? Feng Qianxue and Xin Yiling nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion. Yet, Shin Yimo could not resist teasing. Brother Yu, that name is rather lackluster. Galaxy Convenience Store. It would be better to use my suggestion, the universe's premier beautiful girl equipment shop. Indeed, Brother Su, my idea also works splendidly. Yushue Yailingmo Equipment Shop. We all have names in it. How wonderful is that? Lin Xiang chimed in. Xiang, your name is quite convoluted. Beautiful girl sounds much better. Not at all. Yushue Yailingmo rolls off the tongue nicely. The two began to bicker, each believing their name was more fitting. With a smile, Su Yu stepped forward and embraced the two of them, saying, You both have quite a bit of energy. It seems you had some reserves left from last night. Lin Xiang's face flushed, while Shin Yimo suddenly pointed at a figure in the distance, exclaiming, Wow, Brother Yu, look at that striking woman. She is actually wearing a maid outfit. Su Yu looked up to see Lang Tong and Su Qingwei approaching them. After changing her attire, Lang Tong appeared almost like a different person, standing around 7 meters tall. Her long, slender legs clad in black stockings were particularly eye-catching. Her delicate waist resembled a willow branch, seemingly fragile to the touch. Su Qingwei, on the other hand, was no less impressive in comparison to Lang Tong. She was even more voluptuous and exquisitely refined. Clad in a fitting black dress, she accentuated her alluring curves perfectly, showcasing a figure that could only be described as devilish. The exaggerated curves of both women formed a striking contrast, leaving onlookers momentarily dizzy, yearning to embrace them both. Feng Qianxue and the others were also appraising Lang Tong and Su Qingwei, noting that their beauty and grace were on par with their own, their eyes reflecting satisfaction. As long as Su Yu did not associate with unsavory women, they would not mind. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the conventional constraints of morality and ethics were mere limitations for ordinary people. Clearly, Su Yu was not bound by such constraints. Upon reaching Su Yu, Lang Tong displayed no shyness. Her wine-red eyes fixed intently on him as she questioned, Are you satisfied now? Su Yu examined her from head to toe, and before she could lose her temper, he nodded and said, Not bad at all. I want you to dress like this in the Galaxy Villa from now on. Little fairy, exchange for a set of F-class battle armor in the leisure mode, styled like what Lang Tong wore before. Master, why waste spirit essence on such an exchange? Isn't what she is wearing quite beautiful? You do not understand. She has already been designated as my woman. If others were to see her in this attire, I would be at a disadvantage. Very well. With a reluctant pout, Xiao Xian exchanged for a set of armor. Ding, purchased F-grade armor Maple Moon, deducted 100 spirit essence. Remaining spirit essence 423, 209. The armor materialized in his hands, and Su Yu handed it to Lang Tong, reminding her to wear it when outside, as the casual mode is akin to her previous attire. Upon receiving it, Lang Tong's expression softened considerably. Had she been compelled to don the maid outfit continuously, she would have been too embarrassed to venture outside. Thank you. Ding, Lang Tong's affection for the host increased by 2, current affection level 7. Chapter 128. A booming business. Once everything was prepared, Su Yu retrieved the 7 newly exchanged synthetic maids and equipped each with an F-grade energy stone. Greetings, Master. They chorused. Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement and gestured towards Feng Qianxue and the others, stating, They are the mistresses. You are to follow their directives from now on, understood? The 7 synthetic maids bowed in unison, understood. Greetings, mistress. Cautiously, Lang Tong furrowed her brow, realizing that the 7 automatons included both her and Su Qingwei, prompting her to pull Su Qingwei aside. Observing this interaction, Su Yu said nothing and proceeded to exchange for 7 numbered tags in the marketplace. You shall be designated as number 4, and you as number 5. As he spoke, he affixed the corresponding tags to the left side of each synthetic maid's chest, ensuring they were securely attached with a firm grip. Noticing Su Yu's rather inappropriate gesture, Lang Tong leaned closer to Su Qingwei and whispered, Did you see that? He is quite the lecher. Qingwei, you must be cautious. Don't let him take advantage of you. After assigning the tags, Su Yu summoned the maids numbered 1, 2, and 3. I will place a portion of energy stones in the control room. When you run low on power, when you deplete your energy, you may replace them yourselves. Understood? Understood. They replied in unison. Subsequently, Su Yu instructed them on the sales process, detailing pricing and how to handle unruly customers. Once they were adequately trained, he proceeded to the control room, where he placed 53 F-grade energy stones into a storage box. He then opened the energy stone compartment of the Galaxy vehicle, removed the 51 depleted stones, and replaced them with 673 ordinary energy stones, raising the displayed storage capacity to 1088. In the heart of the Demon City base, an expansive plaza served as the bustling trading hub, devoid of housing. A young vendor selling an array of adult novelty items idly gnawed at his nails, enviously observing the throngs at neighboring stalls. He could not fathom why his wares, which ought to be popular, were met with such indifference, as most passers-by merely glanced at his stall before hastily moving on. When will this end? He sighed deeply. Suddenly, he paused, spotting a familiar vehicle soaring above. Look up, he exclaimed. Isn't that the War God's RV? I can't believe it flies. He marveled at the impressive vehicle. What a cool ride. Who knew that person was not only powerful but also possessed such a magnificent mode of transport? Is it about to land? A man shouted, Hey, everyone, why are you standing around? Can't you see it's coming down? The crowd dispersed, clearing a space for Su Yu's Galaxy vehicle. Once the vehicle settled, Su Yu leaped atop it. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall be selling an assortment of F-grade weaponry and equipment here, but supplies are limited. If you require any, please form an orderly queue. Those who dare to cause a disturbance or cut in line should reconsider the consequences. The crowd exchanged glances, questioning the need for such a grand display over merely selling a few pieces of equipment. As Su Yu's voice faded, a soft hiss echoed. A fissure appeared along the side of the Galaxy vessel. Gradually, the top tilted outward until it reached the ground, forming a sloped entrance. Those standing beside the Galaxy quickly discerned the interior, their eyes widening in astonishment. How is it possible that these women all look identical? Such exquisite beauties. Are they perhaps 10 identical twins? Truly stunning. I long to possess one. Did no one notice the peculiar size of this vehicle's interior? The crowd erupted with excitement. Some, however, observed the 10 women clad in maid uniforms standing before an array of weaponry displayed on shelves, seizing the moment while others remained in shock. Astute individuals began to queue up. Moments later, 3 long lines formed before the Galaxy. 6 synthetic maids maintained order, allowing 9 individuals at a time to enter the shop, each limited to a 3-minute purchasing window before releasing the next group. Those exiting were immediately surrounded by eager inquirers, bombarded with questions regarding the quantity and pricing of the weapons. All weaponry was priced at 12 ordinary energy stones, storage equipment for 15. This is sheer robbery. Yet, there were plenty willing to buy. Indeed, it was a rarity to find a place to purchase equipment at all. Most transactions were typically exchanges. In the plaza, aside from the winding queues, there were no idle wanderers. Upon learning the prices, many sought ways to procure funds, and everything appeared to be progressing positively. However, in a large crowd, one could expect all sorts, including some audacious individuals with ulterior motives. These bold souls approached the synthetic maids, feigning to be jostled by the crowd, stretching their hands toward inappropriate areas. Some even pretended to stumble, attempting to embrace the maids. Yet, before they could lay a finger on the maids, 2 Class C maids dispatched them with a single blow, reducing them to mere pulp. Seeing that the maids were not to be trifled with, those with ill intentions fell in line, deterred from their impractical thoughts. Soon, military personnel learned of Su Yu's weapons sales and dispatched a multitude of soldiers to help maintain order, with more soldiers joining the queues. Observing the bustling scene, Su Yu wore a satisfied smile, envisioning a deluge of energy stones flowing into his pockets. Ding, Cold Tong has a favorability rating of 2 towards the host. Current favorability 9. Ding, Su Qingwei has a favorability rating of 3 towards the host. Current favorability 44. Startled by the sudden system notification, Su Yu paused, bewildered by the situation. Upon returning to the Galaxy, he found Feng Qianxue and several others engaged in conversation with Cold Tong and Su Qingwei. But their dialogue ceased as they noticed his arrival. It seemed that interactions among women were more amicable. It had not taken long for them to bond. Although Su Yu was curious about what Feng Qianxue and the others had discussed, he refrained from inquiring. Instead, he extended an invitation to the ladies, saying, Shall we venture out for a stroll and immerse ourselves in the rich tapestry of post-apocalyptic life? Absolutely. Yes, exclaimed Shin Yimo and Lin Shiyat, their faces lighting up with excitement. However, hesitation flickered across the faces of Feng Qianxue and Shin Yiling. Darling, we still have training later. How about? Training can always wait. It is essential to unwind when the moment calls for it. A balance of work and leisure will yield swifter progress. It is settled then. Please prepare yourselves quickly. As Feng Qianxue and the other ladies stepped out of the Galactic, the once boisterous square gradually fell into a hush. Onlookers turned their heads, and upon catching sight of the women accompanying Su Yu, their breaths hitched. Once Su Yu and his entourage departed, the square erupted into chatter once more. They are those stunning women from yesterday. My heavens, they are truly breathtaking. How did that man manage to attract so many extraordinarily beautiful women simultaneously? Those two younger girls are simply adorable. What does cuteness matter in the face of allure? I still prefer the other women. If I could just have a moment of their affection, I would gladly meet my end right then and there. Throughout their journey, Suyu and the ladies became the focal point of attention wherever they roamed. They indulged in a variety of delectable post-apocalyptic treats and purchased numerous garments, cosmetics, and more. The prices were remarkably affordable, as Suyu had previously exchanged 5 ordinary energy stones with military contacts, in addition to the 51 he procured from the Galactic, totaling 551 energy coins. Even now, 217 of those coins remained. Suddenly, Feng Qianxue tugged at Suyu's sleeve. Darling, is that not Xiao Linger over there? Chapter 129. An unexpected encounter with Little Linger and the black-faced security guard Zhao Shilong. Darling, is that Little Linger over there? Suyu followed Feng Qianxue's pointed finger and beheld a slender figure, somewhat awkwardly positioned before a stall selling exotic beast meat. Little Linger's silver-white hair made her easily recognizable, and Suyu instantly identified her. However, upon seeing the vendor, he was momentarily taken aback. Could the world be so small? The vendor was none other than the black-faced security guard who had helped him carry his shopping bags during his visit to the supermarket before the apocalypse erupted. The guard waved his hand dismissively. Hey, you've been standing there forever. Are you going to buy something or not? Uncle, do you have any leftover meat? My mother is ill, and I wish to purchase some to nourish her, but I have no money, Little Linger said. Her gaze lingering on the exotic meat with reluctance as she turned to the black-faced guard, her voice barely above a whisper. Scram, what kind of brat are you? This meat was earned with my life. There's no leftover. The guard retorted brusquely. Little Linger shrank back, casting a wistful glance at the meat on the counter before shifting her feet, preparing to depart. This scene did not escape the notice of Suyu, who stood not far away, and he observed the flicker of compassion in Feng Qianxue's lovely eyes. Darling, should we not? Hold on, Suyu interjected, shaking his head. He detected a hint of hesitation on the black-faced guard's face. Indeed, a turn of events unfolded. The black-faced guard called out to the departing Little Linger, Hey kid, come back. What illness does your mother have? Recently, a bad person tried to bully me, and my mother was hurt while trying to save me, she replied softly. All right. The guard sliced off a generous piece of meat, placed it in a bag, and tossed it onto the counter, waving her off impatiently. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time. Thank you, uncle. Thank you so much. Little Linger expressed her gratitude profusely, tears glimmering in her violet eyes. Enough already, just go. At that moment, a middle-aged vendor from a nearby stall jested, Zhao Shilong, aren't you afraid your wife will turn against you? Wow, such a large piece of meat. Just given away like that. With your situation, you still think you can save up for weapons? You must be dreaming. Mind your own business. I'll sell my meat however I please. Zhao Shilong retorted sharply at the middle-aged vendor before lowering his head to arrange the meat on the counter. At this juncture, Suyu approached. Boss, could you give me a piece of that meat you're giving away for free? What kind of meat is free? It's 1 energy coin per pound. Take it or leave it. As he spoke, Zhao Shilong glanced up at Suyu, only to be momentarily stunned. Big brother, it's you. Zhao Shilong exclaimed, stepping out from behind the stall, eager to pat Suyu on the shoulder. Yet, as his hand rose, he hesitated and awkwardly withdrew it, wiping his hands on his clothes instead. Big brother, I never expected to see you again. If you want some meat, just take it. I won't charge you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found such a wonderful wife. Recalling his wife, Zhao Shilong couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. After leaving Suyu's dormitory, he had called Wang Ting, the cashier, to the warehouse, intending to confess his feelings formally. To his astonishment, just after he had confessed his feelings, the apocalypse erupted. Fortunately, he was in a warehouse at the time. Had he been in a supermarket, he would undoubtedly have perished. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Suyu was his savior. At that moment, Feng Qianxue and a few others approached, bringing along the departing Xiao Linger. Upon seeing Suyu, Xiao Lingo beamed with joy, exclaiming, Big brother, it's really you. I've missed you so much. Please wait a moment. Suyu smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair before asking Zhao Shilong to pack some beast meat for him. While Zhao Shilong was preparing the meat, Suyu took the opportunity to examine his attributes with his detection eye. Combat power amplitude, talent 0. 5, skill 0. 1. Name Zhao Shilong level, first rank 0 level, 659. 1000, combat power value, 158, strength 234, agility, 181, constitution, 210, mentality, 169, attractiveness 61. Affinity 41, regards you as a lifesaver, talent, A-class talent, More God armor can summon armor for fusion. All attributes increase by 50 upon fusion, significantly enhancing defense, and energy regenerates at 5 per minute. Skill, F-Class Stab, Knife Weapon Skill. Items, F-Class Energy Stone X2. Ordinary Energy Stone X76. This talent seems quite decent. After pondering for a moment, Suyu casually inquired, I heard you were trying to raise money to buy a weapon? Yes, I'm almost there. I heard there's a prominent figure at the central square today selling weapons. I plan to check it out once I close up. If I could get a laser sword, I'd gladly sell a kidney to acquire one. A laser sword? You have a penchant for that? Absolutely. It's been my dream since childhood. My talent allows me to summon a set of armor for fusion. Just imagine how impressive it would be to wield a laser sword. Once the meat was packed, Zhao Shilong emerged, presenting it to Suyu. Big brother. I don't even know your name. My name is Suyu. While speaking, Suyu exchanged for an F-Class laser sword in the marketplace. Beep. Purchased F-Class laser sword Krypton. Deducted 100 spiritual essence, remaining spiritual essence 423, 109. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the laser sword in Suyu's hands, Zhao Shilong's eyes widened in disbelief. When Suyu offered the sword to him, Zhao Shilong snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Su brother, what are you doing? Quickly put that away. This is just for the meat you sold me. Take it. After some reluctance, Zhao Shilong accepted the sword. He then glanced at the middle-aged vendor nearby and leaned closer to Suyu, whispering mysteriously, Su brother, I can't just take your gift. I possess something passed down from my ancestors. After awakening my talent, I discovered that its information was all question marks. I suspect it might be a treasure. After eye close-up, would you accompany me to retrieve it? All question marks? Suyu's interest was piqued. All right, wait for me after you finish. I need to take care of a few matters first. As he spoke, Suyu gestured towards the petite lingo beside him. Zhao Shilong chuckled, hee hee. I now possess a weapon, so I won't need to sell meat to raise funds anymore. Brother Su, feel free to attend to your matters. I shall wait for you here once I close up. After Suyu departed with Linger and the other ladies, the middle-aged stall owner approached Zhao Shilong with a complex expression. Fool, Shilong, was that person just now your friend? With a thud, Zhao Shilong brought the butcher's knife down onto the chopping board, his demeanor turning stern. That is my brother. You old fool. If you dare to have any ill intentions towards him, beware that I might chop you up. Cough. How could I dare? Do you truly not know who your brother is? What do you mean? You really are a simpleton blessed with good fortune. That person just now is the very hero who saved our Magic City base, the prominent figure selling weapons in the central square. What? Are you saying Brother Su is? Indeed. You are about to strike it rich. Just don't forget about me in the future. The middle-aged stall owner rubbed his hands together and leaned closer to Zhao Shilong, whispering, Let me share a little secret with you. Your wife has been entangled with your commander, Song Jia. Shut your mouth. All right. I want to say another word. Chapter 130. The Favor of Fate, a Mother of One's Choosing. On the way to Xiaoling OS home, she flitted around Suyu like a lively lark, her exuberance infectious. Initially, Suyu intended merely to lend a hand to this well-mannered and understanding girl. However, upon witnessing her extraordinary talent, he had a change of heart. On the 27th day following the apocalypse, he passively absorbed 27 experience points. Name: Mu Linger Level 0 TH Stage. Level 1, 1720, Combat Power 12, Strength 14, Agility 15, Constitution 15, Mentality 17, Appearance 81, in Development, Affinity 43, Talent, S-Class Talent, Favor of Fate. Bestows good fortune upon herself or those around her with a 60 luck enhancement. Energy regenerating at 6 per minute. Skill, Talent Skill Power of Blessing continuously consumes energy, enhancing the strength attribute of oneself or allies by 60. With no cooldown period. Note, the stronger the recipient of the enhancement, the greater the energy consumption. Items: None Fortune, an elusive attribute. Yet, after recent events, Cus' mind began to churn with possibilities. Zhao Shilong was fervently seeking a lightsaber, and by assisting Xiao Lingo, he might just receive a stroke of good luck. Thus, Suyu appeared and fulfilled Zhao Shilong's dream. Moreover, had Suyu not provided Zhao Shilong with that laser sword, he might have missed out on the mysterious item in Zhao Shilong's possession. It seemed as though an unseen force was guiding Suyu's actions. With such a talisman in their midst, not only would the drop rate significantly increase, but they would also possess remarkable support capabilities, perhaps even more vital than a super expert. Considering Xiao Lingo was merely 9 years old with an appearance score of 81, it was reasonable to surmise that, given a few years, her beauty would surely surpass 90. How could Suyu possibly neglect such a promising talent and allow her to be squandered by others? Clearly, that was out of the question. During their journey, Suyu inquired about Xiao Linger's mother. As it turned out, a few days after Suyu had left her food, Xiao Linger's mother had found her. And after many twists and turns, they arrived at the base in Magic City. As Xiao Linger was a striking beauty, even with her luck, she was not immune to the predatory gaze of unscrupulous individuals. Just days prior, a man had attempted to take advantage of her, and her mother had fought valiantly to protect her. Ultimately, perhaps due to the intervention of fortune, military personnel arrived in time to rescue the pair. When Suyu and his companions reached Xiao Linger's residence, they found the area swarmed with onlookers. Xiao Linger's smile instantly faltered as she dropped the meat she was carrying and dashed toward the crowd. Suyu grasped her arm firmly, saying, "Xiaoling, do not worry, your big brother is here." After entrusting Xiao Linger to Feng Qianxue, Suyu surveyed the tightly packed crowd with a furrowed brow. With a powerful stomp, he struck the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb outward from his point of impact. The crowd was startled by a tremendous noise and turned to look. "Step aside," Suyu commanded softly as he strode toward the throng. Those who were about to retort fell silent, retreating obediently to the side, thus granting Suyu a sufficiently wide passage. As he advanced, he observed several men dragging a woman toward a room. "Wretched harlot, where have you hidden that little one? If you don't hand her over today, we'll have our way with you first." Just as Suyu was about to intervene, one among them acted swifter. With a swift motion, Su Qingwei appeared like a specter behind the men. In a seamless execution, her dagger pierced through their throats, eardrums, or hearts, showering the surroundings in crimson splatters. After dispatching the men, Su Qingwei maintained her composure and gracefully approached Suyu. "Killing for you is part of my duty." At that moment, Xiao Linger broke free from Feng Qianxue and rushed toward the fallen woman. Mama, are you all right? Don't scare Linger." Suyu utilized his detection ability and learned the woman's name was Zhao Qin, approximately 35 or 36 years old, not particularly striking in appearance. With a mere score of 63 in looks, and possessing only a C-grade Earth elemental talent, marking her as an ordinary woman. Suyu reassured, "Linger, do not worry. Your mother has merely fainted." He then turned to Lin Xiao, instructing, "Xiao, please treat Linger's mother." "Of course, Brother Suyu," Lin Xiao replied, channeling her life force. After reviving Zhao Qin, Suyu escorted the mother and daughter, along with Feng Qianxue and the other women, back to the Galaxy Villa. In the villa's grand hall, both Zhao Qin and Xiao Linger had bathed and donned fresh attire. However, upon learning of Suyu's identity, Zhao Qin appeared somewhat apprehensive. Suyu beckoned Xiao Linger closer, ruffling her little head. "Linger, would you like to follow your big brother?" "Follow big brother?" Yes. Linger loves big brother the most, and all the big sisters too." Suyu smiled, and then turned his gaze to Zhao Qin. "Sister Zhao, Linger is a promising child. I intend to nurture her well. I wonder if you have any thoughts on this? You must understand if she stays with you." Before Suyu could finish, Zhao Qin hurriedly stood, stating, "It would be a blessing for Linger to follow you. I am merely an ordinary person, incapable of protecting her. I feel reassured knowing she would be with a formidable individual like you." "Big brother, won't Mama come with us? Then I don't want to follow big brother." Xiao Lingo protested. "Don't be silly," Zhao Qin admonished, though her heart was heavy with reluctance. She recognized that allowing Xiao Linger to accompany Suyu was the best course of action. "Linger, you must be obedient. It's not Mama's fault. I lack the strength to protect you and have caused you so much suffering. Besides, I am too weak. Even if I were to follow your big brother, I would only be a burden." With tear-filled eyes, Xiao Linger gazed at Zhao Qin earnestly and declared, "Mama, I am not afraid of hardship. It was I who chose you to be my mother, and I have never regretted that decision." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback. And even Suyu and Feng Qianxue were left in stunned silence. Did she truly mean that she had chosen her mother? Surely, this must be the fanciful utterance of a child. Suyu knelt before Xiao Linger, gently wiping her small face. "Linger, I will ensure that someone takes care of your mother, so you need not worry about her well-being." As he spoke, Suyu produced 2 intelligent holographic wristbands. "Moreover, when you miss your mother, you can video call her anytime. In the future, we can also return to see her." "Is that really true?" she inquired with wide eyes. "Of course it is true. We can make a promise," he replied. Understanding the significance of the situation, Xiao Linger's face brightened once again with a smile. At that moment, Suyu continued to ask, "Linger, what did you mean when you said you chose your mother?" "I chose her from the heavens, didn't you know?" "Big brother?" "I still remember that she was waiting for a bus, dressed in a white dress. After I chose her, I was sent into Mama's belly." Chapter 131. The Three-Eyed Woman. I recall a time when my mother was waiting for a bus, adorned in a white dress. Zhao Qin suddenly inquired, "Ling, are you referring to that dress with the blue and white porcelain patterns?" Little Lingo tilted her head in contemplation and confirmed, "Yes, that's the one." "Ah, this. I seem to have a vague recollection, It must have been when I was newly pregnant with Linger, en route to the hospital for a checkup. Upon hearing Zhao Qin's affirmation, Su Yu exchanged glances with the women, each harboring a sense of bewilderment. Could this possibly be true? A tempest of emotions surged within Su Yu as he mused. Could it be that little Linger is the reincarnation of the goddess of fortune? Linger, do share more with your big brother. What else do you remember? I only remember that when I first opened my eyes, I was in a vast, expansive square filled with many little children. Oh, and there were also numerous big sisters with 3 eyes. They taught us how to walk and other skills. After mastering these, the 3-eyed big sisters would take us to the heavens to choose our mothers. If several children selected the same mother, they would need to compete to determine the victor. Fortunately, I chose my mother all by myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood a chance against them. Little Linger recounted, patting her petite chest, her expression revealing a lingering trepidation. So you gazed thoughtfully at little Linger, 3-eyed women? Moreover, if little Linger's account holds true, does this imply that all humans were brought into existence in such a manner? Yet, why do others lack such memories? Could it be that little Lingo is unique? Hence, after the cataclysm, she awakened the extraordinary talent of amplifying luck. Subsequently, Su Yu inquired further about the specifics of her experiences, such as her mention of learning to walk and other skills. In nature, many mammals can leap around mere minutes after birth, whereas humans require extensive time to master even this basic ability. Little Linger provided a straightforward explanation. After acquiring her physical form, she initially felt quite unaccustomed, taking 2 months to finally walk. Zhao Qin corroborated this, noting that little Linger had been able to walk at just 2 months old, displaying remarkable intelligence and quick learning. Beyond this, little Linger was uncertain, as her memories prior to appearing in the mysterious square remained blank. Su Yu also inquired of Xiao Xian, but she too had never heard of such matters. Well, it seems we shall have to explore this further when the opportunity arises. Pondering it now is futile. Su Yu sighed, shaking his head, and refrained from further questioning. He then instructed the women to train at home, while he set off alone to find Zhao Shilong. Upon learning that Lung Tong and Su Qingyue had both mastered F-grade agility, the other women's spirits were ignited, leading to a more earnest training effort. When Su Yu arrived at Zhao Shilong's stall, he found him wearing a grim expression, burdened with concerns. Shilong, what troubles you? Oh, Su brother, you've arrived. I'm fine. Let us depart at once. On the way, Zhao Shilong suddenly inquired, Brother Su, do you know how often women typically get their hair done? Getting their hair done? Su was momentarily taken aback. If you have something to say, just say it, and I will help you analyze it. After a brief silence, Zhao Shilong finally spoke. My wife keeps saying she is going out to get her hair done. I didn't think much of it at first. After all, it's normal for women to want to look beautiful. However, just now, the old fellow beside my stall mentioned that she has been getting involved with our commander. The more I think about it, the more uneasy I feel. By the time Zhao Shilong finished speaking, they had arrived at his doorstep. Upon opening the door, he handed a note from the table to Su Yu. Brother Su, look at this. My wife is off getting her hair done again. Do you think she really goes out every day? Especially in this apocalypse. It was uncertain whether Zhao Shilong was genuinely naive or simply too innocent, as he had only now grasped the crux of the matter. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Su remarked. But I still believe Wang Ting is not that kind of person. Brother Su, could you offer me some advice? After pondering for a moment, as Su was about to exchange for a pinhole camera, his peripheral vision casually caught sight of a bottle of lubricant on the bedside table, and suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He pointed to the lubricant. Do you all use that stuff regularly? Zhao Shilong's face flushed, stammering, we use it every time. If not, all right, I understand, Su interjected, waving his hand to cut him off. He then instructed Xiao Xian to exchange for a bottle of F-grade super adhesive, which required squeezing it onto a surface to activate through friction and was known for its formidable sticking power. You should empty the remaining lubricant and then suck this in. When Zhao Shilong received the super adhesive and glanced at the displayed information, he was momentarily stunned. Brother Su, this is F-grade glue? Upon seeing Su Yu nod, Zhao Shilong hesitated for a moment before following his instructions. After he had absorbed the F-grade adhesive into the lubricant bottle, he scratched his head and asked, Brother Su, what should I do next? It's simple. Just write a note saying you won't be coming home tonight, that you have some business to attend to. Since your suspicion lies with the commander, ask someone to inform him that you need to discuss something very important at your home tonight. Zhao Shilong's eyes lit up. Brother Su, I understand. He then moved the bed aside, lifted a floorboard, and retrieved a small package from a hidden compartment. Upon opening it, he revealed several F-grade energy stones, as well as a palm-sized crescent-shaped object covered in mysterious runes. Brother Su, this is what I was talking about. I don't even know which ancestor it came from. As Zhao Shilong handed the crescent object to Su Yu felt a sudden weight in his hand. This seemingly small item weighed a staggering 40 to 50 pounds. Its material indiscernible, yet its surface was as fine and smooth as jade. As Zhao Shilong remarked, all the information regarding the item was shrouded in mystery. However, when Su Yu employed the Eye of Detection, there was a shift in the information. C-class key to the Gate of Beings. This key, when in proximity to the Gate of Beings, will emit warmth. A key, and of C-class. Yet, is it not a relic passed down through Zhao Shilong's lineage? Xiao Xian, what is the situation here? Master, this may be a remnant from a bygone era. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's response, Su Yu furrowed his brow. If it was indeed left behind by humans from a previous existence, it would imply that this group of humanity had also endured the great cosmic cleansing. But why is there no record of any information regarding the cosmic cleansing preserved? Could it be that they perished entirely? If they did, how did subsequent humans come into being? No, that cannot be right. It is also plausible that the various empires, upon discovering this, concealed it from the populace to prevent widespread panic. Once we reach Kyoto, I shall inquire with the old man to see if he possesses any knowledge of this matter. Chapter 132. The Sleepless Night of Lung Tong after stowing away the key to the Gate of All Beings. Su Yu turned his gaze towards Zhao Shilong. Shilong, would you be interested in joining me? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Shilong nodded in agreement. Of course, I would be keen. As long as Brother Su does not disdain me, I will follow you unwaveringly. Hold your horses, Su Yu cautioned. If you choose to accompany me, I will employ a certain skill that will ensure your absolute loyalty to me henceforth. So, think it over carefully. Zhao Shilong, seemingly unfazed, replied. I thought it would be something significant. Brother Su, whatever skill you possess, I am ready to embrace it. Su Yu nodded and placed his hand on Zhao Shilong's forehead. Do not harbor any resistance. Moments later, Zhao Shilong opened his eyes, immediately compelled to kneel before Su Yu. Su Yu swiftly halted him. No need for such formalities. Let us maintain our previous rapport. Understood. Thank you, boss. Zhao Shilong beamed with a grin. After departing from Zhao Shilong's residence, Su Yu led him to meet Situ Yi. He retrieved a submaterial transporter and 2 intelligent holographic wristbands, handing them over to the 2 individuals. I plan to leave the Moda base tomorrow. Although the military is also queuing to procure weapons, their supply will undoubtedly fall short, and they will likely seek me out discreetly. Situ Yi, I entrust future transactions with the military to you. Zhao Shilong, your immediate task is to assemble a team. You will be responsible for the weapon trading with ordinary survivors henceforth. Do not hesitate to consult Situ Yi for guidance. You are both on the same side, understand? Zhao Shilong and Situ Yi exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Observing this, Su Yu continued, for every F-class weapon sold, you will remit 5 energy stones to me. The surplus will be for your development. One of you will operate in the open while the other remains in the shadows. It is imperative that we gain complete control over Modu. Can you manage that? Confidence shimmered in Situ Yi's eyes. Even without Su Yu's financial backing for growth, he was determined to seize control of Modu. With Su Yu's promise in hand, the task seemed all the more achievable. He was resolute in transforming the Moda base into the mightiest stronghold of the entire empire, perhaps even the globe. Rest assured, Brother Yu, I will ensure that the Moda base becomes your formidable rear guard. Very well, then. Shilong, you may return to your duties. And do let me know when the time comes. I would like to witness the developments myself. After parting ways with Situ Yi, Su Yu made his way back to the galaxy. He inspected the inventory of the Galaxy Convenience Store, which boasted 130,000 weapons. Remarkably, over the course of the morning and afternoon, 31,007 items had already been sold. Had it not been for the constraints of space and the limit of 20 items per person, the figures would likely have doubled. The purchasing limit was also a precaution to deter military personnel from sweeping through the stock. In the afternoon, Su Yu conducted training sessions on the lawn within the galaxy, instructing the women on the intricacies of body techniques. Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyu were on the cusp of mastering the F-class techniques, likely to achieve proficiency within 2 to 3 days. Meanwhile, the Shin sisters were also progressing swiftly, although full mastery would still require some additional time. Unexpectedly, the little spirit, Xiao Linger, truly took Su Yu by surprise. Observing Feng Qianxue and the other women train, she eagerly joined their ranks. With just a few pointers from Lung Tong, she quickly grasped the essentials, exhibiting a proficiency that rivaled that of Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyu in their early days. It is noteworthy that when Feng Qianxue and her companion began their formal training, they had already reached level 9 of rank 0, rendering any comparison moot. Later that evening, after dining, the women gathered, engaged in light-hearted banter when suddenly, Su Yu's holographic wristband flickered. Zhao Shilong announced, Brother Yu, they have arrived. Considering that Feng Qianxue and the others would likely find little interest in the matter, Su Yu summoned Shen Yimo and Lin Shiyu to accompany him to Zhao Shilong's location. On the rooftop opposite Zhao Shilong's residence, Shen Yimo surveyed her surroundings, perplexed. Brother Yu, where is the fun you mentioned? Patience, just wait a moment, Su Yu replied. No sooner had he spoken than 3 anguished screams erupted from the housing across the street. Why does it sound like 3 people? Moments later, the distressing cries attracted a crowd of onlookers. Those cries seemed to have originated from Zhao Shilong's home. Indeed, it appeared to be the case. Look, here comes Zhao Shilong. With a resounding crash, Zhao Shilong kicked the door to his home open, revealing a chaotic scene within. In a swift motion, he strode inside and seized a man by his hair, dragging him outside. Ah, ouch, that hurts. The man yelped, desperately clutching a woman in front of him. Zhao Shilong, you won't get away with this. The woman shrieked, only to latch onto another man with equal fervor. Thus, the trio, a woman and 2 men, was unceremoniously hauled into the street by Zhao Shilong. Shen Yimo and Lin Shiyu stood dumbfounded. Brother Yu, what on earth is happening? Su Yu leaned in and explained the situation to the 2 girls. Lin Shiyu's cheeks flushed as she remarked, Brother Su, you are quite mischievous. Meanwhile, Shen Yimo, visibly irked, scolded, Brother Yu, you should have included me in such entertaining affairs. With a chuckle, Su Yu acknowledged that it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. His intention was not to toy with others, but rather to allow Zhao Shilong to vent his frustrations and seek revenge without his own involvement. At that moment, military patrol officers arrived on the scene. Zhao Shilong promptly submitted a request to duel for life and death with his commander, Songjia, and another man. According to regulations within the base, even sworn enemies could not engage in unwarranted violence without formal application to the military. If there were substantial evidence proving the enmity, the opposing party must consent. Upon learning the circumstances, the patrol officers approved Zhao Shilong's duel request. As for Wang Ting, unless she severed ties with the others, she would be compelled to follow them to the dueling platform. However, such matters were beyond her control, and ultimately, she would become another casualty in Zhao Shilong's vendetta. As the events drew to a close, Su Yu returned to the Galactic with Shen Yimo and the 2 women. In the stillness of the night, Lung Tong lay on her bed, desperately attempting to muffle the noise with her pillow, but sleep eluded her. She could not comprehend why the Galactic, so advanced in design, had such atrocious sound insulation. Muttering curses under her breath, this scoundrel, this rogue, this vile lecher, she finally succumbed to the overwhelming clamor resonating from outside. How shameless. With a soft huff, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, Lung Tong made her way towards Su Qingyue's room. Knock, knock, knock. Qingyue, it's me. Please open the door. After a prolonged silence, she cast her gaze towards Su Yu's room, pondering in disbelief. Could it be that Qingyue? Chapter 133, Light Moon. It is not as you imagine. On the following morning, as Su Yu emerged from his bedroom, he encountered Lang Tong, whose eyes were red-rimmed. Standing outside the door. Goodness, is this girl so insatiable that she even eavesdrops at the door? Lung Tong shot him a fierce glare. For only she knew how torturous her night had been. She had attempted to use her innate ability to pass through the door and reach Su Qingyue's room. But she kept colliding with the wall, unable to penetrate it. All the other doors were firmly locked, and to her bewilderment, a wall had mysteriously appeared, obstructing her path to the 2nd floor, leaving her stranded on the upper level, crying out to no avail. Note: those unauthorized on the Galaxy ship find themselves utterly exposed within its confines, as the architectural structures are aligned with the ship's own defenses. Silently, Lung Tong disregarded Su Yu, stepping aside to enter the bedroom, her sole desire to ascertain whether Su Qingyue had fallen victim to harm. Su Yu, however, was not inclined to indulge her. He swiftly grasped her and hoisted her over his shoulder, descending the stairs. Let me go? Lung Tong protested, flailing in a futile struggle against him, her fists pounding against his back, momentarily forgetting her capability as a spatial talent. A resounding slap echoed as her rounded form quivered. In an instant, her delicate face flushed crimson. Another sharp sound pierced the air. Silence. Beep. Lang Tong's favorability towards the host has increased by 1, current favorability 8. At this, Lung Tong fell silent. It was not until Su Yu deposited her onto the sofa in the 1st floor hall that she sprang up, eyeing him warily. Qingyue and the others are still asleep. Your ruckus will awaken them. Moreover, do you not think it exceedingly rude to intrude upon someone else's bedroom? Su Yu tossed this remark over his shoulder, not pausing for her retort as he made his way to the kitchen. He had not cooked in several days. And feeling rather pleased today, he decided to prepare a sumptuous meal to reward the hard work of Qingyue and the others from the previous night. Realizing her earlier behavior had been rather reckless, Lang Tong begrudgingly acknowledged her misstep, yet it hardly justified him smacking her. She shot a glare in the direction of the kitchen, where she caught a glimpse of Su Yu's profile. He does look rather serious. Perhaps it's not so bad. However, the moment this thought materialized, she vigorously shook her head. Ugh, Lang Tong, what are you thinking? He asked, just a lecherous rogue. A shameless pervert. Rubbing her still tingling backside, she glared once more at Su Yu, who was busily engaged in the kitchen, muttering to herself, that scoundrel, does he not know to be gentler? Beep. Lang Tong's favorability towards the host has increased by 2, current favorability 10. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Su Yu glanced back at the hall. Lang Tong quickly averted her gaze, feigning interest in the ceiling decorations. Just then, a figure descended the staircase from the second floor. As she observed Su Qingwei approaching, Lang Tong narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her gait. As Su Qingwei descended the staircase, Lang Tong approached her with surprise, inquiring, "Are you all right? You're okay, right?" Su Qingwei cast a glance at Lang Tong's lower half, her delicate brows knitting slightly. She had noticed that Lang Tong's gait seemed somewhat unnatural. Despite her repeated admonitions for Su Yu to keep his distance, it appeared that she herself had fallen prey first. Shaking her head, Su Qingwei strode purposefully towards the villa's entrance. Her morning exercises were an indispensable part of her routine. Lang Tong blinked in confusion, glancing down at her long legs before realizing, "Qingwei, it's not what you think." Soon, Su Yu was humming a cheerful tune as he prepared a sumptuous breakfast. "Galaxy, please inform everyone that breakfast is ready," he instructed. "Understood, Master," Galaxy replied promptly. Almost immediately, a white figure dashed towards Su Yu like a bolt of lightning. It was none other than Xin Yiling's pet, Little Bai, who quickly coiled around Su Yu's arm, gazing up at him. Hiss, hiss. Su Yu affectionately patted Little Bai's head, reassuring it, "Don't worry, there's plenty for you too." Little Bai nudged its head against Su Yu's face, exhibiting an endearing familiarity. Ever since their training in the fused state with Xin Yiling, Little Bai had become quite attached to Su Yu, often seeking proximity during their sessions, prompting Xin Yiling to activate their combined form. To be honest, Su Yu looked forward to Little Bai's transformation. Its aesthetic appeal was exceptionally high, perhaps the most striking he had ever encountered. However, this beauty was confined to the standards of its species, meaning that Little Bai's allure was exclusively recognized within the realm of serpents. This gave Su Yu an exhilarating sense akin to unboxing a mystery surprise. At the dining table, the steamed egg custard topped with scallions and the golden scallion pancakes were truly appetizing, each person presented with a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee. Xiaoling took a bite and exclaimed, "Wow, big brother, your cooking is delicious. It's 100 times better than what mom makes." Meanwhile, Shen Yimo and Lin Xiang were unusually subdued in the presence of such delicacies, as their bellies were still full from their breakfast binge earlier that morning, having indulged together. As for Lang Tong and Su Qingwei, it was their first experience tasting Su Yu's culinary creations. Typically unparticular about food, they found themselves overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors laid before them. Beep. Lang Tong's affection for the host has increased by 5. Current affection level, 15. Beep. Su Qingyue's affection for the host has increased by 2. Current affection level, 46. Hearing the notifications in his mind, a smile crept onto Su Yu's lips as he savored a spoonful of the congee, discreetly glancing at the two women. It is often said that to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. Conversely, this notion could certainly apply in reverse. After breakfast, Su Yu recalled the 23 skill scrolls stored in his spatial ring. Summoning the ladies, he retrieved the scrolls, explaining, "These are the skills I exchanged with the military yesterday. Though they are merely ordinary skills, they are better than nothing. You may observe for yourselves and utilize what you find suitable, particularly in the case of Xin Yiling, whose tactics are rather limited. It would be wise to select a few alternatives for transition." Feng Qianxue gently nudged Xin Yiling with a smile, saying, "Yiling, please make your selection. This is specially prepared for you by your husband." The camaraderie among the four women is notably harmonious. Having shared the trials of battle together, how could their relationship be anything but amicable? Xin Yiling was aware that her current abilities were lacking, rendering her the weakest among her sisters, so she did not hesitate and stepped forward to make her choices. Ultimately, she selected 1 displacement skill, 2 area of effect sword techniques, and 2 single target attack skills. The remaining skills were examined by Feng Qianxue, Shen Yimo, and Lin Xia, but none were suited to their individual capabilities. Thus they refrained from selecting any. As for Lang Tong and her companion, they did not approach to make a choice. Little Linger, being quite young and possessing talents more aligned with support, deemed it unnecessary to enhance her combat abilities at this juncture. Conversely, Zhao Qin, who was Lingo's mother, was assigned 2 Earth-type skills by Su Yu based on her talents, 1 defensive skill, Earth Wall, and 1 offensive skill, Earth Spear. After all, having taken away someone else's precious daughter, it was only fair to bestow upon her these 2 skills. Ahem. In any case, Suyu has certainly profited from this exchange. Chapter 134. Suyu. You scoundrel. There are 23 skill scrolls, and now only 16 remain. Suyu instructed the galaxy to synthesize a metallic shelf, subsequently categorizing these 16 skills and arranging them on the shelf. This way, anyone in need of skills could select them independently, thus alleviating any inconvenience. Suyu had no intention of establishing a redemption mechanism. Those who would reside on the galaxy for extended periods would solely be his women. Why would he be miserly with his own women? That was unthinkable. Afterward, Suyu visited the galaxy's convenience store to assess the sales situation. The moment he appeared in the shop, Su Chong, who had been waiting outside the galaxy for an entire night, waved his hand and called out, "Mr. Su. It's me, it's me." In front of them stood two bionic maids, their eyes fixed on him with a predatory gaze, as if they would pounce on him the moment he dared to take a step forward. Suyu waved his hand to signal the maids to step aside. And only then did Su Chong muster the courage to enter the shop. After arriving here last night and identifying himself, he had sought Suyu to discuss important matters. But those identical women were utterly unyielding. Particularly, two of them were quick to resort to violence over the slightest disagreement. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have found himself in dire straits. Upon Su Chong's arrival, Suyu had already discerned the purpose of his visit but still inquired, "Deputy Commander Su, what brings you to me?" "Mr. Su, it is truly not easy to meet with you. Shall we find another place to converse?" Suyu nodded. "Let us go to General Yan's office. It's the perfect opportunity to bid him farewell as I am preparing to depart." "Ah, you are leaving, Mr. Su?" "Indeed. It is time for me to go." Shortly after Suyu and Su Chong departed, Lang Tong arrived at the shop with Su Qingwei, eager to see if there were any suitable equipment to purchase as backups. Upon noticing the two women, the bionic maids bowed in unison, greeting them. "We have seen the matriarch." Seeing the customers in the shop glance over, Lang Tong frowned and said, "You have mistaken us. We are not your matriarch." So refrain from such exclamations to avoid misunderstandings. "Yes, matriarch." Lang Tong was momentarily speechless. "Forget it. They are merely robots. Why should I bother with them?" She waved her hand to dismiss the maids and began inspecting the weapons on the shelf. Upon spotting a pair of gauntlets, Lang Tong's eyes lit up. Both she and Su Qingwei had a habit of using gauntlets, and these not only reduced hand injuries but also enhanced strength attributes. "Qingwei, what do you think of these gauntlets?" Su Qingwei glanced in the direction Lang Tong indicated and nodded in agreement. Lang Tong immediately summoned a maid. "These F-grade gauntlets require 10 energy stones, correct?" "Yes, matriarch," the maid affirmed with a nod. "Very well, I'll take 2 pairs of gauntlets, both in black," Lang Tong stated as she prepared to retrieve the energy stones from her storage necklace. "Wait, where are my energy stones?" Lang Tong stood frozen in place, her teeth grinding audibly, her proud chest heaving with agitation. "Suyu, you scoundrel." At the military base, General Yan, upon learning that Suyu was about to depart, did not make any attempts to retain him. A golden-scaled fish is not meant to remain in a mere pond. It transforms into a dragon when encountering a storm. In General Yan's view, this phrase aptly described Suyu. Subsequently, he wasted no time in revealing the military's intention to negotiate a trade of weaponry with Suyu. With a smile, Suyu inquired, "Of course, how much does General Yan wish to trade?" "Approximately 5,000 units, however, regarding the price." General Yan hesitated. "If I may, I must be candid. The price I arranged with my superior is 1 F-class weapon for 9 energy stones. If you trade more than 10,000 pieces, I can offer you 9 energy stones per weapon. Otherwise, I regret to say, that would not be feasible." General Yan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "Very well, but I will need some time to gather the energy stones. Our military district has a little over 50,000 energy stones in stock. But I can rally the soldiers for additional support. The soldiers who join the military are required to contribute 30 of their earnings from combat missions to the army. Thus, gathering 50,000 energy stones should not pose a significant challenge." After about half an hour, Suyu and his entourage emerged from the office, with Sidui joining the group. The military in Moto had successfully traded 13 for 107 F-class weapons and 50 E-class weapons with Suyu, yielding a profit of 111,256 ordinary energy stones. Simultaneously, Suyu informed General Yan that he could engage in future trades at any time, though they would need to go through Situ E. As Suyu prepared to leave, despite General Yan and the others not attempting to hold him back, they insisted on seeing him off. Thus, they walked towards the central square, exchanging light-hearted banter, followed by a throng of soldiers. These soldiers had come voluntarily to bid farewell, having witnessed Suyu's indomitable prowess on the true battlefield. Consequently, they held a sincere admiration and gratitude for him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the towering wall in Modu, A group of over 10 individuals gazed in awe at the city, so distinct from the world outside the wall, their hearts swelling with excitement. The leader, a man named Lin Fan, turned and called out, "Brothers, I, Lin Fan, vow to lead you in establishing a grand enterprise on this land." "Fan Gu, you are incredible," came the enthusiastic response. "Fan Gu, we believe in you." Ignoring the bewildered glances from those around them, Lin Fan gazed into the city, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He was confident that his beloved goddess, Qian Shui, had also arrived at the Moda base. Now awakened to an extraordinary talent, he resolved to bravely step forward, trample the detestable man beneath his feet, and reclaim his cherished goddess. As the image of that man flashed through his mind, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. "Suyu, is it? Just you wait. We shall meet again soon." At once, Lin Fan dispatched his subordinates to inquire about the whereabouts of Feng Qianxue and Suyu. He was filled with an insatiable eagerness, yearning to behold the astonished gaze of the goddess and to witness Suyu kneeling before him in supplication. "Brother Fan, we've gathered information." Brother Fan, I too have news." Moments later, a dozen men returned to Lin Fan, each having acquired tidings of Suyu. Lin Fan was taken aback. When had his subordinates become so remarkably efficient? "What? You all discovered details about this Suyu? And he is surrounded by an array of stunning beauties? Ha ha ha. Then it must be true. Let us go. Brothers, follow me, Lin Fan, to wreak havoc. Today, I, Lin Fan, shall make this base in the Magic City tremble." Chapter 135, The Uninvited Guest in the Heart of the Magic City Base. The central square was still teeming with people. Those who had procured weapons flaunted their acquisitions, inciting envy among those still waiting in line. For an entire day and night, the 3 long queues showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, they appeared to grow longer. Upon arriving at the central square, General Yin exchanged glances with his companions, signaling them to relay his orders. Moments later, over 1,000 Earth-type awakeners gathered in unison. As the ground beneath him trembled, Suyu felt a chill run through him. Ready to take action, but General Yin restrained him. Observing the energy fluctuations emanating from the group, he noted that they enveloped him and General Yin without any detectable malice, leading him to refrain from impulsive actions and instead watch their intentions unfold. The 1,200 Earth-type awakeners simultaneously harnessed their innate energy, coalescing beneath Suyu and General Yin to form a stone platform with a radius of 5 meters. With a thunderous rumble, the platform ascended, ultimately halting at a height of 20 meters above the ground. The survivors in the square, as well as Suyu, were left utterly bewildered. What was the purpose of this display? Cole Tong, who had been anxiously awaiting Suyu at the Galaxy convenience store, summoned Fei Qianxue and the other women to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon the elevated platform, General Yin regarded Suyu with a smile, retrieving a wireless microphone from his storage equipment. "Ahem. Greetings, everyone. I am Yin Shenzai, and I believe most of you are familiar with me. Today, I wish to formally introduce the young man beside me, Suyu. He is the one who, disregarding his own safety, lured 2 second-tier zombie beasts away, subsequently subduing them before re-entering the battlefield. He has also claimed the most kills of zombie beasts in this conflict. It is he who has saved our entire Magic City base and protected the lives of over 13 million people still residing here." Listening to General Yan's self-aggrandizing praise, Suyu found himself at a loss for words, wondering, have I truly become a national hero? Behind him, Situ observed the scene with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. In truth, this was all his suggestion to General Yan. Despite Suyu's assistance, the recent battle had resulted in the loss of over 6 million lives in Magic City. Thus, the base required a heroic figure to serve as a symbol of hope and elevate human morale. Situ Yi's ultimate aim was to elevate Suyu to a status akin to a deity, the sole god of the Magic City base, in front of the galaxy. As they listened to the accounts of Suyu's exploits, Cole Tong and Su Qing found their hearts in turmoil, realizing just how formidable this man had become. Meanwhile, Xiaolinger, beside Feng Qianxue, gazed at Suyu with unabashed admiration, her violet eyes sparkling like stars. As General Yin concluded his speech, the survivors in the square cast looks of reverence towards Suyu, their expressions reflecting a newfound respect. Suyu did not express any intention to speak further. Instead, he leaped down from the high platform. The survivors hastily dispersed, creating a passage for his group. Upon reaching the front of the Galaxy vehicle, Suyu turned and addressed General Yin and the others, saying, "This is where we part ways." He then introduced Zhao Qin to Situ, urging him to look after her in the future. Little Linger, not throwing a tantrum, embraced Zhao Qin and said, "Mommy, I miss you. Remember to video call me. I'll be good with Big Brother." After bidding farewell to Zhao Qin, Suyu waved his hand, not allowing General Yin and the others to say anything, and beckoned Feng Qianxue and the other women to board the vehicle. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from a distance. "Suyu, Stop right there. A figure descended rapidly from the sky and landed on the stone platform where Su Yu and the others had just stood. General Yin and the others furrowed their brows, preparing to issue orders to apprehend the newcomer, but Su Yu gestured to stop them. After examining with his probing eye, he recalled that he did not actually recognize this person. However, the young man named Lin Fan had indeed awakened an exceedingly formidable talent. Name, Lin Fan. Level, first tier. Level 5 combat power, 124, 2256. Note, combat power values. The first number is the normal attribute combat power, while the number in parentheses represents the maximum burst power that can be unleashed. Combat power fluctuation, 17. 1R, skill divine law of heaven 0. 6. Descend 1. 5. Fate 15. Strength, 25,110 agility, 250 constitution, 249 mentality, 247 appearance, 81 affinity, 41 hostile, talent, first talent. S-class gravitational pull, can create and control gravity and repulsion. Energy recovers at 6 per minute. Second talent, SSS class child of hope unique, a special title type talent, combines similar beings, requires affinity above 40. Can forcibly extract 30 experience from the slaying of beings by the bound entity, can absorb experience from beings one tier lower. Experience will be significantly compressed and purified. Current binding limit 15,100, energy recovers at 10 per minute. Skills, talent embedded skill divine law of heaven. Talent embedded skill descend, extracts 10 of all attributes from the bound entity, lasting for 10 minutes. The bound entity enters a weakened state after extraction, recovering in 12 hours. If forcibly extracted again before recovery, the bound entity dies. Talent embedded skill holy light, summons the light of hope, enhancing the attributes of one's own camp by 10, lasting for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Talent embedded skill fate, sacrifices all bound entities. Each bound entity can double all attributes maximum 100 times, lasting for 1 hour. Using this skill results in death. Items, F-class sword of hope, a weapon embedded with talent, levels up with tier advancement. F-class storage belt, F-class energy stones 56, ordinary energy stones 795. A dual talent awakened individual. The S-level talent known as celestial pull, while not directly enhancing attributes, proves to be exceedingly practical, offering numerous avenues for application. This is also the reason why Lin Fan can soar through the skies. It is indeed a commendable gift. However, what truly captures Su Yu's attention is Lin Fan's second talent, Child of Hope. The ability to forcibly extract 30 of the experience points from bound individuals is what has enabled him to ascend to level 5 of the first tier. Moreover, the 3 skills inherently possessed by this talent are progressively formidable. Currently, at the first tier, Lin Fan can bind up to 100 individuals, and should he reach this limit, utilizing his skill, Descent, would instantly bestow a 10 enhancement of all attributes from these 100 individuals upon himself. Although the skill Holy Light is categorized as supportive, it enhances only allies within the camp without any limitations on quantity or range. Of paramount importance is the skill Fate, a devastating ability that guarantees mutual destruction. If he were to have 100 bound individuals, he could amplify his power 100-fold in an instant. Nonetheless, there are inherent drawbacks to this talent. Binding requires the other party to possess a favorability rating of 40 or above, which necessitates gradual cultivation. Furthermore, both Descent and Fate demand the presence of bound individuals to be utilized. Particularly with the skill Fate, its activation leads to inevitable demise. Thus it would only be employed in dire circumstances. Should he eliminate all his bound individuals prior to invoking this skill, it would become utterly useless. So you would certainly not allow anyone with such a talent to remain. Moreover, the fact that this individual harbors a favorability rating of 41 towards him only intensifies the urgency for his removal. Chapter 136, Shen Yimo's most powerful strike, the lock-on auto-tracking. As Su Yu prepared to confront him, Feng Qianxue stepped forward from behind him. Darling, this person seems to be after me. Let me handle him. Su Yu suddenly understood the inexplicable rise in his favorability. It turned out that this man was a suitor of Feng Qianxue. Nodding in agreement, Feng Qianxue drew her ice-sling bow and quiver, not hesitating to string her bow and release 3 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows sliced through the air at 3 cunning angles, aimed at Lin Fan atop the platform. A smirk appeared on Lin Fan's face as he made no attempt to evade. Instead, he waved his hand, conjuring a repulsion barrier in front of him. Just before the arrows struck, they abruptly halted in mid-air before plummeting to the ground. Lin Fan laughed heartily. Senior Qianxue, I am no longer the Lin Fan of the past. Your attacks are futile against me. Ha ha ha. How about this, Senior Qianxue? Follow me, and I, Lin Fan, shall ensure you become the happiest woman in the world. Shut up, Feng Qianxue retorted angrily as she prepared to unleash her skills. Suddenly, Shen Yimo sprang forward from behind Suyu, brandishing a pink Gatling gun. Sister Qianxue, I can no longer tolerate this arrogant fool. Allow me to send him to hell. Without waiting for Feng Qianxue's response, a barrage of fire erupted from the Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. A relentless stream of bullets struck the repulsion barrier before Lin Fan, and in an instant, the barrier shattered under the onslaught of bullets. Lin Fan's expression shifted as he used his power to push himself aside. Just then, the Gatling gun in Shen Yimo's hands transformed into a massive sniper rifle, gleaming coldly and adorned with mysterious black patterns. Let us send this fool to hell. Absolute lock-on. Excitement sparkled in Shen Yimo's beautiful eyes. This was her first time utilizing the sniper mode in conjunction with the skill Absolute Lock-On. Moreover, she had infused the bullets with an 80 speed enhancement from her talent. This could be deemed her most formidable strike. Bang! A thunderous gunshot resonated across the square. Suyu reached out to catch the flying Shen Yimo. His gaze fixed on Lin Fan, eager to witness the impact of Shen Yimo's strike. Simultaneously, he pondered, Little fairy, if Yimo kills him, can I also seize his talent? Master. Indeed you can. What about double talents? Am I only allowed to choose one? Master, you may first claim one talent and store his body in the storage space. You can then seize another talent at the next stage. Suyu nodded, looking at Lin Fan in the sky and reflecting, what a truly benevolent person. In the air, Lin Fan felt an unsettling premonition as Shen Yimo switched to sniper mode. When the gunfire erupted, every hair on his body stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan activated his talent skill, Descending World. Just as he reached the edge of the square, several young men fell to the ground. With a loud crash, everything fell apart, creating quite a commotion. However, at that moment, most of the crowd's attention was fixated on Lin Fan, with few caring about the chaos around them. After unleashing his skill, Falling World, Lin Fan's attributes surged by 5 times, summoning all his strength. He barely evaded Shen Yimo's strike. What a close call. Lin Fan sighed in relief, only to hear a whistling sound behind him. Turning around, Lin Fan was struck by a wave of terror and quickly cast several repulsive barriers. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the barriers were swiftly obliterated. But they granted him a moment to evade. Observing Lin Fan's disheveled appearance, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle, beckoning Su Qingyue to his side. He pointed towards the edge of the square and whispered a few words in her ear. Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced in the direction indicated by Suyu. After a brief nod, her figure flickered and vanished into thin air. In the sky, Lin Fan's expression darkened progressively, and his evasive maneuvers became less fluid than before. Frustration boiled within him. The tracking of his head was relentless. How was he supposed to fight under such conditions? Suyu, if you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Relying on a woman is beneath you. Suyu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, if you can't even defeat my woman, I have no interest in battling someone as feeble as you. Lin Fan was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed with indignation, regretting his choices deeply. Yet, with no other option, he shouted defiantly, Suyu, don't push me. After narrowly dodging another bullet, Lin Fan gasped for breath and declared fiercely, if I unleash my ultimate move, the entire Magic City base will be buried alongside you. Your woman will suffer at my hands until her last breath. I warn you one last time, make her stop immediately. Hearing Lin Fan's outburst, Shen Yimo turned to look at Suyu, who shook his head with a smile. No need to pay him any mind, continued channeling energy. Let's see how many more times he can evade. Even if Lin Fan activated his skill, Destiny, his combat power would only reach a maximum of 256. With Suyu's 140 combat power, he would undoubtedly crush him. However, Lin Fan had the ability to fly, making it uncertain whether Suyu could capture him. In the sky, upon hearing Suyu's words, a glint of madness flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Suyu, you leave me no choice. We shall perish together. Talent, skill, destiny. Activate. There's a saying that goes, one fears an abrupt silence. Initially, hearing Lin Fan's resonant proclamation, the survivors in the square felt a wave of tension. After all, Lin Fan had threatened to take the entire Magic City base down with him. Even General Yin and others furrowed their brows, preparing for a response. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Destiny. Destiny. What is happening? At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the fallen figures at the edge of the square. Were they not his loyal subordinates? When had they perished? With a soft thud, a bullet shot forth from the moonlit shadows, piercing through Lin Fan's head. In the next instant, his skull exploded like a watermelon. The headless corpse plummeted from the sky, while a stunning figure gracefully caught it in her grasp. Bang! A headless corpse was discarded at Suyu's feet. Su Qingyue nodded at him and then approached Lung Tong. With curiosity, Lung Tong inquired, "What did he just ask you to do?" "To kill," came the response. "Well, that's quite reasonable," Lung Tong replied with a slight smirk. So you removed Lin Fan's storage belt, extracting the 56 grade F energy stones along with 795 ordinary energy stones. Afterward, he stored Lin Fan's body within the belt and, along with the energy stones, cast it into his ring. Observing Suyu's actions, Lang Tong furrowed her brow and remarked, "Qingwei, remember to thoroughly search the body next time you kill. Leave nothing behind." After bidding farewell to General Yin and the others once more, Suyu ascended aboard the galactic ship with the women. With a hum, the galactic ship slowly lifted into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly vanished into the distance. Chapter 137. When Lingo grows up, may she become your wife? As the galactic vessel departed from the magic capital base, it descended to navigate the ground. While flying occasionally offered a certain flair, it was far more prudent to traverse the terrain, given that aerial travel consumed energy at a staggering rate, 100 times that of ground movement. Within the control room of the galactic, Lang Tong fixed her beautiful eyes upon Suyu, boldly accusing him of seizing her energy stones. Not only was she compelled to serve as his maid for a year without pay, but she also had to part with her own funds. Such treatment was utterly unacceptable. Upon learning that she intended to purchase wrist guards, Suyu instructed the biosynthetic maid to hand him the E-grade storage ring. Within the ring, the original 130,000 F-grade weapons had dwindled to a mere 13,751 items, alongside a plethora of energy stones. Of those 130,000 F-grade items, apart from 1,000 storage items, the remainder consisted of various weapon types, with 437 storage items still in his possession. This indicated that the collection of energy stones amounted to an impressive 189 pieces. Coupled with Suyu's own 203,606 energy stones, his total assets now soared to 1,589,795 energy stones, equivalent to over 15 million Ling Yuan. This bountiful wealth elevated Suyu's spirits, rendering him indifferent to Long Tong's frosty glare as he retrieved 2 F-grade wrist guards from the ring and handed them to her. "Here are the wrist guards you desired. Now we are even." "Humph." Lung Tong huffed, yet accepted the wrist guards. Faced with Suyu's audacity, she found herself powerless. She could neither contend with him nor resist the opportunity to reclaim something, however small. Observing her demeanor, Suyu smiled, unfazed, and activated his holographic wristband to send a message to Situ E. He intended to transmit some weapons and equipment to him, as previous circumstances had not permitted a more suitable arrangement. Once Situ E replied, Suyu proceeded to transmit 437 storage items and 312 weapons via the material transporter, retaining a tidy sum of 10,000 for himself. The expenditure for nearly 4,000 items through the transporter was considerable, even at this relatively short distance. It consumed 21 energy stones. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, Suyu surveyed the holographic map, calling upon Feng Qianxue and the others to begin plotting their forthcoming route. Kyoto was certainly on Suyu's itinerary. The old Master Lung had also sent him a message, confirming that the parents of Feng Qianxue and Lin Xia had been located. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential for the two ladies to meet their parents, providing them with a sense of reassurance. Thus, Suyu resolved to gradually make his way there, intending to elevate his level to the second tier, thereby ensuring that his prowess would allow him to traverse Water Blue Star with ease. This would also enable Feng Qianxue and the others to enhance their levels, mastering their abilities expeditiously. As Suyu diligently plotted their course, Lin Xia stood nearby, her eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation. Her gaze flitted over Lung Tong, Su Qingwei, and the little Linger as she contemplated her thoughts. Now that I am alongside Brother Suyu, there are already 7 sisters with us. Should I introduce Sister Qin Jin to Brother Suyu as well? Perhaps not, after all. My sister has mentioned that I should bestow more love upon Brother Suyu. Having one more won't make a difference. Resolving this in her heart, Lin Xiang pulled at Suyu's arm. Brother Suyu, can we perhaps take a detour around Luoyang? Luoyang? Suyu glanced at the map. Noting that Luoyang was adjacent to the route he had planned, it hardly counted as a detour. We could indeed visit Luoyang. But do you have something in particular to attend to there, Xiang? I just miss another cousin of mine and wish to see her while she is still alive. As she spoke, Lin Xiang glanced at Feng Qianxue, referring to her beautiful cousin, Chen Jin, from Uncle Chen's family. You remember her, don't you, sister? Beautiful? Seeing Feng Qianxue nod in agreement, Suyu readily acquiesced. As it was all along the way, his primary curiosity lay in discovering just how striking a woman could be to earn such praise from Lin Xiang and Feng Qianxue. After departing from the confines of the metropolis, Suyu instructed the ladies to disembark. The intelligent holographic wristbands produced by the Galaxy had, following authorization from the Galaxy, all been equipped with radar mapping functionality. Thus far, aside from a few of the women, only Situyi and Zhao Shilong had their wristbands authorized for radar features. From here on, we shall proceed on foot. Should we encounter any insurmountable dangers along the way, signal for help. Do not be reckless, understood? Upon receiving nods of comprehension from the women, Siyu continued with his arrangements. Qian Xue, you, and Xiang will form one group. Yiling, you two sisters will be another group. Qingyue, you and Lungtong will be together, and I shall take charge of Xiaolinger for now, as I aim to elevate her level to 9. Once the groups had separated into 3 routes, Siyu gently ruffled Xiaolingo's hair and smiled. Are you afraid, Lingo? With your big brother here, you need not fear. Xiaolinger nuzzled against Suyu's large hand, narrowing her eyes as she replied, with big brother around, Linger isn't afraid. Lin Xiang had already transferred the ordinary handgun and F-grade P938 Silverwing pistol that Suyu had given her to Xiaolinger, leaving the latter in need of only a set of battle armor and storage equipment. Xiaoxian exchanged for a set of F-grade battle armor. I would prefer it in a princess dress for the leisure mode. Choose wisely and additionally procure an E-grade storage necklace. Certainly, master. Xiaoxian will select the most exquisite set. After expending 1100 spirit essence, Siyu received the battle armor and storage necklace, handing them to Xiaolinger. Unexpectedly, Xiaolinger repeatedly waved her hands, saying, Big brother, Linger cannot accept anything more from you. What do you mean? You accept gifts from your sister Xiang, yet refuse mine? No, that's not it. Linger didn't mean that. Noticing Xiaolinger was flustered and struggling to articulate her thoughts, Suyu knelt before her, smoothing her silvery hair away from her forehead. Remember, from now on, your big brother and those sisters are all your family. Between family, such formalities are unnecessary. Xiaolinger leapt into Suyu's embrace, exclaiming, Big brother, I understand now. You are all the closest people to me. Observing the ever-increasing affection of Xiaolinger, Suyu smiled softly. Let us first bind these 2 pieces of equipment, and I shall don the battle armor to see how splendid it appears. This time, Xiaolinger did not refuse. She accepted the gear and proceeded to bind it. After Suyu helped her adorn the storage necklace, Xiaolinger focused her thoughts, preparing to switch into the battle armor. Clad only in ordinary attire, she was taken aback when, during the transformation, her garments were unexpectedly stripped away. My apologies, Siyu remarked, rubbing his nose awkwardly as he turned away, confronted by the sight before him. Xiaolingo flushed, casting a shy glance at Suyu. Big brother, I am ready. When Siyu turned back, Xiaolinger twirled, lifting her skirt, her 3,000 silken strands dancing in the breeze. Big brother, do I look lovely? Now adorned in a traditional Han-style Lolita princess dress, with a delicate lavender lining and white lace. Her hair styled in a bun adorned with 2 long pink ribbons cascading over her shoulders, complemented by pristine cotton stockings and exquisite pink sneakers, she was indeed a vision. With her charmingly delicate face flushed with a rosy hue and her lips tinted a soft pink, she evoked a sense of dreamy allure. Siyu beamed a warm, radiant smile. You are beautiful. I believe that as you grow, you shall become even more enchanting. Hearing Suyu's praise, Xiaolinger's lovely eyes sparkled with delight as she took his hand and walked forward. Big brother. When I grow up, may I be your wife? Of course. Hee. I knew you were the best, big brother. Chapter 138. The beekeeping base and the bet with Lungtong. Xiaolinger exhibited remarkable adaptability. Despite her tender age of merely 9, she demonstrated no hesitation in dispatching zombie-like beasts. Had she been the type to weep at the slightest provocation or to behave adorably like a little bunny, it would have been inconceivable for her to harm even the smallest creature. Siyu would certainly have relegated her to the confines of the galactic ship, where she would serve as a mere decorative tool. After more than 2 hours, Xiaolinger successfully ascended to level 9 of the 0th tier. With her presence, the drop rate was indeed impressive, as the likelihood of obtaining energy stones had nearly doubled. However, Suyu found himself in a quandary regarding whether to elevate Xiaolinger's tier. The attributes associated with the 0th tier were undeniably crucial. The higher these attributes, the greater her strength would be in the later stages of development. Even a mere single point of attribute value could translate to an astonishing 512 points upon reaching the 9th tier. Currently, due to her young age, Xiaolinger's attributes had not reached the peak levels of an ordinary person, resting at around half of the average. If she were to ascend now, the potential losses would be considerable. At that moment, Xiaoxian proactively suggested, Master, you could exchange for elixirs or medicinal baths for Xiaolinger, which would stimulate her growth without causing any harm to her body. This is a common practice among the great clans in the universe to expedite the growth of their young. Is it truly possible to resolve it this way? If it can be solved with money, then it is hardly a problem at all. Just as Suyu was about to access the marketplace to explore the elixirs mentioned by Xiao Xian, a series of urgent warning beeps emanated from the holographic wristband on his arm. Noticing Suyu's furrowed brow, Xiao Lingo inquired, "Big brother, what is the matter? It seems your sister Qian Que and the others are in trouble. We should go check on them," Suyu replied, cradling Linger in his arms before swiftly entering the galactic ship. At the edge of Taihu Lake in Wuxi, Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiang wore grave expressions. Upon observing the radar map indicating a considerable presence of beasts in the vicinity, they had ventured here to seize the opportunity to master their agility. However, to their dismay, they discovered it was a beekeeping base. After they had dispatched a few bees, a swarm of countless bees soon encircled them, blotting out the sun. Each of these bees was as large as an adult's palm. While their individual attack power was not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Were it not for the protective armor enveloping Feng Qianxue and her companion, they would have likely sustained numerous injuries by now. With a skillful rain of arrows, Feng Qianxue cleared a significant portion of the swarm, but the gap was quickly filled by the relentless tide of bees. Just then, a barrage of gunfire echoed in the distance. Moments later, a breach opened in the swarm, allowing Shen Yimo and Shen Yiling to rush in through the opening. With a look of concern in her eyes, Shen Yiling asked, "Sister Qianxue, Xiang, are you all right?" Feng Qianxue shook her head, indicating that they were largely unharmed. As Shen Yimo laughed heartily, she exclaimed, "Haha, Xiu, you have stirred up a hornet's nest. Now we have quite the predicament. And who knows if there is any honey to be found." Lin Xiu lacked area attack skills, but with the assistance of the Shen sisters, Feng Qianxue felt an immense relief from pressure. Shortly thereafter, Lang Tong arrived at the scene, utilizing her spatial abilities to teleport beside the group. Su Qingwei, on the other hand, boldly traversed through the swarm of bees. Upon encountering such audacious humans, the bees retaliated by stinging her with their barbed tails. However, they merely passed through her body, encountering no resistance. Due to inertia, many bees were unable to halt their momentum and ended up stinging their own kind. Once the 6 women gathered, the swarm found themselves at a loss. Unwilling to disperse, they encircled Feng Qianxue and her companions, seemingly awaiting something. In the control room of the Milky Way, Suyu spotted a dense mass ahead, resembling a dark cloud that obscured the sun. Anyone with a fear of crowded spaces would likely faint at the sight. Well, there are so many. Suyu's eyes brightened as he gazed at the swarm, akin to witnessing a sky filled with money. Driving the Milky Way, he charged straight into the fray, executing a graceful drift and coming to a steady stop before the women. As soon as they entered the Milky Way, Shen Yimo complained, "There are far too few first-tier bees. They lack experience. Brother you, let us hurry and leave. It's nauseating to look at such a mass." "Leave? Why would we do that? Just wait. I have a plan to capture them all at once." "Capture them all at once? I have an idea." A spark of inspiration flashed in Suyu's mind. "Xiao Xian, does the shop have any oversized nets? It should be at least a few hundred meters in length and width." "Master, there are indeed some, but the larger they are, the more expensive they become." Xiao Xian responded, displaying the system shop interface before Suyu. The F-grade heavenly net, resembling a hand-thrown net, made of special material, which opens automatically upon being thrown, was priced at 100 spirit essence for a 10 by 10 meter net, 1,000 spirit essence for a 100 by 100 meter net, and 5,000 spirit essence for a 1,000 by 1,000 meter net. Without hesitation, Suyu exchanged for the 1,000 by 1,000 meter version, reasoning that it was merely 5,000 spirit essence, and soon he would be reaping numerous rewards. Ding. F-grade heavenly net purchased, 1,000 by 1,000 meters, 5,000 spirit essence deducted, remaining spirit essence, for 117,009. As the net materialized in Suyu's hands, Shen Yimo reached out to touch his forehead. "Brother you aren't seriously planning to catch the entire swarm with that? Are you?" Feng Qianxue and the other women shared expressions of skepticism. The net appeared to be an ordinary throwing net, albeit seemingly made from superior materials. They doubted that it could capture more than a few dozen bees at most. Noticing their doubtful expressions, Suyu raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Do you not believe I can use this net to ensnare these bees?" Lung Tong cast a dismissive glance at Suyu and confidently replied, "Humph. If you can capture all those mutated bees outside, I'll take your surname." "Taking my surname would be rather uninteresting. How about we make a wager instead?" Suyu suggested. "All right. What shall we bet on? If I lose, I shall return your energy stones 100-fold. However, if you..." Before Suyu could finish his sentence, Lang Tong indignantly interrupted, "Sure. Did you not claim that my energy stones were not taken by you? You deceitful scoundrel. Do not dwell on such trifles." Suyu waved his hand dismissively and continued, If you lose, you shall spend the night in my room, keeping my bed warm. What do you say? Fear not. Nothing untoward shall happen. It will merely be a night spent in my quarters, and you are not permitted to leave. With a clenched jaw, Lang Tong spat out through gritted teeth. Fine. I accept the wager. At this, a radiant smile spread across Suyu's face. The girls, well aware of Suyu's character, cast sympathetic glances at Lung Tong, but soon realization dawned upon them. Lung Tong would be confined to the room for an entire night? What of them? Would they not be forced to witness this live spectacle? Chapter 139. Alas, could it be that after transforming, Xiaobai would also be like this? Upon seeing Suyu's malevolent grin, a chill ran down Lung Tong's spine. How rash of her. Yet, the situation had progressed beyond her control. All she could do was grit her teeth and await Suyu's method of ensnaring the swarm of bees. Beside her, Su Qingwei shook her head, perplexed by her friend's increasingly unpredictable demeanor. Wasn't she once the epitome of composure? Recently, she resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. After issuing a brief instruction, Suyu allowed the galaxy to drive itself away from this location. The moment the car door swung open, swarms of bees surged inside. After swatting a few away, Suyu swiftly leaped out of the vehicle. Instead of driving off the bees, he let their stingers puncture his battle armor, the sound of their incessant buzzing echoing around him. As he drew their attention, the swarm refrained from pursuing the departing galaxy. After a brief wait, Suyu gathered his strength and propelled himself skyward like a cannonball. With a leap that soared several hundred meters high, he observed the bees converging beneath him, and a smile crept onto his lips as he cast out his net. The net expanded rapidly, quickly forming a colossal circular barrier with a radius of 1,000 meters, encircling the unsuspecting swarm below. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the bees had no time to react before being ensnared by the massive net. As the edges of the net touched the ground, they began to draw inward. Moments later, a spherical mass, thousands of times larger than Siyu himself, emerged from the scene. Meanwhile, the galaxy had turned back, and upon disembarking, the women gasped in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Without greeting them, Siyu grasped the rope and wound it around his hand several times before exerting a powerful force. Veins bulged on Siyu's forehead. He swung the mass of bees and smashed it down onto the ground. Boom. The earth trembled in response to the tremendous impact. Concurrently, a flurry of system notifications erupted in Suyu's mind. Ding, killed a level 3 mutated bee, gaining 3 spirit essence. The target's level exceeds yours, experience cannot be acquired. This visually striking scene left Feng Qianxue and the others in awe, their hearts racing at the sheer masculinity displayed. How many women could withstand such a display? Even Lung Tong and Su Qingwei were momentarily entranced. Boom. Another resounding crash jolted Lung Tong from her reverie. A faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks as she furtively glanced at Feng Qianxue and the others, relieved that no one had noticed her. Humph. He is merely a brute. What is so impressive about that? Lung Tong muttered under her breath. Yet her gaze couldn't help but drift back to the figure in the arena. After several rounds of relentless smashing and confirming that no further notifications sounded, Siyu finally ceased his assault. Within the enormous net, nearly all that remained was a mass of pulp, some of which spilled out and mingled with the luminous debris scattered across the ground. Siyu cast a glance at the system panel, noting that he had successfully captured 932 for 151 bees, yet only 720 had reached the first tier, granting him an experience boost of 360 points. His spiritual essence surged by 864, 902, totaling 281, 911 points. Not bad, not bad. If this continues, I shall soon reach the second tier. Suyu mused with a satisfied smile as he opened the net to shake off the remnants of flesh. After retracting the net, he turned to Lung Tong and remarked, "My apologies, but it seems you have lost." Noticing Lung Tong's stony expression as she silently turned toward the galaxy, Siyu called out, "Hey, Miss Long. Surely you can handle a loss. I, Lung Tong, am not someone who cannot bear defeat." She snapped back, glaring at Suyu. In the next moment, her expression shifted, and she warned, "Beware of what's behind you." Without needing her warning, Suyu had already sensed the commotion from behind. The crimson blade, Qi Shui, materialized in his hand as he swiftly turned and slashed. Clang! A golden arrow was cleaved in two. Humans, are you courting death?" A piercing female voice echoed from afar. From the distance, a swarm of bees approached, led by a woman whose presence made Suyu's demeanor grow serious. A humanoid? Could she be third tier? He dared not underestimate the situation and immediately employed his eye of detection. Name, Queen Bi Xingzhu, level, tier 2. Level 3, combat power, 1477, strength, 126,110, agility, 1538, constitution, 1093, mentality, 1470, appearance, 89, affinity. 60, talent, S-class talent, aerodomain, increases damage and accuracy with bows by 60. Energy recovers at a rate of 6 per minute. Skill, talent skill, vengeance, passive skill, gains additional attack speed after slaying a creature, receiving 5 for each kill, up to 60. Lasts for 1 minute. Item, F-class golden bow. How is it possible for a second-tier being to take on a humanoid form? Can bees even awaken bow-related talents? And is that appearance rating serious? With her ashen skin, she looks as if she has been dead for ages. How can she possess an appearance score of 89? A flurry of questions surged through Suyu's mind. Master, it is likely because she is the queen bee that she has attained a semi-humanoid state at the second tier. Much like the Spider-Woman, Leah, from before. Her talents are quite reasonable. If she were still using her stinger to attack, wouldn't that seem rather odd? As for her appearance, perhaps in the eyes of those bees, she is the most beautiful creature in existence. All right, that makes sense, Suyu conceded with a smirk. His gaze drifting towards Bai, who stood beside Xin Yuling. Goodness, I hope Bai doesn't end up looking like that after her transformation. As the queen bee hovered above Suyu, her expression twisted with rage as she bellowed. Human, why have you slaughtered my kin? Should I not slay them? Am I to allow them to kill me instead? He retorted. You vile creature, you. I curse you. The crimson blade in Suyu's hand was released, soaring directly towards the queen bee. Immediately after, Suyu planted his foot firmly and propelled himself into the air. The queen bee, taken aback by the audacity of this human, was filled with rage in her golden eyes as she brandished her golden bow, preparing to deflect the incoming Tang Dao. Clang. The moment the golden bow met the crimson blade, the queen bee felt an overwhelming force that propelled her high into the sky. Simultaneously, Suyu ascended to the same height, continuing his upward trajectory. Return to the blade, Suyu silently intoned. The flying blade hesitated for a moment before returning straight to Suyu's hand. Observing the queen bee soaring above him, Suyu let out a cold chuckle, gripping the blade with both hands and raising it above his head. Evil Light Slash? Chapter 140. How utterly absurd. Even after transforming, there are still gaps. Gazing at the queen bee hovering above, Suyu's motion to raise his sword faltered, almost causing him to strain his back. How utterly absurd. To have transformed and yet still leave openings. This is a disgrace to decorum. It must be dealt with. He unleashed a wicked slash of light. To Suyu's astonishment, the swarm of over 1,000 first-tier mutated bees launched themselves toward the blade's glow, attempting to intercept the strike. However, their feeble defenses merely slowed the advance of the blade by a fraction. Yet, it was precisely this reckless bravery of the swarm that afforded the queen bee a moment to escape danger. Watching her dwindling hive perish, the queen's heart bled. These were her offspring. Humans, I swear I will kill you. After uttering this fierce vow, the queen led the remaining few bees in retreat into the distance. By this time, Suyu had descended to the ground, his gaze shifting to the fleeing queen, his mind racing. It seems I must acquire a talent for flight swiftly. Lin Fan's S-rank ability would be quite splendid. Perhaps I should seize it once I reach the second tier. Presently, there are no terrestrial beings I cannot contend with. But those that soar in the skies or swim in the waters pose a genuine challenge. Feng Qianxue and the other women approached Suyu from behind. Shen Yimo switched her hidden moon to sniper mode, eager to demonstrate. Brother Yu, watch me bring it down with one shot. Wait, temper that fiery spirit of yours. Suyu interjected, halting her. Shen Yimo's delicate face was a picture of confusion. Brother Yu, are we just going to let it escape? It won't get far. We shall raid its nest later. Who knows, we might even procure some honey, he replied. Shen Yimo's eyes lit up. Then I want to go too. Brother Suyu. Count me in. Lin Shiwang chimed in, raising her hand with determination. All right, all of you can come, Suyu chuckled, then turned to Feng Qianxue and the others, Qianxue. You all tidy up the battlefield first. Once you're done, come find us. Feng Qianxue nodded in agreement. Understood, my dear, you can rest assured. After Suyu departed with Shen Yimo and Lin Shiwang, Feng Qianxue smiled at the others. Sisters, it's time to get to work. At that moment, Xiao Linger dashed out from the galaxy. Sister Qianxue, I want to help too. Oh, why are there so many energy stones? Gradually, the women began to sense something amiss. Over 99. 9 of these bees were merely tier 0, and aside from energy stones, tier 0 creatures dropped items of no rank, rendering them nearly useless. Typically, the drop rate for energy stones is minimal. However, they discovered that these luminous clusters contained nearly half energy stones. Noticing the confusion on Feng Qianxue and her companions' faces, Xiao Linger explained, Hee, Big Brother told me this is due to my talent. After introducing her ability, Feng Qianxue affectionately ruffled Xiao Linger's hair, saying, It seems you will be our little lucky star from now on. Indeed, a mascot it should be, Xin Yiling added, playfully tousling Xiao Linger's hair with a smile. Oh dear sister, please refrain from tousling my hair. It stunts my growth, Linger lamented, yearning to mature swiftly. Su Qingyue observed this scene, a flicker of envy dancing in her wine-red eyes. Casting a sidelong glance at Lung Tong, she noted her friend's smile as she watched Feng Qianxue and the others. Such a smile is a rare sight on her. She must, like me, long for a life filled with such joy. With her gaze returning, Su Qingyue's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile, before she resumed collecting the luminous orbs. Ding! Su Qingyue's affection for the host has increased by 3, current affection level, 49. In the midst of following the radar map to track the queen bee, Su paused, glancing back towards the direction they had come. Why has the affection level inexplicably risen again? 49 points. It seems the time has come to win over Qingyue, he mused. Shen Yimo followed Su Yu's gaze and, seeing nothing amiss, inquired, "What's the matter, Yu? Nothing, let us proceed," Su Yu replied, shaking his head as he withdrew his gaze. With the radar map in hand, he swiftly led Shen Yimo and the others to the queen bee's lair. Before the colossal tree hollow, Su Yu pondered for a moment before instructing Shen Yimo, fire a few rounds at the entrance. All right, Shen Yimo exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Striking a hornet's nest had always been her dream. Although these were not mere hornets, the mutated bees dwarfed their pre-apocalyptic counterparts by several leagues. With a series of clicks, Shen Yimo transformed her moon shadow into its fourth form, hand cannon mode. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as a cannonball the size of an arm was launched. The earth shook with an explosive roar that reverberated throughout the realm. Su Yu narrowed his eyes at the towering flames, aware that while this shot appeared formidable, it would not be sufficient to vanquish the queen bee. Indeed, as the flames waned, a figure emerged from the hollow. Whoosh! Su Yu vanished from his spot, reappearing with a firm grip around the queen bee's neck. The queen, in a state of disarray, was not only covered in dirt but also clad in tattered garments of uncertain material, with only shreds remaining. "Human, I will kill you. I swear I will slay you," the queen bee screeched, squirming in desperation. Growing weary of her incessant ramblings, Su Yu dismissed her with a swift motion. With 2 precise strikes, he severed her wings and arms. The queen's anguished wail pierced the air. "Ah, human, I will." Furrowing his brow, Su Yu delivered a decisive chop to the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. Shen Yimo approached, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Yuji, you aren't thinking of indulging in something unconventional, are you?" Her gaze flickered towards the fainted queen. "Play with that big-headed ghost?" Su Yu retorted, exasperated, as he playfully thumped Shen Yimo on the head. Watching Shen Yimo cover her head in defeat, Lin Shio could hardly contain her laughter from the sidelines. Su Yu did not kill the queen bee. He merely wished to experiment with whether the soul control spell could be applied to otherworldly beasts. If successful, it would significantly expand his potential subjects for enslavement. Placing his hand upon the queen bee's forehead, he uttered, "Soul control spell." Moments later, 2 system notifications chimed in unison. Ding! Defeated a level 2, level 3 queen bee, gaining 400 spiritual essence and 40 experience points. Current experience, 3149. 39,000. Ding! The talent plundering limit has been reached. It will refresh upon level advancement. Su Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Little fairy, is the soul control spell ineffective against otherworldly beasts?" "Master, the soul control spell can indeed be applied to any living being. If the target offers no resistance and willingly accepts the soul seed, success is guaranteed. However, if the intended target is unconscious, gravely injured, and of a higher rank than yourself, there exists a probability of failure." "So that is how it is. I understand now," Su Yu nodded, his gaze shifting to the luminous orb beside the queen bee's corpse. Upon picking up the orb, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. "No way, this can also drop?" Chapter 141. The Skill of Vengeance. As Su Yu examined the items dropped by the queen bee, Feng Qianxue and the other women approached. Upon noticing the petite figure descending from the galactic, they glanced at the skill scroll in her hands, wondering, could it truly be influenced by Xiao Lingo's talent? The scroll that Su Yu held contained the queen's innate skill, Vengeance. However, it had undergone some modifications. E-rank skill, Vengeance, exclusive to bows or throwing weapons, passive skill. Grants increased attack speed after slaying a creature. Gain 5 for each kill, with a maximum of 15. Duration, 1 minute. Is this skill powerful? It may appear ordinary at first glance, yet its true strength is formidable. Attack speed differs from movement speed, while movement speed can be easily enhanced. Increasing attack speed proves to be a significant challenge. Once a certain threshold is reached in the late game, further improvements become nearly insurmountable. Given Feng Qianxue's current attributes, she could release a maximum of 5 arrows per second. However, if this skill were to be upgraded to SSS rank, after effortlessly slaying 20 creatures, she could unleash 10 arrows per second. Initially, the increase may seem modest, But what about in the mid to late game? Even if her attacks fail to penetrate the enemy's defenses, Feng Qianxue's innate talent imbues her arrows with slowing and freezing properties. Unless the enemies possess unique talents or skills that negate negative effects, once the first arrow strikes, they would be ensnared in an endless deceleration. Coupled with Feng Qianxue's talent skill, frost binding, it is likely that enemies would never lay a finger on her. One could argue that this skill appears to be tailor-made for Feng Qianxue. Tossing the skill scroll in the air, Xiyu turned his gaze towards Feng Qianxue, who approached him as his thoughts began to wander. Speaking of which, the few of them have yet to complete a certain task. Should I seize this opportunity to experiment? After all, they've all reached the first tier. There is no need for modesty. It's all quite clean. If one of them takes the initiative, it should be easier for Xin Yiling and the others. Tonight could also be an eye-opener for Lang Tong. His gaze swept over Xin Yiling and her companions as he caught the skill scroll that he had tossed. Let us do it. Life is long. One must traverse all paths to achieve fulfillment. When Feng Qianxue arrived in front of him, before Suyu could speak, she offered him the energy stones they had collected. Previously, all energy stones and equipment dropped from the undead creatures had been handed over to him. However, this time, Suyu stopped her. Wait. You should distribute these energy stones among yourselves. Keep them for now. In the future, just store any additional equipment or skills on the Galactic. Feng Qianxue furrowed her brow. But, dear, we cannot utilize these energy stones. It's perfectly fine if you can't use them. Having a portion on hand is always prudent. As he spoke, Suyu handed her the skill scroll. Qianxue, see if you like this. I exerted considerable effort to obtain it. After she accepted it, Suyu addressed Xin Yiling and the others. This skill is particularly suited for Qianxue, so I'm giving it to her first. I will provide you with suitable skills in the future. Fortunately, none of the women possessed a temperament inclined toward jealousy. Upon witnessing Feng Qianxue acquiring a skill that perfectly suited her, they genuinely rejoiced for her. After examining the skill's information, Feng Qianxue clearly understood its formidable nature. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Darling, you are truly wonderful, she exclaimed, planting a gentle kiss on Suyu's cheek. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned in to whisper sweetly in her ear. A rosy hue quickly blossomed on Feng Qianxue's fair, jade-like cheeks, gradually spreading to the nape of her neck. After casting a playful glance at Suyu, she said nothing further and gracefully slipped away from his embrace. Observing this, Suyu silently mused, it seems there is potential here. Subsequently, he refrained from saying anything more and led the group toward the tree hollow. Eager to discover if there was honey within, the tree was a colossal willow. Its thick trunk so vast that it would take 4 to 5 individuals to encircle it fully. Its expansive canopy cast a formidable shadow over a 1,000-meter radius, and the long, drooping branches shimmered with a faint, crystalline green light. Had Suyu not previously employed his detection eye, one might have mistaken it for a tree endowed with sentience. The hollow was situated 20 meters above the ground, and with the current strength of the group, ascending to it was a trivial task. Upon entering the hollow, they were greeted by charred remnants and a multitude of corpses strewn about. Suyu leaned over to peer into the depths of the hollow. It was shrouded in darkness, and even with his keen vision, he could only make out the profound abyss below. Xiaoxian, exchange for 5 ordinary burning sticks, please. Certainly, just a moment, master. I am currently transferring the excess energy I absorbed earlier. It will be ready shortly. Not long ago, Suyu had vanquished nearly 1,000,000 mutated bees. And although most were of the first tier, and thus not particularly energy-rich, their sheer quantity was significant. Xiaoxian had previously mentioned that her original essence had not yet fully recovered, making it quite taxing to manage such a vast data load independently. Beep. Purchased 5 ordinary burning sticks, deducting 5 spirit essence, remaining spirit essence, 281,906. After activating one of the burning sticks, he tossed it into the depths of the hollow, illuminating the interior for all to see. The walls were densely populated with bee pupae. Except for those near the entrance that had already been charred, the pupae deeper within writhed incessantly, presenting a rather grotesque sight. Ugh, how revolting. Shinimo recoiled in distaste. Even Feng Qianxue and the others frowned, likely disliking the spectacle as well. I shall descend to assess the situation, Suyu announced before leaping into the hollow. Upon reaching the bottom, he was greeted by a cascade of golden honey, the sweet aroma enveloping him. Numerous first-tier bees still lingered, not quite dead, in a compassionate act. Suyu ended their suffering. He then ignited the remaining burning sticks, tossing them into the 4 corners of the hollow. Instantly, the space was bathed in light. As Feng Qianxue and the others descended, they were left speechless by the unexpected cleanliness and orderliness of the environment before them. Especially Shin Yimo, Lin Shiyao, and Xiaolinger, along with the gluttonous Xiao Bai, gazed hungrily at the honey, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they swallowed repeatedly. Suyu dipped his fingers into the honey and tasted it. The moment it touched his tongue, he instinctively closed his eyes. The honey was exceedingly sweet, awakening every single taste bud within him. This honey, produced by mutated bees, was not only sweet but also exuded a rich fragrance, brimming with potent energy. As Suyu swallowed the honey, he felt a warm current surge through his abdomen, coursing through his meridians and radiating throughout his entire body. The warmth intensified, as if every pore were opening wide. In mere moments, his skin flushed a vibrant red, and even Su Xiaoyu seemed to lift her head in response. After exhaling a cloud of white mist, Suyu gradually returned to normal. What an exhilarating experience! He couldn't help but exclaim. It felt akin to the sensation of consuming strong liquor during his days as an ordinary person. Without hesitation, he summoned hundreds of large barrels, each holding 10 liters, instructing the women to gather the honey. This honey not only replenished vitality and enhanced masculinity, but also nourished the body and beautified the complexion. Such a marvelous treasure must be packed and taken away. Chapter 142. Oh, little dog, can you even do it? A solitary tree hollow yielded a bountiful harvest of honey, filling no less than 105 barrels. Ample sustenance for an extended duration. Upon departure, Suyu, having discovered the bee pupae within the hollow, obliterated them entirely. Though these pupae offered no spiritual essence, who could foresee if a formidable bee might emerge in the future, seeking vengeance? After leaving the tree hollow, they resumed their previous formation, dispersing as they advanced. It was not until nightfall that the group gradually returned to the Milky Way. Upon seeing Suyu, Lin Shiwei joyously leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Suyu, both my sister and I have mastered our movement techniques." 28 days had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and Suyu had witnessed the hardships endured by her and Feng Qinxue. Thus, he felt a swell of happiness for them. Embracing Lin Shiwei's petite form, Suyu praised, "Well done. How about I prepare a delightful feast for you tonight?" Lin Shiwei planted a kiss on Suyu's cheek, saying, "Thank you, Brother Suyu." After gently setting Lin Shiwei down, Suyu nodded at Feng Qinxue and led the ladies into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Tonight, he intended to craft something extraordinary. He retrieved a barrel of honey and, after some contemplation, instructed the maid to gather the necessary vegetables from the planting area. He then extracted various meats from his spatial storage and began his culinary endeavor. Once all the dishes were prepared and presented on the table, the ladies gazed at the exquisite spread, their mouths watering in anticipation. The succulent, crispy-skinned garlic honey chicken wings burst with flavor, while the sweet, tender honey-glazed sweet potatoes were a delight to the senses. The honey-glazed char siu, perfectly balanced between fat and lean, was irresistibly aromatic. And the melt-in-your-mouth honey yams were sweet without being cloying, boasting a delightful stretch. The ribs, particularly tender, oozed juices with each bite. And the roasted Lion King ribs were so delicious that one couldn't help but lick their fingers. Moreover, there were 10 bottles of fine red wine to complement the feast. The evening's prosperity hinged upon these offerings. With a snap of his fingers, the Milky Way sprang into action. Suddenly, the villa was enveloped in darkness, only for flames to flicker to life on each candelabrum, igniting the candles. A bouquet of fresh red roses appeared in the center of the dining table, creating an atmosphere of warmth and romance with the combination of roses, wine, candlelight, and aromatic dishes. As glasses clinked gently, the ladies radiated the same rich hue and subtle fragrance as the robust red wine and the soft candlelight. Observing the unique charms of each lady, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Su Qingwei, with her elegant demeanor, exuded a mature allure, her black dress complemented by dark golden adornments, epitomizing nobility and grace. Initially, Long Tong felt somewhat out of place, given the intimate nature of the gathering. However, after a few rounds of wine, she relaxed, playfully challenging Suyu to drink, determined to intoxicate him. By the end of the night, at least 8 out of the 10 bottles of red wine had been consumed by the two of them. However, it is surprising that Lung Tong still possesses the strength to fight. Xiaogo, are you even capable? Upon hearing this, Suyu's brow twitched, and he immediately spent 3,000 spirit essence to exchange for 10 bottles of fine red wine. Drink. Today, let me show you what I'm truly capable of. The spirited Shen Yimo, eager for the spectacle, rushed to Lung Tong's side to cheer her on. She planned to seize the moment when Suyu had imbibed enough to reclaim her previous humiliation. Thus, the gathering, which was about to conclude, became lively once more. Wine was poured, dishes were served, and the atmosphere was splendidly harmonious. As Lung Tong reached her 7th bottle, she swayed and waved her hand, declaring, "No, I can't take it anymore. I need to rest." With that, she staggered upstairs. At this moment, Suyu, feeling the effects of the alcohol, shook his slightly dizzy head and called out, "Remember your wager, Lang." I know," she replied. Once Lung Tong ascended the stairs, Su pulled Su Qinghua to drink with him. Unfortunately, she was not as accommodating, merely taking a sip each time, unlike Lang Tong who downed her drinks in one go. After indulging in food and drink for a while longer, Su began to feel overwhelmed. The fine red wine was indeed potent. While it was delightful to sip, its after effects were considerably intense. Thus, he meandered upstairs. And upon reaching the staircase corner, he suddenly recalled something. He turned back to Feng Qianxue and winked. I'm heading upstairs now. Once you finish, hurry up. I have a new technique to teach you all today. Just as Shen Yimo and Lin Xiu were about to follow and inquire, Feng Qianxue pulled them back, saying, let us wait a bit before going up. Let Long Tong and her husband have some time alone. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue's crimson eyes flickered. Feng Qianxue also noticed the unusual glint in Su Qingyue's gaze, and she moved to sit beside her, raising her glass. After taking a sip of red wine, Feng Qianxue gently remarked, Qingyue, you have fallen for your husband, haven't you? Seeing Su Qingyue remain silent, Feng Qianxue smiled and continued, Qingyue, do you have any dreams or aspirations? To grow stronger. Is becoming stronger your only aspiration? She chuckled, I can assist you with that. And you'll see your power enhance exponentially in no time. Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Before she became 01, she had no awareness of her nationality, let alone her parents. After becoming 01, she uncovered the organization's secrets. Every 3 years, the organization sought out 1,000 promising candidates globally, sending them to a place known as Hell for training, while their families were systematically eliminated. This meant her family had been eradicated by the organization. Upon learning these truths, her sole desire became to grow stronger and dismantle that inhumane organization. At that moment, Shen Yiling also rose and took a seat beside Su Qingyue, saying, Qingyue, if you wish to become stronger, we can all help you. On the other side, Su had sauntered to the threshold of his bedroom, and upon glimpsing the silhouette within, a subtle smile graced his lips. Qingyue, cease your antics. I wish to slumber. Cold Tong murmured drowsily. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and upon recognizing the person before her, her brows furrowed in confusion. Su, without a moment's hesitation, advanced directly towards her, silencing Cold Tong's words. Cold Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 143. Feng Qianxue versus Su Qing. The following day, Long Tong returned to her usual demeanor, cool and unyielding, as though nothing had transpired the night before. Su Yu observed her from a distance, refraining from approaching her, aware that the previous night had been a disgrace for him. It is often said that alcohol leads to misfortune, and he could not deny the truth in that. A single lapse had allowed her to escape at a critical moment. Nevertheless, Su did not emerge entirely empty-handed. Although Lang Tong maintained her frosty expression, her favorability towards him had surged by 16 points, now reaching 31. He mused that with another opportunity, he could avert any further mishaps. After breakfast, prepared by the maid, Su intended to lead the group of women on a hunt for zombies. However, Feng Qianxue suddenly proposed a duel with Su Qingyue. Su was momentarily perplexed. Had these two quarreled? Following her training session the previous night, Feng Qianxue had successfully acquired a point of evolution. Instead of enhancing her innate talent, she had chosen to refine her newly comprehended agility technique. This meant that her mastery of agility had reached E rank, boasting a remarkable 150 increase in speed. Yet, it was ill-advised for Feng Qianxue to challenge Su Qingyue, whose talent would undoubtedly overshadow her own. Nonetheless, Su refrained from intervening and cleared a space for the two outside the galactic ship. The two women stood opposite each other, with Feng Qianxue wearing an uncommon expression of seriousness. Qingyue, I hope you will unleash your full strength. Su Qingyue nodded earnestly, brandishing the Huangquan piercer in her hand before transforming into a streak of light, charging towards Feng Qianxue. In response, the eye sling bow materialized in Feng Qianxue's grasp, unleashing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Qingyue did not evade. She had transitioned into an ethereal state, allowing the arrows to pass through her without resistance. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Feng Qianxue. Though puzzled by Feng Qianxue's lack of defense, she thrust the Huangquan piercer towards her without hesitation. Crack! The sound echoed like shattering glass, and a smile broke across Feng Qianxue's exquisite face. This was her innate skill, Heart of Ice. Su Qingyue felt a wave of unease and prepared to switch states when an intense chill enveloped her body, slowing her movements. Simultaneously, Feng Qianxue vanished from sight. Both Su Qingyue and the observing Lang Tong were taken aback by Feng Qianxue's speed, so swift. With no time to ponder further, Su Qingyue attempted to shatter the ice forming around her body, only to be startled by frost descending from the air. The biting cold seeped into her skin. Huh! Su Qingyue exclaimed, summoning all her strength to shatter the encasing ice, then immediately melding into the void. After pausing for a moment, She propelled herself toward Feng Qianxue once more. However, this time, she sensed a marked decrease in her speed, clearly a result of her injuries. As her arrows could not reach Su Qingyue, Feng Qianxue wisely evaded her onslaught with remarkable agility. Once the Heart of Ice shield restored, she deliberately reduced her speed, preparing to allow Su Qingyue the opportunity to strike. However, Su Qingyue was no fool. Having suffered once, she was evidently not about to be deceived again. After gazing at Feng Qianxue for a considerable time, Su Qingyue sheathed her Huangquan dagger, and her battle armor transformed into a more casual form. You have triumphed. My speed cannot match yours, she conceded. Feng Qianxue shook her head, replying, I cannot attack you either, so let us consider it a draw. With that, she turned to Lin Xie, saying, Xie, please heal Qingyue. Just as Su Qingyue was about to refuse, Lin Xie had already grasped her hand. A milky white energy spreading from her arm throughout her body, swiftly dispelling the cold that had enveloped her. Thank you, Su Qingyue stammered. Lin Xie tilted her head with a smile. Sister Qingyue, there is no need for such formality. We are all family. Su Qingyue paused, then nodded at Feng Qianxue, saying, I will seriously consider what you mentioned earlier. After uttering this, she began to follow the path that Siyu had outlined for her. As she walked away, Long Tong was about to pursue her when Siyu abruptly held her back. What are you doing? No, you should take Xiaolinga with you today. I need to speak with Qingyue. Without giving Lung Tong a chance to protest, Siyu exchanged brief greetings with Feng Qianxue and the others before swiftly pursuing the direction in which Su Qingyue had departed. Frustrated, Long Tong stamped her foot. That scoundrel. At that moment, Feng Qianxue approached Lung Tong, teasing, Lung Tong, did you have an encounter with your husband last night? How could that be? Don't say such nonsense. Though denying it, Lung Tong's conviction lacked strength, her gaze frequently darting to the ground. Chapter 144. The Emotionless Assassin. When Suyu located Su Qingyue through the radar map, she was amidst a horde of corpses, ruthlessly dispatching them. Unlike her usual precise and efficient demeanor, she now resembled someone releasing pent-up frustrations. Suyu refrained from interrupting her, instead lighting a Yuming cigarette and leaning against the building, quietly observing. After a considerable while, once she had vanquished the last zombie, Su Qingyue turned, grasping her Huangquan dagger, and approached Suyu, her gaze filled with complexity. I want to challenge you. Challenge me? Suyu was taken aback, flicking the cigarette butt away and straightening up to look down at Su Qingyue. Give me a reason. My instructor told me that an assassin should possess no emotions. Su Qingyue's expression was serious, and after a brief pause, she continued, once feelings begin to manifest, the source must be eradicated immediately, or it will become an obstacle on my path to strength. An emotionless assassin? Siyu chuckled. So, you intend to kill me? Su Qingyue shook her head. I am not your match. Then what is this? I accept your challenge. In 12 hours, if you are still alive, I shall become your weapon for killing. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's earnest declaration, Siyu grasped the situation. She sought to provide herself with an explanation, a rationale for her actions. Very well, I accept. He had no reason to refuse, and before her, he adjusted the radar map to display only zombies and mutant beasts. Watching Su Qingyue's departing silhouette, Siyu couldn't help but smirk. How intriguing. By day, she attempts to assassinate me, and by night, it shall be my turn to hunt her. As night fell, Suyu returned to the galaxy with Su Qingyue in his arms. Husband. Upon seeing the two of them, Feng Qianxue and the other women, who had already returned to the galaxy, gasped in surprise. Koltong's beautiful eyes ignited with fury as she demanded, You bastard. What have you done to Qingyue? Her anger was understandable, for Su Qingyue, cradled in Suyu's embrace, appeared utterly disheveled. Her clothing was stained with blood, torn and tattered, resembling something that had been mauled by a beast. Even the F-grade battle armor, equipped with self-repair capabilities, would likely require a day or two for restoration given the extent of the damage. Observing the flushed Su Qingyue in his arms, Siyu felt an indescribable emotion swell within him. Initially, he had thought Su Qingyue was merely putting on a show, engaging in a pretense. To his surprise, she was entirely serious, holding nothing back. Her fervor in battle was akin to that of someone confronting a mortal enemy. Siyu did not remain stationary. He simultaneously engaged in slaying zombies and mutant beasts while defending against her assassination attempts. Her elusive strikes caught him off guard more than once. For instance, when Su Qingyue melded into the void, lurking within walls or beneath the ground, she would deliver lethal blows when he was at his most relaxed. After being repelled by Suyu's punch, she would vanish once more, biding her time for the next opportunity. If it were someone else, a single punch from Suyu would likely elicit cries of distress. Yet Su Qingyue remained silent and bore it with remarkable resilience. This incident also reveals that Su Qingyue had deliberately held back during her morning match against Feng Qianxue. After gently placing Su Qingwei on the sofa, Suyu turned to the other women and said, Qingwei is fine. Xiao, please attend to her. Once Lin Xiao completed her treatment, Su Qingwei did not express her gratitude again. Instead, she wore an exceptionally gentle smile and softly remarked, Xiao, you have worked hard. Sister Qingwei, your smile is simply enchanting. Lin Xiyu sincerely complimented. Su Qingyue's transformation can be attributed to the fact that her fondness for Suyu had surged by 31 points after their agreed-upon time, reaching a total of 80. Such a level of affection signifies deep love, and she would wholeheartedly accept those around Suyu. After Su Qingwei and Suyu had freshened up, Xin Yiling had prepared a lavish feast. As Su Qingyue's battle attire was still being repaired, she donned a simple ancient-style qipao that Suyu had previously gathered. The qipao was elegantly designed, adorned with exquisite embroidery, and its neckline slightly open, revealing her gracefully elongated and fair neck. Beneath her long, snowy legs, her small feet, painted with red nail polish, were encased in alluring crystal high heels. Observing the captivating Su Qingyue, who could enchant with every smile and gesture, Lung Tong glanced down at her maid outfit, feeling a twinge of discomfort. To prevent Su Qingwei from falling into Suyu's clutches, she had chosen to remain here, yet not only had she failed to safeguard her, but she had also nearly succumbed herself. After casually eating a bit, Lung Tong set down her utensils. I'm full, you may continue, she stated. Upon returning to her room, Lung Tong leaned against the door. After a considerable amount of time, she finally straightened up and approached the bedside, removing her maid uniform and changing into her usual battle armor. Her slender fingers brushed over the work attire, and a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Do I still have a reason to stay here? After a long pause, she sighed, storing her clothes in her spatial pocket, then lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Chapter 145. The enigmatic little spirit in a jar arrives in Jinling on the following morning. Suyu awoke, embracing Su Qingwei. The night prior had thoroughly exhausted him. He had spent the better part of it guiding Su Qingyue in her cultivation, followed by an intensive training session with Feng Qianxue and the other three ladies, before finally returning to Su Qingwei. It is often said that the quickest way to a woman's soul is through certain means, and Suyu firmly believed in this notion. Especially with a woman like Su Qingwei, after a night of intimacy, her demeanor had transformed. No longer did she wear the frosty countenance that warned others to keep their distance. Instead, a gentle smile graced her lips, exquisite yet unpretentious. Her porcelain-like arms encircled Suyu's waist, and her silky long legs remained entwined around him. Suyu initially wished to allow her to slumber a while longer. Yet as he made a move, the beauty who had been peacefully asleep suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. However, upon recognizing Suyu, the icy glint dissipated instantly. Leaning against the headboard, Suyu tenderly caressed Su Qingyue's delicate back and chuckled. I wanted you to sleep a bit longer. Yet you remained so vigilant even in slumber. Su Qingwei gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and smiled softly. In a world shrouded in darkness, one must remain alert. Otherwise, there would be nothing but remnants of bones left. How could I reserve the finest treasures for you otherwise? I've grown accustomed to this way of life since childhood. If you dislike it, I shall be more mindful in the future. Her words stirred Suyu's heart, and his gaze upon Su Qingwei softened. From now on, I shall take care of everything. Indeed. Su Qingwei nodded in agreement. Suyu then leaned down, delicately tasting her charming red lips. Qianxue and the others must be awake by now. Let us venture out. Observing Su Qingyue's slight grimace as her movement aggravated her wound, Suyu remarked with a smile, we shall have Xiao tend to your injury again shortly. No, you are all sisters. Why be shy? Qianxue and the others receive Xiao's treatment every night. As she spoke, Suyu effortlessly lifted Su Qingwei into his arms and strode out of the room. In the villa's grand hall, Xin Yiling had already prepared breakfast. Amidst the flirtatious gazes of the ladies, Suyu set Su Qingwei down at the dining table. After surveying the surroundings, he furrowed his brow. Where's that cold girl? At Suyu's inquiry, the women exchanged puzzled glances. Typically, both Lung Tong and Su Qingwei were the first to rise in the villa. Now, even the little spirit had awakened. Surely, Lung Tong wasn't still asleep? Husband, I shall check her room, Feng Qianxue declared, preparing to ascend the stairs to Lung Tong's chamber. Just then, a mechanical voice from the galaxy system chimed in. Master. Miss Lung Tong departed before dawn. Departed? How long has she been gone? Suyu inquired, his expression tense. 3 hours, 7 minutes, and 42 seconds, came the response. Upon reaching Ling Tong's room, Suyu and the others discovered a letter on the bed, accompanied by a pile of energy stones. As Suyu examined the letter, Shin Yimo and Lin Xiao leaned in, eager to read its contents aloud. Sisters, forgive my abrupt departure. I have been away from home for quite some time, and it is time for me to return to Kyoto. You need not worry about me. You scoundrel! Qingyue, I entrust her to you. Should you treat her poorly, I shall surely take my vengeance upon you. The subsequent remarks were the words of Ling Tong directed at Feng Qingyue and the others. So you did not scrutinize further and handed the letter to Su Qingyue. As for the energy stones, they had been distributed to them by Feng Qingyue at Su Yu's request. Even little Lingo had a share. Upon learning that Ling Yong had gone to Kyoto, Su Yu felt a slight sense of relief. He harbored no concerns for Ling Tong's safety. Her innate talent was spatial ability, allowing her to flee even in perilous situations. Moreover, she possessed a holographic wristband, enabling her to maintain contact with Feng Qingyue and the others at any time. However, since she had fled during a critical moment previously, he felt it necessary to hold her accountable this time. Upon reaching Kyoto, he must impart to her the lesson of why the flowers bloom so vividly. After a night of cultivation, Su Yu's evolution points had reached 6, having increased from 3, with 2 points gained during his initial training session with Su Qingyue and 1 point accrued from progress. Simultaneously, Su Yu's attractiveness had risen by another point, reaching a total of 97. He felt he was now on par with the legendary readers. With 6 evolution points in hand, Su Yu decided to wait a few days before utilizing them, as he was only a few days away from achieving the second tier. Once he obtained his third talent, it would not be too late to allocate them. As for Su Qingyue's 2 evolution points, after informing her of their significance, Su Yu recommended enhancing her proficiency in agility and short blade skills. Elevating her talents could potentially elevate them to SSS level, likely granting her 2 additional skills. Although it would still fall short compared to mastery of abilities, Su Qingyue was unaware that achieving E-level proficiency would result in a qualitative change. Nevertheless, upon hearing Su Yu's suggestion, she promptly enhanced both of her skill proficiencies without a moment's hesitation. This meant that Su Qingyue now enjoyed a 150 boost in both attack and movement speed, making her the strongest among the group. As for Ling Tong's departure, Feng Qingyue and the others, including Su Qingyue, paid it little heed. To them, it merely signified a temporary separation. Their destination was Kyoto, and they firmly believed that Su Yu would not let this opportunity slip away. With Ling Tong's absence, Su Yu prepared to team up with Su Qingyue. Meanwhile, little Linger was about to be sealed in a jar. This suggestion came from Xiao Xian, and Su Yu spent a total of 230,000 spirit essence to exchange for various medicinal herbs and spirit plants, along with an oversized glass jar. After pouring 5 barrels of honey into the jar, Su Yu followed Xiao Xian's instructions, placing the medicinal herbs and spirit plants in succession. As the last spirit plant was added, the bees, along with the various herbs previously placed, began to bubble as if boiling, emitting steam. Once tranquility returned, only a clear, transparent liquid remained in the jar. Gazing at the towering glass jar, Su Yu inwardly questioned, Xiao Xian, are you certain this will work? I hope we do not end up suffocating little Linger. Rest assured, my master, there shall be no issues whatsoever. This is something that, well, it is a skill I acquired long ago. Su Yu expressed his skepticism. Yet recognizing the circumstances, he had no alternative. Linger, you must enter the jar. The liquid within will expedite your growth. Should you experience any discomfort, do inform your elder brother, understood? The little Linger nodded obediently, replying, Elder brother, I understand. Without further consideration for Su Yu and the ladies, she focused her thoughts, disrobed, and gracefully leaped into the glass jar. Noticing the ladies' gazes upon her, Su Yu managed an awkward smile, contemplating how the little girl seemed oblivious to propriety. He would need to educate her further in the future. The ladies returned with skeptical glances, as if to say they believed him only a fool. Su Yu, however, decided against pretense. After all, they would soon be family, and he cared little for their judgments. Linger, submerge your head and see if you can breathe, he instructed. Following his guidance, little Linger emerged from the liquid, exclaiming in wonder, Elder brother, how marvelous. I can breathe underwater. After discussing the necessary precautions, Su Yu sealed the glass jar. The formula provided by Xiao Xian was the gentlest in the cosmos, devoid of any side effects, requiring a month of airtight confinement. Upon beginning to absorb the medicinal properties, Linga would gradually fall into slumber, only to awaken once the essence had been fully absorbed, completing her transformation. Observing that Lingo had succumbed to sleep, Su Yu led the women out of the galactic vessel, embarking on their journey of advancement. As they traversed from Yinling to Gaiyang, finally reaching Jinling, dusk had begun to settle. Along the way, they encountered primarily zombies and mutated beasts, with occasional human groups, most of whom, upon witnessing Su Yu and his companions' prowess, kept their distance and refrained from engaging. Those who survived since the onset of the apocalypse understood a fundamental truth. This is an era of lost humanity, rife with shades of gray, hunger, filth, chaos, and madness. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life, and in such times, no one would engage in peaceful discourse. To exist in this age is to bear the original sin of weakness. During their journey, Suyu also encountered a group emboldened by their strength, attempting to harass Su Qinghua. Regarding such unsolicited opportunities, Suyu felt no impatience. He would not initiate violence, but since they approached him, he would not hold back. As he deftly navigated a swarm of mutated rats, he paused, glancing at a tall building, then instructed Xiao Xian to activate the radar map. 23 individuals. All at the first stage. I hope you possess enough sense not to provoke me, he mused, scanning the ever-gathering horde of rats. He sent a voice message to Su Qinghua. Qinghua, it is time to net them. Understood, she replied. Chapter 146, The Survivor Team. Mutated vines in the face of the horde of rats, Suyu refrained from unleashing a violent onslaught. Instead, he resolved to bide his time, waiting for them to gather in greater numbers for a single, decisive strike. As the level of the aberrant creatures increased, so too did their intelligence. If Suyu revealed his formidable prowess too soon, he risked frightening away a significant number of first-tier beasts. However, by merely evading their attacks and occasionally slaying a few to provoke their ire, they would perceive him as an easy target, prompting them to rally and launch a frenzied assault. Soon, Su Qinghua emerged from a nearby sewer, followed by a cacophony of frantic squeaks. The shrill sounds escalated into a deafening uproar. Boom, boom. It was as if an army were thundering past. From the sewer, a horde of enraged rats, their eyes aglow with fury, surged forth. Countless mutated rodents poured out like a flood, rushing towards Su Qinghua. On the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, a group of 23 men stood in stunned silence, their scalps prickling with apprehension. One man swallowed hard and urged, Brother Zhao, we should leave quickly. This is terrifying. The middle-aged man, known as Brother Zhao, furrowed his brow, insisting, wait a moment. Having previously served in the military of Jinling, he had seen Suyu's photograph and found it hard to believe that someone of such significance to the empire would be overwhelmed by a mere swarm of rats. Meanwhile, Suyu nodded at Su Qinghua before leaping onto the rooftop, surveying the dense mass of rodents below. As he observed the endless stream of mutated rats pouring from the sewer, he couldn't help but marvel at Qingyue's innate talent for attracting foes. Standing her ground amidst the chaos, Su Qinghua allowed the rats to swarm towards her. In mere moments, she amassed a height of around 10 meters, appearing like a small mountain of rodents from a distance. On the rooftop, one man gazed at the scene with regret, lamenting, what a pity. She is such a beautiful girl. Another man wondered why he would allow such a stunning gem to draw the beasts, deeming it a cruel fate. If I had such a sister, I would treat her like royalty. Suddenly, one of the men exclaimed, look, that woman has moved. By heavens, where did all those blades come from? Goodness, please tell me this isn't some sort of skill. As the myriad of blades transformed into streaks of light, mercilessly slicing through the rat horde, the group on the rooftop was left in utter disbelief. Moments later, the ground was strewn with rat carcasses and an abundance of luminous orbs. Gulping in unison, the 23 men stood awestruck, one murmuring, This is utterly terrifying. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Even having endured the apocalypse and witnessed various extraordinary abilities, the spectacle of Suyu's heavenly judgment would forever be etched in their memories, becoming a tale to boast about to future generations. Look, it's that woman. She is still alive. As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld Su Qinghua emerging from the pile of corpses, her form remarkably unblemished, devoid of any filth or disorder. No, it would be more accurate to say she seemed to transcend from the heap, akin to an ethereal spirit passing through. Zhao Gu, they are truly formidable. If they are here, we will undoubtedly succeed in rescuing our families. I must implore them, exclaimed a man, his face alight with excitement as he prepared to descend the stairs. A middle-aged man seized him, saying, wait, their luminous spheres have yet to be collected. Acting rashly could lead to misunderstandings. Indeed. Zhao Gu, your foresight is commendable, the man conceded. Surveying the gathering, the middle-aged man addressed the crowd, brothers. Our goal is to rescue our families, and the opportunity has now presented itself. Observing the joy in their eyes, he continued, when we descend shortly, regardless of what transpires, maintain silence and adopt a respectful demeanor. The crowd responded in unison, we understand, Zhao Gu. Indeed, rest assured, Zhao Gu. The middle-aged man raised his hand for calm, everyone. Produce your energy stones. When seeking assistance, one must exhibit the proper demeanor. Others will not assist us without reason. Ding. Host experience has reached its limit. Would you like to upgrade? If you do not level up, experience cannot accumulate. Hearing the notification echo in his mind, Suyu smiled slightly. Upgrade. After leveling up, he allocated 20 attribute points, 7 to agility, 7 to constitution, and 6 to spirit. Upon distribution, his four-dimensional attributes stood at Strength, 839, Agility, 781, Constitution, 781 Spirit, 779. In just one day, Suyu had amassed over 6,000 experience points, largely thanks to Su Qingwei, who had spent the day drawing monsters for him. Had he been alone, he would have been grateful to achieve 3,000 experience. Embracing Su Qingwei at the waist, he planted a kiss on her smooth forehead. Qingwei, you have worked hard today. It was not arduous, she replied, shaking her head, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Before encountering Suyu, her sole ambition had been to enhance her strength. Now, her contentment derived solely from aiding him, rendering her previous aspirations of dismantling organizations inconsequential. Suyu chuckled. How could one not love such a woman? After sending a message to Feng Qianxue and Xin Yiling to gather at this location, Suyu gazed at the myriad luminous spheres scattered among the corpses, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. To collect them felt laborious, yet to leave them seemed wasteful. He had previously attempted to have his bionic maid gather the spheres, yet they could not perceive them at all. Upon learning this, he reached out to Xin Yiling, inquiring whether Xiaobai could see the luminous spheres. The response was that while she could not see them, she could utilize items extracted from the spheres, except for skills. This led Suyu to conclude that perhaps only humans could perceive the luminous orbs that emerged. Seemingly perceiving Suyu's inner turmoil, Su Qingwei gently spoke. You should take a rest. I can handle this on my own. What nonsense are you saying? How could I let you do this alone? After a full half hour, Suyu and Su Qingwei finally gathered all the luminous orbs scattered across the ground. Straightening up, Suyu surveyed the area, and upon confirming that nothing was overlooked, he lamented, this task of collecting orbs feels more exhausting than battling zombies. By the way, gravity should also be able to draw the orbs towards oneself, right? Suyu was reminded once more of Lin Fan's talent, heavenly attraction, at that moment. His ears perked up as he caught sight of a group of people emerging from around the street corner, narrowing his eyes. I hope you are not here seeking your own demise. Using his detection abilities, he scanned the group of 23 individuals, apart from the middle-aged man leading them, Zhao Amping, who was at level 1, Tier 1. The rest were all at level 0, Tier 1. Upon hearing their intentions, Suyu raised an eyebrow and inquired with surprise. Are you suggesting that you wish to hire me to assist in rescuing someone? No, it is not a hiring. We merely wish to request your esteemed assistance in eliminating a particular plant, to be precise, a mutated vine, Zhao Amping replied, opening his backpack to reveal approximately 700 energy stones within. A vine. Suyu's interest peaked not at the sight of the energy stones, but rather at the mention of the mutated vine Zhao Amping spoke of. Chapter 147. Shen Yimo. My time has come. From Zhao Amping. Suyu learned about the situation regarding the mutated vines. Zhao Amping and the group behind him were situated in a small settlement within an industrial area. A fortnight ago, they discovered that individuals were mysteriously disappearing from the settlement each day. However, in the apocalypse, the disappearance of a few people was utterly commonplace, and thus it had not drawn any attention. It was only 2 days ago that they stumbled upon the corpses of those missing individuals, with the unknown vines on the factory walls being the primary culprits. These mutated vines possessed formidable strength, yet they did not engage in rampant slaughter of the settlement's inhabitants. Instead, they exclusively abducted women for unspeakable purposes. Upon hearing this, a vivid scene involuntarily surfaced in Suyu's mind, reminiscent of a renowned animated film featuring cherry blossoms and those monstrous creatures. Could it really be that outrageous? Is there truly such a thing? This piqued Suyu's interest, and just as he was about to ask Zhao Amping to show him, melodious voices echoed from a distance. Brother Yu, Suyu Gij. Shin Yimo and Lin Xiao rushed towards Suyu, throwing themselves into his embrace. Suyu, wrapping his arms around the slender waists of the two girls, chuckled, all right. There are others present. Feng Qianxue and Xin Yiling also approached, and upon seeing Zhao Amping and his group, a flicker of surprise crossed their eyes, followed by a subtle wariness as they positioned themselves behind Suyu. At that moment, Suyu noticed several youths behind Zhao Amping, their gazes fixed intently on Feng Qianxue and the others. Particularly, one pudgy fellow's lewd stare lingered on Shin Yimo, drool glistening at the corners of his mouth, as if he were eager to pounce on her. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Suyu's eyes. He lightly patted the two girls' perky rears, signaling them to step back, and then coldly stated, if your subordinates cannot control their eyes, I would not hesitate to help you remove them and stuff them where the sun doesn't shine. Zhao Amping was momentarily taken aback by Suyu's words, his face instantly contorting with rage as he turned to reprimand his companions. Yet, a figure moved faster than he could react. With a swift thrust, Huang Quan's dagger accurately pierced the pudgy fellow's eye socket, lifting it just enough for both eyeballs to fall into Su Qingyue's palm. Ah! The pudgy man shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground and rolling while clutching his face, simultaneously startling the other youths, who quickly lowered their heads, filled with trepidation. Su Qingyue examined the eyeballs in her hand with a furrowed brow, then turned to Su Yu and inquired, "You, could we perhaps find a different place to dispose of these?" Seeing Su Qingyue's earnest expression, Shen Yimo and Lin Shiya could not help but chuckle. Su Yu shook his head with a smile, casually replying, "Go ahead and kill him." Ding. Contractor Su Qingyue has slain level 1, 0-tier human Mahangjun. Gaining 10 spirit essence. Mahangjun? What a coincidence. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Xiao Xian, speaking of which, with so many star systems. Will I eventually encounter that so-called little third? The mere thought of it sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. Little third? Master, what exactly is that? Well, never mind. I was overthinking. Su Yu shook his head, dispelling the unrealistic notions swirling in his mind. He then turned to Zhao Anping, inquiring, "I helped eliminate a rather troublesome creature. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all. Not at all." Zhao Anping vigorously shook his head, filled with regret for forgetting that this portly fellow was utterly captivated by beautiful women. Fortunately, Su Yu did not take his annoyance out on them. Otherwise, he would truly be doomed by such a foolish ally. After collecting the 712 energy stones from Zhao Anping, Su Yu instructed their group to lead the way while he accompanied the women aboard the galactic vessel. The destination was not near, and it was only after Su Yu and the women finished their dinner that the voice of the galactic craft resonated through the villa's hall. "Master, we have arrived at the destination." Rising to his feet, Su Yu beckoned the women, "Let us go and witness the appearance of these mutated plants." When Su Yu laid eyes upon the mutated vines, he was nearly rendered speechless. "What the heck?" was the only phrase that could encapsulate his astonishment. The factory's high walls, evidently constructed in later stages, were adorned with ominous crimson vines that exuded a terrifying aura. These vines, resembling tentacles, writhed menacingly in the air, inducing a sense of dread. Most importantly, at the main entrance, a woman was ensnared by the vines, suspended in midair. Additionally, several vines, as thick as an adult's arm, engaged in peculiar, erratic movements. At that moment, a singular question plagued Su Yu's mind. How could these mutated vines exhibit such bizarre characteristics? Upon employing his probing vision, he gleaned only one piece of information: demon vine branches. Noticing Su Yu's confusion, Zhao Anping proactively elucidated, "This may be attributed to a woman from the Cherry Blossom Nation. This factory is populated by cherry blossom individuals, and we have discovered that the first missing person was indeed a woman from that nation. Before the apocalypse, she worked as an animation director. Thus, we suspect that the mutated vine's peculiarities may be linked to her." Su Yu nodded. The eccentricities of the cherry blossom people were well known. If the mutated vines had absorbed the memories of that cherry blossom woman or fused with her essence, it would indeed make sense. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed the absence of the main body of the demon vines and frowned, questioning, "Are there vines on the factory walls as well? Do you know where the main body is located?" "The gathering area is surrounded by such vines," Zhao Anping confirmed, then furrowed his brow deeply. "Due to the aggressive nature of the vines within a 100-meter radius, we could only observe from a distance, and we did not identify anything resembling the main body of the vines." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Anping ventured a hypothesis, however. "I suspect the main body of the vines lies underground. Then let us compel it to surface." "EMO, the stage is yours," Su Yu declared. "All right." Shen Yimo replied eagerly. As she switched to the Gatling mode, Shen Yimo was poised to pull the trigger, but upon seeing the woman being tormented in midair, her brow furrowed momentarily. "Brother Yu, what about that woman? Should we intervene?" Su Yu shook his head and calmly replied, "Let her go. Help her find peace." With a resounding bang, the rifle discharged, and in an instant, the woman's head exploded. The writhing tendrils of the mutated vines froze, seemingly realizing the woman had perished, and cast her lifeless body aside. Subsequently, countless blood-red tendrils began to thrash wildly, resembling a horde of enraged venomous serpents, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yimo's lips curled into a smile. "My time has come." Chapter 148. The Sinister Vine as evening descended. The setting sun painted the sky a deep crimson. A few crows flew overhead, their cawing echoing ominously, heightening the eerie atmosphere. Gazing at the wildly thrashing blood-red tendrils in the distance, Shen Yimo unconsciously wore a mischievous smile reminiscent of a little sorceress. In her hands, the pink Gatling gun emitted a low, resonant growl, and soon, 6 barrels whirled against the light, unleashing fiery tongues that shot forth in rapid succession, creating a torrent of flames in the air. The blood-red tendrils, despite their formidable defenses, could not withstand such a relentless barrage of bullets. In mere moments, they were shattered into fragments, their viscous fluids splattering everywhere. The vines on the surrounding walls began to retract, and within a short while, no trace of the tendrils remained outside the perimeter. Suyu and his companions exchanged glances, bemused by the cowardice of the mutated vines, which had retreated without even engaging in combat. It could be that the distance was too great for the vines to reach them, prompting them to feign weakness in an attempt to lure the group closer. "Let us proceed and confront it," Suyu declared, leading the way toward the entrance. Beside him, Zhao Opping hesitated for a moment, but recalling his family still at the gathering place, he clenched his teeth and said, "Let's go. We must follow." Upon reaching the entrance, the group observed that the mutated vines remained still. However, Suyu detected faint rustling sounds. Do they still intend to launch a surprise attack? This mutated vine seems rather clever, he mused. Casting a knowing glance at the women, he feigned ignorance and strode confidently inside. As Suyu stepped through the threshold, numerous tendrils suddenly sprang up on either side, thrashing wildly in the air with an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Step back," Suyu shouted, summoning the F-grade heavenly net. With a powerful leap, he launched the net at the swarming vines, quickly ensnaring them as it tightened around their mass. Celestial Aurora Slash. Suyu's energy plummeted by 10 as invisible blades of intent erupted from his body, enveloping a 1,000-meter radius before slicing toward the tendrils. Countless vines began to snap one by one, deep green sap splattering in all directions. The tendrils trapped within the net thrashed violently, some even managing to break free from the gaps and tear at the massive net, indicating signs of impending collapse. At that moment, Suyu landed gracefully on the ground. With the heavenly net encompassing the chaotic tendrils, the opening of the net lay at the bottom, binding the thick roots. Observing the roots, which were as thick as a human, Suyu's gaze sharpened. Blade draw, a crimson arc of light, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, flashed forth like a beam. Time seemed to freeze as the tendrils paused in unison. Boom. The colossal sphere formed by the ensnared vines crashed to the ground, resonating with a deep, thunderous sound. Like a colossal fountain, deep green liquid gushed forth from the incision, soaring to a height of several meters. Suyu retreated swiftly. Were he to be drenched in that liquid, the nausea would be unbearable. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The vines that Suyu had severed quickly retracted into the earth, and the ground began to tremble, reminiscent of an earthquake. Suddenly, dozens of vine-like appendages, each with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, erupted from the soil. Unlike the previous blood-red ones, these were a dark green, emitting wisps of mist. Abruptly, a more massive vine shot forth from the surface. In addition to being thicker than the others, this vine bore a humanoid figure at its base. Has the true entity finally manifested? Suyu squinted and employed his eye detection. Name, Lustful Demon Vine, level, Tier 2. Level 3, Combat Power, 1743, Strength, 1375, Agility, 3875, Constitution, 5330, Mental Power, 3370, Appearance, None, Asexually Reproduced Species, Favorability, 73, Talent, SSS Grade Talent, Emotional Power, temporarily enhances or diminishes a living being's emotional state. Controllable within a 100 range. Energy recovers at a rate of 10 per minute. Note, this talent can only utilize absorbed emotions to convert them into experience points for level enhancement. Skills, Talent Skill, Joy, absorbs joyful emotions to enhance its own strength attribute, current maximum increase 23,1500. Talent Skill, Anger, absorbs angry emotions to enhance its own agility attribute, current maximum increase 675,1500. Talent Skill, Sorrow, absorbs sad emotions to enhance its own mental attribute, current maximum increase 325,1500. Talent Skill, Fear, absorbs fearful emotions to enhance its own constitution attribute, current maximum increase 1500. Items, None Goodness. An SSS level talent, one capable of controlling emotions. It can enhance its four-dimensional attributes through the absorption of various emotions, albeit this talent pales in comparison to Suyu's plundering ability. Suyu's plundering talent, at Tier 0, has a maximum attribute enhancement of 500, which refreshes and doubles with each tier increase. In contrast, while the emotional power talent can augment each attribute by 500, the increased values do not reset upon leveling up, they merely add an additional 500 to the original maximum. Upon examining the attributes of the demon vine, Suyu understood that the vine had been treating the humans in the vicinity as a sustained source of nourishment. Its bizarre methods of tormenting women were likely intended to siphon their emotions. However, the enhancement provided by joyful emotion seems rather minimal. Indeed, if a woman could find joy in being subjected to it, she would surely possess a rather audacious heart. As Suyu silently lamented, the sinister vine emitted a series of sharp, screeching sounds, and then dozens of thick tendrils lashed out towards him with the swiftness of lightning. Boom, boom. Each vine resembled a colossal weight, striking the ground and causing fissures to erupt, while clouds of dust and debris engulfed the air in a murky haze. 1,000 meters away, Feng Qianxue and her companions, along with Zhao Wanping, observed this spectacle, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. After exchanging glances, the women were instantly enveloped in their battle armor. Witnessing the fierce warrior-like figures charging into the fray, a young man behind Zhao Wanping felt a surge of determination. Zhao Ge, let us join the fray. Indeed, your bravery is commendable. You may proceed first. We will come to your aid after rescuing those in need, Zhao Wanping replied, patting the young man's shoulder before darting towards the periphery of the battlefield. The remaining individuals also encouraged him with supportive words. Do your best. Moments later, the young man found himself alone, a solitary figure amidst the chaos. Chapter 149, still trying to escape? Come back. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Feng Qianxue and her companions launched an assault on the branches of the demon vine, aiming to alleviate some of the pressure on Suyu. Employing the technique of residual intent flash, Suyu instantly appeared behind the demon vine. He followed up with a move called Rift Slash, delivering a powerful blade wave that reduced the demon vine's defenses by 40. In quick succession, a blood-red blade aura cleaved toward the demon vine, striking its root and leaving a deep wound. A peculiar, anguished howl escaped the demon vine as its massive tendrils lashed out violently. With a swift sidestep, Suyu evaded the crushing force of the tendril. However, the ensuing gale, laden with swirling dirt and debris, battered against his armor, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Steadying himself, Suyu executed a diagonal slash, severing a significant portion of the demon vine's root. In pain, the demon vine's enormous tendrils coiled towards Suyu like a constricting serpent. With a firm push off the ground, Suyu performed a backflip, landing atop the surrounding wall. This demon vine's defenses are truly monstrous. If they were any higher, I might not be able to breach them at all. I can only rely on my agility to outmaneuver it gradually. Although the demon vine possessed the lowest power attribute among the 4 dimensions, its speed, augmented by agility, unleashed a force that Suyu could not withstand. Even with his absolute defense, which mitigated damage by 50, a single strike could leave him grievously injured, if not fatal. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed, and his heart was devoid of anxiety. I have never exerted my full strength. Today shall serve as a trial. Upon reaching the first tier and augmenting his attributes with the 1,000 points he had plundered, Suyu unleashed his martial techniques without the burden of fatigue. C-Class Tang Dao Mastery. Attack increase of 300. Activated. C-Class Agility Mastery. Speed increase of 300. Activated. With the Crimson Bloodblade in hand, Suyu stood atop the wall, his aura continuously ascending. The demon vine seemed to sense something amiss, as its thick tendrils rose, resembling a dragon's tail, generating powerful gusts as they hurtled towards Suyu. Boom. Seeing Suyu remain still, the demon vine's eyes glinted with delight, as its massive tendrils crushed through the ruins of the collapsed wall, seemingly intent on pulverizing Suyu's corpse in a fit of rage. Yet, it failed to perceive that Suyu had appeared behind it at some unknown moment, and what it had struck was merely a phantom of Suyu. With a piercing shriek, the demon vine felt a deep cut appear on its back, twisting in place. It glanced over its shoulder, only to find Suyu smiling at it. Boom. Once again, the tendril came crashing down. The demon vine was utterly convinced it had struck true this time. It tilted its head, gradually lifting the tendril. Upon realizing that Suyu's body was absent from beneath it, the demon vine straightened up, scanning its surroundings warily. The numerous vines it had been battling against Feng Qianxue and her companions swiftly converged by the demon vine's side. Nevertheless, confronted with Suyu's seemingly instantaneous speed, the demon vine remained unable to react. Splat. Squeal. Boom. Though the demon vine possesses formidable defenses, it ultimately cannot withstand Suyu's relentless assaults. The saying that even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle aptly applies to the demon vine. The root, originally around 3 meters in diameter, has now been significantly diminished. Just as Suyu believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, the demon vine astonishingly shoved a tendril into its mouth. Gulp. Gulp. It was unclear what it had ingested, but its injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, that very tendril withered rapidly. Suyu also discovered that the demon vine's level had plummeted to 2nd tier, level 2. So it possesses restorative abilities as well. Quite versatile, indeed. Witnessing the demon vine's healing capacity and the drop in its level sparked Suyu's desire for subjugation. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to reduce it to level 0 for a complete reconstruction. The demon vine's attributes revealed that its constitution was maxed out, while its strength was dismally low. At 2nd tier, it had only gained 23 points. Such an SSS level talent was utterly squandered on it. Abandoning his playful intentions, Suyu intensified his offensive. Within a minute, the demon vine was reduced to second tier, level 1. 3 minutes later, it fell to first tier, level 9. Utilizing his eye of detection, Suyu confirmed that the demon vine's attributes had significantly decreased, and the maximum limit for its enhanced attributes had dropped to 1,000. Demon vine, you must understand my words. I offer you a chance to submit to me. In response, a tendril descended upon him. Since it chose to remain obstinate, he would force it to yield. First tier. Level 8 first tier, level 3 first tier, level 0 after more than 10 minutes, the demon vine's level had diminished to 0th tier, level 9. With its attributes averaging at a mere 300. Only 9 shriveled tendrils remained beside it. At this moment, the demon vine finally recognized its plight, retracting its tendrils in preparation to burrow underground and escape. Thinking of fleeing? Come back. Suyu dashed forward, seizing the main tendril at its apex and yanking it outward. If the demon vine had the ability to shed its tendril like a lizard, it would undoubtedly do so without hesitation to escape. Alas, it did not. The remaining 9 tendrils flailed in the air, no longer attacking Suyu, but instead entwining around nearby structures to resist his pull. With a fierce exertion, Suyu uprooted the demon vine from the ground, then swung it down with a mighty crash. Boom. Do you yield? Boom. Do you yield? After several rounds of this, Feng Qianxue could no longer contain herself and approached, saying, Darling, why not give it a chance to speak? Suyu halted mid-swing, realizing he had become somewhat addicted to the pounding. Releasing the demon vine, he noticed it was now gasping for breath. Had Feng Qianxue delayed her warning for just a few seconds longer, it might have perished. Squeak, squeak. The demon vine weakly emitted a few sounds. Suyu raised an eyebrow. What did that mean? Had it submitted, or not? At that moment, Xiaobai raised his head and spat out an apricot, hissing, hiss, hiss. Brother you, Xiaobai said, the lust demon vine has requested your demise, translated Xinyaling. Quite the spirited one. ISNT it. Sworn to defiance, I see. Suyu remarked, beckoning to Lin Xiao. Xiao, administer it some healing. After Lin Xiao treated the lust demon vine, Suyu grasped it once more, resolutely enduring the ordeal. Suyu exhibited immense patience. After all, there was little else to occupy his time, and he was prepared to engage in this drawn-out contest. After being treated by Lin Xiyu more than 20 times, the lust demon vine now regarded her with profound trepidation. Squeak, squeak. Xiaobai translated, hiss, hiss. Xinyaling interjected, Brother you, it admits defeat. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Suyu's face as he approached the lust demon vine and threatened, no thoughts of rebellion. Or I shall confine you, striking you 10,000 times each day. Do you understand? The remaining 10 tendrils of the lust demon vine quivered in unison, followed by a series of nods. Squeak. Soul control spell. Chapter 150. None of you shall escape after successfully planting the soul seed in the demon vine. It emitted a weak chirping sound. Simultaneously, a faint voice echoed in Suyu's mind, addressing him as master. The voice was remarkably neutral, making it challenging to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Suyu nodded, instructing Lin Shi to provide it with treatment, and decided to name it Little Yao. Upon seeing Lin Shi approach, a flicker of anthropomorphic fear crossed Little Yao's eyes, and several of its vines instinctively recoiled. Lin Shi furrowed her brow and commanded, Don't move. Little Yao's 10 tendrils quivered, and it obediently remained in place to receive treatment. After Lin Shi completed the healing, Suyu observed Little Yao with a frown. Though its rank had diminished to level 0, its size remained considerable, complicating any potential transplantation. Little Yao, can you somehow reduce your size? Suyu inquired. With a series of chirps, Little Yao began to retract its 10 vines swiftly. In mere moments, most were drawn back into its body, leaving only a few tendrils swaying around it. Concurrently, its main body began to shrink rapidly. Even the root-like appendages drew inward. Little Yao lacked legs. Its upper half resembled that of a human, while its lower half consisted of a thick vine, with the roots serving as its feet. Observing Little Yao, now only as tall as a 10-year-old child, Shin Yimo exclaimed in awe, Can you walk? Take a few steps for us. However, Little Yao did not comply and instead looked to Suyu. He pointed to Feng Qianxue and the other women, stating, They are your mistresses. You must heed their words. With a chirp of acknowledgement, Little Yao's tendrils began to move like centipede legs, circling around Suyu and the others twice, appearing quite adorable. Just then, an explosive sound resonated within the gathering area. Suyu glanced in confusion, spotting a distant fire illuminating the surroundings. Let us investigate, Suyu declared, leading the women toward the source of the commotion. Along the way, he posed several questions to Little Yao, including how it had learned those peculiar methods of torment. Little Yao's explanation aligned closely with Zhao Amping's conjectures, albeit with a rather bizarre narrative. It recounted that it was originally a nameless vine, born in a concealed corner of a wall, undergoing a process of evolution. Then, a man and a woman appeared before it, engaging in strange activities that involved its vines. Somehow, this encounter triggered a mutation in Little Yao's evolution, resulting in the woman's untimely demise and leaving Little Yao with fragments of her memories. Through the images gleaned from the woman's memories, Little Yao recognized a resemblance to a creature referred to as insect. Consequently, it emulated her actions, stealthily abducting women from the gathering area. Yet, Little Yao found it perplexing. Although the memories it accessed concluded with feelings of joy, its own experiences yielded emotions of anger, sorrow, and fear, while the elusive sentiment of happiness remained frustratingly unattainable. In response, Xie did not answer immediately but inquired, "Little demon, what was the situation with the treatment you performed earlier?" "Master, that is an innate ability of my true form. My fluid possesses healing properties. The more I use it, the greater the consumption of experience points," replied the little demon. Su Yu's eyes brightened. "In other words, this was within your control, correct? Show me a sample of your fluid with 1 experience point." The little demon extended a vine before him, from which approximately 500 milliliters of green liquid emerged from the tip. Observing this scene, although Feng Qianxue and the others understood it was not what they imagined, the display was laden with ambiguity, causing a flicker of distaste on their faces, prompting them to instinctively distance themselves. The little demon, cradling the liquid, approached Su Yu with an air of pride. "Master, would you like to taste it? The healing effect is remarkable, and it is quite sweet. Get lost." Su Yu kicked the little demon away. Upon its return, he issued a command, stating that such tormenting methods could only be employed with his permission. This technique was reserved solely for enemies. The little demon had numerous ways to absorb emotions. It could entangle targets with its tendrils during battle and deliver the victims to Su Yu for a swift end. This way, Su Yu would gain both experience and spirit essence, while the little demon could siphon fear, anger, and other emotions. As for the emotion of joy, that was even easier to manage. He could simply add a healing window at the Galaxy convenience store and let the little demon sell its services, offering affordable treatment on site. Those seeking healing would surely feel joy upon witnessing the low cost and effective results. Thus, Su Yu would earn energy stones, while the little demon could absorb joyful emotions to enhance its power attributes. Lost in his thoughts, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, I truly am quite clever." At that moment, they arrived at the location where flames flickered. In the distance, 2 groups were locked in a standoff. One led by Zhao Anping, flanked by hundreds of men. Upon seeing the appearance of the opposing group, Su Yu frowned, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Sakura people? Lord Anping, during this time, we have been protecting your families. Is my demand of 5 energy stones per person unreasonable?" A young man exclaimed, pointing a finger at a middle-aged man with a small mustache. "You're out of your mind. If it weren't for us, your group would have perished long ago." Zhao Anping raised a hand, interrupting the young man, stepping forward with a furrowed brow, and said in a deep voice, "Nichuan gang, do not forget that this is the territory of the Great Xia. There are no peaceful decrees as there were before the apocalypse. I warn you one last time, release them." "Ha! What does it matter if it's your territory? A century ago, we defeated you like dogs." Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent erupted in the eyes of Su Yu and the women around him. They had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, but today, Su Yu decided he would intervene. He pulled Su Qingwei closer and whispered a few words in her ear. Su Qingwei nodded slightly, then her figure melded into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Clap, clap, clap. Su Yu stepped forward, applauding. Upon seeing Su Yu, Zhao Anping and a dozen others immediately moved to greet him. Su Yu raised his hand to halt them, then looked down from his elevated position at the diminutive middle-aged man who had just spoken arrogantly. "What is this? Mr. Nichuan Steelplate? I hope you can maintain your bravado like before." However, Nichuan Steelplate and his companions merely glanced at Su Yu, paying no heed to his words. Their small eyes were fixated on Feng Qianxue and the other women. At that moment, Su Qingwei suddenly appeared beside Su Yu, stating that all had been resolved. "Excellent." A smile graced Su Yu's face. The flickering firelight illuminated his features, casting an eerie glow akin to a messenger from the underworld. This sent an inexplicable shiver through Nichuan's Steelplate and the others, a sense of foreboding rising from within. Noticing that Nichuan's Steelplate and his companions had collectively taken a step back, Su Yu's smile faded. "Shiyuan, I do not wish to see any of them escape." "Brother Su Yu, I understand." Lin Shiyuan nodded her small head, gazing at Nichuan's Steelplate and his companions with a sweet smile. "You all shall not escape." Death Barrier. Chapter 151. "Su Yu, little demon, your vision is rather limited." The Death Barrier. With Lin Xiao's delicate shout, towering black cross-shaped beams of light shot into the sky. The enveloping black mist swiftly engulfed everyone within moments. faced with such a sudden turn of events. The group led by Nichuan Gang and fell into panic. Especially among the dozens of great Xiao individuals, confusion reigned. Master, this is not our doing. It is the Sakura people who forced us. Indeed, Master, our families are in their hands. We had no choice but to join them. Please, spare us. So you paid them no heed, his disdain for such individuals only deepening. Little Demon, prepare to bind them all. With a sharp response. The roots beneath Little Demon took hold of the ground, while the vines on its body rapidly expanded. Witnessing Little Demon's transformation, fear filled the eyes of all present, recognizing it as the mutated vines that encircled them. However, they soon noticed something amiss. Little Demon's form had shrunk significantly, resembling a muscular giant reduced to a child's stature. This alleviated much of the terror in Nichuan Gangpan's group. Let's charge. That creature is merely posturing. Nichuan Gangpan's entourage numbered around 600 to 700. Though only about half had reached the first tier, they were still a formidable force not easily faced by Little Demon. Little Demon, be ready to catch them. Before Su Yu's words had fully escaped his lips, he had already surged forward. In an instant, over 10 individuals were sent soaring into the air, each one either missing limbs or incapacitated. Swish, swish, swish. The dancing vines swiftly ensnared these individuals, suspending them midair. A few minutes later, Su Yu clapped his hands. Observing the hundreds bound by Little Demon's vines, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Understanding the ensuing scene would be too gruesome for Feng Qianxue and the others to witness. Su Yu instructed them to return to the galaxy ship and also requested Lin Shiyao to release Zhao Amping and his group from the death barrier. Once the death barrier was established, it required minimal energy to maintain without any attacks. After their departure, Su Yu turned to Little Demon and said, "These individuals are in your care. By morning, before I see you again, you must reach the first tier with all 4 attributes maximized. Do you understand?" With a compliant chirp, Little Demon acknowledged, though a frown marred its countenance. Regardless of whether it could fulfill Su Yu's command, Little Demon had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, the means to achieve this eluded it. If they were all women, it might have had some confidence in maximizing the attributes other than strength. But they were all men. This was a formidable challenge even for the strongest vine. Noticing Little Demon's distress, Su Yu chuckled, "Little Demon, your perspective is rather narrow. Who says men cannot be managed? It merely requires a slight adjustment. Just follow the previous method, but add an extra step. Approximately every half an hour, do not hesitate to administer the healing elixir that bestows 0.51 experience points. Trust me, there will be delightful surprises." Those ensnared by the tendrils of the Little Demon vine are all too familiar with its tormenting methods. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, they could hardly be oblivious to the impending fate that awaited them, and many entertained thoughts of despair. Meanwhile, a multitude erupted in profane outbursts. "You can lay eggs with your mother." Su Yu frowned. Although he could not comprehend their foreign tongue, the tone unmistakably conveyed their disdain. Little Demon, silence them. The myriad of writhing vines promptly targeted their prey. With a sickening squelch, the cacophony ceased, and Su Yu's furrowed brow relaxed. "Little Demon, treat them well, but do not kill them. They are all valuable sources of experience." With that, Su Yu exited the death barrier and encountered Zhao Anping and others awaiting him outside the barrier. Thousands of individuals, comprising men, women, and children, knelt as one upon his arrival. Among them, many women and even a few young girls bore the remnants of filth that had yet to be cleansed. A surge of fury ignited within Su Yu. How despicable! In that moment, he felt that subjecting them to the Little Demon's torment was far too lenient. He hastily urged everyone to rise and then pulled Zhao Amping aside. Has the military in Jinling not established a survival base? Furthermore, how did you come to associate with those cherry blossom people? Zhao Amping offered a rueful smile. "I was previously a soldier in the Jinling military, indeed. There was a base, but it was lost half a month ago." "Lost?" Su Yu's brow furrowed further, signaling Zhao Amping to elaborate. "Half a month prior, a colossal zombie besieged the Jinling survival base. At that time, the base had only recently been established and its defenses were not yet fortified." "A colossal zombie?" Su Yu's eyes flickered with recognition. Could it possibly be the hulking brute? Has it also ventured to Jinling? Zhao Amping nodded. "Indeed, a giant zombie towering over 10 meters. With formidable defenses. Our firepower proved ineffective against it as it rampaged through the base, slaughtering indiscriminately, and its bloodlust attracted a multitude of surrounding zombies and aberrant beasts. Unable to maintain the base, the higher-ups ordered the survivors to scatter. This was originally where my wife worked. The terrain and structures were suitable for defense. So I organized a group of people to flee here. As for those cherry blossom individuals, they have remained in this industrial area since the outbreak." Su Yu nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Did you say that zombie was particularly hideous?" Zhao Amping looked at Su Yu in surprise. Is there such a thing as an attractive zombie? Never mind. Suyu waved his hand, no longer pursuing the matter. It was irrelevant whether it was the hulking brute. Given that it occurred half a month ago, leading Zhao Amping to the side of the Galaxy ship, Suyu issued a command. Galaxy, open the convenience store. Yes, master. As the Galaxy ship unfurled its side compartment, Suyu conveyed to Zhao Amping, for the next 2 days, I shall be selling weapons here. You are likely familiar with the surrounding gathering places. Do summon them over. I will take care of the nearby zombies and aberrant beasts. Zhao Amping nodded in understanding. Though inwardly he dismissed Suyu's mention of weapons, suspecting that the small shop merely offered some pre-apocalypse armaments. However, when the side of the Galaxy-S vehicle fully unfolded and he beheld the array of weaponry displayed on the shop's shelves, he stood transfixed. Suyu smiled faintly, chose not to elaborate further, and entered the establishment. Welcome. The shop's biosynthetic maid bowed respectfully. Suyu nodded and announced that the remaining 10,000 pieces of equipment would be priced at 9 energy stones each, with a limit of 1 per person. Indeed, Jinling, on Water Blue Star, shares a historical narrative akin to that of Earth. Although that history has long since passed, it remains etched in Suyu's memory. By reducing the retail price to 9 energy stones, he felt it constituted a modest contribution to the city. Chapter 152. Ascension to the second tier and acquisition of the third talent. That evening, Suyu successfully lured Su Qingyue into his room, where he imparted to her the intricacies of duet singing. Meanwhile, outside the Galaxy convenience store, a long queue had formed. Yet, the individuals within the line often cast curious glances towards the adjacent black mist, their eyes filled with bewilderment. They could not discern the scenes concealed within the fog. But the echoes of agonized wails intermingled with occasional cries of exhilaration reached their ears. This left them in a state of restless curiosity, akin to a cat scratching at their insides, eager to uncover the mysteries unfolding within. Zhao Amping and his brethren had surrendered all their energy stones to Suyu. They were currently engaged in hunting zombies outside the gathering point while relaying information to the nearby enclaves. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals began to converge upon this location. The following morning, after breakfast with the several women, Suyu escorted them to the Galaxy convenience store. As Feng Qianxue and her companions entered the shop, a stir erupted among the patrons. 2 C-class biomechanical maids, stationed at either side of the store, stepped forward, immediately silencing the tumultuous crowd. These 2 identical maidens were known for their ferocity, and a glance at the heaps of decayed flesh nearby made it abundantly clear what fate awaited those who dared to provoke them. Paying no heed to the commotion outside, Suyu inspected the store's inventory, noting that there remained 937 pieces of equipment, sufficient for the time being. He then instructed the women to wait in the shop while he ventured alone into the realm of death. Upon entering the boundary, Suyu noticed a dozen individuals gathered at the edge of the barrier. These newcomers hailed from other enclaves and did not recognize Suyu. Thus, they merely cast him a cursory glance, assuming he was similarly enticed by curiosity to explore the area. As they initially crossed into the boundary, they were awestruck by the fierce battle between the demon vines and the 679 cherry blossom warriors. Upon realizing that the demon vines posed no threat to them, they began to observe with rapt attention. Initially, they were captivated, for such a spectacle was beyond anything they had ever witnessed or even heard of. However, when they discovered their inability to depart, despair and profound regret engulfed them. In stark contrast, upon seeing Suyu, the little demon's eyes sparkled with admiration as it excitedly squealed, "Master, I did it. You are truly incredible." Suyu utilized his detection eye to examine the little demon's information, revealing that it had successfully ascended to level 1, tier 0. Most remarkably, the little demon's 4-dimensional attributes, which had once averaged 300, now soared to an astonishing 600 points. It was simply terrifying. It is important to note that the little demon was still merely at tier 1, even if it could not attain mastery of abilities or talents. The augmentation of its skills, combined with its inherent attributes, would undoubtedly render it a significant asset to Suyu. At the very least, a meat shield had been secured, as Suyu had no intention of making his beloved wife serve that role. Indeed, can these worthless beings still provide emotions? Suyu inquired. Master, after I ascended to tier 1, their capacity to provide emotions diminished significantly, yet it remains considerably more than before. Suyu nodded. Very well then. Continue extracting their value until there is nothing left. As a group of over 10 individuals observed Suyu conversing with the demon vine, their eyes gleamed with intrigue. Upon noticing Suyu's apparent intention to depart, they hastily approached and obstructed his path. Friend, do you know that demon vine? Suyu cast a fleeting glance at them, his voice cold as he commanded, stand aside. He was not inclined to dwell on their unauthorized intrusion into the barrier, yet he could not simply let them go. Thus, he resolved to temporarily detain them as a form of punishment. The group, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that Suyu was formidable and clearly acquainted with the demon vine. One burly man, witnessing the retreat of his companions, couldn't help but scoff, a bunch of cowards. He then shifted his gaze to Suyu, the axe in his hand cracking ominously against his palm. Friend, let me out, and we can consider this matter settled, shall we? Suyu merely lifted his eyelids, glancing at him before striding towards the ominous black mist. How audacious! You dare to disregard my generosity. The burly man's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the axe, swinging it viciously towards the back of Suyu's head. Sensing the fierce wind rushing from behind, Suyu did not turn but calmly uttered, "Little demon, entertain our guest." In an instant, a blood-red vine shot forth like lightning, ensnaring the burly man tightly and hoisting him into the air. Squeak! How dare you attempt to ambush my master? Prepare for a more substantial vine to deal with you. What the? The burly man let out a horrified scream, his words muffled as a thick vine silenced him. A spray of blood erupted, and the others who narrowly escaped the attack trembled at the sight, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, relieved to be alive. Emerging from the black mist, Suyu instructed Lin Xia to replenish the energy of the death barrier before leading the women into the city of Jinling to hunt zombies and mutated beasts. As long as Lin Xia kept her second ability, the Death Scythe, activated, the barrier would persist until its energy was fully expended. Last night, Lin Xia had remained in her second form, providing Suyu with a unique experience. The reason she could maintain her second ability for an extended period was due to the evolution points she gained from Suyu's diligent guidance, which elevated her life force ability to SS level. With her life force at SS level, the influence of the Death Scythe ability on her had diminished significantly. For 2 consecutive days, Suyu and his companions leveled up within Jinling City. The apocalypse had erupted over a month ago, and the swarms of rats, cockroaches, and ants in the city, possessing substantial numbers, had many reaching the first tier. Consequently, their speed in hunting zombies and mutated beasts would not be significantly hindered. By noon on the following day, Suyu sent Su Qingwei to locate Feng Qianqiwei and the others while he returned directly to the galaxy ship. Upon arriving at the lawn in front of the villa, Suyu retrieved the storage belt containing Lin Fan's corpse. As he toyed with the storage belt in his hands, Suyu took a deep breath, finally achieving the second tier. Xiao Fanzi, I must express my gratitude for the talent you bestowed upon me. With a thought, he extracted Lin Fan's corpse. Plunder. Countless strands of milky white threads emerged from his palm, piercing into Lin Fan's body. Ding. Talent plunder activated. Please select a talent to plunder. 1. S-rank Heavenly Pull. 2. SSS rank Child of Hope. Without hesitation, Suyu chose the first talent, S-rank Heavenly Pull. Although the Child of Hope seemed formidable, Suyu regarded it as rather impractical due to its numerous restrictions. The second talent, the Skill of Holy Light, could enhance his side's attributes by 10, which was indeed impressive. However, the other 2 skills required a bond with their hosts, which could only be established after achieving a certain level of affinity. Suyu did not have the luxury of time to cultivate others' fondness, and the idea of binding with Feng Qianqiwei and the other women was out of the question, akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Ding. Talent plunder activated. Successfully plundered S-rank talent. Heavenly Pull. Ding. Successfully learned talent skill, Divine Realm Convergence. The consecutive sounds of enhancement reverberated in Suyu's mind, invigorating him. He did not rush to check his attribute panel, but instead addressed Xiao Xian, saying, Xiao Xian, elevate the talent to SSS rank, and also raise the Tang Dao and Agility Mastery to B rank. A series of profound insights began to emerge, as if presenting themselves in 3-dimensional images, allowing him to swiftly absorb and integrate them. Moments later, Suyu opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Xiao Xian, open the system panel. Chapter 153, Comprehensive Enhancement, Surge in Power. Elevating the Heavenly Attraction to SSS level and mastering the Tang Dao and Agility to B level consumed a total of 4 evolution points. This was painstakingly accumulated, amounting to merely 6 points, and using 4 points at once was undeniably disheartening. Yet more than that, there was an anticipation for the transformation of one's own strength. Little Xian, please open the system panel. Master, you have grown even stronger, Little Xian praised, promptly displaying the system panel. Combat Power Fluctuation, Tang Dao 4, Agility 4, Talent 0. 5, Skill 0. 5 Name, Suyu, Level, Second Rank 0 Level, 0-1000, Combat Power Value, Actual Combat Power, 797. Explosive Combat Power, 7975, Strength, 1698, Agility, 1562, Vitality, 1562, Mentality, 1558, Spiritual Energy, 7, 574, 831, Attractiveness, 97 Evolution Points, 2, 26, available for enhancing talent. Skill level, Contractors, Feng Qianxue, Linxia, Shinyimo, Shinyaling, Suqingwa. Talent. SSS level plunder unique, 0-2000. SSS level absolute defense, reducing damage from any attack by 50. SSS level heavenly attraction, capable of generating and controlling gravitational and repulsive forces. With a controllable range limit of 1000. Energy regenerates at 30 per minute. Skills. SSS level Dragon and Phoenix, Yin-Yang Decision unique. Talent skill Extreme Dominance Body. Talent skill Divine Realm Convergence. Talent skill Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Attraction. Talent skill Earth-Shattering Star. B level Tang Dao Mastery. B level Agility Mastery. F level Culinary Mastery. A level Descending Judgment. B level Evil Light Slash. B level Blade Draw Slash. B level Space Rift. B level Residual Intent Flash. B level Aurora Fragment Cloud Decision. C level Soul Control Spell. For 10. Eye of Detection Items. E level Tang Dao Blood Red. E level Battle Garmenting Feather. E level Storage Ring. F level AK-47. F level Automatic Recovery Magazine 2. E level Material Transporter 38. F level Yiming Cigarettes 135. F level Zippo Lighter. Energy Stone 1. 653. 507. Other exploded F level weapons and equipment 39. After 50 or 60 chapters, sharing detailed data once. Is it not too much? Apologies for adding an additional 37 words. Gazing at his rejuvenated attribute panel, so you felt his breath quicken. Little Cien. Why is my experience value after reaching the second rank the same as it was at the first rank? Master, did I not mention before that the first rank is the starting point for all beings? Hence, the experience value multiplies 100-fold when progressing from 0 to 1 rank. The experience value only changes every 2 ranks, meaning it will only increase upon reaching the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th ranks. So you nodded. It seemed plausible that he could ascend to the 3rd rank within a year. The reason for a year was due to his rapid advancement, while other ordinary species would find it quite challenging to reach the 2nd rank. Nevertheless, Suyu harbored no thoughts of complacency. His current prowess can be deemed among the elite on Aquamarine. However, upon discovering that the universe harbors countless galaxies, each teeming with nearly 1,000 civilizations, his aspirations have consistently transcended Aquamarine, aiming instead for the vast expanse of the Celestial Sea. Lowering his gaze, he noted that all 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 1,500. His actual combat power stood at 797, yet when he unleashed his full potential, it could surge to an astounding 7975. Next came the recently acquired talent. The gravitational manipulation ability, elevated to SSS rank, enables him to adjust and control gravitational and repulsive forces within a range of 1,000. This translates to the capacity to manipulate forces up to 10 times stronger. Although it does not augment his combat power, it undeniably constitutes a formidable ability. Gravity and repulsion are the most fundamental forces defined by humanity within the cosmos. Thus, in battle, Suyu can regulate the repulsive force between himself and his opponents. Consequently, if adversaries wish to approach him, they will find it exceedingly arduous. A moment's carelessness could send them flying away. He can also amplify the gravitational pull between opponents and planets, compelling adversaries to contend with immense gravitational pressure during combat, drastically diminishing their combat effectiveness. Naturally, the applications of this talent are manifold, and describing it as versatile would not be an exaggeration. The 3 inherent skills of this talent are equally impressive. Divine Law of Celestial Banishment. Centered around himself, it repels all nearby objects, including attacks, inflicting damage in the process. Universal Gravitational Attraction. Centered around himself, it draws specified targets closer. Note, the strength and range of these skills can be modulated by controlling the energy expended during their activation. Cataclysmic Stellar Collapse. Concentrating energy into a black sphere with both hands, the sphere then levitates, attracting all surrounding objects over a wide area. Using the attracted objects to create a massive sphere that can either seal or obliterate enemies. After reviewing his attribute panel, Suyu gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Subsequently, he dismissed the attribute panel and began experimenting with his gravitational manipulation abilities. He adjusted the gravitational force between himself and Aquamarine to -1,000, and in the next moment, he floated weightlessly. However, he found himself unable to control the direction of his ascent. Following this, he applied repulsion to himself, targeting the air behind him. With a whoosh, he propelled himself forward, faintly hearing a distant exclamation. What the hell? Boom. The excessive speed caused him to crash into the inner wall of the Galaxy ship. Fortunately, the ship's defenses were robust. Otherwise, such a collision would surely have left a human-shaped dent. After numerous attempts, Suyu gradually acclimated to the manipulation of gravity and repulsion, soaring through the air for several circles. Noticing the rate at which his internal energy dissipated, he thought, excellent, the consumption is minimal. and the recovery rate is more than sufficient for continuous flight. Upon landing, Suyu retrieved all his equipment, as well as the E-Class matter transporter. He beckoned to maid number 2, handing over the 39 pieces of equipment, along with the AK and ammunition, instructing her to take them to the convenience store to replenish the inventory. They would be bundled and sold at a price of 25 energy stones. Once made no. 2 departed, Suyu proceeded to remove his battle attire, the ink feather. Little fairy, please exchange for 4 D-grade upgrade stones. Ding, purchase D-grade upgrade stones X4, deducting 40. 000 spiritual essence, remaining essence, 7, 534, 831. After utilizing the upgrade stones, all 4 pieces of equipment successfully ascended to D-grade. Firstly, the Crimson Blood now weighed 3,000 pounds. Its appearance remained unchanged, yet it had become considerably sharper. Additionally, the augmented strength reached 40, doubling its previous capacity. Moreover, the inherent skill, Blade Return, expanded its range from 100 meters to an impressive 10,000 meters, allowing for the recall of Crimson Blood. The ring's spatial capacity also extended to 10,000 cubic meters. Following the upgrade of the material transporter to D-grade, the auxiliary transporter increased to 80 units. These 2 pieces of equipment were likely to remain at their upgraded state for a considerable duration. Conversely, upon reaching D-grade, the battle attire, ink feather, not only enhanced its damage resistance to 2%, but also acquired a unique attribute, an immunity to 20% of psychic damage. This formidable immunity was particularly beneficial, as Suyu lacked any defense against mental attacks. Should he attain SSS grade in the future, it might well render him completely immune. Little fairy, do all weapons possess such characteristics upon reaching D-grade? Master, weapons dropped from slain entities typically lack special attributes. Only those enhanced with upgrade stones have a chance to manifest such unique properties. Suyu nodded. It seems I must refrain from selling these upgrade stones casually in the future. Chapter 154. Earning money while reclining, having successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. Suyu prepared to embark on his next journey. He visited the convenience store to inspect the inventory. After a span of 2 days, out of 10,000 pieces of equipment, only a little over 1,000 remained. The sluggish sales were largely due to the restriction of 1 purchase per person. Observing the long queue outside the shop, Suyu contemplated briefly before summoning the 4 maids from the villa. He decided to admit 18 individuals at a time. Before entering the shop, they were to exchange energy stones at the entrance, with a time limit of 1 minute to expedite the sale of the remaining equipment. Once the bionic maids executed Suyu's instructions, the sales velocity surged significantly. At this pace, the stock could be entirely sold out within a mere 2 hours. As for the concern of not being able to purchase desired equipment due to insufficient stock later on, acquiring an F-grade item could be achieved with just 9 energy stones, an undeniable bargain. To avert any unnecessary chaos, Suyu ascended to the roof of the galactic vehicle and called out loudly, "Only 472 pieces of equipment remain. Those at the back of the line may disperse." After making his announcement, he disregarded the commotion below and returned to the shop. Sending a message to the maids to return, he reclined in a chair to relax. Before long, the holographic wristband vibrated slightly. Upon checking the screen, he found a message from Father Shun, who sought to purchase equipment. Suyu offered a price of 8 energy stones, the lowest besides that of Situ E and Zhao Shilong. This time, he was curious to know how Father Shun had come into such wealth, as he intended to purchase 3,000 F-grade items, amounting to a staggering total of 24,000 energy stones. Frowning slightly, Suyu acknowledged that such a large sum was not trivial, and given Father Shun's influence, it was implausible for him to have such funds readily available. Concerned that something may have gone awry, Suyu messaged Su Min for clarification. He soon learned that Father Shin had attracted numerous talents with the first batch of weapons and had offered generous conditions for more survivors to settle on Lake Island. The energy stones were raised through various means such as pre-stored rebates and auctions for purchasing equipment slots from the survivors on Lake Island. A smile crept across Su Yu's face. Indeed, Father Shin was a shrewd businessman, adept at employing diverse strategies. After completing the transaction with Father Shin, deducting the cost of 3,000, he netted a profit of 21,000 energy stones. The sensation of earning money while reclining was truly delightful. However, Suyu soon found himself in a quandary. With only a few agents at present, it was manageable. Yet, should the number of agents increase, his own involvement would become rather cumbersome. Should he enlist his wife as assistants? He shook his head, dismissing the notion, not out of concern for potential secrecy leaks or self-serving behavior, but rather due to the complexity it would entail. Wait. Su Yu's eyes lit up as an idea formed in his mind. Xiao Xian, I would like to discuss something with you. Hearing Suyu's strangely enthusiastic voice, Xiaoxian wore a puzzled expression, her tone weakening slightly. Master, I truly cannot materialize, she said. You must not harbor such thoughts about me. Little girl, what are you thinking? Am I truly that kind of person? You are, she retorted. Xiao Linger is a living example. Suyu chuckled awkwardly and skillfully shifted the topic. That was merely an accident with Xiao Linger. Now, let's discuss serious matters. I plan to hand over the material transporter to you, and please also take note of the individual prices. In the future, if anyone needs to procure weapons, Xiaoxian will assist me with the operations, right? In the recesses of Suyu's mind, Xiaoxian sighed in relief. Stroking her modest chest. Master, regarding this matter, of course, you need not worry. Leave it to me. She yearned for a physical form, which, while challenging, was not impossible. Thus, she was concerned that Suyu, upon discovering her desire, would go to great lengths to assist her in becoming corporeal. The thought of her petite frame compared to that colossal entity made her shudder. No, it is absolutely forbidden to materialize, otherwise, I would surely perish on the spot. The material transporter, upgraded with stones exchanged from the marketplace, could now deliver items into the system space. After entrusting the material transporter to Xiaoxian, he also briefed her on the exchange prices and the trading methods with Situi. The intelligent light brain wristband had previously been exchanged and given to Xiaoxian, and the information was synchronized. Consequently, Siyu would indeed be able to earn money effortlessly in the future. Upon the return of the group of women, the shop's inventory was entirely sold out, with not a single item left on the shelves. Excepting the storage ring presented by the maid, Siyu extracted 376 energy stones from within. After deducting the initial investment of 10,003, his net profit reached 373 energy stones, bringing his balance to 764,532 stones. Converted to spiritual essence, this amounted to over 17 million. Siyu decided against utilizing it immediately. He intended to gather a bit more to directly exchange for an SS-level skill, subsequently enhancing it to SSS level with evolution points, which would be the most cost-effective approach. After closing the Galactic Convenience Store, he was preparing to lead the women into the black mist to deal with the lurking individuals when he encountered Zhao Onping and his companions, who appeared weary as they approached. Mr. Su, are you leaving? Siyu nodded and replied, yes, I have purchased all the equipment. It is indeed time to depart. Zhao Onping and his group, who had just gathered enough energy stones to buy equipment, felt a flicker of disappointment upon hearing this. Having gone days without sleep, Zhao Onping forced himself to muster some energy and stated, then Mr. Su, if you have matters to attend to, please do not mind us. As Suyu and the women entered the black mist, a young man behind Zhao Onping voiced his dissatisfaction. It's unfortunate we gave him all our energy stones, over 700. What a greedy fellow. Zhao, since he is sold out of equipment, let us just return to rest. We're nearly exhausted, another chimed in. Zhao Onping frowned and turned back, reprimanding softly, silence. What nonsense are you spouting? We sought him out ourselves. It has nothing to do with Mr. Su. Mr. Su is our savior. Should I ever hear such words again, you shall leave the team of your own accord. The youth bowed his head in silence. As the group stood outside the shroud of darkness, preparing to bid farewell to Suyu. Within the confines of the death barrier, a faint smile graced Suyu's lips. After reaching the second tier, his attributes surged dramatically. He had overheard every word of Zhao Onping's earlier conversation. Perhaps Zhao Onping has potential for cultivation. The individuals ensnared by the vine-like demon now appeared listless, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had been extinguished. As their demise would no longer yield experience points for Suyu, he instructed Feng Qianque and the others to take action. Observing the barrier's periphery, he noted the arrival of a dozen more individuals. Suyu chuckled softly. They say curiosity killed the cat, and humanity is no exception. Once the barrier was lifted, those who had intruded rushed forth as if granted a reprieve, scrambling out of Suyu's sight in a manner that suggested they wished for additional legs to hasten their escape. Suyu activated his eye of detection, scanning Zhao Onping and his companions, ultimately fixating his gaze on a young man who kept his head bowed. Chapter 155, The Taihang Mountains. The elevation of the women, Suyu's gaze settled upon a young man with his head bowed, whose favorability rating was a disheartening -27. If he could harbor such animosity, it was highly likely that this young man's regard for Zhao Onping had degenerated into resentment, perhaps even hostility. After ensuring the women boarded the vehicle, Suyu discreetly summoned Zhao Onping aside. He produced a smart holographic wristband along with a secondary material transporter, explaining the transaction method to him. With a reassuring pat on his shoulder, Suyu remarked, I possess an ability that allows me to discern whether an individual harbors ill intentions towards me. I overheard your conversation with that young man in the black shirt. He certainly bears a grudge against me. And as the principal party involved, well, you need not be told further. I trust you understand. Noticing Zhao Amping's momentary daze, Siyu smiled. After attaining a certain level of strength, his perspective had undergone a transformation. It was akin to an ant crawling over one's foot before the apocalypse. One might casually crush it or simply laugh it off. He refrained from implanting a soul seed into Zhao Amping, deeming it unnecessary. In contrast, he had chosen to invest in C2E and Zhao Shilong. Recognizing their potential warranted his attention. As for Zhao Amping, it was merely an opportunity. Whether he could seize it was entirely up to him. Well then, contemplate this at your leisure. I shall take my leave, he concluded. Zhao Amping, regaining his composure, bowed deeply in gratitude. Mr. Su. Thank you. Once Suyu's figure faded from view, Zhao Amping's expression darkened, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he returned to the group. Brother Zhao, what did he say to you? One of the others inquired. It was nothing significant. He merely asked me about some information regarding the military in Jinling. Now, let us all rest. We must organize our manpower to repair the gathering site tomorrow. As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Amping lingered for a while. Eventually raising his head to gaze in the direction the young man in the black shirt had departed, a flicker of sternness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Galaxy Villa, Siyu relished a rare opportunity to sleep in until nearly noon. Upon entering the villa's hall, he found Shen Yimo and Lin Shiyang animatedly recounting amusing anecdotes from the previous night, while Feng Qianque and the others listened quietly. 5 days had elapsed since their departure from Jinling. By the third day, they had arrived in Woyang, but upon reaching Lin Shiyang's cousin's residence, they found no one home. However, this was not unexpected for Suyu. He exchanged a tracking talisman for Lin Shiyang's use, and upon receiving the target's direction, instructed the Galaxy to lock onto that course, allowing the women to upgrade as they proceeded. It was only last night, upon arriving at the Taihang Mountains, that the Galaxy issued a warning. This time, it was not a pink light, but rather a red dot indicating the presence of exotic beasts, marked by 2 circular seals, 3 in total. In the preceding days, Siyu had engaged in combat only 3 times, vanquishing 1 second-tier zombie and 2 second-tier exotic beasts. After dispatching these 3 creatures, he discovered the Taihang Mountains teemed with a diverse array of exotic species. Thus, accompanied by several women, he ventured into the mountains to capture exotic beasts, intending to establish the breeding grounds of the galactic ship and attain a state of meat freedom. Upon discovering a fist-sized 7-spotted ladybug, Shen Yimo and Lin Xiao immediately set their sights on this species, not for its culinary appeal, but due to the enhanced aesthetic allure it exhibited post-evolution. Its wings shimmered with a soft blue luminescence, and its body structure resembled that of a machine, appearing truly resplendent. Along the way, they also stumbled upon an unusually large mutated snail, roughly the size of a basketball, which they decided to keep as a pet. This mutated snail possessed a human-like upper body, though its transformation was not yet complete, resulting in somewhat cumbersome limbs and a hefty grayish-white shell. Upon seeing Suyu descending the stairs, Shen Yiling rose and gently said, "Brother Yu, please take a seat for a moment. I will prepare dinner now." Suyu approached Shen Yiling, enveloping her in his embrace and inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair. He then addressed the gathered women. "Last night, we captured dozens of exotic beasts. Today, I shall prepare a delightful feast for you. Feel free to choose any meat you desire." The captured beasts were temporarily restrained by vines in the breeding area to the right of the villa. Previously gathered supplies were nearly devoid of steel, thus, it was only after he found time to collect some steel that the galactic ship could synthesize the beast cages. Upon arriving at the breeding area with the women, Siyu noticed that the exotic beasts appeared listless and unwell. It became evident to him that the creatures had received special care from the little demon. While this was not inherently problematic, it felt rather unsettling and slightly disturbing. In any case, these beasts were no longer fit for consumption. Glancing at the 7-spotted ladybugs fluttering about and the leisurely snail munching on leafy greens in the planting area, he thought, at least these little creatures haven't been mistreated. However, the thought of the hard-captured exotic beasts being spoiled by the little demon filled him with frustration, prompting him to beckon the little demon over. "Come here," he commanded. The little demon bounced over only to receive a light smack to the head. "Is this how you oversee these exotic beasts?" It squeaked apologetically. "I'm sorry, master. I was inadequate." Though it was unclear what it had done wrong, acknowledging its mistake was the right approach. In recent days, while hunting zombie beasts, the little demon had been allowed to roam freely, extracting emotions from any living beings other than humans. While these creatures lacked the emotional depth provided by humans, their sheer numbers allowed the little demon to accumulate sufficient attributes. This led it to mistakenly believe that it could freely exploit any species other than humans. Seeing the little demon's bewildered expression and sincere apology, Siyu could only sigh in resignation. "Listen carefully, from now on, without my permission. You are prohibited from using that method to extract emotions from either exotic beasts or plants, even zombies. Do you understand? Yes. So you waved his hand, instructing the little demon to exit and capture one specimen of each exotic beast before returning. The little demon, equipped with an intelligent holographic wristband, alleviated Suyu's concerns regarding its ability to locate the beasts or find its way back. After sending the little demon away, Suyu was left to prepare a sumptuous lunch with the remaining meat. During the meal, he also scrutinized the attributes of the women present. Combat Amplitude, Talent 0. 8. Agility Mastery 1, Skill Desire for Revenge 0. 15. Feng Qianxue, Level 1, Rank 4, 2,973, 8 5,000. Actual Combat Power, 152. Explosive Combat Power, 450. Evolution Points, 0, 30. Affinity, 97. 2. Combat Amplitude, Death Scythe Talent 1, Total Talent Skills 2. Lin Xiao, Level 1, Rank 4, 1731, 2 5,000. Actual Combat Power, 150. Explosive Combat Power, 600. Evolution Points, 0, 22. Affinity, 97. Combat Amplitude, none. The talent enhanced bullets can inflict 4 times the damage, not included in the amplitude. Shin Yimo, Level 1, Rank 5, 2,357. 6,000. Actual Combat Power, 132. Explosive Combat Power, 132. Evolution Points, 0, 54. Affinity, 92. Combat Amplitude, Superpower Form Fusion 1. Ordinary Skill 0. 1. Xinyaling temporarily changed to another image. Suitable images can be directed to me. Xinyaling, Level 1, Rank 3, 3297. For 4,000. Actual Combat Power, 124. Explosive Combat Power, 261. Evolution Points, 0, 42. Affinity, 90. Combat Amplitude, Talent 0. 6. Short Blade Mastery 1. Agility Mastery 1. Su Qingwei, Level 1, Rank 4, 2,765. 9 5,000. Actual Combat Power, 123. Explosive Combat Power, 443. Evolution Points, 0, 26. Affinity, 87. 5. All the women had made significant progress, with Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiyu exhibiting relatively higher attributes. This was partly due to their training with Xiyu prior to reaching Level 1, which had augmented their overall attributes by 80 points. Upon reaching Level 1, this increase doubled. Thus, the lower the level, the higher the potential for enhancement through training with Suyu. Among the group, Shin Yimo possessed the lowest explosive combat power, which was equal to her attribute power. However, her strength was not to be underestimated, as neither her talent nor skills had contributed to an increase in combat amplitude. The Moon Shadow Sniper Rifle mode, combined with her inherent abilities, unleashed damage that was the most formidable among the group. Furthermore, her area attack capability ranked among the highest, which accounted for her ascension to the highest level among the women. Just as Siyu was examining the attributes of the women, the galaxy interjected with a reminder, Master. The pink mark has appeared. Chapter 156. The village deep in the Taiyang Mountains. As the pink marker appeared, Lin Xiang's cousin Qinjin commanded attention. Upon hearing Inha's words, everyone set down their bowls and chopsticks. Suyu spoke authoritatively, instructing, Inha, project the surrounding environment of the target location. As his words echoed, a massive virtual screen materialized in the villa's hall. The distant mountains emerged on the screen, shrouded in a delicate veil, appearing ethereal amidst the swirling mists, now near, now far. The graceful, serpentine ridges resembled a slumbering dragon. The camera gradually zoomed in, revealing a mountain village constructed entirely of colossal stones deep within the Taiyang Mountains. With the pink marker now situated within the village, Lin Xiang pondered aloud, could it be my cousin? Did she travel here before the apocalypse? Whether it is or not, we shall find out, Suyu replied with a smile. Regardless, if her appearance exceeds a score of 90, I certainly cannot let her slip away. As the Inha craft soared toward the village, within the largest stone structure of Taichuan village, a burly man embraced a voluptuous woman, his rough hands groping her ample curves. Does Qinjin disagree? The man queried. The woman, frowning, shook her head. Wengu, Qinjin is quite cunning. Give me a bit more time, and I will surely persuade her. Humph. The burly man snorted, forcefully shoving the woman to the ground. Useless. Prepare to collect your son's corpse. The woman knelt before him, clinging to his thigh in desperation. 1. Wengu, please spare my son. Just give me a little more time, and I will bring her to you. With a swift kick, the man sent the woman sprawling. I'll give you 3 more days. If you cannot present her before me, you shall never see your son again. Thank you, Wengu. Thank you. The woman repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude before clutching her abdomen and leaving through the back door. Watching her retreating figure, a cruel glint flickered in the man's eyes. Li Jun, I refuse to believe you can protect them forever. The man, Li Feiwen, was a native of Taichuan village and had been a local ruffian before the apocalypse, thriving by butchering tourists. Trivial items procured from an online marketplace were transformed into the village's specialties, multiplying in value by 100-fold. Anyone who dared to look without purchasing would soon have to answer to his underlings. Before the outbreak, Qin Jin had visited the area with her classmates and several suitors. Upon seeing Qin Jin, Li Feiwen entertained nefarious thoughts, yet the sheer number of her companions deterred him from acting. The apocalypse, however, presented him with an opportunity. He gradually dismantled Qin Jin's group strength, but unexpectedly, his fellow villager Li Jun returned to Taichuan village with a group of people. Since childhood, Li Jun had been at odds with him, constantly opposing his actions. After joining the military and settling down in Magic City Post Service, Li Jun's life had improved significantly. The woman who had just departed, Wang Alu, was returning to the village alongside Li Jun. By a twist of fate, Li Feiwen's subordinates captured Wang Alu's son. Upon discovering her background as a psychologist prior to the apocalypse, they coerced her into secretly assisting them by relaying messages. True to her profession, Wang Alu adeptly persuaded numerous individuals to join Li Feiwen's ranks during this time. The men became his subordinates, while the fate of the women was less certain. Li Feiwen pushed open a door and entered, casually pointing at several young women. You three, step forward. The summoned girls trembled, daunted by Li Feiwen's authority, and promptly stood up to follow him outside. At that moment, a young man burst in, his face betraying no surprise upon witnessing the alluring scene in the hall. He looked at Li Feiwen with excitement, exclaiming, Brother Wen, a flying car has arrived outside, and several breathtaking women have emerged from it. I swear on my life. Each of them is more stunning than that wretched Qin Jin. Just a glimpse ignited a fire within me. Li Feiwen's eyes lit up. Where are they? At the Li Jun base. I've already sent word to gather our brothers, the young man replied. Nodding, Li Feiwen stood and seized the head of the woman before him. Moments later, he discarded her lifeless body carelessly to the side. He then glanced at the trembling woman nearby, commanding, clean this place up before I return. Why yes. She responded weakly, her body shuddering. Once the two departed, the remaining woman collapsed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, Li Jun wore a grave expression, warily observing Su Yu and the others, as he sensed a profound pressure emanating from Feng Qianxue and her companions. Upon hearing that Lin Xie was searching for Qin Jin, Li Jun furrowed his brow and inquired, What is your relationship with her? At that moment, a surprised voice rang out from behind him. Xie, Qianxue, what are you doing here? A tall, voluptuous woman stepped forward from the crowd. Her golden hair flowed like satin, her beauty striking, and her skin was whiter than the finest jade. Her eyes sparkled in a golden hue, as clear as crystal. Enchanting, was Su Yu's immediate thought upon seeing her. Ding. Charm aura activated. Qin Jin's base affection level towards the host is 30. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, a smile curled upon Su Yu's lips as he activated his eye of detection. Name, Qin Jin level, first stage 0 level, 97. 5-1000, combat power, actual power, 102, burst power, 102, strength, 191, agility, 210, constitution, 182, mentality, 235, attractiveness, 91, effect level 2, base 30, talent, B-level talent, mental seduction, can use mental power to confuse targets. Releasing it over time can ultimately make them obedient to one's commands. Energy restores at a rate of 4 per minute. Upon observing Qin Jin's attribute panel, Su Yu's smile faltered. What could this possibly signify? After an increase of 30 in basic favorability, there remains only a mere 2 points of affection? This implies that the woman's initial sentiment towards him was a staggering negative 28. Su Yu furrowed his brow, pondering. How could she harbor such animosity towards me upon our first encounter? Or perhaps, she feels this way towards all men. Could it be a case of female preference? Li Jun made an appearance in Chapter 33, while the female psychologist was introduced in Chapter 42. Those who have forgotten may wish to revisit those sections. Chapter 157, This woman is not to be trusted. With a joyful expression, Qin Jin hastened to Lin Xiang's side, ready to envelop her in a warm embrace. However, just as Lin Xiang uttered a word, her petite face was enveloped in a wave of warmth. After releasing her, Qin Jin inquired, Xiang, Qin Shui, how did you both come to be here? Fearing another overwhelming embrace, Lin Xiang quickly stepped back a short distance. Of course, we came to find you, cousin. After exchanging a few polite words, Qin Jin's gaze lingered on Xin Yuling and the other women, her brow furrowing in confusion. Qian Shui. Who are they? Feng Qian Shui introduced. They are all my and Xiang's sisters. By the way, allow me to introduce you to Su Yu, who is also our husband. We? The phrasing in Feng Qian Shui's statement caused Qin Jin's delicate brows to subtly knit together. Nevertheless, a smile soon graced her face as she greeted Xin Yuling and the others. When her gaze turned to Suyu, her smile broadened, and she extended her fair, jade-like hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, Suyu. I am Chen Jin, the distant cousin of Xiong and Qian Shui. Ding. Chen Jin's affinity for the host increases by 3, current affinity level, 1. Listening to the system's notification, Suyu felt utterly speechless. Is this what they call a smile on the surface while harboring resentment within? Yet, the woman maintained an impeccable facade, leaving him little choice but to conceal his discontent. Hello, Qian Shui and Xiong often mention you, Suyu replied, extending his hand in return for a handshake. However, as soon as his fingers brushed against Chen Jin's, she swiftly withdrew her hand and discreetly wiped it behind her back. Yet, Suyu noticed her subtle gestures, concluding, this woman is undoubtedly troubled, and quite seriously so. She needs help. Having found the individuals he sought, Suyu had no intention of lingering any longer, thus casting a glance at Feng Qianshui. Understanding his cue, Feng Qianshui took Chen Jin by the arm and said, Cousin, we came specifically to escort you. Let us depart together. Chen Jin hesitated before softly inquiring about the abilities of Feng Qianshui and her companions. Feng Qianshui, puzzled yet compliant, provided a brief overview of the women's strengths. Excluding Suyu. Upon learning of their capabilities, Chen Jin's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded and said, Qian Shui, I can accompany you. But, would you be able to assist me in eliminating a few individuals? Seeing Feng Qianshui glance at him, Suyu nodded in agreement, holding no objections. However, upon witnessing this, Chen Jin's brows furrowed tightly. As Feng Qianshui had not introduced Suyu's prowess, she assumed it was out of consideration for his pride, leading her to regard him as merely a pretty face devoid of substance. Cousin, who do you wish to eliminate? Upon hearing Feng Qianshui's inquiry, Chen Jin ceased her contemplations and pointed towards 3 young men at the rear of the crowd, her tone icy. Those 3. And there's also one named Li Feiwen who is not present. The 3 young men indicated by Chen Jin wore expressions of disbelief. A young man was the first to voice his discontent, exclaiming, Jeaner, what do you mean by that? Who do you think you are to call her Jeaner? Another young man, realizing the situation, swiftly retorted. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Jin, his eyes brimming with affection. Jeaner, you are merely jesting with me. Are you not? Did you not promise that once we left this place, we would be together forever? Upon hearing the words exchanged between the 2 rivals, the last man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, paused momentarily before a self-deprecating smile graced his lips. The notion of hiding relationships to prevent the other 2 from conspiring against him seemed futile. The idea of loving only one person for a lifetime was revealed to be nothing but a fallacy. The bespectacled man looked at his 2 friends, with whom he had competed for years, and remarked with a sardonic grin, I never imagined that we would spend our days chasing after illusions, only to have our eyes pecked out by the very geese we sought to hunt. The onlookers surrounding them appeared to revel in the unfolding drama, buzzing with gossip. Li Jun's gaze towards Chen Jin was filled with astonishment. Had he not initially rejected her, he would surely have been among the individuals she referred to. Suyu furrowed his brow, observing Chen Jin's silhouette, his impression of her rapidly diminishing. As all eyes converged upon her, he noted the peculiar expression in her eyes. Chen Jin's countenance darkened as she vented her frustrations to the crowd. I am but a woman. What more can I do? Tell me, she continued. If I do not resort to these means, my fate would be far worse than being taken away by Li Feiwen. Her words silenced the crowd. And even among the women who had envied Chen Jin's beauty, a sense of equilibrium began to settle in their hearts. In a world ravaged by chaos, beauty often became the greatest sin. To survive, one must either grow stronger or succumb to a life of servitude. Qianxue, Siya, you understand me, do you not? Chen Jin's hopeful gaze fell upon the 2 women. However, Feng Qianxue and Lin Siya were at a loss for words. They could hardly condone Chen Jin's actions. Yet, considering her previous circumstances and familial connections, they could only nod in reluctant understanding. A glimmer of hope flickered in Chen Jin's eyes as she implored, Qianxue, could you assist me in eliminating them? If they remain alive, I shall never be able to move past this hurdle. At that moment, Siyu's interest in Chen Jin had waned, despite the initial allure of discovering a woman of exceptional merit. Regardless of the reasons, a tarnished reputation remains just that, tarnished. There was no need to complicate his life over a woman. However, considering her ties to Feng Qianxue and the others, he resolved to escort her to Kyoto, thereby fulfilling his moral obligation. Before Feng Qianxue could respond, Siyu spoke up. Qingyue, proceed swiftly. Understood. Su Qingyue nodded in acknowledgement and promptly vanished from sight. A series of 3 soft, precise sounds echoed as blades met flesh, and Su Qingyue reappeared silently at Suyu's side. It was then that the onlookers finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their gazes fixed in shock upon the 3 young men clutching their necks. on the verge of collapse, all inhaling sharply in disbelief. Is this even human? It is essential to recognize that these three young men possess formidable strength, undoubtedly standing out among their peers. Otherwise, they could not have continually protected Qinjin. However, this woman has astonishingly vanquished all three of them in an instant. Had it not been witnessed with my own eyes, I would scarcely have dared to envision such a scene unfolding before me. Even Qinjin was taken aback by Su Qingwei's terrifying prowess. Yet, once the initial shock subsided, her gaze towards Su Qingwei bore an unusual excitement. This reaction caused Shen Yimo, who had been observing her closely, to furrow her brow in concern. Something is amiss. The way that woman looked at me just now was peculiar. I must discuss this with Brother Yu later, as she may pose a threat. Chapter 158. No need to wait for later. Beep. The contractor Su Qingwei has slain 3 level 1 human XX, earning 60 spiritual essence. Upon witnessing the demise of the 3 men, Su Yu expressed his impatience, inquiring about the whereabouts of the remaining individual. Let us resolve this swiftly and depart. A flicker of discontent crossed Qinjin's eyes just as a woman's voice resonated through the air. I know where he is. Unexpectedly emerging from the throng, Wang Alu stepped forward. What are you doing, Alu? Li Jun questioned, puzzled by her sudden appearance. Wang Alu offered a bittersweet smile and replied, I owe you an apology. Junji. Ignoring Li Jun's bewildered expression, she approached Su Yu and, with a soft thud, knelt before him. My lord, do you still remember me? Previously, at Magic City University, you and this enchanting lady visited my home to inquire about certain matters. Upon recognizing her, Su Yu recalled the woman who had accompanied a child. He had remarked to Feng Qianxue about her intelligence and perceptiveness. Surprised, he nodded and asked, What brings you here? And why are you kneeling? My lord, shortly after you departed, I encountered Junji. Wang Yilu indicated Li Jun and continued, as a woman with a child, surviving in this apocalyptic world proved daunting. So I accompanied Junji back to his hometown. She recounted the harrowing tale of her son's abduction and the dealings she had with Li Feiwen. Li Jun, eyes wide with disbelief, trembled as he pointed at her. You mean to say, those women were all deceived by you? The crowd, upon hearing Wang Alu's narrative, was engulfed with fury. Li Feiwen was a man of infamy. To call him a demon would be an understatement. The women he captured, if they were merely reduced to slaves or playthings, some might begrudgingly accept it. After all, in this world, many would willingly become the toys of the powerful. Yet, the monstrosity of Li Feiwen lay in his treatment of women not merely as objects of desire, but as sustenance. Listening to the surrounding vitriol, Wang Ilu's eyes reflected her anguish. Human hearts are tender. If given a choice, she would never have resorted to such actions. Drawing a deep breath, she wiped the tears from her face and said, I apologize for speaking so freely. My lord, I have shared so much with you because I implore you to save my child. He is innocent. I possess a secret about Li Feiwen that could prove vital. For he cannot be killed otherwise. Cannot be killed? Su Yu's eyes glimmered with intrigue, urging Wang Alu to elaborate. If there truly existed an ability that rendered him immortal, it could be pivotal. This was an accidental discovery. Through certain details, I realized his apparent physical form. Silence. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from behind Su Yu, accompanied by the rush of a fierce wind. With a chilling gaze, Su Yu thought, seeking death. The crimson blood appeared in his grasp, hurled towards the source of the gale. Thud. The crimson blood shot forth, piercing through the future. Return to the blade. Su Yu silently chanted, causing the blood to pause momentarily in midair before swiftly returning to his hand. Observing the fallen corpse, Su Yu furrowed his brow, as he had not received the system's notification of a kill. At that moment, Wang Alu urged anxiously, My lord, this is Li Feiwen, but I assure you, he is not dead yet. You must believe me. He now knows that I betrayed him and will surely come after my child. Gazing at the body on the ground through his detection eye, the only information displayed was a string of data, Li Feiwen 07. Casting a glance at the still kneeling Wang Alu, Su Yu commanded, Lead the way. This way. Wang Alu immediately pointed towards the largest stone building in the village. Su Yu infused the crowd with repulsive and attractive forces. In the next moment, Su Yu, along with Feng Qianxue and the others, including Chun Jin and Wang Alu, floated into the air. Hey, Brother Yu. How did we just fly up? Exclaimed Shen Yimo, while Lin Siye shouted, Oh my. Brother Su, I can fly now. The trio of Feng Qianxue, Shen Yiling, and Su Qingwei remained relatively composed, though their beautiful eyes reflected astonishment. This was the first time they witnessed Su Yu utilizing the heavenly attraction ability. And seeing their expressions brought a smile to his lips. I will explain everything shortly, Su Yu assured them. As his words fell, they soared away at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a crowd in a state of bewilderment. Throughout that day, an overwhelming number of events had shattered their understanding of reality. causing them to take quite some time to regain their senses. Military brother, what? What should we do now? Li Jun asked. Glancing in the direction Suyu and the others had departed, his eyes filled with complexity. The unspoken tension between him and Wang Alu lingered. But fate had dealt them a different hand, leading to this current predicament. After taking a deep breath, Li Jun turned his gaze towards the subordinates brought by Li Feiwen. The complexity in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a fierce determination. Eliminate all of Li Feiwen's men. Leave none alive. The subordinates of Li Feiwen were now utterly bewildered. Were they still dreaming, or had the world gone mad? After all, their leader was invulnerable and possessed a regenerative ability that defied nature. Yet he had vanished without a trace in a single encounter? Upon arriving at the stone house, Wang Alu pushed open a door and stepped inside. Su Yu and the others followed, only to be greeted by an overpowering stench. Inside were over 100 women, scantily clad and numb, casting only a brief glance at them before lowering their heads once more. Noticing the dried filth on their bodies, Su Yu understood the origin of the foul odor. They held their breath and followed Wang Ilu deeper into the building. The stone house was expansive, and upon reaching the innermost part, Wang Ilu halted, gazing at the stone wall before them. If my conjecture is correct, there should be a hidden door here. Su Yu said nothing and gestured for her to step aside before delivering a powerful punch. Boom. With a resounding crash, the massive stone wall shattered into countless fragments, revealing a passageway before them. Su Yu was the first to step into the corridor, navigating its twists and turns until he arrived at a dimly lit chamber. The room was shrouded in darkness, with various implements of bondage piled in a corner, seemingly untouched for quite some time, likely stored there since the world fell into chaos. Son, Wang Alu exclaimed, rushing towards a shadowed corner. She swiftly gathered the boy, ensnared by ropes, into her arms. Son, please don't scare your mother, she sobbed. The boy bore no visible wounds, yet he appeared emaciated, likely a victim of starvation. If you wish for revenge, then silence yourself, Su Yu admonished, prompting Wang Alu to stifle her cries. He closed his eyes, straining to listen intently to the sounds around them. Meanwhile, in an underground passage, Li Feiwen proceeded with caution, a sense of relief washing over him as he muttered to himself, damn, that man's power is terrifying. Luckily, I was clever enough to dig this tunnel before the world collapsed. Once I become invincible, you had better pray not to cross my path. Back in the chamber, Su Yu opened his eyes, a smile curving his lips. There's no need to wait for the future. Chapter 159. Look again. If today I do not beat you to a pulp, consider yourself fortunate. Su Yu gazed at a stone wall. The wall bore no door, no crevice. Only a circular hole the size of an eye in its center. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Su Yu stepped forward and knocked, producing a crisp, hollow sound. Typically, if the wall behind is hollow, it would not emit such a profound resonance. The clarity of the sound indicated that there was emptiness beyond. With a resounding thud, he struck the wall, which shattered, revealing a dark, straight passageway. Yet, faintly, a figure could be discerned within the passage. Observing the silhouette, a smile curled at the corners of Su Yu's mouth, still wishing to escape. Come back here. He extended his palm toward the passage, emanating a formidable gravitational force from his hand. The figure of Li Feiwen faltered, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. What the hell is happening? Fear flickered across Li Feiwen's face. With no time to ponder, he spread his legs against the walls of the passage, drastically reducing his backward momentum. Then, he plunged his hands into the ground, gripping tightly to halt his movement. Breathing a sigh of relief, he glanced back at Su Yu at the entrance, a shadow passing through his eyes. Subsequently, he crawled forward with considerable difficulty, employing an exceedingly peculiar posture. Is tenfold gravity insufficient? Then allow me to introduce this. Universal attraction. A visible wave of energy erupted from Su Yu's hand. Simultaneously, Li Feiwen felt an irresistible force pulling him backward. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to resist this overwhelming force. Crack! A sharp sound pierced the air. Li Feiwen let out a blood-curdling scream as his legs, braced against the walls of the passage, snapped, contorting at a grotesque angle. Simultaneously, his body was rapidly drawn towards Su Yu, his hands carving deep furrows into the ground. Su Yu seized Li Feiwen by the throat and simultaneously activated his eye of detection. Name, Li Feiwen level, first stage. Second tier combat power, actual power, 111, burst power, 122, strength, 198, agility, 247, constitution, 185, mentality, 261. Affection level, 51, harboring deep-seated animosity towards you. Talent, A-class puppet avatar, can create a puppet avatar. Consciousness can switch between the body and the avatar. Initial attributes are 50 of the body. The avatar can continuously strengthen by consuming flesh and blood, with a maximum enhancement of up to 500 of the body's attributes. Energy regenerates at 5 per minute. Skill, F-class copper-headed iron-armed items. F-class storage ring. F-class tiger-headed knife. Energy stones 1375. Upon witnessing Li Feiwen's talent, Su Yu shook his head in disappointment. He had hoped for a revival-type talent, but it turned out to be merely an avatar ability. Nonetheless, the puppet avatar talent was quite remarkable, as any creature killed by the puppet would allow the experience to be transferred back to the main body. The essence remains concealed while the avatar roams freely. Even in death, it can regenerate a new form, showcasing unparalleled survival capabilities. Su Yu surmised that Li Feiwen's avatar would inevitably be discovered by Wang Alu, likely due to his inability to resist the temptation of toying with women. After all, manipulating a puppet for such purposes is distinctly different from engaging in the act oneself. Su Yu lost interest in this talent. Why create an avatar? To betray oneself? Absurd. At that moment, Li Feiwen, grasped by the hand around his neck, struggled to articulate. I beg you, spare me. I can be your dog. To be my dog. You are woefully unworthy, Su Yu retorted, his voice icy and laced with an unmistakable aura of menace. The puppets created by Li Feiwen merely required the consumption of flesh to become stronger in this mountainous region. Mutated beasts were abundant, yet he chose to satiate his perverse desires by preying on humans. Such a being is not worthy of lament, even if he were to perish 1,000 times. After shattering Li Feiwen's arms, Su Yu dragged him outside, pausing momentarily as he passed by Wang Alu. If you wish to avenge your son, then follow me. Upon returning to the room filled with women, Su Yu casually tossed Li Feiwen to the ground. The sight of Li Feiwen sprawled on the floor ignited terror in the eyes of the scantily clad women. However, as they recognized his wretched state, a glimmer of realization sparked within their vacant gazes. He belongs to you. Do as you please with him. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the women's expressions varied. Some were tempted, yet none made a move. Lying on the ground, Li Feiwen bellowed, "You wretched bitches! I dare you to touch me." Such words sent shivers through the women. Their fear of him was deeply ingrained and not easily eradicated. However, Wang Alu was an exception. After carefully placing the corpse she had been holding aside, she turned to face Li Feiwen, her eyes ablaze with hatred. "Li Feiwen, you beast!" Wang Alu charged at him, seizing his head and relentlessly smashing it against the ground. With her leading the charge, the surrounding women reacted one by one, clawing, kicking, and biting, employing every conceivable method to unleash their pent-up fear and rage. Yet, among them were several younger women whose ire was directed at Wang Alu instead of Li Feiwen. They loathed her even more, blaming her for their suffering, both physical and psychological. The scene erupted into chaos. Su Yu, however, did not intervene, merely observing with indifference. This was the consequence of her own actions, and she must reap what she had sown. Casting a glance at Chen Jin, Su Yu jested, "Did you not wish to kill him? Here lies your opportunity. Why not take it?" I shall refrain from intervening. Their presence suffices," Chen Jin stammered, lowering her head to avoid Su Yu's gaze. She had initially believed that Su Yu's charm and eloquence were merely the means by which he had ensnared the likes of Feng Qianxue and her companions. To her surprise, he was the most formidable presence among Feng Qianxue and her companions. Reflecting on her previous attitude towards Su Yu, Chen Jin felt a pang of regret, and the joy of reuniting with the Feng sisters was swiftly overshadowed. In comparison to those she had encountered before, Su Yu was indeed the most significant ally. She nearly let such an opportunity slip through her fingers. Raising her head to glance at Su Yu's profile, Chen Jin encouraged herself inwardly. "I still have a chance. If I become his woman, I will be able to spend time with so many beautiful sisters in the future. And that little lowly, I must have her." Lost in her thoughts, Chen Jin turned her gaze towards Shen Yimo. To her surprise, Shen Yimo was also looking at her at that moment. Their eyes met, and Chen Jin was momentarily taken aback before she nodded at Shen Yimo, revealing a genuine smile. Faced with Chen Jin's intense gaze, Shen Yimo shivered slightly, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. Uncontrollably, she took 2 steps back, then shook her small fist and shot her an angry glare, her cherry-red lips moving. Judging by her mouth's movements, she seemed to say, "Look again, and I swear I will knock you down." Chapter 160. Su Qingwei. They have cursed those who ought not to be cursed. Thus, they must perish. After the passage of an hour and a half, the group of women finally vented the pent-up fury that had long tormented them. They collapsed weakly onto the cold ground, their vacant stares fixed upon the ceiling, releasing their emotions through loud cries or fits of laughter. Their contorted expressions resembled a gathering of deranged lunatics. In the corner of the room, Wang Alu, bruised and battered, clutched the lifeless body of her son, having drawn her last breath. Meanwhile, Li Feiwen, having attained the first tier, despite being ravaged with deep and grotesque wounds, still clung to life. Perhaps this is for the best. If he were to die just like this, it would be too lenient, Su Yu sighed, shaking his head as he glanced at the group of women. "Let us depart." He waved at Li Feiwen, summoning both attraction and repulsion to lift him into the air. However, an unexpected occurrence arose. One of the women stood up, pointing a finger at Suyu and his companions, berating them like a shrew. Why didn't you come sooner? Speak up. If you had arrived earlier, we would not have been tormented by this beast. Her agitation was palpable, her gaze towards Suyu brimming with resentment. The other women, stirred by her fervor, joined in the outcry, directing their vitriol at Suyu and his group with words that were utterly unbearable. Some even lamented that without Li Feiwen, their safety was no longer assured, demanding Suyu to protect them. This elicited a chuckle from Suyu. Having extended a hand of goodwill to grant these women an opportunity for vengeance, they had not only failed to express gratitude, but now sought to take advantage of his benevolence. Did they truly perceive him as a savior? Silence, ladies. Shun Yimo's temper flared at such insolence, and in an instant, she summoned her weapon, unleashing a torrent of flames from her rifle, transforming the most vociferous offenders into mere remnants. The women immediately fell silent, retreating in fear, terror once again etched upon their faces. The adage that those who are pitiful must also possess something despicable rang true in this instance. Suyu shook his head in resignation, thinking that perhaps being a good Samaritan was no longer a viable path. Let us depart, he gestured, leading the women toward the exit. Just as they stepped out of the stone abode, Su Qingwei suddenly halted. You all go ahead. I've misplaced something. Misplaced something? Suyu chuckled softly. It was evident that she was not adept at deception. Understanding her intention, he decided to indulge her. Go ahead. We shall await your return. Nodding, Su Qingwei vanished from sight. In just over a minute, she emerged from the stone shelter, moving with an elegant gait, clad in a fitted black dress. It accentuated her alluring curves, exuding a seductive charm. Yet, the faint aura of lethal intent about her felt somewhat ill-timed. As she approached Suyu, the lingering menace dissipated, replaced by a captivating smile. Thank you for your patience. On the way back, Lin Xia approached Su Qingwei with a puzzled expression and asked, Sister Qingwei, were you just? Su Qingwei, aware that her excuse was insufficiently convincing, candidly replied, I killed them. Those women from earlier? Lin Xia inquired. Indeed. Su Qingwei affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Shin Yimo also chimed in. Did you eliminate them all? Yes. Sister Qingwei. You ought to have included me in such an affair next time. Lin Xia exclaimed. Of course, Su Qingwei replied. Shen Jin, overhearing the conversation among the women, furrowed her brow. Though their words were somewhat excessive, did they truly deserve death? Was it necessary to kill them all? Su Qingwei cast a cold glance at her, then turned her gaze towards Suyu's receding figure, her icy demeanor softening momentarily. They had insulted individuals who should not have been insulted, thus. At this juncture, Su Qingwei directed her attention back to Chen Jin, coldly uttering two words, deserve death. Chen Jin shuddered, frozen in place, watching Su Qingyue's figure gradually distance itself. Chen Jin frowned, clenched her fists, and her violet eyes darkened with a hint of anger. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly, perhaps from indignation. Feng Qinxue approached her, saying, Cousin, do not be upset. Qingyue's temperament is simply like that. No, we should hurry and catch up. When Su Yu and his companions arrived at the location of the galaxy, Li Jun and the others had just finished eliminating Li Feiwen's subordinates. Su Yu merely glanced at them, offering no acknowledgement, and led the women aboard the galaxy. Once the galaxy ascended and vanished from sight, Li Jun and his companions finally relaxed their guard, exhaling deeply. Su Yu's aura was overwhelmingly terrifying. Having witnessed his power, standing before him left one breathless. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Li Jun's expression shifted. Without taking the time to greet his brothers, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Li Feiwen's stone chamber. Upon entering the stone chamber, Li Jun hesitated outside a door, reluctant to push it open. The overwhelming scent of blood alerted him to the calamity that had transpired within. Taking a deep breath, he extended a slightly trembling hand to push the door open. Gazing upon the scattered corpses within, Li Jun's heart tightened as he searched for something among the bodies. Upon spotting a familiar figure in the corner, his eyes gradually reddened, and he softly murmured, Why did this happen? Why? A heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout the silent valley. Meanwhile, after boarding the galaxy, Chen Jin remained in a state of shock, unable to regain her composure. Qinxue, please arrange a room for her to stay in. You two can catch up for a few days, and when we reach Kyoto, let her accompany your parents, Suyu stated, indicating that he would not take Chen Jin in. This forewarning was intended to prevent any mishaps from Feng Qinxue or Lin Xia. All right, my husband, I understand. Feng Qinxue nodded, initially harboring such intentions. However, upon learning of Chen Jin's actions in Dazhou village, she had abandoned that thought. After Feng Qinxue escorted Chen Jin to the villa, Suyu cast a glance at the nearly lifeless Li Feiwen. Shi Yao, please administer treatment to him. We cannot afford to let him perish, he instructed. Of course, Brother Suyu, Lin Shiyao replied obediently. Shin Yimo scratched her head, perplexed, and inquired, why not just kill him? What purpose does he serve? Why kill him? Such scum can serve as a long-term source of sustenance for the little demon, Suyu retorted. Lifting his gaze to contemplate the interior of the galactic vessel. The interior space of the galactic ship spanned an impressive 400 meters, allowing for potential reconfiguration to optimize its utilization. Galactic, I intend to partition the space. Is that feasible? What materials will I require? No sooner had Suyu finished speaking than the voice of Galactic resonated around him. Master, it is indeed possible. However, we will need a substantial quantity of metals such as steel or aluminum alloy. Can we use materials from cars? Suyu inquired. Certainly, the synthesizing function allows for decomposition. Galactic confirmed. Nodding in agreement, Suyu felt relieved that automobiles could be repurposed for this task. He promptly commanded, set course for the nearest city, and also notify the little demon to return at once. This free labor force was finally proving its worth. With its assistance, the task of collecting cars would be accomplished with the efficiency of a team comprising hundreds. Chapter 161. Upgrading the galaxy. Before long, the little demon returned to the galaxy, accompanied by a dozen first-tier exotic beasts, including goats, wild rabbits, wild boars, badgers, long-eyed fowl, and civets, which should suffice for a considerable duration. Excellent work, praised Suyu. Subsequently entrusting Li Feiwen to the little demon. From now on, he shall be your long-term sustenance. Eek. The little demon responded joyfully. Wait. As the little demon seemed poised to engage in something rather inappropriate, Suyu hastily intervened. After sternly admonishing it, the galaxy arrived at one city. Suyu first set about collecting dozens of vehicles, allowing the galaxy to scan and absorb them into the synthesis space. Galaxy, please synthesize some beast cages to confine these exotic creatures. Understood, Master. Moments later, an array of beast cages of varying sizes materialized before Suyu. These cages, synthesized by the galaxy, would possess the same defenses as the interior of the ship, effectively restraining the exotic beasts and rendering their innate abilities ineffective. Thus, you need not worry about any attempts at escape. Little demon, confine these exotic beasts and Li Feiwen within the cages, Suyu commanded. Your task today is to gather vehicles from the streets and have the galaxy absorb them into the synthesis space. The more, the better. Eek. The little demon nodded eagerly. Once the little demon departed, Suyu began to contemplate in silence. Since he was preparing to remodel the internal structure of the galaxy, he might as well upgrade it as well, for the space seemed rather inadequate. Currently, the galaxy was merely at level C, which, while sufficient for the time being on Water Blue Star, would inevitably require enhancement in the future. Upgrading now would not be a loss. Little Fairy, how many upgrade stones are necessary to elevate the galaxy? Master, due to its unique nature, at least 5 stones are required for an upgrade. 5 stones. Which means 5 million spirit essence, a reasonable price. Suyu nodded. Purchasing another B-class RV would similarly cost 5 million. If just one upgrade stone could elevate the level, it would seem rather unusual. Little Fairy, let us exchange for 5 upgrade stones. Very well, Master. Beep. Purchased B-class upgrade stones X5. Deducted 5 million spirit essence. Remaining essence, 574,831. As he toyed with the upgrade stones in his hand, Suyu inquired, Little Fairy, how should these be utilized? Master, place the upgrade stones in the control room, on the platform where you initially bound the galaxy. Suyu beckoned to the others. Come. Let us proceed to the control room. Brother Suyu, are you upgrading the galaxy? Lin Xia asked, clinging to Suyu's arm in confusion. With a smile, Suyu nodded. Yes, today we shall enhance the galaxy significantly. Shin Yimo's eyes sparkled. You go. May I create an esports room for myself? It has been quite some time since I last indulged in gaming. Even Douyin cannot be scrolled through. Were it not for your presence, I might have succumbed to boredom. An esports room? That is a simple task. I shall soon visit a few shopping centers to acquire additional computers for the galaxy's synthesis, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Brother Suyu, I wish to. Lin Xia tilted her head in contemplation, pondering aloud. Could we perhaps construct a swimming pool? That way, we could swim at home. Suyu affectionately stroked Lin Xia's little nose, replying, Of course, you may unleash your creativity. The space is quite ample. He then turned to glance at Xin Yiling and Su Qingwei, who followed closely behind. Yiling, Qingwei, what are your thoughts? Both ladies smiled serenely and gently shook their heads. They held no particular desires. As long as they could be with those dear to them, material possessions were of little importance. Suyu released Shin Yimo and Lin Xia, moving closer to the 2 women, pulling them into his embrace with earnestness. No. At least think of one idea. This is our home. How can you not participate? Xin Yiling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and suggested, "Let us expand the kitchen. With more sisters around, it feels a bit cramped." Su Qingwei also responded without hesitation, stating, "If possible, I would like a training room." Su nodded in agreement. A training room was indeed necessary, as Feng Qianxue and the others typically trained on the lawn in front of the villa. Having various equipment would surely expedite their mastery of abilities. At that moment, the little white snake, feeling neglected as Suyu had not inquired about its opinion, darted in front of him, raising its pristine head and flicking its tongue incessantly, hissing with displeasure. "Ah, I almost forgot about you, little one." The group laughed and chatted merrily as they soon arrived at the control room. Suyu walked directly to the side of the control panel and placed the upgrade stone upon the platform. Unlike the weapon upgrades, the platform instantly radiated a mesmerizing blend of red and blue luminescence. In mere moments, the entire control room was aglow. After a few minutes, the upgrade stone transformed into a pile of powder. However, Suyu did not hear the usual sound indicating a successful upgrade, just as he was about to inquire. The voice of Galaxy resonated. "Master, an unknown anomaly occurred during the upgrade process. The requirements for upgrading have been met. Shall we proceed to elevate the level now? Alternatively, you may continue to invest upgrade stones, which may lead to the emergence of new abilities." Suyu was taken aback. It can be operated in such a manner? An unknown anomaly? Could it be related to Shaoling? He glanced at the glass jar in the corner of the control room, through the golden honey, faintly perceiving the diminutive figure within. Since there was a possibility of generating new abilities, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Little fairy. Exchange for one more B-grade upgrade stone. He placed the newly exchanged upgrade stone on the platform, and the brilliance intensified even further. Still not enough? Little fairy, another one. After using 2 upgrade stones in succession, Galaxy remained unresponsive. Suyu gritted his teeth, having already expended so much. He could not afford to abandon his endeavor now. "Little fairy, bring me another piece to try." "Master, the spiritual essence is insufficient. Shall we convert energy stones?" "Convert? Damn it, bring it on. I refuse to be thwarted today." After utilizing the 5th upgrade stone, a blinding light erupted within the Galaxy, accompanied by a gentle tremor. Boom, 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 ding. The Galaxy has successfully upgraded to Class B, acquiring a new ability, Ultimate Form. Upon hearing the system's notification, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. The enhancement of the Galaxy had cost him a total of 7 million spiritual essence and 30,000 energy stones. He currently had 574,831 points of spiritual essence remaining and 1,734,592 energy stones in reserve. Although the expenditure was considerable, it remained within his acceptable range. Eagerly, Suyu began to explore the changes brought about by the Galaxy's upgrade. Chapter 162, Mecha, Ultimate Form of the Galaxy Ship. Firstly, Suyu examined the newly acquired ability, Ultimate Form. The Ultimate Form allowed the Galaxy Ship to switch to Mecha mode, which could be controlled by the Galaxy Intelligence Brain or through a neural connection to operate the Galaxy Mecha. This mode could amplify all attributes by 40. Notably, this form could also bind with plant-based life forms, with a multiplication factor of 1. Once bound, the attributes of the plant life would merge with Suyu's own Mecha. Suyu's eyes lit up. This ability was nothing short of invincible. The prospect of binding a plant life form, without question, made the little demon his prime choice. Should he bind with the little demon, the attributes of the mecha would be the sum of both his own and the little demon's, augmented by an additional 40. More importantly, the mecha was sufficiently large. Even with identical attributes, its destructive power would far surpass that of a human body. Moreover, the mecha could engage in combat underwater. What Suyu lacked was the ability to fight in aquatic environments, where formidable Tier 2 creatures would undoubtedly abound. With this mecha, the time required for him to ascend to Tier 3 would be significantly reduced. The only potential drawback appeared to be the energy consumption. The mecha mode consumed energy at an alarming rate, determined by the strength of the operator. If the operator was Tier 1, it would consume 0.1 energy stones per minute. At Tier 2, 1 stone. At Tier 3, 10 stones, and so forth. So you couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, this consumption is truly terrifying. If I reach Tier 9, wouldn't that mean I'd need to expend 10 million stones every minute?" However, he quickly reassured himself. At Tier 9, he would be combating Tier 9 creatures, and at that point, the emergence of an SSS-grade energy stone could yield 10 billion ordinary energy stones. Thus, this concern began to dissipate. At this moment, Feng Qianxue arrived at the control room with Chen Jin, her delicate features reflecting astonishment. "Darling, what has happened? The interior space of the Galaxy ship has suddenly expanded manyfold." "Don't panic, it's just a level upgrade for the Galaxy," Suyu explained with a smile. As he prepared to investigate the extent of the spatial expansion, A sudden chirping sound from outside the ship drew his attention. Chirp, chirp. Turning to look, Suyu saw through the virtual display that the little demon had suspended a car on each of its tendrils, peering around outside the galaxy ship. Observing its curious glances between the holographic brain band and the galaxy ship, Suyu's eyes brightened. Could it be that changes have also occurred outside the galaxy ship? Let us go outside and take a look. As they stepped out of the galaxy ship, Qinjin was momentarily stunned by the sight of the little demon. Viewing it through the virtual display had not prepared her for the overwhelming presence of the countless tendrils that exuded a sinister and terrifying aura, making it difficult for her to breathe. Feng Qianxue gently reassured her, "This is my husband's pet. Do not worry, it won't harm you." Pet? Qinjin's face registered disbelief as she gazed up at the little demon, ultimately casting a look filled with fervor towards Suyu's retreating figure. With a soft chime, Qinjin's favorability towards the host stood at 10, currently at 9. Suyu merely cast a fleeting glance her way, his heart unaffected, thinking, this woman is truly materialistic and pragmatic. His impression of Qinjin had plummeted to an all-time low. He chose to disregard her, for at this moment, the galaxy was far more alluring than she was. The galaxy could no longer be merely termed a vehicle, it was more aptly described as a spacecraft. It had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. The 10 wheels had vanished, its size had expanded several times over, and its hue had deepened to a shade of silvery gray. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a metallic luster of silvery white. 2 pairs of wing-like extensions jutted out from its sides, featuring a sharply defined design that exuded a robust metallic essence. The upgraded galaxy appeared even more striking. The transformation of the galaxy heightened Suyu's anticipation for what the mecha would resemble. Thus, he instructed Xiao Yao to set the car aside and commanded, "Galaxy, bind Xiao Yao to the ultimate form of the mecha." "Understood, Master." A beam of light emanated from the galaxy, enveloping Xiao Yao. Moments later, the galaxy announced, "Master, the binding is complete. You may activate the ultimate form at any time." Qianxue, step back a bit. I am about to transform. Suyu suppressed his excitement and spoke to the women. Once they had retreated several hundred meters, he took a deep breath and mentally shouted, "Ultimate form." With a cacophony of sounds, the galaxy instantaneously disassembled into a multitude of components. Simultaneously, both Suyu and Xiao Yao floated uncontrollably into the air. The floating parts converged towards them as if drawn by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, an incalculable number of metallic pieces coalesced into a towering humanoid metal giant. From its back, several robust tendrils writhed erratically, instilling a sense of dread. The 100-meter-tall metallic figure, cloaked in silvery gray, boasted smooth lines, with crimson lights glowing from its eyes, exuding an imposing presence in the arena. In the distance, Qianxue and the others gaped in astonishment. Even Shen Yimo stammered, Is this brother you? My goodness, this is simply extraordinarily handsome." In a peculiar space, Suyu noticed a shift in his perspective. Previously limited to around 120 degrees, his field of vision had expanded to nearly 300 degrees. This meant he could perceive areas behind him without turning, a remarkably strange sensation. Suddenly, recalling something, Suyu hurriedly inquired, "Galaxy, will the internal space of the galaxy be affected once it transforms into mecha form?" "Master, the internal space of the galaxy is independent and will remain unaffected." That's reassuring. Suyu then attempted to move his body, feeling a weighty sensation. This was likely due to the increased size of his limbs and the greater wind resistance, however. The impact was minimal. "Oh, I can also manipulate Xiao Yao's tendrils." Suyu let out a soft exclamation, attempting to manipulate the vines as easily as if they were his own arms. As the vines extended from his back, he commanded them to strike the ground. With a thunderous crash, a chasm several dozen meters long appeared on the street, 3 meters wide and unfathomably deep, as if the earth had been cleaved open. Observing his creation, Suyu nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Such destructive power is simply invincible." He then proceeded to explore the capabilities of the mech. Its weapon was a laser blade, extending to an impressive length of several dozen meters when activated. Suyu swung it, producing a series of sonic booms. The blade carved through the air, generating a powerful shockwave that almost instantaneously sliced through the atmosphere. Next, Suyu began to test his mobility. With a resounding thud, the colossal foot struck the ground, echoing with a deep rumble. Anyone unfortunate enough to be underfoot would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. Suyu quickened his pace, launching himself forward in a sprint. With a tremendous explosion of sound, he vanished in a cloud of dust, demolishing building after building in his wake. Upon halting, he glanced back toward the direction he had come from, nodding in satisfaction. Though his increased size made his movements feel less fluid than before, he was certainly not slower. After all, each step now covered the distance of several previous ones. He slightly crouched, then propelled himself with great force. The gigantic mech soared into the sky, tracing a perfect arc before landing back where he had initially departed. With another thunderous boom, the ground trembled as if in the throes of an earthquake. Unable to contain his joy, Suyu burst into laughter. Ha ha. What a thrill. Chapter 163. There's no fever, is there? Perhaps I indulged too much in the gunfire last night. Haha. Delightful. Suyu clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through not just his limbs, but seemingly every finger as well. This gear of mine feels a bit unfair, doesn't it? Future technology overwhelming primitive beings? The thought almost made him laugh aloud. Galaxy disassemble. With a series of metallic creaks, the ship instantly reverted to its spacecraft form. Upon landing, Feng Qianxue and the others materialized beside him. Shen Yimo's exquisite face radiated excitement as she playfully tugged at Suyu's arm, her voice sweetly imploring, "Brother Yu, can I play with that robot?" Suyu shivered slightly. While such behavior might be endearing coming from Lin Xie, Shen Yimo's coyness felt rather incongruous. Drawing her closer, he gently stroked her forehead, scrutinizing her with curiosity before asking, "There's no fever, is there? Did last night's extravagance perhaps muddle your mind?" Lin Xie could not contain her laughter, though Feng Qianxue and the others stifled their chuckles. Their eyes sparkled with warmth. Shen Yimo's smile faltered, and she lunged at Suyu, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Yu, I challenge you to a duel." Suyu raised his palm to her forehead, chuckling, all right. Do you still wish to try piloting the mecha?" At this, Shen Yimo straightened up, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. "I do." After granting her permission, he allowed her to commandeer the Galaxy mecha, and she reveled in the experience for quite some time. After the disassembly, Shen Yimo, still exhilarated, remarked, "If only there were some advanced weaponry to pair with it." Suyu shook his head. He had previously inquired with Xiao Xian, and the advanced weaponry compatible with the mecha was exorbitantly priced. After all, given the mecha's substantial size, the accompanying weaponry would also be colossal, consisting of oversized heavy artillery. Such armaments in the marketplace cost dozens, if not hundreds, of times more than standard weapons of the same grade. While their power would indeed be greater, it seemed unnecessary to squander money on such extravagant upgrades at this moment. "Let us proceed aboard the Galaxy and explore," Suyu suggested, stepping onto the ship and heading straight for the living quarters. The Galaxy's core had expanded to roughly 3 times its previous size, and upon reaching B-class, its spatial enhancement had increased by a staggering 1,000-fold. Thus, the living area of the Galaxy was now unimaginably vast, measuring a length of 30,000 meters, a width of 10,000 meters, and a height of 10,000 meters. Observing the enormity of the space, what once appeared to be a spacious villa now seemed rather trivial. "Galaxy, this height is excessive and utterly impractical. Can the upper space be redistributed?" "Certainly, Master." After a moment's contemplation, Suyu instructed the Galaxy to reduce the height to 1,000 meters, redistributing the 9,000 meters saved to the width. Following its elevation to B-class, the Galaxy had also acquired numerous new functionalities. Previously, the silvery white interior walls could only reflect a monotonous hue. Now, they can be adjusted to display various scenes or even project the external environment. Sunlight can stream through the ceiling into the space, enhancing the overall ambience. This functionality is quite impressive. The earlier silver walls, after prolonged exposure, gave one the sensation of residing within a confined box. By transforming the interior walls to mirror the outside world, the sense of spaciousness has significantly expanded. Moreover, the radar scanning capabilities have seen remarkable enhancements. Previously, it could scan a radius of merely 100 miles. Now, it can extend to 1,000 miles, marking a tenfold increase. Additionally, the upper limit for scanning biological hierarchies has been raised to 5 tiers. The vessel now possesses the capabilities for both underwater exploration and space travel. Gazing upward at the sky, Suyu began to ponder, should I venture forth to encounter other civilizations and perhaps play the role of an alien, delivering a dimensional blow? That could be quite entertaining. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. The energy stones required for space travel are astronomically expensive, and should he run out mid-journey, it would be quite problematic. With the recent upgrade of the Galaxy to Class B, numerous aspects have been fortified, including the consumption of energy stones. The Galaxy has relinquished its terrestrial mobility, meaning future travel will solely be via flight. Fortunately, the flight mode has evolved post-upgrade, boasting a higher energy efficiency. Under the previous consumption rates, traveling 100 kilometers demanded 10 ordinary energy stones, whereas now only 1 is required, a reduction Suyu finds acceptable. Observing the distant villa, Suyu suggested, what if we dismantle the villa and reconstruct it as an ancient-style manor? This proposal swiftly garnered unanimous support from Feng Qianxue and the others. Subsequently, Yu instructed Xiao Yao to continue collecting vehicles while he accompanied Feng Qianxue and the others to the city in search of various supplies. After a full day of diligent effort, the galaxy has been partitioned into 4 distinct zones, allowing for autonomous navigation to any area upon entry. The topmost level is designated for Xiao Yao's habitation, where Yu intends to confine any encountered enemies as a source of sustenance for her. The second level serves as a breeding zone, while the third is dedicated to cultivation. The galaxy's convenience store has been relocated to the cultivation area and expanded tenfold to encompass 2,000 square feet, significantly enhancing the speed of equipment sales. The fourth level comprises the living quarters for Yu and his companions. At this moment, the living area aboard the galaxy has undergone a profound transformation, adorned with pavilions, gardens, and connected corridors. Following the corridor to the central pavilion, one finds a stone table surrounded by 4 stone stools. With the pavilion's surroundings filled with transplanted flowers and fruit trees, and a crystal-clear pond at its base, Yu plans to introduce small shrimp and fish into the pond for cultivation. Upon entering the living quarters, 10 bionic maids had donned elegant white hanfu. Their long, flowing hair imparted an ethereal quality to their presence. The 10 bionic maids collectively bowed slightly. Greetings, master and mistress. Yu waved his hand, signaling the women to step aside. He led them on a tour of his new abode, a structure steeped in ancient charm, yet replete with an array of cutting-edge technology. The expansive kitchen, game room, esports arena, and a grand screening room were complemented by an impressive training facility. Within it lay an array of equipment, amalgamated from numerous fitness centers, alongside a C-grade gravity device that Yu had procured for 500,000 spiritual yuan. This device could adjust gravity up to 300 times, more than sufficient for their needs. However, even Yu could only withstand a pressure of just over 100 times, as his internal organs and blood vessels were unable to endure such immense force. As night fell and dinner was concluded, Shen Yimo urged Lin Xie to join her in the esports room for some gaming. After a brief rest, Feng Qianxue, Shen Yiling, and Su Qingwei decided to head to the training room together. Meanwhile, Shen Jin declined Feng Qianxue's invitation, citing discomfort. Ding. Mental attack detected. Battlesuit MOU has achieved 20 immunity. With his eyes closed in meditation, Yu furrowed his brow, casting a piercing gaze towards Chen Jin. Are you seeking your own demise? Chapter 164. I hope you don't bring about your own demise. Are you seeking death? A chill coursed through Chen Jin's heart as she realized that her newly revealed talent had been instantly perceived by Yu. The murderous glint in his eyes enveloped her in an icy dread, leaving her feeling as though she had plunged into a frost-laden abyss. Desperately waving her hands, she stammered. I harbor no ill intentions, please do not misunderstand. Then, Chen Jin rose and crouched before Yu. In truth, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself drawn to you. Might you grant me a chance? Her gaze brimmed with longing and affection. The first sight? Good heavens. With an initial boost of 30 in basic affection, she only garnered a mere 2 points of actual fondness, hardly qualifying as even ordinary friends. Is this what she calls love? The feigned affection in her eyes nauseated Yu. He brushed her hand aside, standing tall and looking down at her. His voice icy as he declared, considering your connection to Qian Shui and Shi Yao, I shall spare your life this time. Should you entertain any further twisted thoughts, regardless of your identity, I assure you, your end will be most tragic. As Yu turned to leave, Shen Jin seized his pant leg, exclaiming, I am still pure. In Dechuan village, my interactions with those men were limited to mere kisses. I can prove it to you. Shen Jin's claim bore truth. During her time in Dechuan village, she had artfully maneuvered between 3 men under the pretense of uniting against Li Feiwen, ensuring they did not gain too much advantage over her. Once Li Feiwen was out of the picture, she intended to instigate a conflict among the trio, reaping the benefits for herself. However, Suyu's arrival had disrupted her meticulously laid plans. Having suffered deeply at the hands of a man in the past, Chen Jin had developed an intense aversion to them. Subsequently, she sought the finest medical institutions in the country to restore her body, instilling in her a confidence that she would remain undetected by Yu. Observing Chen Jin's self-assured demeanor, Yu furrowed his brow. The fleeting notion of acting on impulse vanished as swiftly as it appeared. He was not the kind of man to abandon responsibility after a fleeting encounter. Even if Chen Jin were indeed untainted, her character left him utterly disinterested. Such a person, if allowed to linger, would inevitably bring misfortune. Unless if someone else were in her place, it might be conceivable, yet her identity was decidedly unsuitable. Shaking his head, Yu replied flatly, I am not interested in you. With that final statement, he cast her aside and strode away, watching his figure vanish from sight. Chen Jin's expression wavered between hope and resentment. a flicker of hatred igniting in her eyes. Previously, it had been loathsome men orbiting her, yet now, when she offered herself willingly, Suyu regarded her with disdain. Ding. Chunjin's affection for the host is at 30, current affection level is 21. Hearing the system notification resonate in his mind, Suyu glanced towards the main hall. A cold smile curling on his lips. I hope you do not bring about your own demise. Pushing open the door to the gaming room, he found Shin Yimo and Lin Shiyao engrossed in the screen, utterly unaware of his presence looming behind them. The two were immersed in a shooting game that had garnered immense popularity in Suyu's previous life, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The Azure planet does not host this game. It was, in fact, exchanged by Suyu for one spirit essence, with the server relying on the galactic intelligence. The NPCs within are considerably more formidable than those of the previous world. Upon hearing footsteps through her headset, Shin Yimo anxiously called out, Shiyao. Shiyu. Don't fumble, someone is coming. The two ladies promptly maneuvered their characters to crouch in the grass, holding their breath in silent anticipation for their prey. When the character with the explosive hairstyle, Little Black, appeared on the screen, Shin Yimo's eyes sparkled as she shouted, Open fire. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao maneuvered her character to stand up. Shin Yimo's bullets struck Lin Xiao's character instead. Seeing Lin Xiao collapse from her fire, Shin Yimo panicked, standing her character up to eliminate Little Black. Yet, as soon as she rose, a barrage of bullets greeted her, ranking 92, with 0 kills. Watching Little Black loot their boxes on screen, Shin Yimo felt a profound sense of disdain wash over her. Bang! Shin Yimo abruptly slammed her hands on the esports desk, leaping onto her chair with one foot planted on the table. The moon shadow instantly appeared in her grasp. Switching to Gatling mode, aimed squarely at the screen where Little Black was located. Shiyu, don't stop me. That explosive-haired fiend has killed me 10 times. If I don't take him down today, I'll write my name backward. Lin Xiao, exasperated, rubbed her forehead, too weary to intervene. She took a step back to prevent the game's chaos from spilling into reality. At that moment, Suyu could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, You two are utterly hopeless. Oh, brother Suyu, when did you arrive? Lin Xiao removed her headset and dashed towards him, clinging to him like a teddy bear. Upon seeing Suyu, Shin Yimo stowed away her moon shadow and circled behind Suyu, pushing him toward a seat. Brother you, just in time. Help me take revenge. That explosive-haired pest is infuriating. Suyu did not refuse. Once seated, he turned to Shin Yimo with a smile. I can help you take revenge, but what will you offer in return? Shin Yimo beamed radiantly, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially in his ear, Brother you. You haven't yet experienced what it's like behind Light Moon's sister. How about I assist you tonight? Suyu grinned, extending his fist. Deal? They bumped fists, sealing their agreement. Subsequently, Suyu powered on a computer and joined them in their game. Although not of extraordinary skill, he faced no pressure as their opponents were all NPCs. After several rounds, they emerged victorious each time, eliciting excited cheers from the two young ladies. Noticing the time, Suyu led them out of the esports room, intending to treat them to a feast of true delicacies. In the post-apocalyptic world, Suyu discovered that nights passed with astonishing swiftness. Each day felt as though he had barely closed his eyes before dawn broke. One morning, upon awakening, he noticed that even Shin Yimo and Lin Xiao, those two little sloths, were no longer in the bedroom. Last night, after Feng Qianxue and her companions returned from training, they remarked that with the gravity devices, their training results had improved exponentially compared to usual. Thus, Suyu surmised that their early rising was likely due to a visit to the training room. As he stepped into the hallway, he heard Shin Yimo's slightly irate voice echoing out. I have my own hands. I don't need your assistance. Can you please stop standing so close to me? Furrowing his brow, Suyu entered the room and quickly grasped the situation. Shin Yimo held 2 freshly cooked steaks prepared by Shin Yiling, while Chen Jin stood nearby. Visibly flustered, her innocent demeanor suggested she felt greatly wronged. Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly as they perceived that their cousin's enthusiasm might be a tad excessive. However, considering the familial bond, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Feng Qianxue approached, gently patting Shin Yimo's back. Yimo, why don't you step away for a moment? After Shin Yimo departed, Feng Qianxue turned to Chen Jin with a smile, saying, Cousin, Yimo can be quite straightforward, please don't take it to heart. She simply dislikes having others too close, so perhaps you should refrain from encroaching on her space. Her words clearly sided with Shin Yimo. Chen Jin opened her mouth to offer an explanation but swallowed her words upon catching sight of Suyu at the door. Forcing a somewhat stiff smile, she replied, I understand. Upon reaching the dining table, Shin Yimo seemed to have an epiphany, and a spark of excitement lit up her beautiful eyes. She nudged Lin Xiya beside her and asked, Xiya, haven't you ever been to an amusement park? The amusement park? Lin Xiya paused, slowly shaking her head, a glimmer of longing evident in her gaze. Then how about we go to the amusement park today? If we wait too long, the rides will deteriorate, and you want to have anywhere to enjoy them in the future. But aren't we supposed to upgrade? Even if Brother Suyu agrees, I doubt Sister will. Shin confidently patted her chest, adopting a big sister demeanor. Oh, worry not. I'm here. Just leave it to me. All right, Lin Xie conceded, and Shin Yimo's eyes sparkled with joy. She then glanced at Qin Jin in the distance, muttering to herself, "You pervert. Is my hand so delightful to touch? Humph, just wait. I'll make you pay." Chapter 165. Do you think you will like me in my current appearance? After Suyu took a seat, Shin Yiling approached with 2 plates of steak. Gently placing them down, she smiled tenderly. I was just about to ask EMO and the others to wake you for breakfast. Is 1 portion enough? If not, I can fry another. Suyu casually pulled her into his embrace, settling her on his lap, affectionately nuzzling her hair. It's sufficient. If it isn't, we have you here. The corners of Shin Yiling's mouth curled into a soft smile, and she remained seated, picking up a knife and fork to cut a piece of steak. Feeding it to Suyu. Qin Jin carried her own plate of steak to a corner, while Feng Qinxue took a seat. Shin Yimo set down her utensils. Her expression earnest. You go, Qinxue, yeah. I heard from Shiwei that she has never been to an amusement park in her entire life. The gravity of this statement was heart-wrenching. A life devoid of amusement park experiences felt woefully incomplete. To prevent any regrets in Shiwei's life. How about we take her to an amusement park today? Dumbfounded, Lin Shiwei blinked in disbelief. Is it really that serious? Oh dear. Why did you hit my head again, sister? Shin Yimo exclaimed, jumping aside while covering her head. Shin Yiling rolled her eyes in exasperation. Her hand hadn't even touched Shin Yimo yet. You just want to go for fun, using Shiwei as a shield. Shin Yimo chuckled. It's the same. Shiwei and I are inseparable. I support this idea. After breakfast, let us head out to the largest amusement park and let you all enjoy yourselves. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Shin Yimo gleefully replied, I knew Yugu is the best. Suyu smiled and shook his head. Over this period of adjustment, he had learned to control the murderous intent that had once overwhelmed him. Although Feng Qianxue and the others hadn't dispatched as many zombies or other beasts as he had, their training left them pressed for time. Occasionally allowing them to unwind like this was quite beneficial. A prolonged state of tension could lead to detrimental effects, even if it didn't result in a mental breakdown. After the meal, while Suyu and the others were deliberating over which amusement park to visit, a woman with spider-like limbs and a girl around 18 or 19 years old were weaving through the forests of the Taiying Mountains. Soon, a village nestled within the mountains came into view. Suddenly, the girl halted, prompting the spider-woman to stop as well. After glancing at the distant village, the spider-woman inquired, Sister, is this the place? The girl gently raised her palm, her slender fingers slowly unfurling. Her fair, delicate hand bore a large eye, covered in fleshy tendrils in its palm. Fear and anguish radiated from it, with veins of crimson marring its surface, eliciting a sense of revulsion. After scrutinizing it for a moment, the girl nodded and said, The location indicated a day ago was here. I just don't know if it still is. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go in and find out. The spider-woman urged. Xiaya, wait, hold on. The girl quickly called out to the spider-woman. The delicate fingers of the young girl clutched tightly at her skirt. A look of tension gracing her face as she stammered, Xiaoya, do you think you will like me in this appearance? The spider-woman and the girl were none other than Leah and her companion, Big Guy, who had come in search of Suyu. Leah, observing her elder sister's anxious demeanor, chuckled, Sister, you need not worry at all. This form has been meticulously chosen by me. Once we replace that eye-bearing hand later, it will be perfect. At this moment, Big Guy had undergone a considerable transformation, yet the hand with the eye remained unchanged, as it was still essential for locating Suyu. Big Guy's unique talent, grafting, allowed her to transplant the organs and limbs of other beings onto herself, albeit with each organism limited to a single instance. There was a minuscule chance of acquiring one of the other S abilities, though the acquired power would be a diminished version, coupled with her current diminished strength. The eye's ability to search could only be utilized once every 2 days. Seeing Big Guy still hesitating, Leah sighed, Sister, we will have to meet him sooner or later. It's better to let him see you now. If he is unsatisfied, we can always make further changes until he is pleased. Besides, it's uncertain whether Suyu is even still here. Well, very well then. Meanwhile, on a hill several miles away, Li Jun stared silently at a small mound of earth. A young boy approached him, grasping his large hand and reassuring, Daddy, please don't be sad. Looking down at his son, Li Jun forced a smile, ruffling the boy's hair. Little Tong, Daddy is fine. Little Tong gazed at the mound, reflecting on the kindness shown to him by Wang Ilu during this time, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Daddy, when I grow up, I will definitely avenge Annie Lu by killing that man. At this, Li Jun furrowed his brow, realizing the boy referred to Suyu. He crouched down to meet his son's gaze, speaking earnestly, "Little Tong, this is a path chosen by your Aunt Lu herself. Do not blame anyone else. Please refrain from speaking of revenge in the future." The typically obedient boy stubbornly shook his head. It's all because of him. If it weren't for him, Aunt Lu wouldn't have died. Sighing, Li Jun stroked his son's head, his tone grave. "Son, your mother is gone, and now your Aunt Lu has also departed. You are all I have left, and I only wish for you to live a peaceful life." Upon hearing his father's words, Little Tong forcefully pulled away from Li Jun's hand. "Daddy, that's what you want, not what I want. My dream since childhood has been to become a powerful person like you. I don't want a stable life. I refuse to be a coward. I want to be the strongest." Listening to Little Tong's fervent declaration, Li Jun's gaze flickered, yet he ultimately shook his head in resignation. "Son, that man is far too powerful. I do not want you to walk into danger. Humph. If he can grow stronger, why can't I?" The young boy let out a cold snort, then walked to the side, brooding in silence. Sighing, Li Jun shook his head, aware that his son's stubbornness had flared up, rendering him impervious to his words. Turning his gaze towards the small mound of earth, Li Jun fell into deep contemplation. When examining his own talents in isolation from those of the young boy, neither could be deemed particularly exceptional. They were merely average. However, he had inadvertently discovered that when their abilities were combined, they could unleash an unimaginable force. The young boy's ambition and desire for vengeance ignited Li Jun's thoughts, and his eyes sparkled with newfound intensity. Ultimately, he resolved within himself, murmuring, "Ilu, forgive my previous cowardice. The young boy and I will surely avenge you in the future." Just then, a sudden sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated from behind Li Jun. Chapter 166. "Sister Qinjin, you will protect us, won't you?" With a soft snicker, Li Jun was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly turned to gaze at his son, only to have his pupils constrict violently, his body trembling uncontrollably. Detecting the scent of humanity nearby, Ria, who had leapt from a distance, paused, taken aback by Li Jun's expression, and followed his line of sight downwards. There, a human child lay lifeless, having been inadvertently pierced by her spider leg. The child's frail strength rendered him vulnerable, causing Ria to overlook his presence when she landed. Much like a human would not notice ants beneath their feet. Indifferently, Ria flicked her spider leg, casting the child's lifeless body aside, and then turned her attention to Li Jun. "Human. Is there someone named Suyu in this village?" "Suyu. Suyu. Why is it always Suyu?" Li Jun's eyes blazed crimson, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. "You will die for this." With a thunderous roar, he charged at Ria, brandishing his large blade. "Are you insane? You wish for death. I shall grant it to you." In mere moments, Li Jun was drenched in blood, his abdomen impaled by a spider leg, anchoring him to the ground. Yet, even in such dire straits, he continued to writhe and scream, "I want you dead. You all deserve to die. I will kill you." Ria raised a spider leg and thrust it mercilessly into Li Jun's heart, halting his struggles. His eyes, now a vivid red, were filled with a mixture of despair and regret. He had just resolved to cultivate his son into a formidable warrior to avenge Lu. Yet before he could even act on this determination, it was all coming to an end. Li Jun's head tilted, his eyes remaining open in death, still reflecting his unfulfilled desires and remorse. At that moment, Ria's ears twitched, detecting a rustling sound from the forest. She hastily extracted her spider legs from Li Jun's body, splattering crimson blood, and then used her limbs to shove the unfortunate child's corpse beneath Li Jun's. This series of actions was executed almost instantaneously, and just as she completed this task, Big Guy emerged from the woods. "Xiaya, what happened here?" he inquired, frowning at the sight of the human corpse. Ria pointed at Li Jun's lifeless form, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Sister, this human attacked me frantically upon seeing me. I have no idea why." "Really? Sister, Ria. Never lie. Very well, Suyu is human. If we slay his kin, he will undoubtedly be displeased." Only Ria interrupted, rolling her eyes. Yes, sister. You've repeated that 100 times." She then mimicked Big Guy's tone and continued, "Only those humans who actively attack us can be killed. To gain strength, we should slay other beasts. If not, zombies will suffice." After speaking, fearful of revealing too much, Ria hurried to push her sister toward the village. "Sister, let us leave quickly, trust me. Upon seeing you in your current state, Suyu would undoubtedly be utterly enamored." The Big Guy blushed, his cheeks turning rosy as he shyly remarked, "Xiaoya, please don't tease me. My dear sister, you have no idea how beautiful you are right now." Meanwhile, Suyu and his companions had arrived at the largest amusement park in Changshanjinding. The zombies and various exotic beasts within the park had been thoroughly vanquished, while the little demons established themselves as security personnel on the outskirts. After connecting the park's electrical systems with the galaxy, most of the undamaged facilities were still operational. Once they arrived, the cheerful laughter of Lin Shiyu and Shin Yimo resonated in the air, their melodious giggles uplifting the spirits of Feng Qianque and the others, causing their lips to involuntarily curl into smiles. After engaging in various activities for a while, Shin Yimo pulled Lin Xiao to the front of the roller coaster. Gazing up at the towering 700-meter vertical ride. With a mischievous grin, she said, "Xiao, wait here for me. I'll be back shortly." After instructing Lin Xiao, Shin Yimo took Xiu aside, ensuring no one was around before leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Brother Yu, do you have anything that can accelerate objects? Just a one-time use will suffice." "What do you need that for?" Xiu inquired. Shin Yimo playfully shook his arm, exclaiming, "Oh, come on. Just tell me if you have it." After successfully obtaining an E-grade acceleration talisman from Suyu, she hurried to the roller coaster's control room to tinker with the equipment. Once everything was prepared, she returned to Lin Xiao, presenting herself with a sweet demeanor to Chen Jin. "Sister Chen Jin, I sincerely apologize for this morning's incident. I was a bit grumpy because you called me for training so early. You're not angry with me, are you?" Chen Jin paused, then smiled warmly. Rubbing Shin Yimo's head, "It's all in the past. I'm not upset." "Then, Sister Chen Jin, will you join me and Xiao on the roller coaster? Neither of us has ridden one before, and we're a bit scared. You'll protect us, right?" The mention of the roller coaster made Shin Jin's smile falter as she glanced at the towering structure nearby, swallowing hard. She had never been on one herself. "What about Qianque and your sisters?" "They're all cowards. They never ride such things," Shin Yimo replied, leaving Shin Jin with little choice but to reluctantly agree. Observing Shin Yimo's unusual demeanor and recalling the acceleration talisman she had taken, Siyu quickly deduced her intentions but chose not to expose her plans. Once the three of them were securely strapped in, they pressed the start button. As Siyu activated the ride, the roller coaster slowly ascended. Typically, it would pause briefly at the peak, but the ride Shin Yimo and her friends were on showed no signs of stopping, plunging directly from the summit. "Ah!" came the distinct cries of the three girls from above, each voice unique, drawing the attention of Feng Qianque and the others. Shin Yimo exclaimed with exhilaration, activating the E-grade acceleration talisman bestowed by Su Yu at the very moment the roller coaster plunged. The speed enhancement surged by 15 for a duration of 1 minute. Simultaneously, she augmented the ride with her innate talent, bestowing it with an SS-grade bullet time ability, amplifying its velocity by an astonishing 80. In an instant, the roller coaster shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, producing a cacophony of metallic clatter as it interacted with the tracks. Suddenly, Shin Yimo cried out in alarm, "Oh no! This roller coaster must have a malfunction." Upon hearing this, Chen Jin felt her heart leap to her throat, rendering her momentarily speechless. The roller coaster accelerated through several stages, its speed increasing exponentially. Ahead of them loomed a steep vertical track. At this velocity, it was inevitable that the coaster would derail. Creak. Bang. Indeed, the next moment was punctuated by a thunderous metallic crash as the roller coaster soared skyward. Ah ha ha ha. How exhilarating. In the distance, one could still hear Shin Yimo's gleeful laughter. After climbing nearly 1,000 meters into the sky, the roller coaster began its descent. It was then that Shin Yimo unlatched the safety bar that was not secured for Lin Shiyu, embracing her tightly before flashing a sweet smile at Chen Jin and leaping into the abyss. "You go. Save me." Chapter 167. In this world, there is not a single good man. Everything unfolded with astonishing abruptness. It had barely been a mere half a minute since Shin Yimo and her companions boarded the roller coaster. Shin Yimo, half embracing Lin Shiyun, was brimming with excitement in her violet eyes, while Lin Shiyun bore an expression of despair, feeling as though this experience was rather divergent from her expectations of a roller coaster ride. Observing the two girls plummeting from the sky, Siyu utilized his telekinetic abilities to catch them, ensuring a steady landing. Meanwhile, the roller coaster crashed directly to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling into the air. Upon landing, Shin Yiling's piercing gaze fell upon Shin Yimo. Shin Yimo blinked innocently and said, "Sister, do you believe me when I say I have no idea what just happened?" After all, she and Lin Shiyun were also on the roller coaster. They were, in fact, victims as well. However, her quick reflexes had allowed her to escape with Lin Shiyun, leaving Shin Yimo unconcerned about Shin Jin's fate. This rationale seemed perfectly reasonable to her. Thus, facing Shin Yiling's stare, Shin Yimo remained undaunted. "Never mind, I will deal with you later," Shin Yiling thought, feeling quite helpless. Even though she suspected Shin Yimo was behind the chaos, there was little she could do. Shin Yimo, despite her penchant for mischief and playful teasing, usually maintained a sense of moderation, never crossing the line. Today's incident was unprecedented. She believed Shin Yimo had her reasons, but it was not the right moment for discussion, They should first check on Qinjin's condition. The group swiftly arrived at the site where the roller coaster had come to rest, now a heap of twisted metal, with traces of blood seeping from within. Faced with such a dire situation, Feng Qianxue and the others found themselves at a loss. Darling, upon hearing Feng Qianxue call for him, Suyu nodded and waved his hand towards the wreckage. Instantly, as though guided by invisible hands, the debris began to separate, revealing Chen Jin's figure, covered in blood. She was still alive, but given the severity of her injuries, without prompt medical attention, her survival was in jeopardy. After receiving the healing power of Lin Xiyan, Chen Jin gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, her first instinct was to shoot a fierce glare at Shen Yimo. Yet Shen Yimo was quicker, exclaiming, Chen Jin, you're finally awake. I'm only at the first stage, my abilities are limited. I could only save Xiyun. I thought you would manage to escape on your own. Shen Jin, you're not going to blame me for not rescuing you, are you? Shen Jin clenched her teeth in frustration, aware that no one would believe her grievances at this moment, and thus resigned herself to silence. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and even managed to smile, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier events. No, it's just let us avoid such dangerous rides in the future. Qianxue, Xiyun, could you assist me to a resting place? After Xiyun nodded in agreement, Feng Qianxue and her sister supported Chen Jin as they made their way towards the galaxy ship. Observing their departing figures, Shen Yimo furrowed her brow and remarked, You go. This woman surely harbors ill intentions. I am determined to unveil her true nature. There is no need, Suyu replied, shaking his head dismissively. She is merely an inconsequential individual. It is not worth expending energy on her. Shen Jin, possessing only mental fortitude, was of little concern to Suyu, who had already established a 50 damage transfer for Feng Qianxue and the others. Should Shen Jin dare to employ any psychic assault on them, Suyu would sense it instantaneously. Gently ruffling Shen Yimo's hair, Suyu chuckled, Did you enjoy yourself today? You truly made the most of that roller coaster. Hee, it was all right. If only it could have been a bit more thrilling, she replied. As they conversed, a sudden surge of intense death energy rippled through the air. Just moments prior, after Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiang supported Chen Jin out of Suyu's line of sight, Chen Jin abruptly halted. She subtly inquired about the current abilities of Feng Qianxue and the others, as well as whether they could pilot the galaxy. Upon learning of their general strength and their capability to navigate the ship, Chen Jin resolved to persuade the sisters. She realized that if she did not act now, once they reached Kyoto and parted ways, that opportunity might never arise again. With a troubled expression and a hint of hesitation, Chen Jin said, Qianxue, Xiyang, there are some things I am uncertain whether I should express. Feng Qianxue, taken aback, began to speculate about Chen Jin's intentions, gazing at her cousin, who was so different from the person she remembered. Feng Qianxue sighed inwardly. Have we truly arrived at this juncture? Over the past 2 days, she had clearly observed the changes in Chen Jin. However, out of respect for their past, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Soon they would be in Kyoto, and their paths would likely diverge. I hope you do not overstep, or else. A fleeting, barely perceptible glimmer of coldness flashed in Feng Qianxue's beautiful eyes. Before she continued nonchalantly, Cousin, there is nothing we cannot discuss. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Then I shall speak plainly. Given your considerable strength, why must you still rely on men? There is not a single decent man in this world. Chen Jin exclaimed indignantly. Feng Qianxue's expression gradually turned icy as she replied earnestly, Cousin, I do not wish to hear you speak ill of my husband. Chen Jin, unfazed, retorted, What husband? How long have you even known him? Do you truly understand him? The apocalypse has only erupted for a little over a month. Look around. Since he has taken you both in, how many women have flocked to him? Furthermore, to be candid, just last night, Siyu attempted to force himself upon me. I worried it might affect you, which is why I kept silent. That wretched woman, Shin, seems to have learned of Suyu's intentions towards me. Today she orchestrated this scheme to eliminate me. None of those women are trustworthy. Though your relationship appears amicable now, should any conflict of interest arise, they will be the first to dispose of you both. As Chen Jin observed the furrowed brows of the two women, she presumed they were contemplating her earlier remarks and thus spoke with renewed fervor. I'm your cousin. I would never harm you, she continued. Instead of waiting for him to tire of you and cast you aside, we should seize this moment to pilot the Milky Way far away, retrieve our relatives from Kyoto, and then divulge Siyu's secret to the Empire, after which he would. Before she could finish, Feng Qianxue delivered a fierce slap that sent her crashing to the ground. Feng Qianxue, have you lost your mind? Chen Jin exclaimed, clutching her swollen cheek, disbelief evident in her eyes. Feng Qianxue's expression hardened completely, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her gaze as an aura of frost enveloped her. Chapter 168. Will that rogue agree to pretend to be my boyfriend? As Feng Qianxue was about to make a move, an overwhelming, ominous aura, laden with the sin of death, erupted beside her. Observing Lin Shiyang, whose presence exuded an even more terrifying energy of demise than before, Feng Qianxue furrowed her brows and said, "Shiyang, you." Lin Shiyang replied softly, lowering her head before suddenly lifting it with fervor. Her blood-red eyes, brimming with madness, fixed intently on Qinjin. Why? Why do you wish to harm Brother Suyu? Her lashes quivered, and her voice trembled with a mixture of rage and anguish. Qinjin had been among the few who cared for her deeply before the apocalypse. Aside from Feng Qianxue and her parents, anyone who threatens Brother Suyu shall die. A deep, frenzied growl emanated from Lin Shiyang's throat, akin to a verdict from the Grim Reaper. The massive scythe of death was slowly raised, and black-red flames began to lick its blade. With a swish, as the scythe descended, Qinjin's expression froze in terror, his hand grasping at the air in vain. You, heh. Qinjin tried to utter something, but only strange wheezing sounds escaped his lips. Soon, his body slackened, collapsing to the ground, his head rolling away. Ding. Contractor Lin Shiyang has slain level 1, 0 class human Qinjin, gaining 10 spirit essence. Witnessing Lin Shiyang behead Qinjin, Suyu couldn't help but smile slightly. As she caught sight of him, Lin Shiyang immediately dispelled the aura of death surrounding her, her delicate face tinged with a hint of blush. She trotted over to Suyu, wearing a sweet smile. Brother Suyu. Suyu chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Well done. It seems my affection for you has not been in vain. Shin Yimo stepped forward, her expression serious as she admonished, that's enough. As everyone looked on in confusion, Shin Yimo mimicked Lin Shiyang's tone, standing with an air of authority and declaring, "Humph. Anyone who threatens Brother Suyu shall die." Ahaha. Shiyang. You're quite impressive. You've inherited some of my formidable spirit. Shin Yimo's antics elicited laughter from Suyu and the others, dissipating the negative energy brought by Qinjin. However, the group soon lost the enthusiasm to continue their revelry. They collected themselves and resumed their journey toward Kyoto. The expansive amusement park once again fell into a deathly silence, with only the sporadic chirping of insects breaking the stillness. As night deepened, two figures suddenly intruded upon this eerie tranquility. The newcomers were the burly one and Leah. Leah surveyed the surroundings and sighed, "Sister, it seems we have arrived too late." In the faint moonlight, amidst thin wisps of fog, the burly one's long, dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall to her waist. In the hazy night, her enchanting figure held a hint of mystery, rendering her utterly captivating. After gazing around for some time, the beautiful silhouette sighed deeply and said, "Alas, Xiaya, let us be on our way." At that moment, not far away, Ria exclaimed, "Sister, come quickly and see what I have found." The bright, celestial eyes of Big Guy sparkled with curiosity as she hurried over. Ria was holding a severed head, examining it closely. As Big Guy approached, Ria turned the head to face her. "Sister, what do you think of this head? Although one side of the face is swollen, the other half still shows that this head is quite beautiful. If we could replace it and treat it, it would surely look much better than your current head." Big Guy scrutinized the head seriously. It was indeed lovely, but how did it end up here? After pondering for a moment, Big Guy resolutely shook her head in refusal, saying, "I cannot use this head. When I located Suyu's position, the sun was at a 60-degree angle, indicating that it was around 10 o'clock. Look around. There are corpses of zombies and aberrant beasts everywhere, clearly indicating that this place has been cleared by Suyu. Based on the livor mortis, we can roughly deduce that the time of death was between 9 and 11 a.m. Therefore, it is highly probable that this person was killed by Suyu or someone close to him. If I were to don this head, would I not become his enemy?" Listening to Big Guy's thorough analysis, Ria's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. She tossed the head aside and rushed to Big Guy, gripping her shoulders tightly, her eyes wide with shock. "Tell me, who are you? What have you done with my sister?" After several confirmations, Ria realized that she had merely panicked. The person before her was indeed her sister, not an imposter. "Sister, does that mean you also do not know where that human knowledge came from?" After a moment of thought, Big Guy nodded and replied, "That knowledge feels as though I inherently possessed it, yet now I cannot utilize it. It's as if I only become intelligent regarding matters related to him." After a brief silence, Ria, feeling vexed, remarked, "I can't be bothered to think about it. As long as you are still my sister, that's all that matters." She then picked up the corpse of Chun-Jin from the ground. "Sister, if we cannot use the head, how about we replace these long legs instead?" Although your legs are quite long, they still pale in comparison to these. The males in our tribe often say that they favor long legs." Big Guy's eyes brightened. "Really?" Ria lifted the super long legs beneath her, boasting, "Absolutely. You see these 8 long legs? Every time the males in our tribe set eyes on them, they drool, their gazes. TSK, they practically want to pounce." Anticipation flickered across Big Guy's delicate face. Then, shall we give it a try? Rhea began to strip the corpse, meticulously inspecting it. Why is it still dark? This won't do. Your current fair and tender legs are much more appealing. Let us just take these 2 legs. As Leah exchanged legs with Big Guy. Far over 3,000 kilometers away at the Kyoto military base, Lung Tong sat pensively on the edge of her bed, gently caressing the maid outfit in her hands. A sudden knock resounded, followed by an aged yet robust voice. Long Tong, it's your grandfather. Are you in your room? Startled, Lung Tong trembled slightly. The maid outfit vanishing from her grasp. After ensuring there was nothing amiss in the mirror, she opened the door. Grandfather, what brings you here at this late hour? The old man had just completed a gear transaction with Suyu and inquired when Suyu might visit Kyoto. Upon learning that Suyu would arrive within 2 or 3 days, his spirits lifted. This son-in-law, he was determined to secure. Long Tong, ever since you returned. You have been on missions. Why not take a couple of days to rest at home? I could introduce you to a promising young man. At this, Long Tong furrowed her delicate brows. Grandfather, I genuinely have someone I like. Please, do not worry unnecessarily. Now it was the old man's turn to frown. Like? Affection cannot be turned into sustenance. Besides, can there be anyone more outstanding than Suyu? You always use this excuse, yet refuse to disclose who it is. How about this? As long as you bring him to meet me, I shall not meddle further. Do not think of finding someone to impersonate. You know that won't deceive me. After a moment of silence, Lung Tong gritted her teeth in agreement. Fine. However, he is not currently in Kyoto. He should arrive in a few days. Once he does, I will bring him to meet you. With that, she gently ushered her grandfather out. Grandfather, I have a mission to lead tomorrow, so I want to see you out. As the door closed, the old man wore a tender smile. This girl. In the entire Xia Empire, there was only Lung Tong, and now, it seemed, one Suyu who dared to treat him with such disrespect. In her room, Lung Tong pondered her earlier promise, her heart a tumultuous storm. When the time comes, would that rogue agree to pretend to be my boyfriend? Chapter 169. The Third-Order Zombies of Kyoto. On the 37th day after the apocalypse erupted, 2 days had passed since Suyu and his companions departed from the amusement park. Suyu visited the control room to check on Xiao Linger, who had been in the honey pot for 9 days. The color of the honey had not significantly lightened, suggesting that it would require more time. However, as long as everything remained normal without any unforeseen circumstances, that was all that mattered. In the past 2 days, it seemed as if an unspoken agreement had been made. Ever since the old man Lang initiated contact for trading equipment, Situi and Zhao Anping from Jinling had both completed a transaction with him. In total, the old man Lang traded 50 000 F-grade items and 500 E-grade items, receiving 495 000 energy stones, yielding a pure profit of 440 000. Zhao Anping only traded 2 000 F-grade items, since the quantity did not reach 10 000. The price offered was 10 energy stones per item, resulting in a pure profit of 18 000. Such scenarios, akin to the previous instance in Jinling where items were sold at 9 energy stones apiece, were rare. If he were to consistently receive such a price, it would surely raise eyebrows if others were to discover it. Moreover, should this continue long enough, one might speculate that once his transaction volume reached 10 000, he could consider lowering the price. Of course, those like Situi, who had already enslaved themselves, were exceptions. However, he still managed to surprise Suyu. This time, Situi traded 10 000 F-grade items and 50 E-grade items, adhering to standard military pricing. Additionally, upon their departure, Suyu had provided him with 3 749 F-grade items, initially instructing him to remit 5 energy stones per item. Thus, he was only required to give Suyu 18 745 energy stones, allowing him to utilize the remainder for his development. Yet, Situi unexpectedly remitted 40 000 energy stones, which was nearly 11 stones per item. He justified this by stating that as a subordinate, if he could not generate value for Suyu, he would rather take his own life. When asked about the origin of these energy stones, Situi explained that he had utilized the initial 3 749 items given by Suyu as capital to earn this sum during this period. This left Suyu at a loss for words. He had recognized Situi's intelligence when taking him in, but he had not anticipated such capabilities. The pure profit earned from Situi amounted to 10 000 times 950 plus 90 000 times 150 plus 10 000, totaling 441 812 458 200 energy stones when combined with the 40 000 stones he remitted. Upon opening the attribute panel and gazing at the long string of energy stone balances, Suyu smiled contentedly. Even a landlord has his surplus. The skill inherent to Tianyin did not contribute to combat amplification but was instead determined by the energy released, theoretically allowing for limitless strength. With the gravity device now in place, training effectiveness had increased exponentially. Over the past few days, Shen Yiling and her sister had also successfully mastered the F-grade agility techniques. Now, apart from Su Qingwei, the four women, Feng Qianque and Lin Shiyu among them, are engaged in training focused on weaponry. The attributes of Feng Qianque and Lin Shiyu, as their contract partners, have reached their limits, and any further enhancement will have to wait until they attain the second tier. A glance at the radar map reveals that the women are currently divided into 3 groups, progressing towards the capital, Kyoto. Judging by the situation, it will likely take them 4 to 5 hours to enter the borders of Kyoto. Siyu reclined in his chair, his feet propped on the control panel, casually lighting a Yuming cigarette. Alas, there are far too few second-tier creatures on land. Bored, Suyu gazed at the densely packed array of colorful dots on the map. While first-tier creatures are increasingly abundant, second-tier beings are scarce on land. He felt no interest in creatures that have yet to reach the second tier. After toiling all day to defeat them, the amount of spiritual essence he could gather was barely comparable to the profit of a single transaction. Thus, why squander his energy? Moreover, with Feng Qianque and the others around, his spiritual essence was steadily increasing. Master, the radar map has detected a third-tier zombie. The voice of Galaxy suddenly resonated in Su Yu's ears. Third tier? Su Yu instantly perked up, sitting upright in his chair. He had never encountered a third-tier creature before. On the radar map, a black dot marked with 3 circular symbols appeared within the borders of Kyoto. Su Yu, puzzled, murmured, how could it be in Kyoto? Did it perhaps come from elsewhere? After a brief contemplation, he decided to investigate. He sent a message to Feng Qianque and the others, instructing them to converge on the location of the third-tier zombie. Meanwhile, at the military encampment in Kyoto, one could see Lang Tong standing before thousands of soldiers. Her unadorned long hair cascading like a waterfall, slightly tousled by the wind. Her black trench coat, reaching her thighs, billowed in the breeze, revealing a simple white shirt beneath, exuding an air of confidence that imparted a striking presence. Lang Tong's cool, luminous eyes scanned the array of warriors. There have been reports of a suspected third-tier zombie in Kyoto. This mission requires us to ascertain its tier. If the opportunity arises, we shall eliminate it. Understood? Yes, Commander. Move out. In the residential area of the Kyoto 5 Rings, a terrifying and grotesque giant zombie let out a thunderous roar, its voice echoing through the air as its truck-sized hands pounded against its chest with a resounding thud. The giant zombie stood amidst the city like a mountain, emanating an aura of bloodthirsty ferocity, wantonly wreaking havoc upon the city's structures. On top of a tall building, Lang Tong's expression turned grave. She sensed a profound sense of oppression emanating from this zombie. Although she had encountered second-tier creatures before, none had exuded such a terrifying presence. Attention all teams. Initiate long-range heavy fire strikes. Draw it away from the base. It must not advance towards the base. Relay the real-time data on this zombie to the base and request reinforcements. Lang Tong calmly produced a communication device, issuing a series of commands with poise. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several heavy missiles streaked across the somber sky, targeting the colossal zombie. Boom. A blinding white light momentarily illuminated the expanse. As a mushroom cloud ascended into the air, all the warriors concealed within the city bore no expressions of joy. Their faces were etched with gravity as they gazed intently at the flames below. They understood that such firepower was insufficient to vanquish a Tier 3 creature, at best inflicting only superficial damage. Ahead lay an arduous battle awaiting them. Indeed, the very next moment, a figure enveloped in flames surged skyward from the epicenter of the explosion. Confine it. As the command left Lang Tong's lips, over 100 silhouettes swiftly maneuvered to ensnare the newly landed giant zombie with an enormous iron chain. This chain was no ordinary metal forged before the apocalypse. It had been crafted by a blacksmith who infused it with various biological materials from exotic beasts, yielding a special metal whose strength could easily restrain a Tier 1 creature. Roar. The giant zombie bellowed, thrashing violently as the chains began to tremble, some even starting to snap inch by inch. Lang Tong calmly regarded the colossal zombie, her sword, the Rintu, materializing in her grasp, and her battle armor enveloping her form in an instant. Kill. Chapter 170, Cold Girl, what's the matter? Have you been captivated by him? Led by Cold Tong, the 2,000 warriors were all equipped with class staff weapons, representing first-tier elites. However, when faced with a third-tier giant zombie, the disparity in strength was daunting. Many could barely breach its defenses. The damage they inflicted was negligible compared to the enormous bulk of the zombie. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, not a single warrior fled. At this moment, their only option was to hold the creature at bay, drawing it away from the Kyoto base. should this third-tier zombie breach the base. While it might not lead to utter destruction, the ensuing casualties would be incalculable. As they fought valiantly, the Starship Galaxy streaked through the sky like a bolt of lightning, heading toward the position of the giant zombie. From a distance, Suyu spotted the colossal figure in the city. Was that the big guy? As he drew nearer, he realized this was not the big guy. The big guy was far uglier. In the blink of an eye, the galaxy hovered above the giant zombie's head. The creature halted its assault, looking up at the ship and emitting a series of low growls. The warriors on the ground, witnessing the sudden appearance of this strange vessel, widened their eyes in astonishment, more shocked than when they first encountered the giant zombie. One warrior couldn't help but curse. Damn it. We haven't even dealt with this zombie, and now aliens are joining the fray. Cold Tongue gazed at the ship in the sky, her brows furrowed deeply. The galaxy had undergone a significant transformation, which explained her failure to recognize it. Unsure whether the newcomers were friend or foe, she commanded, "Cease all attacks. Relay information about the unidentified flying object back to the base." Understood. In the control room of the galaxy, Feng Qianxue and the other women stood beside Suyu. Upon noticing the appearance of pink light beside the black dot, Suyu summoned the women and quickly made his way over. "Let us go out and meet an old friend." With a soft hiss, the hatch opened. As Suyu and the women exited the galaxy, the giant zombie below suddenly let out a furious roar. Roar. "It's you." Immediately, the creature seized several cars and hurled them at Suyu with great force. Suyu waved his hand, conjuring a repulsive barrier that blocked the incoming vehicles. After ensuring Feng Qianxue and the others were safe beside Cold Tongue, Suyu turned his attention back to the giant zombie, frowning. "Why does this oversized zombie seem to recognize me? Do you know me?" The giant zombie did not respond but leaped from the ground, charging at Suyu like a colossal missile. Suyu did not engage it head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, easily evading its assault. With crimson blood appearing in his hand, he unleashed a vicious slash of dark energy. The giant, unable to leverage its weight mid-air, raised its arm to block. However, the immense blade of energy cleaved through its arm, leaving a gaping wound deep enough to see bone. Remarkably, this wound had nearly healed by the time it landed. "Quite impressive recovery abilities," Suyu remarked, as he activated his eye of detection on the creature. Name, Giant Zombie, Yang Lily. Rank, Level 3, Level 0, Combat Power, Actual Power 710. Burst Power, 4190. Strength, 1603. Agility, 1325. Constitution, 1738. Mentality, 1016. Appearance, 80. Affinity, 100. Lifelong rival, unending conflict. Talent, S-Class talent, gluttony. Possessing this talent leads to insatiable hunger, an endless craving for more. Consuming flesh and blood can be converted into energy to enhance levels, and the more consumed, the larger the physique grows, alongside a significant increase in recovery abilities. Skill, talent skill, Devour, swallows the target into its belly, suppressing the target's strength by 90. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Young Lily? Suyu instantly recalled that portly figure, wondering how she had transformed in such a manner. It appeared she had regained some memories as well. The little fairy explained, "Master, when a zombie reaches the third tier, if they possess a particularly strong obsession, there is a chance they may recall fragments of their former memories. So that was the case. Since I failed to eliminate you completely last time, I shall endeavor to do so once more." A torrent of murderous intent erupted from Suyu, as his obsidian armor enveloped him instantaneously. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Suyu, Young Lily abandoned her previous intent to torment him. Opening her grotesque, slime-covered maw, which reeked horrendously, she unleashed a terrifying gravitational pull that targeted Suyu directly. Before he could react, he was swiftly engulfed by Young Lily. Silence. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into an eerie stillness. Even time and the roaring flames appeared to come to a halt. In the distance, Feng Qianxue and the others were aware of Suyu's invincible skill. Although they felt a twinge of worry, they were confident that he would emerge unscathed. However, Lung Tong was oblivious. Upon witnessing Suyu being consumed by the colossal zombie, she felt her mind go blank in an instant. Her grip on the sword trembled slightly, a suffocating sensation rising within her heart. "You bastard! If anyone is to die, it shall be by my hand." Lung Tong activated her spatial abilities, instantly appearing behind Young Lily, and with a powerful strike, she demanded, "Spit out that foul rogue." In a peculiar space, within Young Lily's stomach, Suyu felt his strength suppressed by 90, coupled with a sensation of energy seemingly dissolving his very essence. He attempted to cut through the inner wall, but with his power diminished, he found himself unable to escape without alleviating this negative condition. However, his invincible skill, body dominance, could rid him of all negative states. Consequently, this skill held little utility for him. Just as he prepared to unleash body dominance, he faintly heard Lung Tong's voice, causing him to pause. "Little fairy, transmit the perspective of the battlefield." Understood. With a soft acknowledgement, a shimmering barrier materialized before Suyu. Observing the fervent determination of Lung Tong, a smile graced Suyu's lips, realizing that she truly cared for him. After sending a reassuring message to Feng Qianxue and her companions, instructing them not to worry, Suyu resumed his wait. To venture out now would be to squander such a splendid opportunity. At that moment, Feng Qianxue and her companions joined the fray. However, upon receiving Suyu's message, they fought with considerably less fervor than Lang Tong. As time ticked away, Lang Tong's anxiety intensified. She feared that by the time they rescued the others, that insufferable rogue would be reduced to mere fragments. The more anxious one becomes, the more prone they are to making mistakes. Coupled with the relentless use of teleportation, Lang Tong's condition deteriorated significantly. When faced with the colossal zombie's massive hand descending upon her, she prepared to teleport, only to stumble instead. This is bad. A jolt of panic surged through her as she realized her remaining energy was insufficient for a safe teleportation. Feng Qianxue and the others were at a considerable distance, unable to offer assistance in time. This meant that Lung Tong was left with no choice but to endure the giant zombie's strike. And a blow from a third-tier zombie was not something one could simply withstand. Is this truly how I meet my end? Strangely, the image of that insufferable rogue flickered before her eyes. Is this a hallucination? I can't believe, even in my final moments, I'm thinking of that scoundrel. Yet this was no mere illusion. So you had been vigilantly monitoring the battlefield, and the instant Lang Tong revealed a vulnerability. He activated his overpowering skill, tearing through Yang Lily's abdominal space, and swiftly positioned himself in front of her. What if he failed to arrive in time? Suyu had previously communicated with Galaxy, instructing that if he did not make it, the Galaxy should shield her from the blow. Following his emergence from the spatial rift, he and Galaxy would execute a spectacular mech fusion. At that moment, could Lang Tong possibly escape from his grasp? With a powerful strike of divine retrieval, he deflected Yang Lily's attack. Turning to Lang Tong, he enveloped her in his arms and gently kissed her fragrant lips. Little Lang, what is this? Have you fallen for me? Chapter 171. Are you so impressive? I am even more so. Ding, Cold Tong's affection for the host is 15, current affection is 46. Siyu revealed a smile as warm as the sun. Cold little girl, what is the matter? Have you been enchanted by me? Cold Tong gradually regained her composure. Her fair cheeks suddenly flushed with crimson, and she forcefully pushed Siyu away. You scoundrel! Who gave you permission to kiss me? The surrounding warriors were momentarily stunned by the scene, struggling to comprehend what had just unfolded. Their icy instructor had been kissed by someone? Previously, at the base, those who merely expressed their affection had either lost an arm or a leg. Now, all it took was a gentle push and a question to settle the matter. Young Lily, who had been blasted away by the divine Luo celestial strike, felt a surge of humiliation wash over her as she witnessed this. Instantly, the humiliation transformed into boundless fury. You all shall perish. With a furious roar, Young Lily uprooted a massive tree that two people could barely embrace. Her enormous hands snapped the top of the tree, crafting a formidable weapon. She leaped into the air, wielding the makeshift club high above her head and aimed it fiercely at Suyu and Cold Tong. Suyu let out a cold sneer. You think you're impressive, huh? I am far greater. Galaxy, initiate ultimate form. With a series of clicks, the disassembled components of the Galaxy swiftly assembled around Suyu, who was floating in the air. Illustration here, Galaxy's ultimate form mech. A towering metal giant, 100 meters high, stood proudly in the arena. Its cold metallic exterior shimmered, with eyes glowing a fierce crimson, and its back adorned with menacing, ominous tendrils. It was unmistakably a super mech born for battle. The onlookers were left speechless by the grandeur of the mech. Even Feng Qianxue and her companions, who had previously encountered the Galaxy mech, felt a renewed sense of awe upon seeing it again. In contrast to the 30-meter-tall young Lily, she now appeared as a mere child next to Suyu. As young Lily swung her club down, Suyu did not evade. Instead, he made no movement at all. The largest vine at the nape of his neck extended and swiftly ensnared young Lily while she was still airborne. Surveying the surroundings, Suyu noted the many warriors brought by Cold Tong. He was cautious not to harm them while dealing with young Lily. Bending slightly at the knees, he gathered strength. Boom! A deafening roar erupted throughout the arena. As the sound of the explosion faded, Suyu found himself leaping several kilometers away. Then, the tendrils swung young Lily and hurled her violently towards the ground. It was unclear whether it was the violent genes within him. But if Suyu desired to eliminate young Lily, he could do so with a single move. Yet, he relished the exhilarating sensation of swinging his enemies and slamming them down. It was exhilarating. Boom. With each strike, a tremendous sound resonated, and the ground trembled in response. Like an earthquake, the impact caused several nearby buildings to begin collapsing. It wasn't until two deep craters, each measuring 20 to 30 meters, had formed in the ground that Su finally ceased his assault. Just as he halted, the voice of young Lily echoed from within the chasm, "I will kill you. I will kill you." He hoisted her into the air, scrutinizing the injury she had sustained. Remarkably, her wounds were mending at an astonishing rate, prompting Su to exclaim, "Her skin is indeed remarkably resilient." One must admit, the regenerative abilities of the zombified young Lily were extraordinarily potent, as long as her energy reserves remained intact. She could continuously heal her wounds at a rapid pace. Such impressive healing prowess, is it? Well then, with you around, it seems the little demon won't be lacking for sustenance anytime soon. With that thought, a laser blade materialized in his hand, and with swift, precise strikes, Su severed young Lily's limbs. "Roar! Ah, I will kill you," she screamed. Su responded by delivering a resounding slap. "Keep shouting, and I'll knock your teeth out." After dismembering her, young Lily's recovery rate noticeably slowed. Once he disengaged from combat mode, he instructed the little demon to drag her over to the galactic vessel. The little demon, capable of shrinking in size, faced a challenge with young Lily's considerable bulk, rendering her entry through the hatch impossible. Fortunately, upon reaching B-class status, the galactic ship had acquired numerous new functionalities. At that moment, a beam of white light shot forth from the vessel, akin to a laser scan, enveloping the little demon and the bound young Lily from head to toe. In an instant, they vanished from sight, reappearing on the upper deck of the galactic ship. Su followed suit, and the ship synthesized a cage to confine the zombie. "Very well, master," came the obedient reply. Moments later, a colossal cage, towering 30 meters high, materialized in the expansive realm of Noda, starkly contrasting with the adjacent 2-meter-high confinement. Within the smaller cage, Li Feiwen awoke to the commotion and, upon spotting Su, erupted with furious curses. "You bastard! Beast! You're not even human!" Yet, as his tirade continued, he succumbed to tears, lamenting, "I was wrong. Please, grant me a swift end. I truly cannot endure this any longer." The days had dragged on for him like years, an unbearable torment. Yet, even contemplating suicide was futile. His mind teetered on the brink of collapse. Su chuckled lightly, "Weren't you just shouting with such fervor? This place provides food and shelter. Without the worry of sudden demise, what a splendid arrangement. Enjoy it well." However, he discerned that Li Feiwen's mental state was severely compromised. If he were to descend into madness, the so-called punishment would lose all significance. "Little immortal, do we possess any potions for mental healing?" "Yes, master, we do. However, his condition pertains to spiritual damage, which will come at a significantly higher cost. Is it worth it?" As the little immortal spoke, she opened the interface for the shop. An F-grade potion costs 500 spirit essence, which is still manageable. Little immortal, exchange for 100 bottles. "Ah, do we need that many?" "Indeed. This way, we can expedite the enhancement of the little demon's attributes to level 2, allowing us to venture into the ocean to hunt sea beasts sooner." Upon purchasing 100 units of F-grade redemption potion, a deduction of 50,000 spiritual essence was made, leaving a remaining balance of 922,405. After handing the potions to the little demon, Su instructed, "Administer 1 bottle when you notice any signs of mental instability. When they are depleted, come to me for more. Do not let them perish, understood?" "Chirp." The little demon acknowledged and immediately administered a potion to Li Feiwen. A tremor coursed through Li Feiwen's body, and in a mere moment, his mental state was restored to its original condition. Upon seeing Su, he recoiled in terror, retreating to the corner of the cage, trembling. Meanwhile, young Lily within the vast cage appeared bewildered. At this juncture, her severed limbs had healed, and after fruitlessly thrashing against the cage in a frenzy, she pointed at Su and shouted in rage, "Little demon, attend to them well." Su shook his head, uttered a parting remark, and proceeded to exit. "Roar! What are you doing? Let me go." Thud. Arc. Chapter 172. Perhaps a boyfriend is out of the question. Would you like a husband instead? Upon exiting the galactic ship, Long Tong and Feng Qianxue, along with a multitude of warriors, had gathered at the location. Upon seeing Su emerge, Long Tong immediately exclaimed, "You." However, as the words left her lips, she recalled that she would need something from Su later, prompting her to swiftly alter her tone. "Su, I would like to propose a transaction with you." "A transaction?" Su replied, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. What could this girl possibly wish to trade with him? A transaction of a more corporeal nature? If only Long Tong were aware of Su's thoughts, she would surely be enraged and take up arms against him. "What kind of transaction?" he inquired. Long Tong pointed toward the severed limbs of young Lily nearby and stated earnestly, "These should be of no use to you. May I purchase them from you?" Realization dawned upon Su. After all, young Lily was a tier 3 zombie, while the limbs held no value for him. They could be of immense worth in the hands of the military. Yet, he resolutely replied, "Absolutely not. These limbs belong to a tier 3 zombie. and I intend to keep them for myself. You. Lung Tong took a deep breath to compose herself. I understand these are of no use to you. Please, share your terms. Siyu shook his head. I cannot place my trust in you. After all, certain individuals once promised to serve me as a maid for a year. Yet they disappeared without a word after only a few days. Such a lack of integrity is unacceptable. As soon as Siyu finished speaking, gasps of astonishment echoed around them. The surrounding warriors were dumbfounded. Did they just hear correctly? The cold instructor as a maid? What a ludicrous notion. Irritated, Lung Tong shot Siyu a glare before turning to the warriors, her expression fierce. Are you also idle? At once, the warriors dispersed, though they left casting knowing glances between her and Siyu, leaving Lung Tong seething with barely restrained fury. Seeing Lung Tong's vexation, Siyu decided against teasing her further. Very well, I will provide you with those limbs. I shall discuss the price with your grandfather later. Since the military had a need for high-tier zombie limbs, Siyu suddenly envisioned a lucrative opportunity. Young Lily possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of losing her limbs 10 or 8 times a day without issue, truly a golden goose. Lung Tong, though surprised that Siyu was acquainted with her grandfather, did not dwell on it. It was quite normal for someone of Suyu's caliber to be familiar with her grandfather. After Ling Tong collected young Lily's limbs, Siyu led her and the others aboard the galactic ship. Upon stepping inside, Long Tong was captivated by the delightful scenery of the living quarters. Feng Qianque and the other girls engaged her in light-hearted conversation, introducing her to the ship's transformations. After a good 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the main hall. After a moment's hesitation, Lung Tong said, Siyu, there is something I wish to discuss with you privately. The others were taken aback by her words, with Feng Qianque being the first to react. She stood up with a gentle smile. Darling, you and Lang Tong can chat for a bit. We will prepare lunch. As she passed by Cold Tong, Feng Qianque playfully made a gesture of encouragement. Shen Yiling nodded to Cold Tong, welcoming her to the fold. Even her small white companion raised its head, mimicking the gesture with a subtle nod, hissing softly. Shen Yimo's attitude towards Cold Tong was exponentially more amiable than Shen Jin's. She playfully pulled Lin Sierra along, beaming as they approached Cold Tong, extending her little fist. Sister Tong, I eagerly anticipate you becoming our comrade in arms. Cold Tong, momentarily taken aback, clumsily extended her fist to tap against Shen Yimo's. Lin Xia also chimed in, her fist meeting Cold Tong's with a sweet smile. Sister Cold, you can do it. Su Qingyue was the last to approach, her gaze lingering on this former friend, evoking the deepest of sentiments within her. I believe in you. You can take that step. As the group departed, Cold Tong found herself in a state of disarray. No, it's not what you think. Taking a seat on the sofa, Siyu accepted the cup of tea brewed by the synthetic maid and remarked with a gentle smile, They've all left. Feel free to speak your mind. With circumstances having escalated to this point, Cold Tong no longer hesitated and approached Siyu earnestly. I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Siyu paused, considering. You could replace pretend with be, and in that case I believe I wouldn't refuse. Cold Tong's cheeks flushed, and she retorted indignantly. Don't even think about it. However, the thought that if Siyu refused, her grandfather would continue to pressure her into meeting various eligible bachelors softened her tone. Siyu, this matter is truly significant to me. What conditions do you have? Siyu rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Cold Tong before responding. I want to make it difficult for you. If you initiate a kiss, I'll agree. What do you say? You must be dreaming. Siyu scoffed. It's not like you've never kissed before. Why the fuss? Whether you agree is entirely up to you. Images of that night flooded Cold Tong's mind, causing her ears to flush with embarrassment, and she felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Yet, she quickly composed herself. Since she had already traversed the boundaries of propriety, granting him one more concession didn't seem too grave. Leaning in, she intended to deliver a fleeting peck. Unexpectedly, Siyu was prepared. As she leaned closer, he seized her by the waist. In an instant, Cold Tong found herself nestled in Suyu's embrace, her heart racing as she gazed into his striking face, feeling as though her heart had skipped a beat. Without further ado, Siyu pressed his lips against hers. Unlike the previous occasion marred by intoxication, this time, Cold Tong was acutely aware. Her mind erupted in a blank haze. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she gradually regained her senses, and, almost instinctively, her hands found their way around Suyu's neck, beginning to respond in kind. At the entrance of the hall, 2 small heads peeked out stealthily. After a moment of observation, they retreated back, concealing themselves. In the kitchen, Shen Yimo gestured animatedly, and Sister Tong's playful kiss was surprisingly captivating. Indeed, both Shi Yao and I witnessed it. In the grand hall, Siyu and Ling Tong were lost in a passionate kiss. Compared to the initial awkwardness, Ling Tong's responses had become more fluid. However, there remained a hint of innocence. an innocence that utterly enchanted Suyu. A deep kiss ensued, the duration unknown, until he sensed that Long Tong was nearly breathless, prompting him to reluctantly release her. With his forehead resting against Long Tong's smooth, fair brow, he spoke softly yet tenderly. How about I offer you a husband instead of just a boyfriend? Dazed from the kiss, Lang Tong found herself in a state of bewilderment. Gone was her usual aloofness, and in a dazed manner, she responded, all right. Chapter 173, Old Master Long. Am I to become a great-grandfather now? Cold Tong, having unwittingly agreed, gradually came to her senses. By the time she contemplated retracting her promise, it was already too late. At the dining table, even with Cold Tong's spirited disposition, she could hardly endure the suggestive glances from Feng Qianxue and the other ladies. Particularly, Shen Yimo, who initially inquired about her stamina, physical strength, and resilience, seemed to keep the conversation within reasonable bounds. However, as the discussion progressed, Shen Yimo veered off course, boasting that with her as the main force, they would ensure Suyu's utter defeat, leaving him with neither soldier nor ally. Cold Tong felt an urge to disappear into the ground. Meanwhile, as Suyu and his companions dined at the Kyoto military base, Old Master Long stood before a large window, gazing at the Milky Way spaceship soaring through the sky. This meant that Cold Tong was indeed acquainted with Suyu? Yes, sir. According to reports from the soldiers, Instructor Cold's relationship with Suyu is not merely that of ordinary friends. It resembles a flirtatious couple. A smile crept across Old Master Long's face, and he waved his hand, signaling those behind him to withdraw. Moments later, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha! I never expected that the person Cold Tong referred to would be this lad, Suyu. Yet, as the laughter subsided, a frown creased his brow. Cold Tong exhibited no signs of being a married woman, indicating that she and Suyu had not yet consummated their relationship, until they had taken that final step. Old Master Lang felt a lingering sense of unease. After a while, he murmured to himself, it seems this old man must intervene. Following lunch, Suyu commanded the Milky Way to descend upon the military base, where no soldier dared to interfere. After all, this was the son-in-law's spaceship. Who would be foolish enough to obstruct it? It is well known that rumors tend to spiral into outrageous tales. Upon the return of the soldiers who had accompanied Cold Tong on her mission, one could no longer contain his excitement and discreetly shared a juicy tidbit with a friend. Let me tell you a secret. Instructor Cold once served as Suyu's maid. Can you believe it? Just keep this between us. It must not leak out. What? Instructor Cold was actually Suyu's maid? Have you heard? Instructor Cold was, in fact, Suyu's woman long ago. Where did you get that information? It was clearly said that Instructor Cold bore a daughter for Suyu. Gradually, the news spread throughout the military base, reaching the ears of Old Master Lang, who was left utterly bewildered. Was he really to become a great-grandfather now? As Suyu stepped out of the Milky Way, he encountered the sprightly Old Master Lang, accompanied by a throng of people. However, this time, there was a notably conspicuous portly figure among the crowd. With slender eyebrows and a protruding belly, he held a feather duster in one hand, presenting a rather comical sight. Suyu couldn't help but scrutinize him further, noting an SSS-class servant talent. How intriguing. This time, Old Master Lang appeared particularly enthusiastic. As soon as he arrived, the old man enveloped Suyu in a warm embrace. Ah, my boy, I have finally awaited your arrival. I have brought along a few exquisite bottles of wine. Shall we indulge in a couple of glasses later? He chuckled, his spirits as buoyant as ever. You truly are a thoughtful lad. Unlike those rascals at home who constantly try to prevent me from enjoying my drink. It infuriates me. Behind the old man stood three imposing middle-aged men, their faces suddenly clouded with displeasure. One of the younger men muttered, Father, I am now a distinguished general of the Great Xia. Could you at least afford me some dignity in front of others? This remark elicited a ripple of good-natured laughter throughout the room. The old man introduced Suyu, saying, My boy, allow me to present my eldest son, Lang Yu, who is also the father of Lung Tong. This is, Suyu greeted each of them in turn. Lung Tong was the sole jewel of her generation, thus making her the most cherished member of the Long family. Although the three brothers were inwardly troubled by the thought of Suyu potentially stealing their precious sister away, they maintained their composure, mindful of the old man's stern decree. Anyone who dared to anger his granddaughter's suitor would face 6 months of confinement. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the old man, Suyu inquired about the whereabouts of the parents of the sisters, Feng Qianxue, intending to visit his future in-laws before reminiscing further with him. The old man nodded in understanding and summoned a soldier to guide Suyu and his companions. Observing Suyu's departing figure and noticing his granddaughter still standing there in a daze, the old man felt a surge of frustration. Lung girl, what are you doing standing there? Lung Tong was pondering how Suyu had become so familiar with her grandfather when she heard his call and snapped back to reality. Ah, grandfather, what is it? What about your boyfriend? Flushing with embarrassment, Lung Tong lowered her head and replied, It's Suyu. Your boyfriend has already left. Why do you remain here? Hurry and catch up. Grandfather, you do not oppose my relationship with Suyu? The old man furrowed his brow and sighed. Alas, the young talents I had in mind for you are not any less impressive than Suyu, and moreover, that person is of immense importance to us. Lung Tong's expression tightened, her fists clenched within her sleeves. However, the old man softened. But since you are my dear granddaughter, if you truly develop a bond with Suyu, I cannot bear to tear you apart. Upon hearing this, Lung Tong felt a weight lift from her shoulders, a sense of relief washing over her. Thank you, grandfather. Enough. Now hurry and catch up. They have already gone quite far. As he watched Lung Tong's retreating figure, the old man revealed a cunning smile akin to that of a sly fox. At that moment, Lung Yu furrowed his brow and said, Father, Suyu already has several women. Isn't it unfair to Lung Tong? Unfair? Nonsense. The old man interrupted sharply. What of having several women? At least Suyu is open and honest. Do you truly believe no one is aware of your little escapades? Moreover, are you truly unaware of your own daughter's sentiments? If Suyu is deemed unworthy in her eyes, who else could possibly garner her admiration? Are you content with the prospect of her remaining unmarried for life? Koldi was immediately rendered speechless, lowering his head in reluctance to engage further. Observing their elder brother's predicament, Cold family's second and third brothers couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. Why are you two laughing in vain? Upon returning, ensure you retrieve the women you've been consorting with outside. Their elder's words stunned the three brothers and the entourage following the cold patriarch. The elder raised his gaze to the overcast sky and sighed, remarking, Times have changed. Certain antiquated notions must be discarded. Men are the primary combatants in this post-apocalyptic era, and with their casualties mounting, the surplus of women will lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, the human population will dwindle, and we will find ourselves in a precarious situation. A silence enveloped the assembly, for this was indeed a grim reality humanity must confront. The human race is diminishing while various beasts proliferate exponentially. Take, for instance, the common mouse, which can produce up to 68 litters a year, with each litter yielding approximately 510 offspring. And the young can breed again at just 2 to 3 months of age. If this trend persists, humanity is destined for extinction. After a prolonged pause, the elder spoke solemnly. Let a new bill be drafted to encourage procreation, but one thing must remain unchanged. Those who dare to impose coercion shall face no mercy. A palpable aura of severity emanated from the patriarch. Understood. Chapter 174, Wealth Beyond Measure. As Su Yu and his companions ventured forth, they soon arrived at the residence of Feng Qinshue's parents. Gazing upon the exquisite stand-alone villa before him, and then casting his eyes towards the military encampment not far off, Su Yu couldn't suppress a smile. The old man truly has an eye for detail. Before long, Su Yu was introduced to the parents of Feng Qinshu. Feng's father exuded an air of confidence that unmistakably marked him as a man of success. In contrast, Lin's father emanated a fierce aura, reminiscent of a formidable figure from the underworld. Both mothers were captivatingly beautiful, which explained the remarkable lineage of the two daughters. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Feng's father turned his attention towards Su Yu and his group. Although he had begun to form some assumptions, he still inquired politely, Qinshu, who are these individuals? Feng Qinshu moved closer to Su Yu, intertwining her arm with his and offering a sweet smile. Dad, Mom, allow me to introduce my husband, Su Yu. The revelation elicited no surprise from the adults, as they had already suspected as much. However, at that moment, Lin Xiang joyfully bounded over to Su Yu's side, affectionately wrapping her arm around his. Mom and Dad, let me grandly introduce my husband, Su Yu as well. The words caused a subtle shift in the expressions of both sets of parents. A husband? The same individual? Lin's father immediately grew agitated, his brows furrowing as he exclaimed, Xiang, what nonsense are you spouting? Come back here at once. Feng's father, a businessman before the apocalypse, displayed a level of rationality and raised his hand to halt Lin's father. Whatever the case, let us discuss this inside. Once they settled in the living room, both Feng's and Lin's fathers fixated their gazes on Su Yu. They understood that in the apocalypse, it was not uncommon for a man to have multiple women. However, the thought of this situation involving their own daughters was, to be frank, difficult for them to accept. After a moment, Feng's father relaxed his furrowed brow and chuckled, regardless. We must thank you for going to such lengths to bring our daughters back to us. Back? Su Yu smiled, recognizing the businessman's astuteness. However, he was no ordinary man himself. Uncle Feng, you are too kind. They are my wives, and it is only natural that I bring them to see you. Feng's father maintained a composed demeanor. Having both Qinshu and Xiang as your girlfriends may not be entirely appropriate. After all, the Empire adheres to a monogamous system. And while the apocalypse has changed many things, the Empire still exists, and this law remains intact, does it not? Uncle Feng, you misunderstand. Not only Qinxue and Xieying, but they are all my wives. Su Yu's words were audacious, causing both sets of parents to freeze in shock. In contrast, the expressions of Shun Yiling and the others illuminated with joy and contentment. Even Lung Tong, upon hearing Su Yu's declaration, wore a knowing smile, recognizing him as a true man of conviction. However, Feng's and Lin's father's faces darkened considerably, had they not been uncertain of Su Yu's strength. And aware that their favorable treatment by the military was likely tied to him, they might have expelled him on the spot. At this moment, Lin's father could no longer contain his seriousness. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to bring them happiness? Even if you are exceptionally strong, I will never allow my daughter to follow a notorious philanderer. Su Yu was not taken aback by this. It was entirely natural for a responsible father to harbor such sentiments. However, Lin Xiang's impatience was palpable. Dad, what are you saying? Su Yu gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, do not worry, I will take care of everything. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiang felt a wave of comfort wash over her, but she couldn't help but stick her tongue out at her father, causing him some distress. Su Yu then turned his gaze towards Uncle Feng and Uncle Lin, surveying them before speaking. I must say, looking at both Uncle Feng and Uncle Lin, you must have been quite the handsome gentleman in your youth. Otherwise, you could not have won the affection of such beautiful ladies. His words flattered the parents of Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiang, eliciting smiles from them, despite their uncertainty regarding Su Yu's motives. With a playful grin, Su Yu continued, with both of you being so dashing, I can only imagine that many girls must have pursued you in your younger days. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two mothers shifted their attention to their respective husbands. Uncle Feng and Uncle Lin found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, their faces tinged with embarrassment. However, Uncle Feng quickly regained his composure and clarified, that may be true, but I have loved only Qianxue throughout my life. And you? He queried. Are you merely playing the field with them? Uncle Lin echoed this sentiment, affirming, indeed, I, too, have only loved Xiang's mother. But I am different. Su Yu replied, sitting up straight with earnestness. My heart is shattered into countless pieces, each piece having fallen in love with someone different. Upon uttering this, the room fell into a stunned silence. Lin's father clenched his fists, wishing to slam the table and curse Su Yu. In all my years in this world, I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Yet, seeing Lin Xiang's blissful expression, he understood that he must refrain, for the only one who would suffer would be his daughter. Though Lin's father did not dare to strike the table, someone else did. Smack! Shen Yimo suddenly slammed her hands on the table, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Yu. Brother Yu, you're incredible! Shen Yiling, exasperated, facepalmed before pulling her sister back into her seat. She then apologized. I am sorry, my sister lacks decorum. The parents of the two girls did not mind, as Shin Yimo's sudden outburst lightened the atmosphere considerably. At this juncture, Su Yu realized he should demonstrate some sincerity, for mere words could never match the authenticity of action. Producing a pack of Yuming cigarettes, he offered 2 to the uncles. I assume both of you smoke? Would you care to try these? Their expressions remained composed, yet a flicker of disdain passed through their eyes. Both men had been prominent figures before the apocalypse. They had encountered far superior cigarettes. However, one must still maintain appearances. So I reached out to take it. Yet, as soon as the cigarette was in hand, both of us were taken aback. Lin's father exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is this? An F-grade cigarette? Su Yu chuckled softly, producing an F-grade Zippo lighter and igniting it with effortless grace. He exhaled a cloud of faintly fragrant smoke and offered the lighter, saying, Do give it a try, gentlemen. This cigarette possesses some unique properties. Lin's father instinctively accepted it, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. Countless individuals toil and strive to obtain an F-grade weapon, yet here was Su Yu, casually smoking an F-grade cigarette, complete with an F-grade lighter. How extravagantly ostentatious. Once both men lit their cigarettes, they displayed expressions of pure enjoyment. Su Yu seized the moment to say, Seeing that you gentlemen are quite fond of it, I shall gift you a few packs to enjoy later. However, I do have a request that requires your assistance. Upon hearing this, both Feng's and Lin's fathers suddenly found the cigarettes in their mouths less appealing. Before they could respond, Su Yu continued. I have an abundance of these cigarettes at my disposal, but unfortunately, I lack the time to sell them. Thus, I would like to enlist your help in selling these fine cigarettes at the Kyoto base. Both men, being businessmen, instantly recognized the immense profits involved. This was not merely a request for assistance, it was an obvious opportunity to reap benefits. Chapter 175. Settling matters with Father Feng and Father Lin. Is the profit from cigarettes substantial? Undoubtedly. In comparison to weaponry, Consider a single F-grade yumming cigarette priced equivalently to a weapon. A weapon necessitates the purchase of at least one unit, whereas a cigarette can be divided into 10 packs for retail, with the possibility of increasing the retail price by approximately 10%. When yumming cigarettes gain popularity at the Kyoto base, they will undoubtedly transform into a luxury item in the apocalypse, a tool for ostentation. Suyu's decision was also made with careful consideration. The arms trade at the Kyoto base has already been entrusted to Old Man Lang. If he were to allow Father Feng and Father Lin to interfere, it would demonstrate a lack of discernment. By merely handing over the cigarettes for them to sell, he would avoid entanglements with the military, potentially allowing for mutual benefit. At this moment, both Father Feng and Father Lin were somewhat dumbfounded. An abundance of F-grade cigarettes? Surely, this was an exaggeration. Aside from invigorating the senses and alleviating fatigue, yumming cigarettes also expedite energy recovery. If there truly were a significant supply, it would indeed be a lucrative venture. If Suyu genuinely possessed such resources, would he willingly relinquish such a profitable business to them? Father Feng extinguished the cigarette in his hand and chuckled. Young man, it would be wise to remain grounded and refrain from indulging in fantasies. Should you fail to deliver, the embarrassment will be yours alone. Unfazed, Suyu shook his head and stated, Little fairy, exchange for 100 F-grade yumming cigarettes. Understood, master. Ding. Purchase of 100 F-grade yumming cigarettes completed, deducting 10,000 spirit essence, remaining spirit essence, 912, 405. With a grand gesture, 100 cigarettes materialized in the living room. Uncles, as this is my first visit, I have brought no gifts, so please accept these 100 cigarettes as a token of our meeting. Subsequently, Suyu retrieved 6 glass jars filled with golden honey from his space. Aunties, this honey was harvested from a second-tier bee we recently dispatched. It possesses beautifying properties. I hope you will enjoy it. The eyes of the two ladies sparkled. What woman wouldn't he wish to enhance her beauty? As for the efficacy, just compare their daughter to Xin Yiling and her companions, whose fair skin seemed as if it could quench one's thirst. Though they were quite tempted, they ultimately declined graciously. Xin Yimo laughed heartily. Aunties, please accept it. Last time, we secured over 100 jars. The few of us sisters have enough for our needs. Feng Qianxue and Lin Shiyang chimed in with encouragement, and only then did Feng mother and Lin mother happily accept, their gazes towards Suyu softening considerably. Meanwhile, Father Feng and Father Lin appeared less composed. While producing 100 F-grade cigarettes was remarkable, acquiring jars of honey from a second-tier bee was no trivial feat. How many first-tier and below bees must exist to yield such an abundant supply of honey? This compelled them to reassess Suyu. This young man was anything but ordinary. The cigarette business in Kyoto was singularly his. The potential not only promised immense profits but also a power capable of inciting madness. Yet, Suyu had so readily offered such riches for the sake of 2 women. Both Feng and his father pondered deeply, contemplating that while they might achieve similar feats, they could never match Suyu's nonchalance. After a moment of silence, they exchanged glances and nodded in mutual understanding. They had tentatively acknowledged Suyu as a son-in-law. With a smile, Feng remarked, Good lad, we see your sincerity. We can accept these 100 items, but as for selling them at the Kyoto base, that is best left to you two. The couple. Lin's father nodded in agreement, his voice resonating. Indeed, this transaction is of great significance. So you must handle it diligently. Should any issues arise or if you require our assistance, do not hesitate to inform us. Suyu smiled, recognizing that their concerns were for his benefit, or perhaps for Qianxue and Wei. Uncles, you need not worry. We will not linger in Kyoto for more than a few days before venturing out to hunt higher-tier creatures. After all, in this apocalyptic world, lacking sufficient strength renders any wealth ephemeral. Lin's father frowned. With so many zombies and mutated beasts outside the Kyoto base, isn't that enough for your advancement? Father. See, your brother has already reached the second tier. Currently, second-tier creatures are scarce, so we must search far and wide, Lin Shiwei explained. Her gaze towards Suyu filled with pride. Second tier? Feng and the others exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that even the 3 great gods of the Xia dynasty had yet to attain such a level. An hour later, Suyu and Feng finalized the transaction details for Yuming Xiang cigarettes. Initially, Suyu intended to offer them at a wholesale price of 8 energy stones per item, but Feng insisted on a minimum of 9. Ultimately, Suyu acquiesced to their demands. He instructed the girls, including Feng Qianxue, to spend some time with the elders at home and asked them to take the elders to a family banquet on the galaxy ship. Then, Suyu departed the villa with Lang Tong by his side. As they walked together, Lang Tong suddenly inquired, You rogue, how did you come to know my grandfather? Rogue? Suyu chuckled, not providing an answer, and wrapped his arm around Lang Tong's waist, pulling her close. Lang Tong furrowed her brow and softly admonished, What are you doing? Let go of me. A mischievous smile played on Su Yu's face. Did you not call me a rogue? How else could I act like one? Lung Tong glanced around in a fluster, her cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue, even her exposed earlobes turning a delicate pink, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Remove your hand. I won't. Come and bite me, she retorted, her delicate face nearly dripping with indignation. In the next moment, spatial energy enveloped her entire being, and she vanished from Su Yu's embrace. After a series of swift teleports, Lung Tong reappeared in her own room, promptly collapsing onto her bed and covering her head with a pillow. Minutes passed before she finally sat up, muttering, "That scoundrel. Rogue." Meanwhile, at the military base, a soldier guided Su Yu towards the location of Old Master Lang, indicating that they were entering a core area. In addition to the soldiers patrolling the roads, numerous warriors lay hidden in the shadows. Soon, the soldiers escorted Su Yu to the front of a villa. "Mr. Su, the commander is inside, but I lack the authority to take you in," one soldier remarked. "Thank you for your efforts," Su Yu replied with a nod, then pushed the door open and entered the villa. Upon entering, a figure draped in a black cloak, with a pitch-black mask obscuring their features, emerged from the shadows. The cloaked individual approached Su Yu and bowed, saying, "Mr. Su, please follow me. The commander has been awaiting your arrival." Intrigued by the cloaked figure's androgynous tone, Su Yu decided to employ his eye of detection. A brief message appeared before him. D-Class Combat Puppet Unit 17. D-Class. It seems the old man harbors many secrets. Su Yu pondered. "Lead the way," he stated, following the cloaked figure deeper into the villa. Chapter 176. A conversation with the Old Master Long. Clue of the C-Class key soon. Su Yu encountered the venerable Old Master Long, who was engaged in a game of Go with the portly Taoist priest. Upon seeing Su Yu, Old Master Long abruptly rose, inadvertently colliding his knee with the Go board, scattering the pieces and obliterating the original configuration of the game. "Commander, you are being quite mischievous again," the Taoist priest remarked, having noticed the old man's subtle antics. Old Master Lang, however, maintained an air of composure, retorting, "This is not mischief, it is merely a strategic delay." Disregarding the exasperated expression of the Taoist priest, Old Master Lang approached Su Yu and gestured for him to take a seat. "Young Su, feel free to treat this place as your own home," he said with an inviting tone. Subsequently, Old Master Lung introduced Su Yu. "This is Taoist Li. You may refer to him as such. Do not be deceived by his youthful appearance. He is nearly 90 years old." "Greetings, Taoist," Su Yu said politely. Taoist Li chuckled heartily, patting his belly. "Huh? No need for such formality. I have long wished to meet you." After some idle chatter, Su Yu ventured to pose a question that had lingered in his mind. "Old Master, I have harbored a question for quite some time." Old Master Lung laughed heartily. "You wish to inquire why I take such care of you and why I am so invested in your affairs, correct?" Su Yu nodded. And Old Master Lung's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he replied, "You are not an outsider, so I shall not conceal the truth from you." As he spoke, Old Master Lung retrieved a peculiar slab from his storage space, its surface adorned with a myriad of strange symbols. "This has been passed down through generations of my family. Yet the meanings of the symbols inscribed upon it remain unknown to all. Only after I assumed this position and dedicated considerable resources to deciphering them did we begin to comprehend their significance." As Old Master Lung narrated, Su Yu grasped the implications of the symbols on the slab. They appeared to be the remnants of a previous civilization, chronicling the cataclysmic end that befell humanity, ultimately leading to its extinction. Furthermore, it contained warnings for future generations, foretelling the inevitability of another apocalypse. With each occurrence of such a calamity, a child of hope would emerge, symbolizing humanity's potential for renewal. Initially, upon deciphering this, we deemed it fanciful. However, subsequent research corroborated our findings. For instance, over the span of more than 1,000,000 years, humanity has displayed diverse physical characteristics, yet all share a commonality, a prolonged period devoid of human activity on Waterblue Star. We suspect that this interval signifies a period of extinction following a cataclysm, leaving us to ponder the origins of the subsequent emergence of humanity, which remains unverified. Artifacts unearthed from ancient ruins, bronze statues, and remnants from nuclear explosions thousands of years ago all attest to a once glorious prehistoric civilization. Before the cataclysm, we often pondered how such a magnificent civilization could vanish from the annals of history. At this juncture, the venerable elder chuckled self-deprecatingly. Should humanity falter in this crisis, perhaps the new beings of the future will uncover the remnants of our era and pose similar inquiries. Su Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, perplexed. "So, after the cataclysm, did you all come to believe the information inscribed on the stone tablet?" "Not only that, but also this box passed down through my family," the elder replied, shaking his head as he produced a small, obsidian box with a coin-sized indentation on its top. Before the end of the world, we attempted every conceivable method to open it and could not damage it. It was only after the cataclysm, upon obtaining an energy stone that matched the size of this indentation, that we dared to insert one. To our astonishment, the box activated and revealed its information. It is a D-class puppet storage box. D-class puppet box? C was taken aback, recalling the C-class key Zhao Shilong had previously entrusted to him. Indeed, there are a total of 24 D-class puppets within. The figure in the black cloak who escorted you here is one of them. It is thanks to these puppets that the Empire has not descended into chaos. As he spoke, an invisible aura of solemnity emanated from the Elder. Without these puppets, certain military factions might have become independent warlords, disregarding his command. Taking a deep breath, the Elder fixed his gaze on Suyu and said earnestly, "The runes inscribed proclaim that only the Child of Hope can lead humanity to survival. Thus, this is the crux of the matter." Child of Hope? Suyu's expression was peculiar, as he surmised this must refer to Lin Fan. One could only wonder how the Elder would react if he knew that he had slain this supposed Child of Hope. Would it provoke a heart attack? "Elder, how can you be so certain that I am this so-called Child of Hope?" The Elder chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the rotund Taoist beside him. Taoist Li was adept in divination before the apocalypse and post-cataclysm. He has awakened an SSS-level talent for it. Yet, he has been unable to discern any information regarding the Child of Hope, nor yours. My crossing over renders any predictions impossible, Sia nodded, choosing to refrain from further discussion. If a misunderstanding had arisen, he might as well let it persist, as it bore no detriment to himself. After a moment of contemplation, Sia retrieved the key he had acquired from Zhao Shilong. "Elder, this is something I stumbled upon. Could you assist me in investigating this item?" The C-class key to the Gate of All Beings lacked any information, as it was not a product of this apocalyptic era, and thus, even Suyu's interface did not display it. The Elder took it, scrutinizing it in his hands. "Does this object possess any particular significance?" "It is a C-class item, akin to the stone tablet and the puppet box in your possession, which are also not of this era. Special means are required to unveil their information," the Elder remarked, his brow furrowing as he regarded it with newfound seriousness. A sense of familiarity washed over me. "So, my dear boy," I said, "I can have the researchers meticulously investigate the database." "Are you in a hurry?" Sia replied with a smile. "Not at all. I appreciate your assistance. It would be splendid if they could uncover something. After all, with the vastness of Waterblue Star, luck alone may not suffice in locating the information." Subsequently, Old Master Ling escorted Sia to the Subterranean Research Department. After handing the key to the researchers for photographic documentation, they passed the time as Old Master Ling showed Suyu around. Image here, firearms developed by the military. After the cataclysm erupted, I commanded the gathering of all the nation's scientific talents. Virtually every leading researcher in the country is here. Look at this. The light brain wristband you provided me has been successfully replicated. Although its functions are somewhat limited, we've added a capability for strength detection, allowing it to scan an individual's approximate attributes. Suyu nodded appreciatively, quite practical. Upon reaching a spacious subterranean hall, Old Master Ling mysteriously gestured towards a 6- or 7-story structure concealed beneath a black cloth. "My dear boy, can you guess what that is?" Suyu chuckled. "It can't possibly be a mecha, can it?" Old Master Ling, not one to prolong the suspense, instructed someone to remove the black cloth, revealing a metallic killing machine before them. Image here, Annihilation A1. Its exaggerated design and sharp angles instilled a sense of dread. This is the weapon of slaughter. Annihilation A1, developed collaboratively by our entire team of researchers. Sia was taken aback. Unlike ordinary items, this was a testament to human ingenuity. "Old Master, how powerful can it be?" "It can reach a level 2 standard." Old Master Ling then shook his head with a hint of resignation. "Unfortunately, its consumption rate is alarmingly high. The researchers are still optimizing it, rendering it temporarily unusable." At that moment, a researcher clad in a white lab coat hurried over. "Chief, Mr. Su, we have found information regarding the crescent-shaped key. There is a similar imprint at Sangsingdui." Chapter 177. Father Phone? Am I the in-law of the chief? The man in the white coat spoke. "Indeed, Mr. Su, there are numerous crescent-shaped imprints within the Sangsingdui site." He produced a tablet displaying various images that bore a striking resemblance to the crescent-shaped key. Suyu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your assistance. It would be worthwhile to visit Sangsingdui, located in the land of Bashu. I have heard that Bashu is home to many beautiful women. Even if there are no significant discoveries, it would be delightful to encounter a couple of promising individuals." Subsequently, the elder Mr. Lang guided Suyu through several research projects, greatly expanding his knowledge. However, when they approached a department labeled with the character Ling, Mr. Long seemed disinclined to enter. Curiosity piqued, Suyu inquired, "Elder, what is the purpose of this department? Why not take a look inside?" This is the department dedicated to the study of souls prior to the apocalypse. Following the catastrophe, this project has remained dormant. Soul? At this moment, the middle-aged man in the white coat interjected, indeed, prior to the apocalypse. We accumulated sufficient cases to confirm that humans possess souls, which can even reincarnate. May we take a look? Siyu expressed his interest. Upon receiving a nod from Mr. Lang, the middle-aged man approached the door, and after a series of verifications, he unlocked it. Leading them inside, he elaborated, this department currently has no research personnel. I was involved in this project, so allow me to provide a brief overview. It has been observed that children, at the age of 15, have a minuscule probability of experiencing peculiar, vague memories, which tend to vanish after the age of 5. Across the nation, we have recorded a total of 7,925 cases. And the memories described by these children exhibit substantial commonalities. The most frequently reported memory is that of a three-eyed woman, followed by a vast square, and thirdly, the ability to choose one's birth mother from the heavens. Isn't this reminiscent of the memories recounted by little Ling? Siyu pondered. 7,925 cases are merely those discovered. There may be many more yet to be uncovered. However, these individuals completely forget these memories after the age of 5, whereas little Ling has retained hers until now. The middle-aged man continued, in addition to children, there are instances of adults suddenly recalling memories from their past lives. Though such cases are rare, totaling 217. Among them, 79 have been verified with a high degree of credibility. These memories awaken suddenly, without any warning, and the reasons behind these awakenings remain elusive. After contemplating, Suyu articulated his hypothesis. Currently, we know that within our shadow realm alone, there exist at least 1,000 civilizations. Throughout the universe, there are over 700 billion galaxies. If thousands, or even more, galaxies function as a unit, could it be that after death, souls are collected by some unknown entity and then randomly redistributed? Those who regain memories of their past lives might have originally been individuals from Waterblue Star, and their souls were reassigned to this planet, thereby triggering the recall of their memories? The individuals present were momentarily taken aback, especially the group of researchers, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. However, they soon shook their heads in resignation. Mr. Su's conjecture was indeed valid, yet in this apocalyptic world, such matters seemed trivial. Siyu maintained a calm demeanor, though a heaviness settled in his heart. While it may not concern others, it was a different story for him. If the conjecture proved true, the entity responsible for soul reclamation could very well be the cosmic consciousness. Even if it were not, there would still be a connection to the cosmic consciousness. After he dispatched a creature, his spiritual essence was drawn from the soul of the defeated. This felt akin to an ant daring to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger. The tiger might not notice at this moment, given his own insignificance. Yet, as his rank increased, would he not risk being detected by the cosmic consciousness, possibly leading to his demise? Master, you need not dwell on such matters at present. Little fairy, do you have a solution? Indeed, Master. The universe harbors numerous talents or skills that can siphon souls. Once you venture into the cosmos, you can exchange for a skill in this domain as a disguise. Is that sufficient? Won't the cosmic consciousness take notice? Many things are not as simple as they seem. The cosmic consciousness must also adhere to rules. Even if it were to discover you, it could not act against you directly. Upon hearing Little Fairy's reassurances, Suyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He raised his hand to check the time and smiled. Old sir, let us conclude our exploration here. Please summon Uncle Lung and the others to my place. Today, I shall personally showcase my culinary skills. You can cook? Old Master Lung exclaimed in surprise. For Suyu's appearance hardly suggested a talent for gastronomy. My skills are merely average, but they are certainly edible. As Suyu and his companions exited the underground research facility, the Lung brothers, along with Feng Qianxue and several elders, had already gathered. And even Long Tong had appeared unbeknownst to them. Observing Suyu animatedly conversing with the commander, Feng's father and the others were nearly left speechless. It was only after Suyu introduced them, particularly revealing that Long Tong was the commander's granddaughter, that they were truly taken aback. Had they just become in-laws of the commander? However, this was merely the appetizer. When Suyu led them aboard the Galaxy, not only Feng's father and the others were rendered speechless, but even old Master Ling and the Lung brothers were astounded into silence. Suyu refrained from taking them to the control room, as his future bride was still there. On the 4th level of the Galaxy, Suyu had previously informed Little Yao to cease its unsightly activities, ensuring that everything appeared normal now. Gazing at the massive form of young Lily, old Master Ling remarked, to think that a third-tier zombie has been imprisoned. Do you have intentions of selling such a confinement? This cage would be rendered useless if taken outside. Suyu replied with a chuckle, offering no further explanation. Old Master, weren't you seeking third-tier zombie limbs? Consider the previous ones a gift. How about acquiring a few more at a fair price? The old man chuckled. Haha, you truly are a businessman. How about we trade for a set of limbs at the price of 500 energy stones? Suyu nodded in agreement and then addressed a seemingly inconspicuous vine nearby. Little demon, detach its limbs. The slender vine swiftly burgeoned, emerging from the earth and startling everyone present. In mere moments, thick tendrils, as wide as water barrels, enveloped the entire space, exuding a menacing and sinister aura that left the onlookers breathless. The tendrils slithered through the gaps of the cage, advancing toward young Lily. Upon seeing the approaching tendrils, young Lily recoiled in terror into the corner of her confinement, desperately flailing her massive hands. However, she was soon ensnared by more tendrils, which swiftly bound her tightly. With a series of sickening snaps, her limbs were forcibly severed by the vines. As the tendrils maneuvered her colossal limbs through the cage, the structure itself widened enough to allow passage. Squeak. The little demon chirped twice and neatly arranged the severed limbs before Suyu. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Suyu remarked with a smile, "This is my pet, little demon. It is quite obedient." Chapter 178. This is truly a living embodiment of the King of Hell. I am indeed enlightened. Once Lingyu withdrew his limbs into the space, Suyu chuckled. Old sir, that will be 500 energy stones. Let us keep a tab for now and settle the bill when I depart. Old Master Lung nodded with a smile, and then gestured towards the imprisoned Li Feiwen. Who is that person? This individual is Li Feiwen, whom I encountered in the Taihang Mountains. Suyu recounted the misdeeds of Li Feiwen, concluding that such a villain deserved far worse than a swift end. Subsequently, Suyu led them to the second layer's breeding area. Currently, there were over 20 types of exotic beasts, with some having only a couple, while others numbered in the dozens. Old sir, and esteemed uncles and aunts, please have a look and see if there is anything you wish to eat. Feel free to choose, and I shall showcase my culinary skills shortly. The two beautiful women, Feng Mu and Lin Mu, exchanged astonished glances and whispered, "Can Suyu really cook?" Lin San nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Brother Suyu's cooking is absolutely delicious, even better than what you all make. The two ladies were skeptical, but regardless of the outcome, his thoughtfulness was commendable. Noticing that no one was making a selection, Suyu summoned a few bionic maids and instructed them to cut portions from each type of exotic beast, ensuring they selected the finest quality meat. Soon after, the space was filled with the anguished cries of the beasts. Observing this scene, old Master Ling inquired, "Su kid, what is happening here?" "Patience, you shall see shortly." Suyu replied. Once the maids had gathered sufficient meat, he waved his hand, directing them to the living area to clean the meat. "See ya. The next steps are in your capable hands." Lin Siyu beamed sweetly and extended her delicate, fair hand, releasing waves of pure energy. In mere moments, the beasts, once mutilated, regained their vitality, their injuries healing completely. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Good heavens, this is indeed a living king of hell. I am truly enlightened. However, this method was beyond their mimicry, for such formidable healing abilities were not common. Other healing awakened beings would find this approach inefficient, far simpler to breed them instead. Afterward, Suyu guided them through the planting and living areas, leaving them utterly astounded. This was not the visage of an apocalypse. One could even describe it as a celestial existence. To further demonstrate his culinary prowess, Suyu had specifically elevated his culinary mastery from F level to D level. Upon reaching D level, the dishes he prepared not only tasted exquisite, but also possessed the remarkable ability to cleanse the soul and purify negative states. After preparing a grand feast, Suyu exchanged for 10 bottles of E-grade fine tea, each valued at 1,000 spiritual essence, known for its benefits in alleviating bodily ailments. Such fine wine. As Suyu uncorked the bottles, the older gentleman, apart from Suyu, exclaimed in unison. Indeed, as the wine was unveiled, the dining hall filled with a rich aroma that compelled them to inhale deeply, savoring the enticing scent. Compared to ordinary wines, the exquisite brew of Yuming possesses none of the sharpness typically associated with regular white spirits. Instead, it exudes a subtle fragrance reminiscent of grains. Su Xiaozai, quickly pour me a glass, urged the elderly gentleman, who was undeniably a connoisseur of fine wines. With no outsiders present, he felt liberated from his usual scruples and eagerly lifted his glass. Suyu, without hesitation, poured for everyone present and then raised his glass, saying, "Esteemed elders, I may not possess many virtues, but I am ever devoted to my beloved wife. I am deeply grateful for your trust. Let us toast." With that, he downed his drink in one swift motion. The exquisite brew of Yuming lacked the acrid bite of typical spirits, instead offering a delicate aroma that enveloped his senses. A warm, gentle heat coursed down his throat, radiating to the very core of his being. What a remarkable wine. Truly exceptional. After tasting, everyone began to express their admiration. Following an introduction to the virtues of Yuming, Su encouraged, let us not merely converse. Sample my culinary creations and see if they please your palates. No sooner had he spoken than Shun Yimo and Lin Xia eagerly picked up their chopsticks. The feast laid out before them appeared even more appetizing than usual, and their anticipation was palpable. Sugu, today's dishes are even more delectable than usual. Sister, uncle and auntie, Grandpa Long, do try it. It is simply delightful. Shin Yimo exclaimed, still chewing her food as she reached for more. Lin Xia chimed in, Brother Suyu, your cooking is magnificent. I want to savor it for a lifetime. Observing their enthusiasm, those who were unfamiliar with Suyu's culinary skills found the girl's reactions somewhat exaggerated. How could food be that extraordinary? Grandpa Lung picked up a piece of stir-fried cabbage, and his eyes widened in surprise. How is this possible? It's just ordinary stir-fried cabbage, yet it is the best I have ever tasted. This braised pork is absolutely divine. My heavens! How did you make this stir-fried chicken with mushrooms? It's simply exquisite. Son-in-law, you must teach me. The room erupted in animated chatter, each dish seemingly more delicious than the last. And indeed, it was true. Seeing the guests practically willing to swallow their tongues in delight, it was evident that the dishes had thoroughly conquered their appetites. The family banquet lasted for quite some time, though the exquisite brew of Yuming was delightful. It also had a considerable kick, leaving everyone slightly tipsy by the end. As they prepared to depart, Long Tong followed closely behind the others, ready to return home. Before Grandpa Long could speak, Lung Yu furrowed his brow and asked, Lung Tong, where do you think you're going? Taken aback, Lung Tong replied, aren't we going home? This is now your home. Siyu has just arrived, and you wish to return to your family? What nonsense is this? Lung Tong could only respond with a silent expression. Suyu stepped forward with a smile, wrapping an arm around Lung Tong. Uncle Lung, Grandpa, please take care. I will look after Lung Tong. That evening, Feng Qianxue and the other ladies thoughtfully vacated the master bedroom, gazing at the enchanting figure before him. Suyu wore a mischievous smile, declaring, this time, you shall not escape. Lung Tong, the eldest among the group at the age of 24, possessed a curvaceous and alluring physique. Though her visage bore a hint of aloofness, her porcelain-like fair skin resembled that of a newly born doll. Weighing around 110 pounds, her 5 feet 7 inches stature rendered her figure nothing short of perfect. Particularly striking was her rounded, pert form, which, enveloped by a short skirt, appeared irresistibly full and delightfully elastic. Suyu stepped forward, drawing her into his embrace, his hands instinctively wandering to their destined places. At the moment of his touch, Lung Tong trembled slightly, yearning to flee. Yet, her body betrayed her, revealing an unexpected acceptance. When the fruit reaches maturity, it is time for it to be plucked and savored. Suyu's greatest fear was to witness a vibrant fruit wither and decay before his very eyes, ultimately returning to the earth. Carefully, he peeled away the layers of the fruit. The creamy flesh unveiled itself before him, akin to a white rose basking in the warm sunlight, pure and plump. Under the illumination, it shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, appearing even more vivid and lively, reminiscent of a resplendent rose adorned with morning dew. Ahem. Here. We might as well skip a chapter. The content has turned into a gathering place for gentlemen. Feel free to explore it on your own. In consideration of the delightful understanding displayed by the Cola community towards you all, dear brothers, let us encourage more updates. A little free love-powered energy would be appreciated. Chapter 179. You still wish for me to bow down? The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Suyu awoke to find the enchanting figure of Lung Tong nestled in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, she seemed to be troubled by dreams, her brows furrowing unconsciously. Her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows across her luminous visage, lending her an ethereal quality akin to a stunning beauty glimpsed fleetingly within the confines of an ancient mansion. A gentle smile graced Suyu's lips as he tenderly caressed her smooth back. Sensing his soothing touch, the tension in Lung Tong's brow gradually eased, and she nestled closer, succumbing once more to a deep slumber. Let us see if you will dare to be obstinate again, Suyu murmured softly. The night prior, after practicing with Lung Tong twice, Suyu had intended to seek out Feng Qianxue and her companions for further training. However, Lung Tong had insisted on a moment of selfishness, desiring the night to belong solely to her. Naturally, Suyu acquiesced, but he also guided her through the training intended for the day ahead. It was evident that, as a novice, Lung Tong was no match for Suyu. Yet, after 4 sessions of practice, her progress was remarkable. Combat Power Amplification, Talent 0. 4. Mastery of Blade 1, Mastery of Agility 1. Here is an image. Lung Tong's personal attribute panel. Name, Lung Tong Contractor has increased attribute 16-240. Rank, Level 1. Stage 3 Combat Power, Actual Combat Power, 117. Burst combat power, 398, strength 239, agility 242, constitution 227, mentality 230, beauty 95 evolution points, 06. Can be used to enhance talent and skill levels. Affinity 72, base 30, talent, B-level space talent, can utilize spatial power. Skill effect amplification 40, energy recovers 4 per minute. Skills, E-level mastery of blade, E-level mastery of agility, F-level instant moon/items, F-level blade lin, F-level storage necklace, F-level battle garb flowing cloud, F-level battle maid outfit, F-level energy stones 15, ordinary energy stones 1367 for the 2 evolution points she gained from her initial training. Suyu suggested prioritizing the enhancement of her skill mastery. As for her talent, that could be gradually improved in the future. After a night of training, Suyu had accumulated 4 evolution points, with his progress reaching 92. His beauty had also risen to 98, and it seemed that he would soon reach the pinnacle of aesthetic appeal. Once Lung Tong had slipped into a deeper sleep, Suyu quietly rose, careful not to disturb her. Glancing around the girls' rooms, he found them all empty. He made his way to the training room, where he discovered Su Qingwei instructing Shen Yimo and Lin Shiyu in weapon techniques. Before the cataclysm, Su Qingwei had been an assassin, and though she had not achieved mastery, she was quite proficient in the use of firearms and various weapons, more than capable of guiding them. Shen Yimo, naturally talented with firearms, had made rapid progress under Su Qingyue's tutelage, while Lin Shiyu had also improved, albeit at a slower pace. Upon seeing Suyu appear outside the training room, the 3 girls immediately halted their training. Shen Yimo and Lin Xia dashed over, leaping into Suyu's embrace. He caught them effortlessly and nodded at the smiling Su Qingyue before inquiring, "Where are Qinxue and the others?" "Brother Suyu, they went to prepare breakfast," Lin Xia replied, nuzzling her small face against his chest. Shen Yimo, with a mischievous grin, added, "Brother Yu, how formidable is Sister Tong? You might have quite a bit of pressure ahead." She raised an eyebrow and continued, "Brother Yu, perhaps you should bow your head a little. That way, I can ease up on you. Otherwise, if you lose, it would be quite embarrassing." Suyu beamed brightly and waved his hand to seal the training room. Soon, the sounds of fists striking flesh echoed from within. Several hours later, Suyu emerged from the training room, adjusting his collar and chuckling softly. "Oh, you thought you could make me bow?" he added. "You won't know the true strength of the king until you face it." Shen Yimo, having been thoroughly defeated, lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Lin Xia and Su Qingwei were also caught up in the fray, having received their fair share of Suyu's rigorous training. Making his way to the hall, he found Feng Qinxue and Xin Yiling engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Suyu, both women exchanged a knowing glance, evidently aware of the commotion that had transpired in the training room. Feng Qinxue stood up and remarked, "You lack decorum so early in the day. Where are Qingwei and the others?" Suyu scratched his nose and playfully embraced the 2 women, grinning. "They're still resting, and will take a while to freshen up. How about we?" Both women's fair cheeks flushed, and Feng Qinxue gently pushed Suyu away, taking Shun Yiling's hand as they retreated. "Yiling and I will prepare breakfast for you." With a chuckle, Suyu shook his head and settled onto the sofa, lifting up the little white creature and gently stroking its head. "When will you transform, little one? Hurry up, or I might just stew you one day if I drink too much." The little creature recoiled, transforming into a streak of light, darting 5 meters away as if to express its displeasure. It raised its head, flicking its tongue rapidly, hissing hiss. Hiss. "Hey, are you planning a rebellion?" After breakfast, Suyu greeted Old Man Lung and drove the Galaxy vehicle to the bustling center of Kyoto's largest market, preparing to open for business. Aware of his plans, Old Man Lung dispatched over 1,000 warriors to maintain order. The Galaxy convenience store now spanned 2,000 square meters, capable of accommodating dozens, even hundreds, of patrons at once. With the warriors on duty, Suyu found himself relieved of a considerable burden. Multiple openings had been created along the sides of the shop, each housing a vine from a small demon. Here, apart from the bionic maid, the Galactic convenience store boasts a remarkable feature. The purchase of equipment comes with complimentary healing. Even without acquiring gear, one can spend 5 energy coins for an on-site healing session, a remarkably affordable service. 1 energy stone equals 100 energy coins. As more and more individuals flock to this place, the joyful emotions collected by the little demon are steadily on the rise. Chapter 180, The Abundance of High-Level Beasts in Shenanjia. After spending 3 days at the Kyoto base, Suyu chose not to have the girls hunt zombies and beasts for upgrades. Instead, he guided them on a leisurely tour around the base, allowing Feng Qianxue and the others to spend time with their parents. Little Yao tirelessly released healing fluids day and night, visibly slimming down, although her level had decreased. Her innate abilities had maximized all 4 attributes, and it wouldn't be long before she ascended to level 2. Young Lily also performed admirably, providing the military with 37 limbs over the 3 days. On average, Little Yao managed to detach 4 limbs 12 times daily, earning Suyu a staggering 500 energy stones. In front of the galactic ship, the venerable elder patted Suyu on the shoulder. Young Su, since you are set to depart, I shall not keep you any longer. He then presented an F-grade storage ring, which contained energy stones for purchasing 3rd-tier zombie limbs, as well as the skills you requested. When you have the time, do return. The gates of the Kyoto base will always be open to you. Rest assured, old man, Su replied. After bidding farewell to everyone, the galactic ship ascended slowly into the sky. With a thunderous sound of sonic boom, the galactic ship transformed into a silver streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. After gazing at the ship's departure for some time, the elder waved his hand. Everyone disperse. Xiao Feng, Xiao Lin, should anything arise at the base, do not hesitate to seek me out. Maintain a clear sense of judgment regarding what is appropriate and what is not. Feng's father and Lin's father felt a pang of anxiety and promptly responded, yes. Rest assured, Commander, we will not act foolishly and burden you. Once everyone had departed, a tall girl emerged from the shadows of the corner, staring blankly in the direction Suyu had vanished, unable to regain her composure. This girl was Big Girl. Upon arriving at Kyoto, she felt compelled to enter the base alone in search of Suyu due to her identity. However, every time she encountered Feng Qianxue and the others, her confidence waned, fearing that Suyu might still not favor her current appearance. After a prolonged silence, Big Girl sighed softly, murmuring, if only Xiaoya knew about this, she would surely be very upset. In the common area of the galactic ship, Lin Xiang was more sentimental compared to Feng Qianxue and Lung Tong. Observing her red-rimmed eyes, Suyu affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Your uncle and aunt have light brain wristbands. If you miss them, you can video call them anytime. With the old man looking out for them, they will be fine. Lin Xiang gently leaned her head against Suyu's chest, wrapping her arms around him. Brother Su, I'm all right. It's just that you mentioned this trip to Bashu would take you abroad, and once you leave, it may be a long time before you return, so I can't help but feel like crying. After soothing Lin Xiang's emotions, Suyu retrieved the items from the storage ring given by the elder. Inside were 90 various F-grade skill scrolls and 100,000 energy stones. The 90 skills were procured by the old gentleman solely because of his regard for Suyu, as such skills are exceedingly rare. Qianxue, please take your time to select skills that are suitable for yourselves. The remaining ones can be categorized and placed on the skill rack. Acknowledging with a nod, Qianxue and the other women began to sift through the options. This lavish scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would undoubtedly evoke immense envy. Subsequently, Suyu produced an E-grade storage ring, which contained the revenues accrued by the Galaxy Convenience Store during its recent days at the Kyoto base. A total of 601 energy stones were amassed, of which 4 million were earned from the sale of weapons and equipment. Additionally, 250 stones were generated through the sales of Yuming cigarettes by Feng's father and Lin's father over the past few days. This indicates that the market for Yuming cigarettes remains quite lucrative. The remaining 351 stones were earned by Xiao Yao through treatments, with each treatment costing 5 energy coins, resulting in 1 energy stone for every 20 patients treated. In total, Xiao Yao attended to 20 individuals during this period, not including those who received free treatments after purchasing weapons. The total cost for the weapons amounted to 200,000 energy stones, with each item retailing for 12 stones, yielding a net profit of 2 million. Feng's father and his associates received a total of 250 cartons of Yuming cigarettes, generating a pure profit of precisely 10,000. Thus, the grand total profit sums up to 351 energy stones. Suyu's energy stone balance surged once more, reaching an impressive 743 stones. Each day, accompanied by Qianxue and the other women, he indulged in the pleasures of the base, effortlessly netting over 200,000 energy stones in mere moments. Were it not for the need to enhance his strength and provide a sanctuary for his distressed sisters, Suyu would have considered remaining at the Kyoto base indefinitely. After a brief contemplation, Suyu withdrew the remaining 743 energy stones and summoned Maid Number 1. Please deposit these energy stones into the energy reservoir of the galaxy. Yes, Master. Since the last time energy stones were added in the Magic City, the galaxy had not been replenished. With a surplus now at hand, it seemed prudent to store a larger quantity, especially given the long journey ahead and the occasional need to summon mechs, which would certainly incur significant consumption. Over the course of 2 days, Su Yu and his companions traversed nearly half of the vast Xia region. The galaxy followed an N-shaped flight path, halting only upon encountering second-tier zombie beasts or substantial gatherings of first-tier creatures. During this time, the women, including Qian Shui, experienced considerable improvements. Meanwhile, Su Yu managed to slay 179 second-tier zombie beasts, acquiring an increase of 40 in strength, 47 in agility, 51 in constitution, and 41 in spirit. At this moment, Su Yu was enjoying a film with the women when the screening room suddenly illuminated with a red light. Recognizing this as a radar map indication of second-tier zombies or beasts, Su Yu casually remarked, "Galaxy, please activate the map." A virtual light screen appeared on the side of the screening room, revealing the radar map. Upon gazing at the densely clustered red dots on the map, Su Yu was momentarily stunned. Goodness, is it truly that exaggerated? The red dots signified the presence of otherworldly beasts. Yet what was more significant was that these had all been meticulously filtered, representing only those of the second tier and above. Upon witnessing Su Yu's reaction, Feng Qianxue and the others shifted their gaze, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Yu, there are so many second-tier beasts." Shen Yimo's eyes sparkled as she pursed her lips. "Brother Yu, so many beasts. We are in for a feast." Su Yu straightened his posture, instructing the galaxy to enlarge the map. "So this is Shenanjia. No wonder there are so many high-tier beasts. Let us proceed, my dear companions, for we have work to do." Before long, the galaxy descended at the periphery of Shenanjia. Due to the presence of life within the spacecraft, it could not be stored in the spatial ring or system space. So you allowed the galaxy to pilot itself? Hovering above them, he had previously heard tales of Shenanjia being an extraordinarily mysterious location, home to a plethora of peculiar flora and rare fauna. Now, witnessing it firsthand, the legends proved to be true. From the outskirts, one could behold the swirling mists, complemented by verdant mountains and towering trees that seemed to touch the heavens, resembling a realm of immortals. As they ventured into the dense forest, they were met with an expanse of deep green. A visual representation of the dense forest within Shenanjia is available here. Both Su Yu and Feng Qianxue stood frozen in place, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. The vast stretches of thick forest, with robust vines and branches intertwining, resembled a verdant ocean. Su Yu cautioned, "Be vigilant. This place is far more perilous than the outside." The women snapped back to reality, tightening their grips on their weapons as they followed closely behind Su Yu. Soon, they encountered their first high-tier beast, an extraordinarily fearsome creature. Its appearance utterly unrecognizable. Chapter 181, The Calamity Centipede vs. the Giant Rooster. Not long after entering the Shenanjia region, Su Yu and his companions were engulfed by a sense of disorientation, as the entire space was cloaked in overgrown grass towering to their height. Vines and thorns intertwined everywhere, while the colossal trees loomed high above, casting shadows that obscured the light, rendering the already perilous jungle even more ominous and foreboding. Among the group of women, apart from Long Tong and Su Qingwei, the others, including Feng Qianxue, found themselves somewhat ill at ease in such an environment, instinctively gravitating towards Su Yu for comfort. In such surroundings, deploying the ultimate galactic mecha would most likely frighten off the exotic beasts. Thus, Su Yu instructed Xiao Yao to enlarge its form and lead the way. After a couple of days, Xiao Yao had regained its strength, reaching level 8 in the first tier, with an average attribute of 2,180 points. With Xiao Yu leading the charge, their sense of security was significantly heightened. With Xiao Yu forging ahead, their pace quickened considerably. Soon, they arrived deep within Shenanjia, where they encountered their first level 2 exotic beast. This creature bore the legs of a centipede, yet its head resembled that of a mantis. A massive entity measuring at least 20 to 30 meters in length. Su Yu remained vigilant and promptly activated his eye of detection. Here is an image. Calamity Centipede Attribute Panel. Name Calamity Centipede, Tier, Level 2. Stage 2, Combat Power. Actual Power, 752. Burst Power, 752. Strength, 1257. Agility, 1831. Vitality, 1354. Mentality, 1579. Charisma, 31. Affinity, 60. Talent, A-Class. Calamity Venom. Allows physical attacks to inflict calamity venom. Potency proportional to output energy. Energy recovery rate of 5 per minute. Skills, none. Description, naturally possesses potent venom, which, when combined with its talent, becomes even more lethal. A mere touch from a level 1 entity would be fatal. Nemesis, giant rooster, avian species. This formidable insect was saturated with venom, prompting even Su Yu to proceed with caution. A careless bite could be fatal, and even if he survived, the experience would be unpleasant. Su Yu lowered his voice, stating, "Leave this to me. Do not interfere. This creature is not to be trifled with." Just as Su Yu prepared to launch a surprise attack to swiftly eliminate it, A tremor from the ground halted his steps. A dull thudding noise approached from afar, growing closer. Accompanying the sound, an enormous giant rooster, towering 6 to 7 stories high, burst forth from the thicket. This creature was adorned with a coat of resplendent feathers. Here is an image, exotic beast, giant rooster. As it moved, its feathers danced gracefully, exuding an air of majesty akin to a general commanding an army. Perhaps due to mutation, it possessed a tail resembling a steel whip. So you utilized his eye of detection once more? The giant rooster was of the same tier as the calamity centipede, with minimal differences in attributes. Its talent was rather standard, yet it boasted a remarkable characteristic, an exceptionally high resistance to toxins. The moment the magnificent rooster appeared, the calamity centipede emitted a sharp, piercing roar towards the heavens. Instantly, its multitude of legs began to move in unison, and its colossal body surged forward with the force of a locomotive. The rooster, unfazed, flicked its form, and its tail, resembling a steel whip, lashed out like lightning. Though the calamity centipede was immense, its speed was not diminished in the slightest. With a simultaneous thud, its massive body leaped towards the rooster. Thud, thud, thud. The rooster's tail struck the stout trunks of trees, causing them to tremble violently before snapping in two. We stepped back, relishing the rare spectacle. As he spoke, Siyu soared into the air with several women, taking in the scene from above. At that moment, the battle between the rooster and the calamity centipede had escalated to a fever pitch. Large swathes of the rooster's feathers were corroded by venom, emitting a hissing sound as charred flesh was exposed, releasing a pungent stench. Had it not possessed remarkable venom resistance, it might have already succumbed. The calamity centipede appeared equally wretched, being clawed and pecked by the rooster, its hardened armor resembling the ravages of a dog's bite. Clumps of viscous flesh dripped to the ground, instantly corroding it into a mottled mess. After a fierce exchange, both creatures ceased their attacks, emitting strange low growls at one another, seemingly agreeing to resume their battle at another time. Suyu rotated his wrist, declaring, "Now that you have finished your duel, it is my turn to take the stage." As soon as he spoke, he shot forth from the air. The calamity centipede, in a weakened state, failed to react in time, and Siyu severed its head with a single strike. Dark green blood gushed from its neck, rapidly eroding the ground into small craters. Simultaneously, a nauseating stench filled the air. The surrounding trees visibly withered and decayed at an alarming rate. Observing this, Suyu instinctively held his breath and moved Feng Qianxue and the other women to a safer distance. Ding! Experiencing a strong toxin attack, absolute defense talent has immunized 50. Despite holding his breath, the toxic gas seeped through his skin, leaving him with a faintly dizzy sensation. Truly, this poison was exceptionally potent. Even his battle attire could not shield him. Such a toxic creature was indeed troublesome. Even without its head, its body continued thrashing about, expelling all its venom in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. At that moment, a milky white energy shot towards Siyu from a distance. He did not evade, knowing it was Lin Xia's life force. Upon entering his body, Suyu felt an immediate sense of relief, and the heaviness in his head dissipated. Glancing at the rooster nearby, he noted it had no intention of leaving, fixated on him with apparent intent to attack. The rooster remained because of the calamity centipede. It was a substantial source of nourishment. Should it consume the centipede, it could ascend one or even several levels. Siyu had no intention of slaying the creature. Such exquisite ingredients were best when freshly harvested. After a brief moment, a system notification echoed. Ding! You have slain a level 2, Tier 2 calamity centipede, earning 300 spirit essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 1921000. Ding! Talent plunder activated, gaining 1 agility. Meanwhile, the rooster could no longer restrain itself and lunged fiercely at Suyu with its claw. In the face of the rooster's swift assault, Siyu merely sidestepped a few paces, effortlessly evading the attack. In an instant, the crimson blade flashed, and one of the rooster's claws was severed at the root. Yet, it did not succumb. The remaining foot and its wings propelled it further into the depths of the forest. Now it chooses to flee? A smile crept across Suyu's face as he waved his hand, conjuring a wall of repulsive force before the rooster. With a thunderous crash, the rooster was sent crashing back, creating a significant crater in the ground. Little demon, bind it. Chapter 182. If it were to take on human form, surely the deep throat skill would be mastered instinctively. Caw, caw. Bound by the little demon, the rooster emitted a heart-wrenching cry that echoed far and wide. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forests of Shenangjia, heads of various sizes began to emerge, their eyes, adorned in myriad colors, reflecting a distinctly human-like perplexity. The calamity centipede and the rooster are rather unconventional entities among the myriad of exotic beasts in Shenangjia. The calamity centipede serves as a potent tonic, coveted by all creatures who yearn to consume it. However, its formidable toxicity compels even other poisonous beasts to keep their distance. Over time, no beast dared to covet it. Yet, there were always a few dim-witted creatures that insisted on offering themselves as prey, inadvertently enhancing the centipede's strength. Eventually, the calamity centipede turned its gaze upon them. Upon reaching the second tier, these exotic beasts possessed considerable intellect, realizing they could not allow the calamity centipede to continue its growth, lest they become mere nourishment for its advancement. Thus, they united to plan its demise. However, just as the battle was about to erupt, an unexpected weakling appeared and began pecking at the centipede, leaving the second-tier beasts utterly dumbfounded. With the emergence of a creature capable of countering the centipede, the beasts scattered, as none wished to make a futile sacrifice. Henceforth, an unwritten rule emerged in Shenanjia. As long as the calamity centipede remained alive, none could harm the rooster, or they would face the wrath of a beastly mob. The rooster, lacking in strength, could not contend with the other second-tier beasts and thus set its sights on the more easily bullied calamity centipede, frequently seeking out confrontations. But what were they hearing now? The rooster's mournful cries. Who dares to act with such audacity? Roar. Caw. Caw. Various cries resonated throughout Shenanjia, and soon a multitude of second-tier beasts rushed toward the source of the rooster's call. At this moment, the toxic gas had nearly dissipated. The once vibrant surroundings now lay shrouded in gloom, devoid of life. Listening to the roars emanating from the depths of the forest, Suyu remained unfazed. If all were silent, that would indeed be abnormal. Beside him, Shin Yimo furrowed her brow and muttered, "It's not spring now. Has the mating season for animals shifted to summer after the mutation?" Feng Qianxue and the others were amused by her peculiar line of reasoning. Suddenly, Xiaobai raised its head and hissed. Hiss. The others initially thought it was refuting Shin Yimo's comment and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Shin Yiling frowned slightly. Xiaobai, are you saying you wish to devour that large centipede? Hiss. The little white snake nodded vigorously, appearing quite eager. Shin Yimo looked at the corpse of the calamity centipede with a face of disdain. Xiaobai, that creature is utterly repulsive. Once we return to the Milky Way ship, I shall prepare a grand feast for you. The little white snake's eyes revealed a hint of grievance. She did not wish to eat. Yet, how could she ignore the words of Suyu, who had warned her that if she did not transform quickly, she would be stewed into soup? Hiss. You mentioned that this insect could expedite her level advancement and possibly lead to bloodline evolution? An expression of astonishment appeared on Shin Yiling's face. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded and said, since it is beneficial for her, let her consume it. At his words, the little white snake began to swell in size. For she understood that once Suyu consented, there was no turning back. Ultimately, a colossal white python, measuring over 30 meters in length, coiled in the center of the arena. The little white snake opened her enormous maw and commenced swallowing the calamity centipede from its head. In just a brief moment, the centipede, only slightly smaller than her, was entirely devoured. One could only wonder how she managed to swallow it whole. If she were to transform into human form, she would undoubtedly master the deep throat technique without any instruction. For some inexplicable reason, a series of peculiar thoughts suddenly surfaced in Suyu's mind. After consuming the calamity centipede, the little white snake diminished in size, darting into Shin Yiling's embrace, curling into a ball, and falling silent. As if plunged into a deep slumber, Suyu glanced at the glowing orb not far away, and with a pull of gravity, it was drawn into his palm. As the orb dissipated, a skill scroll materialized in his grasp. Gradually, Suyu furrowed his brow. He was uncertain to whom the special skill dropped by the calamity centipede should be assigned. E-rank special skill, Calamity Poison. When activated, each attack will consume additional energy, inflicting a potent toxin that deals 15 continuous damage per second to the target, stackable, for a duration of 3 seconds, with no cooldown. It was a rather terrifying skill, applicable to all. Suyu had no intention of using it himself. He favored an aggressive, one-hit kill approach, rendering this skill somewhat unnecessary for him. However, for the likes of Feng Qianxue and the others, possessing such a skill would significantly elevate their combat prowess. Thus, deciding whom to allocate this skill to became a conundrum, prompting Suyu to extend the skill scroll forward. You all discuss and decide who shall wield this skill. Feng Qianxue reached out to accept it, and a look of surprise crossed her delicate features. Darling, this skill is incredibly powerful. Why not keep it for yourself? Suyu shook his head. It is not suited for me. It is meant for you. Once the ladies had reviewed the skill information, Feng Qianxue shrugged and spoke first. Do not look at me. I was already granted the skill of vengeance, so I certainly will not use this one. Shin Yiling also shook her head. My talent has yet to reach its peak. Utilizing this skill now would be a waste. I shall wait until later. Shin Yimo added. I cannot make use of it either. My energy enhancement barely suffices for my bullets. Adding the skill would undoubtedly deplete my resources. Long Tong remarked, I do not have a habit of using poison. You all should take it. Su Qinghua stated, my skills are focused on single target attacks. Only through group attacks can this skill reach its full potential. Seeing the gazes directed towards her, Lin Shiyang shook her little head vigorously. I am a healer. I have no need for it either. Observing the graceful exchange of courtesies among the young women, Siyu chuckled and shook his head. This particular skill is most suitably suited for the two sisters, Xin Yiling and Xin Yimo. Although Xin Yimo possesses rapid-firing capabilities with firearms, her talent is also a considerable drain. Should she learn this skill, it would merely serve as a trump card. As for Xin Yiling, once she acquires 3 pledged extraordinary beasts, she will be able to continuously unleash area attack skills without the worry of energy depletion, thereby maximizing the skill's potential. However, she currently has yet to secure 2 of her promised beasts, making it somewhat premature for her to learn this skill. Upon further reflection, it seems Su Qinghua would also be quite fitting. As an assassin skilled in poison, combined with her ability to become incorporeal, she would be able to wear down even opponents of higher ranks. After a brief period of the ladies deferring to one another, they realized that such indecision was unproductive and thus turned to Su Yu for resolution. Why not draw lots? After all, this skill can be utilized by anyone, Su Yu suggested, extending his hand toward the distant forest. Almost immediately, a 2-meter-tall foxtail grass was uprooted from several hundred meters away, soaring directly into Su Yu's grasp. He then divided the grass into 6 segments, 5 short and 1 long. Now, it's simple. Whoever draws the long piece shall wield the skill. Following the drawing of lots, it was Su Qinghua who drew the longest segment. She opened her mouth, seemingly to refuse, but before she could utter a word, Siyu playfully patted her backside, assuring her that it was not a rare treasure and that there would be more opportunities in the future. Hurry and use it. We have guests arriving. At that moment, Siyu sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet. He opened his radar map and confirmed his suspicions. A multitude of red dots was converging towards their location, numbering in the thousands. Such a battle was one that Feng Qianque and the others were not yet prepared to partake in. Therefore, he instructed them to return to the galaxy, while he remained in place, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Finally, the opportunity for a grand confrontation was at hand. Chapter 183, The Terrifying Celestial Collapse Boom. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the ground trembled with increasing intensity. Suspended high above in the vessel-named galaxy, from the perspective of the women, the depths of the jungle appeared as if waves of a tumultuous sea were surging forth, presenting a truly overwhelming spectacle. Occasionally, one could observe several exotic beasts leaping high into the air. These creatures, disparate in their lineage and diverse in appearance, shared a singular trait. They all exuded an unmistakable aura of rage and frenzy. The women merely cast a cursory glance, yet the colossal shadows they beheld numbered in the thousands. Thus, despite the considerable distance separating them from these titanic beasts, they could not help but feel a suffocating sensation enveloping them. This prompted a silent concern for Su Yu. Could humanity truly contend with such monstrosities? In stark contrast to the women's apprehension, Su Yu felt nothing but exhilaration. As the overwhelming shadows blotted out the sky, the already dim Shenangjia jungle transformed into a scene of even greater dread. Dozens, then hundreds, ultimately thousands of towering exotic beasts, each standing several dozen meters high, materialized before Su Yu. The sheer awe they inspired defied any attempt at description. Su Yu opted not to merge with his mech, fearing that such an act would frighten these adorable creatures away. Should they scatter, he would have to hunt them down one by one, an endeavor far less satisfying than a single, decisive encounter. Moreover, he was eager to test his current prowess. With a crimson blade materializing in his grasp, dark red patterns glimmered ominously across its surface, exuding an aura of malevolence. The arrival of the beast horde did not immediately incite an attack. Instead, they fixated their enormous eyes upon the diminutive human before them. Looking up at them, Su Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. In an instant, his battle attire, ink feather, began to transform from his feet upward, altering its form across his thighs, abdomen, arms, and finally enveloping his head. Within but a breath's time, he was clad in a suit of sharply defined black armor, an invisible aura of killing intent rippling outward. Roar. The beast horde erupted in a frenzy, as if provoked. A massive earth-toned tiger was the first to leap forward, its enormous paw aimed menacingly at Su Yu. Just as the giant claw was about to make contact, Su Yu sprang into the air with a powerful push from his feet, leaving only an afterimage behind. Boom. Silence fell over the scene, as all the beasts were struck by a singular question. How could this creature be so weak? In the next moment, a wave of slashing energy appeared abruptly, followed closely by a blood-red blade that pierced the massive tiger's head. This was Su Yu's skill, Rift Slash and Evil Light Slash. The B-level Rift Slash could reduce an enemy's defense by 40, coupled with the Evil Light Slash, which currently amplified base damage by 40. And the Tang Dao Mastery enhancing it by an extraordinary 400, the destructive power of this strike was unparalleled. A flicker of confusion appeared in the tiger's eyes, soon followed by a slight tremor across its face. Moments later, a significant portion of its skull plummeted to the ground, exposing the bloody flesh and stark white bones within. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, blood gushed forth from the wound, quickly staining the earth a deep crimson. The colossal tiger, having never endured such a grievous injury, let out a heart-wrenching howl, its mountain-like form rolling upon the ground. The rich, metallic scent of blood spread through the air, inciting the surrounding beasts to unleash their ferocity, rushing towards Su Yu. Undaunted, Su Yu clasped his hands together at his abdomen. Earth explosion star. With a low exclamation, his hands began to part, revealing a dark spherical object suspended between his palms, rapidly increasing in size. The beasts that lunged at him appeared to be under an immense pressure, their movements slowing as if they were trapped in slow motion. In mere moments, the black sphere expanded to approximately 10 meters in diameter, hovering in the air like a pitch-black full moon. Gazing at the orb, formed from 90 of his internal energy, Su Yu's expression sharpened, and he softly uttered a single word, open. Upon his command, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through the nearby beasts, causing them to turn and flee. Yet, at that instant, the dark sphere above erupted with a blinding light, sending out an invisible wave that rippled through the air. Crack, crack. The ground and surrounding trees bore the brunt of an unseen force, fissures spreading across their surfaces. The retreating beasts found their movements momentarily halted, their massive paws creating deep impressions in the earth. Countless stones, dirt, trees, and smaller creatures were uncontrollably drawn into the sky, merging with the suspended sphere, forming a seamless, naturally formed orb. Then, the sphere unleashed an unparalleled gravitational pull, drawing the ground's titanic beasts towards it. Despite their desperate struggles, embedding their limbs into the earth or clinging to the surrounding trees, the ever-increasing suction ultimately engulfed them all. High above, witnessing this breathtaking scene, Feng Qianxue and her companion stood in astonished silence, their mouths agape, soon followed by a swell of pride within them. As time passed, more and more beasts were absorbed into the sphere, while others attempted various ranged assaults, all of which Su Yu effortlessly evaded. Currently, he could recover 30 of his energy each minute, and as his strength replenished, the final beast was also drawn into the orb. Thus, a colossal sphere composed of beasts hung majestically in the sky, resembling a gigantic celestial body. Far away, at the Edu base, a soldier suddenly rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then seized his communication device and bellowed, "An unidentified object has appeared in the direction of Shenanjia." Moments later, more and more individuals caught sight of the peculiar sphere. Could it possibly be a super monster from Shenanjia? To be visible from such a distance, how enormous must it be? The leading man furrowed his brow, his voice low and grave, inquiring, "Can anyone with awakened visual talents discern what that object is?" "Sir, it's too far to make out what it is. Perhaps Xiao Wang, with his talent for distant sight, can see it. He is on his way." Moments later, a slender young man approached the city wall, and upon learning the task requirements, he immediately activated his innate abilities, causing his pupils to turn a ghostly white. However, a look of sheer terror soon crossed his face as he stammered, how is this possible?" Witnessing his distress, those around him felt a heavy weight in their hearts, an ominous premonition rising within. The imposing leader spoke in a grave tone, "Speak quickly. What did you see?" The sphere is composed of various monstrous creatures, colossal in size, as if they have been forcefully adhered to some entity. What could that possibly be? It's utterly terrifying. Wait, there's a humanoid being suspended in the sky, roughly the size of a human, entirely cloaked in darkness. And look, there's an extraterrestrial spacecraft hovering above. Oh heavens! Could it be an alien invasion? Chapter 184. The army of mutated vampiric mosquitoes. A burly man furrowed his brow, whispering to himself, "A humanoid creature? A spaceship?" Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. After interrupting the young man's talent, the burly figure produced a document. "Is this what the humanoid creature looks like?" The youth glanced at the photograph on the document, nodding affirmatively, "Yes." Hearing this, the burly man let out a sigh of relief. "This is Su Yu, the hero who saved the Magic City base. What you see is him in battle armor. Let us see what he is doing. Do we need to provide assistance?" The slender youth immediately employed his talent again, but soon his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist. "What do you see? Speak up." "Blades." A myriad of blades attacking the beast on the sphere. "Blood. It's raining blood from the sky. Incredible." Meanwhile, Leah and the big guy had also entered the territory of Edu. This Su fellow can really run, and you too, big sister. I'm at a loss for words. If you like him, just say so. What is there to be embarrassed about? If worst comes to worst, adopt our tribe's courtship method, knock him out and carry him away. The big guy weakly responded, Xiaoya, you can't defeat him. Never mind. Big sister, can you use your tracking ability now? Let's find him first. The big guy nodded, preparing to activate her ability when Leah stopped her. Wait, big sister, what is that? Leah pointed at a small black sphere in the sky. Without waiting for the big guy to respond, Leah hoisted her up and dashed toward the sphere. Xiaoya, put me down. That could very well be created by Suyu. You're too slow. Let me carry you. On the other side, Suyu utilized the sixth descent of judgment, significantly shrinking the sphere composed of various beasts in the air. The ground was covered with a thick layer of blood and other viscous substances. Those still adhered to the black sphere were either dead or close to it. Suyu retracted the crimson blood, extending his right hand, palm facing the beast-formed sphere. He then clenched his fist, coldly uttering a single word, explode. As Suyu's voice fell, a blinding white light pierced through the gaps in the beasts, causing the entire sphere to tremble slightly. With a deafening explosion, the skies above Shenanjia were instantly painted red, with countless fragments of flesh and blood raining down. It took several minutes for this untouched wilderness, post-apocalypse, to gradually settle into silence. The galaxy ship hovered beside Suyu, its hatch opening. Shen Yimo and Lin Xia disregarded the altitude, leaping from the hatch to pounce towards Suyu. Brother Yu, that move you just performed was utterly spectacular. Suyu, that was truly incredible. Suyu shed his battle armor, extending his arms to catch the two women, embracing them with a hearty laugh. Indeed, it's quite impressive. He then gathered Feng Qianque and the others, guiding them to a relatively clean spot to land. Gazing at the luminous orbs floating atop a thick layer of shattered flesh, Suyu silently expressed his gratitude once more for the talent bestowed upon him by his good friend Lin Fan. Without the heavenly attraction ability, collecting these orbs would have proven to be a formidable challenge. Now, however, with a mere gesture, thousands of orbs obediently soared toward him, making the task exceedingly effortless. After a considerable amount of time spent organizing their spoils, they finally completed their task. With the elevation of their biological ranks, the drop rate had significantly increased. Although little Linger was not present, her passive talent was still in effect, resulting in a bountiful harvest for Suyu. He collected 317 E-grade energy stones, which equated to a staggering 31,700 ordinary energy stones. Additionally, he obtained 103 pieces of E-grade weapons and equipment, along with an impressive array of 27 skills. While lacking a special skill akin to the catastrophic poison, he still acquired several valuable abilities, which were quite formidable. Yet, these were not the most significant gains. The greatest reward was that these mutated beasts had directly facilitated Suyu's rise by 2 levels. Just as he prepared to open his attribute panel to assess his progress, a faint, persistent buzzing sound resonated through the forest. Upon hearing this sound, the expressions of Feng Qianque and the others shifted from joy to apprehension, gripping their weapons tightly as they took their positions, ready to face an incoming threat. Suyu furrowed his brow, recognizing the familiar sound but unable to recall which creature it belonged to. The energy fluctuations from the earlier battle had been considerable, and mutated beasts possessed a sharp instinct for danger. If they sensed peril in this vicinity, they would undoubtedly flee. Yet, the current situation was clearly the opposite. Just as Suyu pondered this, the buzzing intensified, surging towards them like an overwhelming tide. His expression changed abruptly as he witnessed a creature emerging from the forest, a mutated blood-sucking mosquito. Unlike the ordinary mosquitoes one might encounter, this one was nearly half a meter long, its body muscular, and its elongated proboscis had morphed into 2 sharp fangs, glinting ominously. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most alarming fact was that these blood-sucking mosquitoes traveled in swarms. Indeed, in the next moment, a dark mass of mosquitoes poured forth from the woods, blotting out the sky like a thick, ominous cloud, sending a chill down Suyu's spine. The mutated blood-sucking mosquitoes did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they circled and shrieked, seemingly celebrating the impending blood feast. Oh my goodness, brother Yu. There are so many mosquitoes, Shen Yimo exclaimed, raising her gun, ready to fire. After using his eye of detection to gather information on the mutated blood-sucking mosquitoes, Suyu reached out to stop her, urging, hold on, not yet. These blood-sucking mosquitoes have surprisingly reached the first tier. Although their attributes are not particularly high, their fangs harbor a potent paralyzing toxin. Even a mere bite, without breaking the skin, allows the toxin to seep through and incapacitate the nerves. Suyu had no intention of engaging directly. These mosquitoes were perfectly suited for the girls, including Feng Qianque, to level up, but some protective measures were necessary. He recalled his methods for hunting zombies during the early days of the apocalypse. Immediately, Suyu instructed the little demon to weave a massive canopy of vines, enveloping their group. The canopy featured openings approximately 1 meter square in each direction. Next, Suyu produced a set of recliners, sunflower seeds, and fruits. Reclining comfortably as he said, "We can commence our assault now. Everyone is responsible for one window." "All right." Shinyimo responded, swiftly switching her moon shadow to cannon mode, and unleashed a volley against the swarm of mosquitoes. Boom. The blast resulted in numerous casualties among the mosquitoes. Wow. So much experience gained. We're in luck. The relentless buzzing intensified as the mosquito horde, enraged by Shun Yimo's attack, no longer awaited their king and launched an assault. Countless mosquitoes attempted to invade through the 6 openings, only to be met with razor-sharp blades, piercing arrows, and merciless cannon fire. He was not idle. While munching on sunflower seeds, he periodically used repulsion to push the mosquito corpses blocking the windows out of the way. This battle raged on for quite some time until a sharp shriek echoed through the air. Simultaneously, the voice of the little fairy reached him. "Master, a female creature with a score above 90 has arrived outside." Chapter 185, The Blood Queen, AI Tianin Master. There is a female creature outside with a score exceeding 90. 90? Siyu instantly perked up, rising from his reclined position. "However, Master, she is an exotic beast, so she may not be as you imagine." Xiao Xian's words jolted Suyu's thoughts, reminding him that beauty is defined by species. Could this unexpected delight turn into a fright? He pondered. Moreover, this score of 90, let us refer to her as a damsel. It is quite possible that she belongs to the blood-sucking mosquito clan. Can their aesthetic sensibilities truly align with those of humans? That remains uncertain. Nevertheless, since she has arrived, it is only fitting to meet her. Xiao Yao, seal this window for now. You can dispose of the body later with your vines, understood? Siyu instructed, gesturing toward the window where Long Tong was positioned. Chirp. Seeing her guarding window being blocked, Long Tong turned back in confusion. "What is going on, you rascal?" Suyu approached and embraced Long Tong, saying, "A boss has arrived. I shall go out to meet her, and you will assist my exit." He then informed Feng Qianxue and the other women, granting them authorization to utilize the ultimate mecha of the galaxy. If any unusual circumstances arise, summon the mecha to respond. Long Tong nodded in silence, enveloping both of them in her innate energy. In the next instant, their figures vanished from their previous location, only to reappear hundreds of meters in the sky. As Suyu activated his celestial ability, levitating with Long Tong in the air, he heard the system prompt echo. Ding. Charm aura activated. AI Tianin's initial affection for the host. 30. Suyu scanned his surroundings and was captivated by a figure soaring 1,000 meters away. Clad in a flowing gown reminiscent of a formal dress, crowned with a tiara, her silvery gray hair cascaded down, exuding an indescribable beauty, regal and ethereal. Her attire was undoubtedly striking, yet it paled in comparison to her queenly demeanor. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her icy gaze flickered with a hint of crimson, commanding awe and leaving one feeling insignificant, reluctant to intrude. Unbelievable. A mosquito can be so stunning? Suyu internally scoffed before activating his eye of detection. Combat Power Amplification, Blood Spirit Summon 1, Blood Shadow Mirage 1. This image depicts the Blood Queen. Name Queen AI Tianin, rank Level 3. Grade 0 Combat Power, Actual Power 1785, Burst Power 5356, Strength 2895, Agility 3490, Constitution 2761, Mentality 5137, Beauty 93, Affection 20, Base 30, Talent. SSS Grade Blood Enchantment Heart. Possesses formidable mental strength. Capable of manipulating blood. Energy recovery at 10 per minute. Skill. Innate skill Blood Spirit Summon. Conjures a blood spirit giant from blood, possessing formidable penetrating attacks. Talent skill. Blood Shadow 1000 Illusions. Harnessing the full potential of one's blood energy. It manifests a dazzling array of claw shadows to execute a lethal 9-hit combo on a single target. Talent skill. Blood Thornstorm creates a terrifying storm in the targeted area, inflicting substantial physical and mental damage. Innate racial skill, Bloodthirst, rapidly enhances strength through the consumption of blood. Innate racial skill, Derivation, can breed loyal progeny through blood, ensuring 100 loyalty. Item, None. Description, a life cultivated from various ancient bloodlines, endowed with special hidden abilities. Gaining the first night significantly enhances mental attributes. Not expired. Upon gazing at the attributes panel, Suyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Particularly, the description indicated that acquiring the first night would greatly augment mental attributes. The crucial point was that it had not yet expired, implying that this woman was indeed pure. Moreover, her innate capabilities were formidable, making her a viable candidate to become Shun Yiling's sworn beast. Noticing Su Yu's unwavering gaze upon the woman, Lung Tong narrowed her wine-red eyes at him. You lecher. Is this the BOSS you mentioned? Su Yu playfully patted Lung Tong's backside, grinning. This woman may be quite beautiful, but she is a genuine beast. Are you jealous? Humph. I can't be bothered with you. Lung Tong huffed, swatting away his mischievous hand, and with a sudden teleportation, returned to the protective barrier created by the little demon. Seeing Lung Tong's return, Shin Yimo turned to inquire, Sister Tong, what sort of boss is out there? Is it formidable? Lung Tong nodded gravely. That lecher mentioned that a beast reaching the 3rd tier with a remarkable bloodline has a chance to assume human form. The opponent has already transformed into a human. It could be quite challenging to deal with. Moreover, at this point, Lung Tong furrowed her brow. It was not jealousy that troubled her. She had already accepted reality, and having more sisters was inconsequential. However, she was concerned that Su Yu, faced with such extraordinary beauty, might hesitate to strike decisively. With a pause in the conversation, Shin Yimo felt anxious. Sister Tong, please continue. Moreover, this beast is stunning. I worry that the lecher will hold back, causing future troubles. I thought it was something serious. Sister Tong, do not fret. Regardless of her beauty, brother, you will not let her go. Shin Yimo remarked with a hint of double entendre. Unlike Long Tong, Feng Qianxue and the other women understood Su Yu's approach to matters better. If the other party's character aligned well, this family might unexpectedly gain a new member. However, if she failed to recognize the situation, Su Yu was not one to show mercy, just like now. Upon encountering Su Yu, AI Tianyin wasted no time. With a flick of her delicate jade hand, an invisible attack shot directly toward him. Under the blood-red sunset, the air was thick with a murderous aura, and an unsettling sense of danger crept up Su Yu's spine. Furrowing his brow, Su Yu did not dare to underestimate the threat. He swiftly conjured a repulsive barrier to envelop himself. In the next instant, he felt a surge of blood energy coursing through him, accompanied by a faint, stinging sensation throughout his body. Evidently, the repulsive barrier is incapable of rebuffing mental assaults. However, with the SSS class absolute defense mitigating half of the damage, and her own attributes not being lacking, Xianyan strikes do not pose a threat to Su Yu. You initiated this, Su Yu remarked, his eyes narrowing as his figure surged forward with astonishing speed. Witnessing Su Yu's terrifying velocity, Xianyan furrowed her brows, and the blood-sucking mosquitoes surrounding her became alert. Yet, in the next moment, she felt a sharp pain radiate from her rear. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Xianyan instinctively covered her numb backside, her blood-red eyes fixated on Su Yu, who now stood before her. Human, you shall not be forgiven, Xianyan exclaimed in fury. And in response, streams of crimson light surged around her, ultimately coalescing into razor-sharp claws that lunged towards Su Yu. Chapter 186, while she is indeed quite beautiful, that does not grant you the license to act with impunity. AI Tianyin unleashed her innate skill, Blood Shadow Thousand Illusions, as she observed the claw-like shadows hurtling towards her. Su Yu scoffed disdainfully. No matter how formidable the attack, if it cannot strike him, it is rendered null. Noticing Su Yu vanish once more, AI Tianyin's pupils constricted. However, at this juncture, she found herself at a loss, compelled to concentrate her mind in search of Su Yu's whereabouts. Crack! AI Tianyin let out a painful cry. Clutching her backside tightly, her fair visage flushed crimson, and through gritted teeth, she seethed, Human, you shall pay for this. Ever since her birth, she had never endured such humiliation. As a queen, she possessed her own pride. Su Yu had not only slaughtered her subjects but now, time and again, he subjected her to indignities that grievously transgressed her limits. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yu had soared into the skies, gazing down at AI Tianyin with a faint smile. Is she truly this anxious? AI Tianyin, brimming with murderous intent, caused the blood-sucking guards around her to retreat, and she unleashed her innate skill, Bloodthorn Storm. As she frantically attacked, Su Yu descended leisurely from the heavens. Upon seeing Su Yu's arrival, AI Tianyin charged at him. Yet, Su Yu chose not to engage, maintaining a distance as he led her deeper into the forest. After all, her frantic state, though not a threat to him, posed a challenge for Feng Qianxue and the other women. To prevent her from acting out of desperation, it was wiser to lure her away. AI Tianyin relentlessly employed her innate abilities and skills to attack, but each time she aimed, Su Yu would accelerate and evade, which only heightened her frustration. Is evasion all you can do? Su Yu glanced back and, satisfied with the distance he had created, disregarded AI Tianyin as he descended to the ground. Seeing that Su Yu remained silent, AI Tianyin clenched her fists and plunged into the woods. Yet, the moment her feet touched the ground, Su Yu's figure appeared before her. Seizing her slender wrists and spinning her around, pinning her hands behind her back against a massive tree. Leaning close to her ear, Suyu whispered, "Do not move." Feeling the searing body pressed against her back, AI Tianin's eyes ignited with a combination of fury and humiliation. In her eyes, Suyu was merely a shameless coward who relied solely on evasion. Even without his innate skills, he could be overpowered by her absolute attributes. Straining against Suyu's grip, she launched a fierce punch aimed at his face. However, Suyu merely sidestepped, evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, he raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to AI Tianin's backside, sending her hurtling away and crashing through several towering trees. As AI Tianin rose from the ground, crouched and brimming with murderous intent, she vowed, "I will tear you apart." Suyu refrained from confronting her head-on. After all, AI Tianin was of the third tier, possessing attributes that surpassed his own. Hence, without the use of his Tang Dao, Suyu's strength fell short against her. However, in the face of AI Tianin's frenzied onslaught, Suyu appeared remarkably composed, as if leisurely strolling through a serene garden. From time to time, he would deliver a playful slap to her backside, and despite AI Tianin's furious reactions, she could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. After a brief moment, Suyu decided it was time to conclude their playful banter. "Little fairy, do you possess any talismans or potions to restrain the opponent's strength?" "Indeed, I do, but..." "Master, if you forcefully pursue this, your rapport may not necessarily increase." "Forcefully? How dull that would be. Observe how I appeal to her emotions and reason." Little fairy refrained from further comment, opening the shop interface to display relevant items. Soon, Suyu selected a C-grade potion. Upon application, it would render the target powerless for 12 hours. Ding. Purchased C-grade spirit locking potion, deducting 100,000 spirit essence. Remaining spirit essence, 519,317. With the potion in hand, Suyu swiftly darted behind AI Tianin and delivered a sharp slap to her rear. AI Tianin yelped in pain, instinctively crying out. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu poured the spirit locking potion into her mouth. What have you made me drink?" AI Tianin staggered backward, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "What do you think?" Suyu smiled, advancing toward her step by step. AI Tianin gritted her teeth and threw a punch, but it landed feebly against Suyu's chest. "After all this time, now it is my turn." Suyu snorted coldly, summoning ordinary nylon rope. Grasping AI Tianin's wrist, he pulled her close and bound her hands behind her back with the nylon rope. Recalling the martial arts films he had watched on Earth, Suyu attempted to ensnare her with the rope. In no time, the voluptuous AI Tianin was tied up like a large dumpling. Though it appears somewhat unsightly, it will have to suffice," he muttered, not forgetting to tie a bow for flair. "Perfect." Satisfied with his handiwork, Suyu snapped his fingers. Immediately, one end of the rope shot upward, wrapping around a tree branch and tying a secure knot. The murderous glint in AI Tianin's beautiful eyes seemed to solidify. Yet combined with her enchanting gaze, it added a touch of allure, rendering her captivating. "Release me. Otherwise, you shall regret this." AI Tianin gritted her teeth, her voice icy, yet laced with an undeniable tremor. Suyu squatted before her, gently caressing her delicate, flawless cheek. "You are indeed quite beautiful, but that is not a license for indiscretion." "Do not touch me," AI Tianin exclaimed in shock. Since her birth, she had never had any contact with the opposite sex, and yet, Suyu persistently challenged her limits. Taking a deep breath, AI Tianin sought to regain her composure. "I warn you one last time. Release me now, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred. Otherwise, when my fiancé arrives, I will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death." Suyu's movements faltered, and with a tone of incredulity, he remarked, "Do your exotic beasts possess the concept of a fiancé? Are they akin to blood-sucking mosquitoes?" Observing AI Tianin's silence, coupled with her fierce glare directed at him, Suyu chuckled softly, gently lifting her chin and caressing her crimson lips with his fingertip. Chapter 187. "I wonder how long you can remain defiant." A glint of malice flashed in AI Tianin's eyes as she fiercely bit down. Suyu did not evade, allowing her to sink her teeth into his hand. Crunch. AI Tianin felt as though she had bitten into steel, her teeth nearly chipping. At this moment, due to the spirit-locking potion, she had lost all her strength, making it impossible to breach Suyu's defenses. Seeing Suyu regard her with a bemused expression, AI Tianin, infuriated, exclaimed, "Human, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Despite being a transformed bloodsucker, you are still a woman. What do you think I can do?" A flicker of indignation crossed her beautiful eyes, and as Suyu extended his hand towards her, she hastily interjected, "Stop. I will tell you everything." Thus, from AI Tianin's lips, Suyu learned that her fiancé was a third-tier dragon. AI Tianin had been nurtured by this dragon, who professed his love for her shortly after her birth. Naturally, AI Tianin accepted this affection, but at that time, she had not yet transformed. Her true form merely that of a mosquito. Consequently, the dragon hunted numerous exotic beasts to provide her with blood for sustenance, which explained how she reached the third tier within just a month of her birth. Today was the day of her transformation. Upon receiving this news, the dragon instructed her to prepare, assuring her that he would return to share a delightful evening together. However, after her transformation, instead of encountering the dragon, she first crossed paths with Suyu. After absorbing this information, Suyu engaged in a brief analysis and came to a realization. How could a dragon possibly fall in love with a minuscule mosquito? The dragon was likely drawn to the innate hidden abilities that AI Tianyin possessed. Yet this foolish mosquito believed that the dragon's affection was genuine. When Suyu voiced his conjecture, AI Tianyin was first astonished that he was aware of her hidden talent, which she had not even disclosed to her fiancé, hoping to surprise him. Then, a surge of anger erupted within her as she shouted, "You're talking nonsense. Do not speak ill of him. Do you truly think a dragon could love a mere mosquito like you? At that time, it could probably blow you away with a single breath." AI Tianyin's gaze flickered, but she soon stubbornly denied, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You, despicable human, shall not sow discord between me and my dragon brother." Ding. AI Tianyin's favorability towards the host. 10. Current favorability. 30. Suyu raised an eyebrow, realizing this girl was rather ungrateful. In that case, he would not hold back his ruthless approach. He then opened the system mall and began to search through the categories. Moments later, his eyes lit up. Regardless of her form, AI Tianyin was still a beast. Thus, beast taming equipment should be of use to her. With a thought, Suyu spent 10,000 spirit essence to exchange for a D-rank beast taming ring. A collar-like item materialized in his hand. D-rank beast taming ring. Usable on any corporeal entity, capable of emitting a powerful electrical voltage. In a brief and clear introduction, it is a device that encircles the neck of a beast, capable of releasing an overwhelming voltage when disobedience occurs. After binding the beast tamer ring, Suyu placed it around AI Tianyin's neck. AI Tianyin regarded Suyu with a cold gaze, her expression one of utter disdain. Although she was unaware of the nature of the device he had placed upon her, the notion of her submission was utterly implausible. Observing AI Tianyin's contemptuous demeanor, Suyu merely chuckled, unfazed. Moments later, a heart-wrenching roar echoed through the Shenanjia forest. "You scoundrel! I will kill you. I am determined to kill you. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado," Suyu remarked, rubbing his ears. He then moved to a nearby chaise lounge, producing some sunflower seeds and fruit. Leisurely reclining to rest, Suyu had certain intentions regarding AI Tianyin, though they were far from lustful. Rather, it was her latent abilities that he sought to harness, as they were instrumental in enhancing his own strength, an entirely sensible pursuit. Moreover, her innate talents were indeed commendable and worthy of his cultivation efforts. Once settled, Suyu began to examine his current attributes. After ascending 2 levels, he had accrued 40 attribute points that remained unallocated. Without hesitation, he dedicated them entirely to his mental attribute. His combat power amplification was as follows: Tang Dao 4, Agility 4, Absolute Defense 0, 5, Skills 0, 5. Here lies an image of Suyu's attribute panel. Name Suyu, rank, second order, level 2, 978, 3000, combat power, actual combat power, 1056. Explosive combat power, 10567. Strength, 2193. Agility, 2091. Constitution, 2091. Mental, 2079. Spirit source, 2, 735, 621. Energy stones, 4, 531. 700. Attractiveness, 98. Evolution points, 560, can be used to enhance talents or skill levels. This surge in power was quite formidable, having slain a total of 774 second-order beasts. Not only had he elevated his level to second order, level 2, but he had also reached the maximum limit for talent acquisition, excluding the previous 192 points acquired. This time he had seized 443 points of strength, 467 points of agility, 471 points of constitution, and 427 points of mental attributes. His explosive combat power now exceeded 10,000. With a significant enhancement in attributes, Suyu resolved to elevate his mastery of the Tang Dao and agility to A class. Even if not freely usable, they would serve as a valuable trump card. After expending 2 evolution points, both Tang Dao and agility mastery successfully advanced to A class, capable of amplifying his power by 500 in full burst mode. However, contrary to Suyu's expectations, agility mastery bore no significant restrictions, whereas Tang Dao mastery required the use of dual blades to fully unleash its potential. Dual blades, you say? So you ponder this for a moment. Utilizing dual blades would indeed perfect the 500 amplification, yet even wielding a single blade would yield satisfactory results more than sufficient for his current needs. Subsequently, Suyu attempted to elevate the A-class skill Falling Judgment to S-class. S-class Descent, Judgment, consuming 30 of energy. It conjures countless blades of judgment within a range of 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters at level 1, launching an assault on all foes within this domain. With a base damage amplification of 60, the cooldown period is 7 seconds. Suyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the consumption has decreased. Chapter 188. How fortunate. I am skilled at addressing all forms of defiance. Suyu held a particular fondness for the skill Descent, Judgment. It was undeniably stylish, possessed high damage output, and boasted an extensive range. The sole drawback was the inability to control energy consumption, which was rather excessive at 50 per use. Recognizing that leveling up could reduce this energy expenditure, Suyu resolved without hesitation to utilize his remaining 2 evolution points. However, he was unprepared for the new transformations that awaited him upon upgrading to SSS level. SSS level Descend, Judgment, consumes energy to conjure numerous blades of judgment, attacking all enemies within a designated area, with a 100 increase in base damage. The cooldown period is merely 1 second. Note, by controlling the energy expended, one can determine the range of this skill's deployment. The fixed consumption ratio has now become entirely adjustable, significantly enhancing its usability. Furthermore, this development is advantageous for Suyu, as his attributes far surpass those of others. Ding, AI Tianin's affection for the host has reached 10, current affection level is 25. What on earth? Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the time, he realized that several minutes had elapsed. His gaze shifted toward AI Tianin, whose exquisite face was slightly flushed and glistening with a sheen of perspiration. Could it be that I inadvertently unlocked her hidden attributes? As if sensing Suyu's gaze, AI Tianin lifted her head, her eyes glowing with a crimson hue, emanating an intense aura of hostility. Suyu's thoughts shifted, and he temporarily deactivated the Beast Master ring. Chuckling lightly, if you call me Master, I might consider letting you down. What do you say? Care to ponder that? Humph, don't even think about it. If you have any sinister tricks up your sleeve, feel free to unleash them. AI Tianin retorted coldly, turning her head away. Given the recent increase in affection, Suyu scrutinized her current demeanor with suspicion. Could it be that she was intoxicated by the situation? The D-grade Beast Master ring could unleash electrical currents categorized into 10 levels, and he had only activated the first level previously. Observing AI Tianin's defiant attitude, Suyu nonchalantly shook his head. Stubborn, are we? How fortunate, for I excel at addressing all forms of defiance. With that thought, he activated the 5th level. Instantly, AI Tianin trembled, her hair levitating, her teeth chattering, unable to articulate a coherent response. Wait. After subjecting AI Tianin to a barrage of electric shocks for several seconds, Suyu deactivated the Beast Master ring, allowing her a moment to recover, lest he inadvertently cause her demise. How about now? Care to still act defiantly? Reflecting on the nightmarish experience she had just endured, AI Tianin promptly conceded. I was wrong. Truly. Please, spare me. Now you know fear? Just moments ago, you were so quick to belittle me, Suyu approached her, playfully pinching her cheek. AI Tianin turned her head to evade Suyu's hand, suppressing her inner fury, and replied through clenched teeth, I understand my mistake. Will you dare to insult me again? And no, I won't. Very well, from now on, you shall address me as Master. Aikian raised her head in disbelief, gazing at the shameless man before her, and exclaimed in fury, You must be dreaming. Human, do not provoke the beasts too much. Suyu merely shook his head, disregarding Aikian's venomous glare, and activated the 5th level once more. Human, I shall slay you. Human, should I find the opportunity, I will surely rend you into 1,000 pieces, devour your flesh, and drink your blood. Ding, Aikian's affinity towards the host has increased by 5. Current affinity is 25. Listening to Aikian's furious tirade and the prompt from the system echoing in his mind, Suyu nearly burst into laughter. Despite her curses, it was evident that her impression of him was improving. Coupled with the peculiar sounds woven through her wrath, it became clear that this little mosquito possessed hidden attributes. Suyu continued to toggle the Beastmaster ring, reveling in the amusement it provided. To be frank, the Beastmaster ring was remarkably effective, akin to the tightening spell on Sun Wukong. As long as Tang Sung recited scriptures, the Monkey King would suffer excruciating headaches. After a full half-hour, Aikian finally settled down, ceasing her demands for Suyu to face consequences. Simultaneously, her affinity score surged to a positive 7. Crouching before Aikian, Suyu gently caressed her delicate cheek, speaking softly. Must you endure such hardship to learn humility? Look, your lips have turned pale. Gazing at Su Yu's gentle smile, Etienne felt a mix of fear and unease. Yet, for reasons unknown, she harbored a strange feeling within her heart, one that was not entirely unappealing. She was perplexed by her own emotions, having only recently taken form. With merely 30 days elapsed since her birth, Su Yu was genuinely pleased to have successfully tamed Etienne. Who could resist such a queenly figure? However, after the chastisement, it was only fair to provide the sweetness that followed. Otherwise, even if Etienne's affinity increased in the future, shadows of past grievances would linger. Truth be told, if you calm down and reflect, you will realize that I have neither deceived you nor had any need to do so. After engaging in conversation with Etienne and witnessing her affinity rise further, Su Yu finally set her down, having been suspended for an extended period. Compounded by the lingering effects of the spirit-locking potion, Etienne faltered upon standing and collapsed into Su Yu's embrace. A smile crept across Su Yu's face as he mischievously remarked, "It seems your injury is quite severe. I suppose I should tend to you first." Surveying the surrounding environment, Su Yu frowned slightly, recognizing that the current setting was not conducive for the forthcoming treatment. Thus, he reached into his pocket and exchanged for a series of facilities, including an operating room and a hospital bed, expending a total of 300 spirit essence. Etienne did not overthink the situation and willingly accompanied Su Yu into the operating room. By the time she comprehended what Su Yu meant by treatment, it was too late. With a cry of pain, the treatment officially commenced. This section omits 3,000 words. Chapter 189. The Azure Gorge Dragon emitting green light through Su Yu's relentless efforts. Etienne's injuries have been completely healed, and her affection level has reached 41 points, signifying a profound admiration. Correspondingly, Etienne has generously compensated for the medical treatment, offering not only 2 evolution points but also additional rewards. Ding. Feedback energy from Etienne has been obtained and successfully stored, capable of significantly enhancing mental attributes. Would you like to absorb it? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu selected to absorb the energy. Instantly, he felt a tremendous surge of mental energy rush into his mind, momentarily blinding him. Beside him, upon sensing the energy fluctuations, Etienne's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her beautiful gaze. It felt as though she had slumbered for an eternity. Her body aching. Blinking, Etienne suddenly recalled something, her eyes widening as she turned to her side. What met her gaze was a face both strange and familiar. The scenes from earlier replayed in her mind like a slideshow. Her blood-red eyes reflected a look of bewilderment, reminiscent of an ethereal being awakening from a long dream in the snow. Etienne found herself at a loss on how to confront this enigmatic man, not to mention her fiancé. Despite having almost entirely believed Su Yu's previous assertions, a lingering disbelief gnawed at her. Was her fiancé, whom she had nurtured with her own hands, merely seeking to exploit the hidden potential of her gifts? Lost in thought, Etienne instinctively reached out her delicate hand to caress Su Yu's handsome face, only to be met with an invisible barrier. It soon dawned on her that something was amiss. He was unconscious? Furrowing her brow slightly, Etienne rose to don her garments. She surmised that Su Yu might be undergoing the benefits of the feedback from her gifts, though she yearned to leave. Fearing that her fiancé might track her by her scent, she hesitated, unable to abandon the man who had taken her essence. Her feelings for Su Yu were complex, tinged with resentment, yet overshadowed by an inexplicable sentiment. All she knew was that she wished for no harm to come to him. Thus she resolved to wait for his awakening before departing. Fortunately, during the treatment, Su Yu had unlocked the spirit-locking elixir for her. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, deep within the Shenanjia forest, a resounding dragon roar echoed, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Oh no. Etienne's expression shifted. She suppressed her aura, praying that they would remain undetected. Unbeknownst to her, the sweat she had shed earlier only intensified her scent. Soon after, a deafening dragon's roar erupted not far from the small dwelling. Etienne realized escape was futile. She clenched her teeth, glanced back at Su Yu, and resolutely stepped out of the room. She looked up at the sky. Here lies an image, the Azure Gorge Dragon. A colossal dragon, adorned with emerald scales, roamed the heavens, casting a somber pallor across the sky, its menacing aura saturating the atmosphere. Upon catching sight of Etienne, the dragon swooped down. As it neared the ground, the massive creature began to shrink dramatically, ultimately transforming into a middle-aged man of approximately 1.9 meters in height. This man bore a stern expression, exuding an air of seriousness that made conversation difficult. However, his striking green hair and eyebrows were particularly eye-catching. Upon witnessing Etienne's graceful form, the dragon-turned man's eyes glimmered with an unsettling desire. He sensed something amiss about Etienne, but dismissed it, attributing it to her recent transformation and lack of adaptation. The man approached, intending to embrace Ai Tiani. Previously, she would have eagerly rushed to him at the sight of his presence. Yet now, she instinctively retreated a few steps, evading his overture. Frowning, he queried, Tianine. What does this mean? Ai Tianine clenched her fists, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. I'm sorry, Qinglong Gu, I. At that moment, the dragon caught a glimpse of a vivid red at the hem of Ai Tianine's dress, and his pupils constricted in shock. With countless experiences in his repertoire, he was all too aware of the significance of this revelation. An oppressive aura emanated from the Qinglong, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. With a thunderous roar that echoed like the fury of ages, he unleashed a cry that could rend the very soul. He had prepared extensively for this day, only to find that the fruits of his labor had been snatched away by another. How could he not be enraged? Ai Tianine instinctively retreated once more, positioning herself protectively in front of the small dwelling. The Qinglong abruptly turned his gaze upon her, a twisted smile forming on his fearsome visage, softening his countenance ever so slightly. Tianine, tell me, is your hidden passive talent still intact? Ai Tianine's pupils contracted. After a moment's silence, she slowly shook her head. Ha, ha, ha ha. The Qinglong erupted into maniacal laughter, resembling a madman. Following his laughter, his expression turned menacing. You wretched girl, I shall imprison you, tormenting you day and night, so you may learn the consequences of betraying me. The Qinglong surged forward, but his target was not Ai Tianine. Rather, it was the dwelling she shielded. Ai Tianine swiftly positioned herself in front of him, wordlessly summoning a surge of potent energy within her palms. The Qinglong regarded her with a sneer, deriding her audacity. Everything you possess is a gift from me, and you dare to obstruct me? How laughable. He then unleashed a powerful strike, energy coalescing into a gigantic hand that bore down upon Ai Tianine with the force of a mountain, accompanied by a tempestuous gale. Ai Tianine fought valiantly to defend herself, yet ultimately succumbed to the residual force of his strike, sent hurtling backward and spitting blood. With a series of resounding crashes, she collapsed into the dwelling, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. As Ai Tianine gazed at the still unconscious Su Yu, she wiped the remnants of blood from the corner of her mouth, and a hauntingly beautiful smile suddenly grazed her delicate features. Cough, cough. It seems that we are fated to be strangers in this lifetime. Subsequently, Ai Tianine cast her gaze towards the azure dragon, a resolute glimmer emerging in her enchanting eyes as she let out a piercing cry that echoed through the heavens. After the destruction of the building, the azure dragon stood frozen in place, for he beheld Su Yu, that colossal figure swaying precariously in the turbulent winds, which instilled within him a sense of inferiority. However, this feeling of inadequacy swiftly ignited into a blaze of fury. The sky grew ominous, the atmospheric pressure plummeting abruptly as blood vessels gradually crept across the azure dragon's eyes. You, all shall perish. Perish. The final two words were nearly forced through clenched teeth, laced with a chilling ferocity. Chapter 190. The super little lowly. Meanwhile, the army of blood-sucking mosquitoes, engaged in a frenzied assault, froze in their tracks upon hearing a sharp, piercing cry. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly turned and darted towards the source of the sound, encased within the enormous barrier woven by the little demon. Feng Qianxue and her companions exchanged bewildered glances at the sudden retreat of the mosquito horde. Shinimo, however, blasted through the corpse obstructing her path at the window and charged outside. Come back to me, she exclaimed, her urgency palpable. She was on the brink of leveling up, just a smidgen of experience short. Yet, these mosquitoes chose to flee without warning, a blatant affront. Observing Shen Yimo's determined figure pursuing the retreating swarm, Feng Qianxue and the others hesitated not, summoning the little demon to revert to its original form and following suit. Upon catching up to the blood-sucking mosquitoes, they were met with a gruesome sight. Corpses littered the ground thickly, rendering it nearly impossible to find footing. These bodies appeared eerily drained of life, as if all their blood had been siphoned away. Boom, boom, bang. At that moment, the ground trembled, accompanied by the distant sounds of battle. Even from a distance, Feng Qianxue and her companions sensed a formidable surge of energy that put them on high alert. Su Qinghua spoke softly, I will scout ahead and report back. With that, she concealed her presence and ventured towards the fray. Soon, she beheld a massive green dragon locked in combat with a grotesque giant, its body drenched in crimson. Nearby, a stunningly beautiful woman, her form marred with wounds, was fiercely guarding something. Upon closer inspection, Su Qinghua's pupils dilated in shock, and she vanished from sight in an instant. Ai Tianine, anxiously observing the battle, realized that the blood-colored giant was a manifestation of blood spirit created from the blood of her kin. Yet now, the blood spirit was on the verge of defeat against the mighty azure dragon. causing her heart to race with trepidation. Unbeknownst to her, a figure had silently appeared behind her. It was only when she felt the chilling touch at her neck that she reacted. AI Tianini's gaze sharpened, poised to resist. When the voice behind her whispered, "Speak, what has transpired?" Relieved, AI Tianyin succinctly recounted the events. After Su Qingwei obtained confirmation from Long Tong via her holographic wristband, she withdrew the yellow spring stab from AI Tiannin's delicate neck. Before long, Feng Qianxue and her companions arrived at the scene. Upon learning that Su Yu was relatively unharmed, they collectively sighed in relief. Su Yu was their lifeline, their spiritual anchor. As long as he remained alive, it was akin to a potent elixir for them. Upon witnessing AI Tiannin's injuries sustained while protecting Su Yu, they accepted her wholeheartedly, embracing her as one of their own. Even though she was a beast, it did not deter their acceptance. Without hesitation, Lin Shio immediately summoned her life force to heal her. The azure dragon, which had been toying with the blood spirit giant, lit up with renewed intensity upon spotting Feng Qianxue and her companions. Its colossal eyes gleamed with ferocity, and with a mighty display of power, its claws descended upon the blood spirit, reducing it to a mere mist of crimson. Subsequently, the azure dragon transformed back into human form, his gaze greedily sweeping over Feng Qianxue and the other women. With confidence, he proclaimed, "How about becoming my beloved consorts in Tianqing Gorge? I shall grant you immense power and fulfill any desire you may have." Just as Feng Qianxue was about to retort, Shen Yimo stepped forward, her large eyes blinking innocently as she asked, "Is that true? You despicable dragon? No, you're in human form now, so I should call you a despicable person instead." The azure dragon, oblivious to the underlying meaning of Shen Yimo's words, laughed heartily. "Of course. Little beauty, feel free to express your wishes." Shen Yimo tilted her head in thought, then, with utmost seriousness, declared, I want to extract your dragon tendons to brew wine for Yugo. Now that we have more sisters, I fear Yugo may be overwhelmed. So, what do you say? Will you comply? You wretched girl, I will make you suffer." The smile on the azure dragon's lips froze as he roared and lunged toward Shen Yimo. Anticipating this attack, Shen Yimo was well prepared. The sniper rifle form of the moon shadow appeared in her hands instantly. She aimed and fired. Boom. At such a close range, the youth had no time to react before the bullet struck his head. His body was sent flying, crashing through several towering ancient trees. Moments later, the azure dragon slowly stood up, a charred mark on his forehead with traces of blood seeping out. He touched the wound and, upon seeing the blood on his hand, burst into a wide grin. "Good. Very good. You have truly enraged me." Feng Qianxue tightened her grip on the ice crystal bow. "Sisters, form your battle formation. Do not let him underestimate us." They had no intention of resorting to the galaxy mecha at the first sign of danger, for doing so would hinder their growth and foster dependency on external forces. They understood that only by becoming stronger could they protect the people and things they cherished. However, the women were not blindly rushing into battle. Xiaoao had already taken root underground, with vines sprawling around them, while the galaxy mecha hovered high above, ready to assist at a moment's notice should any of them be in peril. After a period of honing their skills, the synergy among the women was remarkable. Even in the face of the formidable azure dragon, they were able to engage him on equal footing, making it a fierce contest. Meanwhile, Siyu's consciousness wandered within a realm of silent void. Here, nothing existed. Surrounding him was darkness, seemingly designed solely to confine him. After running in one direction for an indeterminate time, he spotted a glimmer of light in the distance. Approaching, he discovered a massive door. Inside, a blinding white expanse rendered the other side indistinguishable. Both the top of the door and the floor bore a clock insignia, exuding an air of profound mystery. Su Yu felt as though time itself had ceased in this place. Even if he lingered for eons, mere moments might pass outside. After a brief hesitation, he stepped through the threshold. As a blinding white light enveloped him, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay an endless expanse of white. Yet soon he noticed what appeared to be a figure in the distance. As he approached, Su Yu stood frozen in astonishment. Before his eyes lay an enchanting little girl, scarcely a meter tall. She emanated a soft, gentle glow, adorned in a beautiful beige princess dress with delicate lace trim. Topped with mouse ear decorations and a golden butterfly hairpin, she was utterly delightful. Her angelic visage transcended mere beauty. Had she been of typical stature, she would undoubtedly captivate the entire world. She was simply too adorable, too exquisite. Suddenly, as if sensing a gaze upon her, the little girl's long eyelashes fluttered slightly before she drowsily opened her eyes, her large, bright orbs gazing intently at Su Yu. In that moment, he was utterly mesmerized by her irresistibly charming gaze.